Chapter 1. My soul, the martial soul. Shuai Leihan let out a faint breath, withdrawing his mind from his cultivation. At the tender age of 6, he was the third son of the Xue Emperor from the Tiando Empire, born amidst the harmonious calls of myriad birds, an evident sign of auspicious dragon energy. He was known as the third young master of the Tears of Snow. His elder brothers, Xue Qinghe and Xue Beng, were engrossed in political affairs, while Shuai Leihan displayed little interest in the imperial throne. Consequently, his two brothers frequently endeavored to win him over, yet Shuai Leihan consistently maintained a stance of refusal. His aspirations were clear: to become a formidable master and attain the title of Douluo. Your Highness the Third Prince, His Majesty summons you to the study, a servant announced. Shuai Leihan responded with a calm acknowledgement, casting aside his cultivation concerns. As he stepped outside, a thought seemed to cross his mind. He turned back to the minister who had spoken to him and said, "Thank you for your hard work. Do return home early to rest." With that, he proceeded towards the study, accompanied by two attendants. Along the way, ministers and palace maids reverently greeted him with "Long live the prince." Shuai Leihan shuddered, unable to endure such sycophantic flattery. "Please inform His Majesty that I, Hainer, have come to pay my respects," he instructed the guard outside the study. Upon recognizing the third prince, the guard hastily stepped inside to deliver the message. Moments later, the guard returned, kneeling on one knee in utmost respect. After nodding to him, Shuai Leihan entered the study used by the Xue Emperor. "Father, mother, your son pays his respects," he said, finally revealing a smile before his parents. "Leihan, you have finally decided to visit your mother," the beautiful matron exclaimed, her tears brimming before Shuai could even speak. Shuai shot a fierce glare at Shuai Leihan. "It is your fault for not visiting your mother for so long. She has missed you dearly. Now, come over and comfort her." The esteemed empress, Mu Shuai, wept like a young girl, a spectacle that would surely astonish anyone who heard of it. After a moment of consolation, Mu Shuai regained her smile, and both Shuai and Shuai Leihan sighed in relief. "Hainer, the reason I summoned you here is of great importance," Shuai began, but was interrupted by Shuai Leihan. "Is it that my martial soul is about to awaken?" Shuai was momentarily speechless, a frustrated damn it escaping his lips. "I know you are excited, and among my three sons, you possess the greatest potential to become a soul emperor," Shuai continued. "However, my ambitions extend far beyond such a narrow vision," Shuai Leihan asserted resolutely. "Excellent. Now, that is the spirit of a true son of the Xue family," Shuai exclaimed, slapping the table. "I shall send you to assess your martial soul right away." After bidding farewell to his parents, Shuai Leihan followed the guide his father had arranged. Once he had taken his leave, Mu Shuai nestled in his Zuai's embrace, murmuring, "Hainer's martial soul will surely be formidable. As a son of the Xue family, his martial soul will undoubtedly be strong, especially with the herbs he has consumed, there is no doubt," Shuai replied. "Indeed, I trust in Hainer," Mu Shuai affirmed. Upon departing the palace, Shuai Leihan cast a cursory glance at the two attendants who had accompanied him the longest. "Let's proceed to assess my martial soul," he commanded. With that, he stepped forward, and the two attendants exchanged glances, their hearts filled with anticipation for the third prince's martial soul and hope that he possessed sufficient talent for cultivation. After all, among the three princes, only the third prince, Shuai Leihan, had been devoted to martial training since childhood. Navigating through the inner courtyard for less than a tea's brewing time, the guide communicated something to the attendant, who, upon recognizing the third prince's party, promptly ushered them into a modest room. Shuai Leihan surveyed the unremarkable dwelling and silently mused, "Today marks the most significant day of my life. Everything that has transpired thus far has led to this moment. My brothers and I await the auspicious news from the third prince," the two attendants said, bowing before departing. Shuai Leihan did not look back and strode straight into the room. A beautiful woman was introducing herself. "Greetings, everyone. I am Anya from the Martial Soul Hall, and my martial soul is the Emerald Bamboo. I am a soul master of level 32. After Anya finished speaking, she smiled gently. "Children, I have introduced myself. Now, please line up so we can awaken your martial souls, one by one." The children of nobles and ministers immediately formed a line, eager to experience their own martial soul awakenings. Shuai Leihan quietly positioned himself at the end of the line, preferring to avoid engaging in idle chatter with his peers. Anya, having heard of Shuai Leihan's reputation, could not help but feel her heart race upon seeing his ice-blue hair and eyes resembling ancient glaciers, along with the striking features inherited from the handsome Xue and beautiful Mu Shuai. She nearly uttered a playful invitation like, "Little brother, come play with your sister." Clearing her throat, she suppressed her thoughts, acknowledging the impossibility of such a notion. Given the attention bestowed upon him by Xie and Mushuo, and the efforts of Xue Qinghe and Xue Beng to win him over, not to mention the esteem in which he was held by the court officials as the hope of the Tiando Empire, it was clear that ordinary women could not compare to Xue Leihan. "All right, children, extend your hand. It is time to awaken your martial souls," Anya announced, clapping her hands. She retrieved 6 black round stones and a shimmering blue crystal ball from a nearby table, arranging the 6 black stones into a hexagonal formation before signaling for one child to step inside. Emerald bamboo, transformation. A white light encircled the air, followed by the appearance of verdant bamboo leaves, a glimmer of green energy coalescing above Anya's head. A 10-year soul ring, perhaps? Xue Leihan observed silently, without any mockery or sighs escaping his lips. Anya infused the green energy into the 6 black stones, which suddenly erupted with green radiance, enveloping the child within a verdant glow. A faint green light flowed into the boy's body, causing him to tremble slightly, as if in great pain, yet unable to scream. "Extend your right hand," Anya commanded, and the boy instinctively complied. The green light surged forth from his right hand, revealing a thunder bear before him. "Congratulations, it is a thunder bear, a high-level martial soul," Anya announced with a beaming smile. The boy gazed in delight at the thunder bear, realizing it was the exclusive martial soul of his noble lineage. "Now let us test your soul power level," Anya said cheerfully. "What should I do?" the boy asked, scratching his head while staring at the thunder bear. "Use your will to retract your martial soul. In the academy, you will learn how to summon your martial soul with your mind," Anya instructed. After several attempts, the boy finally managed to withdraw the thunder bear, and Anya presented the blue crystal ball to him, guiding his hand to rest upon it. In less than a moment, the crystal ball glowed brightly, and Anya observed its transformation. Innate soul power level 7. As expected from a noble child, with endless medicinal resources at their disposal, it was easy to elevate an ordinary person to brilliance. Anya couldn't help but smile bitterly, recalling her own innate soul power level of 3 at that age. The boy smiled contentedly and then stepped back. The same scene unfolded again as 11 children completed their martial soul awakenings. All their martial souls were clearly familial, and none were below level 7. Xue Leihan met Anya's eager gaze with his own calm eyes before stepping into the emerald green light. Warmth and tranquility enveloped him. This was his initial impression. As the green light surged into his body, Xue Leihan felt something within him shatter, followed by a profound restructuring. "What is this?" The outpouring was not merely green light, but a radiant ice-blue luminescence, an aura of authority and solemnity that compelled Anya to kneel. Could it be a supreme ice martial soul? Anya murmured in disbelief. Soon, as the ice light dissipated, Xue Leihan's martial soul materialized before everyone. It was a remarkably exquisite longsword, adorned near the hilt with intricately carved blue rose motifs. The sword's grip was crafted from silver, featuring exquisite engravings, while its guard was embellished with branches and leaves of a certain plant, soon to be identified. Both the upper part of the grip and the white leather sheath were inlaid with a sparkling jade-carved rose, exuding an aura of antiquity, yet devoid of any taint. What kind of martial soul is this? It doesn't appear to be the royal family's inherited swan martial soul. The third prince is so handsome. A blush crept onto the faces of several young girls present. Xue Leihan plunged the sword into the ground, and an immediate sense of profound connection washed over him, as if this blade had been an integral part of his being for eons. The sword emanated a faint chill, and a small patch of ice formed upon the ground beneath it. He furrowed his brow momentarily, only to relax it soon after. In that instant, Xue Leihan resembled a prince from a fairy tale, hailing from a kingdom of ice and snow, exuding both handsomeness and grace. "May I inquire, Your Highness the Third Prince, what type of weapon spirit is this?" "It is a sword spirit of the ice attribute, known as the Qing Chong Wei Ji Jian," Xue Leihan replied, nonchalantly, his voice imbued with the frigid essence of eternal ice, likely influenced by his weapon spirit. To possess 2 attributes simultaneously truly, it must be a supreme weapon spirit, Anya mused, contemplating for a moment before presenting a crystal orb before Xue Leihan. As Xue Leihan placed his right hand atop the orb, it suddenly began to absorb the aura that had awakened within him, growing ever more voracious, resembling an insatiable abyss. He struggled to withdraw his hand, but an inexplicable force held him fast, rendering him immobile. In that fleeting moment, a dazzling blue light illuminated the entire room, causing Anya's hand to tremble slightly. The only explanation for such an occurrence was clear. "It appears you possess innate, full spirit power," Anya gazed vacantly at the retreating figure of Shuai Leihan. As long as he remained alive, he was destined to achieve the rank of title Douluo. After requesting a snow-white sheath from the guards, Shuai Leihan sheathed the Qing Chong Wei Ji Jian within and affixed it to his waist. He intended to nurture the sword with his very soul. Chapter 2. Inheritance. A month slipped by in a tranquil manner. During this time, rumors of the third prince possessing a supreme sword spirit spread throughout the streets, igniting envy among his peers and stirring jealousy among those who also wielded sword spirits. These whispers did not reach Shuai Leihan's ears in truth. He had spent the entire month sequestered within his chamber, devotedly attuning his heart and mind to his weapon spirit. The chamber of the third prince was notably chillier than other places, the air itself imbued with an almost bone-chilling cold, a thin layer of frost blanketing the training grounds floor. "Well done," remarked the sword daw, Chen Exant, nodding slightly as he surveyed Shuai Leihan before him. A month prior, Shuai Leihan had sought counsel from the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile clan and had received a month's worth of instruction on sword nurturing from Chen Exant, who had been more than willing to share the characteristics and fundamental techniques of swordplay. "Thank you, Uncle Chen," Shuai Leihan said, cupping his hands in a respectful bow. He had absorbed approximately 70 to 80% of Chen Zin's sword techniques, and now he could engage in combat with Chen Exant without utilizing spirit rings or spirit power, relying solely on swordsmanship, though the odds remained heavily in Chen Zin's favor. Even in the midst of his attacks, Shuai Leihan continuously reflected on the flaws in his swordplay and footwork, as if his very essence mirrored that of his blade unsheathed. That said, this was merely Chen Exant allowing him some leniency. "Your swordplay has progressed remarkably. To breach your defenses in an instant would necessitate the use of spirit power," Chen Exant observed. "Thank you for your praise, Uncle Chen. It is all due to your exceptional guidance," Shuai Leihan replied. Chen Exant caressed his seven-killing sword, saying, "It is time for you to acquire your first spirit ring. What do you think, Leihan? Which type of spirit beast do you believe would suit your weapon spirit?" "Ice attribute spirit beasts," Shuai Leihan stated. The Qing Chong Wei Ji Jian sheathed at his side, radiating a constant chill, prompting a nod of approval from Chen Exant. Chen Exant smiled and said, "Indeed, I believe you are fit to venture into the extreme north. With the survival skills and sword techniques I have imparted to you over this past month, I trust you will manage on your own. What about father? I will enlist your godfather to speak with him. If there is anything you wish to take with you, stow it within this ring. I trust you are familiar with its usage," Chen Exant said, producing a ring from his robes and placing it into Shuai Leihan's hands. Shuai Leihan felt an overwhelming wave of emotion, although his status as the third prince afforded him access to countless such rings. He recognized the sentiment behind this gift. He said nothing, the resolve in his ice-blue eyes only growing stronger. After a brief hour, Shuai Leihan donned blue attire, resembling a more refined commoner, yet his hair color and eye hue unmistakably marked him as the third prince, Shuai Leihan. "On this journey to the extreme north, I shall be responsible for your care and observation. Should you encounter a particularly perilous spirit beast, call for me, but I will not intervene proactively. This is your own trial," he said, wrapping Shuai Leihan's hand in the folds of his robe. The aura of the title Douluo surged forth as he leapt into the air, soaring towards the extreme north upon the seven-killing sword. Meanwhile, within the royal palace, the Emperor of Snowy Night paced furiously, and with a resounding crash, he shattered his desk, leaving it in splinters. A tall man nearby could only chuckle helplessly at the scene. "What are you laughing at? This is no laughing matter," the Emperor of Snowy Night exclaimed, visibly irate. "You've done a splendid job as a godfather indeed, sneaking my son, the illustrious third prince of the Tiando Empire, off to the extreme north without a single guardo. You wish to see his mother weeping daily?" Ning Fengji offered a resigned smile. "Your Majesty, your concern is causing you distress. The journey to the extreme north is accompanied by sword Douluo Chen Exant, so the risks should be minimal. Moreover, this serves as a valuable trial for the third prince and aligns with our hopes for the future of the Tiando Empire." The Emperor of Snowy Night's body quivered, and he let out a heavy sigh. There is no need for such worry. The third prince's innate talent ensures he will not linger long within the Tiando Empire. Allowing him to mature sooner is, in fact, a great boon. But he is my son as a father. Such matters weigh heavily on my heart. The two continued their discussion for a while, with the Emperor drawing Ning Fengji into the study for a more confidential conversation. Half a month had passed, and Shuai Leihan had survived in the extreme north for that duration. In this time, his swordsmanship had matured significantly, granting him the strength to contend with century-old spirit beasts, aided by the ample provisions of dried food and fresh water within the ring, sparing him from having to consume raw flesh. At present, his adversary was a century-old snow wolf. The snow wolf's icy gaze locked on Shuai Leihan, its lips curling into a menacing grin, revealing its glistening fangs. Seeing Shuai Leihan standing nonchalantly, it let out a thunderous roar and lunged forward. Draw sword technique. Shuai Leihan swiftly unsheathed the Qing Chong Wei Ji Jian, enveloping the blade in spirit power to enhance its sharpness, the faint sound of metal scraping against the sheath echoing in the air. The blade shot forth, aimed directly at the snow wolf. Momentarily taken aback, the snow wolf instinctively snapped its jaws, clamping down on the Qing Chong Wei Ji Jian. Had it been an ordinary sword, it might have shattered under such pressure, but this was a supreme weapon spirit, the Qing Chong Wei Ji Jian. Die! Shuai Leihan fiercely plunged his sword into the mouth of the snow wolf, pinning it to the ground. Blood flowed through the body of the snow wolf, gradually seeping onto the snow-covered earth. Subsequently, Shuai Leihan withdrew his sword and decisively severed the wolf's head. When he first arrived in the extreme north, he had used a similar method to pin the snow wolf to the ground, only to be unexpectedly bitten deeply on his right shoulder by the wolf as it lay dying. Remembering this, a slight sting coursed through his right shoulder, prompting him to instinctively cover it. Since then, Shuai Leihan felt a sense of reassurance only when he had severed the heads of soul beasts. Perhaps due to the influence of the Qing Chong Wei sword, the cold winds that swept over him did not elicit a sense of chill. Instead, he felt a refreshing sensation. Shuai Leihan cast an indifferent glance at the nearby forest. With his current vision, he could discern that several soul beasts were observing him. Just as he was observing them, sheathing his sword, he ventured deeper into the heart of the extreme north alone. The absence of a soul ring was not due to disdain for a century-old soul ring, but rather a lack of suitable and powerful century-old soul beasts. Goodness, this young man is truly a bit of an anomaly. He is unbothered by the cold and can contend with century-old soul beasts. Floating in the air, Chen Xian smiled with great delight, witnessing the rise of a prodigy. Days passed, and Shuai Leihan was uncertain of the time. He only felt an increasing chill, as if his very constitution could barely withstand it. Furthermore, he had not encountered any soul beasts for many days. This place felt like a forbidden zone. Suddenly, a bird's cry echoed, reverberating in Shuai Leihan's ears. Startled, he instinctively grasped the hilt of his sword. A pair of icy eyes gradually emerged amidst the snow and wind. Shuai Leihan's heart skipped a beat. Had he chanced upon a millennia-old soul beast? One that possessed intelligence and was perhaps even 100,000-year soul beast? Chen Xian shivered in the air and quickly descended to shield Shuai Leihan. Clasping his hands together and saying, "Esteemed soul beast, I have brought this child merely for training and to seek a soul ring. I mean no disturbance to your esteemed self." The ice-blue eyes scrutinized the two from top to bottom, causing both Chen Xian and Shuai Leihan to feel as if they were enveloped in a freezing realm. Chen Xian's heart raced. Could this being possess strength beyond an ordinary 100,000-year soul beast? Is your so-called training merely the slaughter of the inhabitants of the extreme north? The tone suddenly grew stern. Eyes fixed on Shuai Leihan. I have not taken the initiative against soul beasts. All my actions are merely passive defense, Shuai Leihan replied calmly, seemingly unaffected by the pressure. Although he could not discern the type of soul beast before him, it was clear that it was a being of 100,000-year caliber. Given Chen Xian's demeanor, the eyes softened slightly. She could tell that Shuai Leihan was not lying. With a flick of her wrist, Chen Xian vanished, leaving only Shuai Leihan and her in the desolate landscape. What have you done to Uncle Chen? Shuai Leihan, aware that he could not match the 100,000-year soul beast, found it a vain hope to simply stand by and await his fate. The long sword was unsheathed, aimed directly at the opponent. She felt a tinge of amusement. It had been years since anyone dared to confront her, and this time, the challenger was merely a fledgling who had yet to reach the rank of a soul master. Her smile faded as she coldly inquired, "Is this your martial spirit? The sword martial spirit?" "Indeed. You lie," she scoffed. "A mere sword martial spirit cannot traverse the frigid expanse of the extreme north without fear of the cold. Even a top-tier sword martial spirit would falter. Are you suggesting that I am in my first year of cultivation?" Shuai Leihan gazed into her eyes, silent. "If I am not mistaken, you must possess another martial spirit. Am I right? It must be of the ice attribute, correct? The fact that you remain unshaken by the chill in my domain indicates that your martial spirit is no ordinary ice attribute spirit, but the ultimate ice martial spirit. Is it not?" Shuai Leihan studied her eyes intently. Had anyone else revealed his secrets so mercilessly, His instinct would have been to unsheath his sword and silence them. Yet, before him stood a soul beast of 100,000 years, and an overwhelming sense of indignation surged within him. This is my secret. Even if a 100,000-year soul beast were to threaten me with death, I would remain silent. Even in such a perilous situation, his voice remained unyieldingly calm, as if his life were of little consequence. Death is fate. Life is fortune. Despite facing a formidable 100,000-year soul beast, Xue Leihan would not beg for mercy. The pride coursing through him, akin to the sharpness of a sword, forbade him from uttering such words. With a hint of surprise, she regarded him for a moment before smiling and stating, "Then I shall take your word for it. Follow me." Xue Leihan sheathed his sword, having arrived. He would accept his fate. Death is destiny, while survival is chance. The human and the soul beast strolled together for a considerable time. As the wind and snow gradually subsided, Xue Leihan soon realized he had entered an ice cavern. Turning around, he found that the soul beast had vanished, leaving behind a young girl in a kimono with long hair. "You are that 100,000-year soul beast, aren't you? What business do you have with me?" Having perused various texts since childhood, Xue Leihan was aware that some 100,000-year soul beasts could cultivate human forms, so he was not taken aback. "My name is Bing Huang." As the girl slightly turned, a chorus of birds erupted in unison. Was merely uttering a name capable of evoking such a reaction? Xue Leihan regarded her calmly. As she turned fully, he beheld her complete visage. The girl was strikingly beautiful, appearing to be around 16 or 17. With icy hair cascading over her shoulders and icy-colored eyes. She was, without doubt, the most exquisite person Xue Leihan had ever encountered. However, with his composure, he quickly regained his focus, maintaining a gaze as tranquil as the ocean. "Your martial spirit must be the ultimate ice, correct?" Bing Huang perched upon an ice peak, playfully crossing her legs as she smiled. Xue Leihan nodded in affirmation. Bing Huang clapped her hands in delight, exclaiming, "At last! I have encountered one who possesses the ultimate ice, and a dual martial spirit genius at that, truly a cause for celebration." Upon encountering the serene gaze of Xue Leihan, the ice phoenix smiled gently and inquired, "Young man, are you familiar with the concept of the phoenix's rebirth?" Xue Leihan nodded, indicating that he had indeed encountered such tales. "That is well. My life is nearing the precipice of divine retribution, and yet my body cannot endure such punishment any longer. Thus, I have condensed all my energy into an egg, bestowing my lifelong blessings upon my daughter." The ice phoenix articulated slowly. "You are the most gifted youth I have ever encountered, and it is my desire to become your first soul ring, to guide me into the divine realm and facilitate my rebirth." Xue Leihan, with a calm demeanor, replied, "The divine realm? Does such an ethereal concept truly exist?" The ice phoenix smiled softly. "Who can say? However, I must decline. Accepting too much external force will only hinder my growth and render me dependent, ultimately turning me into a waste." With a respectful gesture, Xue Leihan turned his back and stated, "Your Excellency, Ice Phoenix, until we meet again," and with that, he departed. "You young man, quite impressive." The ice phoenix suddenly appeared before Xue Leihan, her radiant beauty captivating him momentarily as she embraced him. "What are you doing?" Even in the arms of such an extraordinary beauty, Xue Leihan's gaze remained as indifferent as ever. "What transpired earlier was merely a test of your character, the results of which pleased me greatly. Now, we shall commence the fusion of your martial spirit." The ice phoenix smiled with a trace of sorrow, for she was still deeply concerned for her daughter, yet was compelled to part from her. As Xue Leihan beheld a colossal phoenix rushing towards him, it surged into his being, unveiling his second martial spirit, the ultimate ice, which enveloped him gently. An ice-blue soul ring appeared silently. "Should you reach the 60th level, come and see my daughter. By then, I should have awakened." The ice phoenix's voice resonated within Xue Leihan's mind, fading away with a light laugh. A pang of sorrow gripped Xue Leihan as he reflected on his own heart, realizing that such pain should not exist, for it would only burden her. Yet he understood that the ice phoenix had not vanished. She merely lingered beside him through her power. This must be a form of psychological solace, he mused. Extending his hands, he endeavored to break through the icy barrier, but regardless of how he wielded the Qing Chang Wei sword, the ice remained unscathed. After a moment's contemplation, he summoned his second martial spirit, the ultimate ice. Blizzard. A tempest of wind and snow surged toward the ice barrier, causing it to sway, and ultimately, through Xue Leihan's persistent efforts, the ice shattered with a resounding crash. Before losing consciousness, a single tear from Shui Lei Han fell to the ground. Chapter 3. The Ice Palace. The first spirit ring Shui Lei Han shed a solitary tear and lost consciousness. His spirit, imbued with an icy luminescence, entered his mind. Where am I? Shui Lei Han gazed upon an exquisite palace of ice and snow, momentarily paralyzed by its grandeur. A series of unprecedented events unfolded before him. Even his typically serene demeanor struggled to bear the weight of such bewilderment. With an abundance of unanswered questions and no one to consult, he managed a bitter smile. Grasping the Qing Tsang Wei sword, and stepped into the palace. Before him lay a spectacle of opulence, with expansive interiors adorned with countless crystalline sculptures, each embodying a myriad of emotions, joy, sorrow, anger, and happiness, permeating the air. Shui Lei Han averted his gaze, approaching a grand door. Without hesitation, he pushed it open and entered, as if returning home. It was a peculiar sensation, he murmured to himself, peering into the room. It featured a spacious balcony that offered breathtaking views of the icy landscape, while a solitary jade bed of ice stood within. Entering this fairy tale chamber, reminiscent of a princess's abode, he took in the enchanting scenery crafted from frost. Finally resting his gaze upon the bed, a girl with long ice-blue hair lay peacefully asleep, her pallid complexion contrasted by the gentle curve of her lips, as if she were lost in a beautiful dream. Is this the Ice Phoenix? The thought settled softly, mingling with the rhythmic sound of her breath. What a wondrous sight this is, this world. What place is it truly? Shui Lei Han retrieved a delicate blanket from his ring, gently covering the Ice Phoenix. After completing this tender act, he softly closed the door, fearful of awakening the dreamer. Perhaps this is the Ice Phoenix's realm, in this vast world. It is not beyond reason for 100,000-year spirit beast to cultivate its own little universe. He reassured himself, gazing at the magnificent ice palace. And with a flicker of thought, his figure vanished. Your Highness, are you all right? Upon awakening, he found himself in a warm ice cellar, illuminated by a crackling fire. Chen Xian appeared to be roasting something over the flames. Seeing Shui Lei Han stir, he hurriedly approached, squatting before him and placing a hand on his forehead. Uncle Chen. I'm fine. Shui Lei Han managed a faint smile, suddenly startled by the hoarseness of his voice. How long have I been unconscious? He moved closer to the fire. Though he felt no warmth, a sense of reassurance enveloped him. Alas, Your Highness, you have been in a coma for 2 days. That 100,000-year spirit beast did not harm you, did it? I am preparing to take you back to the Heavenly Fight Empire for a medical examination. Chen Xian offered a skewer of roasted meat, which Shui Lei Han eagerly accepted. It was nothing. That 100,000-year spirit beast merely inquired about my martial soul. And I answered as usual. After pondering for a long time, Shui Lei Han still refrained from revealing the secret to Chen Xian. This was due to the story being exceedingly convoluted, and even Shui Lei Han felt a certain trepidation. The image of the ice-blue soul ring from the second martial soul, Ultimate Ice, lingered in his mind, refusing to dissipate. Noticing Chen Xian deep in thought, Shui Lei Han quickly interjected. He had not anticipated that Chen Uncle's grilling skills were truly exceptional. Sighing with relief, Shui Lei Han found himself amused by Chen Xian's playful expressions. This skill was honed during my travels across Douluo Continent with the ancient ghost. Even the sect leader praised it highly. Chen Xian boasted proudly, while Shui Lei Han nodded in agreement, thoroughly enjoying their meal. Chen Uncle, there is still some time left before a month passes, and my mission remains unfinished. Shui Lei Han gazed earnestly into Chen Xian's eyes. Chen Xian chuckled wryly, knowing that once the third prince had set his mind on something, he would undoubtedly pursue it. If he were to be dragged back to the Heaven Do Empire, he would likely find a way to escape again. Very well, but third prince, please exercise caution. The soul beasts here are not as docile as those in the Sunset Forest. The soul beasts of the extreme north are notoriously fierce and combative. Shui Lei Han nodded, stretching his body before venturing further into the depths of the extreme north. The rapid pace was not necessarily a good sign. Frowning slightly, he resolved to remain at level 30 for a while, intending to use this time to familiarize himself with his soul power, soul skills, and bodily control. Sitting by the campfire moments ago, he had not felt a hint of warmth. As he walked, he pondered whether this was due to the activation of his second martial soul, Ultimate Ice. An ice-blue soul ring quietly materialized behind him, and he instantly felt a chill in the breeze that had previously seemed warm. Could one of the skills involve controlling his body temperature? He mused. Perhaps when utilizing Ultimate Ice, the Soul Master himself would also struggle against the frigid temperatures, hence the need to lower his body temperature to that of eternal ice. I recall another skill, Blizzard. He remembered clearly that it was Blizzard he had employed to shatter the thick ice layer. This area of effect attack would be advantageous in battle. As he strolled through the snowy forest, he contemplated and explored. His Ching Chong sword grew even colder, emanating a menacing chill. Days later, Chun Xian returned to the Heaven Do Empire with Shui Lei Han, only to be met by an irate tirade from the Snow Knight Emperor. Akin to a tsunami of wrath, the Empress, Mu Shui'er, quietly wiped her tears while embracing Shui Lei Han. Despite his age, Chun Xian found himself thoroughly chastised by the Snow Knight Emperor, unable to voice his grievances. He cast a pleading glance at Ning Fengji, who sighed and remarked, Chun Xian, it's not that I wish to criticize you, but at your age, how can you still act so recklessly like a young fool? The extreme north is not a place one can simply decide to visit at whim. The burdened heart of Qinshin felt as if it would burst. Yet a whisper echoed in his ears. Tonight, I shall treat you to the exquisite wine of the embroidery tower, until you are satisfied. It was none other than Ning Fengji, quietly sending this message. Qinshin wiped the saliva from his face, his heart blooming with joy. The renowned wine of the embroidery tower was notoriously expensive, produced only 1,000 jars each year, famously known as a mortal's intoxication. Even someone of Ning Fengji's stature could acquire only around 50 jars annually. The playful banter exchanged between sovereign and subject occasionally served to cultivate friendship. And although they were already kindred spirits, such tactics seemed beneath them, yet this was the personal charm of the Emperor of the Snowy Night, the ruler of the Tiando Empire. Shui Lei Han drew his sword, refraining from using his spiritual power, and fixed his gaze upon the Iron Man before him. This was the chamber of the third prince, as well as his training ground. After exhaling deeply, Shui Lei Han pivoted his body, slicing past the Iron Man with his sword. A smooth arc appeared from the Iron Man's left shoulder to his right waist, and soon after, the upper half of the Iron Man crashed to the ground. It had been over half a month since their journey to the far north, during which Shui Lei Han's spiritual level had surged from level 10 to the pinnacle of level 25. The energy of the Ice Phoenix was even greater than Shui Lei Han had anticipated, thus facilitating such rapid advancement. Shui Lei Han had not sought a second spirit ring for his ultimate ice due to the unavailability of spirit beasts that contained extreme cold energy, necessitating further time to find a suitable spirit beast. However, thanks to the Ice Phoenix, whenever Shui Lei Han unleashed that mysterious ice-blue spirit ring in the far north, his adversaries would tremble in fear, a thought that irked him, given his fastidious nature. Your Highness, the Empress is here to see you, a guard whispered from outside. Stifling a sneeze, Shui Lei Han returned to reality, gazing at the frost-covered training ground, shaking his head in acknowledgement of his insufficient mastery over ice. I pay my respects to Mother. He began to bow, only to be pulled up by Mu Shui'er, who shot him an irked look. Honor, such formalities are unnecessary for our family. Save them for others. She then scrutinized Shui Lei Han, falling silent for a moment. Well, have you not eaten again? Shui Lei Han scratched his head and smiled sheepishly. Mu Shui'er took him into his bedroom, instructing the maid to bring forth a sumptuous feast. The mother and son commenced their meal. After a while, Mu Shui'er set down her chopsticks and observed Shui Lei Han as he voraciously devoured the food on the table. Even Shui Lei Han, with his character, felt a blush creeping upon his cheeks. Honor, do you aspire to become a formidable spirit master? Mu Shui'er inquired gently. Ever since he could remember, he had longed to be a powerful spirit master, to protect his parents and elder brothers, and safeguard the Tiando Empire. With a playful remark, Mu Shui'er laughed lightly, and then spoke earnestly. Honor, do you wish to attend the Royal Academy of Tiando? Shui Lei Han set down his chopsticks and replied, Indeed. I yearn to enter the Royal Academy of Tiando. Very well, I shall request your father to write a letter to the Academy. Mu Shui'er smiled, resuming her meal. After adding some dishes for his mother, Shui Lei Han continued to savor his lunch. Not long after their meal, a visitor arrived for Shui Lei Han. Your Highness, the third prince, the visitor claims to be a teacher from the Royal Academy of Tiando, whispered a guard, nodding in acknowledgement. Shui Lei Han sheathed his sword and made his way to the door. Your Highness, this is a letter from His Majesty. Please follow me, said a refined scholar, offering a gentle smile and gesturing for Shui Lei Han to proceed. Do not be deceived by his appearance as a seemingly delicate scholar. To teach at the Royal Academy of Tiando, one must at least be a sole master of the fourth rank. The teacher noted Shui Lei Han's modest attire of a simple light blue outfit and nodded in approval. He had witnessed countless noble youths squander resources at the academy, many of whom, accustomed to a life of luxury, found themselves ill-prepared for the rigors of such an institution. Some caused disturbances, others withdrew, and some even returned home to lament their plight. Shuai Han, the third prince, was truly deserving of the title as the future hope of the Tiando Empire. Hearing the teacher's words, Shuai Han calmly nodded and began to follow the scholarly figure as they made their way slowly beyond the city. Chapter 4. Tiando Academy. Accompanied by his teacher, Shuai Han leisurely walked along the ancient path outside the city. He cast a curious glance at his instructor ahead, pondering the seemingly peculiar location of the academy. Sensing Shuai Han's gaze, the teacher turned with a smile and said, "Your Highness, the third prince seem to be wondering why the Tiando Royal Academy is situated outside the city?" Shuai Han nodded in affirmation. The philosophy of Tiando Academy clashes with the values of the nobility within Tiando City, the teacher continued, a hint of bitterness in his smile. Those aristocratic children do not come here to study. They have transformed the academy into a playground for the privileged, disregarding the hard work essential for a soul master's growth. The teacher's tone turned stern as he spoke. Suddenly, he snapped back to reality and apologized to Shuai Han. "I beg your pardon, Your Highness. I was merely speaking my mind. Please do not take it to heart." Shuai Han withdrew his gaze from the distance and replied calmly, "It is of no consequence. Upon entering the academy, I am no longer the third prince, but simply the student Shuai Han." With that, he turned his eyes back to the horizon, lost in thought. The teacher's eyes suddenly ignited with a spark of hope as he resumed leading the way. "Your Highness is impeccable in both character and martial spirit. Such talent is precisely what Tiando Royal Academy requires. With your presence, Tiando shall remain unyielding." Along their journey, the Academy's instructor continuously introduced Shuai Han to the landmark buildings and training grounds, which Shuai Han silently committed to memory. His mind was still occupied with the newly conceived sword technique, focusing on his Qing Changwei sword to conceal the existence of his second martial spirit, the Extreme Ice. Possessing two martial spirits would incite envy in anyone, which is why he had not even disclosed this matter to his father and mother. The only one aware of this secret now lay quietly in her palace of ice and snow. Casting aside irrelevant thoughts, Shuai Han and the teacher entered a room. "Please wait here for a moment, Shuai," said the teacher. "I will fetch the dean." Shuai Han cradled his sword in his arms and leaned against the wall, uncomfortable with sitting in unfamiliar surroundings as it would hinder his mobility. Before long, the doors swung open, and Shuai Han was suddenly enveloped by a palpable pressure. His pupils narrowed. The sensation evoked memories of his first and last encounter with the Ice Phoenix. A title Douluo's domain, perhaps? Though young, Shuai Han was well-versed, having perused the entire collection of the Tiando Royal Library by the age of 5. "Greetings, Dean," Shuai Han said, bowing respectfully to the newcomer. This was the proper etiquette for addressing a formidable figure, a gesture of reverence from a junior to a senior. "You flatter me, Your Highness. I am Meng Shenji, the dean of this esteemed academy." Dream God Machine, with hair and beard as white as snow, though slender in form, emanated an extraordinary vitality. His face aglow with a healthy radiance. Shuai Han furrowed his brow slightly and remarked, "Standing here now is student Shuai Han, not His Highness the Third Prince." Upon hearing these words, Dream God Machine's smile widened, and he felt immense satisfaction towards this third prince, who exhibited neither arrogance nor impatience, precisely the kind of talent that the Heavenly Do Academy required. "Student Shuai Han, allow me to introduce your teacher," Dream God Machine said. Stepping aside, a tall, slender young man approached with a smile, addressing Shuai Han, "Third student Shuai Han, from today onwards, I shall be your homeroom teacher. My name is Qin Ming. I look forward to your guidance." Dream God Machine cast a reproachful glance at Qin Ming, then stepped forward to warmly pat Shuai Han on the shoulder, saying, "Student Shuai Han, I hope you grow stronger at the Heavenly Do Royal Academy and leave no regrets behind." "Understood, Director Ming," Shuai Han replied with a respectful bow. "Now, student Shuai Han, let us proceed to class. You have just made it in time for the afternoon session." Adjusting his glasses, Qin Ming led the way. "Yes, Teacher Qin," Shuai Han said, bidding farewell to Dream God Machine as he followed Qin Ming into a building adjacent to the playground. Qin Ming turned and remarked, "If you have any questions, feel free to ask me during class or visit my office afterward." He gestured towards the teacher's office, not far from the classroom. "Understood, Teacher Qin." Observing the classroom gradually quieting down, Qin Ming nodded. He was always meticulous during lessons, to the point of being strict. "Today, we have a new transfer student joining our class. At this, he gestured for Shui Leihan to step forward and continued. Now, let us invite him to introduce himself. A flurry of applause erupted as Shui Leihan took a step forward. My name is Shui Leihan. I am 6 years old. And my martial soul is the Azure Thorn Sword. I am a level 26 attack-type soul master. Gasps of astonishment filled the room, and even Qin Ming's eyes widened as he gazed at the youthful child before him. 6 years old, and already at level 26? He has awakened his martial soul at such a tender age. Suddenly, he comprehended the urgency exhibited by the Academy's higher-ups. Shui Leihan, the third prince, would undoubtedly ascend to the rank of title Douluo if he continued to grow. The students erupted with excitement. 6 years old, level 26? How is that even possible? We were just awakening our martial souls at that age. Some enamored girls gazed at him with starry eyes. Qin Ming nodded, pointing to the second-to-last seat in the 5th row. Shui Leihan, your seat is there. If you have any questions, feel free to ask your classmates. Shui Leihan sheathed his sword and made his way to his seat, taking a moment to sit down. Throughout the lesson, he attentively absorbed every word spoken by Qin Ming, realizing that the books in the Heavenly Do Royal Library were but a fraction of knowledge. The pursuit of learning was indeed boundless. He now resembles a shriveled sponge, fervently absorbing knowledge. After class, a cluster of classmates surrounded the desk of Shui Leihan, all of whom were 1 to 2 years his senior, while Shui Leihan stood as the youngest student in the entire school, having just awakened his martial soul. He qualified to attend the Tian-Do Royal Academy, thus setting a precedent. After managing to satisfy the curiosity of his inquisitive classmates, Shui Leihan stood up, sword in hand. He had previously inquired with teacher Qin Ming about the location for cultivation. For him, time was akin to life itself. Shui Leihan. It's been a long time. A feminine voice emerged from behind him. Turning his head, he was greeted first by the sight of emerald green hair. Indeed, it has been a while, Douluo Yin, he replied nonchalantly, his gaze betraying no emotion. Their first meeting had been instigated by her grandfather, while playing in the Sunset Forest. Shui Leihan and his guard inadvertently trespassed into the medicinal garden of Douluo, the poison Douluo. Ordinarily, the poison Douluo would have been furious, as he detested the intrusion of irrelevant individuals into his garden. However, upon grasping Shui Leihan's hand, he soon erupted in hearty laughter, leaving onlookers utterly bewildered. Not only did he refrain from reprimanding Shui Leihan, but he also permitted him free access to the garden. It was during this encounter that Shui Leihan and Douluo Yin became acquainted. To be precise, they had not seen each other for 2 years. After nodding at her, Shui Leihan ignored the complex gazes directed at him from behind and left the noisy classroom with his sword in hand. Perhaps due to Shui Leihan's unique status, he discovered that he had a dormitory all to himself, which suited him perfectly. Placing his sword aside, a layer of frost enveloped the room. Yet, he chose not to sleep. Instead, he removed his clothing, turning his back to the mirror, and then glanced back into it. On Shui Leihan's pristine back, 2 ice-blue wings appeared, resembling a totem etched upon his skin. This must be the soul bone of the ice phoenix, he pondered. Delving into contemplation, he recalled the various types of soul bones. Left leg bone, right leg bone, left arm bone, right arm bone, skull, and trunk bone. Could this be the trunk bone? But wings do not qualify as trunk bones. He attempted to channel his soul power into the 2 wings, or more accurately, into his back. With a swift motion, the result was immediate. His complexion paled as he felt a substantial portion of his soul power, half, flow into them. As he turned to look, the 2 crystalline wings enveloped him. The soul bone of the ice phoenix is indeed the wings, he realized. Shui Leihan maneuvered the wings, becoming increasingly accustomed to the sensation of flight. He floated within his chamber for a brief interval, and finally, as his soul power waned, he succumbed to the floor. With the growth of my soul power, I believe I will master these wings, Shui Leihan mused. In the short span during which he had soared, his dormitory had transformed into an ice chamber, with the water in the cups on the table frozen solid. I must become more adept at harnessing the energy of the ice attribute, he concluded. Shui Leihan sat cross-legged on the bed, summoning the meager soul power within. He entered a state of deep meditation. Time flew by, and soon a year had passed. Shui Leihan was now 7 years old. During this time, the soul power level of Qing Chong Wei Ji Jian had reached level 30. Yet he still felt it was too rapid. If only his understanding could keep pace with his soul power level. Knock, knock, knock. A rhythmic knock resonated at the door. Qin Ming adjusted his glasses. Upon hearing that knock, he knew it was his proud student, Shui Leihan. Leihan, Do you have another question for your teacher today? Qin Ming inquired with a smile, welcoming such inquisitive students. He had invested significantly more effort into Shui Lei Han than with others, even occasionally offering him special guidance. Good afternoon, Teacher Qin, Shui Lei Han replied, his usually serene face breaking into a smile. This time, I still have some confusion regarding the fusion technique of martial souls. The fusion technique requires the soul power of two individuals to be harmoniously matched, with one party taking the lead in merging the martial souls to unleash an attack. Qin Ming pondered, narrowing his eyes. Shui Lei Han nodded. Indeed, the world was vast and full of wonders. Why do you spend every day at the training grounds? You should enjoy more of campus life, Qin Ming remarked, scratching his face in exasperation at the sight of this relentless training enthusiast. Oh, how carefree and joyful my own school days were, he reminisced with a smile. Teacher Qin, did you also graduate from the Tiando Royal Academy? Shui Lei Han asked. No, I graduated from a small academy in a mountain village. Seeing Shui Lei Han's eyes widen slightly, Qin Ming laughed heartily. That academy is called Shrek Academy. I've never heard of it. It's not surprising. Shrek Academy is located in a small village in the Barak Kingdom, and its graduates are exceptionally talented, Qin Ming continued. Moreover, the admission standards are quite stringent. Students must be under 12 years of age and possess soul power of at least level 20. What does Teacher Qin think of Shrek Academy's educational standards? Shui Lei Han suddenly felt a spark of interest in this legendary academy. Known for its emphasis on quality over quantity, with all graduates being elites. Extremely high. The one thing I do not regret in my life is attending Shrek Academy. Qin Ming seemed to drift into contemplation of his past, and after a brief bow, Shui Lei Han quietly departed, suddenly intrigued by the enigmatic Shrek Academy. Chapter 5. The Duel of Pin and Four. Shui Lei Han exhaled a breath of murky air, his eyes suddenly springing open. In the dimly lit room, two piercing glimmers emerged, accompanied by the faintly luminous ice-blue pupils. He blinked, and the icy radiance gradually settled. Half a year passed since then. During this time, Shui Lei Han diligently fortified his soul power, finally mastering the control of a 30-level soul force. His sword, which had not left his side since the awakening of his martial spirit at the age of 6, now felt more intuitive than ever. His self-created soul technique, the Snow Mountain Sword, had reached the level to challenge soul masters of higher ranks. Yet this was insufficient. He sought an opportunity to transcend his limits. He intended to journey once more to the extreme northern lands in search of the third soul ring for his Kinkiangweiji sword. He did not desire to increase his strength too rapidly, for such a swift descent would render him uncomfortable. After all, could a youth who had just become a soul master truly wield the immense power of a formidable title Douluo? What Shui Lei Han sought was not mere strength, but understanding and depth. Throughout these 6 months, he had posed an ever-increasing number of questions to his teacher, Qin Ming. The more he grasped the knowledge he once found elusive, the more he discovered the joy in the endless pursuit of learning. He had gathered a considerable amount of information about Shrek Academy from Qin Ming and was preparing to leave the Tiando Royal Academy for Shrek Academy before turning 12. Knock, knock, knock. A powerful rapping at the door interrupted his thoughts. Sheathing his sword, Shui Lei Han anticipated the visitor behind the door and sighed inwardly. Is there something you need? He inquired, pulling open the door to reveal a green-haired, playful little witch before him. Can't I visit you if there's nothing going on? Duguyan giggled, shivering slightly as the cold air from within the room surged toward the door. Shui Lei Han paused, evidently resonating with Dugu Yan's frivolity. He replied succinctly, goodbye, and attempted to close the door. Just then, a foot wedged itself in the gap, firmly preventing the door from shutting. Shui Lei Han silently regarded Dugu Yan, awaiting her next words. We are about to conduct our semester assessment, and I heard that the winner will receive a soul bone. Dugu Yan noted, unfazed by his typical indifference, accustomed to his cold demeanor. If one day he were to initiate a conversation with her, that would truly be a remarkable occurrence. Oh, good luck then, he responded before shutting the door. Dugu Yan shook her head in resignation, bemused by her own habit of visiting Shui Lei Han's dormitory daily. After all, she had once regarded him as a younger brother. Why had things changed? As she pondered her complicated emotions, she resolutely declared, one day, I will show you. With a huff, she turned and departed. Once Dugu Yan had left, Shui Lei Han resumed his seated position on the ice-cold bed, enveloped in silence. A cerulean soul ring silently materialized behind him. As the icy ring flickered into existence, the chill within the room gradually dissipated. leaving only a trace of frost upon the walls. Shui Leihan raised his hands, and a visible cold aura swiftly coalesced around them, nodding in acknowledgement. It was evident that his mastery over the essence of ice had significantly improved since the past. The upcoming semester assessment piqued his interest. After spending approximately a year and a half at the academy, without sparring with the sword Douluo Continent, Shui Leihan felt an eagerness to test his sword skills once more. The next encounter with the sword Douluo would certainly not leave him in such a disheveled state as before. Fellow students, regarding the semester assessment, it will be conducted similarly to last time, divided into written and martial segments. The written portion will require you to answer questions posed by the Tiendo Committee based on the knowledge acquired over the year at the academy, while the martial segment will follow an elimination format. The highest combined score of both segments will earn the recipient a soul bone personally bestowed by Dean Ming. Qin Ming adjusted his glasses, observing the increasingly fervent expressions of the students below the podium, inwardly marveling at Dean Ming's grand gestures. Shui Leihan noticed his classmates engaged in hushed discussions about the assessment. After Qin Ming exited the classroom, he sheathed his Qing Tsang sword and left the room. No sooner had he stepped through the door than he collided with a towering figure, landing on the ground. Rubbing his head, he looked up at the imposing silhouette. "My apologies, Your Highness the Third Prince. I am Yu Tianheng. I hope I have not caused you any harm." A robust man, realizing he had knocked into the Third Prince, quickly helped Shui Leihan to his feet. "In the academy, do not refer to me as Your Highness." Once steady, Shui Leihan faced Yu Tianheng's formidable form and spoke. Yu Tianheng was momentarily taken aback, then unexpectedly pleased. He held disdain for the entitled individuals within the academy who exploited their noble status to commandeer the institution's resources, treating it as their personal playground. Though he himself was the young master of the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon sect, he donned simple attire, eschewing the ostentation typical of nobility in Tiendo City. Having heard of the Third Prince's reputation for frugality, he had come to meet him, albeit clumsily, resulting in their collision. Moreover, he was acutely aware that the girl he harbored vague affections for, Duge Yin, had developed an interest in Shui Leihan. He bore no resentment towards Shui Leihan. After all, his feelings were merely nebulous, and given Shui Leihan's standing, Yu Tianheng felt no inclination to interfere or contest. His sole intention was to observe what kind of person the Third Prince truly was, to see if he matched the rumors. Yu Tianheng regarded Shui Leihan, clad in ice blue robes, and resolutely declared, "Then I shall dare to address you as Brother Shui." "Indeed, Brother Yu." In a fleeting moment, Shui Leihan experienced a profound sense of novelty. It was the first time he had been addressed as Brother Shui. Typically, his classmates, daunted by his status, refrained from engaging with him, save for a few brief exchanges with the solitary Duge Yin. This individual was indeed remarkable. A smile graced Shui Leihan's lips as he spoke, then took a few steps away before turning back to inquire, "Will Brother Yu be participating in the upcoming martial competition?" Yu Tianheng, meeting Shui Leihan's earnest gaze, discerned that he too was a lover of martial arts, and in that instant, his eyes sparkled with brilliance as he laughed heartily. "Indeed, Brother Shui, I shall have the honor of experiencing your renowned Snow Mountain sword technique in the arena for the first time in many years." A smile broke through Shui Leihan's typically placid demeanor, akin to the thawing of spring's chill, though alas, only Yu Tianheng, a grown man, was there to appreciate this sight. "Very well, I shall await you in the arena." "Excellent." The two shared a brotherly smile, reminiscent of long-lost companions, before Shui Leihan, sheathing his sword, departed swiftly. Had Qin Ming witnessed this exchange, he might have rushed over to embrace Yu Tianheng, for he was the student with whom Shui Leihan had conversed the most since his arrival at the academy. Shui Leihan felt no trepidation regarding the written examination. Having diligently absorbed an extensive array of knowledge under the tutelage of teacher Qin over the years. For him, the martial competition held paramount importance. It was an opportunity to test his soul power and martial prowess, as well as to engage with formidable opponents within the academy. "I hope you will not disappoint me," he mused, the imposing figure of Yu Tianheng materializing in his mind, causing the corners of his mouth to lift slightly. "It appears I shall not be lonely." Shaking his head, Shui Leihan made his way to the ice training ground, centering his thoughts and immersing himself in his training. A week later, the written examination commenced. As the proctor's command echoed through the hall, rows of students focused intently on their test papers. The classroom was filled with groans, some even sighing in resignation, clearly having abandoned certain questions. Silence. Anyone who dares to utter another sound will be expelled. The proctor's piercing gaze swept across the students, punctuated by a furious thump on the desk. Is it simpler than I anticipated? Shui Leihan scanned the entirety of the exam paper, and to his surprise, the committee had not included an abundance of overly challenging questions. Swiftly, he began to write, the only sound in the otherwise quiet room being the rhythmic scratching of his pencil. Around him, his classmates silently cursed him as a freak, yet sighed collectively, recognizing the absurdity of their situation. This year, they had all witnessed Shui Leihan's frenzied training, so whom could they blame? This was indeed the esteemed third prince. As Director Meng valued him highly, living up to the title he bore, the proctor regarded Shui Leihan with admiration, as if beholding an extraordinary treasure. Du Guyan sat behind Shui Leihan, observing the boy before her as he fervently scribbled away. She couldn't help but clench her teeth, pondering whether she could truly not surpass him. The day she eclipsed his prowess would be the day she pinned him beneath her. This thought caused Du Guyan's cheeks to flush unexpectedly, rendering her irresistibly charming. The only one capable of igniting such a blush on the fair Du Guyan was none other than Shui Leihan. In less than half an hour, Shui Leihan blew away the non-existent dust from his examination paper and approached the invigilator. Ignoring the astonished and resentful gazes of his classmates, he placed the paper before the teacher. Shui Leihan, are you certain you do not wish to review it? The invigilator inquired, somewhat taken aback. Nodding affirmatively, Shui Leihan handed over his paper and, with the Qing Chong Wei sword at his side, exited the examination hall. 2 soul rings materialized quietly upon the Qing Chong Wei sword, one purple and one black. Onlookers might find the extraordinary configuration of soul rings astonishing, with the first not being a mere century, but leaping directly to a millennium, while the second was astonishingly formidable, belonging to a 10,000-year soul beast. As the purple soul ring shimmered, Shui Leihan casually unleashed a wave of blue sword energy, which encased everything it touched in a layer of frost. The sword energy collided with the wall of the training room, blossoming into an exquisite ice flower. Observing his achievement, Shui Leihan realized his mastery over soul power had reached an unparalleled level. The recent ice slash had required minimal exertion of soul power, a true manifestation of effortless control. Thank you, Qing Chong Wei sword. He smiled at the blade, before embracing it and immersing himself in further cultivation. Chapter 6. Elimination Matches. The elimination matches have commenced. The inaugural contest for Shui Leihan takes place on Arena 1, where 10 competitors engage in fierce combat. Ultimately, the last standing participant on the platform will earn the opportunity to advance. The rules are deceptively simple, yet astonishingly brutal, as one may find themselves simultaneously besieged by the assaults of 9 adversaries. Currently, Shui Leihan finds himself in such a predicament. His gaze lightly traverses the 9 classmates confronting him. Predictably, they unite against him, for his formidable prowess instills trepidation in their hearts. With an elegant draw of his sword, Shui Leihan makes no sound, opting for the element of surprise, a tactic of the highest order. In a swift motion, he charges towards the 2 competitors directly before him, sending them hurtling off the platform, their expressions frozen in shock. They were unable to summon their martial spirits before being eliminated. Shui Leihan refrains from employing the blade's edge. To him, these students represent the future hope of the Tiando Empire, and he wishes to avoid inflicting lasting harm upon them. Mere moments before the Qing Chong Wei sword approached them, he altered its form to the flat of the blade, leaving only bruises in its wake. The remaining competitors quickly regained their composure, frantically calling forth their martial spirits. Let us strike together. One student signaled to the other 7. In unison, their hands and feet, as well as their backs, glowed with various hues, thickening the aura of soul power enveloping the arena. 6 yellow soul rings and 1 white soul ring shimmered brightly behind different participants. One student shouted now. Each unleashed their most potent soul techniques, directing them toward the sword-wielding Shui Leihan. The ensuing onslaught unleashed a dense fog, obscuring the view of the judges and the audience, including Meng Xinji. Regrettably, it was insufficiently powerful. As the attacks rained upon him, Shui Leihan activated the Xianbing armor, encasing his body in an icy chill that pierced to the bone, while the Qing Chong Wei sword radiated a resplendent crystalline light. With rhythmic precision, he utilized the flat of his sword to send each adversary tumbling off the stage. In his eyes, their efforts were inadequate to breach the first soul technique of his ultimate ice, a defense he was confident could withstand even the assaults of ordinary soul kings. Is this how it ends for him? An elderly man sitting beside Meng Xinji gasped in astonishment. Meng Xinji beamed with pride and remarked, "Indeed, His Highness the Third Prince wields the mightiest sword martial spirit. The most anticipated clash in this tournament will undoubtedly be the collision between His Highness's Qing Chongwei sword and Yu Tianheng's blue lightning tyrant dragon." He paused momentarily before continuing. "We have all witnessed the year-long dedication of His Highness. One must ask, which 7-year-old child can resist the allure of play and rest? Wholly devoted to the martial path." Dream God glanced at the person on his left and inquired, "Pray tell, Jeline, what were you occupied with at the tender age of 7? Jeline's cheeks flushed, and he shot Dream God an irritated glare, retorting, "At 7, I was still meandering around level 12. Thus, you finally comprehend the remarkable qualities of His Highness, the Third Prince. Residing in the palace, he forgoes indulgence, and despite his position, he could lead a carefree life within the royal confines. Yet, he embarks on the path of a soul master." Dream God smiled, stating, "This is precisely the ultimate aspiration for us who strive for the heavenly Dou Empire, a title Dou born into royalty." As he spoke, Dream God took a deep breath. Noticing that Shui Leihan had won yet another match, nodding in satisfaction. "I believe that when His Highness the Third Prince employs the soul skill of the Qing Chongwei sword, he will undoubtedly be capable of defeating a soul sovereign with ease." Jeline sighed. "It is a pity that His Highness's demeanor remains too aloof. That merely indicates your lack of keen observation. His Highness is undoubtedly a person of cold exterior yet warm heart, much like my younger self," Dream God replied. "You continue to boast," Jeline scoffed, redirecting his gaze back to the arena. After Shui Leihan sent the last contestant flying from the platform, he sheathed his sword, emanating a chilling aura that even coated his attire in a thin layer of frost. The smooth marble surface of the arena had already frozen over. A manifestation of the Qing Chongwei sword's second soul skill, the Xianbing sword qi, infusing the extreme cold of ice into the Qing Chongwei sword. It radiated a coldness that seemed capable of freezing one's very soul. "Congratulations, Shui Leihan." Just as he descended from the arena, a slender figure intercepted him. The enchanting Duguyan. "Yes, you too, keep striving," he replied, his voice tinged with an icy chill. Duguyan shivered involuntarily, acutely sensing the bone-chilling cold emanating from Shui Leihan, coupled with an oppressive aura from his martial spirit. Duguyan understood well. A snake encounters ice and hibernates. And her martial spirit was none other than the Bailin snake. Gazing at the youth a few years her junior, she felt an overwhelming pressure. Observing Duguyan lost in thought, Shui Leihan casually chose a spot behind her and sat down to watch the competition, the cold gradually dissipating under his control. "Is there truly no one with a similar sword martial spirit?" he mused, expressing his desire to battle someone with a sword martial spirit to identify the flaws in his technique. Yet, encountering a soul master of equal caliber was indeed a daunting challenge. "Are you in search of an opponent, Shui Leihan?" Duguyan, relieved to find the chill around him subsiding, took a seat beside him. "Indeed," Shui Leihan replied, nodding as he observed the fighters on the martial platform. Duguyan, undeterred by his icy demeanor, remained optimistic. After all, his temperament had been defined by his character since the tender age of 4. Only those closest to him could elicit a smile from him, namely, the Snow Emperor, his mother, Queen Mushiware, and his elder brother, Shui Qinghe, along with his second brother, Shui Peng. However, the fierce struggle for power between the crown prince and the second prince undoubtedly troubled Shui Leihan, prompting him to leave the palace in pursuit of becoming a soul master. Duguyan's gaze softened, and she couldn't help but sigh, her youthful heart awash with intricate emotions. Hearing her sigh, Shui Leihan cast a nonchalant glance at Duguyan and inquired, "What is it?" "Nothing, just feeling a bit happy," she replied with a radiant smile. Appearing far removed from the serpent enchantress her classmates perceived her to be, embodying instead the essence of a vibrant young girl. "Oh," Shui Leihan replied, promptly redirecting his attention back to the arena. In the upcoming bout, Shui Leihan was set to face Yufeng. The referee's voice rang out as Shui Leihan descended from the audience. After a day of elimination rounds, the 2 highest scores from each group had emerged, poised to determine the victor. Subsequently, the winners from each group would be drawn for one-on-one battles. Upon reaching the arena, Shui Leihan unsheathed his sword and assumed a seemingly casual stance, one that only those knowledgeable about sword martial souls could comprehend. At times, the most comfortable position for oneself was the most formidable. Yu Feng took a deep breath, aware of the formidable swordsmanship of Prince Xue Leihan. But what truly unsettled him was the chilling aura that severely restrained his own martial soul. Must it be a swift resolution? Yu Feng scrutinized Xue Leihan, searching for even the slightest flaw in his movements. Suddenly, Xue Leihan sprang into action, finding Yu Feng idly standing and wasting time rather dull. Snow Mountain Sword. Accompanied by the sound of ice cracking, Xue Leihan unleashed his self-created soul skill, the Snow Mountain Sword. In an instant, he was before Yu Feng, who finally snapped back to reality and activated his martial soul, nimbly leaping backward. Boom! The sword struck the arena with a resounding force. Massive ice pillars erupting from either side of Xue Leihan's strike. Yu Feng felt a cold sweat trickle down his back and swiftly invoked his first soul skill, accompanied by a bird's cry, as his fist flew toward Xue Leihan's left side. Unperturbed, Xue Leihan raised his left hand, a thick layer of icy energy enveloping it. Crack! Yu Feng's fist was firmly caught by Xue Leihan, and in an instant, his entire right arm was encased in ice. 2 soul rings, one purple and one black, silently materialized upon Xue Leihan's azure sword. The arena fell into a profound silence, only to erupt into gasps of astonishment. How is this possible? Is he defying the heavens? Sister, is this for real? Countless observing students were utterly captivated by the 2 soul rings of Xue Leihan, their vibrant colors igniting a tumult of astonishment. On the stands, Jilin gaped, stammering, "How is this even possible? The maximum age for the first soul ring is merely a century, yet this one is a millennium. Judging by its hue, it is not just a newly minted 1,000-year soul beast. The second soul ring is astonishingly sharp, indeed a 10,000-year ring." Meng Shenji was momentarily dumbfounded before erupting into a long, raucous laugh. The future title Douluo of the Tiando Empire will undoubtedly be the 3rd prince. May the heavens bless Tiando. May the heavens bless Tiando. Amidst the clamor of the audience, Xue Leihan sighed inwardly, his indifferent gaze locking onto Yu Feng, who was retreating slowly while clutching his right arm. His eyes betrayed neither joy nor cruelty, but rather a profound calm, akin to a placid ancient well. "I concede." Yu Feng weakly raised his left hand, acknowledging his defeat to someone merely 2 or 3 years his junior. He surmised that Xue Leihan's soul power barely exceeded level 20, yet he felt utterly subdued, both in martial prowess and in spirit. Xue Leihan nodded in acknowledgement. He had to admit that Yu Feng's sudden burst of speed had indeed astonished him. After the referee announced the match's outcome, Xue Leihan descended from the platform. He had just discovered another function of his second soul ring's ability, beyond bestowing his sword with a unique icy aura. It also allowed him to envelop part of that aura around himself. It was this very technique that had enabled him to freeze Yu Feng's right arm. Does this feel remarkably similar to the extreme ice martial soul? Xue Leihan pondered, exploring the depths of his abilities. I suppose I will only ascertain the truth once the ice phoenix awakens, or when I seek a second soul ring for the extreme ice. Xue Leihan quietly regarded his next opponent, Yu Fengling. She was a female soul master, possessing a cake-themed martial soul, a rarity among food-type soul masters at the Tiando Academy. However, regardless of her beauty, Xue Leihan viewed her merely as another soul master. Having grown immune to beauty after spending so much time beside the enchanting little lowly, Duge Yen. Now, the stylishly dressed young woman across from him was indulging in cake. Yet there lingered a flicker of fear in her eyes as she faced him. "I concede." Yu Fengling surrendered before the chill emanating from Xue Leihan. Yet she remained undeterred. As a support-type soul master, she had no intention of charging forward with fists like an assault-type soul master. As Xue Leihan stepped off the stage, a pair of eyes ablaze with fervor and combativeness locked onto him. He turned to see Yu Tianheng rising and descending the steps with determination. "Soon, we shall determine a victor," Xue Leihan stated plainly. Yu Tianheng, upon seeing this, could not suppress a hearty laugh, patting Xue Leihan's shoulder vigorously before turning away. "I await you. We shall meet on the arena." Chapter 7 at last. The exhilarating martial combat reached its conclusion, as Xue Leihan cast his opponent off the arena, and Yu Tianheng effortlessly secured victory in the final match. The audience of students rose to their feet, erupting in applause for their remarkable displays of skill. The 2 warriors exchanged glances across the arena. A subtle smile graced Yu Tianheng's lips before he turned away. Xue Leihan, in silence, stood tall, his silhouette reminiscent of a sword drawn from its sheath. Both Xue Leihan and Yu Tianheng were granted a brief respite of half an hour. during which the esteemed members of the Tiando Academy eagerly anticipated the outcome. Would the third prince triumph, or would Yu Tianheng outmaneuver him? Shui Leihan exhaled a breath of cold air, shedding his battle-worn attire for a flowing ice-blue robe. His gaze was calm, yet resolute, his 30th-level soul power stirring restlessly, as if yearning for release. Qing Chong's sword, I entrust this match to you, he murmured, resting his forehead against the blade. He believed that within every sword resided a unique spirit, and so he spoke to it as he would a companion. With that, he sheathed the sword and stepped out of the resting area. He was met with the fervent cheers of his fellow students, their encouragement resounding through the hall, particularly from the class of Duguyan, whose voices rang the loudest. Go, third prince. Go, Shuelauda. Yu Tianheng, unleash your strongest martial soul and defeat him. I've placed all my bets on you. Give me a grand surprise. The shouts and applause intertwined in a cacophony of support. Though Shui Leihan was often reticent and aloof, he was an integral part of their class, a figure they aspired to emulate. Once Shui Leihan steadied his heart, he turned his attention to the robust youth approaching him. Are you ready, Brother Shui? Yes, let us begin. The referee cast a satisfied glance at the two exceptional talents of the Tiando Academy. In an instant, 7 soul rings materialized behind him, radiating brilliant light. A pale yellow barrier enveloped both Shui Leihan and Yu Tianheng, effectively neutralizing their expanding soul powers, ensuring the safety of the spectators. Shui Leihan, a formidable soul master of level 30. Yu Tianheng, a powerful soul master of level 29. The two opponents turned their backs to one another, stepping to the edges of the arena before adopting their stances. Yu Tianheng wore a competitive grin, blue electric sparks crackling throughout his being. The manifestation of the blue lightning Tyrannosaurus Rex martial soul. Shui Leihan leaned slightly forward, his hand already grasping the hilt of his sword. Visible cold air swirled around him, and a delicate layer of frost formed beneath his feet. Tiando Royal Academy, Shui Leihan versus Yu Tianheng, commence. With the referee's thunderous declaration, Shui Leihan silently drew his sword, his figure vanishing from sight. What incredible speed! Yu Tianheng gasped, realizing he had underestimated Shui Leihan's agility. 2 soul rings materialized behind him, both emitting a radiant glow. Thunderous Dragon Claw. A thick layer of dragon scales enveloped Yu Tianheng's hands, which now shimmered under the crackling electricity, transforming from mere human hands into formidable dragon claws. Once his hands became claws, he swiftly brought them together. Clap. The crisp sound of impact marked his timely action that saved his life, as the Azure Rose sword was caught between his claws, seizing a weapon from an unarmed opponent. However, my sword is not so easily taken. The black soul ring behind Shui Leihan quietly emerged, and the already frigid sword took on the chilling essence of the netherworld's ice, enveloping the Azure Rose sword in a sheath of icy sword energy, gradually descending for a strike. I refuse to believe I cannot shatter your dragon claws. Gradually, sporadic patches of frost clung to Yu Tianheng's dragon claws. Gritting his teeth, he thrust his body forward. Thunderous might. Yu Tianheng shouted as jagged dragon scales surfaced on his right cheek, his pupils transforming into vertical slits akin to a dragon's. In an instant, he was enveloped in a tempest of electricity, shrouding Shui Leihan within its grasp. Boom! A series of explosive sounds erupted, causing both students and the high-ranking officials of the Tiando Royal Academy to break out in cold sweat, for neither could afford to lose. As the smoke dissipated, Shui Leihan and Yu Tianheng stood apart, Shui Leihan's robe torn significantly from the lightning's wrath, while a corner of his pants had vanished, likely obliterated by the earlier explosion. Yu Tianheng panted heavily, a trace of blood staining his lips. The sensation of being enveloped in his second soul skill was far from pleasant, and the layer of ice on his claws dulled his sense of touch. Your sword is commendable. Your martial spirit is impressive as well. After exchanging these words, they resumed their fierce battle, their movements too swift for onlookers to discern the strikes of Shui Leihan's sword or Yu Tianheng's claws. Only the sounds of clashes echoed through the air. After an intense close-quarters tussle, they separated momentarily. Yu Tianheng, exhilarated by the fight, was enveloped in a surge of electric energy, dragon scales spreading to his arms, as he unexpectedly broke through a level during the battle, matching Shui Leihan in soul power. Ice slash. Shui Leihan leaped forward, the Azure Rose sword radiating a shimmering blue light, carving a beautiful arc towards Yu Tianheng. Wherever the sword energy passed, frost formed. Come on. Yu Tianheng laughed heartily, his figure flashing as he unleashed his first soul skill, thunderous dragon claw, striking fiercely against the incoming sword energy. Boom! Another violent explosion sent dust swirling into the air. Shui Leihan remained vigilant, gazing calmly into the depths of the smoke, aware that Yu Tianheng would not easily succumb to his first soul skill. As the smoke dissipated, Yu Tianheng, encased in ice, emerged before the onlookers. His attire lay in tatters, yet his gaze remained resolute. This soul skill was indeed formidable. It was no wonder it was revered as a millennium-old technique. Yu Tianheng strained to move his right hand, a task that appeared effortlessly simple but became exceedingly arduous under the constraints of the frost. Shui Leihan stirred, raising his sword skyward, and with unwavering eyes, addressed Yu Tianheng. "Brother Yu, your prowess is befitting of the young lord of the blue electric tyrant dragon sect. I shall employ my self-created soul skill, the Snow Mountain Sword, to honorably vanquish you." Yu Tianheng let out a rough laugh, enveloped once more in crackling lightning, declaring that surrender was a notion far beyond his grasp for a millennium yet. At that moment, the voices of the spectators had become hoarse, as Shui Leihan and Yu Tianheng vividly showcased a thrilling duel on the arena, their brutal and raw combat style eliciting exhilaration from all present. Meng Xinji, Ji Lin, and others watched intently, with Ji Lin unable to suppress a sigh. One was merely 7, the other 9. Yet they had reached such extraordinary heights in battle, both of their futures were boundless. Just as Meng Xinji was about to speak, his eyes suddenly narrowed, and he quickly relayed a message to the referee, urging him to reinforce the protective barrier. He sensed 2 powerful waves of soul energy coalescing around the combatants. Snow Mountain Sword. The sword, imbued with a frigid aura, cleaved down fiercely, causing an ice mountain to rapidly surge forth in the direction indicated by the sword's trajectory. The arena trembled, prompting the referee to exert 70% of his soul power to fortify the barrier. "Thunderous might, 100%, unleash," Yu Tianheng shouted, his vertical pupils emanating an eerie blue light. Lightning surged rapidly from his form, coalescing into a radiant halo before him and then launching like a barrage towards the ice mountain. The spectators were met with a resounding explosion, and to their astonishment, the arena itself collapsed under the force of the clash. Regardless of the outcome, it was certain that the names of Shui Leihan and Yu Tianheng would be etched indelibly in the hearts of all present. Yu Tianheng was expelled from the arena, and thus Shui Leihan emerged victorious. The referee raised his hand to disperse the smoke, revealing the result, and proclaimed loudly, "Prince Shui Leihan. How powerful the third prince is. Prince Leihan is so handsome." Such cheers swept through the audience, as they rose to applaud not only the victorious Shui Leihan, but also to pay a measure of respect to Yu Tianheng. From that day forth, Shui Leihan would be indisputably regarded as the foremost talent of the Tiando Royal Academy, with Yu Tianheng rightfully claiming the second position. Shui Leihan swallowed a mouthful of blood-tinged saliva. His body bore numerous wounds from Yu Tianheng's strikes, yet due to the protection of his mysterious ice, the injuries were shallow. The bleeding wounds were encased in ice, effectively staunching the flow while mitigating pain. "To have compelled me to unleash my full strength with the Snow Mountain Sword, Yu Tianheng, you should take pride in that." Having spoken, he sheathed his sword and allowed a faint smile to escape his lips. "This is for you." A week later, when Duguian once again visited Shui Leihan's dormitory, he handed her a wooden box. "Wow, Shui Leihan, you actually brought me a gift. Has the sun risen in the west?" Duguian chuckled, then proceeded to open the wooden box. Nestled quietly within was a resplendent soul bone. "Why are you giving me this?" Duguian's voice trembled slightly as she fixated on Shui Leihan, eagerly awaiting his response. A sudden wave of insecurity washed over him. It was an emotion he had never encountered before. His gaze drifted momentarily, and he spoke calmly, "Because I have no use for it, I am bestowing it upon you." In an instant, a smile blossomed on Duguian's face, prompting even Shui Leihan to steal a glance at her. "By the way, are you aware that the power rankings within the academy have been updated? Can you guess your position?" Forcing down her slightly racing heart, Duguian altered her usual mischievous tone, unwittingly softening her demeanor. "I don't know." Over the past few days, Shui Leihan had been reflecting on his performance in the elimination rounds, contemplating both his strengths and areas for improvement. Duguian stepped into Shui Leihan's dormitory, exclaiming, "Shui Leihan, your room is so minimalistic." The space contained merely a wooden table, 2 chairs, a wardrobe, and a bed. Noticing Shui Leihan's silence, Duguian spread a sheet of paper across the table. This is the freshly released list of the top 10 students of the Tiando Royal Academy. Shui Leihan, you are in first place, she exclaimed with glee, while Shui Leihan's eyes scanned the list. First, Shui Leihan, Martial Soul, Azure Rose Sword. Second, Yu Tianheng, Martial Soul, Blue Lightning Tyrannosaurus. Third, Duguian, Martial Soul, Emerald Scaled Serpent. Fourth, Cielo, Martial Soul, Moonlit Pipa. Fifth, Shimo, Martial Soul, Black Tortoise. Sixth, Shimo, Martial Soul, Black Tortoise. Seventh, Yufeng, Martial Soul, Wind Bellbird. Eighth, Aesiluo, Martial Soul, Ghost Leopard. Ninth, Yi Lingling, Martial Soul, Nine Heart Begonia. 10th, Yu Fengling, Martial Soul, Cake. Shui Leihan committed each name to memory, particularly noting the two support soul masters, as combat without their assistance would result in a significant disadvantage, lowering one's combat capability by at least 5 levels. After a moment of contemplation, Shui Leihan and Duguian made their way to the classroom, where they would embark on another lesson with teacher Qin Ming on the concept of martial souls. Chapter 8. A Bowl of Wine. Shui Leihan, feeling the chill of the winter air, stretched languidly and opened his tightly shut eyes. It had been a month since the martial arts elimination tournament, and during this time, he had taken a leave from Dream God Machine, subsequently arriving at the Qibao Liuli sect. Once again, he implored the Sword Douluo Continent to accompany him to the extreme north wasteland for a soul hunting expedition. Upon hearing his request, Chen Xian sighed in exasperation, while the sect leader, Ning Fengji, looked on with a teasing glint in his eyes as Shui Leihan fled the scene in haste. At this juncture, a black soul ring materialized silently upon the Qing Songwei sword. This was the soul ring of the millennia-old snow demon ape from the extreme north. Its ability allowed the sword to be driven forcefully into the ground, unleashing a fierce roar that could impede opponents and reduce their overall capabilities by roughly 30%. Although the third soul skill did not grant him an offensive ability, Shui Leihan felt no dissatisfaction. His self-created offensive soul skills were already ample, and he merely sought additional supportive abilities. The third soul skill bestowed upon him by the snow demon ape was, in fact, perfectly aligned with his intentions. After concluding his training, Shui Leihan descended from his frigid bed and approached a wooden table. Upon it lay a tome, the Douluo Continent Encyclopedia, which he had borrowed from the library of the Tiando Royal Academy. To him, theoretical knowledge was essential for augmenting his martial prowess. Knock, knock, knock. The urgent sound of knocking echoed, prompting Shui Leihan to sigh inwardly before opening the door. A pair of warm hands pulled him from the shadows of his dormitory. He beheld a girl slightly taller than himself and inquired, "What is it, Duguian?" Duguian flashed a radiant smile. "Isn't the academy on break?" "Oh, I've decided to go shopping with you, Fengling. Will you join us?" Shui Leihan gently extricated himself from her grasp, turning back toward his room, disinterested. Appropriate rest can enhance soul power, as teacher Qin Ming mentioned just yesterday. Duguian, gazing at Shui Leihan's retreating figure, suddenly paused, a bright smile illuminating her face. "Oh, then lead the way." Recalling teacher Qin Ming's words and the wink he had given Shui Leihan, a sigh escaped him. Duguian giggled, tugging at Shui Leihan's arm as they proceeded forward. The two changed out of their school uniforms in the academy's changing room, donning casual attire instead, with Shui Leihan opting for the ice blue outfit he had worn upon entering the academy. "Look, I've dragged Shui Leihan out," Duguian exclaimed, releasing his arm and enthusiastically embracing a female student at the school gate. "Thank you for your efforts." The girl smiled, her gaze landing on the aloof Shui Leihan. Only then did he realize that this fashionable girl was none other than Yu Fengling, his opponent in their previous match. He cast a glance around, discovering that almost everyone present was a familiar face from the elimination tournament. They waved at Shui Leihan, greeting him warmly. Yu Tianheng, Cielo, the Shimo brothers, Yu Feng, Aesiluo, and Yi Lingling, indeed, the top 10 of Tiando. Shui Leihan nodded slightly to the group, led by Duguian and Yu Fengling, as they exited the Tiando Royal Academy and made their way into the heart of Tiando City. He couldn't help but marvel at the exhausting nature of accompanying women on shopping excursions. Observing Duguian and Yu Fengling chattering animatedly, he found himself genuinely curious about the subjects of their conversation. They formed an odd assembly, with the lively duo at the forefront, while Shui Leihan and Yi Lingling walked in the middle, the former seemingly lost in thought, and the latter staring intently ahead. Behind them, Yu Tianheng, Cielo, Imo, Yufeng, and AOC Luo shivered in the biting cold. AOC Luo, Xielu, and Yufeng wore grim expressions, finding it torturous to follow the two icy figures. Only Yu Tianheng occasionally engaged Shui Leihan in conversation, or else Shui Leihan would likely remain as taciturn as Yi Ling Shur Mo and Shur Mo, though inherently honest and good-natured. Also felt the oppressive atmosphere that lingered behind the two frosty companions. Brother Shui, I have some good news. I've developed my own unique soul technique. Yu Tianheng announced proudly, scratching the back of his head, towering over Shui Leihan. Oh, impressive, Shui Leihan replied, his contemplative gaze suddenly igniting with a glacial blue light as the Qing Chong Wei sword was swiftly drawn. Let us give it a try, he said, his eyes fixed on Yu Tianheng, whose expression was becoming increasingly awkward. Brother Shui, we can't do that here in Tiando City. Even if you are the third prince, Xielu interjected hastily, a cold sweat breaking out on his brow as he cast a somewhat resentful glance at Yu Tianheng. The latter, sensing the collective gaze of disapproval, managed a sheepish smile, realizing that encountering a martial enthusiast like Shui Leihan was indeed a challenge. As the group wandered around Tiando City, primarily due to the two young women's incessant chatter, the men struggled to keep pace, their legs nearly giving out. By the way, shall we have lunch now? Brother Shui, you know Tiando City best. Where do you recommend we dine? Yu Fengling turned to the group with a smile, her eyes sparkling as they fixed on Shui Leihan. Yes, Brother Shui knows this city inside and out. Let him lead the way, AOC Luo chimed in eagerly. Yu Feng nodded in agreement, adding, after all, Brother Shui is the third prince. He will surely take us to a splendid tavern. Yu Tianheng smiled at Shui Leihan, recognizing that he remained the esteemed figure in their hearts. Each had witnessed his fierce combat prowess, so within the academy, respect for Shui Leihan was natural, and calling him Brother Shui felt perfectly appropriate. Let us head to the embroidery pavilion, Shui Leihan suggested, a rare smile gracing his lips. Noticing the astonished expressions of those around him, he tilted his head quizzically and asked, "What's wrong?" Brother Shui actually smiled. AOC Luo exclaimed in astonishment, clutching his head as his incredulous tone drew the attention of passers-by. With a playful giggle, the sight of Shui Leihan's smile was indeed a rare spectacle. Dugu Yin approached Shui Leihan, enveloped in a fragrant breeze. Observing the astonishment of those around her, Shui Leihan promptly concealed her smile, casting a calm, yet piercing glance at Dugu Yin before leading the group to the embroidered flower pavilion. As Shui Leihan stepped into the garden of the pavilion, several exquisite attendants approached with warm smiles. Your Highness, the third prince, it is truly our honor. Shui Leihan nodded in acknowledgement and stated, we require a total of 10 seats on the observation deck. One attendant bowed with a smile and promptly turned to guide Shui Leihan and her companions. 5 jars of the embroidered flower wine, she instructed the attendant before her. This wine, produced in limited quantities, was a privilege bestowed upon her as the third prince, with an annual allocation of approximately 10 jars. After all, Shui Leihan seldom indulged in alcohol or shared drinks with her table companions. The attendant led them to a terrace where a refreshing breeze flowed freely, leaning against the railing offered a clear view of the entire garden, while the palace and the vast city of Tiando could be seen in the distance. The usually reticent brothers, Shirmosi and Shurimo, were unable to stifle their admiration at such a breathtaking scene. This meal is on me. Order whatever you desire, Shui Leihan remarked nonchalantly, returning to her contemplative state with her sword in hand. Wow, thank you, big sister Shui. You're such a generous soul. Take me under your wing, exclaimed Osro. Sitting beside him, Yufeng shivered in disgust, retorting, Osro, you fool. Next time you utter such nonsense, do not sit next to me. With that, he rolled up his sleeve, revealing goosebumps on his arm. The group erupted into laughter, finding humor in the exchange. Dugu Yin gazed affectionately at Shui Leihan, her heart swelling with joy at his laughter. He had companions now. He was the leader of the Tiando Academy, and his smile today was truly radiant. Lost in her thoughts, Dugu Yin felt her cheeks flush, while Yu Fengling and Yi Lingling exchanged knowing glances and shared a quiet chuckle. The group erupted in playful banter, ordering various dishes, eagerly anticipating the renowned immortal drunkenness and embroidered flower wine. Yu Tianheng observed the shimmering liquid in his cup, chuckled heartily, and rose to toast Shui Leihan. Brother Shui, from a young age, I have been invincible in the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon sect, and here at Tiando Academy, I have held unparalleled power. I thank you for shattering my delusions of invincibility. Throughout this past month, I have reflected on our battle, and my soul power and techniques have grown stronger. Henceforth Yu Tianheng, pledge my loyalty to you, Brother Shui. Please guide us to become stronger and lead us to victory in the Youth Soul Master Tournament. Cheers. With that, he downed the entire cup of embroidered flower wine. Big Brother Shui, I share the same sentiment. Teach us your cultivation methods, so we may grow even stronger. Cheers to Big Brother Shui. Cheers to Big Brother Shui. Esteemed Lord Shui. As the crowd raised their goblets and downed their drinks, an exhilarating sensation washed over them. A surreal euphoria akin to that of celestial beings intoxicated. If even the immortals could succumb to inebriation, how could mere fledgling youths resist? Observing that everyone had finished their cups, Shui Leihan poured himself a bowl of liquor and rose to his feet. His calm voice revealed an unwavering determination. I shall impart to you the secrets and key points of my cultivation. Together, we will seize the championship of the Youth Soul Master Do Soul competition. At that moment, the fire of ambition ignited within his tranquil, icy gaze, and he drained his drink in one gulp. The crowd erupted in cheers. The once distant Tin had, through a shared meal and Shui Leihan's words, forged a bond akin to that of siblings. It became evident that Shui Leihan had inherited the noble lineage and leadership qualities of the Emperor of the Snowy Night. At this juncture, Douluo Yin could no longer conceal her adoring gaze. It was precisely this Shui Leihan that captivated her heart. Just as Shui Leihan attempted to reclaim his seat, the effects of the celestial intoxication overwhelmed him, causing him to sway and collapse onto his chair. His face flushed as he succumbed to slumber. This prompted a wave of laughter from the crowd. Douluo Yin tenderly caressed Shui Leihan's flushed cheeks. Her heart brimming with joy, he could finally rest under the influence of the wine. When he awoke, it would likely be to the relentless grind of arduous training. Sweet dreams, Leihan. Chapter 9. 5 years later, 5 years hence, within the lounge of the Do Huang battle team at the Tiando Royal Academy, Yu Tianheng, Douluo Yin, Xie Lu, Shimo, Yu Feng, Aosluo, Yi Lingling, and Yu Fengling were gathered together, engaged in hushed discussions. Their expressions, though relaxed, betrayed a careful modulation of volume, as if they were anticipating something momentous. Suddenly, a chilling gust of wind seeped through the door of the lounge, gradually enveloping the space before dissipating, restoring the room to its usual warmth. The Snow Brothers had finally mastered the manipulation of this frigid air. Yu Tianheng broke into a hearty smile. Indeed, that familiar chill heralded the arrival of their leader, Shui Laoda. Shui Laoda has emerged from seclusion. Yu Feng exclaimed, leaping to open the door. Indeed, I have emerged. A young man stepped inside. Shui Leihan had grown significantly over the past 5 years, now possessing a tall and slender stature. His appearance reflected the striking genes of the Snow Knight Emperor and the beautiful Empress Mu Xuer, featuring a mane of icy blue hair. His gaze remained as profound as ever, yet the crystalline brilliance in his eyes indicated a wealth of soul power. A subtle thaw softened his usually composed demeanor, revealing a barely perceptible smile as he inquired, "Isn't Teacher Qin Ming's training concluded? Why are you all still here? We heard that you were departing. So we came to see you off," Yu Tianheng replied, his demeanor more composed than in the past, his stature even more imposing. When he wielded his martial spirit, he exuded the pressure of a formidable beast, and on the battlefield, he was undoubtedly a warrior of great ferocity. Yet now, this robust youth bore a gentle smile. For he was one of the twin stars of the Tiando Royal Academy, known as the Blue Electric Tyrant. "Where are you headed, Shui Laoda?" Aosluo inquired. Wiping the sweat from his brow, Shui Leihan surveyed the 9 renowned members of the Tiando 10, then replied calmly, "I intend to attend Shrek Academy, where Teacher Qin Ming graduated." He continued, "Shrek Academy is situated in a small village in the Barak Kingdom. I learned from Teacher Qin Ming that their educational philosophy is remarkably advanced, which is why I decided to pursue my studies there. The requirements are to be under 12 years of age and possess soul power exceeding level 20. I am just shy of 12 and have just reached the requisite level. So I plan to give it a try. Just met the requirements?" "Shui Laoda, did you just say you barely met the criteria? May I inquire what level you are currently at?" Yu Fengling asked, a slight blush gracing her cheeks as she discreetly shared a piece of cake with the boy seated closely beside her, Yu Tianheng. Shui Leihan, with an astute gaze, cast a teasing glance at the gradually reddening face of the Blue Electric Tyrant, softly clicking his tongue. However, the ears of the crowd were remarkably sharp. Under the subtle suggestion in Shui Leihan's eyes, They directed their attention towards Yu Fengling and Yu Qianheng, erupting into a chorus of boos. There is something amiss. This is Osro. There's an affair. This is Yufeng. Yu Tianheng's face tightened, and he spoke in a gruff voice. Who was the loudest boo just now? Was it you? Xiaolu? We shall meet in the arena shortly. I refuse to be subdued. I shall report you and protest to Big Brother Xue. Xue Leihan found the situation both amusing and exasperating. Yet his expression remained as calm as ever as he addressed the crowd. My soul power is currently stagnated at level 40, still in the phase of adjustment. Hence I do not intend to seek a soul ring at this moment. Truly an anomaly, the crowd marveled. Clearing his throat, Xue Leihan turned slightly to Yu Tianheng. Speaking earnestly, Tianheng, during my absence, the Imperial Battle Team is entrusted to you. You shall serve as the captain, while Dugu Yin will take on the role of vice-captain. Additionally, do remember to rigorously train Yufeng, Osro, and Xiaolu. I will ensure their well-being. Yu Tianheng emphasized the phrase well-being with particular intensity, flashing a mischievous smile at the trio. Ignoring their resentful glances and cries, Xue Leihan continued with his instructions. You must also take special care of Xiaolu, Yu Fengling, and Yi Lingling. Support-type soul masters require the protection of assault-type soul masters. Their soul rings will be entrusted to you. Yu Fengling, Yi Lingling, and the recently revived Xie Yu exchanged grateful smiles with their captain. In a rare display of casualness, Xue Leihan shrugged and remarked, There's no need to look at me like that. The strength of support-type soul masters. No, your strength is indispensable to the Imperial Battle Team. Understood, Yu Tianheng nodded, indicating he had taken note. Shimo and Shimo, you both remain as dependable as ever. After my departure, I hope you two can maintain the equipoise of the team, especially with so many lively characters among us. He discreetly glanced at Yufeng, Osro, and Xiaolu. The two brothers recalled the trio's antics, suppressing their laughter in agreement. I believe we shall shine in the Youth Soul Master competition. I have faith in your talents and efforts. All you need is the accumulation of time. He continued, Brothers, upon our return, drinks are on me. Yufeng interjected with a cheeky remark. I seem to recall someone being the first to get drunk when he treated us to embroidered wine 5 years ago. Xue Leihan was instantly exasperated, the impending sadness of parting evaporating in an instant due to Yufeng's words. Laughter erupted from the crowd, each member reflecting on their shared past. 5 years ago, when they first met, Xue Leihan had been rather aloof, solely focused on his training, even when teacher Qin Ming appointed him as the captain of the Imperial Battle Team. However, with each battle and every collaboration, the icy demeanor of Xue Leihan gradually began to thaw, as he started to show genuine concern for his comrades. He often trained alongside them, venturing into the setting sun forest to assist his fellow team members in obtaining their soul rings, treating them as if they were his own brothers. Even the proud Yu Tianheng found himself captivated by Xue Leihan's unwavering dedication. How could the others remain unaffected? Countless crises and perilous encounters had been faced, yet Xue Leihan never uttered a word of complaint, always remaining the one to cover the retreat of his companions. This selflessness deeply moved them. Despite the esteemed status of the third prince, he never flaunted his identity. Yet his repeated acts of valor and sacrifice in battle forged a bond akin to that of siblings among the team. If the Emperor of the Snowy Night were to witness the accomplishments and growth of his third prince over the years, he would surely raise a toast in celebration. After school today, I shall take my leave. Dugu Yin will remain, and the rest of you may disperse, Xue Leihan announced, clapping his hands as the group erupted into a flurry of movement. Osro and Xiaolu exchanged suggestive glances, igniting within Xue Leihan an impulsive desire to draw his sword, the blue rose, and duel them. After 5 years of relentless pursuit, Dugu Yin finally won Xue Leihan's heart, becoming his girlfriend. When Xue Leihan took the initiative to grasp Dugu Yin's hand, tears of joy streamed down her face, a testament to the struggles and efforts of those 5 years. She understood the kind of person Xue Leihan was, making their bond all the more precious. Once their relationship was solidified, Dugu Yin hurried to inform her grandfather, the title Douluo known as Poison de Gabo, who resided in the setting sun forest. Initially taken aback by the news, Dugu Bo erupted into laughter upon learning that Dugu Yin's boyfriend was none other than Xue Leihan, clearly pleased with her choice. He promptly made his way to the Imperial Palace to pay a visit to the Emperor of the Snowy Night. When the Emperor learned of Xue Leihan's romantic involvement, he inadvertently dropped the Millennium Warm Jade he had been toying with. the sound echoing in the chamber without a hint of remorse for its shattering. The emperor was astonished that a young woman could take an interest in his aloof third son, especially one who was the granddaughter of Douluo, whose joy was evident as he celebrated this match. However, upon witnessing Shui Leihan tightly holding Douluo's hand, coupled with his resolute gaze, the emperor's expression shifted through nostalgia and excitement, ultimately settling on profound joy. He looked upon Shui Leihan with pride, his beloved third prince. Crown Prince Shui Qinghe and second Prince Shui Beng stood nearby. Despite their frequent quarrels, they always held a deep affection for their younger brother. Seeing him finally find his place brought forth rare, genuine smiles from the two, who were often absorbed in political strife. The echoes of childhood memories lingered in their minds. Elder brother, your martial arts are incredible. Will you teach me? And second brother, you are so knowledgeable. Will you continue to teach me my letters tomorrow? As both individuals sighed simultaneously, they began to rummage through their rings in search of gifts meant for them. Being the third son of the esteemed Shui family, the presents received must surpass those of anyone else in grandeur. Emperor Shui Yi decisively allied with Douluo, establishing a familial bond, while Shui Leihan and Douluo became betrothed on that very day. Observing from the side, the queen, Mu Shuer, erupted into a blossom of laughter, promptly embracing Douluo and engaging her in whispered confidences. Douluo's cheeks flushed crimson, yet she did not exhibit her usual mischievousness. Instead, she appeared unusually bashful. Mu Shuer instructed a maid to retrieve a jade bracelet from the royal treasury and presented it to Douluo, signifying that wearing it would mark her as a member of the Shui family. Douluo was suddenly enveloped by a surreal sensation. Was she truly committing herself for a lifetime today? Recalling their first encounter, she remembered how, despite his youth, Shui Leihan exhibited maturity beyond his years, surpassing even the older Douluo. When I grow up, I shall protect my father and mother, my two elder brothers, and the entire Tiando Empire, Shui Leihan had declared. And what about me? Douluo had asked, staring at the contemplative figure of Shui Leihan. After a long pause, he replied, Sister Douluo, you will play with me every day, so of course, you must be protected. Although their time together was brief, Douluo felt it to be the happiest childhood she had ever known. Subsequently, he dedicated a year to diligent study at the Tiando Royal Library, understanding that mere martial prowess was insufficient. Without theoretical knowledge, he would merely be a brute. Their second meeting occurred at the Tiando Royal Academy, where he had transformed into a prodigy in the eyes of many. His indifference and relentless training were all in pursuit of the dream he had cherished since childhood, a dream to protect all he held dear, which now seemed almost ludicrous. Nonetheless, Douluo sensed the subtle warmth emanating from him. As she witnessed him, her heart swelling with emotion, Shui Leihan felt an unprecedented tenderness towards the young girl. Douluo patted Shui Leihan's shoulder, admonishing, treat my granddaughter well, or I shall not hesitate to teach you a lesson, you cheeky lad. At that moment, he earned a withering glance from Douluo. When Ning Fengji heard this news, he, along with Bon Douluo and Sword Douluo, stealthily made their way to the palace, indulging in revelry with Emperor Shui Yi until they were thoroughly intoxicated. Yen, I must take my leave, Shui Leihan said with a light-hearted smile. A smile that was reserved solely for his family, now shared with Douluo. It must be noted that over the past 5 years, as captain of the Imperial battle team, Shui Leihan had indeed transformed significantly. He had grown more responsible and no longer solely focused on his training, occasionally directing his attention to his teammates. This shift further endeared him to the rest of the team, binding their hearts ever closer to him. If the newly established Imperial battle team was initially formed to fight for the Tiando Royal Academy, it has now evolved to fight solely for the sake of Shui Leihan and his ideals. In this moment, Douluo, having set aside her usual lively and spirited demeanor, gazed gently at the slightly shorter young man before her and embraced him tenderly. If you're weary, feel free to return, she murmured. All right, Shui Leihan replied softly, tucking a strand of the girl's hair behind her ear. They sat together on the long bench in the lounge, hands entwined, basking in each other's warmth, sharing a comfortable silence. After a considerable time had passed, Shui Leihan cleared his throat and affixed the sword of blue rose to his waist. I'm leaving now, but I shall return. Bestowing a gentle smile upon his beloved, Shui Leihan donned a black cloak and departed the lounge. Douluo smiled softly. Despite Shui Leihan's struggle to articulate his feelings and his tendency to speak sparingly, Witnessing his tender smile allowed her to feel the warmth of his heart, which brought her immense satisfaction. Sometimes, love is as simple yet profound as this. After bidding farewell to Dream God Machine, Shui Leihan made his way to Teacher Qin Ming's office. Teacher Qin, I am ready to set off. Remember to convey my regards to the dean when you arrive at Shrek Academy, Qin Ming remarked. Admiration evident in his gaze as he looked at the calm young man before him, his pride as the only student from Tian-Do Royal Academy. The foremost among the 10 outstanding students, one of the twin stars, Shui Leihan. I will, and I thank you for your guidance over the years, Teacher Qin. With that solemn acknowledgement, Shui Leihan left behind a gratified Qin Ming and gently closed the door. Taking a deep breath, Shui Leihan gazed at the familiar surroundings of Tian-Do Academy. We will meet again, he thought, recalling the faces of his companions. And a smile graced his lips as he stepped out of the campus. Chapter 10, Shrek Academy. After months of enduring the elements, Shui Leihan successfully arrived in Soto City. Rather than seeking a comfortable residence at the Lord's Manor with the insignia of the Third Prince, he chose instead to find a modest yet spacious tavern. He requested a single room on the second floor and ordered a selection of light dishes. The waiter, upon receiving a generous tip from Shui Leihan, beamed with delight and hurriedly called over his colleagues to ensure that they attended to this esteemed guest with utmost care. Shui Leihan casually indulged in his meal before immersing himself in meditation. The Qing Rose sword emanated a chilling aura from its sheath. When he opened his eyes once more, the sky was still partially illuminated. After an hour of cultivation, the weariness of his recent travels had been washed away, and his soul power had reached its zenith. After leaving some gold soul coins on the table, Shui Leihan, as was his custom, secured the Qing Rose sword at his waist. He changed into a light blue outfit from his ring, and under the grateful gaze of the waiter, he departed from the tavern. Dressed in plain attire, save for the engagement ring adorning his finger, he was unrecognizable as the illustrious third prince of the Tian-Do Empire. Inquiring about directions from passers-by, Shui Leihan followed a narrow path into a small village. He felt no surprise. After all, Qin Ming had shared all pertinent information about Shrek Academy with him. Moreover, he was not here for leisure. After walking for about the duration of an incense stick, he came upon a lengthy queue and quietly joined the end of it. Brother Leihan, a melodious voice called out suddenly, causing Shui Leihan, who had his eyes closed, to open them and turn towards the source of the voice. A smile graced his lips. It has been a while, Rong Rong. The lively girl with sparkling eyes and a playful demeanor was Ning Rongrong, the daughter of his adoptive father, Ning Fengji, the leader of the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile School. Although Shui Leihan found her mischievous nature somewhat exasperating, she was, after all, the apple of his adoptive father's eye, and he felt it unwise to voice any complaints. Are you here to apply for Shrek Academy as well, Brother Leihan? Ning Rongrong asked, her curiosity piqued. Shui Leihan nodded calmly. But why? You were doing so well at Tian-Do Academy. Why come to a place like this? She inquired. Puzzled. Because it was recommended by Teacher Qin Ming, he replied as they moved forward with the crowd. Shui Leihan observed as children who did not meet the qualifications departed disheartened alongside their parents, stirring a sense of indifference within him. He then noticed a blonde youth standing behind the registration teacher. No, it would be more appropriate to refer to him as a bouncer. Shui Leihan narrowed his eyes and murmured, around level 33 to 34. What is it, Brother Leihan? Ning Rongrong asked, sensing his unease. Nothing. Did your adoptive father know you snuck out? Shui Leihan turned to question her. I slipped away secretly. Hee, she replied with a playful giggle. As she spoke, Ning Rongrong made a playful face at Shui Leihan. He sighed helplessly within, realizing that indeed, his adoptive father must be seething with rage. Perhaps he could take this opportunity to write him a letter. The next individual stepped forward. Noticing that only he and Ning Rongrong remained in the line, Shui Leihan advanced a few steps as Ning Rongrong placed the registration fee into the box. We wish to enroll in the academy, she indicated, gesturing towards herself and Shui Leihan. Shui Leihan couldn't help but chuckle upon sensing the fervent gaze of the blonde youth directed at Ning Rongrong. Should her true personality be revealed, that young man would likely flee in panic. Are you alone? Do your family members know? The elder inquired, scrutinizing Ning Rongrong. With a gentle smile, she replied, it is said that education knows no boundaries, as long as I meet the academy's requirements. There is no reason for you to refuse my admission. The elder hesitated for a moment before responding. You have been accepted. Please wait here for your companions. Shui Leihan stepped forward and placed his registration fee into the adjacent box. Let us first measure your bone age. Name? Shui Leihan. The elder grasped Shui Leihan's right hand, and he felt a tingling sensation. After a moment, the elder nodded and remarked, "You have not exceeded 12 years. Now, display your soul rings." Ning Rongrong giggled beside him, eagerly anticipating the appearance of Shui Leihan's soul rings. She had long heard that he was the foremost among the 10 outstanding students of the Tiando Royal Academy, one of the twin stars, yet she had never witnessed his true strength. Drawing his sword, 2 black and 1 purple soul rings quietly manifested upon the Qing Tsangwei sword. Both the elder and the young man gasped in disbelief, staring at the 3 soul rings adorning the weapon. A glimmer of delight shone in Ning Rongrong's eyes. Indeed, her brother Leihan was worthy of being called the Academy's greatest prodigy. This ratio of soul rings, this sword martial spirit, the elder stammered, momentarily entranced by the exquisite blade and its accompanying rings. As Shui Leihan sheathed his sword, the soul rings vanished from sight. "You have met the standards." The elder remained in a daze, while the golden-haired youth suppressed a laugh and stepped forward. "Please follow me." Shui Leihan nodded and accompanied the golden-haired youth into the village. "My name is Dai Mubai, and I am one of the students here. If you encounter any inconveniences within the academy, feel free to seek me out," he said, turning to face them. "Is he of the dual pupils?" Shui Leihan observed Dai Mubai's eyes and then thought of his surname, naturally associating it with the Xinglua Empire. Meanwhile, Ning Rongrong and Dai Mubai began to share light-hearted banter, while Shui Leihan remained lost in quiet contemplation. In a short span, Dai Mubai had discerned Shui Leihan's aloof demeanor and thus chose not to intrude upon his thoughts. Having traveled a short distance, Dai Mubai led the 2 companions to a clearing surrounded by wooden cabins. In front of them, several students who had passed the preliminary test were engaged in assessing their soul power levels. However, there was no need for the 2 of them to go through such a cumbersome process. With a knowing smile, Dai Mubai was well aware of the soul rings and martial spirits of the young man and woman before him. Thus he bypassed the second stage of the exam. As they followed Dai Mubai through several testing areas, he quietly briefed the teachers upon encountering them about Ning Rongrong and Shui Leihan's circumstances. Upon hearing Dai Mubai's words, the teachers' eyes brightened, their gazes fixating on Shui Leihan like searchlights. Shui Leihan's discomfort grew as he felt their scrutinizing stares, making him quite uneasy. The trio arrived at the 4th testing area, where a young man and 2 young women were waiting. A middle-aged man, appearing to be in his 50s, was dozing off in a chair. Dai Mubai approached to awaken the man, while the siblings turned their attention to Shui Leihan and Ning Rongrong. "Hello, I am Tang San, and this is my sister, Xiao Wu." While Tang San was not conventionally handsome, he exuded a gentle charm that was quite endearing. Shui Leihan glanced at Xiao Wu, whose vivacious demeanor and delicate features reminded him of his childhood companion, Du Guyan. Noticing that Shui Leihan was not inclined to speak first, Ning Rongrong felt a wave of exasperation toward her brother's social awkwardness. With a playful smile, she introduced herself. "I am Ning Rongrong, and this is my foster brother, Shui Leihan." Shui Leihan nodded in acknowledgement to both individuals. "Don't mind him. That's just his nature," Ning Rongrong interjected quickly, sensing their curious gazes. Just then, the middle-aged man stood up, his muscular physique resembling an impenetrable fortress, exuding an intimidating presence. Shui Leihan could not deny that after enduring countless trials under Chen Xin's rigorous training over the past 5 years, he had only trembled before titled Douluos. Yet the pressure emanating from this man was likely that of a soul sage. "My name is Zhao Wujia," the middle-aged man introduced himself, then addressed Shui Leihan. "That cool kid over there, do you mind if I spar with them first? I will attend to you shortly afterward." Shui Leihan nodded, grasping his sword and stepping away from the arena to immerse himself in meditation. "Shui Leihan, you must be cautious. Today, Teacher Zhao is in charge of the examination, and he is a formidable soul sage," Dai Mubai warned. Opening his eyes, Shui Leihan met the anxious gaze of Dai Mubai's dual-colored eyes. He nodded in acknowledgement and expressed his gratitude before returning to his meditative state. After a brief interval, approximately the time it takes to brew a cup of tea, Shui Leihan emerged from his meditation to witness 3 individuals sprawled on the ground, while Tang San was slowly rising. Observing this, Shui Leihan stood up and positioned himself in front of Tang San, meeting his resolute gaze. "What do you intend to do?" Shui Leihan inquired. "I wish to challenge Zhao Wujia." "Just you alone?" "Indeed, just me alone." Shui Han took a deep breath and said calmly, "Your soul power is approximately at level 30. You stand no chance against a soul saint." Tang San's gaze sharpened. He was taken aback by her ability to roughly gauge his soul power level. Yet, he insisted, "I must seek revenge for Xiao Wu. I will participate in this contest." After dismissively uttering these words, Shui Han turned to glance at Tang San and remarked, "Do not speak of vengeance without the strength to back it up." Tang San was momentarily stunned. Then he stepped back a few paces, cradling Xiao Wu in his arms, a sudden blaze of determination igniting within his heart. "Is it truly wise to prevent him from approaching?" Zhao Wujia inquired. Having evidently overheard their exchange, his expression one of confusion as he looked at Shui Han. "Indeed, his strength is insufficient," she replied, standing firm before Zhao Wujia. Zhao Wujia lit a stick of incense and handed it to Dai Mubai, who was holding the cold, expressionless girl. He promptly accepted the incense and gently adjusted her position, enabling her to witness the impending battle. "Your soul power must have reached level 40. Why not hunt for a soul ring?" Zhao Wujia mused, having briefly sensed Shui Han's soul power, a satisfied smile gracing his lips. Dai Mubai and the others were momentarily dumbfounded, and Dai Mubai let out a wry chuckle. He had always believed Shui Han's 3 soul rings indicated a recent breakthrough to around level 30, only to discover she was actually at level 40, on the cusp of level 41. "My understanding of the sword has yet to reach the level of advancement," she stated. "How intriguing. It is my first encounter with such an interesting student." Zhao Wujia chuckled as the oppressive aura of the soul saint bore down on Shui Han. "Is that so?" A glimmer of cold light flickered in Shui Han's eyes. Her short hair danced in the wind as her hand gently grasped the hilt of her sword, the azure rose sword slowly being unsheathed. Chapter 11. Strike. Shui Han's cold, tear-filled eyes glimmered with a chilling light as her short hair danced in the wind. Her hand instinctively grasped the hilt of her sword, the Qing Chong Wei sword slowly emerging from its sheath. A sword martial soul, indeed a rare manifestation. Zhao Wuji chuckled sinisterly, rubbing his palms together, his eyes gleaming with malice as he directed his gaze at Shui Han. As the Qing Chong Wei sword was drawn, an aura of frost encircled Shui Han, the air around her growing increasingly frigid, a layer of white frost forming upon the ground. Dai Mubai and Tang Sen promptly moved the fallen individuals from the ground to a small hillside, a vantage point shielded from the influence of soul power, allowing them to observe the unfolding spectacle. It appeared that this was no ordinary sword martial soul. Zhao Wuji's second soul ring quietly manifested, radiating a brilliant yellow light. "If you won't come to me, then I shall come to you," he bellowed, his right palm glowing with yellow light. Propelled by a gust of wind towards Shui Han. "Is that so?" 3 soul rings appeared behind Shui Han, 1 purple and 2 black. Zhao Wuji, still in motion, was taken aback, his mouth agape in astonishment at the colors of her soul rings. Boom. Dust and debris flew as Zhao Wuji maintained his stance, joyously cursing. "This brat is quite fast." In that moment, he was both surprised and elated. Shrek Academy's long-standing mission was to cultivate monsters, and among the newly admitted students was a prodigious talent, evoking his delight. Shui Han stood 3 paces behind Zhao Wuji, her second black soul ring shimmering with light, soon followed by her third soul ring. She plunged the Qing Chong Wei sword into the ground, a frenzied roar erupting from the smooth blade. A violent sound wave laced with ice and snow hurtling towards Zhao Wuji. The sword then became enveloped in a layer of cold air as Shui Han swiftly withdrew it, launching a chilling strike towards Zhao Wuji. Zhao Wuji erupted in laughter, activating his first soul skill, the immovable king body, enveloping himself in a thick layer of yellow light. He thought to himself, a commendable attack wave, but alas, it cannot breach the fortification of my first soul skill. Yet, he was utterly unprepared for the sound wave to suddenly explode before him. The shock wave of soul power diminishing the yellow light of his immovable king body by 2 layers. A blade of ice blue light swiftly followed, freezing his astonished face and chest. If Zhao Wuji could speak at that moment, he would surely be cursing himself. This is not merely a stumble in a ditch. I have capsized a grand ship in a narrow crevice. Seizing the fleeting seconds while Zhao Wuji was encased in ice, Shui Han swiftly struck him 18 times. Her movements so rapid and precise that even Dai Mubai, the most skilled observer outside the arena, could not discern the trajectory of her strikes. The cold seeped through the gaps of her blade into Zhao Wuji's body, causing him to shudder. With a roar, Zhao Wuji shattered the icy layer. His complexion a mixture of black and red, utterly humiliated by the unexpected outcome. The third and fourth soul abilities blossomed in succession, and Zhao Wuji's expression was not one of anger, but rather one of embarrassment. Shui Leihan immediately felt an overwhelming heaviness in his body as he focused on the approaching figure of Zhao Wujia, instinctively raising his sword before his chest. A layer of icy light gradually coalescing upon the blade. Do you still possess soul abilities? Zhao Wujia inquired hastily upon noticing that Shui Leihan's soul rings did not flicker during his ascent. As Zhao Wujia's ferocious visage drew nearer, Shui Leihan's complexion paled, clearly having exhausted all his soul power. This is my self-created soul ability, the Snow Mountain Sword, he declared. Upon uttering the word sword, Shui Leihan abruptly slashed down with the Azure Rose sword, causing an ice peak to erupt from the ground. Zhao Wujia's fist coincidentally struck the ice peak. Zhao Wujia's eyes were now filled with admiration, yet he felt it would be too humiliating to concede here. He let out a fierce roar, and his seventh soul ring suddenly manifested. In that moment, Zhao Wujia resembled a true ferocious beast, exuding a wild battle intent. Dai Mubai, observing from the side, murmured in astonishment. Teacher Zhao actually used his seventh soul ability. Tang San, gazing at the formidable Zhao Wujia, asked, "Is Teacher Zhao's seventh soul ability transforming himself to be akin to a soul beast?" Despite the tension, Dai Mubai couldn't help but smile, refuting Tang San. "Part of what you said is correct. Teacher Zhao's current combat power is on par with that of the 50,000-year-old Titan Great Ape he once defeated, boasting its terrifying offensive and extraordinary defensive capabilities. However, he does not wish to lose his rationality like a soul beast. This is the essence of his strongest seventh soul ability, the true body of martial spirit." Seeing Tang Sen fall into silence, Dai Mubai patted his shoulder, saying, "Do not worry. Teacher Zhao will show mercy to Shui Leihan. After all, having used the seventh soul ability, the final assessment will surely allow you to pass." Upon hearing this, Tang Sen finally revealed a faint smile. Although he had exchanged a few words with Shui Leihan earlier, he still harbored great concern for his comrade in battle. "Yield. A stick of incense has already passed, and you possess no soul power left. You have passed your examination," the tattered Zhao Wujia declared, shivering from the chill of the ice peak. "Who says that losing all soul power means defeat?" Shui Leihan could not accept such an outcome. His complexion grew even paler, and his ice-blue pupils glimmered faintly, devoid of any emotion. He raised his sword, adopting a stance reminiscent of his frequent battles against Chen Xian. "Did you not say I passed? Why are you fighting so desperately?" Zhao Wujia asked, perplexed. Dai Mubai stepped forward, noticing Shui Leihan's ashen face, equally bewildered. "My battle has not yet concluded." With a glance, he silenced Dai Mubai's impending words, facing Zhao Wujia, grounding himself. Snow-killing sword technique. A chilling gust of wind heralded the arrival of Shui Leihan, who appeared abruptly behind Zhao Wujia, executing a flurry of 16 distinct techniques, each aimed at a different vital point, leaving Zhao Wujia utterly bewildered. "Immovable king body." Zhao Wujia bellowed, yet the golden radiance emanating from him was faint, as if it could shatter at any moment. This was a consequence of his earlier overconfidence when facing Shui Leihan's unique soul technique, leaving him now with a lingering chill in his chest that was causing him excruciating pain. The sword of the blue rose released brilliant arcs of light, and Shui Leihan understood that while Zhao Wujia was employing the immovable king body, he could only defend passively, unable to catch his breath during the defense. If he could disrupt Zhao Wujia's breath, victory would be his. As Shui Leihan unleashed the modified 7-kill sword technique from the Dustheart sword Douluo, he pushed his physical limits. Years of arduous training allowed him to engage in fierce combat for half an hour even without utilizing soul power. Yet, his opponent was a soul sage, with a determined bite of his lip. A fierce glint ignited in Shui Leihan's eyes as the blue rose sword in his hand radiated a potent icy brilliance. The final move of the 7 kills sword technique, the icebound execution, a desperate gambit, inflicting 1,000 points of damage to the enemy while sacrificing 800 of his own. He infused the endless chill within him and his indomitable pride into this ultimate sword strike. The cost of this technique was significant, rendering him unable to channel any soul power for half a day post-usage. However, for Shui Leihan, who fought with physical prowess rather than soul techniques, this distinction was negligible. Flash! Shui Leihan cried out, his body propelling the blue rose sword, which shone brilliantly in the air as it struck fiercely towards Zhao Wujie. An explosive sound erupted, sending shards of shattered ice flying, and a cloud of dust swirled around, causing the very center of Shrek Academy to tremble. It broke. Dai Mubai stared in astonishment at the resolute figure of Xue Leihan, unable to fathom how a level 40 soul master could penetrate the defenses of a soul sage without utilizing soul power. A sword mark marred Zhao Wujie's chest, blood oozing steadily. The wound was neither deep nor shallow, clearly indicating that the final strike had not only breached Zhao Wujie's immovable king body, but had also inflicted genuine harm. At that moment, it seemed as though Xue Leihan emerged as the victor, his blue robes billowing elegantly. Sheathing his sword, he turned to face his opponent, his complexion pale, yet seemingly unscathed. In stark contrast, Zhao Wujie appeared disheveled, his attire in tatters, with numerous fine sword marks adorning his body, a sight truly pitiful. Zhao Wujie then expelled a mixture of breath and congealed blood from his chest, which immediately froze upon hitting the ground. Indeed, a little monster. Though Zhao Wujie's voice was weak, it brimmed with exhilaration. He felt as though he had struck gold this time. Have we passed? Xue Leihan remained standing, his gaze unwaveringly fixed on Zhao Wujie. Needless to say, we have certainly passed. Alas, I am in excruciating pain. Dai Mubai, summon Oscar at once. Upon hearing this, Xue Leihan slowly withdrew from the arena, collapsing to the side, unable to suppress a mouthful of fresh blood. Each time Xue Leihan's sword clashed against Zhao Wujie's immovable body, he was met with a recoil. Realizing the situation was dire, he momentarily relaxed his mind, allowing the blood to finally escape his lips. He then embraced his sword and entered a state of meditation. Previously troubled by his inability to fully harness the 40th level of soul power and swordsmanship, he now sensed a glimmer of the breakthrough after this exhausting battle. Dai Mubai, witnessing Zhao Wujie's disheveled state, struggled to stifle a laugh and quickly called for Oscar. Oscar, upon arrival, bluntly remarked, "Who is this beggar? When did our academy acquire a beggar as a teacher?" His words shattered Dai Mubai's restraint, erupting into laughter. Enraged, Zhao Wujie unleashed a torrent of curses and kicked the still laughing Dai Mubai aside. After receiving Oscar's sausage, he finally caught his breath. Damn it! What a disgrace this has been. With a scowl, Zhao Wujie noticed Oscar approaching Xue Leihan and hastily intervened. He is on the verge of a breakthrough, likely spurred by our life and death struggle. No one is to disturb him. Tonight, I shall guard him. You all return to the dormitory with Dai Mubai. With a dismissive wave, Zhao Wujie spoke, though he too felt a sense of anticipation for what Xue Leihan might achieve upon breaking through. Let us depart, third brother. Xiao Wu smiled gently at Tang San, who, after casting a glance at Xue Leihan, followed the others back to the dormitory. The night passed without incident. This morning, the temperature was peculiar. Despite the scorching summer, not a hint of heat could be felt. The villagers residing near Shrek Academy even sensed a coolness in the air. Xue Leihan breathed quietly, encircled by towering ice pillars, undisturbed by any external factors. Suddenly, an invisible sword aura sliced through the ice, prompting Xue Leihan to slowly open his eyes as the chill around him gradually dissipated. The ice pillar fell with a thud, and where the sword aura had passed, a smooth surface remained. During his seclusion, Xue Leihan successfully devised his third self-created soul skill. When he employed his second soul skill, the blue rose sword would envelop itself in a frigid sword aura. Xue Leihan experimented with dismantling this aura piece by piece, attempting to recombine it. Although it bore the same name of Icy Sword Aura, this self-created skill condensed the shapeless aura into an almost imperceptible sword, utilizing this sword aura to strike at foes. However, it demanded substantial soul power and had usage limitations. He could manage to unleash the Icy Sword Aura only once a week. His soul power now surged, and seeing no one around, he shed his previous attire and donned a light blue outfit retrieved from his ring. Well done, my young friend. The voice of Zhao Wujie suddenly resonated before him. Xue Leihan gazed calmly at the somewhat listless, immovable king before him and gently clasped his hands together, saying, I extend my heartfelt gratitude to Teacher Zhao for your protection last night. Chapter 12, College Affairs Last Night. I extend my heartfelt gratitude to Teacher Zhao for his protective vigilance. Xue Leihan solemnly expressed his thanks. You have made a breakthrough, Haven Tiyu? I'm referring to your swordsmanship. Zhao Wujie patted Xue Leihan on the shoulder and, upon witnessing his slow nod, could not help but chuckle with admiration. You truly are a prodigy among monsters. If you continue down this path, you will reach the cafeteria. I shall take my leave to rest." Zhao Wujia gestured towards a narrow path before turning away, stretching lazily as he gradually walked into the distance. Shui Leihan watched him depart, bowing slightly in respect. He was never one to lack in etiquette. On the contrary, he felt immense gratitude for Zhao Wujia's guardianship throughout the night. Once Zhao Wujia's figure vanished from sight, Shui Leihan caressed his Qing Songwei sword, savoring the refreshing chill it emanated. "It is time to hunt for soul rings," he mused, strolling along the village path, deep in thought. This place was far from the extreme north. Was it only in the Stardow Forest that one could procure a soul ring? The absence of soul power was certainly uncomfortable, yet due to his prolonged training, Shui Leihan had grown accustomed to this feeling, the weight of the Qing Songwei sword grounding him in reality. Which is preferable? The 10,000-year nether wolf or the 10,000-year snowdrift dragon? Shui Leihan pondered aloud, deeming both soul beasts to be as rare as those of 100,000 years. The nether wolf was known for its ferocity. To offend one was to incur the wrath of its entire pack. Different clans of nether wolves often clashed over territory, and encountering one that had lived for over 1,000 years was already a stroke of luck. The snowdrift dragon, even rarer, spent its entire life coiled within a cave, never venturing out to hunt. It consumed everything, including stones and trees, and did so in utter silence. To encounter a snowdrift dragon in a lifetime would indeed be a sign of great fortune. "Hey, Rong Rong, has he always been like this?" Xiao Wu inquired, observing Shui Leihan, who was lost in contemplation over his meal. The Shrek Academy members followed her gaze towards Shui Leihan, noting the seriousness in his eyes as he focused intently on his plate, seemingly pondering something profound. "It's rare for Rong Rong to be serious," she added quietly. "When he is alone, Leihan often gets like this. He is probably thinking about his sword and his training again." She shrugged her shoulders. Dai Mubai let out a wry smile and interjected, "But he seems overly obsessed. I even feel he is somewhat possessed by it. However, we all sensed his soul power and soul skills yesterday." As he spoke, Dai Mubai cast a keen glance at the others, who recalled the solitary figure wielding a sword amidst the snow, and they all nodded in agreement. It was evident that his relentless dedication had yielded rich rewards. "Do you all remember Teacher Zhao's words from last night? Shui Leihan has made a breakthrough. This made me want to train as well. I long to grow stronger." As he said this, he discreetly glanced at the cold-faced girl who was eating, but she appeared oblivious to his gaze, continuing with her meal. Dai Mubai's expression stiffened momentarily, followed by a wry smile. He then spoke with a firm tone. "Well, since we are all to live and cultivate together from now on, there is no need to be overly formal with our titles. With the addition of the 5 newcomers, our academy now comprises a total of 8 individuals. Xiao Ao and Fatty both address me as Boss Dai due to my slightly older age. You may simply call me Mubai. As for Ma Hongjun, he will be referred to as Fatty, and you can call Asta either Xiao or Uncle Sausage. Tang San, how about I refer to you as Xiao San from now on?" Tang San nodded in agreement upon hearing this. After the group had settled on their preferred titles, Dai Mubai suddenly remembered that one individual had remained silent throughout the entire conversation. Shui Leihan, how should we address you?" Turning around, Dai Mubai noticed that Shui Leihan was still lost in thought, prompting him to offer an awkward smile. "Brother Han, or Leihan, is fine." Shui Leihan suddenly snapped back to reality, seeing Ning Rongrong beaming at him, and he sighed softly, responding in a calm tone. "What is it this time?" Ning Rongrong pointed at the standing Dai Mubai, eliciting a look of confusion from Shui Leihan. Dai Mubai cleared his throat and reiterated his previous words. "Shui Leihan or Leihan will suffice, Mubai." Pausing for a moment at the end of his statement, Shui Leihan finally uttered the name Mubai. Dai Mubai approached and patted Shui Leihan's shoulder, smiling as he said, "Then I shall boldly call you Leihan." During their conversation, the cold girl quietly left her seat, and Dai Mubai gazed after her with a complex expression. The others were engaged in light-hearted banter, though it was mostly Dai Mubai speaking, reiterating the academy's rules during breakfast. After bidding farewell to the group, Shui Leihan made his way to the training ground where he had battled Zhao Wuji. Although it was called a training ground, it merely consisted of a muddy surface, with its boundaries vaguely marked by different colored sands. However, this did not hinder Shui Leihan's cultivation. Just as he was about to sit cross-legged, a calm and icy female voice came from behind him. "Shui Leihan, I wish to speak with you." Turning around, Shui Leihan found himself facing the icy girl of Dai Mubai's concern. He sheathed his sword, Qing Xiangwei, which he had almost drawn, and nodded slightly, indicating for her to continue. I want to know how you cultivate. I also wish to grow stronger. A bitter smile crept across Shui Leihan's heart, as this question felt all too familiar. This was a query previously posed by the members of the Imperial fighting team. His gaze gradually returned to focus on the determined girl, and he spoke in a measured tone. As long as you read every book in a national library by the age of 5, and after awakening your sword martial soul at 6, never put it aside, dedicating yourself solely to cultivation, meditating while others sleep, running in the morning without using soul power, and contemplating how to improve your soul power and abilities during meals, then you shall succeed. Upon encountering the increasingly vacant gaze of the aloof girl, Shui Leihan managed a faint smile, reflecting, thus, there exists no singularly optimal method of cultivation. What suits oneself is, indeed, the best. She sighed inwardly, realizing that expressing so many words at once was quite uncharacteristic of her. After speaking, Shui Leihan took a few steps forward before abruptly turning to inquire, "What is your name?" Instantly, she was met with a disdainful glare from the aloof girl, Zhu Zhuqing. "Oh," the girl replied, before turning away with her Qing Songwei sword and striding off. Zhu Zhuqing gritted her teeth, pondering whether what suited oneself truly was the best. "Don't overthink it, Zhuqing. You cannot comprehend the thought process of Lei Han." Ning Rongrong approached from behind, observing Shui Leihan's diminishing silhouette, and spoke slowly. Zhu Zhuqing looked at Ning Rongrong in confusion. "This is what I heard from my father. He mentioned that the most ruthless period for Lei Han was when he broke through the 30th level, unable to find inspiration for his sword techniques. He isolated himself in his dormitory for a staggering 49 days, fasting the entire duration, and whenever fatigue struck, he would make a cut on his own body with his sword. While practicing his Shui Sha sword, he confined himself within the beast arena." Beast arena? Zhu Zhuqing took a moment to grasp the concept. It entailed locking humans and soul beasts in an iron cage, where only one could emerge alive. After a month of dancing with the death of soul beasts, he finally comprehended the ultimate move of the Shui Sha sword, the very technique we witnessed yesterday that shattered teacher Zhao's immovable stance. Therefore, in Leihan's world, only he truly understands himself. Upon concluding this discourse, Ning Rongrong resumed her usual smile, humming an unknown tune, leaving Zhu Zhuqing in a state of shock. As Shui Leihan arrived at an open space, she encountered a robust middle-aged man in his 50s. "Four-eyed cat eagle, Flandra?" Shui Leihan remarked slowly. "I overheard your previous remarks. They were indeed excellent advice. I did not expect you, Shui Leihan, to possess not only profound soul power, but also considerable theoretical knowledge." The middle-aged man squinted his eyes and chuckled, exuding a cunning aura. "The dean is looking for me. Is there something amiss?" Shui Leihan, known for her succinctness, was not one to shy away from lengthy discourse when the occasion called for it. "Follow me," Flandra instructed, leading her into a room adorned with an antique elegance. Shui Leihan surveyed the decor, deducing that this must be the dean's office. Just as teacher Qin Ming described, Shui Leihan remarked nonchalantly. Flandra, suddenly animated, grasped Shui Leihan's collar, exclaiming, "You are that brat Qin Ming student?" He erupted into hearty laughter, releasing her collar, and continued, "I believe I am beginning to ascertain your identity. What does that brat Qin Ming usually say about me? Cunning and greedy?" Flandra was immediately infuriated, vowing to give Qin Ming a thorough beating the next time they crossed paths. In the midst of the heavenly fight empire, Qin Ming suddenly felt a chill sweep across his back on this sweltering day, causing him to shiver involuntarily. However, the sole redeeming quality was his protectiveness. Shui Leihan observed the fluctuating expressions of Flandre, who oscillated between biting his lips and smiling, eventually succumbing to silence. "Let us speak candidly. This time, it is for Ning Rongrong's sake." Flandre gestured towards the table, brandishing a letter. "Has your adoptive father written to you?" "Indeed, Your Highness, the third prince. This letter grants me the authority to discipline Ning Rongrong. Do not address me as Your Highness within the academy." "Very well, Shui Leihan. What is your perspective on this matter?" After a moment of contemplation, Shui Leihan replied, "At this moment, Ning Rongrong is not her true self. If it is for the future of the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School, then I support you." Upon hearing this, Flandre let out a sinister laugh, sending chills down Shui Leihan's spine as he sat opposite him. "However, do not go too far, lest it becomes difficult for your adoptive father to manage. Rest assured, I shall maintain a sense of moderation. Flander then rose, placing a hand upon Shui Leihan's shoulder, and after a brief moment, smiled slightly. It seems your recoil has subsided. You are now able to wield your soul power. Class is about to commence. Remember to gather on the playground. Those who are late will face punishment. Very well. Chapter 13. Honest words are hard to hear, yet beneficial for action. Please forgive me, Sect Master. Within Shrek Academy, there exists at least one soul sage and several soul emperors. My subordinates are incapable of infiltrating for reconnaissance. However, I have delivered the message you entrusted to me to the teachers of Shrek Academy, and it will certainly reach the hands of their principal. A young man knelt on one knee before Ning Fengji, clasping his fists in respect. You have worked hard. You may leave, Ning Fengji replied. Yes. The young man clasped his fists again and swiftly exited the hall. Ning Fengji murmured to himself, Flander, you truly are an idealistic individual. I shall observe how you educate my daughter. Perhaps only by leaving home will that little demoness come to her senses. Nevertheless, with Leihan there, I need not worry excessively. With a graceful smile, he retreated into the inner room. Shui Leihan sheathed his sword and made his way to the training ground, where Dai Mubai awaited. Shui Leihan nodded slightly, then took his position, anticipating the arrival of Principal Flander. Shortly thereafter, Tang San, Xiao Wu, a portly boy, Zhu Zhuqing, Oscar, and Ning Rongrong arrived in succession, forming a line. Shui Leihan maintained a contemplative silence, his gaze fixed inward. He sensed the cool, penetrating gaze of the icy girl named Zhu Zhuqing linger upon him before shifting away. Tilting his head upwards, he admired the cerulean sky. Feeling the icy blue soul power within him, he silently nodded, realizing that his soul power had become purer. After waiting for the duration of a tea break, Shui Leihan and the others finally spotted the principal approaching. In that moment, Oscar appeared to be engaged in conversation with Tang San and Xiao Wu. However, they were mistaken. Their principal, Flander, was notoriously vengeful. Of course, his greatest virtue was his fierce protectiveness. Shui Leihan observed a fleeting glint of cunning in Flander's eyes, a curiosity arising within him regarding the methods Flander would employ to discipline Ning Rongrong. The little demoness of the seven-treasure glazed tile school was not easily manageable. Flander halted before the group, scrutinizing each member as if attempting to discern their very essence. Then, with his resonant, gravelly voice, he addressed them. This year is quite promising. We have welcomed 5 more little prodigies. I, Flander, the principal of Shrek Academy, extend a warm welcome to each of you. Shortly, you will each submit 100 gold coins to Teacher Li, who is in charge of finances. Dai Mubai stepped forward, his voice laced with respect and admiration as he bowed. Principal. Flander continued, we have 5 new junior brothers and sisters. Please ensure you convey the Academy's rules to them. Afterwards, return and rest, striving to restore yourselves to peak condition. Our first class will commence this evening. Oscar, you and Ning Rongrong are the exceptions. Come with me. Oscar's expression immediately soured, reluctantly approaching Flander to pay his respects. His demeanor lightened somewhat when Ning Rongrong stood beside him. Flander waved his hand, saying, the rest may go and rest. Remember, strive to reach your utmost potential before darkness falls. Do not blame me for not forewarning you. The pedagogy of this academy diverges significantly from others, and you may even encounter peril. Witnessing this, the crowd dispersed, leaving only Tang San, Xiao Wu, and Shui Leihan behind. Shui Leihan was genuinely curious to see what method Flander would employ to unveil Ning Rongrong's true self. He believed that his adoptive father, Ning Fengji, shared his desire for Ning Rongrong to undergo some transformation, for she was the only one among Ning Fengji's offspring who had surpassed level 20 in soul power by the tender age of 12. Shui Leihan, however, had ascended several levels in a single day due to the energy of the ice phoenix that had once resided within him. Yet, he constantly reminded himself that this was an external force, not a manifestation of his own strength. I must rely on my own power to protect those I cherish. In this world, one can only depend on oneself. Relying on external forces renders one merely a fade, beautiful yet ineffectual. The determination in Shui Leihan's eyes intensified as he firmly grasped the hilt of the blue rose sword. Observing Oscar and Ning Rongrong being sent off to run, he felt a flicker of confusion, just as Flander cast him a calming glance. It appeared that Tang San had been summoned for a private conversation with Flander, leaving only Xiao Wu and Shui Leihan in the vicinity. Xiao Wu felt a tinge of apprehension, Truth be told, she was unaccustomed to the presence of someone as taciturn as Xue Leihan. Noticing her silence, Xue Leihan nodded reassuringly before sheathing his sword and returning to the dormitory. "Where is my dormitory?" Xue Leihan mused quietly as he surveyed the rows of wooden cabins. Since he had been out all night breaking through, Dai Mubai had not had the chance to inform him of his assigned room. "Is that not Leihan? What's wrong?" Just as he pondered, Dai Mubai approached from behind, placing a large hand on Xue Leihan's shoulder. "I don't know my dormitory," Xue Leihan replied with a hint of exasperation. "Look at my memory. I completely forgot. You share a dorm with Tang San and Oscar. Oscar nearly always sleeps in, so you and Tang San will have to be responsible for waking him up." After a light-hearted jest, Dai Mubai led Xue Leihan through winding paths until they arrived at a small wooden cabin. "This is your dormitory. Rest well, for there are classes tonight." After sharing a few jovial exchanges, they bid each other farewell, and Dai Mubai entered his own cabin. "Classes tonight?" Xue Leihan pushed open the door, found an unoccupied bed, and sat cross-legged, focusing his breath. During his ordinary practice, the cold aura no longer manifested, a sign of the control he had recently mastered. "To the brothers of the Tiando Academy, I hope you are all well." Xue Leihan closed his eyes, a subtle smile gracing his lips as the images of Yu Tianheng, Du Guyin, Oscar, and Yu Feng surfaced in his mind sequentially. As the captain, I must also strive harder. As night falls, the esteemed principal of Shrek Academy, the four-eyed cat-eagle Flander, stands upon the grand playground, surveying the 8 students before him. Xue Leihan, donned in a crisp and tidy outfit, is the first to arrive, his short hair dancing in the breeze, exuding an air of vitality and elegance. Once everyone is assembled, it becomes apparent that Flander's attention is not on them, but rather on 2 other students. "Oscar, have you completed 20 laps?" Flander's gaze is sharp, instilling a sense of trepidation that discourages direct eye contact. "Ah, so that is the case." Observing Ning Rongrong's ambiguous smile and witnessing Flander's relentless scrutiny, Xue Leihan understands the situation. His foster sister had been slacking off during the afternoon run, and Flander, ever vigilant, has caught her in the act. With a slight smile, Flander continues, "So, you alone ran off to Soto City, indulged in a feast, and took a stroll through the commercial street, only just returning to find Oscar. Am I correct?" Xue Leihan retains a calm demeanor, yet internally he sighs. Ning Rongrong's character remains unchanged from the little which he encountered 2 years ago. He glances at Ning Rongrong, who is pouting in indignation, and falls into a contemplative silence. This is her opportunity for transformation. Thus, regardless of her pleas or tantrums, he will not extend his assistance. This is for the 7-treasure glazed tile school, for his adoptive father, and ultimately, for Ning Rongrong herself. Xue Leihan straightens his posture, entering a state of cultivation, while the echoes of Ning Rongrong's cries and her sorrowful glances directed at him persist in the background. He grits his teeth, resolutely ignoring them. At times, harsh words are the greatest form of responsibility. "I hope you can swiftly comprehend his intentions, Ning Rongrong, my foster sister." "All right, Xue Leihan. I have instructed Oscar to comfort Ning Rongrong. You need not worry excessively," Flander quietly reassures him as he approaches. Xue Leihan, momentarily disrupted from his cultivation, feels no annoyance, instead offering a grateful glance towards Flander. Though he may have played the villain, Xue Leihan trusts the profound impact Flander's words will have on Ning Rongrong. After patting Xue Leihan on the shoulder, Flander steps back and addresses the group. "Now, prepare to set off. You have witnessed the consequences for Ning Rongrong and Oscar. If you wish to remain here to cultivate, you must adhere to the Academy's rules, attending every lesson diligently. My words here are not mere suggestions, they are commands. You will soon embark on your first lesson at Shrek. Each of you will independently complete your courses. Do not blame me for failing to provide prior warning. Should your efforts fall short, the consequences will be severe." With that, he lightly leaps into the air, gracefully moving towards the Academy's exit. Xue Leihan, with a sword in hand, followed closely behind Flanders, moving with a remarkable grace. Dai Mubai trailed closely behind Xue Leihan, followed by Zhu Zhuqing. "Hey!" Xue Leihan glanced back, observing Zhu Zhuqing's steps, and nodded in approval. "Where did you learn such a pace?" he inquired. "Indeed, you live up to the reputation of the four-eyed cat eagle, able to converse while maintaining such speed. It is taught by sword Douluo Continent," Zhu Zhuqing replied. "It appears you have mastered it well." Flanders noted that after a period of swift movement, Xue Leihan showed no signs of fatigue. Rather, he entered an unusual rhythm of breathing. He understood that this was the essence of the technique. As Shui Leihan caught sight of a distant city, its lights flickering, he realized it was the time of indulgence for those who had labored through the day. As they drew nearer, it became evident that Flanders had led them to Soto City. Recalling Flanders' earlier remark about shedding skin even in death, Shui Leihan felt a sudden clarity. Memories of the grueling days spent with the Imperial fighting team flooded back, the struggles of life and death, the celebrations of victory with drinks, and the collective reflections on defeat. A wistful smile crossed his face, though he lamented the absence of anyone amidst the dim lights. Chapter 14. The battle spirit. As darkness enveloped the sky, Soto City thrived with the vibrancy of daylight. Weary workers emerged onto the streets after a long day. A few laborers passed by Shui Leihan, making their way into an open-air tavern to indulge in hearty drinks. Shui Leihan, with his sword at his side, surveyed the city he had only briefly visited, as countless lights flickered to life in the night. This scene stirred memories of his home, Heaven-Do City, within him. The crowd followed Flander to the heart of the city, where he abruptly halted, glanced at the sky, and murmured to himself, "There is still some time. Follow me." With that, he led the five into an inconspicuous tea house along the street, where they gathered around a round table. Flander ordered 6 cups of the cheapest tea available. Observing the clear water dotted with fragments of tea leaves, Shui Leihan's perception of Flander's frugality deepened. Little Wu furrowed her brow at the frothy tea before her and inquired, "Principal, our first lesson won't be here, will it?" Flander responded, "Of course not. Your classroom is over there." As he spoke, he gestured toward the outside. Following his Tang Sin spotted a grand edifice not far from the tea house, towering nearly 100 meters into the night sky, exuding an air of profound majesty. From this vantage point, they could discern faint glimmers of light emanating from within the colossal structure. A knowing expression crossed Shui Leihan's face. It seemed his speculation was correct. Flanders' first lesson would indeed take place at the Spirit Arena. Dai Mubai's expression shifted slightly as he whispered, "Principal, are we really taking them there on the first day?" Flander replied nonchalantly, "Remember, you are all prodigies, not ordinary individuals. As prodigies, you must adopt extraordinary methods of cultivation." He paused, his tone growing serious. "Your martial spirits are unique, each requiring its own path of cultivation. What the Academy can teach you is how to better harness your martial spirits, aiding you in acquiring superior spirit rings and gaining invaluable combat experience to unlock your full potential. The remaining knowledge encompasses various aspects of martial spirits and the status of spirit masters across the continent. Among all that you must learn, the most crucial is practical combat experience." The recent battle between Shui Leihan and Zhao Wujie was fresh in everyone's minds, and they nodded in agreement. Despite their spirit power being exceptional among their peers, their practical experience was lacking. At this juncture, Flanders' eyes sparkled with fervor. The level of a martial spirit signifies a spirit master's strength, and the spirit rings serve as the most eloquent testament to this. However, they do not truly reflect a spirit master's genuine capability. Only the titles earned through personal effort in the Grand Soul Arena truly reflect one's strength. Regardless of the rank, any soul master entering the Grand Soul Arena is simply represented by the term Soul Combat. Upon securing their first victory, a badge is awarded, and subsequent victories yield points. Accumulating a certain number of points elevates the badge's rank. This badge symbolizes one's level within the Grand Soul Arena and is universally recognized across all major cities on the continent. The advantages of a high-level badge are numerous, and I shall refrain from elaborating further. The badge ranks are categorized according to the quality of minerals, starting from the lowest, the Iron Badge or Iron Soul Combat, ascending through copper, silver, gold, purple gold, sapphire, ruby, and diamond, totaling 8 levels. At this point, Flanders cast his gaze over the 6 individuals before him. Your task is to obtain at least a Silver Soul Combat Badge before graduation. Do you understand? Do not underestimate the challenge of acquiring a Silver Soul Combat Badge. Mu Bai and Hong Jun have already participated in practical battles here for over a year. Mu Bai, please inform them of the requirements for advancing badge levels and your battle records. As he spoke, Flanders calmly sipped the inferior tea before him. Having established Shrek Academy for 20 years, he understood the most effective educational methods to engage students. The key is to ignite their interest. Anything pursued with genuine enthusiasm will yield far greater results. Those selected for Shrek Academy are undeniably exceptional children. These so-called monsters or prodigies cannot be educated through conventional means. Dai Mubai stated, I began competing in the Soto Grand Seoul Arena at level 29, totaling 56 battles with a record of 29 victories and 27 defeats. My current points stand at 2. To advance from Iron Soul Combat to Copper Soul Combat, one needs 100 points. Each victory earns 1 point, but a defeat deducts 1 point. If one achieves more than 5 consecutive victories, each additional win increases the points by 10. Exceeding 10 consecutive victories adds 100 points. Even if one successfully advances to Copper Soul Combat upon reaching the requisite points, a drop below 100 points will revoke that status. Progressing from Copper Soul Combat to Silver Soul Combat requires 1,000 points. In battles between Copper Soul combatants, each victory grants 10 points, while each defeat deducts 10 points. The point accumulation ratio for consecutive victories remains the same as that of Iron Soul Combat. Without further ado, let us depart. As the sky darkened, Flanders brushed off non-existent dust and rose abruptly. Shui Leihan felt a pang of nostalgia, his memories seemingly drifting back to those fierce combat days. Flanders instructed everyone to register as Soul Masters for the arena, though he certainly would not cover the registration fee. Dai Mubai, having registered a year prior, stood alongside Ma Hongjun. Shui Leihan, feeling a chill in his tears, had yet to register, prompting the inquiry from Mubai. Aren't you going to register, Leihan? At the same time, Flanders shifted his gaze, eager to hear Shui Leihan's response. I have already registered, Shui Leihan replied in a calm demeanor, then proceeded to approach the staff member at the counter. A one-on-one soul duel, quickly please. He then retrieved a small box. The staff member, initially ready to scold the seemingly youthful boy, was taken aback by Shui Leihan's composure and, with years of experience, promptly sealed his lips, accepting the box instead. As the staff member opened the box, a blinding flash temporarily obscured his vision. Once the brilliance faded, a diamond badge, intricately engraved in the shape of a sword, appeared before him. Flandra had previously overlooked the detail. Accumulating an additional 10,000 points at the diamond level would earn a special badge, bestowed by the headquarters of the Soul Arena, along with the title. This new regulation, introduced in recent years, was not known to Flandra. Hence his lack of awareness was understandable. Esteemed Ice Sword Emperor, what type of opponent would you like to select? The staff member inquired, reading the inscription on the badge. A sapphire opponent within the 6th ring, Shui Leihan declared, as he did not expect to find an adversary of equal rank with a diamond badge in such a small city, thus lowering his level by 2 tiers. I deeply apologize, esteemed Ice Sword Emperor, but the highest-ranked Soul Master present today is a 5-ring Soul King with a purple gold badge. Then I shall face him. I will wager 1,000 points. Expedite the process. Very well, esteemed Ice Sword Emperor. Without drawing attention, he returned to the group. And under the guidance of the staff member, they made their way to the audience seats. Shui Leihan chose a spot closer to the aisle, eagerly awaiting his first match. On the Soul Arena stage, a middle-aged man clad in a tailcoat stood at the center, clearing his throat before announcing, we shall now commence the first one-on-one duel in our 14th Soul Arena. They are. As he paused, incredulity washed over him as he gazed at the paper in his hand. Then, with fervor, he continued, they are the Soul Master of the Ice Sword, Shui Leihan, bearer of the Blue Rose Sword Martial Soul, and the Soul King, Shijing Tian, renowned for his 151 consecutive victories with the Shura Blade Martial Soul. Let us welcome both competitors to the stage with resounding applause. 2 Soul Masters, a Soul Master, and a Soul King. How rare this is, exclaimed the audience. What fortune to witness a clash between a Soul Master and a Soul King tonight. The crowd rose in enthusiasm, chanting the names of Shui Leihan and Shijing Tian, eager for the impending duel. I shall go. Shui Leihan nodded to the spectators before gradually descending from the stands. Wait, Shui Leihan, perhaps you should reconsider. Why has the arena paired you with the Soul King? This is exceedingly perilous. Tang Xin stepped forward and grasped his sleeve, speaking earnestly. Shui Leihan, let us protest to the Soul Arena. Perhaps we should forego this match. Danger is, after all, an opportunity. Upon seeing the sincerity in Tang San's eyes, Shui Leihan suddenly smiled. She cherished this feeling of being cared for. Snow, 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 Shui Leihan actually smiled. Xiao Wu exclaimed, while even the typically aloof Zhu Zhuqing widened her eyes in surprise, let alone the other classmates. I appreciate your thoughtfulness, she said, hesitating momentarily before placing her hand gently on Tang San's shoulder. After a brief moment, she turned and descended the steps. Just moments ago, Tang Sen had utilized the purple extreme demon eye to observe Shui Leihan, realizing that despite her seemingly cold exterior, she was, in essence, warm-hearted. Then let us be your companions, he silently declared, watching her upright figure. Well done, Xiao San, Dai Mubai praised, giving Tang Sen a thumbs up. He had managed to elicit Shui Leihan's first smile within the academy. However, Dai Mubai wondered aloud, but is the title Ice Sword Emperor merely a nickname for Shui Leihan? Ma Hongjun asked in confusion. Dai Mubai appeared equally perplexed. It seemed they had never introduced themselves by their titles during their appearances on stage. Flender, however, looked at Shui Leihan with keen anticipation, hoping that her debut performance would provide an exhilarating lesson in combat for his students. As Shui Leihan descended from the audience section, her eyes, sharp as swords, locked onto the approaching Shi Jingtian. Shi Jingtian, brawny in stature, reminded her of Yu Tianheng. His gaze was indifferent. Yet the bloodlust simmering within rendered his pupils restless. Is it you who specifically called for me? Shi Jingtian sneered down at Shui Leihan, a glimmer of cruelty flickering in his eyes. Indeed, Shui Leihan replied coolly. You will come to regret this. Will I? Even before the battle commenced. Their verbal sparring had already begun. As a middle-aged man intervened to separate them, he took his position beside the Soul Arena and shouted, the battle begins. Shui Leihan gripped the hilt of her sword, eager to discover the true strength of Shi Jingtian's Shura blade. Shura slash. A violet thousand-year soul ring appeared, revealing a massive, ghostly blade. With the emergence of the weapon, an ominous aura enveloped the arena. Shi Jingtian charged towards Shui Leihan like a descending tiger, his blade radiating a purple glow, its speed and ferocity causing the spectators to gasp in apprehension for Shui Leihan. With a resounding clash, the sword met the blade, and Shui Leihan had already drawn her sword, her second soul ring manifesting instantly. In the fleeting moment when Shui Leihan unsheathed the blue rose sword, he deftly deflected the incoming blade of the ghostly-headed knife to the right. One cannot help but admire Shui Leihan's precise understanding of the situation and his own capabilities. Flanders, with a gleeful smile, stroked the stubble on his chin. Just moments before the duel commenced, he had wagered 10,000 gold soul coins on Shui Leihan's victory. This young man is truly remarkable. I shall rely on him for future earnings, he mused, unable to suppress the thought that sprang to mind. In a brief exchange of moves, Shi Jingtian and Shui Leihan engaged in combat, the latter employing the snow-killing sword to parry Shi's attacks. The arena resonated with the melodious clash of blades, prompting the spectators to rise and cheer with exuberance. Seizing the opportunity, Shui Leihan thrust his sword upward, causing Shi Jingtian's Shura knife to lose its control, raised high toward the heavens. I cannot possibly meet my end here, Shi Jingtian roared, fiercely bringing the Shura knife crashing down, a white and 3 yellow, 1 purple soul ring appearing behind him. Anger surged within Shi, as a soul king of level 52. It was utterly humiliating to be engaged in such a prolonged struggle with a mere soul master. Had he confided this sentiment to Zhao Wuji, the latter might have wept openly, recalling how Shui Leihan had relentlessly struck him hundreds of times during their encounters, leaving his splendid attire in tatters. Then, the 2 yellow soul rings began to glow brightly. His speed intensified significantly, his eyes gleaming with renewed vigor. Blade aura, Shi Jingtian bellowed. The Shura knife enveloped in a dark aura, the manifestation of blade energy. An agility-type soul ring? Observing Shi Jingtian's sudden surge in speed, Shui Leihan shifted his focus to the Shura knife. Sensing the blade energy emanating from his opponent's weapon, Shui Leihan's spirits lifted. He refrained from using soul skills, opting instead to engage Shi Jingtian purely with his self-created sword techniques. You insolent brat, are you looking down on me by refusing to use your soul skills? Shi Jingtian retorted, his purple soul ring shimmering once more as the Shura knife took on a hue of dark purple, accompanied by a fierce gust of wind, striking down with tremendous force. Now tattered and marred with countless sword wounds, Shi Jingtian was engulfed in agony, consumed by the singular desire to eliminate Shui Leihan and reduce him to mere pulp. Recognizing the murderous intent in Shi Jingtian's gaze, Shui Leihan's expression grew increasingly frigid, a bone-chilling aura emanating from him, causing Shi Jingtian's movements to falter slightly under its weight. It is over. Initially, I thought you might possess some semblance of sword technique, and I would have entertained the idea of sparring further. However, after engaging for some time, Shui Leihan discerned that Shi Jingtian's repertoire consisted solely of a few brute force moves with the Shura knife. Disheartened, he murmured to himself, promptly positioning his sword before his chest, as an icy blue radiance swiftly converged upon the blue rose sword. Snow Mountain Sword. With a swift downward strike, Shui Leihan wielded his sword, causing an ice peak to erupt from the depths of the arena, colliding fiercely with the Shura slash. The astonished stone figure spat out a mouthful of blood and, propelled by the force of the ice peak, was hurled out of the arena. Shui Leihan sheathed his sword. Aside from a modicum of soul power expended while utilizing the Snow Mountain Sword, he had hardly exerted any soul energy. He then turned to regard the middle-aged referee with a calm gaze. The Ice Sword Emperor, Shui Leihan, emerges victorious. His record now stood at 16,032 wins and 2,432 losses. Chapter 15. Arrogance. Am I hallucinating? Dai Mubai turned to Ma Hongjun. His voice ethereal and tinged with a hint of hoarseness. A staggering 10,000 victories? Ma Hongjun exclaimed, his fervent shout igniting a frenzy among the other spectators. Wow, how many victories is that? Wait, why is the color of his soul ring black? Extraordinary. That must be a diamond badge. Surely I did not mishear. He has only lost a little over 2,000 matches? The Ice Sword Emperor is so dashing. I wish to marry him, exclaimed a few infatuated ladies. Flinder, observing from behind, could barely contain his laughter, marveling inwardly at Qin Ming, who had truly bestowed a grand gift upon him. The applause erupted in waves. As the audience gradually began chanting the name of Shui Leihan, showering this talented soul master with their most fervent cheers, the middle-aged man smiled faintly. He had no obligation to disclose the Ice Sword Emperor's victory count, yet he chose to do so, clearly to cultivate greater popularity, enticing the audience to purchase tickets to witness the esteemed Ice Sword Emperor's upcoming battles. Shui Leihan slightly cupped his fists in salute to the crowd, and amidst the rising cheers, returned to his seat. However, before he could settle comfortably, he sensed 5 pairs of complex gazes upon him. Turning slightly, he met the eyes of Tang San, Xiao Wu, Ma Hongjun, Dai Mubai, and Zhu Zhuqing, all filled with a myriad of emotions. Sighing softly, Shui Leihan spoke. These are my statistics from 5 years in the Soul Arena. I devoted every waking moment to training there, which afforded me the opportunity to achieve this record. Mubai, do not lose heart. Given time, you too can reach such heights. Upon seeing the sincerity in Shui Leihan's eyes, and recalling his earlier words, Tang San, Xiao Wu, Ma Hongjun, and Zhu Zhuqing felt a surge of confidence. Dai Mubai patted Shui Leihan on the shoulder, a wry smile crossing his face. I can't shake the feeling that the gap between us is widening. If you wish to enhance your strength or accumulate combat experience, I can practice with you daily. Shui Leihan replied with a gentle smile. However, to Dai Mubai, this smile appeared as a wicked grin. What a rare opportunity. Dai Mubai quickly responded, jesting that he would never forsake such a chance. And me as well, Tang Sen added, inspired by Shui Leihan's journey, casting a glance at Xiao Wu which stirred in him a profound desire to protect her forever. Stepping forward resolutely, he declared, and us. Seeing Dai Mubai and Tang Sen express such sentiments, the others joined in, voicing their eagerness. Shui Leihan suddenly felt as though he had dug himself a considerable pit. Yet he still smiled faintly and acquiesced. He understood that the members of Shrek Academy would inevitably face the Royal Combat Team, with their exceptional talents. He knew their entry into the Youth Soul Combat Tournament was a foregone conclusion. Shui Leihan's current actions may provoke loud cries of grievance and bewilderment from Yufeng and AOC Luo. However, Yutian Heng and Du Guyin will undoubtedly extend their support. What does it feel like to be invincible among peers? It is an experience tinged with solitude. Thus, Shui Leihan strives to provide maximum assistance to the royal fighting team, and even in the event of their defeat, he remains undeterred, confident that victory can be reclaimed in the future. After all, to be singularly unrivaled is rather dull, is it not? Our future shall not be marked by loneliness. Shui Leihan smiled faintly, then shifted his gaze back to the arena. Soon, Xiao Wu took to the stage, effortlessly defeating her opponent with a single use of her first soul skill. Was this soul skill not reminiscent of wrestling? Shui Leihan recalled some festive events held within the palace, where 2 burly men would toss each other outside designated boundaries without utilizing soul power, relying solely on their physical strength. Tang San, suppressing a laugh, nodded and remarked, indeed, Xiao Wu's first soul skill is a waist attack. Leihan, be cautious when you face her. Her martial soul is remarkably swift. Thank you for the reminder, Shui Leihan acknowledged with a nod. The next match, an unexpected internal conflict, featured Shui Leihan against Zhu Zhuqing. Dai Mubai's face paled, revealing a hint of embarrassment as he leaned towards Shui Leihan and whispered, "Brother, take it easy." Shui Leihan couldn't help but chuckle at Zhu Zhuqing's murderous glare directed at Dai Mubai, a poignant reminder of the vast chasm between him and her. After uttering this thought, Zhu Zhuqing elegantly turned and strode towards the arena. Shui Leihan nodded in response and followed her into the soul-fighting arena. It seemed this match was intentionally arranged by the host. Observing the middle-aged man's sly smile, Shui Leihan remained silent. A diamond badge facing a bronze badge? Absurd. Was it merely for the sake of novelty? Shui Leihan could not ascertain, yet the audience erupted in cheers, calling out the name of the Ice Sword Emperor as he stood upon the arena for the second time. Zhu Zhuqing was never one to be swayed by external factors, and coincidentally, neither was Shui Leihan. Once they took their positions at either end of the arena, both fixed their gaze upon the referee. The soul battle begins now. As the words echoed, Zhu Zhuqing instantly unleashed her martial soul. Her eyes transformed in hue, the left an emerald green, the right a clear blue. While her charming cat ears perked up, with a flick of her fingers, sharp claws emerged, and her body lowered as she coldly stared at Shui Leihan. As if he were her prey, 2 yellow soul rings appeared around her, emanating a chilling and sharp aura that left a suffocating impression. However, Shui Leihan had already experienced such frigid sensations countless times in the desolate northernmost lands. Even the unrestrained pressure from the sword Douluo Continent merely caused his feet to tremble, rendering this sharp aura inconsequential by comparison. Shui Leihan did not draw his sword. Rather, the blade emerged slightly from its sheath, as if poised to unleash a devastating strike at any moment. Be serious, unleash your soul rings and fight me. With her small fangs partially revealed, Zhu Zhuqing cast an angry glance at Shui Leihan, unable to endure the sensation of being underestimated. Though I am unaware of what Dai Mubai has said to you, we are now in the soul arena, a place to demonstrate our true prowess. Shui Leihan, let me witness your soul skills. Her voice crescendoed with intensity, her feline eyes glinting with fierce determination. Shui Leihan maintained his composure, casting a sidelong glance at Dai Mubai in the audience, who wore an awkward expression and a bitter smile, eliciting a quiet chuckle from him. Nevertheless, he could not help but admire Zhu Zhuqing's strong and proud nature. Very well, as you wish. Slowly, the azure rose sword was drawn, revealing 3 soul rings, 1 purple and 2 black, gradually manifesting upon the blade. He assumed a relaxed stance, the sword's tip aimed directly at Zhu Zhuqing. For him, the most comfortable posture was indeed the most formidable. A chill began to permeate the arena, swirling in accordance with Shui Leihan's intent, while his short hair danced lightly in the cold breeze. The icy aura enveloped the smooth floor of the soul arena, forming a delicate layer of frost. His gaze remained indifferent, his ice-blue pupils devoid of emotion as they scrutinized Zhu Zhuqing. Suddenly, he recalled a phrase from Yu Tianheng, "If you respect me, then defeat me with your most powerful soul skill." Feeling the seriousness in Shui Leihan's eyes and the drawn sword, Zhu Zhuqing experienced a shiver of apprehension. Yet, she responded with a smile, and her 2 soul rings flickered in succession before her form vanished in a swift motion. The ghostly phantom stab was activated, mid-air. Zhu Zhuqing's claws extended suddenly, her body shifting with remarkable agility, her speed doubling in an instant as she lunged diagonally towards Shui Leihan. With a flourish of his sword, Shui Leihan parried the strike with a resounding clang, blocking Zhu Zhuqing's rapid claws. However, she did not relent, suspended in the air. Her claws lunged toward Shui Leihan once more, her second-century soul ring shimmering, the ghostly phantom claw. Shui Leihan smiled faintly, acknowledging her effort. An admirable attempt. Had it been any other powerful assault-type soul master here, they might have found themselves flustered and caught off guard. But I stand here, Shui Leihan. The 3rd black soul ring flared to life, a roar resonating in Zhu Zhuqing's ears, causing her offensive momentum to waver slightly. A glint of cold light flashed in Shui Leihan's eyes. The first purple 1,000-year soul ring illuminated, a blue radiance enveloping the azure rose sword, sending Zhu Zhuqing hurtling through the air. Sin would be a more fitting term here, as Shui Leihan had scarcely exerted any effort. He then turned to nod at Dai Mubai, who exhaled in relief, offering a grateful glance as he hurriedly descended from the stands to Zhu Zhuqing's side. Zhu Zhuqing landed outside the arena, the spot where the sword had struck her now encased in a thin layer of ice. Suddenly, she smiled, and one must admit her smile possessed a captivating charm, indeed impressive. However, shortly after, she fainted. Dai Mubai hastily lifted her up, and, upon reuniting with Xue Leihan, they made their way toward the audience. "I owe you a favor," Dai Mubai softly remarked, glancing at the gradually awakening Zhu Zhuqing. Xue Leihan, observing Dai Mubai's profile, averted her gaze and replied calmly, "If you consider me a friend, then you owe me nothing." Dai Mubai clenched his fist and smiled. Subsequently, a series of soul fighting matches ensued, providing the members of Shrek Academy with opportunities to compete. Upon regaining consciousness, Zhu Zhuqing insisted on participating, achieving an impressive record of 2 victories. When Xue Leihan once again took to the arena and defeated a Soul King of the 5 Rings, he exited the venue and greeted the group engaged in conversation. "Where's the dean?" Tang Xin inquired of Dai Mubai. Dai Mubai, with a hint of exasperation, replied, "Heaven knows where he has gone. He instructed us to return once our soul fighting concluded. He went to collect his winnings," Xue Leihan remarked nonchalantly, a glimmer of amusement in his eyes. The 4-eyed cat eagle, as expected, lives up to its reputation. Upon hearing this, the group burst into laughter and began their walk back toward the academy. During this time, a quarrel seemingly erupted between Dai Mubai and Zhu Zhuqing, leading her to depart from the group alone. Xue Leihan couldn't help but sigh inwardly. These two truly were a pair of adversaries. Chapter 16. Nature of the Heart. Xue Leihan walked at the rear of the group, lost in contemplation, reflecting on his battle with the Shuro Blade martial soul. Although Shi Jing Tian was reckless, his swordsmanship lacked coherence. It could be said that Shi Jing Tian relied solely on his soul power and brute strength in their confrontation. This was precisely what Xue Leihan wished to avoid. To him, a weapon soul devoid of finesse resembled nothing more than a barbaric brawl. He now comprehended the reason behind Chen Xin's teachings of swordsmanship during his youth. While one could challenge an opponent of similar strength merely through soul power, possessing sword techniques and self-created soul skills afforded one the means to challenge foes of greater rank. This elucidated why, within the 7-treasure glazed tile school, the sword Douluo subtly overshadowed the bone Douluo. As Xue Leihan fell into deep thought, the voices of his companions softened considerably. They understood that he, the one with the highest soul power among them, was analyzing the day as soul battles and refrained from disturbing him. Xue Leihan, upon hearing faint sounds of an argument ahead, shook his head and cast his gaze toward the front of the group. There, Ning Rongrong wore a gentle smile as she spoke to Dai Mubai, while Oscar glanced at her with a hint of resentment. "Ning Rongrong, do not provoke my patience. This is Shrek Academy, not your home. While others may fear your 7-treasure glazed tile school, I, Dai Mubai, do not. Should you anger me, beware. I shall be both your conqueror and executioner," Dai Mubai declared coldly, his eyes glinting with a chilling light. "Enough." Xue Leihan stepped forward, placing a hand on Dai Mubai's shoulder, and then turned his steady gaze toward Ning Rongrong. "Let it be. I shall grant you this favor. However," he added, casting a frigid glance in her direction, "remember, this is not your abode. Do not provoke me again, for I shall not concern myself with your status." With that, he strode purposefully toward the academy. "Brother Leihan, he actually threatened me," Ning Rongrong gasped, taken aback. She had not anticipated Dai Mubai would wield his soul power. Upon seeing Xue Leihan, her feelings of grievance transformed into tears, and she began to sob. "Rongrong, reflect on how your brothers and father have acted." Xue Leihan gently stroked her hair, then, suppressing his emotions, continued into Shrek Academy. "Consider your actions carefully." With that, he vanished from her sight, a sigh carried away by the wind. "You seem troubled." Tang Xin returned to the dormitory. Observing Xue Leihan seated cross-legged on his bed, sensing an unstable chill emanating from him, deducing that his emotions were in turmoil. Indeed, Xue Leihan opened his eyes, a flicker of helplessness crossing his features. Tang Xin spread out his bedding and dusted off the sheets. "Is this about Ning Rongrong?" "Yes." "What is your relationship with her?" Tang Xin inquired with curiosity, having heard Ning Rongrong refer to Xue Leihan as Brother Leihan, suggesting they were already acquainted. Xue Leihan sighed helplessly and said, "She is my sworn sister." Tang Xin sat at the edge of the bed, his gaze fixed on Xue Leihan, encouraging him to continue. "In the past, whenever she faced any grievances, I would always come to her aid, just as you protect Xiao Wu." Xue Leihan glanced at Tang Xin before continuing. However, as time has passed, Ning Rongrong's character has become increasingly unruly. Even I occasionally find her antics unreasonable, but after all, she is my sworn sister. Do you understand? Tang Xin reflected on the years spent with Xiao Wu, nodding as he replied, I understand you. I fully support Dean Flinder's actions regarding her behavior. It is indeed time for her to amend her ways, though I find it somewhat disheartening. Shui Leihan expressed his thoughts, feeling a sense of relief wash over him. With his heart laid bare, he gradually found tranquility and entered a meditative state. Observing the contrast between the troubled Shui Leihan and the now serene figure engrossed in cultivation, Tang Xin realized that beneath the cold exterior, Shui Leihan possessed a warm heart. After sharing his sentiments, Tang Xin smiled faintly and turned to rest, feeling a flicker of joy at Shui Leihan's unexpected vulnerability, revealing that despite his aloof demeanor, he was indeed a person of deep emotion, making Tang Xin feel a closer bond with him. Shui Leihan sighed internally, hoping that Ning Rongrong would come to her senses. He exhaled slowly, continuing to immerse himself in the ethereal essence of his sword. As dawn broke, Shui Leihan opened his eyes, retracting the subtle chill within. Noticing Tang Xin's bed was empty and Oscar still slumbering, he sheathed his sword. Tang Xin demonstrated commendable perseverance. A day's plan begins with the morning, and Shui Leihan understood this principle well. After swiftly attending to his morning rituals and securing his sword at his left hip, he quietly closed the door. He made his way to the nearby woods, not far from the dining hall, and drew forth the sword of the blue rose. The spirit rings did not manifest. This was merely practice in executing sword techniques using his physical prowess. Shui Leihan controlled his wrist, unleashing a series of sword energies that pierced the air, having already unleashed over 100 strikes, filling the woods with a dance of sword energy. This thrust technique was inspired by witnessing a guard in the palace wielding a spear with remarkable speed and precision, striking a wooden post with an unerring accuracy. Shui Leihan had memorized the trajectory of the spear and made slight modifications, transforming this fierce spear technique into his own sword style. After delivering hundreds of thrusts, Shui Leihan took a slow breath, exhaling deeply. He wiped the beads of sweat from his forehead, sighing slightly, finding the lack of a bath somewhat unbearable. Yet, he refrained from voicing any complaints, for during his inquiries with teacher Qin Ming, he had already gained a clear understanding of Shrek Academy's teaching facilities. He slowly made his way to the cafeteria, discovering that Tang Xin had arrived the earliest and had already finished his breakfast. After nodding at Tang Xin, he poured himself a bowl of porridge, took 2 eggs, and settled down on a long bench in the corner to eat and drink. Meanwhile, his mind raced with thoughts of the next opportunity for a breakthrough in his swordsmanship. Dai Mubai soon followed, accompanied by Shui Leihan, and upon seeing them, he merely nodded, his expression notably somber. Next arrived Xiao Wu, followed by Ma Hongjun and Zhu Zhuqing. Observing Dai Mubai's gloomy demeanor, Ma Hongjun refrained from speaking much. Their breakfast was steeped in silence, with only a few exchanged words between Dai Mubai and Ma Hongjun. Oscar and Ning Rongrong had yet to make an appearance even after everyone had finished their meal. As the bell for class rang, Shui Leihan wiped his mouth and, with the blue rose sword in hand, headed toward the playground. Although the dean and teachers had not yet arrived, one person was already present on the field, Ning Rongrong. With Oscar conspicuously absent, Shui Leihan noticed that her usually cheerful face appeared somewhat haggard, her eyes slightly reddened, indicating she had likely cried through the night. He clenched his teeth, glanced at the dazed Ning Rongrong, and said nothing. Tang Xin, observing Shui Leihan's tightly clenched fists, recalled his words from the previous night and could not help but sigh in empathy. Today's instructor was still Dean Flander, and Shui Leihan and the others waited for a full quarter of an hour before he finally strolled over. Flander's gaze first fell upon Ning Rongrong, yet he said nothing. He frowned at the 7 standing before him, pondering the absence of Oscar. Today's lesson could not proceed without him. Tang San, go and wake Oscar, Flander commanded. Just as Tang San turned around, he saw Oscar rushing over from the direction of the dormitory. However, there was no sign of panic on his face due to tardiness. Instead, he appeared exuberantly excited. Shui Leihan quietly used his soul power to sense the fluctuations around Oscar and understood immediately. Oscar, are you planning to run laps again? Dean Flanders shot him a disapproving glare. Oscar quickly shook his head. No. Dean, please let me explain. I've made a breakthrough. I've reached level 30. What? Not only Flander, but everyone, including Ning Rongrong, looked at Oscar in astonishment. Shui Leihan understood just how arduous it was for a food system soul master to cultivate. If the opportunity for a battle system soul master to advance lay in relentless combat, what could be said for a food system soul master? Shui Leihan and Yu Tianheng had taken considerable time to advise Yu Fengling, as they, being battle system soul masters, comprehended the difficulties faced by food system soul masters. This made Oscar's soul power all the more precious. Moreover, food system soul masters were highly valued within the military. In the army of the Tiando Empire, one food system soul master was assigned for every 5,000 soul masters to provide assistance. Though I remain unaware of the military configurations of the Star Luo Empire, it is likely comparable to that of the Heaven Do Empire. An army supported by a food-type soul master is undoubtedly formidable. Certain food-type soul abilities can replenish soul power. Some can heal wounds, and others may even ensure a guaranteed demise upon consumption. However, the latter notion is merely a conjecture found in a tome within the Royal Library of Heaven Do. The rarity of those who successfully cultivate such abilities further underscores the preciousness of food-type soul masters. Oscar may potentially ascend to the level of a title Douluo. Much like Yu Fengling, Shui Leihan was the first to recover from her astonishment, exclaiming, "Oscar, congratulations." Flinder's eyes sparkled with excitement. "Excellent. Oscar, you have not disappointed me. You are the third among our current students to reach level 30, and I extend my heartfelt congratulations on behalf of the Academy." The others also stepped forward to offer their congratulations to Oscar. Yu Fengling and Oscar were the most talented food-type soul masters that Shui Leihan had ever encountered, with no other contenders in sight. "Now, let us commence today's lesson," Flinder announced, clapping his hands to draw everyone's attention back from their accolades towards Oscar. Today's lesson was quite simple. Oscar, you are the star of today's class. Apart from Oscar, each of you must consume at least one sausage crafted from Oscar's soul power. Chapter 17. The training session today's lesson is rather straightforward. Oscar, you are the focal point of today's class. Each of you, excluding Oscar, must consume at least one sausage crafted from his soul power. What? Xiao Wu exclaimed in disbelief upon hearing Flinder's words. Dean, what kind of lesson is this? Ning Rongrong's expression soured visibly. Flinder proclaimed unabashedly. This is what we term adaptive training. I pose a question to you. Is life more significant than pride? When forced to choose between the two, which would you select? Although Oscar's soul abilities may be somewhat peculiar, I have previously stated that he is a food-type soul master endowed with innate full soul power and exceptional talent. The martial soul sausages he produces are the finest examples of food-type martial souls I have ever encountered. During your time at the Academy, he will be one of you. You will train together, and if you fail to establish a rapport with him, you will squander the opportunity of having an excellent support partner. Furthermore, this serves as a test of your mentality. If you cannot even accomplish this minor task, how will you survive in the world of soul masters? To endure, one must be willing to resort to any means necessary. Don't merely think of consuming a sausage when faced with life-threatening situations. One might even resort to eating a mouse, a cockroach, or an earthworm. Upon hearing Flinder's final remarks, the three young women present turned pale, their expressions betraying their discomfort. Notably, Ning Rongrong appeared on the verge of nausea. This lesson is mandatory for each of you. Otherwise, there would be no need for you to remain. Do not question my decisions. From the very first day you arrived here, you were informed that Shrek Academy cultivates monsters, not ordinary individuals. Oscar, commence. Oscar extended both hands with a grin and recited his soul incantation. I possess a large sausage. I possess a small sausage. A thick and a thin sausage, each with distinctly different flavors, materialized in Oscar's palms. With a mischievous grin, he asked, "Who shall go first?" "I will." Shui Leihan suddenly felt that this lesson was unnecessary, for finding a food-type soul master capable of training was a rare occurrence. Over the years, he and his companions had indulged in various flavors of cake daily, as if the very air they breathed was imbued with the essence of cake. With a bitter smile at this thought, Shui Leihan found himself looking forward to the taste of Oscar's sausages. As he stepped forward to take one, Oscar's eyes sparkled with excitement, and he remarked, "I didn't expect you to be the first to try my sausage, Shui Leihan. Once you consume this, you shall be my brother." Ning Rongrong, Xiao Wu, and Zhu Zhuqing all paled at this exchange, while Dai Mubai and Ma Hongjun exchanged glances before bursting into mischievous laughter. Shui Leihan found himself somewhat speechless at Oscar's words. Glancing at the steaming sausage in his hand, and without further thought, he took a hearty bite. In an instant, The fragrant oil from the sausage burst forth, spreading its savory essence within the mouth of Shui Leihan. He savored Oscar's sausage delicately. As the food gradually slid down his throat, he felt the soul energy within him being replenished, and his physical strength slightly restored. "How do you feel, Shui Leihan?" Flander inquired from the side. Shui Leihan took a moment to assess the changes in his body before responding to Flander. "The effects are quite remarkable. Oscar's sausage possesses the ability to replenish soul energy, and my stamina has improved a little." He then turned to Oscar and remarked, "The taste is exquisite. This is the finest meat-based food I have ever encountered as a soul master." With that, he returned to his team. "Oh, by the way, tomorrow we shall venture into the Star Doe Forest to procure soul rings for Oscar. Shui Leihan, if you feel the need to hunt for a soul ring, you're welcome to join us." Flander nodded at Shui Leihan, evidently aware of his rather peculiar cultivation method that may seem odd to outsiders, hence the additional remark. Shui Leihan nodded. Perhaps he was the only one in the world who truly comprehended his unique approach to cultivation. When he first shared this method with Chen Xin, the latter had remarked, "Your Highness, you are choosing a path that no one has ever traversed. What lies at the end of this great road is unknown to anyone. Yet, I see hope in you. Indeed, my sword lacks your purity. At that time, I was solely focused on enhancing my soul power, neglecting my sword. You have achieved what I could not, and I eagerly anticipate your continued journey along this path." As Shui Leihan observed everyone biting down on their sausages and swallowing them, his thoughts drifted to the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School. "Uncle Chun, I am well. How have you been lately?" After everyone finished their sausages, they returned to their respective dormitories. At that moment, Dai Mubai approached Shui Leihan with Ma Hongjun, wearing a somewhat mischievous grin. "Leihan, do you remember what was said last night?" Ma Hongjun chuckled slyly. "As for the sparring partner, bring it on." Seeing the two ready for a challenge, Shui Leihan shrugged and turned to leave. "Third brother, let us go take a look," Xiao Wu said, pulling Tang San's hand. Tang San nodded. Honestly, he also wished to gain more practical combat experience. The simplest way to acquire such experience is through actual combat. But there exists a second method, observation. Zhu Shuqing, Oscar, and Ning Rongrong silently followed at the back. "Will you face off one by one? Or shall you all engage together?" Shui Leihan led the group to a relatively open area, turning to face Dai Mubai and Ma Hongjun. Ma Hongjun stepped forward with a lewd smile. "I'll go first, but Shui Leihan, you cannot use your soul skills." Shui Leihan nodded, while Dai Mubai placed his hands on his hips, stepping aside in case any unforeseen events unfolded. Tang San, Xiao Wu, and the others stood behind Dai Mubai, observing the standoff between Shui Leihan and Ma Hongjun. Shui Leihan was indeed unwilling to employ his soul skills. His Azure Rose sword possessed a hint of icy attributes, which would render Ma Hongjun's evil fire phoenix ineffective. As the Azure Rose sword slowly emerged from its sheath, the previously placid aura surrounding Shui Leihan began to sharpen. With a crisp sound, Shui Leihan gripped the sword, narrowing his eyes slightly as an invisible pressure enveloped the area. Though he refrained from using any soul skills, he exuded an irrefutable sense of dominance. Ma Hongjun rubbed his hands together, 2-century-old soul rings appearing behind him, as a phoenix gradually manifested above his head. Having witnessed Shui Leihan's combat prowess, he was determined to give his utmost from the outset. The second and first soul rings illuminated in succession, enveloping Ma Hongjun in swirling purple flames, as a purple fire line surged towards Shui Leihan. This attack would demand considerable effort even from Dai Mubai if he attempted to withstand it. All eyes turned to Shui Leihan, eager to see how he would respond. The flames raced forward, leaving scorched earth in their wake. Yet Shui Leihan had vanished from his original position. "Where is he?" Ma Hongjun, engulfed in flames, swiftly turned to search for Shui Leihan's figure. The crowd felt a blazing aura approaching. It was Ma Hongjun's first soul skill, Phoenix Fire Line. The flames moved too slowly. A calm voice resonated in his ears. Just as Ma Hongjun turned his head, he felt a sharp pain in his right side as Shui Leihan sent him flying with a strike of his sword. Do not assume that every opponent will be as sluggish as your soul battle targets. What will you do when you encounter a swift and agile soul master like Zhu Shuqing? Will you still breathe fire? Shui Leihan remarked, gazing at Ma Hongjun, who had collapsed to the ground in contemplation. Shui Leihan nodded silently, his gaze shifting to Dai Mubai. Speaking too much might prove counterproductive. It was the process of understanding that held paramount importance. Dai Mubai stepped forward slowly, looking earnestly at Shui Leihan, imploring him to show no mercy. Upon hearing this, even the icy Zhu Zhuqing cast a glance in his direction. Dai Mubai's pride rendered him unable to utter words suggesting that Shui Leihan refrained from using his soul skills. Very well, Shui Leihan responded after a moment of silence, meeting Dai Mubai's resolute gaze. Subsequently, the tranquility on his face transformed into an icy demeanor. A chilling aura swirling around him as a frosty light ignited in his eyes, like a king of beasts gazing down upon feeble creatures. Dai Mubai felt goosebumps rise all over his body, yet a smile crept into his heart. Had Zhuqing experienced such overwhelming pressure on that day? It was indeed frightening. Roar! Dai Mubai let out a thunderous roar as 3 spirit rings materialized around him, with the third, a purple millennium ring, illuminating with brilliant radiance. Faced with such a formidable opponent, he could not afford to be complacent, and thus he promptly activated his third spirit ability, the White Tiger's Vajra transformation. This transformation instantaneously augmented his attack, defense, and strength by a remarkable 100%. In a flash, Dai Mubai lunged forward. His left fist aimed at the face of Shui Leihan, while his right hand glimmered with a radiant light, signifying his second spirit ability, the White Tiger's Radiant Wave. Shui Leihan leapt backward, deftly sidestepping Dai Mubai's left fist, and their hands collided as she wielded her sword against his right hand. The clash of the Azure Rose sword and the White Tiger's Radiant Wave erupted in a tremendous explosion, sending dust and debris swirling into the air. Dai Mubai was propelled from the smoke, quickly regaining his footing on the ground. "That stings," he muttered, his right hand trembling slightly, now encased in a thin layer of ice. However, the defensive prowess of his third spirit ability was no trivial matter. He clenched his right fist fiercely, shattering the icy layer. After their confrontation, Dai Mubai felt a tightness in his chest, causing stars to dance before his eyes. The attack was potent, yet the approach was rather predictable. Shui Leihan's voice emerged from the swirling smoke, and the dense mist was cleaved apart by her sword, revealing her unscathed figure. "I have observed your battles. Nearly every one of your assaults attempts a frontal breakthrough," she remarked. With that, she gradually descended, her sword accelerating in an instant. The first spirit ring behind her exploding with a brilliant purple light. With a delicate chime, the Azure Rose sword appeared before Dai Mubai's eyes. Unable to resist, he instinctively shut his eyes. The sword, radiating a blue glow, halted mere inches from his face, and as the azure light gradually dissipated, a chilling aura sent a shiver down his spine. He felt no pain and opened his eyes once more. It dawned on him that some offensive spirit masters could rival the speed of agile attackers. Caution would be necessary in the future. With a flick of her wrist, Shui Leihan sheathed her sword and extended her hand towards the seated Dai Mubai. Dai Mubai smiled faintly and firmly grasped her hand before rising to his feet. "Thank you for the guidance." He then helped Ma Hongjun, who had been seated nearby, to his feet, and both spoke earnestly. "No need for thanks. I await your progress." With a nod to the two, Shui Leihan began her walk back to the dormitory, gradually fading from the sight of the onlookers. Chapter 18. Conflict the day after the battle between Shui Leihan, Ma Hongjun, and Dai Mubai. The 8 members of Shrek Academy assembled simultaneously on the training ground. Zhao Wuji had arrived early to await their presence. Upon noticing Shui Leihan's unperturbed expression, a hint of awkwardness flickered across Zhao Wuji's face. He then cleared his throat and declared, "All right, everyone, let us set forth. Shui Leihan, you shall lead the way. Is that agreeable?" Shui Leihan nodded, turning to address the group. "My demands are simple. Obey my commands." His gaze swept over each member with an air of calm authority. "Tang-san, you shall take the lead. Ma Hongjun and Xiao Wu will flank our central figures. Oscar and Ning Rong, while Dai Mubai and Zhu Zhuqing will follow closely behind them. I will bring up the rear." With that, he glanced at Tang San and added, "The judgment of the path ahead is yours." Tang San nodded in acknowledgement. Dai Mubai opened his mouth to speak, but was silenced by Shui Leihan's penetrating gaze. "As my soul power is the highest, I will guard the rear. Oscar, be prepared with your sausages. If your soul power wanes, inform us immediately and rest in place. Rong, should Tang Sen encounter danger, employ your soul skills without hesitation." Shui Leihan's serious demeanor fixed on Ning Rong, who bit her lip and nodded in understanding. Upon hearing these words, Oscar muttered incantations under his breath, conjuring sausages in his hands. "These sausages can last for 12 hours. If they vanish, simply seek me out," he stated. However, Summoning such a quantity left Oscar looking somewhat pale. Shui Lei Han extended a hand, aiding Oscar in regaining his soul power. Before long, both stood upright, and Shui Lei Han signaled Tang San with a nod. Tang San sprang forward, and the others swiftly followed suit. As they continued their journey, even the formidable soul powers of Tang San and Dai Mu Bai began to feel fatigue. Yet, with the sustenance provided by Oscar's sausages, they were astonished to discover that the exertion was hardly taxing. Consuming a sausage every hour allowed their vitality to remain abundant, even enabling Ning Rongrong to barely keep pace. Along the way, Shui Lei Han dealt with several 10-year soul beasts trailing behind, primarily venomous snakes and lesser creatures, as well as a century-old wind wolf. However, these did not align with Oscar's soul ring options. After dispatching the wind wolf, he chose to let the 10-year soul beasts flee, knowing well that offending a wolf would incite the wrath of the entire pack. Dai Mu Bai and Zhu Zhuqing, who walked ahead of Shui Lei Han, witnessed a century-old wind wolf leap high into the air, its gaping maw aimed at Shui Lei Han. In that split second, Shui Lei Han unsheathed his sword, a flash of cold light severing the wolf in midair. They then observed as he swiftly buried the carcass before rejoining the main group. The Stardo Great Forest lies in the southeastern region of the Barak Kingdom. A small portion of land borders the Kingdom of Balak, and the city of Soto lies in the southeast of Balak, not far from the Stardo Forest, merely a distance of less than 500 kilometers. Thus, this location naturally serves as the optimal choice for the students of Shrek Academy to acquire their soul rings. With Oscar's assistance, they traversed over 400 kilometers within a single day as night fell, bringing them remarkably close to the Stardo Forest. Realizing they would not reach their destination that day, Zhao Wujing issued a command to rest, as they had just arrived at a small town. Continuing onward without supplies would pose a risk. Upon entering the village, Shui Lei Han suppressed the killing intent within him. Earlier, he had sensed some cunning soul beasts following them at the rear. However, as they reached the town center, that malevolent aura gradually dissipated. At this moment, Zhao Wujing pointed towards a seemingly ordinary inn ahead and said, "Let us stay here for the night. We shall depart tomorrow morning, and the costs of lodging and meals will be borne by yourselves." Dai Mu Bai replied with a hint of annoyance, "Stop talking nonsense, you glutton. Just order the dishes. You are the best at eating." Ma Hongjun chimed in cooperatively, "So, does that mean you're treating us today? You are the richest among us." Dai Mu Bai smiled slightly. "Treating is no issue. It is a fortune that we can all study together at Shrek. As the eldest, I shall treat everyone to this meal as a welcome for our new classmates." As they entered the inn, Shui Lei Han removed his sword from his waist, cradling it in his arms, and took a seat at the side, watching Ma Hongjun effortlessly list the names of the dishes. Although the 8 of them sat around a table, the atmosphere was far from harmonious. Zhu Zhuqing wore a cold expression, Ning Rongrong was lost in her thoughts, and Shui Lei Han maintained his usual calm demeanor. Luckily, the presence of the glutton provided some levity, preventing the atmosphere from becoming overly tense. "My sword is so close to reaching the standard I hold in my heart," Shui Lei Han thought, clenching his teeth. He had never regretted embarking on this path. He understood the difficulties it entailed, which made him cherish his choices even more. A fleeting madness crossed his eyes as he gazed out at the Stardo Forest shrouded in the night. If all else fails, perhaps provoking the wolf pack would suffice. Shui Lei Han's heart trembled slightly. Just moments ago, he had nearly made a reckless decision. He was never one to revel in slaughter. Yet the thought of charging into the Stardo Forest at midnight had crossed his mind. Truly, this was not like him. It would be easy for him to give up. He could absorb a soul ring at any time, but out of pride, he would not allow himself to do so. Tang San sensed a chill emanating from Shui Lei Han and kept a vigilant eye on him. Noticing the glimmer of madness and killing intent in his eyes, he was taken aback. As Shui Lei Han's gaze gradually calmed and a hint of self-mockery emerged, Tang San felt a weight lift from his heart. "Shui Lei Han, are you all right?" Thank you for your concern," was the reply. Shui Lei Han appeared as if he had just emerged from a fierce battle, a slight sheen of perspiration adorning his forehead. With a faint smile, he calmly declared that all was well. Tang San, observing Shui Lei Han's tranquility, let out a sigh of relief. At that moment, Dai Mu Bai was provocatively challenging the group seated across from them, a mere table of the Tsanghue Academy, which seemed rather inconsequential. Shui Lei Han had indeed not heard of the Tsanghue Academy's reputation. It was likely a lesser institution within Soto City. Oscar, sitting beside Tang San and Shui Lei Han, chuckled softly, suggesting that an entertaining spectacle was about to unfold. Tang Xin glanced at him in confusion. Inquiring about this anticipated amusement, Oscar whispered, "This is also part of our training." Dean Flander once stated that a soul master who shies away from trouble is not a true soul master. After all, it is said that those who avoid conflict are mediocre, and provoking a soul master academy is the safest course of action. At worst, it merely leads to a scuffle. Shui Leihan nearly laughed. The regulations within the Tiando Academy strictly prohibited fighting and causing disturbances. If one wished to engage in combat, they were required to do so on the arena, in front of the entire student body, rendering it akin to a public execution. Consequently, no one had dared to violate this rule thus far. At that juncture, 6 members of the Tsanghui Academy rose in unison, glaring angrily at the Shrek Academy table, eager to charge forward, only to be restrained by a middle-aged man among them. He firmly seated a young man beside him and, with a stern countenance, addressed Dai Mubai. "Which academy do you children belong to?" Dai Mubai, with a mischievous glint in his eyes, retorted, "You're not worthy to speak of it," before resuming his seat. The corpulent member of their group was swift in his actions, particularly when it came to food, and had already begun to indulge himself, commenting between bites, "The taste is passable, though the cooking is somewhat lacking. I suppose it will have to do." The teacher from Tsanghui Academy turned a deep shade of anger, exclaiming for his students to teach these arrogant youngsters a lesson. The Tsanghui Academy students eagerly awaited his command. Aside from the one injured by Dai Mubai and the sole female student, the remaining 5 charged towards Tang San and his companions. Shui Leihan's gaze hardened. He hoped to avoid any disturbances during his leadership. He possessed a lesser-known but commendable habit of protecting his own. As the 5 approached, they sensed the air growing increasingly frigid, their eyes flickering with surprise. Dai Mubai and Ma Hongjun paid no attention to the advancing group, merely scoffing at them. In an instant, Shui Leihan leaped across the table, his sword, the blue rose, remaining sheathed. The leader of the group had yet to react when Shui Leihan struck him with the sheath of his sword, sending him flying without even using his soul power. After all, he had no desire to cause any fatalities. Hence, he refrained from drawing his sword. The young man let out a cry, crashing against the dining table of the Tsanghui Academy. Oscar raised his cup and exclaimed, "What a thrill!" Dai Mubai wiped his mouth with a tissue from the table and approached Shui Leihan, his fierce gaze contemptuously surveying the remaining 4 individuals. The stout Ma Hongjun devoured 2 large mouthfuls of food, reluctantly stepping forward to stand beside Dai Mubai, his chubby hands clapping together, producing a crackling sound. Tang San also approached, positioning himself by Shui Leihan's side. The boy who had been sent flying by the Qing Rose sword clutched his chest as he rose to his feet, although he had a protective barrier of soul power. The impact had nearly caused him to lose consciousness. As the 5 members of the Tsanghui Academy gathered, their fury reached a boiling point, and without hesitation, they unleashed their martial souls. They could scarcely believe that, as students of a prestigious soul master academy, they could be outmatched by these youths before them. In an instant, vibrant colors erupted around them. The 5 young men shared the same hues for their soul rings, one white and one yellow, symbolizing a 10-year soul ring and a 100-year soul ring. Naturally, they were all battle soul masters, comprising 2 weapon soul masters and 3 beast soul masters. After a moment of contemplation regarding the long-haired individual and the trident-wielding one, Shui Leihan shook his head in disappointment, realizing that even Shi Jingtian, with his Azura blade martial soul, possessed no semblance of swordsmanship. He held little hope for these members of an ordinary academy. Observing the release of their martial souls, the derision in Dai Mubai's eyes intensified. Was this what one called the disciples of a high-ranking soul master academy? And a 10-year soul ring at that? "Brothers, let us show them our soul rings," he urged. As Shui Leihan noticed everyone unveiling their martial souls, the brilliance of yellow and purple light behind him rendered the opposing party momentarily blinded. His sword was unsheathed. The purple and black soul rings gradually materialized on his Qing Rose sword, and he calmly addressed the trembling 5 students. "Who shall go first?" Chapter 19. Entering the Star Do Great Forest when the responsible teacher from Tsanghui Academy beheld the colors of their soul rings, he was taken aback. Upon noticing the unusually proportioned soul ring of Shui Leihan, he was utterly horrified. If he had offended a disciple from one of the major sects, the academy's dean would undoubtedly expel him. It was akin to striking a solid iron plate. The teacher approached, offering a slight bow with a strained smile, and introduced himself. I am Yi Zhiqiu, the director of the Foreign Affairs Department of Tsanhui Academy. May I inquire which sect you belong to? As the saying goes, one should not strike those who greet with a smile. Shuele Han, adopting a more relaxed demeanor, replied calmly, we are from Shrek Academy. Upon realizing that they were not disciples from any major sect, Yi Zhiqiu felt a wave of relief wash over him, yet a sense of helplessness lingered. He had always believed that the students of Tsanhui Academy were exceptional. Their current expedition to the Star Do Great Forest was intended to assist a student in acquiring a third soul ring at level 30, specifically that girl who had not yet emerged. However, the presence of these youths was a stark reminder of his own limitations. Are you attempting to draw a line? It seems your students lack the requisite strength. Shuele Han observed the 5 students retreating gradually, his tone remaining unwaveringly serene, as if stating an undeniable truth. Noticing the shifting expressions on Yi Zhiqiu's face, a glimmer of light shone in his eyes as he unleashed his own martial soul. Dark Turtle, manifest. The mention of the Dark Turtle and the Xuanwu Turtle reminded Shuele Han of the martial souls of the brothers Shi Imo and Shi Imo. Despite the variance in their martial souls, the rank of the Xuanwu Turtle far surpassed that of the Dark Turtle. Dai Mubai Mahongjun and Tang Sen felt the oppressive aura emanating from Yi Zhiqiu, which forcibly subdued their own momentum. A hint of derision flickered in Shuele Han's gaze. Was dominance over the weak all they knew? Yi Zhiqiu's expression darkened. Today, I shall teach you a lesson on behalf of your teacher. Esteemed soul masters, I implore you, please refrain from fighting within my humble establishment. We are a small business. The shopkeeper, sensing the impending turmoil, rushed out, desperate to avert the storm that threatened to engulf his establishment. Let us proceed outside. Yi Zhiqiu snorted in anger, leading the way out of the inn. Shuele Han, cradling his sword, returned to his seat. His martial soul was the Dark Turtle, a defensive-type soul master, with a soul power level around 50. Engaging in combat seemed pointless to him. He turned to Tang San and said, Tang San, I entrust the command of this battle to you. As a control-type soul master, you are far more suited to strategize than I or Mubai, who are more inclined toward brute force. Tang San nodded in acknowledgement of Shuele Han's words. Dai Mubai flashed a grin at Shuele Han, leading the group with great fervor toward the exit. Ma Hongjun, Shuele Han called out once more, prompting Ma Hongjun to turn his gaze toward him. Your martial soul counters the Dark Turtle. Utilize your abilities wisely. The plump Ma Hongjun chuckled, and, with that, followed the others out the door. Only 5 students remained standing in the hotel, alongside the female students seated at a table in Tsanhui Academy. Shuele Han chose to drink alone, entirely indifferent to the 5 individuals. Shue, why don't you join them? Zhao Wujie emerged from the shadows, approaching Shuele Han and forcibly seizing the wine jug before taking a seat with a robust demeanor. If I go, it loses its significance. This is also a form of training for them. They must not become overly reliant on me. What Shuele Han sought was not merely followers, but formidable individuals with independent thoughts who could one day stand alongside him. You are indeed quite astute, Zhao Wujie chuckled heartily, downing the contents of the jug before slowly making his exit. I shall take care of the aftermath as their teacher. Shuele Han smiled in return. Despite the notorious reputation of the unmoved king in the Spirit Master realm, he was notably protective of his students, which both astonished and moved Shuele Han. What a reliable teacher. After swallowing the last sip of his drink, he cast a casual glance at the bewildered students from Tsanhui Academy standing not far away, then ascended the stairs to find his room shared with Tang San and Oscar. Sitting cross-legged, he cradled the blue rose sword and began his cultivation. The following morning, just as dawn broke, Zhao Wujie used his booming voice to awaken everyone. Shuele Han and Tang San were unfazed, descending the stairs side by side. Tang San seized the opportunity to inquire about certain cultivation techniques, to which Shuele Han was more than willing to oblige. The two engaged in conversation at the dining table while awaiting the arrival of their classmates. Oscar, being a heavy sleeper, found the experience rather torturous. His face still clouded with drowsiness during breakfast. Once everyone had gathered, Zhao Wujie provided a brief overview before once again transferring control of the group to Shuele Han. Shuele Han succinctly advised them against provoking spirit beasts, even those of merely 10 years. If they encountered a wolf-shaped spirit beast, their first instinct should be to evade, as they might inadvertently intrude upon its territory. Should the wolf beast launch an attack, It was imperative to eliminate it immediately, preventing it from howling, which would summon a pack. Furthermore, the carcass must be buried on the spot, for the pack would scent the presence of its slain kin through their keen noses. After imparting this crucial information, the group swiftly set off towards the Douluo forest. Before long, they arrived at the forest's edge, where towering trees loomed over 20 meters high. This was merely the perimeter. The dense forest lacked visible paths, the shadows of the trees obscuring the true landscape within. "Oscar, are your sausages ready?" "They are prepared." Upon hearing Shuai Leihan's words, Oscar distributed the sausages he had meticulously prepared to everyone. After a brief adjustment, they stepped boldly into the forest. "Mubai, you go ahead and clear the way for Tang San." Shuai Leihan spoke softly, his expression highly vigilant, for he was uncertain of the strength of the soul beasts lurking within the vast Douluo forest. The reason for Dai Mubai's position at the forefront was his soul power rank, which was second within the team, even when confronted with a 10,000-year soul beast. He could rely on his white tiger transformation to endure for a while. During this time, Shuai Leihan, positioned at the rear, would swiftly move forward to provide assistance. He trusted that Dai Mubai understood this reasoning. Shuai Leihan resumed his habitual role within the team, providing rearguard. "No problem," he affirmed. Dai Mubai advanced to the front of the group and exchanged a few words with Tang San, who nodded in agreement and relinquished the lead, stepping behind Dai Mubai. Zhao Wujing silently acknowledged this arrangement. He had intended to instruct Dai Mubai to clear the path, but Shuai Leihan had spoken before he could voice his thoughts. Maintaining a distance neither too close nor too far from the Shrek members, Zhao Wujing preferred not to intervene excessively during this self-exploration in the Douluo forest. Upon witnessing the lively presence of Xiao Wu as they entered the forest, Shuai Leihan frowned and approached her. "If you wish to avoid our annihilation, return to the team," he stated flatly, prompting the others to turn their heads in response. Xiao Wu hesitated, finding it challenging to interact with someone as composed as Shuai Leihan. Feeling a twinge of fear in his presence, "Xiao Wu, return to the team. Do not wander off," Tang San interjected. Sensing the tension between them and gently grasping Xiao Wu's hand, casting an apologetic glance towards Shuai Leihan. Nodding in understanding, Shuai Leihan returned to the back of the group, resuming his watchful stance. The group traversed for roughly an hour, encountering numerous 10-year soul beasts and a few 100-year ones, all of which they skillfully avoided. Clearly wishing to evade any trouble, Shuai Leihan felt relatively at ease. There were no wolf-like soul beasts nor the chilling gaze of serpentine ones to contend with. Dai Mubai and Tang San effectively paved the way ahead, sparing the group from any peril. "All right, everyone, let us take a brief respite." Zhao Wujing's voice allowed the tension within the group to dissipate. Dai Mubai cleared a circle of thorns, creating a space of nearly 100 square meters. The group settled against the trees to temporarily recuperate. As expected, Oscar contributed his sausages, though at that moment, no one had the leisure to ponder the taste. They consumed Oscar's sausages and sipped from their water supplies, seeking to regain their strength. Zhao Wujing ordered a 1-hour break. They were still on the outskirts of the Douluo forest, where high-level soul beasts were rare, making it relatively safe. Their objective was to assist Oscar in hunting a suitable 1,000-year soul beast, which necessitated deeper exploration. The further they ventured, the greater the dangers became. Thus, it was essential to optimize their condition in a relatively safe locale. As everyone took a respite of approximately half an hour, a sudden chill enveloped the air. Tang San and Zhao Wujia's gazes converged upon a singular direction. "Zhu Zhuqing, discern what that is," Zhao Wujia commanded in a low tone. Snowy Tears Han sensed an approaching soul beast, rapidly advancing towards them. Based on the oppressive aura he felt, it appeared to be a 1,000-year-old soul beast. He adopted a defensive stance, unsheathing the azure rose sword, yet refrained from releasing his soul rings, for he perceived that this particular soul beast was rather weak for its age. Soon, Zhu Zhuqing's icy voice resonated from the trees. It seemed to be a serpent capable of flight, albeit at a low altitude, soaring no higher than 3 meters above the ground. A fleshy crown adorned its head, larger than its own cranium, blood-red and striking. Its tail possessed a peculiar fan-like shape. Zhao Wujia's eyes brightened with recognition. It was the wind-tailed coxcomb snake. A rare soul beast indeed. The fleshy crown atop its head bore numerous wondrous properties. "Oscar, you are in for a treat." "Though we cannot ascertain the age of this particular wind-tailed coxcomb snake," he remarked. "Zhu Zhuqing, keep your eyes fixed on its trajectory. Report any changes immediately, he instructed. It is indeed approaching us at a swift pace, though its body appears to be struggling with balance, Zhu Zhuqing replied. Snowy Tears Han coldly observed. It seems the wind-tailed coxcomb snake is injured. Regardless of how it attempts to fly, a creature of its kind should possess inherent balance from birth. Tang San, meanwhile, elaborated on the details of the wind-tailed coxcomb snake to the group. Oscar, should you absorb the soul ring from this snake? The skill associated with your third soul ring may enhance your speed or grant you the ability to glide. Snowy Tears Han regarded the exhilarated Oscar with a calm demeanor. Positioning his sword before his chest, his gaze unwavering as he focused on the impending shadow. Chapter 20. The Millennium Soul Ring. Suddenly, a serpent darted out from the forest, its speed astonishing. Upon encountering the group before it, the creature accelerated even more, seemingly intent on piercing straight through the throng of people. In a swift encounter, it collided directly with Zhu Zhuqing, who unleashed her phantom strike towards the crown atop the serpent's head. The snake, startled and in a hurry to escape, managed to evade partially, but Zhu Zhuqing's claw struck its body, producing a muffled thud, though it did not inflict significant harm. The wind-tail cockatoo snake appeared startled, its head twisting as it opened its mouth to unleash a vibrant, multicolored mist towards Zhu Zhuqing. Concurrently, the crimson crown atop its head ignited, and its previously momentary halt was replaced by a renewed burst of speed. Xue Leihan inwardly sensed danger, although the colorful mist was non-toxic. The illumination of the crown heralded impending peril. In an instant, he flickered, his gaze shifting to Dai Mubai, who activated his third soul skill, propelling himself like a drawn sword to interpose between the wind-tail cockatoo snake and Zhu Zhuqing. His feet became like the body of a sword, and his body whirled violently, delivering a powerful kick to the serpent. The sensation was gratifying, Xue Leihan mused lightly. Dai Mubai laughed heartily, noting that the direction in which the snake fell aligned perfectly with his forward charge, mentally applauding Xue Leihan's timely assistance. Ning Rongrong swiftly employed her soul skill, a beam of light emanating from the seven-treasured glazed tower in her hand, significantly accelerating Dai Mubai's movement. Utilizing the reaction force, Xue Leihan landed steadily on a nearby tree, observing that Tang San, Zhu Zhuqing, and Dai Mubai had also joined the fray. His expression relaxed slightly. Barring any unforeseen circumstances, Oscar would soon obtain a Millennium Soul skill. However, his gaze remained fixed on the direction in which the wind-tail cockatoo snake had fled, pondering what individual or soul beast could have inflicted injury upon such an agile creature. With his back to the others, he maintained a firm grip on the sword hilt, scanning the various shadows within the forest. At that moment, Zhao Wujia produced a short blade from his waist and handed it to Oscar, urging him to act swiftly. Strike beneath its crown, that will pierce its brain. This soul ring will be yours. Oscar eagerly accepted the dagger, excitement coursing through him as the Millennium Soul beast before him appeared akin to a lamb awaiting slaughter. His hands trembled with anticipation of securing his third soul skill. Who goes there? Xue Leihan's sharp gaze pierced the shadows of the forest, his hand firmly grasping the hilt of the Qing Chong sword. He sensed the oppressive aura of a soul emperor. Though their group included Zhao Wujia, a seven-ring soul master, it was prudent to eliminate any lurking threats as swiftly as possible. Stop! A hoarse, commanding voice echoed in response to Xue Leihan's words. Almost immediately, two figures emerged from the direction where the wind-tail cockatoo snake had previously fled, appearing before the group. The two individuals, one elderly and the other youthful, are both women. The elder appears to be in her 60s or 70s, with a head of meticulously arranged white hair. Despite her advanced age, she exudes a remarkable vitality. Her face, though lined with wrinkles, is as rosy as that of an infant. Her eyes sparkle with intelligence, and in her right hand, she wields a long, 3-meter snake-headed cane. Its accompanying 6 soul rings swaying rhythmically, indicating that she has activated her martial soul. It is evident that the cane in her grasp is indeed her martial soul. Beside the elderly woman stands a striking young girl, her short hair cropped to ear length, seemingly around 16 or 17 years of age. Clad in a fitted outfit that accentuates her well-developed figure, her large, deep brown eyes are fixed intently on the wind-tailed coxcomb snake held by Zhao Wujia. She too carries a snake-headed cane, albeit shorter at 2 meters in length, and her soul rings are merely 200-year-old ones. The elder gazes in surprise at the figure of Xue Leihan perched atop the tree, astonished that her concealed movements could be so easily discerned by this youthful individual. The girl beside her stares intently at Shui Leihan, her cheeks flushing slightly. A snake mistress? Shui Leihan muses as he observes her martial soul, silently acknowledging her connection with her husband, who is known as the Supreme Dragon and Serpent. Upon first reading about them, Shui Leihan had assumed they were both titled Douluos and had briefly admired their prowess, only to discover upon meeting that the snake mistress is merely a soul emperor, suggesting that her dragon counterpart's cultivation is likely not much higher. Having grown accustomed to encountering the sword Douluo and bone Douluo, both titled Douluos, Shui Leihan seems to have underestimated their capabilities. He then leaps down from the tree branch and positions himself at the rear of the group, listening as Zhao Wujie and the snake mistress begin their negotiations. Frankly, Shui Leihan finds these negotiations unnecessary, as there are no rules or reasoning when it comes to seizing soul rings. It's simply a matter of striking first. He had previously informed his team in the Royal Combat Squad of this principle, only to be met with a week of admiration for his cunning. As anticipated, the negotiations appear to falter. Zhao Wujie declares, "If the esteemed elder doubts us, let me have these children unleash their martial souls to demonstrate." He instructs Shrek members, "Activate your martial souls and reveal your soul rings to this esteemed snake mistress." At Zhao Wujie's command, each member releases their martial souls. Shui Leihan's azure rose sword slightly unsheathes, revealing a purple ring and 2 black rings gradually materializing around the blade. How is it possible? How could he possess 1,000-year and 10,000-year soul rings? The girl exclaims, clinging to the snake mistress. The latter, momentarily taken aback, gasps upon seeing the extraordinary soul ring configuration of Shui Leihan. This is impossible. The snake mistress steps forward, her gaze sharp as she fixes her eyes on Shui Leihan, while Zhao Wujie moves slightly ahead, shielding Shui Leihan and the others behind him. Shui Leihan felt as though his entire being was laid bare, calmly gazing back at the serpent woman as he stated, "Nothing is impossible." Sheathing his sword, the soul rings vanished into thin air. Suddenly, a shiver ran down his spine, a chilling sensation reminiscent of the time he was besieged by a pack of wolves in the far north. He cast a quick glance behind him, where, in the shadows of the thicket, several pairs of glowing eyes were silently observing them. Uncertain if these wolves were connected to the serpent woman, he pondered the possibility of annihilation at this very spot. Gritting his teeth, Shui Leihan unsheathed his sword once more, swiftly darting into the nearby underbrush. Amidst Zhao Wujie and the others negotiating with the serpent woman, none noticed Shui Leihan's departure. 1, 2, 3. A total of 15 spectral wolves, 7 aged 10 years and 8 aged a century. Shui Leihan leapt from a tree, charging towards the pack. Should they be unrelated to the serpent woman, he must have unwittingly trespassed into their territory. In midair, he narrowly evaded the gaping jaws of 2 10-year-old spectral wolves, letting out a soft grunt as his Qing Rose sword, imbued with a piercing chill, impaled both wolves against a tree. The alpha, resembling a century-old spectral wolf, opened its razor-sharp maw, and a surge of urgency filled Shui Leihan's heart. Should it howl, the entire pack would converge upon them with unrelenting fury. The sword slipped from his grasp, and without a second glance at the Qing Rose sword he had thrown, he struck another wolf's forehead with both palms, causing blood to spout forth as it collapsed to the ground. This technique was a royal martial art taught to him by his elder brother, Shui Bing, in his youth, which he slightly modified and named the Avalanche Palm. The sword that flew forth claimed the life of the century-old spectral wolf, upon witnessing their leader's demise. The remaining wolves' eyes glinted with hatred as they lunged at Shui Leihan. Suddenly, he felt pain in his left leg and right shoulder simultaneously. Without looking, he retaliated by sending one wolf flying with a swift palm strike, then transformed his right palm into a fist, forcefully slamming another wolf still airborne to the ground. He sprinted a few paces, extracting his sword from the corpse of the century-old spectral wolf, and swiftly turned to slice through the 3 wolves that followed him in a single stroke. Breathing slightly heavier, he regarded the remaining wolves. In an instant, he moved, delivering a lethal blow to the century-old spectral wolf poised to howl, while his right hand plunged the Qing Rose sword into the throat of another century-old spectral wolf. He then stamped down with soul power upon the head of a 10-year-old spectral wolf, ultimately slaying the last fleeing 10-year-old spectral wolf with a final sword strike. Fortuitously, he had not encountered a pack of trained century-old spectral wolves. Otherwise, even Shui Leihan would have perished beneath their lethal collective assault. After tending to his wounds, he flicked the Qing Rose sword, leaving a streak of crimson upon the ground. Sheathing his sword, he gazed at the scattered white 10-year and yellow century soul rings, shaking his head in resignation before commencing the burial of the wolves' corpses. After burying the corpse, Shui Leihan brushed off his hands and swiftly retraced his steps along the path he had come. "Where have you been?" Zhao Wuji inquired as he observed Shui Leihan emerging slowly from the adjacent woods. For a student like Shui Leihan, Zhao Wuji would rather entertain the notion that he had been abducted than believe he had been frolicking in the starry forest. "Are you injured?" Zhao Wuji's voice suddenly escalated, laced with ire. He was taken aback that someone like Long Gong could stoop so low as to kidnap a junior. Perhaps he should consider abducting their granddaughter in retaliation. "Teacher Zhao, I was not abducted," Shui Leihan replied, somewhat exasperated by Zhao Wuji's imagination. "After slaying that phoenix-tailed cockatrice, I sensed a disturbance behind me. It turned out to be wolves, and then I dealt with them." Shui Leihan spoke nonchalantly, yet Zhao Wuji, grimacing from the pain in his teeth, pressed on. "How many were there?" 15. "You truly are a monster, Shui." Zhao Wuji watched as Shui Leihan gradually approached the others and then seated himself cross-legged, suddenly at a loss for words. After pondering for a long while, he inwardly lamented, "What an extraordinary being." Chapter 21 Crisis Mushroom Sausage, Third Soul Ring Skill, Flight. The crowd fell into a stunned silence, their gazes fixed upon Oscar in astonishment, all due to those simple 2 words, flight. Shui Leihan slightly parted his lips. Although he had speculated that Oscar's third soul skill might be related to speed, he had not anticipated such a powerful ability as flight. With Shui Leihan's extensive reading from the Royal Library and his experiences over the years, he had never encountered a food-type soul master possessing such a skill. Perhaps there were auxiliary soul masters who could fly, but he had certainly never seen a food-type soul master with such an ability. He had also never heard of any food-type soul master in the army of the Tiando Empire possessing such a skill. Otherwise, the Northern Prairie Wolf King would have long been crushed and obliterated by the forces of the Tiando Empire. Recalling the Prairie Wolf King, Shui Leihan's expression darkened momentarily. Then he shook his head and continued to listen to Oscar introduce his soul skill. Ahem. Oscar, seeing the crowd's dumbfounded expressions, felt a surge of satisfaction within. Clearing his throat, he continued, I haven't finished yet. My third soul ring skill is flight for 1 minute." Apart from Zhao Wuji, who managed to contain himself, everyone else erupted in exclamations. Dai Mubai said with a hint of annoyance, "Little Oscar, are you trying to tighten the screws on us? Why are you panting so heavily?" Oscar chuckled and replied, "Dai boss, are you threatening me? What is wrong with flying for 1 minute? It's still a rare skill." Dai Mubai scoffed. "A rare piece of useless skill, perhaps. What good is flying for 1 minute? If you encounter a wide river or a cliff, you can't even get across." The colorful glow in Oscar's peach blossom eyes seemed to become even more pronounced. "Is that really the case? If this flight for 1 minute is at the speed of the wind-tailed chicken-crown snake, then what?" Dai Mubai was taken aback. "Are you saying that by consuming your mushroom sausage, one can fly at the speed of the wind-tailed chicken-crown snake for 1 minute? Is that even possible?" Oscar proclaimed proudly, "What is impossible about it? My third soul ring is derived from the wind-tailed chicken-crown snake. The soul skill is naturally related to it. My perception cannot be wrong. From now on, if you wish to eat my mushroom sausage, you'll have to plead with me. 1 minute. At the speed of the wind-tailed chicken-crown snake. Oscar's third soul skill is the strongest I have seen among all food-type soul masters." Shui Leihan's calm voice resonated, drawing the attention of the crowd. He nodded and remarked, "Based on the distance we traveled yesterday, if we consume Oscar's mushroom sausage, just 3 would suffice. This skill is formidable, certainly not inferior to pure auxiliary flying skills. You must realize that the effects produced by typical auxiliary flying skills result in a relatively slow flight speed." "Congratulations, Oscar," Shui Leihan smiled, and the others joined in celebrating, though Ning Rongrong wore a complex expression, lost in her thoughts. Zhao Wuji nodded in satisfaction, saying, at last, "It wasn't a waste of effort, little Oscar. Your third spirit ring is quite impressive. With your current spirit power, how many of these mushroom sausages can you produce?" Oscar pondered briefly and replied, "The spirit power consumed by this mushroom sausage is considerably greater than that of the previous 2 types of sausages. Given my current condition, I can produce a maximum of 10 at once. After that, my spirit power will be nearly exhausted, and I will need to fully recover before I can create more." Looking at the students, Zhao Wuji expressed his satisfaction. 10 is ample. As your spirit power increases, this number will continue to rise. Among food-based auxiliary spirit abilities, your sausage can now be classified as exceptional. Alright, everyone prepare yourselves. Once Xiao Xin awakens from his meditation, we shall leave this place and return to the academy. Shui Leihan nodded, and, alongside Dai Mubai and Ma Hongjun, took a seat beside Tang San to guard him. After a brief interval, Tang San opened his eyes, a flash of brilliance igniting within them. Teacher Zhao, I fear we cannot leave just yet. Zhao Wujie was momentarily taken aback. Cannot leave? Why, Xiao San? The Douluo Forest is no place for frivolity. I am the teacher, and I make the decisions. The objective has been accomplished, and we must return to the academy swiftly. Otherwise, how will I explain to Flinder if anyone encounters trouble? However, Tang Xin began urgently, but was interrupted by Zhao Wujie. There is no however. Now that you are awake, there is no need for anyone to rest. Let us depart the Douluo Forest while the light still lingers. Teacher Zhao, could you allow me to finish speaking? Tang Xin stood, gazing helplessly at Zhao Wujie. Teacher Zhao, Tang San's spirit power has broken through. He has reached level 30 now, Shui Leihan remarked to Zhao Wujie, intimately familiar with the fluctuations of such breakthroughs. Seeing Tang San turn to him with a grateful glance, he couldn't help but smile. Congratulations, Tang San. What? Level 30? Zhao Wujie's eyes widened as he looked at Tang San. Tang San confirmed with a nod. After my battle with Mangaran, perhaps due to the immense pressure she exerted upon me, my spirit power finally surpassed level 29 and reached level 30. Therefore, I require a spirit ring to advance. Teacher Zhao, what do you think? Each individual displayed their astonishment in various ways. The reason was singular. Tang San was now 12 years old. Shui Leihan's expression bore a hint of a genuine smile. It was heartfelt. Now, I merely need an opportunity to break through. Observing the crowd gathered around Tang San, Shui Leihan felt a slight calm wash over him. Several days passed since Tang San reached level 30. During this time, he and Zhao Wujie led the group in search of a suitable spirit beast within the vast expanse of the Douluo Forest. However, despite their efforts over several days, they had yet to encounter a suitable spirit beast for Tang San. That night, Shui Leihan, clutching his sword, was immersed in his training. Yet he felt a profound restlessness that made it difficult to focus. This was an ominous sign. Chen Xian had once revealed to him that a sword-wielding soul master, having reached a certain level of understanding with their sword, could intuitively sense impending danger, akin to the feeling of being watched while wandering through a dark forest. Stepping out of the tent, Shui Leihan gazed towards the distant woods illuminated by the flickering campfire, and the sense of foreboding within him intensified. Just as Zhao Wujie was about to engage Shui Leihan in conversation, his expression suddenly shifted, and he swiftly summoned his martial spirit, the formidable golden bear, enveloping him. Everyone, exit the tent, quickly, he urged, anxiety lacing his voice. Shui Leihan drew his sword, enveloped in a dense aura of soul power. A wave of sword energy emanating from the blue rose sword as he instinctively activated his second soul skill. At that moment, Zhao Wujie's gaze fixed upon the direction ahead. Two towering trees slowly parted, revealing an enormous silhouette that emerged silently, none other than the Titan giant ape. Although Shui Leihan's tone remained calm, the tremor in his voice betrayed a hint of fear, sending a chill through the hearts of those present. Esteemed king of the forest, we mean no offense. If this is your territory, we are willing to withdraw at once, Zhao Wujie spoke solemnly. Fully aware that the Titan giant ape could comprehend human speech, especially this one, whose strength evidently surpassed 10,000 years of cultivation. He could hardly fathom any soul beast more powerful than this formidable creature before them. The Titan giant ape, however, paid no heed to Zhao Wujie's words. With a simple motion, it raised the tension in the air as it took a step forward. Though it was but a single step, the sheer magnitude of its form drastically closed the distance between it and the members of Shrek Academy. Teacher Zhao, Shui Leihan shouted, leaping into the air as his first soul ring blazed with light. 7 treasures, day 1, strength. 7 treasures, day 2, speed. Instantly, he felt a surge of swiftness, and he struck fiercely at the outstretched hand of the Titan giant ape with his sword. Startled by Shui Leihan's shout, Zhao Wujie clenched his teeth and activated his first, second, third, and fifth soul rings simultaneously, delivering a powerful punch to the Titan giant ape's shoulder. The creature emitted a thunderous roar, its furry arms swinging violently, sending both Zhao Wujie and Shui Leihan hurtling through the air. Shui Leihan felt as though he had been struck by 4 horse-drawn carriages. Despite the protective ice surrounding him, he coughed up blood as he crashed to the ground. In a swift motion, the Titan giant ape seized the unsuspecting Xiao Wu in its grasp. No, let Xiao Wu go. As he witnessed Xiao Wu being captured, Tang San's eyes blazed with fury. Without waiting for stability on the ground, he kicked off with tremendous force, propelling himself upward, utilizing a nearby tree for leverage. With a sudden leap, his hands flashed like lightning from his waist, and a dozen blades of cold light simultaneously soared. Aiming directly at the eyes of the Titan giant ape, Snow Tear Han wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, furrowed his brow, and immediately darted forward again. The sword of the blue rose erupting with crystalline brilliance. Ice slash. He targeted the Titan giant ape's feet, and as the ice slash struck, a thick layer of ice instantly formed around its feet. The Titan giant ape let out a roar, sending Zhao Wuji flying with a punch, and with a resounding slap. It slammed Tang San and Snow Tear Han to the ground. Oh! Snow Tear Han could no longer suppress a mouthful of blood, feeling as if all his organs were shaken from the impact. Daimubai and the others were also caught in the sudden surge of black energy released by the Titan giant ape, their figures suspended in midair, seemingly pulled back through time, crashing to the ground and spitting blood in unison. Snow Tear Han, I'm going to save Xiao Wu. You lead the team to quickly leave the Stardow Forest. In the haze, he heard Zhao Wuji's voice, quickly scrambling up, his gaze chillingly sharp, sheathing his sword and sitting cross-legged to begin restoring his soul power. Looking around, he indeed did not see Zhao Wuji. Then Dai Mubai sat up, starting to circulate his energy to heal his injuries. The members of Shrek Academy gradually sat up, their eyes filled with shock and sorrow. Where is Teacher Zhao? Dai Mubai leaned close to Snow Tear Han and inquired. He went to save Xiao Wu. He told me to lead the team out of the Stardow Forest. What? Dai Mubai's exclamation instantly drew everyone's attention. Are we really just going to leave like this? He growled in frustration, his fists clenched tightly. We must go save Teacher Zhao and Xiao Wu. Before Dai Mubai's words faded, Snow Tear Han had already seized his collar, pinning him against a tree, aggravating his wounds, prompting Dai Mubai to cry out in pain. What followed was Snow Tear Han's gaze, as frigid as the depths of the abyss. Calm down. Do you wish to march to your death? Snow Tear Han's voice was low and restrained as he released Dai Mubai. Mubai, apart from me, your cultivation is the highest. Can you lead them out of the Stardow Forest? Dai Mubai seemed to anticipate something. What are you planning to do? Ning Rongrong's eyes trembled slightly as she looked at Snow Tear Han. You cannot go. Zhu Zhuqing, with a trace of blood at the corner of her mouth, stated flatly. You cannot go. Oscar, give me 2 large sausages. As if ignoring their words, Snow Tear Han addressed Oscar. Observing Oscar's trembling lips, Snow Tear Han continued his request. Oscar looked at Snow Tear Han, understanding his intentions. His gaze was cold yet remarkably calm. The typically sly soul abilities he spoke of now came out slowly, as if mired in hesitation. Shui Leihan took 2 sausages and addressed the crowd, saying, What I cannot tolerate the most is when my companions are harmed during our time together. This is absolutely unacceptable to me. Mubai, it is entrusted to you. With that, Shui Leihan swiftly dashed towards the direction where the Titan ape had vanished, akin to a sword returning to its sheath. Chapter 22. Distressed Tang San. What are you planning to do? I'm sorry, Mubai. I must find Xiao Wu. Even if she is already deceased, I must retrieve her remains. At this moment, everyone could see the blood-red hue of Tang San's eyes and naturally understood the depths of his sorrow and rage. With that, he propelled himself rapidly towards the direction in which the Titan great ape had vanished, aided by the flight effect of the mushroom sausage. Dai Mubai stomped his foot, exclaiming, Are we truly to witness their demise one by one? If death is inevitable, let us face it together. After swallowing Oscar's mushroom sausage, Ma Hongjun sprouted wings. Enough. Sigh. We shall go to their aid. With a heavy sigh, Dai Mubai took the mushroom sausage from Oscar's hands, fully aware of the weight of this decision. Shui Leihan pursued the Titan great ape, nimbly leaping from tree to tree, employing the techniques that Shen Xian had imparted to him. He could now see the dark figure of the Titan great ape not far ahead, the very creature that had abducted Xiao Wu. He took a deep breath, instantly increasing his speed by 20%, his body shooting forth like an arrow aimed at the Titan great ape's back. In midair, his right hand grasped the hilt of his sword. The Qing Rose sword and its sheath emitted a faint sound of friction before erupting in brilliant white light. Snow Kill Sword. With the long sword in hand, Shui Han unleashed the Snow Kill sword towards the Titan Great Ape's unprotected back. The blade, imbued with chilling energy, sliced through the Titan Great Ape's thick fur, eliciting a muffled grunt of pain. The Titan Great Ape, in agony, slowly turned to confront the source of its provocation, a mere human. Its colossal hand rose into the air, transforming into a fist, aimed directly at Shui Han. The bright yellow sheen of its fist starkly visible against the night. In midair, Shui Han forcefully swung his sword downward, channeling the sword's energy to slightly ascend, thus evading the terrifying blow. He then plunged the sword into the back of the Titan Great Ape's hand. It was evident that Shui Han was utilizing all of his soul power, as a layer of frost swiftly spread across the Titan Great Ape's hand. "Return my companions." Shui Han swallowed the sweet blood that surged up his throat, his voice tinged with hoarseness. He yanked the sword free and leapt forward along the Titan Great Ape's arm, his gaze unwaveringly fixed on his target, the Titan Great Ape's eyes. "I shall first render you blind." With a swift leap, Shui Han surged forward, the Qing Rose sword gradually enveloped in a chilling glow. To his astonishment, the Titan Great Ape displayed a hint of a sardonic smile, opening its massive jaws to unleash a deafening roar directed at Shui Han, who clung to its arm. The beast's roar swept through the air like a gust of foul wind, causing Shui Han to grit his teeth in determination. The first soul ring of the blue rose sword flickered momentarily before being struck away by a colossal hand, propelled like a cannonball into the distant woods. The Titan Great Ape roared furiously in the direction where Shui Han had been sent flying, pounding its powerful chest with frenzied blows, its eyes ablaze with a manic red light. Infuriating, Shui Han's body crashed violently against a tree, the immense force causing him to involuntarily spit out a mouthful of blood. With an absurdly potent combination of offensive and defensive capabilities, the Titan Great Ape truly lived up to its fearsome reputation. Yet, I cannot allow my companions to suffer harm. That is absolutely out of the question. I recalled the time spent with the Royal Combat Team in the Twilight Forest, where Shui Han was always the last to retreat in moments of peril, declaring simply, "My soul power is the highest. I shall protect you." Though he often emerged from those encounters battered and bruised, and even the stoic Douluo Yin would shed tears, Shui Han's heart was warmed by a profound sense of fulfillment. A trickle of blood coursed down his forehead, having been airborne. His peripheral vision had caught a glimpse of Zhao Wujia, rendered unconscious beneath the Titan Great Ape's might. A chill enveloped his heart. If someone as formidable as Zhao Wujia could fall to the Titan Great Ape, what chance did he have? Could it be a 100,000-year-old soul beast? He swiftly shook his head, banishing those thoughts from his mind, his expression growing frigid. "Kill!" Shui Han suddenly let out a long, piercing cry. In a flash, he dashed through the dense thicket, arriving before the Titan Great Ape. The blue rose sword sliced through the air, unleashing a wave of sword energy that cut deeply into the beast's arm, eliciting a pained howl from the Titan Great Ape. At last, he had succeeded in injuring it. However, Shui Han's complexion paled further, his right eye blurring, likely due to the loss of blood. Snow Mountain Sword. He raised the blue rose sword high, murmuring the familiar name, a cold glimmer emanating from his eyes. As the Titan Great Ape's yellow fist drew nearer, he forcefully swung his hand downward, causing a massive ice peak to erupt from the ground, shielding him from the creature's assault. Shui Han's hands trembled slightly. He had exerted every ounce of his strength into each of his soul skills and self-created techniques, and his 40-level soul power was nearly depleted. His quaking body warned him to flee the battlefield swiftly. Hastily, he consumed 2 sausages from Oscar, feeling his soul power gradually replenishing. Boom! The Titan Great Ape's first punch struck the ice peak with a resounding impact, causing Shui Han's face to darken as he sensed the peak's imminent collapse. After delivering its initial blow, the Titan Great Ape unleashed a second punch. The second punch shattered the ice peak into fragments, and in an instant, it was upon Shui Han. There was no time to evade that colossal fist now. With a frigid expression, he steeled his resolve. His soul power had recovered to less than 20%. The arrow was knocked, and he had no choice but to release it. As the fist drew ever closer, Shui Han let out a chilling roar. In the icy expanse, a deadly intent emerged. The blue rose sword in his grasp suddenly emitted a glimmer of azure light, enveloped in a fierce aura of glacial energy. With great effort, he turned in midair, the sword following his motion. With a decisive strike, his blade collided forcefully against the Titan Ape's fist. The impact resonated with a thunderous crash. To Shui Leihan's astonishment, the blue rose sword, a faithful companion he had wielded since the age of 6, shattered without so much as a crack. Staring blankly at the dissipating remnants of his sword, he was momentarily dazed, and pain surged through his chest as he coughed up a mouthful of blood, an inevitable consequence of his martial spirit being shattered by brute force. Subsequently, the Titan ape landed a powerful blow, sending him hurtling away. His body flew through the air like a tattered sack, crashing against branches and snapping delicate twigs, before finally slamming into a massive rock. In a desperate maneuver, he managed to twist his body, narrowly avoiding a fate of shattered ribs. The sharp crack of his right arm echoed in his ears, and he spewed another stream of blood. Leaning against the boulder, blood flowed from his hands and pooled at his feet. He could not afford to sit. He knew that once he did, he might never rise again. Gritting his teeth in defiance, he felt a hollow sensation from the weight of the sword sheath at his right hip. With a dislocated arm, the persistent pain served as a reminder of his tenuous grip on life. Slowly, he leaned against the boulder, rising to his feet despite the wounds tearing open further, blood cascading to the ground. Yet he remained silent, his gaze cold and resolute, fixated on the retreating form of the Titan ape. Leihan. A voice filled with anguish echoed closer, and soon Dai Mubai emerged from the woods, leading Zhu Zhuqing, Ning Rongrong, Ma Hongjun, and Oscar in succession. Upon seeing Shui Leihan's dire condition, Ning Rongrong gasped, covering her mouth in shock, and hurried towards him with the others. Upon recognizing Dai Mubai, Shui Leihan, fueled by an unknown surge of strength, seized his collar and bellowed, "Dai Mubai, what are you doing here? Do you wish to die? Did I not instruct you to lead them out of the Stardow forest? Why are you still here?" His voice, however, was but a feeble whisper. Tears brimmed in Dai Mubai's eyes as he beheld Shui Leihan, drenched in blood, his sword, usually sheathed at his side, now absent. He and Ma Hongjun hastily laid Shui Leihan down on the ground. A heavy silence enveloped them as they watched the blood continue to flow from Shui Leihan, their eyes glistening with unshed tears. Humans are inherently emotional beings. How could they not weep upon witnessing their comrade, a companion they had shared trials with in the academy, suffering in such a manner? In this moment, the typically icy young girl Zhu Zhuqing quietly wiped away her tears, while Ma Hongjun sobbed uncontrollably. "Oscar, pass me a sausage," came a faint, hoarse voice, causing Oscar to momentarily freeze. Gradually, he turned his gaze towards Shui Leihan. Upon meeting Shui Leihan's cold, resolute eyes, he suddenly comprehended the intent behind her actions. "Leihan, you cannot go." Oscar's voice trembled, laden with a hint of choked emotion. "Brother Leihan, you must not go." Ning Rongrong, observing her elder brother who had played with her since childhood and cared for her in countless ways, found tears streaming down her cheeks. "Oscar, give it to me." Shui Leihan's raspy voice called out. Oscar instinctively looked into Shui Leihan's eyes. Not long ago, Tang Sen had gazed at him in the same manner, uttering the very same words. "Oscar, I understand." After wiping the tears from the corners of his eyes, Oscar's trembling voice emerged softly. After consuming the sausage, Shui Leihan struggled to sit up, the movement inadvertently stirring the wounds, causing him to emit a pained groan. A thin layer of ice swiftly enveloped his injuries, halting the flow of blood, though his complexion and lips turned alarmingly pale, indicative of excessive blood loss. Gritting his teeth, Shui Leihan forcefully slammed his dislocated right shoulder against a nearby tree. The impact caused his dislocated arm to realign before the sensation of pain could register. In an instant, he enveloped his right arm in a layer of ice, effectively numbing the agonizing friction of bone against bone. "What about Tang San?" he rasped, inquiring. Chapter 23. Laughter in abundance. Where is Tang San? Shui Leihan slightly opened his left eye, glancing at the crowd, but failing to spot Tang San. "Is Tang San not with you?" Dai Mubai sighed, the successive blows leaving him somewhat dazed. With Zhao Wujie and Xiao Wu's fates unknown, the gravely injured Shui Leihan and the disappearance of Tang San weighed heavily upon him. Shui Leihan closed his eyes, taking a moment to regulate his breath, enveloping an internal injury with his soul power. Unable to suppress a cough, he expelled a mouthful of purple clotted blood onto the ground. "Go find Tang San and teacher Zhao, then rescue Xiao Wu." Steadily, Shui Leihan rose to his feet, the sword of blue rose reappearing in his grasp. "My good brother, lend me your strength," he murmured to the sword before sheathing it once more. During his healing, Dai Mubai and Ma Hongjun had fashioned a makeshift stretcher from fallen branches and, without hesitation, lifted Shui Leihan onto it. Due to excessive blood loss, Shui Leihan felt a wave of dizziness wash over him. In a raspy voice, he informed Dai Mubai of Zhao Wujia's location. As if recalling something, he added, "Mubai, you must find Tang Sen swiftly. In the Star Doe forest at night, not only 1,000-year soul beasts emerge, but 10,000-year soul beasts also venture forth to hunt." Dai Mubai's expression darkened immediately. In the presence of a 10,000-year soul beast, they would merely be fodder. After uttering these words, Shui Leihan closed his eyes, focusing on gathering his soul power to heal his wounds. He understood that sleep was not an option. Should he succumb to slumber, he would likely never awaken. He fought against the encroaching fatigue, continuously utilizing his soul power to tend to his injuries. Dai Mubai and Ma Hongjun lifted the stretcher, and the group hurried towards Zhao Wujia's location as indicated by Shui Leihan. "Are you fools? Seeking death?" Zhao Wujia's furious roar reverberated through the forest. Upon finding him, the unmoving king had regained consciousness and was in the process of recuperating. Seeing Dai Mubai and the others, he erupted in anger. Dai Mubai, Ma Hongjun, Zhu Zhuqing, Oscar, and Ning Rongrong formed a line, facing Zhao Wujia's vehement shouts and the spittle that accompanied them. Dai Mubai bore no resentment or defiance. He understood that Zhao Wujia was granting them a chance to escape. What if the Titan giant ape returned and captured another student? Zhao Wujia cleared his throat. Having just spoken so much, even the unmoving king felt fatigued. Where are Shui Leihan and Tang San? Dai Mubai and Ma Hongjun discreetly shifted their feet, revealing half of Shui Leihan's form. Zhao Wujia stepped forward, opening his mouth wide, one hand gently resting on Shui Leihan's body. As his soul power circulated within him, "What happened to this young lad? Did you encounter a 10,000-year soul beast?" Zhao Wujia sighed inwardly, then inquired. Dai Mubai's lips twitched slightly as his gaze drifted toward the immense shadow in the distance. Zhao Wujia was filled with an intense frustration, rendered speechless. What on earth is this so-called 10,000-year soul beast? Ma Hongjun extended a finger toward the distant shadow. In an instant, Zhao Wujia turned around. His gaze fixated on the receding silhouette, then shifted to the genuine expressions of the Shrek team. They had all witnessed the dazzling clash between Shui Leihan and the Titan Great Ape. A spectacle so radiant that it was unmistakable even to Dai Mubai and his companions racing ahead. Did Shui Xiazi challenge the Titan Great Ape alone? Zhao Wujia was momentarily taken aback, unable to fathom how Shui Leihan had managed to survive. At that moment, while suspended in midair and just activating his martial spirit, he had been struck down into the earth by the Titan Great Ape's colossal hand. Had it not been for his activation of the soul skill, Zhao Wujia might have perished on the spot. And what of Tang San? Zhao Wujia's thoughts turned to his other student, who had vanished without a trace. After consuming the mushroom sausage, Tang San had ventured off alone to confront the Titan Great Ape. However, based on Shui Leihan's account and deductions, it seemed he had not encountered Tang San. It was entirely possible that Tang San had encountered either a millennium or a 10,000-year soul beast. Why are we still standing here? Quickly, we must find Tang San, Zhao Wujia bellowed, leading the group swiftly into the woods. Within Shui Leihan's heart, a sword was rising and falling. It was an extraordinarily beautiful sword, his martial spirit, the azure thorn rose sword, now shimmering with radiant light. His body, still healing, emitted a faint glow identical to that of the sword. Is this what it means to break through? Shui Leihan found himself bemused. Could it be that shattering one's martial spirit was the key to transcendence? The sword had seamlessly integrated into his very being, his blood, gradually merging with his 40-level soul power. He had finally broken free from the 40-level constraint that had plagued him for half a year, stepping toward a higher destiny. At that moment, a thought began to take shape in his mind. He envisioned the establishment of the Tiando United Academy in collaboration with several other institutions in Tiando City. Observing the growth of his peers at Shrek Academy, he couldn't help but sigh. Aside from the Tiando 10 elites, the remaining students were merely mediocre scions of nobility. With a multitude of outstanding candidates barred from entry due to the royal title of Tiando Academy. Upon returning, he resolved to discuss this matter earnestly with his father. For the sake of Tiando, he felt compelled to take action. He coughed gently, rousing from his makeshift bed, his eyes clouded with a hint of melancholy. His recovery was progressing slowly. Given his current soul power and combat capability, a single blow from the Titan Great Ape would likely leave him lifeless on the ground. Leon, you're awake, Dai Mubai remarked, seated beside the makeshift stretcher, looking at the younger boy with a blend of respect and concern. Seeing him stir slightly, he could not help but smile. Teacher Zhao and Tang San. Shui Leihan's voice was still tinged with a trace of hoarseness, and his eyes remained clouded, rendering him unable to discern anything clearly. Xiao San was in the process of absorbing his soul skills, and it must be said that his fortune was commendable, for he had not encountered a 10,000-year soul beast. Dai Mubai, aware that Shui Leihan's eyes were tightly shut due to injury, leaned closer and whispered, Teacher Zhao is fine. He merely lost consciousness for a while after being struck by the Titan Great Ape. Xiao Wu, sigh. Dai Mubai exhaled softly, gently patting Shui Leihan on the shoulder. Leihan, it is not your fault. Do not bear such burdens of guilt. Shui Leihan also sighed quietly and replied, I once vowed that as captain, I would not allow my companions to suffer any harm. This is absolutely intolerable to me. His voice revealed a hint of powerless rasp. Upon hearing this, Dai Mubai felt a warmth welling up in his eyes, and he patted Shui Leihan's shoulder once more before sitting down to meditate and recover his soul power. Who? Shui Leihan suddenly shouted hoarsely, feeling a faint sound of footsteps, and he called out immediately, Who is there? Zhao Wujin and Dai Mubai simultaneously rose, searching the shadows of the forest. They had immense faith in Shui Leihan's instincts, thus they promptly took up a defensive stance. Teacher Zhao, a slender figure dashed out from the woods. The sight of her left not only Zhao Wujin stunned, but also caused the others to momentarily freeze. The one emerging from the forest was none other than Xiao Wu. Leihan, Xiao Wu is fine. Xiao Wu is all right. Dai Mubai exclaimed joyfully, shaking Shui Leihan's shoulders. Shui Leihan immediately felt a wave of relief wash over him, a smile gracing his face. That is good. Upon seeing Xiao Wu, she rushed to Tang San's side, while Dai Mubai and Ma Hongjun, who were beside Shui Leihan, could not help but feel a twinge of jealousy. Leihan had risked his life for Xiao Wu, yet she seemed to gracefully disregard his injuries. Sigh. As long as you are all right, Ma Hongjun murmured, quickly turning away when he noticed Shui Leihan remained silent. What caused him to faint? Zhao Wujin stepped forward, bending down to sense the soul power within Shui Leihan. He is fine. He is merely a bit fatigued. Let him rest. Observing the youth before him, Zhao Wujin felt a mix of admiration and sympathy. Days later, Shui Leihan was able to wield his azure rose sword once more. Apart from a slightly pale complexion, his soul power had even seen a slight enhancement compared to before entering the Stardow Forest. The adversary before him was the 10,000-year soul beast, the Sanyue wolf, which Zhao Wujin had specifically led the group to confront in the territory of the wolf pack. The members of Shrek Academy encircled Shui Leihan and the Sanyue wolf, with Zhao Wujin personally presiding over the formation to prevent the wolf from escaping. Since that fateful night of battle, he felt his mastery of swordsmanship had reached a new level at rank 40, prompting him to request the capture of a 10,000-year soul ring from Zhao Wujin. The others were taken aback with excitement, and Zhao Wujin laughed heartily 3 times. Before Tang San and Xiao Wu regained consciousness, they had already heard from Dai Mubai the tale of Shui Leihan's formidable battle against the Titan giant ape. They were not devoid of emotions. As Tang San listened, a wave of dizziness washed over him, as if something had awakened within his heart, and his gaze towards Shui Leihan held a tinge of genuine gratitude. Xiao Wu, moved to tears, despite her usual timidity in addressing Shui Leihan, felt a surge of emotion upon learning of his selfless sacrifice for her sake. Upon awakening, Shui Leihan's demeanor appeared less frigid. He had gleaned a profound truth from this harrowing life-and-death struggle. He embraced the joy of laughter wholeheartedly. Though one's character cannot be transformed overnight, there was an undeniable shift in Shui Leihan compared to the individual who had entered the Stardow Forest. Before him lay the ancient moonlit wolf, its body marred by the scars of the blue rose sword, with blood trickling down in droplets. Yet the malice in its eyes remained unyielding. The snow-killing sword flashed with a sudden burst of azure light, as Shui Leihan deftly maneuvered past the moonlit wolf. The creature trembled gradually, a thin line of blood emerging from its head to its maw. With a swift strike, Shui Leihan cleaved the wolf in two, its blood splattering forth and staining the verdant grass with crimson. Congratulations, Leihan. Well done, Shui Leihan. Bravo, brother Leihan. The members of Shrek, witnessing Shui Leihan's triumph over the ancient soul beast, approached him with expressions of elation. Sheathing his sword, Shui Leihan offered a gentle smile to the others. They observed that, following his injury, his smile seemed to have multiplied, filling their hearts with joy. He gazed intently at the black soul ring before him, then placed his palm upon it. Chapter 24. The master revealed the Shrek team had spent less than a month within the Douluo forest, yet it felt as though a year had passed. Shui Leihan and Dai Mubai, walking at the rear, exchanged playful banter regarding soul power cultivation, while Tang San maintained his role as the vanguard, leading the group in the same formation as when they first entered the forest. Suddenly, Tang San was jolted from his thoughts. He had almost forgotten an important matter. "Teacher Zhao, please hold on a moment." At this juncture, they were nearing the edge of the Douluo forest. Although a few soul beasts were visible, they were predominantly of the 10 and 100-year variety, posing little threat. Zhao Wujie halted, casting a curious glance at Tang San. "What is it?" Shui Leihan and Dai Mubai also turned their attention to Tang San, who retrieved a rectangular box from his soul guide. Intrigued, they stepped closer. Tang San then elucidated the purpose of this item and subsequently aimed the box at a nearby tree. With a series of sharp mechanical clicks, a flurry of sounds erupted, followed by a rapid succession of thuds. The explosive speed of the mechanism took even Zhao Wujie by surprise, altering his expression. Shui Leihan felt a slight chill, while he believed he could withstand such projectiles with his icy barrier. The velocity of the assault would have rendered even someone as formidable as he momentarily uneasy in the event of a surprise attack. Unable to contain his curiosity, Zhao Wujie inquired, "Tang San, what is this contraption? How did you manage this?" Tang San proudly presented the Zhuge Divine Crossbow to the group. "I have named it the Zhuge Divine Crossbow. It is a remarkably formidable mechanical weapon that anyone can wield. It houses 48 crossbow bolts and can instantly launch 16 bolts with each activation of the mechanism, as demonstrated just now. Once the mechanism is set, it must be fired. Otherwise, prolonged tension can damage the bow structure, as the force exerted is considerable and can cause the metal to fail. This is the inherent flaw of the Zhuge Divine Crossbow. If this tool were to be deployed on the battlefield, it would be utterly terrifying. Whether used against foes or wielded by enemies, it serves as a devastating weapon." A shiver ran down Shui Leihan's spine. If this device fell into enemy hands, the Tiando Empire would suffer grave losses. Contemplating this, he cast a complex glance at Dai Mubai. Having deduced from his martial spirit and surname that he was of royal lineage from the Xinglua Empire, though he was uncertain whether Dai Mubai was aware of his own identity. As they chatted and laughed, Shui Leihan expressed his desire to procure a Zhuge Divine Crossbow for self-defense, adhering to the adage that it is better to be prepared for any eventuality. Finally emerging from the Douluo forest, although the fresh air was no longer present, the group felt as if a weight had been lifted, experiencing a newfound sense of ease. "We shall push on a bit further. Once we reach the town, we can rest," Zhao Wujie remarked with a smile. Dai Mubai added, "If everyone is in good condition, let us quicken our pace. Once we arrive at the town, I shall treat everyone to drinks. Teacher Zhao, this time you must not decline. Without your assistance, it seems we would struggle to emerge from the Douluo forest alive." "No, I shall not go," Shui Leihan replied softly, observing the astonished gazes of the others directed at him, and he smiled playfully. "Unless I am invited." Instantly, laughter erupted among the group. Ma Hongjun and Oscar exchanged mischievous glances, while Ning Rongrong, Xiao Wu, and the usually aloof Zhu Zhuqing also stifled their laughter. Dai Mubai chuckled as he draped an arm around Shui Leihan's shoulder, yet he offered no objections. Tang San joined in the laughter, his resolve deepening within him. Shui Leihan covered the expenses for the group over the course of 2 days, during which they engaged in jovial banter, drinking, and revelry, experiencing an unspoken joy. Remarkably, Shui Leihan did not immerse himself in cultivation, which brought some delight to Ning Rongrong. As she put it, "Brother Leihan finally seems like a normal person." Were Shui Leihan to hear this, his face would likely contort in indignation. What did she mean by normal? He considered himself quite normal in his usual demeanor. After 2 days, the group set forth once more. Following a day of travel, they successfully returned to the vicinity of Shrek Academy outside of Zhutua City. "At last, we are back. The feeling of returning home is truly wonderful," Oscar exclaimed, somewhat theatrically. Zhao Wujie shot him a glare. "Keep your voice down. Can't you see it's dark outside? Now, you all go back to your dormitories and rest. I need to meet with the principal to report on our journey. Shui, come with me." Shui Leihan offered a slight smile to the group before following Zhao Wujie to the office. Flinder listened in astonishment as Zhao Wujie recounted their experiences in the Douluo forest, his expression shifting numerous times. After hearing Shui Leihan's unembellished account of his encounters with the Titan giant ape, Flinder pondered for a long time before finally uttering, "You might be the only soul master to have survived an encounter with the Titan giant ape." Holding his sword, Shui Leihan nodded. "After all, I am uncertain how I managed to survive." "You, indeed." A voice with a somewhat rigid and peculiar tone emerged from outside the door. Shui Leihan was startled. He had previously heard footsteps and assumed it was a teacher from the academy, yet this voice was unfamiliar among them. "Who is it?" he asked urgently. Stepping in front of Flinder and placing the desk behind him, preparing to offer Flinder a chance to escape should a formidable foe appear. Shui Leihan's soul power had reached level 41 due to absorbing a 10,000-year soul ring. Now, his blue rose sword was slightly unsheathed, his hand gripping the hilt tightly as he focused intently on the entrance. Flinder observed Shui Leihan with a mixture of emotion and pride, clearly deducing his intent from the subtle movements. Shui Leihan had always been a respectful and dutiful disciple. It was a hallmark of his character. "Haha, Xiaojing, come in quickly and don't frighten my esteemed student." The door creaked open, and a middle-aged man stepped inside, his face rigid and his posture impeccably straight. At first glance, he appeared somewhat dazed. However, the depths of his dark eyes revealed a hint of anxiety. If Tang San were present, he would instantly recognize this man as his mentor, a renowned master in the spirit master realm. Upon witnessing the commotion, the master curiously peered outside before unceremoniously taking a seat on the nearby sofa. Shui Leihan was taken aback. Recognizing the master as an acquaintance of Dean Flander, he bowed apologetically and stepped aside, holding the azure rose sword. "Come, Wujie Leihan. I believe you have not met before. Allow me to introduce you to my old comrade from years past, who is also Tang San's teacher. You may simply refer to him as Master, for nearly everyone in the Spirit Master community addresses him as such. So, this is the invincible theorist of the Spirit Master realm?" Shui Leihan had absorbed a substantial portion of the master's writings while studying in the Royal Library of Tiando, akin to a sponge soaking up knowledge. He never anticipated that he would encounter his childhood idol in person today. After Zhao Wujie exchanged pleasantries, Shui Leihan approached the master, bowing deeply. "So it is you, master. I read all your works during my youth. It is an honor to finally meet you." The master managed a stiff smile, patting Shui Leihan on the shoulder. "You are the third prince of Tiando, Shui Leihan, if I am not mistaken. Indeed, your reputation precedes you. Frugal, unpretentious, and dedicated to your cultivation." Shui Leihan offered an awkward smile. His background was no secret among the instructors, as Flander had learned of it the very day he registered. "Please recount your encounter with the Titan giant ape once more," the master inquired. Shui Leihan narrated the experience of battling the Titan giant ape. And upon hearing about the glowing fists, the master nodded, interrupting him. "It seems the Titan giant ape indeed possesses spirit abilities." Shui Leihan affirmed this, mentioning he had read about it in a book. The Titan giant ape, existing for over 10 millennia, could utilize spirit abilities, and the yellow glow of its massive paw was one such ability. Once he concluded, Shui Leihan took a step back, allowing the space for Zhao Wujie, the master, and Flander to converse. "Release your spirit rings," the master instructed. When he learned that Shui Leihan's spirit rings comprised 1 purple and 3 black, a spark of astonishment flickered in his eyes as he swiftly approached. Shui Leihan drew the azure rose sword, channeling his spirit power into it, causing the 1 purple and 3 black spirit rings to shimmer faintly upon the blade. The master gasped in surprise. Yet he did not request Shui Leihan to retract his martial spirit. Instead, he remained in contemplative silence. Flander and Zhao Wujie refrained from disturbing the master, understanding that this was his time for reflection. The azure rose sword, an unfamiliar name for a martial spirit, emitted a subtle chill upon being unsheathed, suggesting it might be a mutated martial spirit, yet, in essence, it was not. In terms of spirit ring configuration, it is typically 200 years, followed by 2,000 years. However, you possess a 1,000-year ring and 3 10,000-year rings. What enables you to transcend these limitations in absorbing spirit rings? Shui Leihan gazed quietly at the master, his heart racing uncontrollably. While he could place his trust in Flanders and Zhao Wujie, he found himself uncertain about the character of this master, whom he was meeting for the first time. He had merely heard from Yu Tianheng that this master was once part of the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon sect, but had been exiled. He was not yet ready to fully trust this individual, Yu Tianheng's uncle. "You possess a twin martial soul, do you not? Moreover, The rank of that twin martial soul is quite formidable. This is the reason you can surpass the usual limitations in absorbing spirit rings. Yu Xiaojing observed Shui Leihan with a hint of fervor in his eyes. Flanders quickly interjected, Leihan is fine. Everyone present here is discreet and will not speak of this openly. He then glanced at Zhao Wujia and the master, who both nodded in agreement. The office fell into a sudden silence, with Flanders and Zhao Wujia intently focused on Shui Leihan, while Yu Xiaojing's gaze expressed a fervent eagerness, his breath held in anticipation. Shui Leihan sighed inwardly, realizing that the master, indeed, embodied the theory of invincibility. The temperature in the office abruptly plummeted, causing Flanders, Zhao Wujia, and the master to gasp in shock. Shui Leihan raised his left hand slightly, emanating a chilling aura capable of freezing souls. No, it was better described as an absolute coldness radiating from his entire being. An ice-blue spirit ring slowly materialized behind him. This is my second martial soul, Shui Leihan declared, his gaze reflecting a hint of complexity and embodiment of ultimate ice. For a moment, silence enveloped the room, as the three teachers gazed fervently at the strangely colored spirit ring behind Shui Leihan. Feeling the peculiar atmosphere, Shui Leihan found it somewhat uncomfortable to be scrutinized by three men with such ardent expressions, even his calm demeanor faltering. Shui Leihan, the master Yu Xiaojing spoke, his voice quivering slightly. Are you willing to become my disciple? Chapter 25, Apprenticeship, Fourth Soul Skill, Snowy Tear of Cold. Master Yu Xiaojing's voice quivered slightly. Do you wish to take me as your mentor? Noticing the bewilderment of Flander and Zhao Wujia, he offered a wry smile and clarified, as you both are aware, my pursuit of validation and proof over the years has led me to this decision. My reasons for accepting Tang San as a disciple extend beyond his diligent aptitude. He possesses a twin martial soul. Similarly, Snowy Tear of Cold is also a twin martial soul, and both of them can transcend the constraints of time in absorbing soul rings. This is the essence of what I seek to demonstrate. Despite the multitude of words flowing from Master Yu Xiaojing, his gaze remained fixed upon Snowy Tear of Cold. What emotions flickered within his eyes? Perhaps it was a blend of past regrets and unfulfilled aspirations. The moment Snowy Tear of Cold heard the master's words, his mind momentarily blanked. He had indeed never taken a mentor. In the royal customs of the Heaven Do Empire, one may only have a single teacher throughout their lifetime, treating them with the reverence akin to that of a father. Yet, Snowy Tear of Cold had never pursued such an apprenticeship. During his years in the royal palace and the Heaven Do Royal Academy, he had remained largely reclusive, spending the majority of his time in the soul arena, devoid of any thoughts of mentorship. His elder brother, Shui Qinghe, and second brother, Shui Bong, had both taken on mentors, and as the third brother, he had been fortunate enough to witness such moments. In his youth, he had admired the vast theoretical knowledge that his mentors possessed, and now, that very object of admiration stood before him. What he needed now was precisely this. Perhaps he could aid him in transcending the limitations of his swordsmanship. Observing Snowy Tear of Cold deep in contemplation, Master Yu Xiaojing felt a stirring in his heart, reminiscent of the time he took Tang San as his disciple, who too had pondered similarly. Snowy Tear of Cold broke into a smile. Even if his lifetime mentor possessed meager soul power, what mattered was that he could protect him. Even if others mocked him, his heart would remain unperturbed, would it not? With this thought, he stepped back a few paces, laying his sword flat upon the ground. From his ring, he retrieved a pouch of tea leaves and a delicate teacup, channeling his soul power to gently heat the tea leaves in water. Zhao Wujia cast a curious glance at Snowy Tear of Cold and discreetly whispered to Flander, "What is this young man doing?" "Fool. This is the apprenticeship ceremony of a member of the Heaven Do royal family, a sight ordinary folk may never witness in their lifetime. Now, be quiet and watch." Flander hissed, his eyes glued to the unfolding ceremony. Zhao Wujia merely scoffed and continued to observe, seeing Snowy Tear of Cold's actions. Master Yu Xiaojing's expression softened into a less rigid smile, and he gazed at Snowy Tear of Cold with a hint of appreciation. Snowy Tear of Cold presented the cup of tea before Master Yu Xiaojing, his demeanor earnest. Once the master accepted the delicate teacup, Snowy Tear of Cold returned to his sword, grasping it firmly, and gently drew it across his arm, blood immediately welling forth and dripping onto the floor. Then, he slowly knelt down, his expression grave, and his tone serious. "Heaven above, I, the third prince of the Heaven Do Empire, Snowy Tear of Cold." Apprenticeship began. And from that moment forth, I pledged my allegiance to Master Yu Xiaojiang, treating him with the reverence one would accord to one's own parents. The joys of my master are my joys, his sorrows, my sorrows, his pain, my pain, and his humiliation, my humiliation. Upon hearing these words, Master Yu Xiaojiang was momentarily taken aback, and he promptly consumed the cup of tea before him. Shui Leihan, witnessing the master finish his drink, rose respectfully from the ground, bowing and clasping his fists, addressing him as master. Congratulations, old friend. Flander was the first to step forward with his well wishes, while Zhao Wujia, still somewhat stunned, soon followed suit. The master gazed at the humble youth before him, a wave of satisfaction washing over him. He had heard of the third prince's reputation during his time in the Heaven Do Empire, a figure known for his frugality, modesty, and kindness, treating both servants and guards with equal respect. He regularly donated a portion of his gold soul coins to the impoverished in the slums of the Heaven Do Empire, embodying a true love for his people. Master Yu Xiaojiang patted Shui Leihan on the shoulder with a smile. It's getting late. You should rest. You are still growing. After all, as for your second martial soul, the three of us shall keep it to ourselves. It is wise to maintain a little mystery. Shui Leihan respectfully acknowledged, understood. From now on, you may refer to Tang San as Xiao San or senior brother. After bowing respectfully to Master Yu Xiaojiang once more, he departed from the dean's office. Gazing up at the vast night sky, he felt no regret. His heart remained steadfast, much like his azure rose sword. Upon returning to the dormitory, Shui Leihan discovered that Oscar and Tang San were still awake. He settled onto his bed and offered a slight smile to Tang San. Senior brother. Tang San, momentarily taken aback, looked at Shui Leihan in surprise and asked, "Were you speaking to me, Leihan?" "Indeed. I am honored that the master has accepted me as his disciple," Shui Leihan replied. "What?" Tang San leaped up, his expression filled with joy as he regarded Shui Leihan. He had hoped to strengthen his bond with Shui Leihan and was elated to find that he had become his junior brother, a serendipitous twist of fate. "Good brother." Tang San embraced Shui Leihan tightly, who smiled in return but shot a disapproving glance at Oscar, who was making playful faces nearby. "Has the master truly come to the academy?" Tang San asked, sitting on Shui Leihan's bed as the two young men engaged in soft conversation. "Yes, I too did not expect the master, whom I admired in my youth for his unparalleled theories, to appear at Shrek Academy as your teacher," Shui Leihan shrugged, reflecting on the myriad events of the night. Even if Dugu Yan were to suddenly appear before him at that moment, he would harbor no surprise. "Just call me Xiao San," Tang San said with a wry smile, feeling it somewhat awkward to have Shui Leihan, who was a few months his senior, refer to him as senior brother. Their conversation was interrupted by Oscar, who had also gotten out of bed and inquired, "Xiao San, what did Rongrong want from you earlier?" Observing his anxious demeanor, Tang San could not help but stifle a chuckle, teasing him gently. "It's nothing much, merely a means of exchanging affections." A faint smile graced the lips of Shui Leihan. Oscar then redirected the conversation towards him. "Leihan, what is your relationship with Rongrong? I've heard her repeatedly call you Leihan Ji." As he mimicked Ning Rongrong's tone with a high-pitched rendition of Leihan Ji, a shiver ran down Shui Leihan's spine, eliciting hearty laughter from Tang San. Oscar nodded in agreement, joining in the merriment. "Ning Rongrong is my sworn sister," Shui Leihan stated, and as the laughter subsided, a nostalgic smile appeared on his tranquil face. "She often sought me out to play when she was young, a whimsical little girl, and I would unhesitatingly protect her in times of peril." "Just a sworn sister?" Oscar raised his voice inquisitively. "What else would it be? Do you have ulterior motives?" Shui Leihan regarded Oscar with a hint of wariness, but upon seeing him momentarily speechless, he couldn't help but chuckle. "It's getting late, let us rest." He then embraced his sword and began his slow cultivation. The night passed in silence. The following day, Shui Leihan rose slightly earlier than usual, eager to experiment with his newly acquired Millennium Soul skill. Noticing that the sun had yet to rise, he refrained from disturbing the slumbering Tang San and Oscar. Quietly, he sheathed his sword and made his way to a secluded grove where he often practiced. He then unsheathed his sword, the azure rose sword emanating a chilling glow within the darkened woods. As was his custom, he commenced his training with the fundamental sword techniques taught by Chen Xian. Practicing each move diligently, undeterred even as fatigue set into his arms. His eyes reflected an unwavering dedication and profound love for the sword. Indeed, practicing swordplay without the use of soul power was somewhat taxing on his stamina. With the sun now risen, He wiped the sweat from his brow and infused his sword with soul power. Applause suddenly erupted from behind him. Shui Leihan turned, respectfully greeting, "Master, Little San." Standing behind him were his newly appointed master, Grandmaster Yu Xiaojiang, and his senior brother, Little San. Yu Xiaojiang smiled. "Leihan, your training methods truly opened my eyes. Yesterday, I heard from Flander that Zhao Wujia suffered losses at your hands. It seems there is truth to that." He stepped closer, inspecting Shui Leihan's Azure Rose sword. "It appears your second martial soul harmonizes remarkably well with your first. Your Azure Rose sword now carries a hint of coldness, attributable in part to its inherent attributes, and in part to your second martial soul, the ultimate ice." Shui Leihan nodded in acquiescence, feeling a deep sense of admiration. "Please release your soul skills one by one. I wish to observe them closely," the master urged, stepping back alongside Tang San, signaling for Shui Leihan to commence. "Master, Little San, this is my first soul skill, known as Ice Blade Slash." The first purple soul ring of Shui Leihan illuminated, and a wave of blue light shimmered upon the blue rose sword. He stood before a robust tree, and with a flick of his wrist, a beam of blue sword light surged toward the tree, enveloping it in a cloud of smoke. As the mist dissipated, the entire tree had transformed into a sculpture of ice, while the surrounding grass was adorned with frost. "This is my second soul skill, known as Ice Sword Aura." Following this, the blade of the blue rose sword became enveloped in a pale, icy blue hue. "This is my third soul skill, named Ice Howl, which serves to diminish the enemy's attack or defense power by approximately 10 to 30%. As the blade flashed, a proud roar emanated from the sword, causing leaves to rain down from the trees opposite him. "This is my fourth soul skill, named Profound Ice Moonfall Sword." The fourth black soul ring flickered slightly, and suddenly, Shui Leihan leapt high into the air, executing a spin. A beam of icy light burst forth from the tip of the blue rose sword, striking the tree that had already become an ice sculpture with tremendous force. The master gazed at the ground, which had become a frozen pit, and could not help but exclaim, "It seems this fourth soul skill is your most formidable attack thus far. Indeed, do I still need to employ my self-created soul skill, Master?" Shui Leihan glanced at the ice pit and the giant tree he had shattered into fragments, nodding internally as he descended before the master, clasping his hands in respect. "You possess a self-created soul skill?" The master was taken aback, both astonished and delighted, and gestured for him to demonstrate. Tang Sen committed Shui Leihan's soul skills to memory, pondering how to coordinate with him effectively. He considered how to counter Shui Leihan's sword techniques in the event of a friendly spar. The master nodded in satisfaction and approached Tang San, correcting Shui Leihan's soul power and training methods, placing his hand on Shui Leihan to sense the soul power within him. In that moment, Shui Leihan gained immense insight. After breaking through to level 40, he had sensed a slight awkwardness in his soul power. Under the master's extensive experience, Shui Leihan adjusted the flow of his soul power, immediately experiencing a wave of relief. "Let us go. It is time for dinner." Noticing the two disciples, both possessing twin martial souls, gazing at him with respect, the master smiled and rose. Chapter 26. Practical experience. The two followed their common mentor to the dining hall, exchanging a few hushed words before lapsing into silence. Upon their arrival at the academy's cafeteria, they discovered it eerily empty despite the breakfast being prepared, perhaps a consequence of the arduous journey they had undertaken the previous day. Shui Leihan served 3 bowls of porridge to the master and Tang San, only taking his seat after ensuring they were settled. "Is this what friend offers you?" The master's face, typically stoic, appeared somewhat darkened. Tang San replied, "This is actually quite decent. The buns are filling, far better than what I had during my childhood." Shui Leihan nodded in agreement, for he had never been one to be overly critical. In his recollection, the Shrek Academy providing 3 meals a day was already commendable. "Nonsense." The master set down his bun, anger welling within him. He was known for his rigid temperament. "You children are at a crucial stage of growth. Your bodies are the foundation of your martial spirits. Without a healthy physique, how can you endure rigorous training? This breakfast may suffice for someone of my age in France, but it is certainly inadequate for you youngsters." As the master's ire escalated, Fran's languid voice drifted in from outside. "I say, master, you are speaking from a place of privilege. You know these children are in their growth phase. Do you have any idea how much they need to eat in a day? Delicacies can be found in Soto City, but the Academy's financial constraints do not afford me the luxury of providing such. If you are willing to sponsor them, I have no objections." With that, Fran entered the room, If the principal is inclined, I can donate a portion of my gold soul coins to the school, Shui Leihan remarked nonchalantly. Humph. I wonder if he has the audacity to accept, the master scoffed, casting a disdainful glance at Frand. Frand, momentarily embarrassed, quickly retreated from the cafeteria. After breakfast, the bell rang promptly, summoning all students to the academy's playground. The atmosphere was particularly lively that day. Not only were the principal and vice principal Frand and Zhao Wujia present, but also the master and several other faculty members. Shui Leihan surveyed the teachers and noted that all were above the 6th ring, causing him to inwardly sigh. Even the Tiando Royal Academy could not boast such a remarkable lineup. It seemed he should have a serious discussion with his father upon returning. Frand announced, from today onwards, the master will be solely responsible for your instruction. We shall all assist him. You returned only yesterday, so I believe a day of rest is warranted. Classes will resume tomorrow. This expedition to the Star Do Forest has seen 3 individuals reach the Soul Ancestor Realm, Ning Rongrong, Ma Hongjun, and Zhu Zhuqing, who have yet to break through level 30. You must all strive to catch up with the others. Master, do you have anything to add? This last inquiry was directed towards the master. The master nodded slightly, his rigid visage as ever, gazing at the 8 students before him. The academy comprises only you 8. In my eyes, you form a cohesive entity. I have reviewed your resumes, and subsequently, I shall devise tailored pedagogical methods. Aside from collaboration, I expect not to hear any dissenting voices. Regardless of who you are, I shall treat you all equally. As students of the Monster Academy, you must surpass the ordinary soul masters. Henceforth, when others speak of you, they should only think of the term monsters. From this moment on, you will no longer be categorized into novice and advanced groups. Instead, there will be unified instruction, and I shall assign your rankings. Number 1, Dai Mubai. Number 2, Oscar. Number 3, Tang San. Number 4, Ma Hongjun. Number 5, Xiao Wu. Number 6, Ning Rongrong. Number 7, Zhu Zhuqing. Number 8, Shui Leihan. The master's gaze swept over the group. Very well, you may disperse now. Assemble here at dawn tomorrow. Moreover, I expect no absentees at breakfast. Otherwise, you shall endure special training. Upon seeing the principal and the teacher gradually retreat, Shui Leihan nodded to the others and, sword in hand, departed slowly. He returned to the familiar grove, where a gentle breeze fluttered, and the deep pit caused by his soul skill from the morning still lingered. Drawing his sword, he immediately infused the woods with a tempest of sword energy. His spirit and vitality surged to their zenith, and the sword in his hand gleamed with a sharp, icy light. Thrust, slash, chop, and flip. These 4 movements repeated tirelessly until the sun began to set. Tears of frost, I have finally found you. So, this is where you are. Tang San's voice echoed from behind. Shui Leihan turned, smiled, and inquired, what is it, Xiao San? You missed lunch. And now it's time for dinner. The 2 exchanged glances, and Tang San sighed helplessly at Shui Leihan's nonchalant expression, pulling him toward the dining hall. The teacher just mentioned this morning that we are still growing. How can we skip meals? Reluctantly following Tang San, Shui Leihan arrived at the dining hall, a smile gracing his face as he appreciated the warmth of being cared for. The next morning, Shui Leihan, as was his custom, rose early. Tang San's bunk was already empty, while Oscar continued to snore. When had he grown accustomed to this routine? He pondered silently, sword at his side as he made his way to his usual training spot. His swordsmanship had seen slight improvement, attributed to his soul power reaching level 41, which brought him joy. As the sun cast its warm rays from the east upon him, Shui Leihan exhaled softly, sheathing the blue rose sword. He contemplated the momentum of his blade as he proceeded toward the dining hall. This is his next objective, to harmonize his swordsmanship with his soul power and attain the swordsmanship level of 50. This modest goal has been set by Shui Leihan for himself. Teacher, he said, entering the dining hall where he spotted Tang San just seating himself. He respectfully clasped his hands towards the standing master Yu Xiaojiang. Ah, splendid. You two are perpetually so diligent. Master S' rigid face broke into a slight smile. Come, Leihan, sample your teacher's culinary skills. Possessing formidable talent and a diligent disposition, Master nodded inwardly. Could it be that the teacher himself is cooking? After receiving a bowl of meat soup from Master, Shui Leihan took the 2 buns and 2 eggs that Master handed him. Have you had breakfast, teacher? Shui Leihan inquired calmly, clasping his hands. I have. You should hasten to eat your breakfast as well, Yu Xiaojiang replied with a faint smile, urging Shui Leihan to partake in his meal. Although Shui Leihan was not a picky eater, the cold buns typically served at Shrek Academy paled in comparison to the meat soup crafted by Master, a chasm of difference indeed. Neither Tang San nor Shui Leihan exchanged a word. The dining hall was filled solely with the sounds of their consumption. Once he finished eating, Shui Leihan bid farewell to the others and, embracing his sword, fell into contemplation. Half an hour later, the bell for class rang, signaling the time to gather. The sun bathed the earth in its golden light, bringing warmth and vitality, as all living things awakened in the brightness of the day. Master stood at the center of the playground, hands clasped behind his back, observing the 8 students arranged by age before him. Today, he was the sole instructor present. Flinder had declared that from this day forth, all academy teachers would collaborate with Master in teaching. Master's gaze swept over the students with cold indifference. By tomorrow breakfast time, I expect to see you all in the dining hall earlier. Food requires time to digest before engaging in strenuous activity. I will prepare breakfast at dawn. Should you fail to arrive within half an hour, you shall forego your meal. His piercing eyes scanned the students, discerning that some had not absorbed his words. Yet he chose not to reiterate. Shui Leihan stepped forward. Teacher, he said respectfully, taking a step closer to Master. I have a task for you. Without utilizing soul power or soul skills, defeat all 7 of them. His curiosity piqued. For although he had heard Zhao Wujie's and Flinder's praises of Shui Leihan's swordsmanship, this would be his first encounter witnessing Shui Leihan's technique devoid of soul power. He anticipated with interest how much combat prowess his newly accepted disciple could unleash. Understood. After clasping his hands in acknowledgement, Shui Leihan took a few steps back from the others. The azure rose sword slowly emerged from its sheath. His gaze shifted from calm to frigid, for Shui Leihan would never show mercy in battle. Dai Mubai's expression darkened slightly, as he felt a sense of injustice for Shui Leihan. Master, this is unfair. We are 7, and Shui Leihan stands alone, unable to utilize his soul power. This is exceedingly unjust. Shui Leihan, however, silenced Dai Mubai with a glance and shook his head. Let us begin, he said calmly. Facing the 7 individuals who stood before him, Shui Leihan's demeanor was frosty as his hand gripped the hilt of his sword. Attack! Dai Mubai shouted, charging toward Shui Leihan. Flanked by Ma Hongjun and Zhu Zhuqing, while Tang Xin followed closely behind. The soul rings of the 4 shimmered faintly behind them. Xiao Wu trailed like a shadow behind Tang San. 7 treasures. The first is strength, the second is speed. Ning Rongrong called from behind, activating her soul skill. The speed of the 5 advancing surged, and in the blink of an eye, they reached Shui Leihan. The sword of the blue rose was drawn. Shui Leihan observed as Dai Mubai's fist came hurtling towards him, his body twisting unnaturally as he slipped past it. His left palm striking Zhu Zhuqing and sending her staggering back a few steps. The master's voice suddenly rang out. Zhu Zhuqing is eliminated. Without hesitation, Shui Leihan sprang into action, retreating swiftly as the blue-silver grass pursued him relentlessly. He suddenly felt Xiao Wu's hair ensnare his arm, and in an instant, he was airborne, realizing he had been caught by Xiao Wu's first soul skill. Unperturbed, he spun in midair, sheathing his sword with his right hand, and gently tapped Xiao Wu on the head. Xiao Wu, eliminated. Dai Mubai gritted his teeth, feeling responsible for Zhu Zhuqing's elimination. He quickly rushed back alongside Tang San and Ma Hongjun. Mushroom sausage. Shui Leihan observed Ning Rongrong and Oscar soaring into the air, his expression unchanged. He turned swiftly, severing Tang San's blue-silver grass, and evaded Ma Hongjun's flames with a deft sidestep. Knowing that the mushroom sausage would last for a minute, he refrained from pursuing the airborne Ning Rongrong and Oscar, his gaze calmly fixed on Tang San. The blue-silver grass was indeed hampering his movements. In an instant, he leaped forward, arriving before Tang San. Protect Xiao San. Dai Mubai shouted urgently, activating his 3rd soul ring, a royal insignia appearing on his forehead, instantly doubling his attack and defense. Beneath Shui Leihan, a cage of blue-silver grass had formed, a manifestation of Tang San's 3rd soul skill, spiderweb binding. Gritting his teeth, Shui Leihan thrust his left hand through the flames encircling Ma Hongjun, seizing his collar. A searing heat surged through his left hand, yet his gaze remained composed. With a forceful motion, he hurled Ma Hongjun downward, and the fiery figure was instantly ensnared by the web. Using the momentum, he flipped backward. Ma Hongjun, eliminated. Shui Leihan gasped slightly. The burning sensation in his left hand was excruciating, beads of sweat cascading down his face. Dai Mubai gazed at Xue Leihan with a complex expression. As the second spirit ring illuminated, a beam of white light surged towards Xue Leihan in an instant. Tang San's first spirit ring also ignited, and 4 strands of blue-silver grass swiftly darted towards Xue Leihan. In a sudden twist, Xue Leihan released his long sword, sending it flying. Ning Rongrong, who had just landed after the effect of the mushroom sausage had expired, was startled to see the sword of the blue rose hurtling toward her, her countenance paling in shock. The sword of the blue rose abruptly plunged into the ground before Ning Rongrong, and the master's calm voice resonated. Ning Rongrong, eliminated. Upon witnessing the approaching white tiger's light wave, Xue Leihan utilized gravity to drop to the ground, narrowly evading Dai Mubai's assault, yet his ankle was ensnared tightly by Tang San's blue-silver grass. That will be enough, the master declared, clapping his hands, feeling a surge of admiration for Xue Leihan's combat instincts. To eliminate 4 opponents in a team battle without utilizing spirit power was indeed formidable. The wealth of experience accumulated through countless battles was something Tang San and the others could only grasp gradually through their own encounters. The master sighed contentedly and then stepped forward. Chapter 27. Punishment. Xue Leihan, you have performed commendably. In this battle, you made no significant errors. However, this is merely a friendly contest among classmates, and there is no need to exert yourself excessively. The master cast a sympathetic glance at Xue Leihan's left hand, slightly scorched by Ma Hongjuan's flames. I understand, Xue Leihan replied respectfully. As for the rest of you, with the exception of Xue Leihan, each of you has committed grave mistakes. The master's stern gaze swept across the group. Dai Mubai, from the very beginning, you approached Xue Leihan with the intention of holding back, and he seized upon this weakness to eliminate Zhu Zhuqing. In a contest, one must exert full effort. Did you truly believe Xue Leihan would refrain from using his soul power? Zhu Zhuqing, as a soul master, you failed to utilize your advantages and were eliminated. Where were your soul skills? Where was your agility? Instead, you rushed forward with the main group. Reflect upon your actions. Xiao Wu, the advice I gave to Zhu Zhuqing applies to you as well. Had you employed your second soul skill, charm, at the earliest opportunity, Xue Leihan's speed would have been hindered, and Zhu Zhuqing would not have been eliminated so swiftly. Ma Hongjun, despite using your second soul skill, why did you remain clustered with the others? Consider the consequences had Tang San utilized blue-silver grass at that moment. Ning Rongrong, while you did well to use your soul skill promptly, why did you remain foolishly suspended in midair during the mushroom intestines effect? After landing, why did you not swiftly seek cover? As a support soul master, can you afford to confront a powerful attack soul master head-on? Oscar, why did you not have a visual on preparing sausages? Why did you not assist Ning Rongrong as she descended? Tang San, you did not fully utilize your soul skills. Why did you not employ your soul bone? Remember, had you used your soul bone, some members of your team might not have faced elimination. Lastly, Xue Leihan, while your combat experience is commendable, your movements were too rigid. This is not a flat arena, it is a forest. You could have utilized the shadows of the trees to evade attacks and eliminate foes one by one. The master's face, rigid with displeasure, reflected his disappointment. Is this what is termed a monstrous genius? Your performances today have left me disheartened. Each of you has committed unforgivable errors. Henceforth, all of you shall face punishment. Run forward, supervise one another, and do not use soul power. You are to run from the academy to Soto City and back, completing 10 laps before lunch. You shall eat only upon completion. Tang San, your mistakes are the gravest, so you shall run 12 laps. Act immediately, commence. Xue Leihan and Tang San dashed out first. Xue Leihan's expression was somewhat grim. He had evidently not anticipated the necessity of skillfully utilizing the terrain during the fierce battle. He silently chided himself for his shortcomings and continued to run alongside Tang San towards the exit. Don't think too much, Leihan. We are still young, with ample room for growth, Tang San said, noticing Xue Leihan's troubled demeanor and offering encouragement. He comprehended the tenacity of Xue Leihan, which allowed him to grasp the severity of the teacher's critique directed at her. Thank you, San, Xue Leihan remarked, shaking her head before smiling at Tang San. As the 8 of them arrived at the entrance of the academy, they realized that the master's punishment was indeed tailored to each individual, or rather, had been meticulously prepared in advance. It seemed the teacher possessed a degree of foresight. Xue Leihan observed the 8 bamboo baskets, each intricately woven and containing stones of varying sizes, with straps and names inscribed upon them. Among them, her stone was the largest, while the stones belonging to Tang San, Dai Mubai, and Ma Hongjun were somewhat smaller. Following them were the stones of Xiao Wu, Zhu Zhuqing, and Oscar, with Ning Rongrong's stone being the smallest of all. Brother Shui, I apologize for burning you earlier. It was unintentional, Ma Hongjun said with genuine remorse. It's nothing, fatty. Accidents can occur during sparring. This is quite mild in comparison, Shui Leihan replied dismissively, waving her hand. During her run, she had performed a simple treatment and utilized extreme ice to alleviate the burn on her left hand. Subsequently, she slung the bamboo basket onto her back. The weight caused her footsteps to slightly falter, yet she quickly adjusted her center of gravity and attempted to sprint forward. Given her habitual training without soul power, finding her balance was effortless. Moreover, the weight of the Qing Rose sword had increased alongside her advancement in soul power and swordsmanship. She had shifted the sword from her waist to her back, ensuring that even without the Qing Rose sword, her balance would remain intact. She had long since acclimatized to that weight. Gently rising onto her toes, Shui Leihan felt that her stone was not as burdensome as she had anticipated. Let us go, she urged Tang San and Dai Mubai, and the three surged ahead. It was not until they began to run that Tang San and Dai Mubai realized the gravity of this punishment. If they could utilize their soul power, covering a distance of 60 or 70 kilometers in half a day would pose no challenge, and they could even complete it with ease. However, without the use of soul power and while bearing additional weight, the task became significantly more daunting. During their run, Shui Leihan found herself meditating in her mind. Leihan Mubai, let us take a break, Tang San said, having only run a short distance before breaking a light sweat on his forehead. He suddenly halted and addressed Dai Mubai and Shui Leihan. What is the matter, San? Shui Leihan turned, appearing far less fatigued than the other two. Her complexion unchanged from when they had set off. Tang San replied, Leihan, Mubai, do you recall what the teacher said before we departed? We are a collective, and he expects us to complete this punishment together. Aside from my 12 laps, you both must simultaneously fulfill your portions. From my understanding of the teacher, this time he intends not merely to punish us, but also to encourage us to strengthen our physical endurance. This punishment appears to be a test of our collective spirit. We are a unit. While perhaps you or I may endure, others may not share the same resilience. It seems imperative that we devise a strategy to ensure everyone can successfully meet this challenge together. Shui Leihan nodded in agreement, recalling the master's words. It appears he aims to cultivate a sense of unity among us. What an astute approach. Shui Leihan shifted his gaze to the 5 individuals trailing behind, offering them a slight nod. Their expressions were considerably more strained than those of Tang San, Dai Mubai, and himself. Ning Rongrong halted, leaning on her knees as she caught her breath. Tang San shared his thoughts with the group, and they all nodded in agreement. He spoke. Although the teacher has instructed us to run with weights and forbade the use of soul power, our combined burden is manageable. As long as we can complete the task with these weights, we shall succeed. Oscar, please pass me your stone. Oscar paused momentarily, then chuckled, great buddy. However, it may not be necessary just yet. I propose we run at the pace of the slowest among us. This way, we can stay together, and a steady pace will conserve our energy. When someone can no longer hold on, we can assist each other in adjusting our burdens. What do you all think? Rongrong, please give me your stone, Shui Leihan said as he approached Ning Rongrong, observing her pale complexion and extending his hand toward her. I can hold on for a bit longer, Leihan. I'll trouble you later, Ning Rongrong replied, her gaze imploring as she knew her elder brother would step in to help if he noticed her struggle. Shui Leihan looked deeply into her eyes, sensing her determination and resolve. He gently caressed her hair, a hint of a smile gracing his lips. Rongrong has grown. Oof, you're so annoying, Leihan. I've always been grown up, Ning Rongrong retorted, though Oscar sighed wistfully, aware that the bond between Shui Leihan and Ning Rongrong was not romantic. Tang San chuckled as he patted Oscar on the shoulder, and together with Dai Mubai, they encouraged everyone to resume their run. Shui Leihan continued to observe the group's expressions, noting that aside from some perspiration, they were all able to persevere. Relieved, he gazed at the scenery around him while meditating. Shui Leihan maintained his unique breathing rhythm. A disruption would lead to a misalignment in their pace. The academy gates came into view, and to everyone's surprise, the master stood there, watching them return from their first round trip. Beside him was a table with a large barrel atop it. Drink some water before continuing, he instructed. The words of the master are always succinct and to the point. After taking a sip of salt water, Shui Leihan immediately turned away. If one consumes too much water while in motion, there is a significant likelihood of expelling it. Having moderated his intake, he ran a few steps ahead, pausing for the others to catch up. "Let us proceed," he declared, before once again racing ahead with Tang San and Dai Mubai, keeping a distance of no more than 5 paces from the group behind, ensuring that they could swiftly return should assistance be required. On the 5th round, Shui Leihan extended his hand toward Ning Rongrong, who had turned pale. Feeling a pang of sympathy, he gently transferred the stones from her basket into his own. Either do not attempt or strive for perfection was his lifelong principle. As the 8th round commenced, nearly 2 full hours had elapsed. The sun had shifted from its zenith, marking the passage of midday. "I can't go on any longer," uttered Ma Hongjun. Shui Leihan turned to see the corpulent figure, flushed and gasping with hands on his knees. "Is this the limit?" Shui Leihan pondered. After exerting oneself to the utmost, one often feels utterly drained. This is what reaching the limit entails. However, if one continues to exert themselves during this state of exhaustion, they may suddenly feel a surge of vitality, as if all the soul power within them has awakened. This is the essence of surpassing one's limits. After 8 rounds, even someone as physically capable as Shui Leihan was panting, drenched in sweat, with stones from Ning Rongrong and Oscar still burdening his back. Seizing the moment while Ma Hongjun called for a halt, Shui Leihan focused on regulating his breath, maintaining composure. A glance at the remaining 7 members of Shrek Academy revealed that they appeared as if they had emerged from water. He turned and strode towards them. Chapter 28. The limits of Snowy Tears. Snowy Tears turned to look, observing that the others from Shrek Academy appeared as if they had just emerged from water. He paused momentarily to regulate his breathing before approaching the group. Ma Hongjun could no longer contain himself, remarking, "Since we won't be having lunch anyway, why don't we slow down a bit? I can't go on much longer. If I run any further, I fear I shall collapse." Dai Mubai frowned and replied, "Slow down? Have you not noticed that the temperature of the saline solution prepared by the master remains consistent? Yet, our speed continues to decline. It is evident that the master has calculated our physical condition. If we run back too slowly, we might incur additional penalties. Although the master is strict with our training, it is ultimately for our own benefit. We must persevere. Fatty, hand over your burden to me." Ma Hongjun looked at Dai Mubai in surprise. "Boss Dai, are you all right?" Dai Mubai straightened his chest and declared, "Fatty, remember, a man must not say he cannot. Give it to me." Snowy Tears patted Tang San's shoulder, conveying a questioning glance. Upon seeing this, Tang San shook his head. He then approached Zhu Zhuqing, observing the girl before him, drenched in sweat, and stretched out his hand, briefly stating, "Give it to me." "No need, Brother Snow. You are already carrying the weight for Rongrong and Oscar. I can still endure." Zhu Zhuqing resolutely declined. "Speak frankly if you cannot persist." Snowy Tears understood why Dai Mubai refrained from questioning Zhu Zhuqing. A girl as strong-willed as her would only feel more strained if Dai Mubai were to voice such sentiments, potentially worsening their previously rigid relationship. It was evident that, over time, the others had developed a greater respect for him, referring to him as Brother Snow instead of just Snowy Tears. While it is often said that the strong command respect, it was Snowy Tears' actions that conquered their hearts, rather than his soul power level. Had Qin Ming been present, he would undoubtedly find this scene familiar, for it was in a similar manner that Snowy Tears had once subdued the 10 greats of Tiando. "Return our stones to us." Ning Rongrong and Oscar approached Snowy Tears, retrieving their stones. Snowy Tears cast a fleeting glance at the pair, noticing their stamina gradually recovering, and tacitly permitted their actions. "Are you all able to endure?" he calmly inquired as he assisted Ma Hongjun to his feet. Upon seeing the others nod in affirmation, Snowy Tears turned and resumed running, with the remaining 7 following suit in succession. During the subsequent round trip, Snowy Tears retrieved Zhu Zhuqing's and Xiao Wu's stones. Ma Hongjun had regained some stamina, while Ning Rongrong and Oscar pressed on through gritted teeth. Suddenly, Dai Mubai stumbled, falling forward. In the past, with his strength, he would have been able to recover swiftly, but now his exhaustion was far too profound. Snowy Tears turned back to see Tang San helping Dai Mubai up, and upon noticing the pallor of Dai Mubai's face, he couldn't help but step forward. "Give it to me." The words of Shui Leihan were succinct. He wished not to expend unnecessary energy on speech. Aware that Dai Mubai had reached his limits, clenching his teeth, Dai Mubai shook his head, asserting, Lei Han, I can still endure. In future battles, I cannot always rely on you. A figure he had long pursued lingered in his heart, that of Shui Leihan. The gaze of Shui Leihan rendered him momentarily silent. He assessed inwardly, like a true man. Boss Dai, return what is rightfully mine, Ma Hongjun suddenly interjected, proceeding to place the stone that belonged to him from behind Dai Mubai into his own basket. If you aspire to surpass me, then grit your teeth and strive. Shui Leihan urged Dai Mubai with determination. His own stamina was waning, compounded by the weights of Xiao Wu and Zhu Zhuqing on his back, causing his spine to curve slightly. Leihan, hand over Xiao Wu's stone to me. Tang Xin interjected, unceremoniously placing Xiao Wu's stone into his basket. Xiao San Yu. Shui Leihan gasped, the breath escaping him as Tang San turned to depart. Let us go? Gritting his teeth, Shui Leihan focused on maintaining a steady rhythm of breath, his eyes exuding a steadfast calm reminiscent of icy tranquility. His expression grew increasingly solemn as the weight behind him relentlessly pressed upon his dwindling strength. Hold on, persist. You can transcend your limits. He clenched his teeth and remained silent, leading the way. His vision was no longer fixed on the path ahead, but rather on the dreams of his youth. I shall protect my parents and brothers. I shall guard my friends and companions. I shall defend the Imperial Dou Empire. Suddenly, two glimmers of icy resolve ignited in Shui Leihan's eyes, and he felt every pore in his body breathe in fresh air. With newfound lightness beneath his feet, his breathing began to stabilize from the chaotic onset. In that moment, he transcended his own limits. Subsequently, he slowed his pace, returning Ning Rongrong's stone to his own basket. He assisted Tang San, and together they continued their run. Dai Mubai, panting heavily, swung his stiff legs, his eyes betraying signs of fatigue. Nevertheless, they finally reached their 9th return. The group drank salt water as the master remained silent by their side. Just one last lap. Hold on. Oscar suddenly spoke up. Leihan, return my burden. There's only one more round left. I can manage. Observing Oscar's trembling form, Shui Leihan gradually shook his head. Oscar approached, sweat cascading down his face. Yet his gaze became resolute. As a brother, return it to me. I can do this. Sighing, Shui Leihan understood that no words would sway Oscar now. His eyes revealed his inner resolve. Very well, Shui Leihan conceded, shaking his head as he retrieved the stone belonging to Oscar and placed it into his hands. He took a sip of salt water to soothe his parched throat before setting off again at the forefront. Some individuals, despite possessing remarkable talent, find themselves reduced to mediocrity if they lack diligence. Conversely, others who not only possess great aptitude but also exhibit unwavering determination are destined to soar to great heights. The famous quotes from his childhood flickered through Shui Leihan's mind as he maintained a steady breath, matching his pace with the others on their return journey. Tang Sen carried Xiao Wu on his back, entrusting the stones he bore to Shui Leihan. Dai Mubai struggled to lift the unconscious Zhu Zhuqing, supporting each other with Ma Hongjun as they walked. Shui Leihan bore Ning Rongrong on his back, while the basket in front held stones from Ning Rongrong, Oscar, Zhu Zhuqing, and Tang San. Though arduous, every moment was worthwhile. Only Shui Leihan understood the lessons he had gleaned from this trial. With less than 500 meters to the finish line, the master finally discerned the figures ahead, his heart stirring with emotion. This final round trip had taken them a full hour, yet they had persevered and returned. Shui Leihan gently laid Ning Rongrong on the ground, setting down the basket before approaching the master, clasping his fists in gratitude. Thank you, master. I have surpassed my limits. The master, Yu Xiaojing, suddenly brightened. You have broken through? Indeed. Just as darkness enveloped me and breath evaded, I maintained my pace, and then the world became clear, my body felt lighter. Shui Leihan replied. The master nodded in satisfaction. However, Tang San's punishment was far from over. Xiao San, I will accompany you, said Dai Mubai, who staggered to Tang San's side, bearing his own burden. Let us go, Shui Leihan declared, picking up the stones once more to join them. A faint smile graced the faces of the three, but soon after, Tang San and Dai Mubai collapsed to the ground, unconscious. All right, Leihan, you should rest now, the master remarked, clearly pleased with the outcome. Observing the standing figure and the 7 sprawled on the ground, he nodded inwardly, not abandoning, not giving up. Very good, indeed. The students felt their soul power enhanced due to this breakthrough and decided to cultivate. You may practice here. I will guard you, the master affirmed. Shui Leihan sensed the soul power within him, and, upon hearing the master's words, sat down to enter a state of cultivation. He felt a subtle inclination towards a breakthrough and promptly summoned the Azure Rose Sword, launching an all-out assault. Flinder, accompanied by Zhao Wujin and several other teachers, appeared quietly beside the master. "Master, you are quite formidable," Flinder remarked. The master, ignoring Flinder's subtle discontent, waved his hand. "Quickly take them away. Leihan will be guarded by Zhao Wujin and me." Zhao Wujin looked at Shui Leihan, feeling as though his fate was to protect him. However, compelled by the master's command, he reluctantly seated himself, preparing to assist Shui Leihan. Gradually, a chilling aura enveloped Shui Leihan, as if this frigid essence resided inherently within his being. Should one choose to observe closely and approach to sense it, they would discover that Shui Leihan's soul power bore an inherent coldness as well. This unique soul force could only be attained by those elemental soul masters who possessed an exceptionally profound understanding of their own martial spirits, a rare and extraordinary gift. After the passage of an hour, Shui Leihan suddenly opened his eyes, a glimmer of icy brilliance flashing within them. His soul power had ascended to level 42. "It is late. You should rest," the master remarked before he and Zhao Wujie gradually departed. Shui Leihan bowed in their direction as they left. Upon returning to his dormitory, he discovered 3 large wooden tubs, each filled with a brown medicinal liquid. Tang San and Oscar were each reclining in a tub, already ensconced in slumber. Upon witnessing this, Shui Leihan swiftly disrobed and immersed himself in the steaming medicinal liquid, struggling against the overwhelming desire to succumb to sleep and never awaken. He began to harness the soul power within him, striving to adapt to his newfound strength at level 42. In his heart, a sword floated gracefully. Chapter 29. 3 months of struggle. Shui Leihan awoke from his meditation, stretching his body as a series of audible pops emanated from his joints. He emerged from the medicinal liquid and donned a white training outfit with swift precision before entering the restroom to freshen up. After securing the Qing Rose sword, which rested against the wall, to his back, he noticed that Tang San and Oscar were still in slumber and chose not to disturb them. Having experienced a breakthrough the previous day, his stature had slightly increased. Should Du Guyan stand before him, she would undoubtedly notice his newfound height and enhanced handsomeness. A gentle breeze tousled his short hair, presenting him in a striking manner. He strolled into the dining hall, discovering it empty, and ventured into the kitchen in search of sustenance. Noticing the rhythmic breathing of Tang San and Oscar, he surmised they would not awaken soon, still ensnared in a state of self-preservation from yesterday's exertions. Had it been someone like Xiao Wu, Ma Hongjun, or Ning Rongrong, who were less patient, they might have found the solitude unbearable and retreated back to sleep. Yet, Shui Leihan had long since acclimatized to solitary training, practicing and nurturing his sword alone. Thus, the solitude enveloping him was reminiscent of his childhood, when he would immerse himself in the entirety of the royal library of Tiando. He relished the rare tranquility, consuming steamed buns and eggs while contemplating his cultivation. Once Shrek Academy's vacation commenced, he would return home to visit his parents and observe the progress of the royal fighting team under Yu Tianhing's leadership. A smile crept across his face at the thought. Given sufficient time for development, he envisioned a harmonious competition between Shrek's members and the royal fighting team. Both groups possessed open-minded dispositions, and he could almost foresee a future where numerous titled Douluos formed teams to engage in friendly sparring, training together, battling together, and ultimately sharing a camaraderie in their endeavors. A splendid outcome indeed. After swallowing the last morsel of egg, he approached the sink to wash his bowl. Finding no one around, he shouldered his sword and made his way toward the woods. His sword began to move with a newfound freedom, responding to the impulses of his heart. He had transformed, and this metamorphosis was attributed to his master's guidance. With this thought in mind, Shui Leihan resumed his sword practice. 3 months had swiftly passed, and the master's training regimen was straightforward, daily bouts lasting 1 to 2 hours, each session presenting a different scenario. Opponents were randomly paired, sometimes 1-on-1, at times 1 against 2, or even 2 against 2, and occasionally 3 against 3 or 4. Every day, the Master of Battles presents certain unique requirements, such as the types of soul skills permitted or prohibited, along with various restrictions. Following the completion of combat training, physical conditioning ensues, mirroring the regimen of the first day. During these sessions, the use of soul power is strictly forbidden, and the participation of all 8 individuals is mandatory. The master's methods for physical training are diverse and innovative, ranging from weighted sprints to uphill climbs, among other techniques. Regardless of the approach, the objective remains to push the Shrek 8 to the limits of their physical capabilities. Xue Leihan even requested an increase in his training load, which prompted exclamations of freak from Dai Mubai and Ma Hongjun. He did not disappoint his mentor. Within a mere 3 months, Xue Leihan had surpassed his limits 3 times. Although his soul power remained unchanged, it became denser, and he grew taller without gaining bulk or darkening his complexion, much to the secret envy of Ning Rongrong and Zhu Zhuqing. Observing the remarkable transformation of the 8 individuals, the master nodded in satisfaction and granted them a 3-month holiday. Seizing the opportunity, Xue Leihan returned to the city of Tiando to visit his parents. After bidding farewell to his companions and the master, he departed Shrek Academy with nothing but a sword slung over his shoulder. The distance from Soto City to Tiando City was not great. In just an afternoon, Xue Leihan arrived at the land of his childhood. From his ring, he retrieved a splendid set of robes, which would allow the palace guards to recognize him more easily. In an instant, he transformed from a diligent student into the esteemed third prince of the Tiando Empire. Nostalgia washed over him as he gazed at the bustling streets, filled with a cacophony of carriages and vendors hawking their wares. The melodic strains of stringed instruments wafted from the taverns, while the streets thrummed with life, each passerby adorned with a hint of joy. "This is the Tiando Empire I cherish," he mused with a faint smile. As he turned his steps, he suddenly noticed a mother and daughter kneeling in a shadowy corner, a yellowed, tattered bowl placed before them. The mother appeared gravely ill, while the daughter's eyes brimmed with tears, gently patting her mother's back to provide some comfort. Sighing softly, Xue Leihan reflected on the reality that where there is light, shadows inevitably exist. He could only protect that which he witnessed. Yet how many similar tragedies unfolded simultaneously throughout the vast expanse of Tiando City. "Here, use this to buy medicine," he said as he passed by, extracting a few thin golden leaves from his ring and placing them into the weathered bowl. He refrained from offering excessive amounts of gold or soul coins, knowing that too much could inadvertently harm them. "Thank you, young master, thank you," the daughter and mother called out in gratitude from behind. With a sigh, Xue Leihan quickened his pace toward the palace. Walking along the central avenue of Tiando City for less than an hour, Xue Leihan arrived at the royal palace situated at the heart of the city. Without uttering a word, his ice-blue hair and eyes served as the most compelling testament to his identity. "The third prince has returned." The proclamation echoed through the palace, as guards knelt before Xue Leihan, who acknowledged them with a nod before entering the palace. He was well aware that his father, the Emperor Shui Yi, preferred to attend to state affairs in his study during the afternoon. After greeting a nearby maid, she respectfully nodded and began to lead the way. "Your son pays his respects to father." He stepped into the study, observing his father, who was engrossed in myriad matters. Xue Leihan knelt respectfully, bowing several times before Emperor Shui Yi. "You have returned, my son," the emperor exclaimed, swiftly pulling Xue Leihan to his feet for a closer inspection. "Indeed, you have grown taller and a bit sturdier." Clearly satisfied with his third son, Emperor Shui Yi continued to offer praises. "Have schools closed for vacation? What brings you back so suddenly?" After extending his inquiries, the emperor returned to his desk, while Xue Leihan moved a chair to sit opposite him, a customary position they shared during their heartfelt conversations. "We have a 7-day break from school. However, father, there is something I desire." The emperor smiled gently. "Very well, as your birthday approaches, I shall consider that wish as your birthday gift. Have you perhaps taken a liking to a young lady?" "Father." Xue Leihan gazed at his animated father, speechless. Had the court officials witnessed Emperor Shui Yi in such a spirited demeanor, they would surely have been left agape, perhaps even fainting in unison. "Father, I wish for the Tiando Royal Academy." Upon seeing the earnest expression in Xue Leihan's eyes, Emperor Shui Yi nodded in encouragement for him to continue. "During my time at Shrek Academy, I discovered their remarkable approach. They accept only those with exceptional talents, regardless of status or influence. Although I spent merely a few months there, I have already advanced my soul power beyond level 40, reaching level 42. Is that truly the case?" Emperor Shui Yi asked with astonishment, and upon receiving a confirming nod from Xue Leihan, he sighed deeply. "Indeed, my son, you are truly my blood." Xue Leihan felt a wave of exasperation. He understood that his father was employing this peculiar manner to relieve the stress accumulated during morning court. Yet, why must he be so whimsical? Clearing his throat, he added, The students there are of my age, some slightly older, and their average soul power hovers around level 30. You say level 30? Emperor Shui Yi inquired, astonished, for it was well known that one could graduate from the Tiando Royal Academy at that level. Indeed, this is precisely the reason I aspire for the Royal Academy of Tiando. I wish for genuinely capable individuals to enter the academy for their education, rather than those who merely rely on potions to enhance their soul power, mere wastrels. I intend to consolidate all the students within Tiando City and implement a unified curriculum. Achieving level 30 does not signify graduation. There will be advanced classes with graduation at level 40. Subsequently, I plan to establish a place named the Inner Academy, where students reaching level 41 may opt to enter for the most elite education. If this comes to fruition, our Tiando nation will consistently produce talent, and the future of the Tiando Empire will undoubtedly be brighter. After Shui Leihan finished speaking, he took a slight breath, noticing that Emperor Shui Yi was deep in thought, and thus chose not to disturb him. In fact, only a brief moment passed, approximately 3 breaths of time, before Emperor Shui Yi suddenly slammed his hand on the table. All right, let us proceed as you suggested, Honor. I will write a letter to Dream God Machine shortly. Emperor Shui Yi stepped forward a few paces and patted Shui Leihan's shoulder with a sense of satisfaction. I am truly pleased by your thoughts. I will entrust this matter entirely to you, while also providing you the opportunity to hone your administrative skills. This evening, let us invite your elder brother and second brother for a family dinner. Thank you, Father. Foolish child, there's no need for formality with me. Just refrain from calling me Father in front of outsiders. There's no need to put on airs. Thank you, Father. Yes, very well. Chapter 30. Return. Eldest brother Shui Qinghe and second brother Shui Bian spent an entire day accompanying Shui Leihan in the bustling Tiando city, engaging in playful banter and heartfelt conversations. After such a long time apart, Shui Leihan indulged in copious amounts of drink at the embroidery pavilion, ultimately succumbing to inebriation. It was reported by the guards that it was his 2 elder brothers who had to carry him back. Observing this scene, the common folk marveled at the evident camaraderie among the 3 royal princes of the Shui family. Upon hearing the guard's remarks, Shui Leihan covered his face in embarrassment. His tolerance for alcohol was limited, and he felt it was truly humiliating to have consumed so much that day. However, he had more pressing matters at hand. After donning a splendid robe and securing his sword upon his back, he set forth alone from the city, guided by his memory of the direction to the Tiando Royal Academy. Soon, he found himself on the main road, gazing distantly at the entrance of the academy, where Dean Ming Shinji and a group of faculty members awaited. Dean Ming, why must you wait here for Leihan? Shui Leihan approached, sensing that the gathering was indeed for him, and hurriedly made his way forward. Bowing slightly before the kind elder, he spoke. There is no need for such formality, Leihan. No, it is now appropriate to address you as Dean Shui. I have thoroughly read the letter from the great Emperor Shui Yi, and to be candid, I wholeheartedly support your vision. Once you give the command, all of our faculty members will strive tirelessly to fulfill it. Ah, you are too humble, my young friend. Dean Ming replied with a warm smile. Shui Leihan adjusted his form of address and followed the group of teachers into a somewhat spacious room. Several chairs were arranged inside, resembling a classroom. This is the room we use for meetings. Dean Shui, please take the podium and reiterate your vision to the faculty. Dean Ming gestured to the center of the room, encouraging Shui Leihan to step up. From this day forth, the Tiando Royal Academy shall be officially renamed Tiando United Academy, Shui Leihan announced as he stood at the center. Once the faculty settled, he began to articulate his ideas one by one. My goal is to consolidate all students within Tiando City and share our teaching resources. We shall abolish the regulation that admits only those who possess influence, nobility, or wealth. The registration fee will be reduced to 5 gold soul coins. The criteria for enrollment will be set at 12 years of age and a soul power of level 15. We will establish advanced classes, where one must reach level 30 to graduate, but actual graduation will only be granted upon attaining level 40. Furthermore, we will create an inner academy, where students above level 40 may opt to study. Only those who reach level 50 will be eligible for graduation. As Dean Ming and the others listened intently, their eyes sparkled with understanding. They had grasped the profound implications of Shui Leihan's words. With these student resources and the power they would harness, the Tiando Empire would stand resilient. Thus, Teacher Zhiling will oversee the merging of the academies, and I shall also seek discussions with several institutions that possess significant faculty resources this afternoon. Vice Dean Meng Shinji is tasked with overseeing the expansion of the academy, a matter that must be resolved within a fortnight. I shall designate a portion of my assets under Vice Dean Meng's authority, the manner of allocation entirely at his discretion. Everything is for the glory of Tiando. As Shui Leihan's words resonated, the teachers collectively shouted, "For Tiando." After concluding the meeting, Shui Leihan hastened toward the Royal Do Battle Team's resting room. Upon gently pushing the door open, he discovered the space was unoccupied. Had teacher Qin Ming taken them for training at this hour? He strolled towards the arena, where the students of the Tiando Royal Academy, now to be referred to as the Tiando United Academy, regarded him with curiosity. Some were new enrollees, thus failing to recognize Shui Leihan, which was understandable. "Ah, it's the Ice Sword King," exclaimed an older student, instantly identifying him by his icy blue hair and piercing gaze. "The Ice Sword King? Who is that?" A newcomer inquired softly of his senior, an existence renowned alongside the Blue Lightning Tyrant, one of the Academy's twin stars. And the foremost among the Tiando 10, the senior responded in hushed tones. Shui Leihan nodded in acknowledgement before stepping into the audience area of the arena. Boom. Crack. As he entered, a sudden explosion echoed, the ground trembling slightly beneath him. He chose a seat further back, aware that sitting among the students might increase the likelihood of being recognized. YTNH-ing was enveloped in a cocoon of lightning, half of his cheek adorned with dragon scales, facing off against a six-ringed Soul Emperor instructor. Boom. Another fierce explosion resounded as YTNH-ing unleashed his second soul skill, Thunderous Might. The instructor's figure flickered momentarily before a fist surged toward YTNH-ing in an instant. Shui Leihan assessed YTNH-ing's soul power and the intensity of his skills, nodding in approval. It was evident that he had made significant progress during Shui Leihan's absence. He smiled faintly, choosing not to linger on the sparring scene, and turned to leave. "Hey, TNH-ing, are you all right? That teacher Wang's punch isn't easy to take. It hurts like hell. Do you think I'm fine?" Laughter grew louder as it approached the Royal Do Battle Team's resting room, culminating in the door being flung open. "Who is it?" "Wow, it's Big Brother Shui." YF-ing was the first to open the door, and upon seeing Shui Leihan seated on the bench, he exclaimed in delight, rushing forward. "Wow, it's Big Brother Shui. He is back." Oslo and Xielu also rushed over, and Shui Leihan was suddenly enveloped by three individuals. The breath in his lungs expelled in an instant. The group erupted with laughter, their faces adorned with smiles akin to those of explosives set off. Dugong Yin gazed at Shui Leihan, who appeared somewhat taller than before, a tender smile gracing her features, yet her heart raced uncontrollably. "He has returned. All right, you rascals. Step aside. I can hardly breathe amidst you all." Shui Leihan, with a hint of irritation, pushed away the three individuals pressing against him, then turned to the crowd and offered a faint smile. He embraced one person warmly, and then cleared his throat gently, prompting everyone to gather around him. Shui Leihan began to speak. "I am quite impressed. Your progress has been commendable." His opening remark was one of praise. "Tian Heng, I presume you've heard something from the Academy's instructors?" He inquired of Yu Tian Heng. After a moment of contemplation, Yu Tian Heng responded, "Are you referring to the matter of the Academy merger?" "Indeed. You may relay this information to the other members of the Huang Do battle team later." Shui Leihan nodded, then clapped his hands. "Shrek Academy has granted me a 7-day leave. I seize this opportunity to return and see you all. Now, let us hear your spirit power levels so I may witness the might of the Tiando 9. Yu Tian Heng exchanged glances with the others and chuckled. "Shui Han, don't be surprised. I am a level 40 offensive type Battle Soul Master. Du Guyan, a level 40 control type Battle Soul Master. Shurimo, a level 38 defense type Battle Soul Master. Shurimo, a level 38 defense type Battle Soul Master. Yufeng, a level 37 agility type Battle Soul Master. AOC Luo, a level 37 agility type Battle Soul Master. Xiaoyu, a level 36 support type Battle Soul Master. Yufeng Ling, a level 35 food type Battle Soul Master. Yiling Ling, a level 35 support type Battle Soul Master." The members of the Huang Do battle team proudly proclaimed their spirit power levels. "Excellent," Shui Leihan remarked with a subtle smile after hearing their levels. A wave of delight surged through the crowd. Their diligent training was indeed aimed at earning such commendation from Shui Leihan. "Shui Laoda, do share about your life at Shrek Academy. How are the facilities and the students?" Yufeng directly voiced the question on everyone's mind. "Well, including myself, there are a total of 8 students." Shui Leihan shrugged with a smile. Only 8? That seems rather few, came the response. Though the spirit power levels of the other 7 members may not match yours. They possess immense potential. Given sufficient time for development, they might very well catch up to you one day. The group remained silent. Their faith in Shui Leihan unwavering as ever. Moreover, during my time at the academy, I promised to assist them with specialized training to a certain extent. Shui Laoda, how eager are you to see us in a tough spot? Cielo covered his face, feigning tears. Enough with the theatrics. Leihan is doing this for our benefit. Yu Tianheng affirmed, nodding. It is lonely not to have peers of equal caliber at our age. Thus, I concur with the viewpoint of Snowy Han. The more adversaries, the better. If they are not foes, we may as well become friends, for we can engage in playful skirmishes daily. To be frank, I have grown weary of the familiar visages before me. It is time for a change of scenery. By heavens, Yu Tianheng, are you seeking a confrontation? I am not a courtesan to be so easily bored. Do you fancy yourself a madam? With that, the atmosphere erupted in laughter, yet beneath it all, a warmth lingered in their hearts. Big Brother Shui remains unchanged. Very well, everyone is weary today. I suggest you retire early. Yu Tianheng, Yu Fengling, and Dugu Yin. Accompany me on an excursion tomorrow. The rest may disperse, save for Dugu Yin. TSK, 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 TSK. Ah, how easily one forgets friends in the presence of beauty. Following a chorus of teasing remarks from the team members, a blushing Dugu Yin departed the lounge. Within the room, only the sound of their breaths remained. Yin, you have grown thinner. Snowy Han gently embraced the trembling form of Dugu Yin, speaking softly. You too have lost weight. The training has been arduous, has it not? Dugu Yin replied, her hand caressing the increasingly mature and handsome face of Snowy Han, breaking into a smile. It hasn't been that difficult. I simply gritted my teeth and persevered. Observing the young girl, her eyes shimmering with excitement, Snowy Han felt a wave of tenderness wash over him. After sharing heartfelt sentiments, they strolled hand in hand through the campus, the presence of their beloved making the world seem extraordinarily vibrant and beautiful. I hear the Empress seeks you out at the palace daily, Snowy Han remarked with a smile. Upon hearing this, Dugu Yan's cheeks flushed modestly. Mu Shui was exceedingly warm towards her, as if she were already wed into the Shui family. At this moment, she bore none of the imposing aura of the third of the 10 elite of Tiando. Instead, Dugu Yin appeared as a bashful and charming maiden. She gazed at the side profile of Snowy Han, radiant like a bright star, and smiled contentedly. Chapter 31. The Heavenly Dough Alliance Academy. Shui Leihan led Dugu Yin into the royal palace, holding her hand throughout their journey. They paid their respects to their 2 elder brothers and the great Emperor Shui Yi, ultimately enjoying dinner in Mu Shui's chamber. Dugu Yan's cheeks remained flushed. She felt an overwhelming sense of happiness, content simply with his presence. As she observed the smile on Shui Leihan's face while he conversed with Shui Bong, a smile of her own graced her lips. Little sister, I entrust Leihan to you from now on. Please ensure he does not spend all his time obsessing over his cultivation. Shui Qin, he said, raising his cup toward Dugu Yin with a warm smile. The younger ones dined at one table, while the elders occupied another. Comprised of prominent figures from the Heavenly Dough Empire, the great Emperor Shui Yi and Empress Mu Shui, Dugu Yan's grandfather Dugu Bo, Ning Fengji from the 7 Treasures Glazed Tile School, Chen Xian and Gu Rong, as well as the leader of the Blue Electric Tyrant sect, Yu Luo Mian. What a splendid idea, Ning Fengji remarked, nodding in agreement after hearing Shui Yi's thoughts on Shui Leihan's proposal. Merging the Royal Academy into a united institution would undoubtedly cultivate countless talents. I had intended to oppose it, but what choice do I have? That rascal Tianheng has become inseparable from the third prince since their first encounter. Their decisions are beyond my control, the middle-aged Yu Luo Mian sighed, stroking his beard in resignation. Can you still claim to have control? I fear the fox's tail is already soaring high, Chen Xian retorted, seemingly encountering Yu Luo Mian for the first time, expressing his sincere disdain. All right. Since this is a decision made by the younger generation, we, the elders, should refrain from interfering. Moreover, the third prince's intentions are for the benefit of the Heavenly Dough Empire. We may yet find ourselves in a position to assist. Gu Rong chuckled, shrugging his shoulders. Dugu Bo silently savored his wine, observing his granddaughter and grandson-in-law, feeling a weight lift from his heart. Daughter, son-in-law, you may rest easy. Yin Yin has found her slice of happiness. A night of revelry passed. The following morning, Shui Leihan, and Du Guyan stood side by side at the entrance of the Heavenly Doe Alliance Academy, watching workers dismantle the grand golden characters of Royal to replace them with United, elegantly carved from cedar wood. "Ah, I must have overindulged," Shui Leihan said, one hand resting on his head, his voice dazed. Du Guyan giggled beside him. "It's all your grandfather's fault for insisting on competing with me in drinking, leaving me a bit muddled in the head." Shui Leihan cast a playful glare at Du Guyan, who blinked her innocent big eyes at him, prompting him to sigh in exasperation. Du Guyan understood that her grandfather had laid aside his worries the previous day, fully entrusting her to Shui Leihan, which explained the seemingly childish drinking competition. The outcome saw Shui Leihan collapsing after a few bowls of wine, while Du Gubo, unsatisfied, sought out Shui Qinghe and Shui Beng for further drinking contests. The two of them were likely still in a deep slumber. The tale of Du Gubo single-handedly defeating 3 princes has spread far and wide, almost like a whimsical jest. If such an incident were to circulate, the Snow brothers, Shui Qinghe, Shui Beng, and Shui Leihan, would certainly feel utterly humiliated, as they could not even contend with one another. Speaking of which, they seem rather slow. Could it be that they indulged in libations last night? Du Guyan lifted her long hair, standing on tiptoe to gaze into the distance. "It is merely because we arrived too early." Shui Leihan even discreetly employed his second martial soul, the ultimate ice, to freeze his mind, alleviating some of the drowsiness he felt. "It seems the older generation is supportive of matters concerning the academy." Du Guyan smiled, placing Shui Leihan's hand in her palm. "How warm." Shui Leihan looked at the girl before him, his grip tightening slightly as he held her hand firmly. "Oh dear." Witnessing the affection between the leader of the Snow and the vice-captain so early in the morning is quite enviable. Du Guyan's cheeks flushed, and she attempted to withdraw her hand from Shui Leihan's firm grasp. However, he held on tightly, pulling her into his embrace. "What is this?" Yu Fengling remarked, as she approached with Yu Tianheng's hand in hers. "Leihan, they are already betrothed." Du Guyan whispered shyly against Shui Leihan's solid chest. "Goodness, that was quick." Shui Leihan sized up Yu Tianheng, expressing his astonishment with a rare expletive. Yu Tianheng's face turned slightly red, and he huffed in response. All right, Leader Shui. What brings you and us together today?" Yu Fengling and Yu Tianheng halted before them, prompting the question. Shui Leihan nodded, stating, "Tianheng, you have already informed everyone about the changes at the Tiando Academy, haven't you? Leader Shui has now transformed into Dean Shui, and there are plans to merge with other schools." Shui Leihan walked hand in hand with Du Guyan towards Tiando City, while Yu Fengling trailed behind with the blushing Yu Tianheng. "Merge? Let us not use such a harsh term. It is a union. I contemplated this matter a few days ago. Although each academy will fall under the banner of Tiando United Academy, they will retain their original names, thus allowing them to participate in the Youth Soul Master competition. A simple example would be that after merging, Thunder Academy would be renamed Tiando United Thunder Branch, which would not only prevent any resentment, but also maximize the existing teaching resources. As Shui Leihan spoke, he pondered thoughtfully. He slightly turned his head back. "Tianheng, the enrollment criteria for the United Academy have been revised, correct?" Yu Tianheng nodded, responding, "Yes, it was finalized yesterday evening, with just a month left until the enrollment season." Shui Leihan smiled softly. "I eagerly anticipate the new batch of students, as well as the next generation of the Tiando 10 elite." Regarding the formation of the advanced class and the inner academy, Yu Fengling inquired, "Do we also need to attend, Elder Shui?" "I believe it is essential for each of us to partake in the advanced class, yet I remain uncertain about the inner academy," he replied. "Each member of the 10 greats possesses formidable individual combat prowess, except for those specializing in auxiliary spirit arts. What I desire is a cohesive team, not merely a collection of subordinates. Do you understand, Fengling?" He chuckled helplessly. "It is not prudent for you to become overly reliant on me and Tianheng." "Indeed, that sentiment holds merit," Yu Tianheng concurred. The 4 of them had entered the city of Tiando, with Shui Leihan following the map brought by Du Guyan towards the Thunder Academy. Each individual has their own strengths and virtues, a realization I came to during my studies at Shrek Academy. Therefore, I hope that after graduating from the advanced class or the inner academy, you will travel across the Douluo Continent, enriching your experiences while simultaneously growing stronger. That is my aspiration." Upon arrival, Shui Leihan turned, flashing a charming smile, and walked side by side with Du Guyan through the school's grand entrance. "It seems Elder Shui has changed," Yu Fengling murmured, noting the increase in his smiles and words. Yu Tianheng nodded in agreement, appearing more reliable than before. I wholeheartedly support Lei Han's viewpoint. The four were escorted to the dean's office by a welcoming teacher, where they encountered a graceful and alluring woman. Upon seeing them, she broke into a warm smile. "Greetings, Dean Shui. My name is Nangong Yun. You may call me Dean Nangong. It is a pleasure to meet you, Dean Nangong." After a brief handshake, they sat across from one another in the office, while Douluo Yin, Yu Tianheng, and Yu Fengling stood behind, offering their silent support, knowing that this was Shui Leihan's arena. "I have heard that Dean Shui is here to discuss the merger of the academies," Dean Nangong began. Shui Leihan nodded, affirming, "Indeed. May I inquire about the particulars of this merger?" A glimmer of curiosity sparkled in her eyes as she regarded the young prince, eager to learn about his vision for the United Academy. Although Thunder Academy would merge under the banner of Tiando United Academy, it would retain its name, thus becoming the Tiando United Thunder Branch. This arrangement would allow participation in the Youth Spirit Master competition, and the Spirit Hall would have no grounds to contest this. Post-merger, your educational environment will transition to the outskirts of the city, specifically to the former residence of the Tiandu Royal Academy, where a newly designated area has been established for the use of students and faculty merging into the Tiando United Academy. We will also provide dormitories to facilitate the daily needs of both students and teachers. Shui Leihan stated casually. A significant portion of the preparations has already been completed, with some aspects still under construction, such as the dormitories, which should be finished in approximately 10 days. My teacher once remarked that education is a craft, and the initial purpose of founding this joint academy was to transform it into a haven for geniuses, where the fierce competition among students would propel their spiritual prowess to unprecedented heights. Most importantly, we share our educational resources. For instance, our esteemed instructor, Nanda Yi, a master of agility, is available to teach all students in the agility department. Is this true? Upon hearing this, Dean Nangong could not help but rise slightly in astonishment. The Tiando Royal Academy has long been renowned for its superior teaching standards throughout the Tiando Empire, and as the head of the Thunder Academy, she felt a pang of envy. Indeed, a subtle smile graced Shui Leihan's lips, for he knew he had successfully swayed Dean Nangong. Correspondingly, every course would be accompanied by a suitable instructor. The Director of Education from Thunder Academy, Master Fu Jiyuan, an esteemed Soul Emperor of the Assault Department, would also be available to teach us. This exemplifies the notion of shared educational resources. Furthermore, we have established advanced classes and a structured curriculum within the Inner Academy, aimed at propelling our students to greater heights. Shui Leihan chuckled lightly, concluding the discussion. Not only was Dean Nangong captivated by his words, but also the individuals behind him, Douluo Yin, Yu Tianheng, and Yu Fengling, were hearing his comprehensive educational philosophy for the first time. This surely would lead to the emergence of more young talents. Yu Tianheng recalled the day when Shui Leihan, with a smile, assured him that our future would not be solitary. He smiled faintly, his gaze on Shui Leihan's retreating figure growing more fervent. Was all of this conceived solely by Dean Shui? Dean Nangong exhaled softly, revealing her earlier excitement. Indeed. Shui Leihan nodded gently. It is a pleasure to collaborate, Dean Shui. Henceforth, you may refer to me as Vice Dean Nangong. The graceful lady extended her hand toward Shui Leihan, playfully winking. The Tiando Joint Academy warmly welcomes the arrival of Thunder Academy, Vice Dean Nangong. Shui Leihan smiled as he grasped her hand. Chapter 32. The first encounter with Director Lu Erlong. Don't be so awkward. Shui Leihan turned to glance at the visibly jealous Douluo Yin, whose cheeks were puffed up in irritation, tilting her head in curiosity. Sister Douluo, seeing you and Director Nangong so close, are you feeling envious? Yu Fengling chuckled from behind. Who is envious? Douluo Yin huffed, a blush creeping onto her face. Indeed, you are envious, aren't you? Shui Leihan found the situation amusing as he gently pulled Douluo Yin into his embrace, leaning in closer to softly inquire. Yin, were you feeling jealous just now? As Douluo Yin beheld Shui Leihan's handsome face drawing nearer, she blushed fiercely and hastily shut her eyes. You are the woman I, Shui Leihan, have chosen for life, he murmured, his tone carrying a hint of dominance. Thus, seeing you jealous brings me immense joy. Shui Leihan placed a gentle kiss on Douluo Yin's forehead before stepping back with a smile. What is this? Am I being treated like a fool? Douluo Yin murmured softly, her face still flushed. If Dai Mubai were here, he would undoubtedly rush forward and embrace you tightly. Aside from that, this domineering attitude of yours is quite commendable, Yu Fengling teased, holding on to Yu Tianheng's hand. This time, Leihan's visit to Shrek Academy has evidently made him more mature. I am quite curious about what kind of individuals his classmates are, Yu Tianheng said with a slight smile, following behind Shui Leihan and Douluo Yin as they made their way to the next academy. Shui Leihan spent several days in Tiando City, delegating the subsequent expansion matters to Vice Dean Meng Xinji, while he, along with Douluo Yin, Yu Tianheng, and Yu Fengling, tirelessly visited various academies, bustling about each day. During his leisure moments, he also paid visits to the homes of the members of the Tiando Nine, gifting each family a century-old ginseng as a token of goodwill. Particularly, the financial magnate of Yu Fengling's family was thrilled to host them for a lavish dinner upon seeing her beloved and the leader of the Tiando Ten visiting together. I swear I will kill you, Yu Tianheng, Shui Leihan groaned, clutching his head, remembering how he was forcefully made to drink the night before, barely managing a few sips before collapsing. Should I call the members of the Royal Combat Team to help you sober up? You ought to know that one of CLE's soul skills is to eliminate negative states, Yu Tianheng remarked with a teasing smile, patting Shui Leihan's shoulder with concern. Are you inviting them to witness my embarrassment? How despicable. Shall we meet at the battle arena later? Shui Leihan glared at Yu Tianheng, whose mischievous grin further inflamed his irritation. Wait. Who are we to each other? That slap from the teacher during training still hurts. Yu Tianheng chuckled, tugging Shui Leihan forward, leaving behind two girls who stifled their laughter. I refuse. May I inquire about the reasons? Shui Leihan gazed at the enchanting woman before him and nodded. They were currently at the prestigious Lamba Academy, sitting across from the esteemed Dean Lu Erlong. Dean Lu wholeheartedly concurred with his mentor's philosophy of educating gifted individuals, yet she remained resolute in her refusal. A faint smile graced her lips as she replied, I deeply resonate with Dean Shui's perspective. However, this matter transcends educational concerns. It is rooted in personal commitments and steadfast principles. I see. Thank you for taking the time to meet with us, Shui Leihan said, not pressing further. After shaking hands with Lu Erlong, he turned to leave. Curiosity piqued within him regarding the identity of the individual who could articulate such sentiments and the lineage from which he hailed. Lu Erlong, surprisingly, blurted out, her own astonishment evident. She was not one to pry into others' affairs. Shui Leihan turned back, pride evident in his demeanor. My master is Yu Xiaojiang. In that instant, his hands were abruptly grasped as if ensnared by iron bands, causing him pain as he focused on her. Lu Erlong, who had previously maintained her composure, now trembled slightly, her eyes reddening as if on the verge of tears, clearly overwhelmed with emotion. Dean, let us speak calmly, Shui Leihan said, a bead of cold sweat trickling down his brow. Behind him, Yu Tianheng's expression shifted to one of nostalgia and complexity upon hearing that Shui Leihan's teacher was Yu Xiaojiang. I apologize. I seem to have lost my composure, Lu Erlong said as she returned to the wooden table, her voice hoarse. We shall take our leave then. Shui Leihan silently lamented the unknown connection between this dean and his teacher, sensing the precariousness of the situation, and promptly excused himself. Do not leave. The oppressive aura of a rank 7 soul sage enveloped the room in an instant, prompting Shui Leihan to turn back with a wry smile. Is there something further? How about this? I invite you all to lunch. Dean Shui, please grant me this favor. Lu Erlong quickly regained her composure, though her eyes still glistened. She smiled gently at Shui Leihan and his companions. Then it would be remiss not to accept, Shui Leihan sighed, while the others, including the curious Douluo Yin and Yu Fengling, tilted their heads in confusion at this sudden change in demeanor. Lu Erlong led the group into the dining hall, which appeared to be bustling with students who had just finished their classes, eagerly lining up at the window for their meals, while others occupied benches to reserve seats for their friends. She guided them to the second floor, where a quieter atmosphere prevailed, accompanied by the tantalizing aroma of food wafting through the air. Yu Fengling couldn't help but swallow hard, having been weary from their morning endeavors. Her stomach audibly grumbled at the delightful scent. Lu Erlong turned and smiled at her, noticing her slight embarrassment as her cheeks turned a rosy hue. She was indeed an adorable young lady. This only intensified Yu Fengling's blush. They quickly entered a private dining room, where a chef soon arrived with an array of fragrant dishes. Director Shui, please, this is my homemade osmanthus wine. Please. Lu Erlong's demeanor was rather peculiar. His gaze towards Shui Leihan no longer resembled that of a peer, but rather that of a fond elder observing a cherished junior. Albeit he still addressed him as Director Shui. Shui Leihan's expression darkened as he repeatedly waved his hand. Director Lu, my capacity for alcohol is quite poor. Perhaps it would be best to forego it. Is that so? Director Lu poured himself a glass, evidently stirred by some reminiscence. Shui Leihan exchanged a glance with Yu Tianheng, who subtly shook his head, conveying his inability to assist. Master, how is your teacher faring? Currently, my teacher is a faculty member at Shrek Academy, in excellent health and with a hearty appetite. At this moment, Shui Leihan was certain that this Director Lu was an acquaintance of his teacher. Otherwise, the visible fluctuation in his expression would not be so pronounced. In the course of their conversation, Director Lu also inquired about matters concerning Shrek Academy. Seeing this, Shui Leihan could only recount his experiences from when he first entered the academy, sharing every minute detail. Meanwhile, Yu Tianheng, Du Guyan, and Yu Fengling listened intently, knowing that the experiences of the top 10 elites were undoubtedly filled with valuable lessons. However, aside from my senior brother and me, my teacher rarely smiles. The moment Shui Leihan uttered these words, he felt he had inadvertently triggered a landmine. Tears streamed down Lu Erlong's cheeks upon hearing this. He dared not say anything, waiting patiently for Lu Erlong to regain her composure. Good child, she suddenly smiled, gently ruffling Shui Leihan's hair. I now agree to the merger of our academies. But under one condition. This is for your teacher, for me, and for Director Flander. What condition? Shui Leihan now understood that this beautiful director had intricate ties to Director Flander and his teacher, whom he held in high esteem. Thus, he promptly replied, Director Flander's Shrek Academy will likely struggle due to financial crises. When that time comes, you need only bring them to the Blue Tyrant branch of the Tiando Alliance. Lu Erlong responded with a gentle smile. Indeed. Shui Leihan nodded. I must consult Director Flander before reaching a conclusion on this matter. Good child, he will not refuse. Lu Erlong cleared her throat softly and extended her right hand. To a pleasant collaboration, Director Shui. To a pleasant collaboration, Director Lu. As the four figures gradually receded into the distance, Lu Erlong smiled tenderly. Xiao Gang. This time you shall not escape my grasp. Xiao Gang. You are truly fortunate to have such gifted disciples. I eagerly anticipate our meeting, Xiao San. Even after leaving the Blue Tyrant Academy, Shui Leihan remained in a daze. Having spent 3 hours at the meal, 2 of which were devoted to discussing Shrek Academy and the daily life of his master. At that moment, a large hand rested on his shoulder. Shui Leihan looked up to find Yu Tianheng. What is it, Tianheng? Your teacher is my uncle, Yu Tianheng remarked. His tone laced with complexity. He was exceptionally kind to me during my childhood, regaling me with stories and imparting extensive knowledge about soul beasts. However, due to his inability to surpass the 29th rank in soul power, he was exiled by the elders of the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon sect. Upon hearing the past of his teacher, Shui Leihan fell into a contemplative silence. He had only known Master Yu Xiaojiang as an extraordinary individual, unaware of the painful shadows that cloaked his history. This is one of the reasons why I aspire to grow stronger. Once I attain the rank of Soul Douluo, I shall return my uncle to the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon sect with rightful dignity. Yet, knowing my teacher's pride and self-respect, he would likely refuse to return. Both Shui Leihan and Yu Tianheng sighed heavily, the atmosphere around the twin stars of the Tiando United Academy thick with melancholy. The 2 young ladies observed their beloveds lamenting and began to whisper softly to one another. I shall return tomorrow, Shui Leihan said, regaining her composure from thoughts of her teacher. Is that so? We will see you off, Yu Tianheng replied, his smile returning. After exchanging a few quiet words, Yu Tianheng and Yu Fengling left, joking amiably. Let us return to the palace, Shui Leihan said, taking Du Guyan's hand, admiring the faint blush on her face with a smile. What are you smiling about? I merely find you incredibly endearing, Shui Leihan replied. Are you looking for a fight? Du Guyan's face turned crimson as her small hands playfully swatted at Shui Leihan, though it felt no more than a gentle scratch to the latter. As Shui Leihan's gaze shifted from the distant sunset back to Du Guyan, he tenderly kissed the back of her hand. Come, Yan, let us return home. All right. Chapter 33. The return to the Soul Arena. After successfully resolving matters with the Tiando United Academy, Shui Leihan embarked on his journey back to Shrek Academy. Although Du Guyan felt a pang of reluctance, she understood her beloved's aspirations, so she offered him a tender smile and urged him to return soon. The week-long journey concluded splendidly, albeit with him having consumed a fair amount of alcohol, which elicited a wry smile upon reflection. Upon hearing of his return to Shrek Academy, the Tiando 9 elites playfully insisted on treating him to another round at the embroidery tower, declaring that if he did not finish his drink, they would sever ties with him. Shui Leihan, however, could only manage a few sips before succumbing to sleep, as his low tolerance for alcohol proved insurmountable. After departing from Soto City, he arrived at Shrek Academy just before dusk. His first visit was to Master Yu Xiaojiang, where he expressed his melancholic sentiments about their parting. However, Shui Leihan refrained from disclosing his encounter with Lu Erlong to the master, as it was a condition set by the dean for the merger with the Lambo Academy. After bidding farewell to the master, he proceeded to the dean's office, where certain matters necessitated Flanders' awareness. He knocked politely on the door, and upon hearing Flanders' invitation to enter, he stepped inside. Leihan, come, take a seat, Flanders beckoned. Upon learning that both he and Tang San possessed twin martial souls, Flanders' gaze bore the intensity of a predatory wolf. I've heard about your exploits over the past 7 days, and I must say, you've done remarkably well. Should I now address you as Dean Shui? Flanders adjusted his glasses, jesting lightheartedly. No, simply call me Leihan, Shui Leihan replied, moving closer to sit in the wooden chair opposite Flanders. Your ideas are commendable, and your execution is impressive, Flanders remarked, fully aware that one of Shui Leihan's motivations was the welfare of Shrek Academy. He understood that, despite his audacity, Shui Leihan could never stoop to serve others. After all, Shrek Academy represented his very essence. I apologize, Leihan. Perhaps my gratitude will go unacknowledged, Flanders said, his expression complex as he gazed at Shui Leihan. Suddenly envious of Yu Xiaojiang. By the way, I encountered the dean of Lambo Academy, and she mentioned knowing you. Lu Erlong had permitted Shui Leihan to share this information with Flanders, as he was the dean and had the right to be informed. Oh, Lambo Academy. That name rings a bell, Flanders mused, momentarily taken aback. That person's name is Lu Erlong. Bang! Flanders abruptly stood, his chair toppling beneath him as his eyes shimmered with complexity and impulsiveness. She said that if you ever find yourself truly at a dead end, then the Tiando United Lamba branch welcomes the people of Shrek Academy. Shui Leihan shrugged, speaking matter-of-factly. He also mentioned that I should not inform Master Yu Xiaojiang, who is my teacher. Thank you, Snow Tears. Flanders sighed softly, pondering how many years had passed since he last heard that nostalgic name. Was it 10 years? Or perhaps 20? Dean, I shall take my leave now. Noticing Flanders lost in his thoughts, Snow Tears briefly bid farewell before gently closing the door. Upon returning to the dormitory, he found Tang San and Oscar lounging on their beds, engaged in casual conversation, their attention instantly drawn to his presence. Where have you been these past few days, Snow Tears? I was quite worried, Tang San remarked, relieved to see that Snow Tears was unharmed. Did you spend 7 days and 6 nights reveling in Soto City? Oscar chuckled lewdly, a knowing smirk crossing his face. I returned to Heavendo City to visit my parents, Snow Tears replied, then turned to Oscar. I must say, Oscar, you are becoming increasingly lewd, with a tendency toward portliness. Should I inform Rong to refrain from conversing with someone so indecent? Tang San broke into a grin, while Oscar scrambled off the bed, exclaiming, Brother, is it not acceptable for me to call you that? Snow Tears found it amusing, yet responded with a nonchalant hum as he removed the azure rose sword from his back and placed it beside his bed. What kind of city is Heavendo? Tang San inquired with curiosity. The people are simple and genuine, the streets bustling with life. You can hear vendors calling out their wares during the day, and the markets are exceptionally lively. At night, it transforms into a city that never sleeps, with every household celebrating as if it were a festival. It resembles the nights in Soto City, but tenfold in vibrancy. Speaking of Heavendo fell the kin to discussing his home. How wonderful. When shall we stroll around Heavendo City? Tang San mused. That might not be feasible. It takes a day to make the round trip, he replied to Oscar, who lay on the bed. Who knows? Snow Tears said, a hint of mystery in his smile, before embracing his sword and entering into meditation. The following day, after breakfast, Snow Tears and the others gathered on the playground. Master had already arrived, arms crossed over his chest. Upon seeing the 8 of them assembled, he offered a faint smile. 3 months have passed since I began teaching you. With the guidance and support of your instructors, you have established a foundation, yet to become exceptional soul masters. This remains insufficient. Snow Tears observed his teacher, awaiting further instructions. Thus, starting today, I will commence the 2nd phase of your training. Flanders has informed me that you have all visited the Soto Grand Soul Arena. That place will serve as your training ground for the time being. This training has no time constraints. When you acquire the Silver Soul Badge, your training will conclude. However, Snow Tears, your objective differs from that of the others. You have already dedicated 5 years to earning the diamond badge. My requirement for you is simple, whether in one-on-one, two-on-two, or team battles. Your goal is to achieve 100 victories. Do you understand? You must bear in mind that obtaining the Silver Soul badge is not solely reliant on one-on-one duels. It also necessitates acquiring the Silver Soul badge through team battles. You shall enter the fray under the banner of the Shrek 8 monsters. But since a team battle comprises 7 participants, it is imperative that you deliberate among yourselves. Team battles not only allow each individual to accrue personal points, but also contribute to a collective team score, a feature absent in two-on-two duels. Naturally, if you wish to expedite your acquisition of the Silver Soul title, you are free to form teams for two-on-two duels. I shall not impede your choices. However, I have a few stipulations you must adhere to. First, you must not reveal your identities or disclose your names to your opponents during the duels. All engagements are to be conducted under code names. Second, no one, including Tang-san, is permitted to use hidden weapons. Third, regardless of the outcome, each participant must engage in at least 2 battles each day. Shui Leihan and the others nodded in understanding. The master cleared his throat and continued, during this period, I will arrange for your accommodations at an inn in close proximity to the Grand Soul Arena, and all expenses will be your own responsibility. Should you possess the skill, the revenue you garner from the Grand Soul Arena will be substantial. A significant portion of Shui Leihan's wealth stems from his frequent visits to the arena. The others nodded in agreement, aware that during their 3-month training, Shui Leihan had consistently covered the expenses for all Shrek Academy students during their breaks. Though they rarely voiced their gratitude, they were acutely aware of the considerable sums he had spent on their behalf. Dai Mubai shot a fierce glare at Ma Hongjun, realizing that the funds the hefty fellow used for his indulgences also came from Shui Leihan. Shui Leihan swiftly organized his belongings, placing his clothes into his ring, and strapped the blue rose sword to his back. Once prepared, he followed the master, Flinder, and Zhao Wujin to Soto City, while the other 3 teachers remained at the academy. After settling the students into their lodgings, the master summoned the 8 of them to Tang-san's room. Now you may freely form teams to decide which type of soul combat you wish to participate in. Generally, the Grand Soul Arena commences with one-on-one and two-on-two battles, while team battles, although distinct from the former 2, commence at a later time. They are considered the most captivating spectacles for the audience. Staggering the times allows for greater ticket revenue. Each day, you are required to participate in 1 team battle, while the other can be of your choosing. If you wish to engage in 3 battles, I shall not object, provided you manage your soul power appropriately. Upon hearing this, Oscar cast a pitiful glance at Shui Leihan and Dai Mubai. Big brothers, would one of you team up with me? Although I have only just reached level 30, my support abilities should still be beneficial to you. Otherwise, I wonder how long it will take me to accumulate enough points for the Silver Soul badge. Leihan Dai-san, who will take me along? Ning Rongrong chuckled. Among them, those 3 possessed the highest offensive capabilities, and as a support-type soul master, it was only natural to seek their favor. Oscar, stick with me. Rongrong, you should practice your combat skills with Ma Hongjun. Snow Tear Cold gently spoke, nodding towards Oscar. Why me and Fatty? Ning Rongrong inquired, somewhat astonished. The master nodded and subsequently pulled Ning Rongrong and Ma Hongjun aside to elucidate further. We are about to confront foes exceeding level 40. Are you prepared? He calmly addressed Oscar. Humph, it's time for you to witness the prowess of my uncle's sausage. Snow Tear Cold sighed helplessly. The man's lewdness was one thing, but his soul skill was equally distasteful. One could not deny that they were a perfect match, seamlessly intertwined. Have you decided on your titles? Xiao Wu approached, dragging Zhu Zhuqing along. Since Zhu Zhuqing was reluctant to team up with Dai Mubai, Xiao Wu empathetically formed a duo with her, while Tang-san paired with Dai Mubai. Title? How about the Ice Sword Emperor? Snow Tear Cold responded noncommittally. What a splendid title. I too wish to devise a more elegant name. Oscar mused intensely. Perhaps Lewd Sausage would suffice, Snow Tear Cold quipped. Laughter erupted among the group. Even the master joined in. After some deliberation, the members of Shrek Academy resolved their respective titles. Dai Mubai, the Evil Eye White Tiger. Oscar, the Sausage Specialist. Tang-san, the Thousand-Hand Azura. Ma Hongjun, the Evil Fire Phoenix. Xiao Wu, the Gentle Bone Enchantress. Ning Rongrong, the 7-Treasure Glazed Tile. Zhu Zhuqing, the Ethereal Spirit Cat. And finally, Snow Tear Cold, the Ice Sword Emperor. His azure rose sword once again revealed its fangs in the soul arena. Chapter 34. Fang Shui Lei Han brought Oscar to the counter to register for the 2-on-2 soul duel, basking in the envy-laden gazes of others. "Diamond badge, Ice Sword Emperor," exclaimed the receptionist, immediately attracting the attention of bystanders. "I deeply apologize, esteemed Ice Sword Emperor. We are currently unable to find any level 40 soul masters with a badge of purple gold for the soul duel in the next few days. Would you prefer to be assigned a gold badge instead?" He cast a furtive glance at Oscar, internally acknowledging, "What a lucky fellow to have a diamond badge accompanying him in this duel. Please expedite the process," Shui Lei Han replied. After uttering these words, he nodded towards Tang San and Dai Mubai, who then stepped forward to register. The master nodded in satisfaction and inquired, "Shui Lei Han, who are your opponents?" "The students are currently uncertain, but we are searching within the range of gold badges, soul masters above level 40, came the reply. "Well then, ensure Oscar gains some valuable experience." The master smiled at Shui Lei Han, before leading the four towards the duel arena. Upon entering the preparation area, Shui Lei Han was instantly engulfed by the fervor of the audience, their roars and cheers evoking memories of his 5 years of toil in the arena. His blood surged with excitement, and even the master found it hard to contain his enthusiasm. Although Shui Lei Han believed it unnecessary, given that many were aware of his title as the Ice Sword Emperor, he complied with the master's request and donned a green mask. The master took his place in the spectators' stand, surrounded by a multitude of ordinary spectators. As it was the weekend, the arena was filled with eager onlookers, primarily composed of common folk. The atmosphere was already electric following the first duel, with cheers reverberating throughout. Now, let us warmly welcome the Ice Sausage Duo. Facing off against the seasoned champions, the Blazing Bear Duo. Upon hearing the name of his team, Shui Lei Han shot a disbelieving glance at Oscar, who had volunteered to fill in the registration details. The arena erupted in applause. After all, the Blazing Bear Duo was a renowned gold badge team, having bested numerous up-and-coming teams, while the Ice Sausage Duo had hardly made a name for themselves. "Oscar, when it's your turn to take the stage, hand me a mushroom sausage and make sure to eat one yourself. After that, soar into the skies, but remember not to fly out of the arena." Shui Lei Han whispered his instructions before nodding at the referee. The Blazing Bear Duo comprised 2 hulking brutes, who, upon seeing their opponents, short and masked, could not help but smirk condescendingly. In such an electric atmosphere, the host wasted no time and promptly announced the commencement of the second duel in the 13th subdivision of the arena. "Come forth, little brothers, and behold your elder brother's soul rings." The brutes chuckled as they revealed their soul rings. White, yellow, yellow, purple, purple. Indeed, all 5 rings belonged to Soul Kings. As the Blazing Fire Bear Duo revealed their soul rings, the audience erupted into a thunderous applause. Shui Lei Han calmly observed the 2 approaching figures, nonchalantly placing a mushroom sausage into his mouth. In an instant, both Shui Lei Han and Oscar unfurled a pair of wings, soaring high into the sky. The Azure Rose Sword was already unsheathed. Against such opponents, Shui Lei Han harbored no intention of engaging in a duel, opting instead to unleash his self-created soul technique, the Snow Mountain Sword. Upon ascending into the air, he descended with gravity's pull, striking the ground with the Azure Rose Sword. A colossal ice peak erupted from the earth, mingled with soil and snow, forcefully ejecting the Blazing Fire Bear Duo from the arena. They had barely a moment to harness their soul power before succumbing to defeat. This technique required the full extent of his soul power, and with the advancement of his abilities and deepening comprehension of the sword, he could now gradually control the potency of his self-developed skill. Nevertheless, facing a 5-ringed Soul King compelled him to exert all his strength. The master nodded from the sidelines, believing that Shui Lei Han need not reveal his soul techniques and rings against such adversaries. He even doubted whether the opponents were truly of the gold badge rank. The victors, the Ice Sausage Duo. Ignoring the cheers from the audience, Shui Lei Han sheathed his sword and turned to leave with Oscar. What a thrill! It was truly exhilarating. Oscar boasted to the others upon reuniting. With a single strike, Lei Han sent both of them flying out of the arena. Our victory was that effortless. How about a one-on-one later for a taste of that excitement? Dai Mubai grinned mischievously. No, wait. I was wrong, Boss Dai. After bidding farewell to the group, Shui Lei Han arrived at the one-on-one arena, where he spotted Zhu Zhuqing also waiting in the holding area, nodding in her direction. He then embraced his sword, closing his eyes to meditate as he awaited the announcement of his name. While there were no 2-on-2 matches above the purple gold rank, He had arranged for his next opponent in the reception area to be a 5-ring Soul King of the purple gold level. The next match features the Ice Sword Emperor against the Wind Cloud King. Please extend a warm round of applause as they ascend the Soul Arena. Wind Cloud King, perhaps a wielder of wind elemental martial spirits. At that moment, the master led the attendees from the previous match to the audience, ready to observe Shui Leihan's bout. Zhu Zhuqing, waiting in the holding area, also shifted her gaze to the Soul Arena, eagerly anticipating this fierce clash. Shui Leihan strolled onto the Soul Arena, fixing his gaze upon a tall figure opposite him. The Wind Cloud King was a slender young man, appearing to be in his 20s, who smiled and nodded at Shui Leihan, clearly aware of his badge rank, making an effort to establish familiarity before the match commenced. Shui Leihan nodded slightly, sensing the essence of wind emanating from the formidable Wind Cloud King, thereby affirming his earlier conjecture that he was a wind attribute elemental martial soul master. Drawing his sword with deliberate slowness, his gaze turned icy and narrowed. Despite the opponent flaunting only a purple gold badge, his strength was not to be underestimated. At the host's command, Shui Leihan swiftly raised his sword before him, cleaving a vibrant green wind blade in twain. How intriguing, he mused. Observing the Wind Cloud King surrounded by a dozen wind blades, his competitive spirit quietly ignited. Instantaneously, 4 soul rings appeared around the Wind Cloud King, 2 yellow and 2 purple, signifying his status as a 4-ring soul master. With a swift stroke, he vanished from the soul battle platform, even Zhu Zhuqing unable to discern the moment of his disappearance. Such terrifying speed, exclaimed Dai Mubai from the audience. Witnessing Shui Leihan exchange blows with the Wind Cloud King, Brother Shui can now be considered a formidable dual-attack soul master, Ma Hongjin murmured. The master shot them a glance, instructing them to observe closely. In the brief span of their conversation, Shui Leihan had already engaged the Wind Cloud King in over a dozen exchanges, each time his sword nearly reaching its target before being deflected by a gust of wind. Are you belittling me by not employing soul skills? A purple soul ring manifested behind the Wind Cloud King, intensifying the wind blades, which then surged toward Shui Leihan with ferocity. The Wind Cloud King now resembled an unceasing cannon, with wind blades perpetually materializing around him and hurtling toward Shui Leihan. A tremendous explosion resounded from Shui Leihan's position. Leihan, Brother Shui, Tang San and Xiao Wu gasped, rising to their feet. Xiao Wu, possessing a heart of innocence, had visibly softened her relationship with Shui Leihan after the events in the Stardow Forest, recently engaging in playful banter much like the others. Tang San felt a quiet joy witnessing the thawing of their previously tense rapport. Trust in Leihan, Xiao San. The master patted Tang San's shoulder, urging him to sit. My disciple will not be easily vanquished. A smile graced the master's lips, his gaze seemingly penetrating through the haze of the soul battle platform, locking onto Shui Leihan's cold, tranquil eyes. An impressive attack, Shui Leihan's calm voice emerged from the smoke, followed by a gust revealing his unscathed form. May I inquire how you neutralize my wind blades? The Wind Cloud King's complexion had paled slightly from the exertion of soul power, yet he still posed the question. Shui Leihan, with a serene but somewhat pallid visage, responded with a hint of a smile. It was quite simple. I concentrated my soul power at the tip of my sword and pierced through your wind blades. To wield a weapon martial soul in such a manner is indeed enlightening, the Wind Cloud King remarked, astonished. The young man let out a bitter smile. He had earned the prestigious purple gold badge through countless winds and blades, as well as the protective veil of wind that shielded him from attacks. It seemed that he had been somewhat narrow-minded in his perspective. I concede, he said, directing a refined smile of gratitude towards Shui Leihan for showing mercy. As he spoke, he strolled down from the dual soul platform amidst the cheers of the crowd. Shui Leihan nodded, then sheathed his sword and departed from the arena. Did everyone witness that? Although the opponent's soul power level surpassed Shui Leihan's by approximately 5 ranks, why did he lose? The master, noticing the crowd lost in contemplation, nodded slightly. Perhaps soul power does not encompass everything, remarked Tang San, who possessed a profound understanding of hidden weapons. Shui Leihan's mastery of his martial soul grants him sufficient skill. The master, pleased, patted Tang San on the shoulder. You are indeed correct, little San. Soul power does not represent all, and skill holds significant importance as well. The technique Shui Leihan had just employed was derived from a thrusting spear technique he had observed from the Imperial Guard, which he had subtly adapted for his sword. He returned to the audience, where the master had already reserved a seat for him. After nodding to the crowd, he settled beside the master. Everyone understood he was reflecting on the recent battle, and thus, no one initiated conversation with him. How is your soul power expenditure? The master inquired with a smile directed at Shui Leihan. Approximately 70%, well within my control, Shui Leihan replied respectfully. Excellent. You may rest for the remainder of the day, the master declared, eliciting envious glances from those who had yet to achieve 2 victories. Chapter 35. Reunion. Shui Leihan refrained from participating in a team battle with the rest of Shrek Academy, as he wished to spare them from facing stronger adversaries. They still required further training. After conveying his reasoning to the master, the latter nodded in agreement. Departing from the ranks, he engaged in 2 one-on-one battles, one of which was against a formidable opponent wielding a fire attribute beast spirit, which possessed a certain degree of restraint against his ice powers. Consequently, he expended 50% of his soul power, and even he found it somewhat arduous. Upon leaving the one-on-one arena, he made his way toward the group that had long awaited him outside. Leihan, I witnessed your battle. It was truly impressive, Dai Mubai exclaimed, clapping a hand on Shui Leihan's shoulder. Has the team battle concluded so swiftly? Shui Leihan inquired. Indeed, we are from Shrek Academy. After all, victory comes easily to us. Ma Hongjun replied with a chuckle. Come now, we have achieved a resounding victory today, brothers. I shall treat you all. Leihan, do not contest with me on this. Let us go drink. Upon hearing the mention of drinking, Shui Leihan's expression darkened, but Dai Mubai unceremoniously draped an arm around his neck and led him forward. After the 8 of them recorded their achievements, they exited the spirit arena amidst cheers. The master, Flinder, and Zhao Wujin exchanged a few words before departing for the tavern, while Dai Mubai ordered a sumptuous feast along with 2 barrels of fine wheat beer for everyone to enjoy together. As Shui Leihan inhaled the aroma of the liquor, he let out an awkward sigh. Isn't it better to sit together and savor tea? Why must it be alcohol? Leihan, I raise a glass to you. Whether it be your selflessness in the Stardow Forest or your dedication in our rigorous training sessions, I, Dai Mubai, shall always remember it, he declared. I toast to you as well. Tang San stood up, adding his voice to the tribute. To Shui Leihan, the others chorused, rising in unison. Through his actions, he had silently won the admiration of the Shrek Academy members. Perhaps this was the innate charisma of a leader. Seeing the collective focus turn upon him, Shui Leihan felt even more awkward. Must I drink? In unison, they insisted, absolutely. With a resigned sigh, Shui Leihan downed the contents of his cup, his once pale face rapidly flushing crimson. Oh dear, Leihan, do you have a low tolerance for alcohol? Oscar remarked with a tone reminiscent of a discovery, eliciting a wave of laughter from the Shrek Academy members due to his cheeky demeanor. Little Ao, I shall remember you, Shui Leihan replied, resting his head on the table, struggling to resist the dizziness threatening to overwhelm him, barely managing to stay awake. To those with good drinking habits, may they possess good character as well. I raise my glass to everyone, Ning Rongrong announced, rising to her feet. She did not rush to drink, but stood observing the group, her eyes slightly reddened. When I first arrived at the academy, I caused quite a bit of trouble for everyone. At that time, Sangu and Xiao Ao spoke wisely. Had I continued down that path, I fear I would never truly grasp the essence of friendship. Days have passed, and we have been together, training, battling, and enduring the trials of life and death. Thank you, my comrades. I raise this cup in honor of you all, and I wish to express a sentiment I have long kept unspoken. I am sorry. Shui Leihan cast a fleeting glance at Oscar, feeling a twinge of discomfort regarding Ning Rongrong and Oscar. After all, Oscar is merely a food-type soul master, while the doctrine of the 7 treasure glazed tile school dictates that one should only marry a strong attack or agility-type soul master. Shui Leihan harbored doubts about Oscar's capability to protect Ning Rongrong. I suspect my adoptive father would not approve either. He took a bite of his meal and chewed thoughtfully. What troubles you, Leihan? Tang Sen inquired softly, noticing Shui Leihan's slight frown and approaching with concern. Oscar lacks the strength to safeguard Rongrong. While I do not oppose their relationship, for the sake of safety, both my adoptive father and I would voice our objections. Shui Leihan replied quietly. Tang Sen understood immediately, placing a reassuring hand on Shui Leihan's shoulder. But Oscar is a good brother who shares our hardships. I believe that with time, he will develop the strength necessary to protect Ning Rongrong. Shui Leihan cast a resigned glance at Tang San and sighed. Tang San empathized with Shui Leihan's feelings and turned his gaze toward Oscar and Ning Rongrong. Xiao Ao, I believe in you, he silently vowed. As the effects of the alcohol washed over him, Shui Lei Han succumbed to sleep, resting his head on the table. The only time he could find solace was after drinking. Tang Sen observed him with a complex expression. Despite the grueling training over the past few months, Shui Lei Han had persisted in meditation and cultivation every night, whereas even someone as resolute as Tang San could easily drift into a deep slumber. If Tang San had once regarded Shui Lei Han with kindness, he now felt a sense of admiration for his peer. The soul battles continued, and over the next month, the Shrek 8 monsters thrived in the Soto Great Soul Arena-S sub-venue. Shui Lei Han occasionally participated in team battles against opponents around level 40, which, although daunting, brought them joy. He had already achieved over half of his goal of 100 victories, and as the level of opponents rose, so did his consumption of soul power. He began to sense that each level felt akin to ascending a heavenly ladder. This seemingly minor gap between levels signified a desperate struggle ahead. He repeatedly reminded himself, Shui Lei Han, you are not invincible. After countless life-and-death confrontations, with bloodshed on numerous occasions, he never wavered. The smooth sailing at Tiando Academy and Shrek Academy had instilled in him a sense of overconfidence. But the relentless and fierce battles delivered him a harsh reminder of reality. A sense of superiority is a poison that renders one foolish, dull, and arrogant. True strength is of the utmost importance. His temperament has undergone yet another transformation amidst battle. This fervent conviction in combat instilled a sense of dread even in the master, let alone the spectators. One evening, after Shui Lei Han had taken a refreshing bath, he arrived at Tang San's room. The master had mentioned during the conclusion of the soul battle that they would gather in Tang San's room after bathing, accompanied by wine. Shui Lei Han, sword in hand, gently knocked on the door, which was promptly opened by Tang San. Master, Dean, Xiao San, he greeted with a respectful bow. Ah, you are ever so punctual. The master remarked with a satisfied smile. Shui Lei Han nodded respectfully and then took a seat beside Tang San on the sofa. As the sound of knocking resounded, the members of Shrek Academy entered Tang San's room in succession. These are our opponents for this match. They have sought us out at the Soul Arena. And since the mead is within our grasp, we shall not let it slip away. Here are the profiles of their team members. Please take a good look. The master stated, placing a document on the table, to which several heads leaned in closer. The Royal Combat Team? Brother Lei Han, you have an old acquaintance there. Ning Rongrong exclaimed first. The group immediately turned their attention to Shui Lei Han, while the master, already aware, subtly smiled, keen to observe Shui Lei Han's reaction. Is this the team from the school where Brother Shui used to study? Ma Hongjun inquired. Even the lively Xiao Wu and Oscar turned to Ning Rongrong, awaiting her response. Brother Lei Han was indeed the former captain of the Royal Combat Team, Ning Rongrong remarked, observing the composed demeanor of Shui Lei Han with a playful grin. How absurd. They are indeed all extraordinary, Dai Mubai said, glancing at the document with a wry smile. I never anticipated they would come seeking me. The memory of Yu Tianheng's ambiguous smile upon his departure nodded Shui Lei Han. Brother Shui, you know them best. Perhaps you should introduce them. Zhu Zhuqing suggested to Shui Lei Han. He glanced at the master and, upon receiving a confirming look, moved closer to the table to begin examining the documents. These profiles are all a year old. The soul power levels do not align, Shui Lei Han remarked after flipping through several documents. What? Are there truly so many geniuses in the world? Oscar gazed at the profiles in disbelief. Shui Lei Han chuckled. It's not just Shrek Academy that is in search of geniuses. Many other schools are engaged in similar pursuits. He then produced a uniquely designed soul guide device from his ring, lightly tapping it, which caused a document composed of glowing data to materialize before everyone. This was a rare file storage soul guide developed by the Tiando Empire, so expensive that even nobles and tycoons would hesitate to acquire it. This particular item was a small gift from his brother, Shui Bing. Here are the 9 strongest ranked individuals from the Tiando Royal Academy, and they just happen to be part of the Royal Combat Team. The team member, Xiaoyu, is a level 36 support-type soul master, wielding the martial soul known as the Moonlight Pipa. Though classified as a support role, he possesses offensive soul skills, and his cunning and treachery are unparalleled within the Royal Fighting Team. He frequently serves as the deputy commander in the wilderness and ranks 4th among the 10 greats of Tiando. Lei Han, what exactly are the 10 greats of Tiando? Dai Mubai inquired, perplexed. They are the 10 individuals deemed the strongest based on their combat prowess and soul power, assessed through their situational awareness and judgment within the academy. Shui Lei Han patiently elucidated. Dai Mubai gestured for Shui Lei Han to continue his introduction. Team member Shi Mo, a level 38 defense-type Soul Master, and his brother. Shi Mo, also a level 38 defense-type Soul Master, both possess the martial soul of the Black Tortoise. They are ranked 5th and 6th among the 10 greats of Tiando, respectively. Their combined defensive capabilities are so formidable that even my full-force snow-killing sword would struggle to breach their defenses. Team member Yufeng, a level 37 agile attack-type Soul Master wielding the martial soul of the Wind Bell Bird, possesses a speed that even I must be wary of. He ranks 7th among the 10 greats of Tiando. Team member AOC Luo, also a level 37 agile attack-type Soul Master with the martial soul of the Phantom Leopard, may not match Yufeng's speed, but his attacks are exceedingly unpredictable, often yielding surprising results. He excels in ambush tactics and ranks 8th among the 10 greats of Tiando. Team member Yi Ling Ling, a level 35 support-type Soul Master with the martial soul of the Nine-Heart Begonia, possesses a soul skill, Mass Healing. If you engage in soul battles against them, remember that she must be the first to be eliminated, as she ranks 9th among the 10 greats of Tiando. Team member Yufeng Ling, a level 35 food-type Soul Master with the martial soul of Cake, is the most promising food-type Soul Master I have encountered. Shui Lei Han paused, casting a glance at Oscar before continuing. Her cakes provide enhancements to speed, resistance, and toxin endurance. If you eliminate Yi Ling Ling, ensure that Yufeng Ling is the second to go. If my predictions hold true, they will be our adversaries. Following Shui Lei Han's words, a peculiar silence enveloped the room. The remaining 7 individuals raised their heads, eyes filled with disbelief. Realizing that these were peers of Shui Lei Han, undoubtedly youthful geniuses, they began to grasp the vastness of the world around them. Lei Han, Dai Mubai asked with some difficulty, I heard you mention that they are all team members. Do they have a captain? Yes, Shui Lei Han acknowledged, casting a glance at the others. However, the captain is unlikely to participate in this soul battle. He discreetly glanced at his teacher, Master Yu Xiaojing, who nodded, indicating that the students should be aware of the existence of other talents in the world, broadening their horizons. The vice-captain, Du Guyan, is a level 40 control-type Soul Master, possessing the martial soul of the Azure Scale Serpent. Her attacks are exceedingly treacherous, skillfully employing poison techniques while excelling in close combat, ranking 3rd among the 10 greats of Tiando. Upon mentioning the solitary goose, a flicker of gentle warmth arose in the eyes of Shui Lei Han, yet all were astounded by his eloquence, overlooking the subtle emotion he displayed. The captain, Yu Tianheng, a formidable level 40 assault system spirit master, wielded the blue lightning tyrant dragon as his spirit. He bore the title of Thunder Tyrant or Thunder Dragon King. His attacks were as domineering as his spirit, earning him the moniker of a humanoid ferocious beast in the soul arena, with his dragon-empowered strikes being dreadfully powerful, placing him 2nd among the 10 masters of Tiando. Upon hearing the name of the blue lightning tyrant dragon, the master's countenance turned pale, a hint of wry amusement gracing his features. While the crowd was still processing Shui Lei Han's words, Xiao Wu interjected, inquiring who held the top position among the 10 masters of Tiando. Instantly, the gaze of the Shrek members shifted to Shui Lei Han, awaiting his response. Meanwhile, the master and Flender had already begun to chuckle, filled with a sense of pride. I am, indeed, the foremost among the 10 masters of Tiando. Shui Lei Han adjusted to a more comfortable sitting position and spoke calmly. How extraordinary. It seems that those with exceptional talents congregate together. Ma Hongjun and Oscar exclaimed in unison, while Tang San's expression turned solemn, and Xiao Wu and Ning Rongrong appeared momentarily dazed. Although Ning Rongrong was aware of her foster brother's team being invincible within Tiando City, she had not anticipated such overwhelming strength. Zhu Zhuqing pursed her lips, lost in contemplation. Dai Mubai crossed his arms, his complexion slightly pale. What? Are you frightened? Shui Lei Han's tranquil demeanor suddenly blossomed into a smile. They debuted before me, having already made a name for themselves even before my arrival at the academy. You are still young, each possessing remarkable talents and boundless potential. Given time, you too shall one day bring them to heel, he assured. Mubai, are you still afraid? Upon hearing this, the master's smile deepened. For Shui Lei Han had articulated every thought he wished to convey. As he caught Flender's envious gaze, his heart swelled with satisfaction. Even if the outcome is defeat, we must test our abilities. This is the fruit of our arduous training. Dai Mubai managed a faint smile, and as he grasped the entirety of the situation, his spirits lifted significantly, his voice brimming with newfound confidence. Noticing the gradual emergence of smiles among the others, Shui Leihan nodded in approval. Rest assured, I too shall take the stage. Although Yu Tianheng may refrain from battling upon seeing you, he will undoubtedly rise to the challenge upon my arrival. I shall teach him a lesson and temper their fervor, Shui Leihan declared, his teeth clenched in determination, revealing a deep-seated grievance towards Yu Tianheng. This time, I shall take good care of you, Brother Tianheng. Chapter 36. Appointment. One-on-one in the luxurious VIP lounge of the Soto Great Spirit Arena, room number 3. An expansive area of approximately 200 square meters boasts a grand leather sofa, measuring over 15 meters in length, comfortably accommodating a dozen guests. The room is adorned predominantly in gold. Golden lanterns, gilded wallpaper, and an array of golden embellishments contribute to an opulent ambience. Before the immense white leather sofa rests a crystal coffee table, elegantly arranged with exquisite pastries and a variety of beverages. Notably, one wall of the room is composed entirely of transparent crystal. Through a special treatment, one can gaze outside while remaining unseen from the exterior. Beyond this crystalline barrier lies the central arena of the Soto Great Spirit Arena, of paramount significance. 9 individuals stand scattered throughout the room in a hushed silence. Has the battle decree been issued, you scoundrel? Sneered Xie Lu, playfully slapping Yu Feng's shoulder. In response, Yu Feng seized Xie Lu by the throat, exclaiming, I'll take you on, you rascal. The two began to engage in a light-hearted scuffle, yet remarkably, the others did not intervene. Instead exchanging knowing smiles that hinted at a shared understanding of the day's events. Lei Huan must be surprised as well. I didn't expect us to come charging in like this, remarked Yu Tianheng with a grin as he and Yu Fengling lounged on the sofa. Big brother Shui 1T be entering the arena, right? Otherwise, he'd be utterly humiliated, Osro chimed in, recalling the intense training sessions led by Shui Leihan, which sent a shiver down his spine. Big brother Shui should not participate, I hope, Xie Lu said, wiping the cold sweat from his brow. He vividly remembered the wager he had with Shui Leihan, competing to see who could break through to the next level first. The loser would be dubbed silly pig for an entire day, a reputation that stuck with him throughout the Tiando Academy. Standing by the window, Douluo Yin slowly turned, revealing a subtle smile. I trust Leihan will refrain from entering the fray. Although we appear to be here with great fanfare, our true purpose is to welcome our new adversary, or perhaps a new ally, is it not? The others nodded in agreement, smiles playing on their lips. However, it seems likely that Leihan will face Yu Tianheng in a one-on-one duel. I find it quite probable, Douluo Yin continued, her expression tinged with playful mischief. Oh, a spectacle awaits. The team erupted in laughter, fully aware that before his departure, Yu Tianheng had indulged Shui Leihan in copious amounts of drink, ensuring that Shui Leihan would inevitably challenge him to a duel. Yet, we must not underestimate them. Big brother Shui has mentioned that their talents are formidable, cautioned Yi Lingling, her hooded figure revealing a blooming 9-heart begonia in her palm. Lingling speaks wisely. Everyone, listen closely. Although Douluo Yin and I will not be participating, you must all perform adeptly. Do not bring disgrace to big brother Shui or myself, Yu Tianheng said with a smirk, casting a mischievous glance at Osro, Yu Feng, and Xie Lu. The trio shivered in response, promptly glaring back at Yu Tianheng. Calmly, Shi Imo declared, let us proceed according to the formation arranged by big brother Shui. Shi Imo nodded in agreement. With that, it was settled. Everyone, let us be vigilant and conserve our energy, Douluo Yin commanded, exuding the authority of a leader. Yu Tianheng smiled faintly, intertwining his hand with that of Yu Fengling. Leihan, are you eagerly anticipating our one-on-one duel? I certainly am. Just then, the door swung open, drawing the attention of the group to their team leader, Qin Ming. A flicker of peculiar yet joyous light sparkled in Qin Ming's eyes as he placed a stack of documents on the glass-topped wooden table. Tianheng, did you already know we would be facing Shrek Academy? He inquired while adjusting his coat. Yes, I entrusted the challenge to Xie Lu, curious to see the capabilities of Leihan's companions, while also extending a welcome for them to join the Tiando United Academy. Was this all relayed to you by Leihan? A hint of excitement tinged Qin Ming's voice, unnoticed by others. The notion of confronting Shrek Academy was a collective decision among the 9 of us. However, the idea of inviting Shrek Academy to join Tiando United was proposed by Shui Leihan upon her return, Yu Tianheng responded, meeting the gazes of the other 8 with sincerity. Qin Ming sighed, a wave of emotion washing over him. Leihan, Thank you for saving Shrek Academy. Find your respective opponents and devise strategies to overcome them with ease, Du Guyan stated, hands on her hips. This is our grandest welcoming ceremony. It must be executed flawlessly. Pay careful attention, for Shrek Academy harbors no incompetence. Their soul power may be inferior, yet their combat capabilities are formidable. Let us not tarnish the name of Tiando United Academy. Understood, Vice Captain. The group replied, laughter echoing in the air. The following day, the master led the group to the soul fighting arena, with Shui Leihan carrying a sword, trailing behind him. Leihan, do you believe the Shrek 8 monsters will prevail? The master turned to ask. The student replied, it seems unlikely. Shui Leihan shook his head, for he knew that the strength of the Imperial fighting team had reached a fearsome level, and as a team bearing the purple gold emblem, they could not possibly be weak. Then let this defeat serve as an experience. It is time for them to taste adversity. The master smiled subtly before continuing on his path. As the group approached the entrance, members of the Imperial fighting team were already waiting for them. Leihan, you handle this. The master gestured to Shui Leihan. Big brother Shui. Upon seeing Shui Leihan emerge from the ranks, Yufeng leapt onto him, followed closely by Xiao Lu and Osro. Dai Mubai, trailing behind, felt a twitch in his eyelids. Could this be the legendary Tiando 10? Why do they seem as unserious as Fatty and Little Ao? You lot, enough already. After pushing aside the three individuals with a hint of irritation, Shui Leihan turned to Yu Tianheng and offered a gentle smile. Ah, it has been quite some time, Tianheng. His smile was warm and amiable. However, the other members of the Imperial battle team, including Yu Tianheng, shivered in unison. One-on-one, in the Soul Arena, now, with a smile that did not reach his eyes. He uttered these words before taking the hand of Du Guyan. As he turned, he quietly remarked, let me witness your prowess. Yu Tianheng responded with a faint smile and led the remaining members of the Imperial battle team into the Soul Arena. After speaking, Shui Leihan, accompanied by Du Guyan, approached the group from Shrek Academy. Dai Mubai, Ma Hongjun, and Oscar, upon seeing Shui Leihan return with a stunning young woman who seemed utterly devoted to him, could not help but gasp in astonishment, their hearts exclaiming in disbelief. I must make Shui Leihan my elder brother and have him teach me the art of wooing. Oscar silently lamented. Teacher, this is Du Guyan, my fiancé, he declared, then turned to Du Guyan and said, Yan, this is my lifelong mentor, the one I hold in the highest regard. Upon hearing that his second disciple had returned with a captivating beauty, Master Yu Xiaojiang could not contain his joy upon learning she was his disciple's fiancée, his previously rigid expression softening considerably. Upon hearing Shui Leihan's words, this is my lifelong teacher, Du Guyan's demeanor immediately shifted to one of utmost respect. Greetings, teacher. I must thank you for your care of Leihan, she said, almost inclined to kneel. She understood the weight of Shui Leihan's words. If this master were to enter the Heaven Do Empire, his status would be vastly different, as he would hold the title of junior master with significant influence and authority. There is no need for such formality, Miss Dugu. The master quickly assisted her before she could kneel, reflecting on the deep respect she exhibited, so reminiscent of Leihan. As Du Guyan noticed her attempt to bow had failed, she inclined her body slightly, while the master remained still, signaling his acceptance of her gesture. Leihan, I didn't expect you to have a hidden gem. When will you share the secret with us? Oscar and Ma Hongjun whispered conspiratorially to Shui Leihan. Du Guyan leaned closer to the master, sharing their purpose for this visit, excluding the parts about joining Lambo Academy and the United Academy. The master nodded in response. Thank you for your assistance. We are all gifted individuals with great potential. There is no need for such formalities, teacher, Du Guyan replied with a smile. Leihan, I will be waiting for you inside, Du Guyan said, revealing a soft and gentle smile before gradually entering the Soul Arena. The master patted Shui Leihan's shoulder with a smile. This girl is quite exceptional. You must treat her well. With a sigh, a flicker of pain and nostalgia flashed in his eyes. Indeed, Shui Leihan replied respectfully. As the crowd made their way toward the Soul Arena, Oscar and Ma Hongjun persistently pursued Shui Leihan, even harboring an impulsive desire to seek his mentorship. Dai Mubai's expression darkened as he inwardly lamented the embarrassment, while Ning Rongrong and Xiao Wu exchanged giggles. Upon noticing Shui Leihan's presence, a receptionist hurried towards him. Esteemed Ice Sword Emperor, someone has scheduled a one-on-one soul duel with you. Would you consent to this challenge? Shui Leihan smiled, realizing that Yu Tianheng was indeed swift in his actions. Proceed with it, Leihan, the master nodded, explaining that to challenge for a diamond badge, one must at least possess the prowess of a sapphire-ranked soul master. His intention in bringing the group to the soul arena was not only to enhance their strength and combat skills, but also to expose them to higher-level battles, which would prove invaluable for their growth. Shui Leihan had already intended to accept the challenge, so upon the master's suggestion, he promptly nodded at the receptionist. "Please, follow me." The receptionist led the way, with the master guiding the group closely behind. This challenger has taken the initiative to confront Shui Leihan. He must possess considerable strength. "Keep your eyes wide open," the master remarked calmly. "Someone dares to challenge Leihan?" Dai Mubai mused, his chin resting on his hand, contemplating whether this challenger might be a diamond badge soul master. Brother Shui will surely triumph. After all, he is Brother Shui. Ma Hongjuan's comment elicited both laughter and exasperation from the others. "Xiao San, pay close attention. This battle may offer you invaluable insights." The master, Yu Xiaojiang, revealed a faint smile as he gently patted Tang San's smooth head. "Understood, master." Tang San nodded in acknowledgement. As they drew nearer to the soul arena, Shui Leihan felt a surge of exhilaration coursing through his veins. The sounds of cheers erupted from behind the distant doors. "Tianheng, I am eager to witness your progress over these past months. Let us engage in battle once more." Fight. Chapter 37. The Sword Emperor versus the Tyrant. Shui Leihan sat in the lounge, meticulously regulating his breathing. His opponent was equally renowned, a member of the 10 outstanding from Tiando and a shining star of Tiando Academy. Yet, he was not one to succumb easily. "Allow me to showcase my sword once more, Tianheng." Now, let us welcome with fervent applause the illustrious Ice Sword Emperor, adorned with the diamond badge, and the diamond badge holder, the Thunder Tyrant. The arena in District 1 erupted with the exuberant cheers of the audience, for in this modest Soto city, encounters with figures of diamond badge caliber were a rarity, yet today, two graced the stage. Their cries surged like a tidal wave, igniting the atmosphere akin to a barrel of gunpowder suddenly exploding. Master and his companions, due to their connection with Shui Leihan, secured prime positions in the front row, eager to witness the unfolding battle. "Keep your eyes wide open," Master instructed, directing his gaze toward the duel arena. "Ice Sword Emperor, Lord Sword Emperor, Lord Tyrant, Thunder King." The public's exclamations and cheers flowed in an unending tide. Shui Leihan, having achieved a state of readiness in the lounge, maintained a serene gaze that locked intensely with Yu Tianheng, who had also opened his eyes. With his sword resting on his back, he stepped onto the arena with measured strides. A faint smile crept across Yu Tianheng's face as he walked to the edge of the arena, his eyes ablaze with fervent combat spirit. "Are you ready, Tianheng?" "Absolutely. And you, Leihan?" Both exchanged smiles. "Who do you think will emerge victorious?" Sitting in the VIP lounge, Xielu observed the duel through the large glass window. "I bet on Boss Shui." "Boss Shui, undoubtedly." "You, Tianheng." The crowd turned to see Yu Fengling, nonchalantly munching on cake while flipping through a magazine. "Oh, the royal battle team is rather ambiguous," eliciting a blush that crept to Yu Fengling's ears. Dugu Yin promptly pulled her up, guiding her to the glass window, her cheeks still flushed. "Sister Yin, they're teasing me," Yu Fengling pouted, feeling wronged. Dugu Yin swiftly turned to ask, "Who was the loudest and mocking just now?" "Step forward." The crowd exchanged glances before mercilessly pushing Asuro to the forefront. "Asuro, right? I shall ensure Leihan trains you well." A beautiful smile graced Dugu Yan's lips, causing Asuro to tremble at her words, sinking into the sofa in despair. Alas, such a lack of camaraderie. How can one mock a comrade? Yu Feng, exasperated, uttered a remark, unaware that Dugu Yin had shifted her gaze toward him, as the wind of unity and camaraderie enveloped them. "You shall accompany Oscar in enduring the rigorous training under the watchful gaze of the cold tears." Laughter erupted from the crowd as Moon Wind Spirit, embracing the arm of Dugu Yin, allowed a gentle smile to grace her lips. The two exquisite beauties gazed through the glass at their beloveds, their faces adorned with tender smiles. "The soul duel commences now," bellowed the referee. In an instant, snow tears charged forth, his body twisting midair, enveloped by soul power that cloaked his sword. His form darted like a bolt of lightning towards Yu Tianheng, the chilling aura trailing behind him as he appeared before you in the blink of an eye. What followed was a demonstration of Yu Tianheng's title as the Thunder Tyrant. A resounding dragon roar erupted from his lips, his body shrouded in a tempest of lightning, his pupils transforming into slits. Half of his arm and cheek morphed into a dragon's visage, and his right claw transformed into a fist, crashing fiercely against the azure rose sword of Snow Tears. From the onset, it was a clash of pure soul power and brute strength. Both warriors emitted low grunts in unison, as the fruits of Snow Tears' training were revealed through a relentless barrage of thrusts, slashes, and cleaves aimed at Yu Tianheng. Yu's claws lashed out towards Snow's chest and face, engaging in a mutual exchange of injuries, an elegant brutality that filled the air with a mesmerizing violence. They both unleashed a thunderous roar to the heavens. Snow Tears leaped into the air, his azure rose sword descending in a frenzy, conjuring a tempest of profound ice. Roar! Battle! Yu Tianheng bellowed with laughter, thrusting his right fist forward recklessly while tightening his left claw, seizing a spark of lightning within his grasp. The chilling aura from Snow Tears incessantly froze Yu Tianheng's dragon scales, while the lightning from Yu struck relentlessly upon Snow. Without resorting to soul skills, they exchanged blows fueled solely by soul power and sheer will. Flash! Snow Tears called out, his azure rose sword embedding fiercely into Yu Tianheng's right waist. A cruel grin surfaced on Yu's face as he retaliated with a thunderous punch that struck Snow's thigh. Both warriors emitted low grunts as they were forced to retreat a few steps from each other's assaults. They simultaneously spat blood, yet their gazes remained fixated on one another, their icy pupils and blue-violet slits ignited by fervent battle intent. The atmosphere of the duel arena reached an exhilarating peak, drowning out all sounds, rendering them indistinguishable. Isn't this exhilarating? Snow Tears wiped the blood from his lips and flashed a smile at Yu Tianheng. Indeed. It's exceptionally thrilling. Let us continue. Before Yu's words could fully resonate, he surged towards Snow Tears with remarkable speed, for soul rings shimmering behind him. 2 yellow, 2 purple. Yu Tianheng had astonishingly ascended to level 41. A slight smirk graced Snow Tears' lips as battle fervor ignited within his eyes. He too charged at Yu Tianheng, for soul rings manifesting upon his azure rose sword. Purple, black, black, black. They were poised to unleash their soul skills. Daimu by hoarsely uttered, blue electric dragon, swift. In an instant, the 4th soul ring of Yu Tianheng radiated brilliance, accelerating his figure to such a degree that it materialized into a lengthy blue electric dragon. His right palm clenched, and he swiftly unleashed his first soul skill, the Thunder Dragon Claw. Shui Lei Han's 3 soul rings illuminated in succession. A roar emanated from the blade, and his body struggled to pivot mid-air, the sword emanating a shimmering blue aura. Ice Slash! A streak of azure sword energy darted towards the charging Yu Tianheng as Shui Lei Han, having activated his soul skill, flickered momentarily, sending forth a blue sword energy. I have already devised a counter to your move. Thunderous Might! Yu Tianheng's figure was instantly enveloped in a tempest of lightning, his dragon scales shimmering ominously near his right eye, as he forcefully struck towards the Ice Slash with his right fist. Taste my snow kill sword. Shui Lei Han, undeterred by the surrounding electricity, relentlessly attacked Yu Tianheng with successive sword strikes. With a rough smile, Yu Tianheng declared, "Now, allow me to showcase my self-created soul skill. Heavenly Thunder Dragon Fist." Upon uttering these words, Shui Lei Han perceived the surrounding lightning surging towards his right fist, ominously coalescing into a storm cloud. At that moment, Shui Lei Han executed his final strike. In the frigid expanse, the killing intent emerges. Flash! Heavenly Thunder Dragon Fist, shatter. The collision of fist and sword produced a tremendous explosion, reverberating through the arena's steel floor. Tianheng, your progress is remarkable. Your attacks have become increasingly ferocious. However, I have not yet succumbed. As the smoke dissipated, Shui Lei Han's cold, piercing eyes were revealed. I have not lost either, but you have indeed grown stronger. Yu Tianheng replied, a grin gracing his lips. They appeared disheveled as if beggars, with Shui Lei Han's attire charred and tattered, revealing numerous blackened spots from lightning strikes, and a trace of blood at the corner of his mouth. Yu Tianheng's garments were shredded into ragged strips, exposing his muscular physique, adorned with countless sword scars, and his right arm appeared slightly frozen, likely due to Shui Lei Han's icy aura. The two faced each other, laughter erupting despite their injuries, and they resumed their fierce clash. How brutal! Ma Hongjun exclaimed, dumbfounded, prompting the others from Shrek Academy to nod in agreement. You perceive brutality, while I perceive absolute skill. Tell me, why has Shui Lei Han yet to employ his 4th soul skill? The master's cold voice broke the tension. He likely aims to catch his opponent off guard. Or perhaps the energy consumption of the 4th soul skill is too great, and Lei Han is currently gathering soul power, Tang Xin reflected, offering his perspective after a moment of contemplation. Well said, the master nodded. I have personally observed Shui Lei Han utilizing his fourth soul skill, and its energy consumption is indeed the highest. He must be accumulating soul power now. Daimu Bai? The master cast a glance at Daimu Bai, expressing his hope that this duel, featuring two formidable assault-type soul masters, would yield valuable insights. Indeed, master. With a swift motion, Shui Lei Han unleashed a blade of energy that enveloped Yu Tianheng entirely. As the latter leaped backward, his fourth soul ring ignited with brilliance. Yu Tianheng roared in fury, his body crackling with electricity, forcefully dispersing the blade of energy before charging towards Shui Lei Han. Behold my fourth soul skill, the Xianbing Moonfall Blade, Shui Lei Han shouted, the tip of his sword glowing with a frosty blue luminescence. He struggled to pivot the hilt, aiming the blade at Yu Tianheng. A beam of icy blue light shot forth, piercing through the air towards Yu Tianheng. Heavenly Thunder Dragon Fist, break for me. Yu Tianheng gritted his teeth, his dragon fist colliding fiercely with the ethereal energy. With a resounding explosion, the metallic arena could no longer bear the impact and crumbled beneath them. Phew! Your soul skills and soul power have indeed grown stronger. Yu Tianheng's hoarse voice emerged from the smoke. Your lightning remains as irksome as ever. Shui Lei Han shrugged, observing Yu Tianheng, who was now ensconced in the ice pit created by his fourth soul skill. You did not disappoint me. Yu Tianheng chuckled. Neither did you. Shui Lei Han sheathed his sword, nodding in agreement. Upon uttering these words, Yu Tianheng collapsed onto the ground with a thud. The Ice Sword Emperor triumphs over the Blue Electric Tyrant. Instantaneously, the crowd erupted in cheers, chanting the name of the Ice Sword Emperor, showering him with accolades and applause for his remarkable performance. Shui Lei Han smiled in the direction of the master and others, but suddenly his knees buckled, and darkness enveloped him. He then felt himself gently embraced by a warm figure. Inhaling the familiar fragrance, Shui Lei Han succumbed to unconsciousness. Chapter 38. Guardian Shui Lei Han let out a soft groan before slowly opening his eyes. The light streaming through the window made him realize it was the twilight hour. Lei Han, you finally awakened, he heard a gentle voice. As he sat up, he felt the warmth of a soft body in his embrace. He held on to Douluo Yen, cradling her delicately. Her long, dark hair cascaded down, shimmering like translucent black crystal in the glow of the setting sun. It's truly wonderful to be fine, Douluo Yen murmured, nestled against him, inhaling the unique fragrance that only Shui Lei Han possessed, intoxicating her senses. I'm sorry for worrying you, Yen, he replied with a faint smile, stroking her silky hair, feeling an overwhelming sense of clarity within. We have triumphed. Douluo Yen shyly disentangled herself from Shui Lei Han. Her cheeks tinged with a rosy hue, yet her eyes sparkled with satisfaction. Shui Lei Han chuckled softly. It would be strange if we hadn't won. Where are we? He queried, jumping off the bed, immediately sensing the emptiness of his soul power, a clear sign of exhaustion. We are in the hotel of Shrek Academy. This should be your room. The Imperial battle team has just completed their match and is in the adjacent room, Douluo Yen informed him. What about the Shrek Academy members? Where are the teachers? Shui Lei Han groaned, clutching his head, now acutely aware of the soreness that pervaded his entire body, gritting his teeth against the pain. He donned the exquisite robe he retrieved from his ring. They are likely still analyzing the results of the battle at the soul fighting arena. They will return shortly, she assured him, supporting his arm as they slowly exited the room. What about Tianheng? Shui Lei Han inquired, glancing at the door to the next room. He should still be resting inside. You both seem to always end up in fights, emerging each time battered and bruised. Douluo Yen chuckled helplessly. Good afternoon, Boss Shui, came the cheerful greeting as they entered, revealing members of the Imperial battle team either seated or standing in the room. Yu Shenheng lay on the bed, while Yu Fengling held his hand, attempting to bring him warmth. Upon seeing Shui Lei Han enter, everyone stood in a line before him. A wave of nostalgia washed over Shui Lei Han, recalling the times he had distributed training tasks in similar fashion, a faint smile gracing his lips. Why are you all standing? Sit on the sofa and report on your battle with Shrek Academy, he commanded, gesturing for them to take their seats. He plopped down onto the sofa, letting out a pained groan. Lei Han, is there anywhere else that hurts? Douluo Yen asked, concern lacing her voice as she sat beside him. Everywhere aches. That rascal Tianheng's lightning is becoming increasingly painful, Shui Lei Han grumbled, his irritation evident. The others stifled their laughter, but upon meeting Shui Lei Han's fierce gaze, They obediently settled down, behaving like well-mannered children. Let us summarize the battle, for I regret not having witnessed your confrontation firsthand. Shui Leihan clapped his hands, signaling them to commence their discussion. The group exchanged glances, ultimately deciding to let Xie Lu recount the events of the fight, as he assumed the role of commander in the absence of Shui Leihan and Yu Tianning. Although he possesses a somewhat irritating demeanor, he is undeniably resourceful. As expected, their first target was Yi Lingling. After briefly discussing formations, Xie Lu began to narrate the battle's proceedings. However, with my protection, that ferocious tiger martial spirit was swiftly thwarted. The lad wielding the blue-silver grass displayed commendable battlefield acumen. Osro, as ever, maintained his lecherous demeanor, eliminating their food system soul master. The guardians, Graphite and Stone Mill, rendered any significant issues moot. The girl with the rabbit martial spirit and the one with the cat martial spirit both performed admirably, particularly the latter, with diligent training. Her speed could rival Osro's. As Xie Lu spoke, he sought confirmation from his teammates regarding the accuracy of his account. To our astonishment, that blue-silver grass boy possessed an external soul bone. Xie Lu shrugged helplessly, ultimately relying on my full-strength sound blade to remove him from the arena. Everyone performed commendably. A faint smile graced Shui Leihan's face. Shui Laoda, I now fully comprehend your intentions in establishing the United Academy, Xie Lu remarked. His gaze fixed on Shui Leihan, filled with respect and admiration. Should the United Academy come to fruition, we would witness an influx of talented students from institutions like Shrek Academy, enabling us to grow stronger through healthy competition. Yi Lingling interjected. My soul power has risen a level due to this soul fight. Shui Leihan smiled, expressing his joy at your understanding. What are your impressions of the students from Shrek Academy? Without hesitation, Yu Feng replied, their potential is vast. Given time, they could even catch up to us. I can almost envision a brawl among a dozen titled Douluos. Shui Leihan jested, prompting laughter from the group, filling their hearts with warmth and nostalgia. Rest well. I shall soon inquire with Dean Flender and the teachers. If possible, we should share a meal together. In the future, we may attend classes together. So let us become familiar with one another, Shui Leihan said, tightening his grip on Du Guyan's hand. No problem. Once Tianheng awakens, I will assist him downstairs. Xie Lu readily agreed. As he watched Shui Leihan depart, a mischievous smile crept across his face. Shui Laoda, will you treat us to drinks tonight? Shui Leihan turned with a smirk, nodding in satisfaction. This is the command of the Tianshou 10 elite. Let us commence a group spar against Xie Lu, forbidding the use of soul power and martial spirits. I wish to witness your physical prowess. No. Shui Laoda, I was mistaken. Xie Lu hastily waved his hand. And then his figure was engulfed by the wind, Osro, and the graphite stone mill. Du Guyan chuckled softly, embracing Shui Leihan's shoulder as they made their way to Tang Sen's room. Leihan, your demeanor has become much more cheerful, Du Guyan remarked quietly. Shui Leihan nodded, affirming, indeed, my mindset has transformed. If I were to liken my former self to an ascetic, then the present me resembles a youthful traveler, ever eager to explore the myriad of experiences awaiting discovery. Shutting oneself off from emotions is a misconception. Reflecting on his past, Shui Leihan gently shook his head. Our bodies forge our martial souls, yet it is our emotions that empower them. For instance, when you unleash your martial soul, the azure-scaled serpent, in a fit of anger, do you not feel it possesses greater might than usual? Du Guyan nodded in agreement. The martial soul is akin to our second soul. It weakens in moments of fear and strengthens in moments of rage. Thus, I have gradually infused my emotions into my azure rose sword, and indeed, the sword imbued with feelings is unlike anything from before, sharper and more indomitable than ever, Shui Leihan shared with a smile. Did you derive all this insight by yourself? How impressive. Du Guyan nestled closer into Shui Leihan's embrace, basking in his warmth. May I inquire what that emotion is? Is it earnestness? Or perhaps the anger you mentioned earlier? It is protection, Shui Leihan said, pulling Du Guyan even closer. Do you remember my childhood dream? Du Guyan replied softly, smiling in acknowledgement. I now wield the azure rose sword with this sentiment, so even if I must slay malevolent soul masters, my conscience remains clear. Outside the door, Shui Leihan tenderly kissed Du Guyan's pristine forehead before knocking on Tang Sen's door. Master. Du Guyan released her hold on Shui Leihan's arm as he stepped forward, respectfully clasping his fists. Do you not need a moment more to rest? The master, upon recognizing Shui Leihan, revealed a faint smile on his previously stoic face. You did faint from exhaustion during that battle. It's of no concern, Shuai Leihan replied, sensing the gradual restoration of his spirit power within. I heard from Flander about your establishment of the United Academy. Splendid news indeed. After our training, we shall merge with the branch school. The master nodded in satisfaction, acknowledging that Shuai Leihan's actions were largely motivated by Shrek. Shuai Leihan nodded in turn, discussing subsequent matters and the battle scenarios with his teacher. The master then led Shuai Leihan to the adjoining room, where the remaining members of Shrek were engaged in discussion. Leihan. A loud call drew everyone's attention. Tang San approached swiftly, noting the pallor on Shuai Leihan's face, and asked with concern, Leihan, are you feeling all right now? Shuai Leihan tugged at the corners of his mouth, feeling somewhat drained, yet it was of little consequence. How did the battle unfold? He inquired. I must say, we have learned a great deal and realized that we are not the only prodigies in this world. Many other talents await our challenge, Dai Mubai replied, rubbing his nose with a wry smile. At this moment, Zhu Zhuqin cast a glance at Dai Mubai. Xiao Wu and Ning Rongrong were chattering away, while Ma Hongjun and Oscar, upon seeing Shuai Leihan, eagerly approached him, requesting to be accepted as his disciples. Well, it is getting late. Dai Mubai, please lead everyone to the room at the end of the corridor to meet with the royal fighting team, and then we shall dine together, the master instructed. Glancing at the darkening sky outside, Dai Mubai's expression turned somewhat awkward. He had just engaged in a fierce battle, yet now he was expected to share a meal with them. Even Oscar and Ma Hongjun couldn't help but twitch their lips in response. Shuai Leihan held Douluo Yan's hand as they followed the rest of the Shrek Academy team to the royal fighting team's resting quarters. Are you the royal fighting team? Dai Mubai's voice held a hint of peculiarity as he regarded the colorful and battered Xiaolu, who lay reclining on the sofa, his eyelids flickering. Indeed, responded Yu Tianheng, who had now regained consciousness but looked even more disheveled than Shuai Leihan. He extended his hand towards Dai Mubai. You are the Dai Mubai of the White Tiger Martial Soul? I have heard my teammates recount the details of that battle. You performed admirably. Dai Mubai, being naturally open-hearted, reached out and grasped Yu Tianheng's hand firmly. Hey, I wonder if those people are the Shrek team we just battled. They seem a tad too youthful. Oscar remarked dramatically, shrugging his shoulders. Yu Fengling smiled at Yu Tianheng's imposing figure and said, as Shuai Leihan mentioned, their talent is indeed exceptional. The members of the royal fighting team and Shrek Academy quickly melded together, as they were all individuals of spirited disposition. Oscar and Ma Hongjun encountered the equally flamboyant Xiaolu and Yu Feng, and they instantly connected as if they were long-lost brothers, whispering conspiratorially and sharing low, mischievous laughter. Shuai Leihan stood beside Douluo Yan, smiling as he observed the camaraderie. Leihan, how do you feel? Yu Tianheng's robust voice interjected, arms crossed over his chest as he looked at Shuai Leihan. Shuai Leihan offered a faint smile. Well, certainly better than you. Yu Tianheng's expression darkened. Yet he found himself at a loss for a rebuttal. It was indeed a challenge for him, with his straightforward nature, to utter a falsehood. He then made his way toward the door, a flicker of longing and nostalgia glimmering in his eyes. Uncle, it has been a long time, he said, closing the door behind him, not wishing for others to overhear their conversation. Shuai Leihan's countenance returned to its calm and indifferent state. The teacher still harbors an unresolved issue. Could it be related to the agitated Dean Lu? Chapter 39. Do you know how much I adore you? Shuai Leihan and Douluo Yan sat at one end of the dining table, observing the members of the Tiando United Academy mingling with the crowd from Shrek Academy, whispering and sharing laughter. A faint smile, discernible only to Douluo Yan, graced his face. Teacher Qin Ming, Dean Flandra, the master, and Zhao Wuji occupied another table, engaging in lively conversation over drinks. It appears Leihan has already spoken with you, Qin Ming remarked with a smile directed at Dean Flandra. He had initially intended to bring it up as Flandra's student, but was taken aback by Shuai Leihan's swiftness. The master, watching Tang San and Shuai Leihan interact, displayed a subtle smile of satisfaction on his otherwise stoic face, feeling joy at the brilliance of his two disciples. When did the dean and the master bring the children to the United Academy? Are they preparing to join a specific branch? Qin Ming inquired, noting that Shrek Academy had fewer than 50 students, thus unable to join the Tiando United Academy under its own name and could only affiliate with one branch. Dean Flandra wore a bittersweet smile and nodded, indicating a decision had been reached. May I ask which branch? Qin Ming pondered for a moment before asking. A secret. The master chuckled, amused by Flandra's enigmatic demeanor, and downed his mug of ale. Oscar, give us some advice. How does one attract a lady? Ma Hongjun and Oscar, sipping their ale, inquired loudly with exaggerated expressions. Dai Mubai, engaged in a discussion with Yu Tianheng about experiences as a powerful assault spirit master, couldn't help but scowl at their antics. Yu Tianheng patted Dai Mubai's shoulder, remarking, "It seems you are also burdened," and flashed a grin. Dai Mubai suppressed the urge to kick the two rascals out of the hotel and forced a few hollow laughs. Oscar sighed dramatically. "You should be asking Boss Shui about this. The man is thriving in both love and career. Meanwhile, aside from our captain and vice-captain, the rest of us are still single." With that, he theatrically pulled out a handkerchief to wipe away imaginary tears. Yu Feng let out a snort and burst into laughter. After being dealt a beating, Xiaolu was now using his spirit power to heal, showing little evidence of the recent altercation apart from some bruises on his face. "I really envy the boss. When will my springtime arrive?" he remarked with a sardonic tone, shrugging his shoulders. To be honest, despite their somewhat cheeky demeanor, Yu Feng and Oscar were not lacking in attractiveness. One might even say they were quite presentable. However, they were so engrossed in their cultivation that they had little time to ponder matters of the heart. This was reminiscent of Shui Leihan's past, though he had yet to reach that level of understanding. Ning Rongrong approached, engaging in animated conversation with Du Guyan. Tang San, Xiao Wu, and Yu Fengling, along with Yi Lingling, sat nearby, discussing something amongst themselves. Shui Leihan smiled gently, feeling a sense of ease as he watched everyone bond so effortlessly. At the very moment his mood shifted, his soul power surged from level 42 to 43, a silent breakthrough. Shui Leihan was taken aback for a moment, contemplating that it must have been the pressure from battling Yu Tianheng and the transformation of his character that allowed him to ascend quietly by one level. He wore a tranquil smile as he gazed at those around him. At this moment, he resembled a youthful figure emerging from a splendid traditional Chinese painting, graceful and poised. The serene atmosphere was almost too precious to disrupt. His hand remained intertwined with that of Du Guyan. He vowed to protect his parents and brothers, his companions and friends, his beloved, and the Tiando Empire. His aspirations were lofty, yet he steadfastly believed that one day he would realize what seemed like a ludicrous dream from his childhood. And that day would not be far off. "Shui Lauda, I raise a toast to you." Yu Feng stood up, his face flushed, swaying slightly as he appeared to be inebriated. The smile on Shui Leihan's face vanished instantly, replaced by a dark expression. Yu Feng, I shall remember you. And you can expect a one-on-one duel tomorrow." The members of the Imperial battle team exchanged glances and rose to their feet. To Shui Lauda, to Leihan. Even Yi Lingling, usually composed, offered a faint smile, her charm undeniable as she lifted her glass. To Shui Lauda, Shui Leihan glared at the grinning members of the Imperial battle team, each one looking back at him. "Just wait for the special training I have in store for you." Dai Mubai also stood, expressing gratitude for Leihan's selfless contributions over the past months. "I, Dai Mubai, toast to you." The members of Shrek Academy rose as well. To Leihan, to Brother Shui. At this moment, Shui Leihan's face was as dark as a pot's bottom. Seated at a table behind them, Qin Ming, Zhao Wujin, and Flender chuckled like nocturnal owls. Seeing the twitch of Shui Leihan's lips, the master felt a surge of amusement. With tea in place of wine, Shui Leihan declared. But the crowd immediately responded in unison, "No way." "Shui Lauda, he. Osro approached with a peculiar grin. His voice revealed his true intentions, and his mischievous demeanor was unmistakable. "To ensure you don't cheat, I will fill your cup personally." Shui Leihan's calm eyes held a glimmer of desolation as he watched Osro pour out the clear water in his cup and refill it with ale. "Leihan, I will drink with you," Du Guyan said. Her cheeks flushed as she gazed tenderly at Shui Leihan, a smile gracing her lips. "Very well," Shui Leihan sighed in resignation. "Cheers. Cheers." The crowd lifted their glasses and drank deeply. As the ale coursed through him, Shui Leihan felt a slight dizziness, his complexion turning crimson. Du Guyan gently pulled him down to sit, resting his head softly against her shoulder. With the jeers of the crowd still echoing in the air, she shot a fierce glare at the remaining individuals. A night of revelry had passed, filled with song and dance. The following morning, the members of Shrek Academy settled their bills and departed from the hotel, concluding their month-long second phase of training. Except for Du Guyan, the rest of the Royal Combat Team followed teacher Qin Ming back to continue their studies. They understood the intentions of Shui Leihan. Thus they all entered the advanced class for further learning, while Yu Tianheng headed to the inner courtyard, occasionally stepping out to address issues concerning new and transfer students. This responsibility could only be entrusted to him upon the return of Shui Leihan. Du Guyan, meanwhile, embarked on the journey back to Shrek Academy with Shui Leihan, reluctant to part from her beloved even for a moment. After consulting with Master and Dean Flinder, Du Guyan joined the group. Shui Leihan trailed behind, lost in thought. Du Guyan, Ning Rongrong, and Xiao Wu quickly found common ground, filling the air with their chatter and laughter. Dean Flinder cast a warm glance at the children, choosing not to intervene. They required some respite, for the battles of the past month had tested not only their bodies, but also their spirits. Upon returning to the familiar little village, though it lacked the splendor of Soto City, it was devoid of the city's clamor. Miss Dugu, I hope you do not mind the facilities of our school, Dean Flinder remarked with a smile, well aware of Dugu Yan's background, which prompted him to add the term Miss after her name. You may simply call me Yanzi, as teacher Qin Ming does, Dugu Yan replied with a light wave of her hand, appearing completely unbothered. Moreover, I truly appreciate the teaching style of Shrek Academy. It is precisely what the Royal Combat Academy lacked. In truth, Dugu Yan was not a critical person, and thus she found the educational environment quite acceptable. Is that so? As long as you enjoy it, Yanzi, Dean Flinder responded, his eyes brightening at her words, reflecting on how courteous Shui Leihan's companions were. He recalled the moment when Dugu Yan almost knelt before Master. Had Master not intervened in time, Shui Leihan likely would have followed suit. The etiquette of the Tiando imperial family was indeed remarkable. He smiled gently at everyone. Children, you may all rest now. You have worked hard during this period. Wu Ji, please gather everyone. Shui Leihan and Dugu Yan exchanged smiles before Shui Leihan followed Tang San and Oscar back to their dormitory. After receiving a nod from Master, Dugu Yan settled into the dormitory with Ning Rongrong and Xiao Wu. Though they were engaged, they were not yet a recognized couple, thus could not share a room. Upon returning to the dormitory, Oscar immediately collapsed onto his bed, while Tang San remained deep in thought, and Shui Leihan embraced his sword, entering a state of cultivation. Dugu Yan, Ning Rongrong, and Xiao Wu, upon returning to their dormitory, shed their outer garments and lay down on their respective beds. Due to the availability of an extra bed, Dugu Yan was granted her own sleeping space. After retrieving the bedding and pillow from the ring, she sat upon the bed, hugging her knees. How dull this is. By the way, Yanjia, I am genuinely curious about how you managed to win over Leihan Go. Ning Rongrong inquired after stretching languidly. Xiao Wu, with her large, inquisitive eyes, mirrored her curiosity. After a prolonged hum, Dugu Yan smiled wryly. Do you truly wish to know? Hurry up and tell us. Xiao Wu urged eagerly. After a moment of contemplation, Dugu Yan began her tale. In the past, Leihan's demeanor was far from what it is now. He was aloof and distant, which caused me considerable frustration. When did you start to develop feelings for Leihan Go? Ning Rongrong interjected, raising her hand. When did it happen? I suppose I unknowingly fell for him. Dugu Yan replied, a hint of bliss illuminating her face. Since Leihan became the captain of the Imperial battle team, his character has gradually transformed, becoming increasingly responsible and exuding leadership qualities. He was the one who covered for the others during the hunt for spirit rings. Dugu Yan continued softly, one day, without teacher Qin Ming's company, we encountered a group of ancient fire lions. These spirit beasts, being inherently social, did not hesitate to attack us upon our inadvertent intrusion into their territory. At that time, Leihan only possessed a spirit power of just over 30. Yet he still shielded us, engaging in guerrilla tactics against the ancient spirit beasts in the dark forest. When he finally returned, not a single part of him was unscathed. His back bore scratches and burns, yet he smiled brightly. Dugu Yan's gaze grew distant, as if reminiscing about that night when the group surrounded the wounded Shui Leihan, tears streaming down his face. From that moment on, I remained in his room, tending to his daily needs. Fortunately, thanks to the timely intervention of Dean Ming, he did not suffer any lasting repercussions, although his back bore some scars. Dugu Yan chuckled softly. What brings you here again? Shui Leihan gazed out at the heavy snowfall, hearing the door creak open. The young Dugu Yan stepped forward. I have come to take care of you. Oh. Subsequently, the young Shui Leihan closed his eyes, the sword of the blue rose resting against the wall, shimmering faintly with a cold light. Thankfully, Dean Ming's timely treatment was effective. However, Leihan, your back has inevitably borne wounds. Observing the pallor of Shui Leihan's face, Douluo Yan's voice turned slightly hoarse. This is my own judgment. Approaching the bed, Douluo Yan looked at the boy a few years her junior, the corners of her mouth lifting slightly, though a tear fell. Do not cry. Sighing, Shui Leihan remarked. Why do you always cry whenever you come? Douluo Yan shook her head silently, intertwining her hand with Shui Leihan's icy fingers, seeking to infuse warmth through her touch. A faint blush graced her cheeks, as though she had made a momentous decision, and she gently pulled the blanket away from Shui Leihan. What are you doing? He shifted slightly, his expression as indifferent as ever. Yet Douluo Yan discerned a hint of embarrassment lurking in his gaze. Gritting her teeth, she nestled into the warmth of the cup, embracing Shui Leihan's cold form tenderly. Go down. No, go down. Not going down. The two exchanged a fierce glance, before turning away in unison. At this juncture, Douluo Yan felt her cheeks flush, surprised by her own audacity at such a tender age. Yet, for the one she cherished, she was willing to cast aside all reservations. Ning Rongrong and Xiao Wu's faces turned slightly red as they were suddenly captivated by such an exhilarating tale. The two budding young girls were instantly taken aback. Well, it's getting late. Let us conclude here for today. Douluo Yan clapped her hands decisively, and as Ning Rongrong and Xiao Wu pouted, she slipped under the covers. Recalling the scene, her face deepened in hue. Is becoming stronger truly that vital? Is it for that dream you once shared with me? Then, am I important to you? Douluo Yan repeated her inquiry, her tone growing increasingly sharp. You are also my cherished one. Of course you are important. A faint flush appeared on the pallid face of young Shui Leihan after he spoke those words, and he felt his body suddenly pivot, revealing a delicate face adorned with pear blossoms and rain. Why didn't you say it sooner, you fool? He opened his mouth, intending to voice something, but was silenced by Douluo Yan's lips. At this thought, she embraced her head, letting out a shy, gentle sigh. Then, all her bashfulness transformed into profound affection as she sighed again. Leihan, do you know how much I adore you? Chapter 40. Departure to the United Academy. Shrek Academy has once again returned to its previous tranquility. The tasks assigned to the Shrek 8 monsters were straightforward. During the next 2 months, they were to first resolve their personal issues, and secondly, to fully assimilate the practical combat experience acquired from the Soul Arena over the preceding month. Dean Flinder had informed Shui Leihan that they would be joining the Blue Tyrant branch of the Tiando United Academy in 2 months. Shui Leihan nodded in agreement and subsequently entered a state of seclusion. Following a transformation in his mindset, he discovered that the Sword of the Blue Rose resonated with him more profoundly than ever. Tang Sen immersed himself in an empty room, tirelessly hammering away day and night. Meanwhile, Douluo Yan kept herself occupied. Due to Shui Leihan's seclusion, she took on the role of sparring partner for the remaining Shrek students. Although her combat prowess slightly diminished without the use of poison, she still managed to mercilessly challenge the other 7 of the 8 monsters. In pursuit of a breakthrough in his swordsmanship, Shui Leihan, as in the past, confined himself within a small chamber. When fatigue overwhelmed him, he would draw the blue rose sword across his skin, sustaining his consciousness while continuously practicing his swordplay. When hunger struck, he would nibble on some dry rations. And when thirst arose, he would swallow ice cubes to quench his thirst. The air within the room was thick with his sword aura, and a layer of ice had formed upon the floor. He remained in seclusion for a month and a half. Douluo Yan, well aware of Shui Leihan's fervent training habits, felt no concern. However, the others grew increasingly anxious, fearing that his cultivation might lead him astray. Even Master, witnessing the extreme training methods of his second disciple for the first time, stood outside for a while before he could no longer endure the chill seeping through the door. He instructed everyone not to disturb Shui Leihan. Inside, Shui Leihan was attuning himself to the nuances of his level 40 soul power and swordsmanship. He understood that he must neither surpass nor fall behind. He sought the absolute balance between the two. Although the others were worried, they respected Master S' command and kept their distance from the stone chamber. On this particular day, the door was quietly pushed open, revealing a pair of calm eyes tinged with blood, filled with determination and resolve. Despite having used an extreme form of ice to cover the cuts on his body, a faint scent of blood still lingered. Shui Leihan, naturally fastidious, intended to bathe immediately after his seclusion, yet his hunger was overwhelming. In the final stages of his training, he had consumed only water, abstaining from food entirely. As he observed the sun rising from the east, Shui Leihan lost track of the days. Shaking his head, he changed his attire and hastily made his way to the cafeteria. The persistent pangs of hunger, barely felt during his seclusion, grew louder the moment he relaxed. Noticing that the cafeteria was empty that morning, he silently nodded to himself. He briskly approached the dining counter, ladling himself a hearty bowl of meat soup, while also grabbing a few buns and eggs before settling down to devour his meal with unrestrained enthusiasm. He was undeniably famished. "Leihan, you've emerged from seclusion," came a familiar voice. Looking up, Shui Leihan saw Douluo Yin entering, her eyes glimmering with a hint of delight. However, with his mouth stuffed with food, he could only nod in acknowledgement. Douluo Yin took a seat beside him, her gaze catching the faint scent of blood emanating from his person, and she gently grasped his hand. "Have you injured yourself again?" she inquired softly. "It's just a minor cut. It won't leave a scar," he replied. A flicker of concern and helplessness flashed in her eyes as she bit into her egg. "How long has it been?" Shui Leihan asked, chewing on a bun. "You seem to have forgotten all royal etiquette. If Uncle Shuya saw you eating like this, he'd surely drag you back for a refresher on manners," Douluo Yin teased, tucking a stray strand of hair behind her ear with a smile. "It's been 50 days. She answered sweetly. "Ah, such a long time," Shui Leihan remarked, feeling a warmth spread through him. He hadn't eaten excessively, mindful of the perils of overindulgence after a prolonged fast. "Is your stay here still comfortable?" he asked, wiping his mouth with a handkerchief he retrieved from his ring. Douluo Yin smiled. "It's entirely different from the bustling Tiando city. It feels like a little vacation." The rings on their fingers shimmered with a gentle light. "Leihan, you've finally come out," a voice called from the entrance. It was Tang San, always the earliest riser. 50 days in seclusion scared us to death." He chuckled, scratching his head. "What have you been up to these past few days, Xiaosan?" Shui Leihan inquired with a shrug. "Speaking of which, I have something special for you," Tang San replied with a mysterious grin, retrieving a metallic cylindrical object from his storage belt. "What is this?" Shui Leihan couldn't help but admire his senior, who often invented curious gadgets. "This is a tool I've crafted over the past few days. Everyone else received one, and now it's your turn," Tang San said, placing his tray opposite Shui Leihan before plopping down beside him. "This tool is called the Flying Claw," he began to explain. Shui Leihan's eyes sparkled with contemplation as he nodded intermittently. Douluo Yin smiled, watching the two engage in discussion, delighted that Tang San had also made a flying claw for her. Their conversation continued until Dai Mubai entered the dining hall, prompting Shui Leihan to quickly greet him before returning to his dormitory for a shower. After a refreshing cold rinse, he changed into a fresh set of clothes. Gazing at his well-dressed reflection in the mirror, Zuilihan nodded slightly and stepped out of the dormitory. As he felt the refreshing breeze, he stretched lazily, his body cracking like popping bones, and instantly his mind felt remarkably clear. "Yin, you needn't have come here to wait for me," he remarked. Observing the suddenly appearing Douluo Yin, shaking his head in resignation, she looked just the same as she had in childhood, despite her age. "Is that not permissible?" Douluo Yin huffed, wrapping her arms around Zuilihan's. "When are Dean Flander and the Master departing for the United Academy?" Zuilihan inquired as they strolled side by side. "They're setting off shortly. Preparations have been underway for the past few days," Douluo Yin replied with a smile. At that moment, Xiao Wu and Ning Rongrong happened to pass in front of them. Upon recognizing Zuilihan and Douluo Yin, they blushed deeply and hurried into the cafeteria without a word. Zuilihan tilted his head in confusion, yet chose to remain silent. Meanwhile, Douluo Yin's face flushed. She had noticed the teasing glance Ning Rongrong had cast back at her. "What are your plans for the next few days? Will you be training or participating in soul fights?" Zuilihan asked as they perched on the sturdy branch of a century-old tree, their feet gently swaying. "I feel I've hit a bottleneck. I may need to return to the United Academy to advance to the next level." Zuilihan sighed regretfully. Their fingers intertwined, he added. "I'll take a brief respite for the next few days." He smiled and shrugged. The two sat in silence beneath the tree's shade, their unspoken thoughts resonating between them. That day was bright and sunny, with not a cloud in the sky. Standing at the academy's entrance, Flander gazed at the somewhat dilapidated sign bearing the name of Shrek Academy, a wave of emotions washing over him. 20 years, how many such decades does a life afford? The myriad memories of moments shared here flowed through his heart, a bittersweet sensation tingling at his nose. Zhao Wujia placed an arm around Flander's shoulder. "Stop staring. Let's go. It's not like we won return. I'll accompany you back to enjoy retirement, if need be." At the tail end of the line, Zuilihan and Douluo Yin watched as several teachers reminisced about Shrek Academy, a wave of sentiment welling up within them. Fortunately, I am not alone, Zuilihan remarked. Let us proceed. Leading the way, Zuilihan and Duguyen took off with swift strides. Dean Flander had previously informed him that their first destination was the Lambert Academy, to which Zuilihan nodded in agreement. The group followed closely behind, maintaining pace with Zuilihan and Duguyen, though everyone else, save for Dai Mubai, Tang San, and Ma Hongjun, was left panting from exhaustion. Thankfully, Oscar's sausages provided sustenance, making their journey quite smooth. Zuilihan led the group on a brisk journey throughout the day, finally reaching Tiando City as evening approached. Surveying the familiar cityscape, Zuilihan let out a relaxed sigh. He was finally home. The city of Heaven-do at night is bustling with vibrancy. Much like the description Snowy Tear Cold provided to Tang San and Oscar, countless lights illuminate the streets, rendering the city center as lively as daylight. The eyes of the portly Ma Hongjun bulge like those of a ravenous wolf, scanning the passing women, ranging from those in their 30s to those as young as 15, leaving no one unobserved. Snowy Tear Cold turned his head and remarked that they would be staying here for the night, as the Heaven-do United Academy is located off campus, and they would set off early the next morning. What do you think, esteemed teachers and Dean? Dean Flander and Master both nodded in agreement. With their approval, Snowy Tear Cold took the hand of Duguyen and wove through the crowd, while the members of Shrek Academy curiously surveyed the city, following Snowy Tear Cold's lead. After deftly navigating a few turns, he arrived at a tranquil hotel, distinctly different from the bustling taverns on the main avenue. It was quiet inside, with only a faint, elegant fragrance wafting through the air. What is this place? Master inquired, puzzled. You need not be so extravagant, Tear Cold. He discerned from the decor and layout that this hotel was certainly not affordable. Perhaps Flander would be distressed by the expense. This property was gifted to me by my elder brother. It is rarely occupied, but servants frequently maintain it, and today it is quite fortuitous, Snowy Tear Cold replied respectfully. Moreover, everyone is weary, and securing such a number of rooms in Heaven-do at night can be quite challenging, so I believe this location is suitable. No cost involved. Ha ha ha. Indeed, you are my student. Upon hearing that there would be no expense, Flander burst into hearty laughter. How embarrassing, Master Yu Xiaojing scoffed, casting a disdainful glance at Flander before nodding at Snowy Tear Cold, indicating that they would proceed as suggested. Snowy Tear Cold acknowledged this and turned to leave. Chapter 41. The Sorrow of Mortal Bonds and the Tides of Fate. Shui Leihan and the group from Shrek Academy enjoyed a brief respite at a quaint inn, where sumptuous meals were readily available. The following morning, Shui Leihan led them forth. How did we leave the city? Oscar inquired, gazing perplexedly at the distant Tiando city. With a calm demeanor, Shui Leihan replied, the Tiando United Academy is situated outside the city, established with the original intent of distancing the noble students of the former Royal Academy from the opulence of Tiando City, allowing them to focus on their cultivation. It is through enduring hardship that one ascends to greatness. However, with the transformation into the Tiando United Academy, the admission criteria have changed, making it a pity to let such a vast expanse of land go to waste. Tang San, intrigued, asked, what are the new admission criteria for this combined academy? At 12 years of age, one must possess a soul power of level 15, along with an application fee of 5 gold soul coins. Flander's lips twitched slightly, sensing an unsettling dissonance. Flander, which branch is Shui Leihan guiding us to? The master inquired hoarsely as he approached Flander. Flander offered a complex smile, patting Master Yu Xiaojing on the shoulder. You will find out once we arrive. Shui Leihan led the group through the grand entrance of the Tiando United Academy. After a few months of renovations, the academy appeared rejuvenated, with numerous parents queuing at the entrance with their children. Thanks to Shui Leihan's revisions to the academy's regulations, even commoners could now attend the United Academy for their education. Moreover, he had integrated all the academies from Tiando City, allowing vice principals to freely select students suitable for their branches. All right, no need to rush. One at a time, Shui Leihan said upon hearing a familiar voice. His gaze flickered as he recognized Nangong Yun, the vice principal of the Thunder Branch. After nodding to her, he led the Shrek Academy group into the institution with great vigor. Du Guyan pouted upon witnessing this spectacle. How grand. This rivals Soto City, doesn't it? The group marveled at the surrounding scenery. During this period, the Tiando United Academy had expanded significantly. It would be more fitting to refer to it as a small city rather than merely an academy. Beyond the perimeter of the United Academy, Vacant shops awaited their proprietors. Observing the prime location, numerous vendors migrated from Tiando City to seize the opportunity. Shui Leihan had exhausted all his savings, and it was only through a small allowance from Mu Shuer that he could sustain the establishment of the United Academy. Glancing at the signposts, Shui Leihan then directed the group toward the Blue Tyrant branch. Among the students passing by were many gifted individuals. Shui Leihan noticed several with soul power exceeding level 30. It seems you have succeeded. Congratulations, Du Guian whispered softly into Shui Leihan's ear. Indeed, this is largely attributable to the unwavering support of the Emperor and several esteemed predecessors. Shui Leihan nodded in agreement. The group traversed for approximately the duration of an incense stick, advancing from the periphery of the United Academy to its central area, where a wooden sign stood at the entrance, emblazoned with the words Blue Baron Branch School. This is the place, Shui Leihan declared, turning to address the others. A middle-aged soul master, appearing to be in his 40s, had been awaiting their arrival at the entrance. Upon spotting Shui Leihan and his companions, his eyes lit up, and he approached them with brisk steps. Please, follow me, he urged. Shui Leihan politely nodded, allowing Dean Flanders and the esteemed elders, including Master and Zhao Wujin, to lead the way, for his duty had been fulfilled. He rejoined Tang San and Dai Mubai, trailing behind the middle-aged soul master as they proceeded forward. Are we not to undergo a soul power assessment? Zhao Wujin inquired, perplexed by the apparent lack of any evaluative measures from the soul master. The latter replied, This is the order of our vice dean. At the mention of the vice dean, a genuine respect shone in the middle-aged soul master's eyes, entirely heartfelt. Oh, I see, the teachers nodded in understanding, refraining from further questions. After departing from the teaching building, they walked for another 10 minutes until they arrived at a relatively tranquil grove, where a quaint wooden cabin lay nestled among the trees. Suddenly, a faint yet haunting melody wafted through the air from ahead. The song was melodious and sorrowful, imbued with a poignant longing that tugged at the heartstrings. The refrain echoed beautifully, evoking sentiments of sleepless nights and the yearning for solace. Too many emotions. How can one bear to face them? It's not that I do not wish for your company. There are matters you cannot comprehend. I have shed my defenses, allowing loneliness to accompany me. I long for a space of my own, to ponder our future together. If love proves less sweet than we envisioned, let me bear the burden of it all. My heart is tumultuous. I require some emptiness. If you understand, grant me a temporary reprieve. My heart is too chaotic to desire more love. I wish to weep, yet tears elude me. My heart is in disarray, yearning for some blankness. Does fate remember to arrange matters for me? My heart is troubled, fearing the betrayal of love. I feel like a lost child, a wandering soul. Xiao Gang, when will you arrive? The song faded softly, and although Dean Flanders had mentally prepared himself, his countenance stiffened. The unknowing master, however, was already in tears. Shui Leihan felt a stir within, astonished that his teacher had succumbed to tears. Suddenly, Master turned abruptly, intent on retracing his steps, only to be grasped firmly by Flanders' shoulder. Xiao Gang, how long do you intend to evade this? You have already arrived. Can you truly bear not to see her? Flanders, did you already know she was here? Lamba Branch School, Blue Electric Tyrannosaurus. I should have anticipated this. Flender made a helpless gesture, expressing his uncertainty about her presence here. It was merely a coincidence. Let us proceed. Shui Leihan's gaze towards the master held a trace of apology, for he was unaware of the intricate relationship between Lu Erlong and the teacher. Lu Erlong emerged from the wooden cabin, and upon seeing Shui Leihan's calm demeanor, a flicker of gratitude and remorse passed through her eyes. Teacher Tian Nan, please announce the student-teacher meeting scheduled for tomorrow. These are my friends, and we have not seen each other in years. It is time to reminisce. Kindly arrange a lavish banquet for them in the second-floor private dining area, she instructed. Understood, Dean. The middle-aged soul master nodded respectfully before departing along the same path. Xiao Gang, do you intend to remain silent with me indefinitely? Lu Erlong's gaze shifted back to the master, her excitement still evident, though her voice bore a hint of melancholy. The master, captivated by the beauty before him, felt a tremor within his heart. He struggled to articulate his thoughts, but found himself rendered speechless. Lu Erlong fixed her gaze deeply upon the master, declaring, Xiao Gang, this time I will not allow you to slip away from my grasp. They must be caught in a love triangle, Du Guian whispered to Shui Leihan. A love triangle? What does that entail? Shui Leihan pondered for a moment before ultimately relinquishing his quest for the term's meaning from his memory. Oh, it is a rather complicated relationship, Du Guyan sighed, unable to clarify the intricate emotions among the three. Lu Erlong appeared to have forgotten the master, revealing her vivacious nature in the following moments as she hosted the Shrek Academy group for lunch, providing explanations for their myriad questions. Shuelei Han listened attentively, discreetly noting the deficiencies in the simulated training facilities in which teaching amenities required improvement. He intended to convey his findings to Vice Dean Meng Shinji after completing his inspection, so that personnel could be assigned for renovations. Dinner, at Flinder's request, was less extravagant than lunch, and everyone quickly finished their meals. Flinder remarked, "Everyone is quite fatigued today. Let us retire early for rest. Starting tomorrow, we will likely be occupied." Having just arrived in this new environment, both teachers and students required a period of adjustment. Moreover, Lu Erlong had directly entrusted the academy to Flinder. Flinder did not hesitate to accept this. He understood Lu Erlong's intentions. Though he recognized this as perhaps her way of compensating him, he found himself unable to refuse her, just as he had never been able to deny her requests in the past. "Xiao-san, accompany me for a walk." The master dared not meet Lu Erlong's intense gaze, pushing back from the table and beckoning Tang San and Shuelei Han to join him as they stepped outside. Shuelei Han wiped his mouth, sheathed his sword on his back, and exited without hesitation. As he listened to his master recount the tale of himself and Lu Erlong, a sigh of helplessness escaped his lips. "Master, given your esteemed position, there is no need to heed the opinions of others. I can draft a letter to the Emperor on your behalf. Tomorrow marks the wedding of you and Vice Dean Lu." Shuelei Han's tone was earnest, a flicker of resolve evident in his eyes. "Ah, master, I beg your pardon for the interruption, but I am still unaware of Lei Han's true identity." Tang San raised a hand. The somber mood enveloping the master was somewhat alleviated by Tang San's slight interjection. "This disciple of yours, Lei Han, is the third prince of the Tiando Empire." "What?" Tang San gazed at Shuelei Han in astonishment, unable to reconcile the notion of him being a regal figure adorned in finery. After a brief nod to Tang San, Shuelei Han turned back to his master. "Master, I assure you, as your student, no one dares meddle in your lifelong matters." The master shook his head in anguish. "That would be profoundly unfair to Erlong. A woman's honor is of utmost significance. Lei Han, there are myriad ways to love someone, and I have chosen to remain at a distance, wishing her happiness from afar." Tang San could not help but retort, "Is evasion truly the path to Erlong's happiness? If she were content, would she sing such sorrowful melodies? Would she weep at the mere sight of you? She does not even dare to voice her feelings for fear of unsettling you. Master, your heart is too fragile. What does it matter what the world thinks? Aunt Erlong fears nothing. Why should you? You should stand with her, bravely confronting these challenges and shattering all barriers, proving to your family and everyone else that your union is not wrong. While the blood ties between cousins may be close, does that truly render such a union impossible? Master, you are not merely afraid of Aunt Erlong suffering alongside you. You also fear accepting this reality. You are engulfed in self-doubt." He's right. Why should you feel inferior? What does it matter if millions deem you worthless? As long as Lu Erlong believes you to be the greatest, that is sufficient. Xiaojiang, do you truly not understand? If I cared about our kinship, would I pursue you so relentlessly? Would I endure such torment? Lu Erlong emerged from the adjacent grove, her voice trembling slightly. Tang San gently tugged at Shuelei Han's sleeve, and together they exited the woods. "I never imagined you were the third prince, Lei Han. I failed to see it before." Tang San mused with a wry smile, recalling past events. "Just call me Lei Han, Xiao-san. I prefer not to wield the title of your highness in your presence." Shuelei Han patted Tang San's shoulder, eliciting a genuine smile from him. Reflecting on the intricate relationship between the master and Lu Erlong, Shuelei Han sighed inwardly. Fortunately, his own bond with Du Guyan was devoid of such complexities. Amidst the world's entanglements, may the master and Vice Dean Lu find their destined happiness. Chapter 42. Emergence from the cocoon, the eyes of ice and fire indeed, came a voice, aged and profound, from behind Shuelei Han. Startled, both Shuelei Han and Tang San turned swiftly, with Shuelei Han's hand instinctively brushing against the hilt of his sword. Alarm bells ringing in his mind as he realized someone had approached him unnoticed. Upon recognizing the familiar green robe, he exhaled a breath of relief, allowing his grip to loosen. He understood that if this individual wished to protect him, even an ordinary title de law would pose no threat. "Grandfather Dugu, it has been a long time," Shuelei Han said, a hint of a smile gracing his lips as he bowed respectfully to the elderly figure before him. Standing before Shui Leihan and Tang San was none other than the infamous Douluo, the poisoned Douluo of the Tiando Empire. A figure whose name evoked fear and trepidation. You've made considerable progress, advancing a level so swiftly, Douluo remarked, casting not a single glance at Tang San, yet nodding appreciatively as he sensed the soul power emanating from Shui Leihan. Grandfather Douluo, what brings you to seek my assistance? Firstly, I come to inform you that the ice and fire eyes you once longed for has been completed. Secondly, I wish to examine your classmate. As I have heard from Yin that his soul bone harbors poison. I intend to take him back for further study. Tang San felt the penetrating gaze of Douluo's green pupils, akin to that of a venomous serpent, causing his face to flush crimson as he experienced the immense pressure typical of a tidal Douluo. Grandfather Douluo, he is not only my classmate but also my senior brother. Shui Leihan interjected, shielding Tang San from the oppressive aura. Tang San cast a grateful glance at him. You've taken on a master? Douluo inquired, surprised, before swiftly enveloping both young men under his arms and propelling them forward. Let us discuss this further in the Sunset Forest. I assure you, I shall not harm this lad, given your close relationship. Douluo's prowess as a tidal Douluo was unmistakable as he deftly carried them through the front gates. Although Tang San harbored concerns about whether their disappearance would worry their teacher, he felt little fear towards Douluo, reassured by the latter's earlier words of protection. A tidal Douluo would hardly utter falsehoods. In less than the time it takes to brew a cup of tea, Douluo had whisked them beyond the confines of Tiando City, arriving at the Sunset Forest, his stronghold. Shui Leihan was well acquainted with the Sunset Forest, having played there daily with Douluo during his childhood and later leading the royal fighting team in hunts for soul rings within its depths. Douluo guided them to his herbal garden, setting Tang San down. Do not move or touch any of the herbs here, he instructed before ushering Shui Leihan deeper into the garden. This is the ice and fire eyes you have eagerly anticipated, Douluo declared proudly after placing Shui Leihan down. Thank you, Grandfather Douluo. This ice and fire eyes will be of tremendous benefit to me, Shui Leihan replied, his voice imbued with gratitude. Douluo gently caressed the short hair of Shui Leihan, letting out a faint sigh. As long as you treat Yin well, I would even consider imparting my entire life's soul power to you. Your friend will not come to harm. Focus on your seclusion. After uttering these words, Douluo turned and departed. Shui Leihan watched the receding figure of Douluo, then shifted his gaze towards the crystalline blue spring. Douluo was aware of his ice martial soul, and thus one of the reasons for constructing this ice and fire duality I was for him. Shui Leihan shed his garments, revealing his pristine back, marked with several claw marks. He approached the icy pool, the chill intensifying with each step he took. So cold. He shuddered. Even she could sense the bite of the cold. His second martial soul quietly awakened, and an ice-blue soul ring materialized behind him, while the blue wings, akin to a totem, faintly glimmered. Gritting his teeth, Shui Leihan submerged himself into the icy waters. An intense chill surged from the soles of his feet, rendering them numb. He swiftly invoked his ice shield, a layer of frost gradually encasing him, the totem on his back glowing softly. Shui Leihan steeled his resolve. His teeth clenched as the water level of the pool noticeably lowered, evidently absorbed by him. His entire body was now encased in ice, an ice-blue pattern emerging upon his forehead. Shui Leihan had entirely lost consciousness. He murmured softly as a cluster of crystalline wings sprouted from his back, shimmering enchantingly under the glow of fireflies. Thus, he lay in slumber, undergoing a transformation. Surely this lad won't be trapped in the ice forever, Douluo mused, still harboring some concern as he observed Shui Leihan from a distance. When he beheld the ice-blue soul ring, his mouth dropped in astonishment, and he exclaimed inwardly, "Goodness! A dual martial soul prodigy." He had initially thought this boy was already exceptionally talented, only to discover he possessed a dual martial soul. Consequently, upon witnessing those wings, he felt no surprise. The boy was indeed an anomaly, leaving him devoid of further astonishment. Seeing Shui Leihan's breathing gradually stabilize, Douluo exhaled in relief before finally turning to depart. In that mysterious palace of ice and snow, the once pallid face of the ice phoenix, still in slumber, subtly flushed with a hint of color, as if lost in a beautiful dream. How much time had truly passed? Shui Leihan had ceased to contemplate, his thoughts frozen in time. Unable to gauge the passage of the outside world, he found himself ensnared in this place. Before his eyes lay an endless expanse of the far northern wilderness. Perhaps due to his supreme ice martial soul, he felt no fear. Instead, there was a warmth akin to returning home. A peculiar sensation enveloped Zuelahan as he shook his head. He strolled upon the glacial surface, feeling an overwhelming sense of comfort. Suddenly, memories of his parents, relatives, friends, and Douluo Yin surged forth. This is not my home. Gritting his teeth, he began to struggle. The pains radiating from his body, serving as reminders of his vitality. As long as I draw breath, I shall not relinquish my dreams. His resolve solidified. He let out a resounding roar towards the heavens, and in an instant, his figure vanished from the desolate expanse of the far north. The encasing ice shattered with a sharp crack, and a pair of wings unfurled from his back. Emerging from the cocoon like a butterfly, he abruptly opened his eyes. His ice-blue irises emanating an almost tangible chill. Exhaling slowly, he released a breath of frosty air. After shaking off the ice that enveloped him, Zuelahan was taken aback to discover that the water level of the icy pool had plummeted by nearly 50%. The surge of soul power within him confirmed that this was no mere dream. To think my soul power has reached level 45, this is astonishingly swift. He furrowed his brow and then retracted the wings into his body. Observing the midday sky, he noted the stillness of the medicinal garden, devoid of any human presence. If one were to discern a change within him, it would be his increased height, along with his hair and eye color becoming more pure. The chill emanating from the azure rose sword felt akin to his second martial soul, the ultimate ice's frigid aura. I wonder how Grandpa Douluo and Xiao San are faring. He donned a garment and stepped into the wooden house where he had once resided during his childhood. Everything felt as if it had returned to the past. The windows were clear, and the bed appeared brand new, as though someone had been quietly tending to it. Zuelahan sensed the soul power within him and gave a wry smile. Such rapid advancement could also be a double-edged sword. This meant he would have to spend countless hours in the soul fighting arena, continuing his arduous training in seclusion for several months. Perhaps I can break through to level 50 within a year, he mused. He adjusted himself slightly before pushing open the door. After bathing in the stream, he donned a fresh set of clothes. You little rascal, I've finally found you. Douluo Bo's voice echoed from afar, approaching from a corner of the forest. Upon seeing Zuelahan, he paused. You've broken through to a new level of soul power? Zuelahan nodded, attributing his success to Grandpa Douluo's ice and fire duality eye. Douluo Bo grasped Zuelahan's hand, channeling his soul power to explore within, then patted Zuelahan's shoulder with a look of satisfaction. Your progress is indeed remarkable. By the way, how long have I been in seclusion? It was then Zuelahan recalled the question. It has been half a year. Had you not been breathing? Xueye and Ningfengxi would have certainly torn me to shreds, Douluo Bo grumbled, his expression sour. You must never allow the spirit hall to discover your dual martial souls. Do you understand? Douluo Bo whispered. Yes, I comprehend, came the reply. The two gradually approached the entrance of the sunset forest, where Xuelahan inquired in a calm tone. What of my senior brother? He arrived at the academy before you. I must say, he is quite the peculiar one, possessing an extraordinary grasp of poison techniques. Douluo Bo retorted with a hint of annoyance. You should return as well. Your teachers and classmates have been quite worried for some time. With that, he turned and walked away. And what of you, Grandpa Douluo? Xuelahan gazed at the old man's solitary figure, feeling a twinge of sadness and reluctance. I shall remain here in the sunset forest to enjoy my twilight years. It is now the realm of the youth. Just remember to bring Yin Yin to visit me often, Douluo Bo stated, his footsteps momentarily faltering, yet he did not turn back. He then vanished into the shadows of the woods. Xuelahan bowed deeply in the direction of Douluo Bo as he departed. Subsequently, he sheathed his sword upon his back, casting a lingering glance at the familiar sunset forest before turning to leave. Has half a year truly passed? He pondered, his head lowered. The Tindo United Academy must have completed its renovations by now. If my predictions are correct, it is once again time for new admissions. First, I shall return to the Blue Tyrant Academy to see my teacher. While attending classes in the advanced program, I must also contemplate the trajectory of my future. Xuelahan stood tall, his posture as straight as a sword piercing the heavens. Chapter 43. Awakening. As Xuelahan strolled back to the academy, he contemplated the soul power coursing within him. Thanks to the Eye of Ice and Fire, his soul power had surged from the original level 43 to an impressive 45. This development, however, filled him with a sense of unease. Gradually approaching the outer perimeter of the Tindo United Academy, He observed countless parents queuing with their children. Upon witnessing this, he nodded in satisfaction. The academy was thriving and embarking on a promising trajectory of development. Good day, esteemed principal. Dream Shinji and several vice principals from other branches rose from their seats at the registration desk upon catching sight of Shui Leihan from a distance. Their principal, a figure often elusive, had been absent for 6 months, leaving them to handle all affairs in his stead. It has been a while, esteemed vice principals. Shui Leihan replied with a smile and a respectful gesture. Some parents in the front of the line, overhearing the distinguished titles conferred upon Shui Leihan, were momentarily taken aback, pondering the current level of the principal's soul power. Pray tell, what is the current rank of our principal's soul power? Inquired a young man, approximately 25 or 26, who smiled softly. Shui Leihan focused his gaze and recognized him as the Wind and Cloud King he had encountered at the Soul Arena. It is indeed a pleasure to see you again, Ice Sword Emperor. During my absence, I entrusted all matters to those I hold in high regard, which is why you were unable to locate me. I was still engaged at the Soul Arena, he responded thoughtfully. The Wind and Cloud King chuckled lightly. My name is Kong Lingtian, and you may refer to me as Vice Principal Kong. Shui Leihan nodded in acknowledgement, recalling the impressive martial spirit of the Wind and Cloud King. With my soul power now at level 45, Vice Principal Meng, Vice Principal Kong, and all esteemed Vice Principals, I eagerly anticipate this new batch of students. After expressing this, he flashed a smile towards the teachers and Vice Principals at the entrance before walking into the academy with his sword in tow. Excuse me, could you enlighten us about that young man? A parent quietly inquired of the registration staff, while others leaned in, eager for a response. The seated teacher beamed with pride. That is our esteemed principal of all branches, Principal Shui. Is it possible? He looks so young, exclaimed some parents in disbelief. Clearing his throat, the teacher called out, Next. Shui Leihan swiftly located the branch of Lamba. The wooden sign still stood, but the inscription had changed to Shrek Branch. He paused to wipe the surface of the sign, removing a layer of dust, and then ambled inside. In the serene environment, the only sounds were the voices of teachers and the scratch of chalk on the blackboard, which brought him a profound sense of tranquility. Pleasure, clarity, and spaciousness aptly encapsulated Shui Leihan's current emotions. Indeed, I have done well. Reflecting on matters concerning the Tiando United Academy, Shui Leihan walked contemplatively. It seemed he was uncertain about where his classes were held. The thought made him chuckle ruefully. His soul power had already surpassed the 40th level, and he questioned whether he would even be eligible for the advanced classes. Was he to join Yu Tianheng, Duge and others in the inner academy? Surely, the teaching staff there had not yet completed their preparations. Standing in a corner of the teaching building, he listened to the sounds of the instructor writing on the board, feeling a twinge of confusion. Although he envisioned a future of strength, he found himself at a loss for what to do once he achieved it. Perhaps it would be best to first solidify his soul power level. He dismissed these unhelpful musings from his mind, allowing his gaze to regain its tranquility. Leihan, you've returned. A voice filled with surprise called out from behind him. Turning, Shui Leihan respectfully clasped his hands and greeted, Teacher, it has indeed been a long time. The master approached from behind, observing the slightly taller Shui Leihan, and patted his shoulder, saying, It's good to have you back. Come with me, he instructed, leading the way to his office as Shui Leihan followed closely. What is your current soul power level? The master inquired after taking a seat and pouring 2 cups of water, motioning for Shui Leihan to sit across from him. Shui Leihan shook his head, replying, No, teacher, I prefer to stand. He accepted the warm cup, took a small sip to soothe his throat, and then stated, My current soul power level has reached 45. Excellent. This is all due to your own opportunities and secrets, which I shall not pry into. The master replied with a satisfied smile. The members of the Shrek 8 monsters have made remarkable progress, and both Flander and I are quite pleased. Shui Leihan felt a surge of spirit. He wondered how much their soul power levels had advanced. Dai Mubai at 40, Oscar at 38, Tang San at 37, Ma Hongjun at 36, Xiao Wu at 35, Ning Rongrong at 37, Zhu Zhuqing at 38, and with you, Shui Leihan, at 45. Shui Leihan nodded. He felt joy for their achievements as they advanced rapidly. However, Leihan, you must remember, learning has no bounds. Do you understand? The master regarded Shui Leihan with a serious expression, having deduced something from his previous confusion, which prompted his words. Shui Leihan jolted slightly, then bowed his head, expressing gratitude. Thank you for your guidance, teacher. The master nodded. Although your soul power level has exceeded 40, your understanding of your martial soul is not yet profound. I still recommend that you attend the advanced class with the others from Shrek. I understand. I will follow your advice, he replied. Just then, the class bell rang. And after inquiring about the class, Shui Leihan followed Zhao Wujie to the door of the classroom. Enter, little pervert. This is your class, Zhao Wujie remarked. Shui Leihan nodded, and, since the door was ajar, he stepped inside. As he surveyed the classroom, he noticed that 5 of the 8 peculiar individuals were seated at their desks. Upon Shui Leihan's sudden entrance, aside from Zhu Zhuqing, who maintained her composure, the others, including Oscar and Ma Hongjun, erupted into a cacophony of shouts. Tang San's eyes also sparkled with a hint of nostalgia, while Xiao Wu flashed a playful grin at Shui Leihan. Mr. Xiao, this little pervert has joined your class today. Treat him with the same regard as everyone else and make the usual arrangements, Zhao Wujie said, nodding at Xiao Xin before taking his leave. I am Shui Leihan, he announced, nodding at everyone before casually selecting a seat and settling down to attend the lesson. Shui's self-introduction is always so brief, yet commanding, Ma Hongjun whispered, sharing a chuckle with Oscar. Indeed, after all, he has a fiancée, unlike us who are still single, Oscar replied. Shui Leihan sighed, forcing his attention back to the blackboard, choosing to ignore their lewd banter. He absorbed knowledge he had never encountered in his books before, and he felt a surge of appreciation for the teacher's wisdom. As the bell rang, Ma Hongjun and Oscar immediately gathered around Shui Leihan's desk. Zhu Zhuqing nodded at him before bowing her head again, engrossed in reviewing her previous notes. After greeting Shui Leihan, Tang San and Xiao Wu departed with several older students. Are they off to fight? Shui Leihan inquired, watching their retreating figures. Indeed, that's right. The saying goes that beauty brings disaster. To protect his most cherished sister, San Gu boldly challenged an upperclassman. Oscar remarked with a hint of sarcasm. What level is that upperclassman? Level 37, Ma Hongjun chuckled. Shui Leihan was momentarily speechless. Facing a peer of the same level in a duel took considerable courage. By the way, Brother Shui, San Gu gave each of us a plant of extraordinary quality, which has significantly boosted our soul power. He mentioned he saved one for you as well. He'll likely come to find you after he finishes dealing with that upperclassman, Ma Hongjun said, noting that he had lost a bit of weight. Perhaps due to the effects of the plant. Could it be that this senior stripped the herbal garden of Old Gu entirely? Shui Leihan mused, shaking his head in disbelief before slowly rising. I'll step out for a moment. Got it. Off to see your fiancée, right? Their voices dripped with mischief, eliciting a smile from the usually serious Zhu Zhuqing as she studied nearby. With a resigned sigh, Shui Leihan grasped his sword and briskly exited the Shrek branch school. He navigated through the narrow alleys, finally arriving at the main entrance of the Tiando United Academy. From a distance, he spotted the Tiando 9, gathered together, engaged in discussion, their presence drawing the attention of other observing students. They are aware that these 9 individuals are the most formidable talents within the former Royal Academy of Tiando. Although no immediate competitions were held following the merger of the academies, in the hearts of the students of the Tiando United Academy, these 9 stand as the strongest. Shui Leihan maneuvered through the crowd, his voice resonating with calm authority. May I borrow your vice-captain for a moment? The crowd erupted in joyous exclamations upon hearing his words. Boss Shui, despite his newfound strength and maturity, he would eternally be regarded as their leader. The image of him standing resolutely at the forefront remained etched in their memories. It has indeed been a long time, Boss Shui. The remaining 8 members of the Tiando 9 declared in unison, excluding Dugu Yan. Upon hearing this, Dugu Yan's cheeks flushed with color as she playfully nudged Shui Leihan. What is this? Do you consider me an object to be borrowed? Let us save our farewells for another time, Shui Leihan replied, unperturbed, as he gently clasped Dugu Yan's hand and departed amidst a chorus of playful jeers from the onlookers. Such favoritism towards friends. A traitor. The nearby students began to speculate. Who is this Boss Shui? Why do they show him such reverence? Don't look at me. I only enrolled 6 months ago, and I am equally in the dark. A senior interjected. Shui Leihan, his full name, was the former captain of the Imperial Combat Team and the foremost among the Tiando 10. He was the top student of the former Royal Academy of Tiando and is likely the best of all branches within the Tiando United Academy. Chapter 44. A secret meeting in Tiando City. Have you returned, yet you have nothing to say to me? Upon seeing Shui Leihan grasp her hand as they ventured into Tiando City, Dugu Yan pouted slightly. Shui Leihan turned his head slightly, gazing into Dugu Yan's emerald eyes. a playful smile gracing his lips. Yan, I have missed you. Du Guyan's cheeks flushed a delicate red. After all, they were in the bustling streets. Aren't you embarrassed? I am the third prince. Who would dare to meddle in my private affairs? Shui Leihan relished the sight of Du Guyan, who had always been strong and resolute within the royal fighting team, revealing a bashfulness akin to that of an innocent maiden under his teasing. He understood that Du Guyan was proud and unwilling to fall behind, a leader among her peers. Thus, he intentionally amused her, hoping to ease the tension they both felt. One was the esteemed third prince of the Tiando Empire, while the other was the granddaughter of the poisoned Douluo and his fiancée. Despite the public's admiration for them, the weight of their expectations bore down on Shui Leihan like a colossal stone. Both were acutely aware of their mutual feelings. Thus it could be said that they were both willing participants in this clandestine meeting. It is rare for me to be free. Shall we indulge in our rendezvous today? Shui Leihan proposed with a smile. The young lady shall defer to the third prince, Du Guyan replied. After exchanging a few light-hearted jests, they strolled hand in hand into the heart of Tiando City. Although the evening was the most vibrant time in Tiando, as they entered the bustling marketplace, they encountered many individuals taking a respite, purchasing goods from quaint little shops. Suddenly, Du Guyan broke free from Shui Leihan's grasp, skipping excitedly to explore the myriad of peculiar items on display. Seeing Du Guyan exhibit such a genuine side brought a secret joy to Shui Leihan's heart. They wandered through the market for a while, with Du Guyan coaxing him into purchasing several inexpensive yet charming pendants. Shui Leihan could not help but reflect on the exhausting nature of accompanying a woman on a shopping spree. However, he said nothing, merely smiling as he observed Du Guyan. I'm feeling a bit hungry. Where shall we dine, Leihan? Du Guyan posed the question to him. Shall it be the Embroidery Building or Moonlight Bay? Shui Leihan suggested two taverns they frequented in the past. Du Guyan giggled. Let us keep it simple. The winnings from your spirit arena battles were meant for the Academy's construction. After all, I am merely helping you save money. You should thank me. Shui Leihan found her reasoning amusing yet endearing, and after a nod of agreement, they exited the marketplace. They soon discovered a modest eatery along the street, casually ordering a few dishes. Neither was particularly finicky, so entering such a humble establishment felt as routine as ever for the two of noble status. Feeling somewhat fatigued, Shui Leihan observed the weary Du Guyan, gently tucking her dark tresses behind her ear. Indeed, recent events had been rather overwhelming. The inner academy still lacked sufficient instructors, and numerous student issues remained unresolved, causing the education team to struggle. Du Guyan smiled and remarked that upon hearing your proposal, everyone had decided to venture out for a time after the Youth Soul Master competition before reuniting. Is that so? Truly splendid news, Shui Leihan replied with a shrug. Having always hoped that the members of the Imperial Battle Team would achieve complete independence, relying solely on their own strength to grow more formidable. And what of you, Leihan? What choices will you make? Du Guyan inquired. As for me. Shui Leihan lowered his gaze, pondering for a brief moment before continuing. I may very well traverse the Douluo Continent and subsequently take on the role of a teacher at the Tiando United Academy. A teacher, you say? That seems rather intriguing. Du Guyan replied with a smile, gazing at the slightly taller youth before her, her voice gentle. I shall accompany you in that endeavor. Yes, that is more than sufficient. As Shui Leihan walked back to school, the thought of becoming a teacher took root in his mind. Although his experience and theoretical knowledge did not quite measure up to that of a master, he had certainly reached a level of competence. He planned to enter the Tiando United Academy as a teacher after the Youth Soul Master competition, aspiring to cultivate a new generation of elite talents. Perhaps he would then explore the continent or even venture to the frigid north. Yet, all remained uncertain. After exchanging a few words, a nearby server brought forth their dishes, and they began to eat and drink. The parents present extolled the virtues of the Academy's principal, praising the newly established regulations as being exceptionally beneficial. Du Guyan recalled the day when all the vice principals had gathered and become intoxicated, expressing, "Now I finally understand the sentiments of Principal Flander." He smiled at the peculiar admission standards of Shrek Academy, acknowledging that the rules of the United Academy had indeed been inspired by it. Where shall we head next? After finishing their meal, Du Guyan inquired, holding Shui Leihan's hand. Just then, as Shui Leihan was lost in thought, a familiar voice called out his name from behind. Turning to look, he and Du Guyan saw Tang San and Xiao Wu rushing towards them with excitement. What brings you to this place? Du Guyan engaged in conversation with Xiao Wu. Tang San pulled me out for some fun, So here we are, he replied, his spirits seemingly high. As he caught sight of Shui Lianhan, he seemed to recall something and leaned in closer, whispering in his ear, Lianhan, once we return to the Shrek branch later, I have something for you. Shui Lianhan nodded, and the four of them strolled along the main road. We are heading to the auction house. I wonder how familiar you are with it, Lianhan? Tang San asked, glancing sideways. Shui Lianhan shook his head gently. I have only heard my elder brother speak of the auction house, but I have never set foot inside one. Are you going there to purchase items, or to sell them? To sell, specifically the concealed weapons I crafted previously. I should be able to fetch a decent price. The two ascended the grand staircase and entered the auction hall. Upon seeing Shui Lianhan's striking visage, the young receptionist momentarily lost her composure. Stepping back to whisper to a fellow attendant behind her, the latter swiftly rushed into the inner hall. Esteemed third prince, may I inquire what you wish to purchase today? We can make the necessary arrangements in advance. The leading attendant clearly recognized Shui Lianhan, having seen portraits of all the nobility in Tiando City. Accompanying a friend to sell items, he replied with a slight shake of his head, gesturing for Tang San to step forward. Perhaps due to the exquisite craftsmanship of Tang San's concealed weapons, it wasn't long before the attendant returned, bowing and smiling at Shui Lianhan and Douluo Yin. Would you like us to arrange a private box for you, Your Highness? Shui Lianhan shook his head lightly. He was here to accompany Tang San, not to seek the spotlight. Understood. Please follow me, Your Highness. The young woman escorted them to the entrance of the auction center before turning to leave. As other attendants awaited them within, all the attendants in the auction center were female, of similar height to the previous guide, but with more voluptuous figures. Shui Lianhan nodded at the lead attendant, disregarding the wistful and pleading glances she cast his way, then shifted his gaze. The attendants led the four to a white section, indicating that they could choose freely. However, Xiao Wu expressed her displeasure, exclaiming, Humph, they look down on others. Dressed so provocatively, clearly to entice the wealthy. What is the point of growing up like that? As she spoke, she glanced down at her own budding figure. The attendants here behave similarly. It's not directed at you. A gentle voice interjected from the side. Tang San and Xiao Wu turned to see a middle-aged man in white attire, with an elegant demeanor, smiling and nodding at them. Strangely, he wore no mask, and no attendants approached him with inquiries. Just as Shui Lianhan was about to voice his thoughts, he was halted by Ning Fengji's knowing gaze. Both Shui Lianhan and Douluo Yin found themselves in a bemusing predicament, not expecting to encounter the leader of the Seven Treasure Glaze Tile School in such a place. Tang San also felt a sense of intrigue, sensing some connection between this enigmatic middle-aged man and Shui Lianhan, though he couldn't quite place it. Shui Lianhan observed the auction items on stage with a detached demeanor, typically glancing only briefly before lowering his gaze. As most of the offerings held little interest for him, Douluo Yin, however, eagerly engaged in the auction, eliciting a faint, elusive smile from Shui Lianhan. Lianhan, look at that. Douluo Yin softly called out to the meditative Shui Lianhan, who opened his eyes and surveyed the auction house. What is it, Yin? She asked. Look at the items being auctioned. I wish to acquire one, if that is permissible. Shui Lianhan, amused by the notion that she required his approval to purchase something, cast a glance at the items on the block. Among them was a female slave with a mutated martial soul, adorned with cat-like ears and a tail. A chill swept through his gaze, yet he refrained from uttering a word. Could he halt this auction, or even abolish the law against the trafficking of slaves? Spotting his uncle, Shui Xing, bidding at the front, he felt a wave of helplessness wash over him. If even a royal uncle like Kong indulged in such illicit activities, what could be done to stop it? His expression fluctuated between icy resolve and complex emotions, a turbulence so palpable that even Tang San sensed the unstable cold emanating from him. Lian, I wish to buy her, Douluo Yin declared once more. At that moment, a middle-aged man, Shui Lianhan's adoptive father Ning Fengji, spoke in a measured tone. Neither of you should intervene. Do not reveal your identities. Douluo Yin interpreted this as an indication that Ning Fengji was about to act, and he felt a sense of relief. Lian, once I acquire her, I will entrust her to you. Please ensure she can live as an ordinary student at the Heaven Do United Academy, came the whisper from his adoptive father. Shui Lianhan looked up to see Ning Fengji discreetly conveying this message. All right, he replied calmly, though his pupils and tightly clenched hands betrayed the turmoil within him. Chapter 45. The girl with a mutated martial soul. Shui Lianhan watched as Ning Fengji purchased the girl, exhaling a sigh of relief. Yet, A shadow lingered in his gaze. The fact that his uncle, Xue Xing, had participated in the bidding left him feeling somewhat helpless and melancholic. Du Guyan grasped Xue Leihan's hand, understanding the turmoil within the young man's heart, and thus chose to convey warmth in this manner. Once the auction concluded, the group retreated to the lounge, where soon after, their acquired items were delivered. I still have matters to discuss with this young brother. We shall converse another day, Ning Fengji remarked to Tang San and Xiao Wu, casting a sidelong glance at Xue Leihan. Until we meet again at the academy, Xue Leihan nodded, surmising that his adoptive father wished to speak to him privately. Impressive talent, Ning Fengji remarked casually as he settled onto the sofa. The talents at the Shrek Branch Academy are indeed commendable. Xue Leihan nodded in agreement. At that moment, a girl stumbled into the room. Shackled by chains on her hands and feet, she was the very girl whose mutated martial soul had been auctioned. The person who had brought her in wore a suggestive smile and thoughtfully secured the door. Xue Leihan found himself at a loss for words. While Ning Fengji smiled kindly, "What is your name?" Startled by his gentle tone, the girl was momentarily taken aback, fully aware of the fate that awaited her and having steeled herself for it. "My mother named me Xin. As she spoke of her mother, her voice trembled with emotion. Xue Leihan chose to remain silent, allowing his adoptive father to take the lead in questioning her. Through tears, the girl recounted her story. Living alone with her mother in a small village, her mutated martial soul had attracted unwanted attention, culminating in bandits invading their home, resulting in the village being ravaged. Ultimately, she was sold to Tiando City, while her mother perished, sacrificing herself to protect her. It was a tragic tale of violence and loss. Fortunately, Du Guyan was absent. Her calm demeanor might have faltered upon hearing such a narrative. When she learned that Ning Fengji wished to speak privately with Xue Leihan, she obediently exited, resting in the hallway. "Leihan," Ning Fengji's voice resonated. Xue Leihan immediately straightened his posture. "Father, I entrust Xin to you. Please bring her to the United Academy, since the previous rules no longer apply. Let her enroll," Ning Fengji said with a tone of seriousness. "I understand, father." "Very well. I leave this matter in your hands. I have faith in you." After pulling a chair for the girl to sit, Ning Fengji turned to Xue Leihan. "Your progress is quite remarkable. What is your current soul power level?" Ning Fengji sensed the chilling aura of Xue Leihan, and then smiled as he inquired, "Esteemed father, I have reached the mid-level of rank 45. I believe I can break through to level 50 within a year." The young girl named Xin gazed at the refined middle-aged man who had entrusted her to the handsome young master, her cheeks tinged with a hint of crimson. However, upon hearing the rank 45 of his soul power, she couldn't help but feel a surge of admiration. "Quite impressive. But I imagine that Rongrong has given you quite a headache," Ning Fengji remarked. Upon hearing his adoptive father mention Ning Rongrong, Xue Leihan offered a wry smile. "Indeed, your letters have allowed Dean Flander to take full advantage of the situation. Those days when Rongrong cried were truly difficult for me." "Oh, it's been tough for you to look after that little girl," Ning Fengji replied with a helpless smile. "Not at all. Moreover, Ning Rongrong has made significant progress." Recalling the Master's words regarding the soul power levels of the Shrek 8 monsters, Xue Leihan continued, "Rongrong's current soul power level is 37. "What?" Ning Fengji exclaimed in surprise. Xue Leihan was not one to jest, yet this level of advancement seemed exceedingly rapid. "Leihan, answer me seriously. The teachers at Shrek Academy are virtuous individuals, right? They haven't taught you any nefarious cultivation methods, have they?" His tone turned serious, a hint of menace lurking in his gaze towards the teachers at Shrek Academy. There existed an insidious cultivation method within the Spirit Master realm that demanded a sacrifice of one's life force in exchange for accelerated strength enhancement. He could not bear the thought of his daughter being subjected to such teachings at Shrek Academy. "Absolutely not." Xue Leihan firmly shook his head, understanding his adoptive father's concerns. "Rongrong's activities have been under my watchful eye, and I know the teachers at Shrek Academy well. They are certainly not malevolent individuals. By the way, has Rongrong shown any particular interest in anyone this year?" Ning Fengji inquired, going through each matter meticulously. Xue Leihan paused for a moment before continuing, "Yes." "What sort of person is he?" Ning Fengji pressed. "He is our classmate." "Oh, even that little witch has someone she cares for?" Ning Fengji asked with curiosity, a hint of affectionate amusement gracing his features. "He is a talented food system soul master." Xue Leihan deliberately lingered on the term food system, knowing well that his adoptive father comprehended its significance. The two exchanged a silent understanding for a moment. What is the character of this young man? Ning Fengji asked after rubbing his temples for a while. Though his words may sometimes be capricious, at heart, he is a kind and simple person, possessing remarkable talent in the food system martial spirit, second only to Yu Fengling. Shui Leihan replied candidly. I see. Then let us return and have a look at that girl. Ning Fengji stood up, dusting off his attire, and addressed the seated maiden. From this day forth, you shall accompany him. He will ensure your arrangements. Tears of Han, he continued, let us return to the clan. With a nod of agreement, Shui Leihan complied. Summoning the waiting Douluo Yin in the hall, the group departed the auction house, heading towards the Seven Treasures glazed sect. Noticing that Xin kept her head down. Silent and timid, Douluo Yin perceived the unfriendly gazes directed at them, likely due to the aberration of her martial spirit. With a disdainful huff, her aura as a soul sovereign became unmistakably apparent, causing those onlookers to recoil in surprise. Thank you, mistress, the young girl whispered, her voice imbued with gratitude. Huh, mistress? Master? Shui Leihan, walking ahead, caught wind of Douluo Yin's somewhat embarrassed tone and stifled a chuckle, while Ning Fengji sported a peculiar smile. After approximately a quarter of an hour, they finally arrived at the Seven Treasures glazed sect, overseen by Ning Fengji himself, nodding at the disciples stationed at the entrance. He stepped into the sect under their respectful gazes. Given that Shui Leihan frequently visited the Seven Treasures glazed sect, the disciples recognized him, greeting him with warm smiles. He returned their salutations with a respectful gesture. Father. A voice of surprise resonated as a middle-aged man emerged from within. Upon reaching the entrance, Shui Leihan noticed Rongrong. Her back turned to Ning Fengji, seemingly pouting. Uncle Chun, Uncle Gu, he respectfully greeted the two titled Douluos. Ah, young man, what brings you here? It has indeed been a long time. Chen Xin stepped forward, pulling Shui Leihan aside. Observing the young man, radiant as his sword, he couldn't help but chuckle with pride. Thinking to himself, I am not alone in my path. Young Shui, is that your newly acquired concubine? I must say, she is truly a sight to behold. Gu Rong rasped, grinning mischievously. She is a student I brought to the United Academy, not a concubine, Shui Leihan replied, his expression darkening. Brother Leihan, Sister Yin. Rongrong joyfully bounced over, greeting the two. Who is this? She inquired, noticing the shy girl lingering at the back. A student from the United Academy, Shui Leihan quickly clarified, wishing to avoid hearing the term concubine from Rongrong's lips again. After exchanging a few more pleasantries, the sword Douluo drew him aside, allowing the others to converse freely. You are becoming increasingly formidable. A titled Douluo is certainly within your reach, Chen Xin remarked, guiding him towards the martial arena. Shui Leihan felt no trepidation. He understood the purpose of Chen Xin's summons and merely nodded in acknowledgement. Drawing his sword, Chen Xin chuckled, unsheathing the seven-killing sword. The two refrained from utilizing their soul power, for otherwise, Shui Leihan would be instantly overwhelmed by the full force of the titled Douluo's aura. Come now, young Shui. Let me witness your swordsmanship. With a sudden surge, two powerful sword energies erupted, felt even by Ning Fengji and others far away from the martial arts arena. The Bone Douluo, Gu Rong, chuckled hoarsely, speculating that the sword old ghost was likely engaged in practice with the young snow boy. Let us continue our conversation. Ning Fengji replied with a smile. As the sun dipped below the horizon, Douluo Yin, exhausted, bid farewell to Ning Fengji and the others. Slowly departing from the Seven Treasure glazed tile school alongside the young girl, Xin. It must be acknowledged that the pressure of sparring with a titled Douluo who refrains from using soul power is exceptionally formidable. The opponent's experience in combat and understanding of swordsmanship far surpassed that of Snow Leihan, a consequence of one's own choices. Witnessing Snow Leihan's dismal state, Douluo Yin couldn't help but chuckle with delight. The silent Xin trailed behind, her thoughts a mystery. After a playful exchange of banter with Douluo Yin, Snow Leihan turned to observe the girl behind her. Yes, master, Xin replied, a faint blush still on her cheeks, yet resigned to her fate. Feeling Douluo Yin's grip on her waist, Snow Leihan cast an exasperated glance at Douluo Yin before addressing the girl once more. You may simply call me Snow Leihan. I shall now take you to the Tiando United Academy as an ordinary student. Should you require assistance, do not hesitate to ask Douluo Yin or me. If you wish to leave now, you may do so. Your adoptive father did not purchase you to make you a slave. You have the freedom to choose, stay or go. With that, she and Douluo Yin proceeded toward the city of Tiando. Xin's eyes reflected a complex array of emotions. Yet she chose to trust her instincts and silently followed behind Snow Leihan and Douluo Yen. Snow Leihan glanced back momentarily, but said nothing, hastening her steps toward the Tiando United Academy. Chapter 46. The Crystal Phoenix Beak. Due to the identity of Shui Leihan, her entrance into the Tiando United Academy did not evoke much commotion. The young girl, Xa, merely regarded her as a friend of Shui Leihan and Douluo Yen. After exchanging polite greetings with the several teachers and vice principals at the entrance, they proceeded into the academy. It was evident that this was Xiner's first visit to Tiando City and her first encounter with such a grand institution. In a moment, her previous feelings of sorrow and pity from the auction house transformed into a lively curiosity towards the new surroundings, revealing the emotions appropriate for her age. Shui Leihan did not immediately lead her to the registration area for enrollment. His first thought was of his teacher. Given his teacher's vast knowledge, he should be able to infer something from her mutated martial soul. Douluo Yen observed Shui Leihan's pensive demeanor, aside from holding his hand. She chose not to disturb him. The group made their way along the broad avenue of the Tiando United Academy toward the central area, soon catching sight of the Shrek Branch School's sign. "Are you hoping for the master to examine her martial soul?" Douluo Yen inquired softly. Shui Leihan silently nodded and then guided Xiner into the Shrek Branch School. As dusk fell, the ambience was tranquil, with only a few lights flickering in the classrooms. Shui Leihan led the two of them through the teaching building until they arrived at a modest dwelling. This was the teacher's dormitory, a facility that Shui Leihan had specifically commissioned for construction. Approaching the master's room, he noticed the candlelight still burning within. Surely, the master is still studying, Shui Leihan mused. Then gently knocked on the door. Knock, knock, knock. The rhythmic sound echoed. "Is it Leihan?" The master set down his book, walked to the door, and opened it. Upon hearing the orderly knocking, he immediately recognized Shui Leihan's presence. Seeing the master enveloped in the aura of scholarly pursuits, Shui Leihan felt reassured. "Master, I have a request." "Oh, what is it?" "Come in and speak," the master replied, slightly turning to indicate for Shui Leihan to enter. Shui Leihan nodded and glanced back at Douluo Yen. Together, they led Xiner into the master's quarters. Once inside the study, the master took his seat and suddenly fixed a keen gaze upon Xiner. Startled by the intensity of his stare, Xiner's demeanor changed, resembling a frightened cat with its tail raised. "Leihan, your request must pertain to this young girl." The master discerned immediately, recognizing the uniqueness of her martial soul. He then asked Shui Leihan, "Where did you discover her? Is she a new student? Where are her parents?" Shui Leihan sighed. Upon hearing the mention of her parents, Xiner's eyes glistened with unshed tears. He then recounted the events of the afternoon in a calm tone. The master, increasingly agitated, wore an ever-darkening expression, until finally, he struck the table with a resounding clap, exclaiming his disdain for the moral decay of society, lamenting the presence of thieves and harlots. Yu Xiaojing, felt a profound contempt for them. Shui Leihan's heart was also somewhat unsettled. "Leihan's, this matter owes much to the assistance of Master Ning. You have performed admirably. Thank you." Shui Leihan immediately bowed deeply. "Master, I am unworthy of such praise." "Enough." The master sighed, shifting his gaze to the young girl, Xiner. As Xiner observed the master's rigid countenance, her heart raced, her feline instincts heightened. "Indeed, it is a mutation of the martial soul. Leihan, you have thought this through well. What is your name? How old are you? What is your martial soul?" Xiner timidly replied, "My mother calls me Xiner. I am 10 years old, and my martial soul is the enchanting cat." A martial soul unfamiliar to him. Indeed a mutation? The master stood up and paced a few steps. "Xiner, what is your current soul power level?" "Level 10. Due to being a slave, I have had no means to obtain a soul ring." "And your innate soul power?" Xiner's innate soul power was at level 7. Shui Leihan nodded inwardly. An innate soul power of level 7 already rivals the noble offspring of Heaven Do City who rely on medicinal enhancements. Her potential is indeed considerable. If she were to cultivate a soul ring, it would undoubtedly allow her to enter the prestigious gates of the Heaven Do United Academy and partake in scholarly pursuits. Excellent. Excellent. Your martial soul possesses tremendous prospects for development. You shall become a student at the United Academy." The master exclaimed with excitement. "Leihan, soon we will prepare to procure soul rings for several members of Shrek Academy. You and Xiner should join us. Ensure she receives a worthy soul ring." Shui Leihan nodded in agreement. The master, observing Xiner's weary and fearful eyes, understood the overwhelming impact of the day's events on the young girl. And he could not help but sigh. Lihans, Yinzi, please take Xiner to rest. It is getting late. Lihans, I am truly gratified by your actions. This is the duty of a student. After Shui Lihans and Dugu Yin both bowed, they gently closed the door. Master, mistress, where shall we go now? Upon hearing this address, Shui Lihans smiled wryly and shook his head. Call me Shui Lihans, and refer to this sister as Dugu Yin. You are now a free individual and need not concern yourself with titles. However, the grievances and fears Xiner had endured over the past days surged within her. You are the ones who rescued me from that auction house, she thought, perceiving the two as her saviors. Tears welled up in her eyes at this realization. Dugu Yin tenderly brushed Xiner's hair, saying, just call me Yinjia. You may refer to Shui Lihans as Shuigo. Shui Lihan nodded. Perhaps this was the greatest solace for the young maiden. The two brought her to Vice Steen Meng's office, where the devoted elder was still busily attending to official matters. Upon seeing Shui Lihan's visit, the elderly gentleman, with his white hair, immediately broke into a wide smile. After hearing their intentions, Meng Shunji nodded in agreement, allowing the unfortunate girl a temporary refuge, a place to call home. Once they had settled the girl, Shui Lihan and Dugu Yin shared a brief moment of warmth before returning to their respective dormitories. Hey, Xiao-san, you're still awake? Only the rhythmic sound of Oscar's steady breathing filled the dormitory. Tang Sen was still adjusting the hidden weapon in his hand under the faint candlelight. Lihan, you're back. Do you remember what I told you this morning? Tang Sen's face lit up with a sincere smile upon seeing Shui Lihan. He then recalled something and retrieved a plant from his storage belt. I hope you Haven Tea raided Grandpa Dugu's medicinal garden, Shui Lihan teased, eliciting an awkward smile from Tang Sen. Each of the Shrek 8 monsters has a share. Here, this one is yours. Shui Lihan sat on her bed and accepted a plant resembling a bird's beak from Tang Sen, feeling its icy coolness, which was quite refreshing. This plant was known as the Ice Crystal Phoenix Beak. By parting its 2 petals and drinking the liquid inside, one could experience an extremely chilling effect, alleviating summer heat and dispelling fire toxins. It thrived in perpetually sunlit, frigid locales. Tang Sen cleared his throat, explaining that this specimen was obtained near the ice spring by the Eye of Ice and Fire and had existed for millennia before being discovered and transplanted by Dugubo. Given your martial soul's affinity for ice, consuming this should enable you to manipulate the surrounding cold air with greater ease, Tang Sen stated, nodding at his own words before gesturing for Shui Lihan to drink the plant. Touched by this explanation, Shui Lihan chose not to speak. Expressing gratitude often rendered it trivial, so she remained silent. She pulled apart the 2 bird-like petals, revealing the transparent liquid within, which emanated a chilling aura, causing even the slumbering Oscar to sneeze a few times. She then drank it in one gulp. Suddenly, an unexpected change occurred. As Shui Lihan swallowed the liquid, the plant vanished from her hand. What? Tang Sen, who was safeguarding her, widened his eyes. He had just witnessed Shui Lihan consume the liquid when the plant swiftly merged into her body. What was happening? Taken aback by this unusual scene, Tang Sen soon noticed Shui Lihan's breathing gradually stabilizing. He calmed himself, seated outside, and resumed his protective watch over her. Shui Lihan felt a chilling liquid coursing down her throat, awakening her dormant second martial soul, the ultimate ice, as if ignited by the liquid. Suddenly, it came to life. In an instant, he felt an icy chill envelop his internal organs, gradually spreading outward through his body. This sensation was undeniably unpleasant. Yet he gritted his teeth resolutely, determined to suppress any sound. An ice-blue soul ring materialized silently behind him, followed by the gradual appearance of another soul ring. A black ring adorned with a touch of blue emerged, hovering momentarily around Shui Lihan. He then drew in a breath, causing the 2 soul rings to vanish without a trace. The following day, Shui Lihan opened his eyes, feeling utterly refreshed. After absorbing the Ice Crystal Phoenix Beak, his soul power had ascended to level 46, a fact that brought him both joy and a wry smile. It was time to enter seclusion and enhance his swordsmanship. Otherwise, the gap would become insurmountable. Tang Sen was, as usual, nowhere to be found, while Oscar snored contentedly. He secured his sword on his back and stepped outside. He sensed that his second martial soul, the ultimate ice, had acquired an additional soul ring. Could it be that the Ice Crystal Phoenix Beak had not fully perished and transformed into my soul ring as a plant? After much contemplation, Shui Lihan arrived at this most reasonable conclusion. That millennia-old ice crystal phoenix beak had bestowed upon him a new soul skill, allowing him to extract ice elements from the air and transform them into a phoenix beak to launch attacks against his foes. It resembled a bow and arrow type of soul skill, and it was ranged as well. He decided to name this soul skill after the plant itself. Second soul skill, Ice Crystal Phoenix Beak. Chapter 47. The Secret Whisper. After making some minor adjustments to his soul power, Shuai Leihan noticed that the day was drawing to a close. He returned to his dormitory to awaken Oscar. While Oscar was dressing, Shuai Leihan saw Xiaowu rushing towards him with a worried expression. "Where's Tang-san? Is he all right?" Shuai Leihan cast a curious glance at Xiaowu. What could possibly be wrong with Tang-san? He merely went to train, he reassured her, gesturing for her to calm down. "Let us wait for Tang-san before we have breakfast." Oscar emerged from within the room, freshly shaven. It must be said that he looked remarkably handsome, with his peach blossom eyes twinkling with charm. Shuai Leihan couldn't help but chuckle at Oscar. He knew what schemes were brewing in his mind. However, the thought of Ning Rongrong caused a fleeting smile to fade from his face, and his gaze towards Oscar shifted to one of scrutiny. At that moment, Tang-san approached slowly from a distance, a hint of a smile gracing his features. Seeing that Tang-san was unharmed, Xiaowu let out a breath of relief. Oscar gave a wry smile and said, "Tang-san, you've had quite the injury. Xiaowu has been fretting about your whereabouts since early morning. Doesn't she know you go out to train every day?" Xiaowu's cheeks flushed as she retorted, "You don't understand. It's called concern. Brother, you're completely fine now, right?" Tang-san nodded and replied, "I'm all better now." Xiaowu smiled brightly. "Then let us go have breakfast together." "Did you get injured, Tang-san? What happened?" As they walked out of the dormitory, Shuai Leihan inquired. Oscar lowered his voice and said, "Yesterday, Tang-san took down a Soul King of level 58. Shuai Leihan nodded, pondering whether it was part of a training exercise between teachers and students. However, if a Soul King was bested, the opponent must have shown some mercy. Tang-san remarked, "The upcoming Advanced Soul Master Tournament will likely not be so simple. Our strength is commendable, but we will be facing Soul Masters under the age of 25. Who knows how many prodigies there are on the continent?" He then turned to Shuai Leihan and asked, "By the way, will you be competing with us?" Shuai Leihan shook his head uncertainly. "That depends on my father's stance. I've heard from my mother that he seems to wish for me to represent the Tiando Empire as an observer." "Father? Mother?" Oscar and Xiaowu exchanged bewildered glances. Tang-san chuckled and explained, "Indeed, Leihan is the third prince of the Tiando Empire." "How impressive!" Oscar and Xiaowu exclaimed in hushed tones, unaware of the full extent of Shuai Leihan's noble status. Shuai Leihan shook his head with a hint of exasperation as they entered the cafeteria of the Shrek branch. Although they had arrived early, several diligent students were already present for breakfast. Upon entering the cafeteria, Tang-san distinctly sensed an unusual atmosphere. All the students regarded him with peculiar expressions. There exists a blend of reverence, jealousy, admiration, and numerous other sentiments. Shuai Leihan shrugged, then proceeded to fetch a meal tray from the serving area before joining Tang-san and Oscar at the table. "Is that Soul King of level 58 a teacher at the academy?" Shuai Leihan inquired while deftly using chopsticks to lift vegetables from her porridge to her mouth. "Uft. He is no ordinary teacher, dear Shuai." Oscar chuckled heartily. "He is merely the father of a classmate vying for affection with little San." Shuai Leihan was momentarily speechless, then turned to give Tang-san an approving thumbs up. "Where is Tang-san?" Just as the three were engaged in their meal and conversation, a group of Shrek Academy students rushed into the dining hall, shouting excitedly, "Are they looking for me?" Tang-san was taken aback, as he did not recognize these students. To be precise, aside from his fellow Shrek 7 monsters, he was only acquainted with Talon, whom he had fought the day prior. The students quickly spotted Tang-san and rushed towards him, the one leading the charge shouting, "Tang-san, hurry, come see. Talon and the others are back." Tang-san paused, a flicker of anger stirring within him. What? Are they not finished yet? Is Talon's father returning? He acknowledged that facing Talon again would likely end in defeat. Yet he must not forget that Oscar was by his side. With Oscar's swift flying mushroom sausage, Tang-san could fully exploit his advantage in hidden weaponry. Should Talon fall victim to even a trace of poison, victory would still be his. The significant flaw of power-type soul masters lies in their speed and attack range. Once understood, they pose little threat. In truth, power-type soul masters excel in expansive battlefields. As the students reached Tang-san, their expressions were peculiar. The leader remarked, "It's not just Talon's father returning. This time, Even his grandfather has come. How talented this Talon family is. First, they sent out the son, then the father. And now the grandfather, Shuelai Han remarked, a rare moment of sarcasm escaping her lips. The group slowly approached the entrance of Shrek's branch academy, where Shuelai Han spotted the trio standing at a distance. The elderly man's gaze was met with a hint of disdain. This family truly possesses a unique talent. Their loyalty extends even to such lengths, Shuelai Han scoffed. She turned her lips in disdain, thinking that if a Soul King could not handle Tang San, then a title Douluo was simply embarrassing. The elder clearly sensed the contempt in Shuelai Han's gaze, his face reddening in response. He stepped aside with his sword, observing the elder's next move. That old fellow is not to be trifled with. Zhao Wujie and a group of teachers had already arrived at the academy's entrance, led by Xiao Wu. Soon, he learned from the surrounding students about the situation unfolding before him. Zhao Wujie, with a solemn demeanor, remarked, "This old fellow is exceedingly formidable, possessing strength exceeding level 80, and is a Soul Douluo. If it were any other Soul Douluo, I might have confidence to contend, however, against him. I find myself entirely without opportunity. He embodies a power-type Soul Master, whose might surpasses that of most titled Douluos. Even as someone who also follows the path of strength, I find myself utterly unable to retaliate in his presence. The oppressive force he emanates rivals that of a titled Douluo. Without a soul power of at least 60, it is nearly impossible to withstand him. Thus, I assert that Xiao San is in serious trouble this time." Shuelai Han sensed the aura of the elder and nodded. Although he possessed the capability to fight, it was clear that he could only endure for a limited time, particularly under the condition that the opponent was slightly holding back. This individual is not to be trifled with. Yet, where did they come from? In the vast Tian-Do Empire, he had perused all records of formidable beings. Yet he had never encountered any information regarding that elder, nor had he even heard of his name. Are they recluses, or perhaps members of a secluded sect? Shuelai Han pondered silently. Could it be the Haotian sect, which has long since vanished? At that moment, a deep and resonant voice reverberated from all directions. "Old gorilla, what skill is it to bully children? It has been a long time. Let us engage in a friendly contest." Shuelai Han immediately recognized the voice as belonging to Bon Douluo and couldn't help but release a sigh of relief. Since members of the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile sect have arrived, all should be well. Who would have thought it was Bon Douluo and sect leader Ning? He mused. "I extend my respects to you, esteemed elders." The three who arrived were indeed Ning Fengji, Ning Rongrong, and Bon Douluo Gu Rong. Shuelai Han offered a slight smile to the trio and stepped forward to greet Ning Fengji and Bon Douluo Gu Rong, saying, "Father-in-law, Uncle Gu." Ning Fengji placed a reassuring hand on Shuelai Han's shoulder, revealing a hint of a smile. Tang Sen also stepped forward, addressing Ning Fengji respectfully, "Greetings, sect leader Ning." Ning Fengji nodded in acknowledgement. "Very well, we shall discuss matters later. For now, let us address the situation at hand." Upon seeing Ning Rongrong make a playful face at him, Shuelai Han shot her an exasperated glance. The group followed Ning Fengji into the school building, where he turned to Shuelai Han and said, "Lei Han, you should accompany us." Nodding in agreement, Shuelai Han followed the others toward the schoolhouse. The elder and Tang Sen entered one room, while Shuelai Han, Ning Fengji, and Gu Rong entered an adjacent chamber. Ning Fengji and Gu Rong took their seats, while Shuelai Han stood straight beside them. "Lei Han, do you know who that titan is?" Ning Fengji inquired. The question appeared to be an inquiry, yet it was, in fact, an examination. Shuelai Han contemplated for a moment before responding, "I have not encountered the name Titan in any texts, nor have I ever heard of a powerful Soul Douluo suddenly appearing in the Tian-Do Empire. Thus, it is likely that he is a figure who has concealed his identity." In light of Titan's recent actions towards Tang San, the answer becomes quite evident. The elderly man is affiliated with the Haotian sect, or rather, he once was. Ning Fengji and Gu Rong applauded in unison. The former smiled and nodded, affirming that Titan indeed was a former member of the Haotian sect. "My purpose for seeking out Xiao San this time is precisely this." Ning Fengji retrieved the concealed weapons crafted by Tang San from his storage ring and gently placed them upon the table. "Lei Han, you are surely aware that the majority of disciples from the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile School are support-type soul masters, lacking the means for self-defense. Thus, I wish to procure these concealed weapons in bulk from Tang San to ensure the safety of our disciples." Shuelai Han recalled the concealed weapons Tang San had previously gifted him, which should still reside within his storage ring, and nodded in acknowledgement. Shaoxin possesses a profound understanding of concealed weapons. Even I am perplexed as to how he conceived such lethal instruments. Shui Leihan sighed in a bittersweet manner and shook his head. Gu Rong chuckled hoarsely. Each person has their own strengths. Leihan need not belittle himself. You are, after all, the most promising youth in the Tiando Empire to become a titled Douluo. Indeed, you are merely 13 or 14 years of age, with a bright future ahead of you. Your adoptive father and Uncle Gu both believe in your talent and potential, so do not undermine yourself. Shui Leihan nodded, his resolve unwavering. Now, we merely await Shaoxin. Ning Fengji lifted his teacup and took a sip, while Shui Leihan maintained his standing posture, closing his eyes to cultivate his spirit. Chapter 48. Entanglement. Ning Rongrong remained quietly standing behind Ning Fengji, observing as the three men closed their eyes in meditation. She playfully stuck out her tongue, but chose to remain silent. Shui Leihan pondered the effects of his second soul ring and his future plans. He understood his father's intentions. As the third prince of the Heaven Do Empire, a prodigy of unparalleled talent, it was expected that he would represent the empire in the upcoming battle. He had no desire to defy his father, especially with the Spirit Hall's persistent scrutiny over the years, which had placed the Heaven Do Empire at a disadvantage. Thus, he resolved in his heart to proceed as such. His breathing gradually steadied as he entered a state of cultivation. A flicker of light passed through Ning Fengji and Gu Rong's eyes, and a subtle smile appeared on their lips, pleased with Shui Leihan's swift transition into his training regimen. His heart seemed to find tranquility effortlessly. Greetings, Master Ning. I apologize for the wait. Tang Sen entered the room, offering a slight bow to Ning Fengji. He then noticed Shui Leihan and Ning Rongrong, smiling at both of them. Little San, since Rongrong calls you third brother, and Leihan refers to you as Little San, you may call me Uncle Ning, Ning Fengji suggested. Certainly, Uncle Ning, Tang Sen replied, his voice as respectful as ever. With his eyes closed, Shui Leihan listened to their conversation, his heart undisturbed. The youngest title Douluo on the continent, he had heard of Tang Hao's esteemed title. I shall break this record, he thought. After Tang San departed, Shui Leihan opened his eyes, a glimmer of cold light flashing within. His mastery of the sword had advanced yet again. Only Ning Fengji and Gu Rong remained in the room, guarding him. Seeing Shui Leihan's eyes open, Ning Fengji smiled with satisfaction. Leihan, your swordsmanship has improved. Uncle Chun will surely be delighted by your progress. A hint of a smile graced Gu Rong's aged face as well. Their gazes toward Shui Leihan had shifted from that of a junior to one of admiration for a rising master of unparalleled skill. According to Chen Xian's assessment, Shui Leihan's future achievements would far surpass his own as a sword Douluo. Thank you, Uncle, and Uncle Gu for your protection, Shui Leihan said, clasping his hands in gratitude. Ning Fengji nodded, cautioning, Leihan, be wary of Little San's hidden weapons. One must always guard against the unexpected. His hidden weapons can be devastating when one is unprepared. Though Little San is not of that nature, should those weapons fall into the hands of an enemy, you must remain vigilant. Shui Leihan listened intently to Ning Fengji's words, a flicker of contemplation passing through his eyes. I have great faith in Tang San. I believe that with his abilities and innate talent, it will not be long before he makes a name for himself in the spirit master community. It is evident that he is not one to be constrained by rules. Yet he views fame and fortune with indifference. Otherwise, he would not have so generously gifted such precious herbs to his companions. For a child who may one day become a formidable force, all we need to do is cultivate a good relationship with him, and in the future, he shall undoubtedly become our ally. I even pondered the prospect of binding his heart to our 7 treasures glazed sect through a matrimonial alliance. It would be a splendid choice. What do you think, Snow Cold? After a moment of contemplation, Snow Cold slowly replied, I believe this approach is feasible. Yet the probability of success is exceedingly slim. Shaoxin already holds affections for another, and while I am uncertain about the circumstances between Ning Rongrong and Oscar, I sense that Ning Rongrong harbors an indescribable affection for Oscar. Of course, this is under the premise that Oscar is persistently pursuing her. As a fellow student, I support their union, yet as Ning Rongrong's sworn brother, I firmly oppose it. A food system soul master lacks the ability and strength to protect her. Ning Fengji lowered his head in thought and sighed. A glimmer of cold light flickered in Snow Cold's eyes as he continued. I have no authority to interfere in Rongrong's lifelong affairs. However, beyond our status as classmates, I am far more concerned about her personal safety. Rongrong's 7 treasures glazed tower has evolved into the 9 treasures glazed tower, Ning Fengji slowly remarked, signifying that she has transcended the limitations of the Seven Treasures glazed sect. Even if I wished to intervene, it would likely be a formidable challenge. Snow Cold found himself in a dilemma, torn between his role as a classmate and that of a sworn brother. It was a most difficult choice indeed, a knot that could not be untied. In truth, I had initially intended to betroth Rongrong to you, Ning Fengji said with a wry smile, only to have that wretched old poisoner seize the opportunity first. Snow Cold's expression turned serious. My feelings for Rongrong are those of a brother. Ning Fengji heaved a sigh, lamenting how regrettable it is. Had I been able to bear sending her to the Heaven Do Royal Academy to cultivate her feelings for you, it would have been splendid. Snow Cold fell into silence, unsure of what to say. Let time provide us with the answers, my dear Cold Tears. I entrust you to take good care of Rongrong during your time at the academy and to keep an eye on her love interest. Should anything seem amiss, you are free to intervene. Ning Fengji patted Snow Cold's shoulder, revealing a hint of a comforting smile. Certainly, my father. After Ning Fengji and Gu Rong departed the conference room with smiles, Snow Cold gazed at the spot where they had stood, internally sighing. He did not harbor disdain for Oscar. On the contrary, he recognized Oscar's talent and his martial spirit. Yet, from the perspective of a sworn brother, Snow Cold believed that Oscar could not adequately protect Ning Rongrong. He shook his head, his gaze regaining its tranquility as he exited the conference room. His heart was no longer tethered to this academy, but aspired towards higher ambitions. Upon returning to the dormitory and witnessing Oscar's beaming countenance, Snow Cold shook his head. On his way back, he encountered Ning Rongrong, whose demeanor appeared somewhat dazed. He surmised that something had transpired between them. If my adoptive father forbids it, then I shall take on the role of this villain myself. As if a decision had been made, Shuai Lei Han closed his eyes, shutting out all external influences from his heart. His sword cannot lag behind. With the departure of the mighty Hercules and the esteemed leader of the Seven Treasures glazed tile school, Ning Fengji, the academy's life returned to its normal rhythm. Though it was now rife with numerous rumors, Tang San and Ning Rongrong undoubtedly became the focal points of discussion among the students. Even the advanced classes received heightened attention from the teachers. Consequently, Tang San naturally ascended to the position of the chief of the Shrek branch. After a few days of classes, Shuai Lei Han once again sought leave to venture to the Soul Arena. The master, understanding the thoughts of his disciple, felt a pang of sympathy. Must you go? Your courses remain incomplete, he said, his gaze stern upon Shuai Lei Han. The student felt compelled to attend, for his sword had significantly fallen behind in strength. It had dulled. Shuai Lei Han performed a respectful salute. Very well, you must return in 6 months, the master commanded. Understood. Before his departure, Shuai Lei Han gathered his former comrades from the Royal Combat Team, bringing them all to the Soul Arena, where he assigned each of them training and challenge tasks. The members of the Royal Combat Team were not surprised. In fact, they had anticipated this day since Shuai Lei Han's return. They understood he would not allow them to rest. They were also aware of the relentless efforts made by Shuai Lei Han, Yu Tianheng, and Du Guyan in preparation for the upcoming Youth Soul Master competition. Even the typically frivolous Xie Lu, Yu Feng, and AOC Luo wore serious expressions, diligently committing the tasks to memory. The 10 elite of Tiando took residence in the Soul Arena, battling day and night. Meanwhile, the teachers and vice deans from the United Academy frequently brought students to observe and learn from the various fighting styles on display, although this could be detrimental to them, as their techniques were laid bare to the audience. None minded, as long as their strength improved. Shuai Lei Han's soul power remained at level 46. Yet, this level represented a simultaneous attainment in both swordsmanship and soul power, a harmonious advancement. Those who had not completed their tasks were to remain, while those who could return to rest. Inside a VIP room within the Soul Arena of Tiando City, 10 individuals sat together. Each of these 10, when seen individually, appeared as graceful as a willow and as beautiful as celestial beings. Yet now they bore wounds and looked disheveled. Shuai Lei Han clapped his hands and addressed the 9 seated on the sofas. Upon hearing his words, Xie Lu and the others displayed expressions of distress, while Yu Lingling and Yu Fengling comfortably stifled yawns. Yu Fengling, being a support-type soul master, had consistently teamed up with Yu Tianheng. Meanwhile, Yu Lingling, as a soul master with the 9 hearts Sea Pearl martial spirit, often partnered with Shuai Lei Han and Du Guyan, with the support of the cake. The combat prowess of the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon was further amplified, allowing them to swiftly complete the tasks assigned by Shuai Lei Han. Shui Leihan's body bore the marks of bruises in shades of blue and purple, accompanied by a faint metallic scent of blood, a lingering reminder of his recent struggles. Having fulfilled the task I had set for myself, I decided to return to the academy. You few who remain unprepared, hasten your actions. Do not let the onset of the Youth Soul Master competition catch you unawares. I shall make you aware of the true meaning of divine retribution. With a smile that barely concealed his true feelings, Shui Leihan exchanged greetings with Yu Tianheng and the others before departing the battle arena with Dong Huiyan. Amidst the echoes of their forlorn cries, how swiftly 6 months have passed. Dong Huiyan gazed into the distance at the academy, a wistful smile gracing her lips. Indeed, the day of the Soul Master competition draws ever closer. How has your strength developed? I believe that opponents below the 50th rank should pose no significant challenge. I am truly happy for you. Your goals are becoming increasingly attainable. Dong Huiyan slightly turned, her hair wafting a unique fragrance around her. Shui Leihan nodded, admiring the beauty of this young lady as he gently enveloped her in his embrace. Does it still hurt? Dong Huiyan tenderly brushed the bruises on Shui Leihan's body. He responded with a warm smile, softly stating, "As long as I think of you, the pain fades away." A faint blush crept onto Dong Huiyan's cheeks as she retorted playfully, "You're quite the charmer." He recalled his teacher's words, urging him to return in 6 months. Perhaps it was time for new training. Shui Leihan shrugged, grasping Dong Huiyan's hand, and they set forth towards the Tiando United Academy. Chapter 49, Dreaming Heart. Departure, you have returned. The master took a sip of tea, gazing at the upright figure of Shui Leihan. Yes, I have returned, Shui Leihan replied respectfully, his hands clasped behind his back. The master noticed the bruises on Shui Leihan, and a faint scent of blood, and a flicker of concern crossed his eyes. What are your plans for the future? I intend to travel after the Youth Soul Master competition concludes, and then return to the United Academy as a teacher. Shui Leihan answered. The master chuckled, teaching? Why? Because I have come to understand the emotions within your heart, master. It is for the future of the Heaven Do Empire, as well as for the future of the Heaven Do United Academy. A faint smile appeared on Shui Leihan's face as he spoke of his future path. Very well, I support your decision. The faculty in the Inner Academy has yet to be established, and the Shrek 8 monsters have surpassed the threshold of level 30. It is time for graduation. The Academy is not everything. Your journey in life involves more than just training within its walls. The true battlefield lies in the outside world. Shui Leihan fell silent upon hearing this. And the teacher? Yu Shaojing set down his teacup and smiled. He might remain at Shrek's branch or possibly travel across the continent. I am uncertain. What is the current level of the Shrek 8 monsters? Shui Leihan inquired. They have all surpassed level 40 and are preparing to hunt soul rings in the Sunset Forest in a few days. The master's voice carried a hint of pride when he mentioned the Shrek 8 monsters. Then I shall bring Xian Air along. Shui Leihan nodded, recalling the master's previous words about her potential. Yes, protect her well, the master agreed with a nod. Well then, it is getting late. You should rest. We depart tomorrow at noon. Understood. After bowing, Shui Leihan stepped out of the master's chamber, his silhouette elongated under the moonlight. At 14 years of age, Shui Leihan stood nearly 175 centimeters tall. His physique, while not overly robust, was harmoniously muscular. His features had matured, rendering him quite handsome. Among the Heaven Do 10 elites, if one were to rank by attractiveness, he would take first place, followed by Xiaolu and Yu Tianheng. If Xiaolu were described as dashing and Yu Tianheng as imposing, then Shui Leihan was the embodiment of celestial beauty. The once slightly long sword, the Azure Rose, had now adapted to his growing stature, becoming increasingly manageable. The past 6 months of soul battles had imbued his gaze with a hint of fierceness. Welcome back. The familiar dormitory greeted him, though Oscar was already snoring as usual. Ah, Leihan, long time no see. Tang San greeted him softly, a smile blossoming on his face. Congratulations on reaching the 40th level of soul power. After Shui Leihan took a seat, he remarked, likewise, your sword must have grown more formidable. I have no desire to engage in another duel with you, nor do I wish to test your hidden weapons. They both chuckled. We shall depart tomorrow, so make sure to rest early. After yawning, Tang Sin began to meditate, entering a state of cultivation. Shui Leihan nodded, cradling his sword and gently closing his eyes. The next morning, prompted by the master's command, Shui Leihan arrived early at Dream Shinji's office to inquire about Shiner's residence. What has transpired? Dream Shinji was taken aback by Shui Leihan's directness. We are setting out at noon today to hunt soul rings for the other students of Shrek Academy's branch. My teacher has designated Sheener to assist in obtaining her first soul ring. Dream Shinji understood and smiled knowingly. I shall take you there at once. He led Shui Leihan through a quieter dormitory area, passing by students on their way to breakfast. Shui Leihan cast a curious glance at Dream Shinji, noting that this was a faculty dormitory. Sensing the look, Dream Shinji's face flushed slightly as he paused before a door and gently knocked. Grandpa Ming. A cheerful voice called out from within. Shui Leihan was taken aback, wondering if Dream Shinji had indeed taken Sheener in as a granddaughter. Hearing the call, Dream Shinji seemed to regain a few years of youth, embracing the running Sheener. Observing the gentle smile on Dream Shinji's face, Shui Leihan felt a sense of quietude. He knew that Dream Dean had lost his wife early on and had endured the sorrow of outliving his own child, leaving him solitary. Perhaps Sheener had touched the wounded heart of this elder. Without uttering a word, Shui Leihan felt a quiet joy for Dream Vice Dean. Sheener, today you will accompany this elder brother to the Sunset Forest to add a soul ring to your martial spirit. Upon seeing Shui Leihan again, Sheener's cheeks flushed. She nodded, calling out, Grandpa Ming, I'm off. Return early, Dream Shinji replied kindly. With a smile, Shui Leihan said, let us go. And he led the way toward the Shrek Academy branch. Perhaps it was more fitting to refer to her as Meng Sheener. Meng Sheener followed closely behind Shui Leihan, gazing at his silhouette, lost in thought. Teacher, Shui Leihan soon arrived at the Shrek Academy branch's playground with Meng Sheener. Upon seeing the master, he respectfully bowed. Noticing Shui Leihan's gesture, the young Meng Sheener quickly followed suit. Pfft, Oscar chuckled. Dai Mubai cast a piercing glance at him, then approached to envelop Shui Leihan in a warm embrace. Leihan, it's been such a long time. Indeed, Mubai, it has been ages. Sensing the soul power emanating from each other, they exchanged faint smiles. You've grown stronger. Likewise. How could you forget me, brother Leihan? Ning Rongrong's teasing voice chimed in. Shui Leihan offered a wry smile. How could I ever forget my Rongrong? Oh, brother Leihan, how sentimental. After a playful exchange, Zhu Zhuqing and Xiao Wu noticed Meng Sheener hesitating behind Shui Leihan and began to engage her in conversation. Oscar Dai Mubai and Ma Hongjuan's eyes lit up upon seeing Meng Sheener. One could not deny the charm of this young girl, especially with the unique mutation of her martial soul, which evoked a protective instinct due to her cat-like features. However, Oscar and Dai Mubai quickly subdued their impulses, joking amongst themselves, as they certainly did not wish to lose face before their beloved. Ma Hongjun, on the other hand, resembled a lovesick chick, drooling at the sight. Shui Leihan shot him an exasperated glance. At that moment, Flander, the master, and Zhao Wujia approached in unison. Upon seeing Sheener, the master's eyes brightened, and he nodded slightly. Ahem, what are you all up to? Flander asked with a hint of annoyance. The Shrek group promptly assembled, reminiscent of their first day at school. Flander continued. We will set off immediately to the Sunset Forest. Although the four of us will accompany you, I must clarify one thing in advance. The fourth soul ring, while not as crucial as the third in terms of bridging gaps, is equally significant. To better prepare you for practical combat before the Soul Master competition begins, the Master and I have decided that you will undertake the hunting of soul beasts on your own. Unless absolutely necessary, we will not intervene. Under normal circumstances, rather than protecting you, we will expect you to protect yourselves. This journey to hunt soul beasts will serve as the first phase of your graduation examination, while the second phase will be the upcoming Advanced Soul Master competition. Do you understand? Ma Hongjun, the least intimidated by Flander, couldn't help but inquire, Teacher, how do we know if we have passed? Flander replied, Good question. Passing is not overly difficult. In the first phase, you can rely on your collective strength to hunt suitable soul beasts. As long as the four of us do not intervene, you will have passed. As for the second phase, simply bringing back any championship will suffice for graduation. What? That's not easy at all, Oscar exclaimed in surprise. Considering Shui Leihan's former team, the Royal Fighting Team, had already faced significant challenges, their increasing strength over time made Shrek Academy's victory seem like a distant dream. Leihan, will you be participating in this battle? Flander inquired. Shui Leihan shook his head and replied, My father has tasked me with representing the Heaven Do Empire in observing the matches, thus I am unable to participate in any competition. It is indeed unfortunate. Flander sighed. And even the other members of the Shrek 8 monsters felt a twinge of disappointment. The Royal Combat Team was not only their rival but also their friend. Whenever Shui Leihan did not assign tasks, the Heavendo 9 elite frequently visited the Shrek Academy branch to train and spar with them. Even the master was quite pleased with the Royal Combat team member's character, who remained humble in victory and resilient in defeat. Alas, they had already joined the Heavendo United Academy and could no longer compete under the banner of the Shrek Academy branch. Flander rolled his eyes. What is the matter? Oscar, do you have any objections? No, none at all. The dean is wise, Oscar replied, fully aware of Flander's temperament. Should he voice any dissent, the upcoming graduation examination would likely become even more arduous. That is good to hear. Let us set off, Flander commanded. And the group of 13 embarked on the road to the Sunset Forest. Leihan, you will lead this time, and I will assist you. How does that sound? Dai Mubai stepped forward to stand beside Shui Leihan. He could still vividly recall that desperate night in the Stardow Forest. Yet it was this young man who had bravely challenged the formidable Titan giant ape alone. Very well. Sensing the trust in everyone's eyes, Shui Leihan felt reluctant to decline and nodded in agreement. Xiao-san, I will collaborate with you to identify the suitable spirit beasts for everyone. Without hesitation, Xiao-san agreed. Spirit beasts ranging from 3,000 to 5,000 years would be ideal. While 5,000-year beasts may pose some challenges, we will protect you, so do not falter. As for Ming Xiner, a spirit beast close to 100 years would be appropriate. Shui Leihan glanced around and smiled. Are you all ready? Of course. Then let us depart. Chapter 50. The Setting Sun Forest. The terrifying woman. The Setting Sun Forest is situated in the heart of the Tiando Empire. Although it does not quite reach the frigid latitudes, its temperatures are significantly lower than those of the Stardow Forest, resulting in a flora predominantly comprising temperate plants that are characteristic of northern regions. Tropical vegetation tends to evoke a sense of density and humidity, while temperate plants, although refreshingly crisp, lack the lushness of their tropical counterparts. Consequently, traversing through the Setting Sun Forest is far more manageable than navigating through the Stardow Forest. Naturally, formidable spirit beasts still prefer the humid embrace of the tropical rainforest found in the Stardow Forest. Thus, while the Setting Sun Forest is home to numerous spirit beasts, those with cultivation exceeding a millennium are scarce. Most remain within the range of 1 to 10,000 years of cultivation, compounded by the reckless hunting of spirit masters, which has led to a general decline in the quality of spirit beasts. Now, to hunt a suitable spirit beast, one must possess not only strength but also patience. Shui Leihan, evidently well acquainted with the Setting Sun Forest, understood that finding a suitable spirit beast in a short span of time was a mere folly. On the first day, he led the group deep into the forest, avoiding unnecessary disturbances to the spirit beasts while searching for something specific. At last, he arrived at a clearing, where the sun hung low in the western sky, casting long shadows over the increasingly dim forest. Brushing off dust from his attire, he signaled for the group to rest. This area, a glade within the woods, bore the charred marks of flames. Wow, Leihan, you have truly discovered a splendid campsite, Mu Bai exclaimed, instantly relaxing upon seeing the location. As the second most skilled spirit master in the Setting Sun Forest, he had felt considerable pressure. Now, upon finding the camping site, he exhaled a sigh of relief. This is where we used to rest, he remarked, a nostalgic smile gracing his lips. Shui Leihan skillfully retrieved tents from his ring, and the remaining 7 members of the Shrek 8 monsters came forward to assist. Thanks to the aid of spirit guiding devices, their preparations were thorough. Within a short while, 2 sturdy tents had been erected. To ensure swift responses within the spirit beast forest, they opted for large, robust tents. The 4 teachers occupied one, while the Shrek 8 monsters took the other, with the night watch duty assigned to them in rotation according to their spirit power rankings. Tang Sen wandered around the vicinity, utilizing some special powder to delineate their camping area, which not only served as a deterrent to spirit beasts but also helped avoid incursions by snakes, insects, and rodents. Shui Leihan nodded approvingly, dispatching the stout Ma Hongjun to start a fire, instructing Ming Xner to remain in the tent while he ventured nearby to search for any spirit beast dens. After all, it had been some time since his last visit, and it was possible that a spirit beast had relocated its den nearby, promising an eventful night. He ventured a little further, his icy crystal eyes glimmering with a chilling light amidst the inky darkness of the forest. He gently broke a few branches to leave a mark before swiftly returning to the camp. The dinner was sumptuous, and after the meal, Flander briefly communicated with the Shrek 7 devils before retreating into the tent to rest. Although their tent accommodated only 4 individuals, Its size was somewhat smaller than that of Shrek's seven devils. Flander and Zhao Wujia returned to the tent for rest, while Lu Erlong, after casting a few more glances at the master by the campfire, also entered the tent. However, the master hesitated at that moment. He had carefully observed the sleeping arrangements inside the tent, noting that almost everyone was in close proximity, where even a slight turn could result in contact through the bedding. Though he considered himself a man of virtue, he could not be certain that his heart would remain steadfast if a woman he had loved for many years lay beside him. For a moment, the master sat by the campfire, his mind in disarray. Shuiliahan decided to take the first half of the night watch, entrusting the latter half to Dai Mubai and the others. With the highest soul power and the strongest combat ability, the others readily agreed. In the academy, one could easily spend the night in meditation for cultivation. However, the greatest drawback of meditative practice was the need for intense concentration after a night of cultivation. Although one's physical condition would improve, it would lead to a period of mental fatigue. Such a state was unacceptable during the hunt for soul beasts. If one's focus wavered under an attack, it could result in irreparable losses. Thus, during the hunt, everyone must rely on sleep to restore their state to its peak. This conclusion was drawn by the master after Shuiliahan shared his cultivation method. For Shuiliahan, keeping watch was a routine task. If he became excessively fatigued, he would use his second soul skill to freeze his weary mind momentarily, instantly refreshing himself. As he observed the Shrek group and Ming Xian'er entering the tent, Shuiliahan stirred the campfire to prevent it from extinguishing too quickly. "Master, are you not sleeping yet?" he inquired when he saw the master walking over from the tent. "No, I am not tired yet," the master replied with a smile. "Master, your health is paramount, and we must seek soul beasts in the sunset forest tomorrow. You should rest," Shuiliahan said respectfully, feeling a hint of weariness himself from the strenuous march. Given that the master's soul power level was lower than his own, he would naturally be more fatigued. "Very well, be careful, Lei Han," the master pondered for a moment, finding no reason to refuse, and then entered the tent. As Shuiliahan watched the master's upright figure disappear into the tent, he let out a slight sigh of relief. He planted his sword firmly into the ground before him. Yet it emitted no chill, a testament to his improved control over the weapon. His eyes narrowed slightly, appearing to be in a meditative state. Yet the sharp glint within them remained keen. He did not wish for any unforeseen incidents to occur. After a brief interval, he felt a sudden tension in his spirit and immediately opened his eyes wide. A soul beast over 4,000 years old. Shuiliahan swiftly unsheathed his sword, and the second soul ring illuminated, enveloping the blade in a chilling aura of sword energy. Wishing not to disturb the others, he refrained from exerting his full strength in this strike. With a horizontal slash, the beam of light from his sword darted rapidly towards a shadow nearby. A resounding boom echoed as the soul beast materialized before Shuiliahan's gaze. This colossal scorpion, entirely snow-white, exuded an intense aura of menace from its skeletal body, which glided swiftly along the ground. Its tail, formed from 9 segmented bones, arched high, culminating in a crimson hook. Its massive pincers had just shattered the sword energy emanating from Shuiliahan. The so-called Earth King was indeed a formidable creature, known for its ruthless nature. This scorpion was not as feared for its venom as the human-faced demon spider, yet few soul beasts of comparable rank dared to provoke it. It was undeniably a high-quality fire-type soul beast. The 9 segments of its tail indicated that this Earth King was approximately 4,500 years old, as it gained an additional segment every 500 years. Shuiliahan's gaze turned icy, a wave of coldness radiating from him. Something was amiss. Tang Sen immediately sprang forth, followed closely by Dai Mubai. "The Earth King," Tang Sen exclaimed upon seeing the scorpion, "is a soul beast suited for soul power at level 40. Let us leave it here. Lei Han, Mubai, we advance," Tang Sen shouted, and instantly, blue-silver grass sprouted from his hand, with soul rings illuminating in succession as he leapt towards the Earth King. Shuiliahan nodded, his sword enveloped in a cerulean glow. A gust of wind surged beneath him, propelling him onto a large tree, where he spun in midair and swiftly brought his sword down. At that moment, the other members of the Shrek 8 monsters emerged from their tents. Suddenly, a figure burst forth from another tent. It was Lu Erlong, her hair disheveled. Her clothing was slightly askew, but she charged out like a whirlwind, instantly spotting the 4,000-year-old Earth King, and let out a piercing scream as she lunged towards it. Shuiliahan witnessed a figure flash before him, delivering a kick that sent the 4,000-year-old Earth King flying. What the? He could not help but curse. He abruptly retracted his sword, the force of the reversal causing him immense pain, akin to delivering a powerful strike only to find it met with emptiness, a most excruciating sensation. Glancing at Lu Erlong, who was wildly throwing punches and forcing the Earth King back, Shui Leihan couldn't help but break into a cold sweat. Had she been provoked by something? Tang San, in bewilderment, remarked, dealing with a 1,000-year soul beast. Does teacher Erlong really need to unleash her 7th soul skill, the true form of the Red Dragon? Dean Flanders did not suggest that we should confront the soul beasts ourselves, did he? Why, then, has teacher Lu Erlong taken matters into her own hands? Shui Leihan shrugged in exasperation alongside the rest of the Shrek team as they observed Lu Erlong's solo performance, left with no opportunity to intervene. In the next moment, Lu Erlong's form descended from the heavens, devoid of any embellishments or the use of skills. She merely folded her wings and plummeted from the sky, her dragon claws crashing heavily onto the back of the Earth King, producing a thunderous roar that forced a significant portion of the creature into the ground. The Earth King emitted a piercing wail, its front pincers flailing desperately, yet failing to graze Lu Erlong's figure. How immense was Lu Erlong? Having unleashed her true form as a red dragon, how formidable was her weight? She descended and landed squarely on the Earth King, not quite crushing it entirely, but nearly so. Shui Leihan's eyes widened, suspecting that teacher Lu Erlong was merely in a foul mood, having found a suitable outlet for her frustrations. In the next instant, Lu Erlong leaped from atop the Earth King, though her intent was not to spare it. With a swift motion of her forepaw, she lifted the creature embedded in the earth and slammed it back down with tremendous force. In Lu Erlong's grasp, the Earth King resembled a mere rag doll, repeatedly lifted and smashed to the ground. The violent spectacle caused the onlookers to wince in discomfort. Shui Leihan's eyelids twitched uncontrollably as his gaze shifted toward his teacher. Noticing the master's bittersweet expression, Shui Leihan shook his head. Truly, she is a fearsome woman. Chapter 51. The Soul Rings of Ma Hongjun and Meng Xr. Lu Erlong flicked his dragon claw, and the body of the Earth King traced a parabolic arc in the air before crashing heavily before the Shrek 7 devils. That one, little fatty, it belongs to you. You also possess the fire attribute, making it a perfect match. Shui Leihan's lips twitched slightly. The Earth King, aged around 4,000 years, had yet to unleash its formidable powers before Lu Erlong swiftly dispatched it. After the chubby boy settled to absorb the soul ring, Shui Leihan sat cross-legged directly in front of him. His martial soul exerted a certain suppressive effect on Ma Hongjun, should the boy inadvertently ignite his evil fire. Shui Leihan's ultimate ice would instantaneously freeze him. Flander nodded, saying, while the little fatty absorbs the soul ring, it is my duty as his teacher to provide protection. Xiaogang, you may retire for the night. It suffices for me and Leihan to remain here. Sleep? You wish. The master shot a frustrated glare at Flander. The flames of irritation in his heart had completely extinguished. Glancing at the tent, he ambled over to a large tree nearby, sat down, and closed his eyes in silence. As Shui Leihan attuned to the steady fluctuations of Ma Hongjun's soul power, his mood began to calm. Nevertheless, he remained ever prepared to unleash his second martial soul. Dai Mubai and the others returned to the tent and soon began to snore softly. The night passed without incident. When dawn broke and the group emerged from their slumber, Ma Hongjun remained seated in his spot from the previous night, albeit now having undergone a notable transformation. The first thing that caught the eye was the 4 soul rings, 2 yellow and 2 purple. Shui Leihan opened his somewhat weary eyes. Indeed, his vigil as protector had been validated by the intrusion of several soul beasts during the night, though none posed a significant threat. A few 100-year-old beasts and 1,000-year-old beast had proven unsuitable for the group present. Thus, Shui Leihan and Flander efficiently eliminated the soul beasts without disturbing Ma Hongjun. He felt slightly fatigued, having quietly utilized his second martial soul in the latter part of the night to freeze his head and maintain alertness. Observing Shui Leihan's weary figure, Dai Mubai and the others opened their mouths, feeling that any expression of gratitude would be a desecration of their friendship. Shui Leihan retrieved a flask of clear water from his ring, washing his face briefly to restore himself to peak condition. As the leader of this expedition, he bore the responsibility for the team. The refreshing cold water invigorated him considerably. At that moment, Oscar nudged Ma Hongjun, asking, Fatty, how does it feel to have obtained a 4th soul ring? Was it easy to absorb? Ma Hongjun nodded, replying, it was quite effortless. I completed it in just half an hour. It caused me no trouble at all. How strange, though? Could it be that the Earth King, having been tormented by teacher Erlong, had relinquished all hope of life, genuinely believing that I was liberating it, thus allowing me to absorb it so easily? Tang Sen remarked. In a certain sense, this scenario could indeed hold validity. Our teacher has studied this. If a soul beast harbors little resentment at the moment of its demise, the absorption tends to be relatively easier. Conversely, if the resentment of the soul beast is profound, the absorption of the soul ring will become exceedingly arduous. Such was the case when I last absorbed the soul ring of the faceless spider. However, my mentor has also stated that two scenarios render the absorption of a soul ring most advantageous for the soul master after the demise of a soul beast. The first scenario occurs when the soul beast is imbued with extreme resentment. In such cases, the probability of dropping a soul bone significantly increases. The second scenario arises when a soul beast willingly allows itself to be slain. In instances of voluntary sacrifice for the soul master's soul ring, there is nearly a 100% chance of a soul bone dropping, and the soul ring will be absorbed flawlessly, unencumbered by age constraints. This implies that even if we are currently only at level 40, should a 10,000-year-old soul beast willingly permit us to slay it for its soul ring, we would not suffer any backlash. Is it truly that favorable? Oscar and Ma Hongjun echoed in unison. Beside them, Dai Mubai interjected, "What do you mean by favorable? Do you think it is that simple? On what grounds would a soul beast willingly allow you to kill it and bestow its soul ring upon you? This is merely an idealistic scenario, one that may not even be remotely attainable." Shuele Han was momentarily taken aback, recalling the peculiar ice-blue soul ring on his second soul ring and the scene of the ice phoenix voluntarily becoming his first soul ring. Given the context of voluntary death, the soul ring would indeed be free from age limitations. This could elucidate the four peculiar soul ring configurations of the Azure Rose Sword. He reminisced about the time in the extreme northern wasteland when he first revealed his second martial soul, causing some soul beasts to kneel before him, with others so frightened they lost control of their bowels. Could that also be considered voluntary? Shuele Han did not fully comprehend the thoughts of the soul beasts at that moment. But it was indeed true that the absorption of the soul rings then was devoid of any pain or backlash. Rather, it brought about a sense of relief. He recalled the ice phoenix mentioning a divine realm. With a light chuckle, he concluded that it was better to remain steadfast in his own convictions rather than to place faith in such external entities. "Let us depart. It is time to seek the next soul ring," he announced, rubbing his temples as he addressed the group. Upon hearing his command, the remaining members of the Shrek 8 monsters began to pack their tents. Shuele Han waved his hand, stowing the tools into his storage ring. The group arranged themselves in the formation they had taken when heading to the Stardow Forest, with Tang Sen leading, followed by Oscar, Ning Rongrong, and Ming Xianer in the middle, while Xiao Wu and Ma Hongjun flanked the sides, and Dai Mubai and Zhu Shiqing bringing up the rear. Shuele Han, as usual, walked last. Thankfully, due to his rigorous training history, the fatigue he felt was negligible. If he grew weary, a mere slash across his body would suffice to rejuvenate him. The forest lay in stillness, punctuated only by the soft laughter of Xiao Wu, Ning Rongrong, and Meng Xianer, who remained within the formation. Even the typically vivacious Xiao Wu exhibited remarkable decorum this time, prompting Shuele Han to refrain from uttering a word. A faint mist, cold and damp, drifted with the gentle breeze, as the sun had yet to fully rise, marking the time when the fog was at its densest. The group swallowed the detoxification pills provided by Tang San, feeling a sense of relief in their breathing thereafter. At this moment, Tang Sen gestured ahead, prompting everyone to halt their steps. Shuele Han gazed forward. Ever since consuming the ice crystal phoenix beak, his vision had markedly improved. A cat? Tang Sen revealed his martial spirit, causing the blue-silver grass beneath him to sprout forth. It was a 100-year-old phantom cat, he declared. "Leave it be." Shuele Han glanced at Meng Xianer. This 100-year soul ring was exceptionally suited for her. According to the assessments of Tang San and Shuele Han, this soul beast could bestow Meng Xianer with a formidable soul skill. The phantom cat, adept in assassination and ambush, was likely still groggy, having inadvertently wandered into their path. Tang San dashed forward, with Ning Rongrong's aura perfectly enveloping him just in time, while Ma Hongjun and Xiao Wu followed suit. On the sidelines, Flinder, the master, Lu Erlong, and Zhao Wujing observed. Acquiring a 100-year soul beast was no challenge for the Shrek 7 devils. A fully azure feline demon was ensnared by Tang San's blue-silver grass and was abruptly hurled to the ground. A burst of flames from the fatty elicited a cry from the creature. Meng Xionaire, now's your chance, Shui Leihan urged. Meng Xionaire took the dagger handed to her by the master. Her small hands trembled slightly, yet she resolutely plunged it into the encased phantom cat. A yellow soul ring materialized above its lifeless form. Shui Leihan nodded, positioning himself protectively behind Meng Xionaire, ready to intervene should any misfortune arise. The group formed a protective circle around her. The master nodded in satisfaction, noting their growing proficiency in hunting soul rings and safeguarding one another. Meng Xionaire absorbed the soul ring in less time than Ma Hongjun, and after merely half an hour, she stood up, 100-year soul ring swirling around her. The beauty she possessed was accentuated by an air of cold elegance following her absorption of the phantom cat. Thank you, everyone. The young girl was visibly elated. Her recent experiences felt like a transformation from gloom to brightness, as she had been granted the opportunity to acquire a 100-year soul ring, supported by so many companions. She bowed deeply in gratitude. There is no need for such formality, remarked Zhu Qing, her expression serene as she smiled gently, perhaps due to their shared feline martial spirits. She felt a fondness for the young girl. Thank you, elder brothers and sisters. After a moment of comfort, Meng Xionaire's spirits finally calmed, eliciting smiles from the Shrek 7 devils. What is your first soul skill, Xionaire? The master inquired, stepping forward. Master, my first soul skill is called Celestial Spirit Thrust. Meng Xionaire responded with utmost respect, eager to answer. It allows me to instantaneously move before my enemy to launch an attack. As she spoke, her fingers transformed into elongated cat claws. Excellent. The master nodded in satisfaction, indeed reminiscent of the soul skills he had envisioned. The technique bore a striking resemblance to Zhu Zhuqing's nether-piercing thrust, prompting Shui Leihan to recall Zhu Zhuqing's first soul skill during their training. And he nodded in agreement. No rush, continue your practice a while longer, Flinder remarked at that moment. The group lingered for a brief moment. And when Meng Xionaire arose once more, she signaled that she had completely integrated her abilities. Shui Leihan nodded. And then Tang San stepped forward again to lead the team. Meng Xionaire, elated by the acquisition of a 100-year soul ring, beamed with joy. Having received the care of the Dream God Institute's president, her once arduous life had transformed, and her demeanor had shifted significantly. From a timid, reticent girl, she gradually blossomed into a spirited individual. However, her past experiences instilled in her a profound kindness toward all. Shui Leihan remained at the rear of the group, ever vigilant and observant of his surroundings. Although the Sunset Forest lacked the perilous reputation of the Stardow Forest, he maintained his alertness, vividly recalling the past disturbances caused by soul beasts. He hoped fervently that they would not encounter territorial soul beasts this time. In his eyes lay a tranquil depth, yet his entire being was poised, constantly adjusting to achieve the optimal angle for action, ready to unsheath his sword and strike down any soul beast that dared to threaten. Chapter 52. The decapitation of the enemy commander amidst a sea of troops. Teacher, it is the soul beast, the Pink Lady. The master paused for a moment. Disbelief etched on his face. Are you certain? Although the Pink Lady possesses venom, even those of millennia-old stature could not possibly unleash such a vast expanse of toxic mist upon us. Tang San's expression darkened gravely. I am certain, master. Moreover, I comprehend the reason behind this dense fog of poison. There are no fewer than 1,000 Pink Ladies outside. While most are merely a century old, their sheer numbers can easily harness the morning mist to release toxins to such an overwhelming degree. What? 1,000? How is that conceivable? The master's eyes widened in astonishment, his previously rigid visage now transformed by concern. There must be a leader among them. It is unlikely they would congregate in such numbers without one. Shui Leihan waved away the pink mist, declaring, a Pink Lady with an age surpassing 3,000 years. Drawing his longsword, it gleamed like a pool of autumn water, shimmering with a cold light. He felt the tremors of the ground beneath him, the footsteps of the Pink Ladies echoing like the rapid march of the Tiando Empire. Leihan, what are you planning to do? The master inquired urgently upon witnessing Shui Leihan unsheath his sword. The ability of the Pink Lady is to emit a mist that induces exhilaration. I believe the soul beast would be suitable for Oscar, Shui Leihan replied calmly. Teacher, this battle is ours to fight. Allow us to proceed, Tang Sin asserted. Indeed. This will serve as a valuable training opportunity for you. If my assumptions hold true, Oscar's fourth soul skill will be an exhilarating sausage. The master nodded in agreement. Oscar was currently brimming with excitement. Even he had not anticipated that acquiring his fourth soul ring would be so effortless. I shall lead the way, with Mu Bai and Xiao San as my support, while Fatty, Zhu Qing, and Xiao Wu provide assistance. Oscar and Rong Rong can utilize their soul skills. Dream Sheener will remain with Dean Flander and the master. Shui Leihan instructed the group, then turned to Dream Sheener and said, "Be cautious." Dream Sheener nodded obediently and took her place behind the master and Lu Erlong. Illuminate your soul rings. Prepare to charge. Remember, we must avoid excessive slaughter. We only need to subdue the pink lady, Tang San reminded them. The Shrek 8 monsters nodded in unison. Shui Leihan gazed towards the distant battlefield, reminiscent of the past when he faced the wolf pack in the Sunset Forest. If we can take down the lead wolf, the pack will scatter and disband. Onward. As soon as Shui Leihan's command echoed, he leapt into the air, executing his steps and dashing forth. Tang San and Dai Mu Bai followed closely. Their soul rings illuminated as they pounced upon the horde of pink ladies like fierce tigers descending from the mountains. Snow Mountain Sword Slash. The sword suddenly shimmered with azure light as he swung it upward, an ice peak erupting from beneath the feet of the pink ladies, sending the unprepared legion into disarray. At that moment, the pink ladies seemed to possess an uncanny awareness, suddenly hissing and calling out. This was her signal, commanding the Pink Maiden Regiment to form ranks and prepare for battle. Simultaneously, the portly figures surged forth, breaching the ranks of the Pink Maidens, creating a gap in their formation. The shrill cries of the Pink Lady became increasingly frantic, and the Pink Maidens finally reacted, launching an assault against Shrek's 8 monsters. Shui Leihan gazed upon the straight, icy corridor, and as the Pink Lady twisted midair, she seized the opportunity to dash toward her. With a swift strike, Shui Leihan unleashed a tempest of icy winds, extending his hand as the Qing Rose sword sliced toward the Pink Lady, declaring, "We shall claim your soul ring." At that moment, a century-old Pink Maiden suddenly leaped forth, intercepting Shui Leihan's blade. Was this a command for them to face their demise? Shui Leihan cleaved the aged Pink Maiden to the ground, yet countless others surged forward. The bloodshed battle tactic? Observing the Pink Maiden Regiment transition from protecting their leader to becoming frenzied, attacking without defense. Was it the Pink Lady's intoxicating aura that incited such madness? He kicked aside a Pink Maiden behind him, his gaze unwaveringly fixed upon the Pink Lady. "Leihan, I shall assist you." Tang San shouted from a distance as the blue-silver grass erupted from beneath Shui Leihan's feet, lifting him into the air. Very well. Shui Leihan's fourth soul ring flared to life, and with a graceful sweep of his sword, a beam of ice blue light shot forth from its tip. Boom. The Pink Lady was struck by the Xianin Falling Moon sword, her body soaring through the air, encased in a thin layer of ice. "I come," Ma Hongjun bellowed. As fierce golden-red flames enveloped him, the purple light of his third soul ring radiating. Behind him, massive flaming wings unfurled in an instant. With a powerful flap of his fiery wings, Ma Hongjun ascended, trailing a dazzling flame like a meteor of blazing fire towards the Pink Lady. The formidable phoenix flames erupted, accompanied by a resounding cry that pierced through clouds and fog, echoing like the clash of gold and stone. The Pink Lady suffered both burns and frostbite, crashing to the ground, her breath growing shallow. Suddenly, the master urged, "Oscar, quickly. Strike her in the eyes, then immediately absorb the soul ring." Oscar hesitated for a moment, but upon witnessing the urgency in the master's eyes, he understood and rushed forward, drawing a dagger from his waist and thrusting it downward. Although his level 40 soul power did not grant him exceptional offensive capabilities, his strength surpassed that of an ordinary person. The Pink Lady's exterior had already been softened by Ma Hongjun's phoenix flames, allowing him to effortlessly extinguish the life of this soul beast. Was everything proceeding as it should? Shui Leihan watched the retreating Pink Maiden Regiment, releasing a sigh of relief. Indeed, upon the demise of the leader, the younger disciples scattered like birds fleeing a storm. After tending to a few minor scrapes with ice packs, he rejoined the group. After exchanging a few light-hearted remarks, Shui Leihan cast his gaze upon Oscar, who was diligently absorbing his soul ring. Noticing a hint of confusion on Ning Rongrong's face, Shui Leihan sighed inwardly. His character was commendable, and his demeanor pleasant. The only flaw lay in his martial spirit. With a complex expression, Shui Leihan regarded Oscar, who was in the midst of his soul ring absorption, before turning away. As Oscar focused on his task, he left space for the teachers who were maintaining protective vigilance, while he ventured alone into the surrounding woods to drive away any soul beasts that had wandered too close. Brother Shui, a calm voice called from behind. Shui Leihan turned slightly. What is it, Zhu Qing? He held a deep admiration for this young woman, her fierce determination and proud personality earning his respect. What is your opinion on the matter concerning Rongrong and Oscar? Zhu Qing's voice remained as steady as ever, yet her eyes betrayed a hint of curiosity. Why do you inquire of me? Shui Leihan shook his head, offering a smile. Because I observed your expression earlier, she replied. Shui Leihan nodded, encouraging her to continue. Rongrong confided in me that due to her family and sect, she and Oscar cannot be together. However, now that Rongrong's martial spirit has evolved into the 9-treasure glazed tile pagoda, she is no longer bound by sect restrictions. I can see that Oscar harbors deep feelings for Rongrong, and she, too, seems to have subtle affections for him. Why then, Brother Shui, did you display such an expression? Evidently, Zhu Qing was not one to speak freely, and after articulating so much, she paused to catch her breath, her gaze unwavering on Shui Leihan. Indeed. Brother Leihan, why? Rongrong, having overheard their conversation, emerged from the nearby thicket, pressing for an answer. Shui Leihan sighed. Rongrong, I must ask you, do you harbor feelings for Oscar? His tone turned serious, prompting even Zhu Qing to glance curiously at Ning Rongrong. Ning Rongrong's complexion flushed slightly as she murmured, I don't know. Shui Leihan shook his head. Then allow me to pose another question. If we were all absent, and only you and Oscar were traversing the sunset forest in pursuit of soul rings, do you believe he could protect you, an auxiliary soul master, should you encounter the Earth King from last night? With that, he turned, employing his agility to vanish in an instant. Zhu Qing and Ning Rongrong watched the direction in which he had departed. The former sighed softly. His reasoning is indeed compelling. Rongrong, this is Brother Shui's concern for you. Let us return, Ning Rongrong said, taking Zhu Qing's hand as they swiftly rejoined the ranks. Yet, a deeper contemplation lingered in Ning Rongrong's eyes. After a thorough inspection, Shui Leihan felt that the day was drawing to a close and returned to the Shrek team. Receiving fervent gratitude from Oscar, he acknowledged that his possession of this soul ring was solely due to the selfless efforts of Shui Leihan and Ma Hongjun. It is time to rest, Shui Leihan said, patting Oscar on the shoulder. The others began to make a fire and prepare dinner, while Shui Leihan, as was his custom, announced that he would take the first watch for the night. However, to his surprise, he faced resolute opposition from the rest of the Shrek members. Leihan, you have expended too much soul power in the battles of last night and today. If you continue like this, you will not be able to endure, Dai Mubai asserted, thumping his chest. Leave it to me tonight. Brother Shui also needs rest, with each member voicing their concerns. A hint of helpless amusement appeared at the corners of Shui Leihan's mouth. Leihan, they speak the truth. You should rest today, Master said as he emerged from the tent. Shui Leihan and Tang Sen immediately stood up, with the others following suit, honoring the Master. The Master regarded Shui Leihan's upright figure, placing a comforting hand on his shoulder. As Mubai mentioned, your soul power has been excessively drained from the battles of last night and today. It is best for you to rest early, he advised. Yes. Shui Leihan replied respectfully. With a shake of his head, he lifted his portion of food. Adequate rest is indeed necessary, he reminded himself inwardly. Chapter 53. The Entrustment with the Malevolent Gaze of the White Tiger, Dai Mu Bai, a formidable level 44 assault spirit master, stood alongside Oscar, the sausage vendor. A level 41 food system tool spirit master, Tang Xiao San, the thousand-hand Azura, wielded control as a level 41 control system spirit master. Ma Hongjun, the evil fire phoenix, also represented the assault system at level 41. The graceful bone enchantress, Xiao Wu, shown as a level 37 assault spirit master. Ning Rongrong, the 7-treasure glazed tile, served as a level 41 support system tool spirit master. Zhu Qing, the netherworld spirit cat, embodied agility as a level 41 agility system spirit master. Shui Leihan laid a sheet of paper before the Imperial battle team, the Tiando 9, having just concluded the spirit ring hunt with the remaining members of Shrek Academy. After bidding farewell and escorting Meng Xin Air back to the residence of the Dream God Machine, he summoned everyone together. Have you witnessed their progress? Shui Leihan remarked with a calm demeanor. It is evident that the world still harbors many prodigies. Yu Tianheng responded with a rugged smile. Shui Leihan nodded in agreement, his gaze resting warmly upon the Tiando 9. If previously you could easily surpass them, now it will be a challenge. The odds of victory stand at 50-50. The Tiando 9 listened quietly to Shui Leihan's assessment. Do not be astonished by this statistic, due to my mentor's influence. The students of Shrek Academy have fully unleashed their potential. A moment's carelessness could lead to defeat. But what is our objective? Shui Leihan raised his voice emphatically. Victory! The Tiando 9 shouted in unison, their eyes ablaze with indomitable spirit. Well said. Regardless of our opponents, we shall emerge victorious. As for your sole rival, it is Shrek Academy, the golden generation of the Spirit Hall. At this juncture, Shui Leihan rarely smirked. In my eyes, they are but a jest. Boss, how imposing. Feng Sa and Xia Lu began to cheer. Once the cheers subsided, Shui Leihan resumed. Remember, you are 9 in number. Whoever is meant to take the stage must do so without harboring grievances, understood? Due to my father's commission, I cannot partake in the Youth Spirit Master competition. Therefore, the team will be entrusted entirely to Yu Tianheng and Du Guyin, with Xia Lu providing assistance. Is there any objection? None at all. Oscar interjected, Boss, do you not feel regret for not being able to participate in the Youth Spirit Master competition? This is your moment to shine. Even if we secure the championship, you will not be able to lift the trophy yourself. At this point, Oscar, the dashing young man, struggled to contain his emotions, his eyes glistening. A profound silence enveloped the group, aware of the hardships and time Shui Leihan had invested to attain such strength. It is worth noting that he is merely 14 years old, having reached heights unattainable by his peers. Shui Leihan fell into silence. Was he not unwilling? Perhaps not. Was it a pity? Perhaps so. Yet he did not forget his identity as the third prince of the Heaven Do Empire. Every action he undertook was dedicated to his nation, constantly mindful of his homeland. This was not only his father's expectation, but also his personal aspiration. He wished to demonstrate the brilliance of the third prince of the Heaven Do Empire, how exceptional he was, a source of pride for the Snow Knight Emperor. Shui Leihan revealed a gentle smile, patting Osro on the shoulder. Do not be troubled, little Ro, there is no need for sorrow. My heart is with you, and when you grasp the trophy, I will share in your profound joy from the stands. After the Youth Soul Master competition, you should venture out to gain experience. The academy is not a place for long-term learning. What you require is the stimulation of the outside world for your advancement. Shui Leihan sighed, feeling a tinge of sadness as Osro's tears affected his own mood. Brothers, he said, forcing a smile, can we win? Yes, came the resounding response. Can we secure the championship? Absolutely. The echo of the Heaven Do 9 heroes filled the resting chamber of the Imperial Combat Team, their voices brimming with fervor and ambition. Once we triumph, I shall treat you all to a feast of exquisite wine, he quietly promised. Shui Leihan smiled once more, his gaze sweeping over each member. Yu Tianheng, Du Guyan, Xia Lu, Shurimo, Yu Feng, Osro, Yi Lingling, and Yu Fengling. Each felt as if he had etched them into his heart. Bittersweet emotions intertwined, intensifying their resolve to succeed. He smiled again before turning to leave. Tianheng, the team is in your capable hands. I trust you. Yin, I shall return to the palace now. After speaking, Shui Leihan gently closed the door to the resting chamber of the Imperial Combat Team. Did you all hear that? Yu Tianheng's resolute gaze fell upon his teammates. You understand Shui Laoda's expectations of us, do you not? His voice was laden with emotion. Whoever dares to slack off in the Youth Soul Master competition, I, Xia Lu, shall be the first to challenge them. Xia Lu roared, his eyes ablaze as he looked at the others. Indeed, I concur. Yu Feng also shouted. We cannot let Leihan witness our failure. The competition is merely days away. Let's all remain spirited. Yu Tianheng bellowed, then turned to head towards the arena. Tianheng, where are you going? Moonwind Spirit inquired, her tone calm. I am going to practice in simulated battles. I must reach peak performance before the competition. We shall join you, said the brothers Shurimo in unison. And us as well, the others chimed in. Shui Leihan took a deep breath as he departed from the Heaven Do United Academy. He changed out of his garments and, retrieving the emblematic royal brocade from his ring, donned it with a measured grace. His identity metamorphosed from that of Shui Leihan, a student of the Tiando United Academy, to that of His Highness, the third prince of the Tiando Empire. With his sword sheathed at his back, he traversed the central avenue of Tiando City. Swiftly arriving at the Imperial Palace, his father, the Emperor Shui Yi, was, as usual, engrossed in state affairs within his study. Your son pays his respects to father, Shui Leihan declared, kneeling before the emperor upon entering the room. "Oh, how many times must I remind you? In the presence of family, simply calling me father suffices." The emperor replied, "Welcome back, Lei Han." A faint smile graced Shui Lei Han's lips as he seated himself opposite the emperor. "My obedient son." The emperor sighed contentedly before inquiring, "What is your current soul power level, my child?" Without hesitation, Shui Lei Han responded, "I have reached level 46. And I am poised to advance to level 47 at any moment." This study was his sanctuary, where he could shed the persona of the third prince and the student Shui Lei Han. Here, he felt as if he were still a child, unburdened by the weight of expectation. "Do not hold it against me for preventing you from participating in the Soul Master competition. The ambitions of the Spirit Hall are increasingly apparent, and while the Star Luo Empire seems amiable towards our Tiando Empire, I am uncertain whether they might ally with the Spirit Hall to launch an attack on us." Shui Yi gazed affectionately at his son, explaining, "Moreover, this could provide you with the opportunity to ascend to a higher stage, allowing the Spirit Hall and the Star Luo Empire to witness my most esteemed third prince, the young man most likely to become a titled Douluo and the most gifted student of the Tiando United Academy." The emperor's words of praise made Shui Lei Han blush with modesty. "Very well, I shall represent the Tiando Empire at this competition," he affirmed. Shui Yi nodded. "Your adoptive father and Uncle Jian will accompany you, so do not worry about any potential hostility from the Spirit Hall during the event. Your progress is commendable, and I am pleased with the bond you share with your elder brothers. I understand that you have little interest in the throne, while I feel a tinge of disappointment. I also find solace in it." The emperor sighed reflectively. "Father." Shui Lei Han opened his mouth, yet found himself at a loss for words. "The Soul Master competition begins in 3 days. Take this time to rest well, and make me proud," the emperor concluded. "Understood," Shui Lei Han replied dutifully. Upon exiting the study, his emotions gradually settled, and as he glanced at the dimming sky, he began his walk back to his quarters. "Your Highness, the third prince." "Your Highness, the third prince." The ministers and nobles he passed offered their respects, and the noble ladies bowed their heads in deference. The children of ministers and nobles, who were unfamiliar with Shui Lei Han, gazed curiously at the young man before them. Shui Lei Han would pause in his stride to engage them in conversation. Some of the nobles were taken aback, unaware of his amiable disposition. Only those who truly understood him among the ministers nodded proudly, recognizing him as the pride of the Tiando Empire. After bidding farewell to the crowd, Shui Lei Han entered his chamber. The simplicity of the room was striking, furnished with a bed, a table, and 2 chairs, sufficient for his needs. The entire space was immaculately clean, likely due to the diligent efforts of the servants. He ran his fingers over the pristine sheets, lost in thought. At 14 years of age, he marveled at how swiftly time had passed. Just 2 years prior, he had embarked on his journey to Shrek Academy, and in the blink of an eye, those years had flown by. Shui Lei Han chuckled softly to himself. In the prince's quarters, aside from the guards stationed at the entrance and a few maids attending to tea and tidying, there was no one else. This stood in stark contrast to his uncle Shui Xing's lavish chambers, where every outing was grandiose and the maids were numerous. He had heard whispers on the streets that his uncle frequently sought out beautiful women in Tiando City, bringing them into the palace to serve him. The realization filled him with a profound sense of helplessness. As the son of the late emperor, he should not have been oblivious. Clearly, there were those capable of concealment. Having never been involved in politics, he felt overwhelmed for the first time. Was he to simply watch as the Tiando Empire succumbed to corruption? With a sigh, Shui Lei Han resolved to postpone any further contemplation until after the upcoming Youth Soul Master competition. He hoped that the esteemed members of Shrek Academy and the Tiando Nine would fight valiantly, leaving no regrets behind. Chapter 54. The competition begins. The third prince, Shui Lei Han, opened the door to his chamber. His neatly trimmed short hair framed a visage that remained perpetually serene, no longer clad in ordinary attire. He donned an elegant blue robe adorned with a jade belt. A black crown rested upon his head, while the pristine white sheath of the azure rose sword was slung across his back as usual. Shui Qing has stepped forward, embracing Shui Lei Han with a smile. "Brother, I must say, your attire is quite striking." Shui Lei Han returned a faint smile. "This outfit was chosen by elder brother. I truly appreciate your thoughtfulness." Brothers should not mention trouble. Shui Qing feigned annoyance, prompting both to share a hearty laugh. "Brother, as we head to observe the competition, be wary of the martial Soul Palace, which has been ever watchful." "Take care," Shui Qing cautioned. "Indeed, take care," Elder brother, Shui Leihan replied, clasping his hands in respect. Shui Qinghe reciprocated the gesture. Take care, third brother. Subsequently, Shui Leihan departed the chamber with his guards. Third brother, be cautious, Shui Qinghe murmured, his concern lingering in the air as he watched Shui Leihan's retreating figure. After joining the entourage arranged by the great Emperor Shui Yi, Shui Leihan proceeded towards the Grand Soul Arena of Tiando. During the journey, Ning Fengxi, Sword Douluo Continent, and Bone Douluo Gurong joined their ranks. While their presence did not significantly alter the atmosphere, some keen-eyed onlookers among the common folk recognized Shui Leihan. The third prince has arrived. His Highness, the third prince. The crowd erupted in cheers, instinctively parting to create a path. Shui Leihan enjoyed a commendable reputation among the populace, a testament to the respect he garnered. Moreover, his establishment of the Tiando United Academy provided opportunities for talented students of humble origins to receive quality education. The tuition was remarkably affordable, even accessible to ordinary families, further elevating the third prince's esteem within the Tiando Empire. Everyone, make haste to the arena. Missing the event would be a pity, Shui Leihan remarked with a gentle smile. Bowing slightly, His Highness, please proceed first. We shall follow in your wake, Ning Fengxi suggested, observing Shui Leihan's slight exasperation. Go on, honor, or the entrance will become congested. He added with a light chuckle as the gathering swelled, each individual eager to glimpse the reclusive yet renowned third prince. Very well, Shui Leihan acquiesced, shaking his head. I shall move ahead. With a flourish of his sleeve, he allowed his guards to lead the way, striding toward the Grand Soul Arena of Tiando. Quite impressive, Qinshin remarked in admiration. Gurong nodded in agreement, acknowledging the commendable reputation of the young prince. Not far away, the 7 from the Shrek 8 monsters awaited their teacher. As Master and Dean Flandre seemed to be procuring their team uniforms, they heard a distant clamor, and the ever-curious Ma Hongjun and Oscar widened their eyes, turning towards the source of the commotion. Is that Snow Big Brother? Ma Hongjun's voice rose sharply, as if he had witnessed something utterly astonishing. It is Lei Hanshan. Tang Sen activated his extreme purple demon eye, his gaze piercing through the crowd, landing on the young man approaching them. Having already realized the identity of Snow Lei Hanshan, they were not overly surprised by the spectacle he presented. As Snow Lei Hanshan entered the Soul Arena, he sensed several familiar presences approaching. He slightly turned, instantly spotting the members of Shrek. A faint smile graced his composed face as he waved at them before stepping into the arena. How impressive, Oscar remarked enviously. We must maintain our spirits. We cannot allow Lei Hanshan to witness our defeat. Understood? Daimubai declared, a hint of complexity reflected in his eyes, evidently grappling with the implications of Snow Lei Hanshan's identity. Upon entering the arena, Snow Lei Hanshan ascended to the viewing seats reserved for guests of honor, where a few individuals were already seated. The guards stationed outside had completed half of their mission, with the remaining task being to risk their lives to ensure the safety of His Highness, the third prince. This must be the renowned His Holiness the Pope, Snow Lei Hanshan thought, representing the Tiando Empire. At this moment, he stood tall and dignified, no longer just a junior with a spirit power of level 46, but rather the esteemed third prince of the Tiando Empire. He addressed the 3 standing before him, recognizing the 2 elders as Zhu Dulau and Gui Dulau, whom he had long admired. You must be the illustrious third prince, indeed a remarkable figure, he said, extending his hand to greet them. The 2 clasped hands briefly before releasing. The Pope, Bibi Dawn, wore a veil that obscured her face, yet it did not convey rudeness, perhaps a reflection of her status. Zhu Dulau and Gui Dulau behind her smiled politely, while Ning Fengxi, Jian Dulau, and Gu Dulau remained closely by Snow Lei Hanshan's side, nodding at the Pope and the 2 Douluos in acknowledgement. After exchanging a few pleasantries, Snow Lei Hanshan and Pope Bibi Dawn took their seats, followed by the others, including Meng Xinji, the vice president of the Tiando United Academy, and Salis, the leader of the Wuhuan Temple. Following a brief conversation, silence enveloped the space. Bibidan's gaze was fixed downward, while Snow Lei Hanshan chose not to speak unnecessarily. Only the few Douluos behind them engaged in hushed conversation. The host announced the name of the academy, and Bibi Dawn finally spoke. Your Highness the third prince has indeed made a grand gesture, transforming all the academies within Tiando City into branches of the Tiando United Academy. Regardless of the outcome, victory shall belong to the Tiando Empire, will it not? The tone of this statement is evidently foreboding, yet the voice of Shui Leihan, ethereal and serene, reveals no hint of anger. Your Holiness, you are overly concerned. My intention is merely to allow more talents to flourish on this Douluo continent. This endeavor transcends the pursuit of victory. It is about ensuring that each student receives a commendable education, rather than being hindered by an arbitrary threshold. Shui Lei Han observed the arena, which was gradually becoming animated, and spoke calmly. Dream Machine, seated behind, nodded in satisfaction, while Ningfeng Ji displayed a smile. The Master of Ceremonies on one side of the VIP platform announced loudly, "Now, let us welcome His Highness, the third Prince of the Tiando Empire, to declare the commencement of this grand tournament." In an instant, the venue fell silent, only to be followed by fervent applause and cheers, a testament to Shui Lei Han's current prestige. With a faint smile, he approached the amplification soul guide and gently waved his hand. The applause swiftly subsided, and the vast square was enveloped in tranquility. His composed voice echoed throughout the arena. "I, Shui Lei Han, the third prince of the Tiando Empire, representing both the Empire and the organizers of this competition, hereby declare the opening of the Continental Advanced Soul Master Academy Elite Tournament. Those who stand here are undoubtedly talented soul masters, yet only one shall emerge victorious. I hope each of you will showcase your true abilities and achieve the results you aspire to. You should take pride in yourselves." He concluded with a reminder. "May you all leave no regrets on this field." Applause and cheers erupted once more. "Well said, young lad," the hoarse voice of Bone Douluo echoed. Shui Lei Han nodded in acknowledgement. The Master of Ceremonies resumed. "Now, let us invite Mr. Ningfeng Ji, the esteemed leader of the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School, to address the tournament." As Ningfeng Ji rose, applause re-emerged, accompanied by eager glances. After all, who would not wish to witness the prowess of the foremost support soul master in the realm? With a gentle smile, Ningfeng Ji raised his hands in a gesture of calm. "It is a pleasure to be invited as a guest for the opening of this tournament. As the leader of the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School, I have witnessed the growth of countless soul masters. Each soul master's journey is fraught with trials. Yet, I must emphasize, the sharpness of the sword comes from being honed, and the fragrance of the plum blossom emerges from the bitter cold. The participants of this soul master tournament are undoubtedly the elite of the younger generation. As His Highness the Third Prince mentioned, you should take pride in yourselves and leave no regrets. 28 teams in the preliminary round? The challenge is formidable. Whether from the slightly weaker branches of the Tiando United Academy or schools that have journeyed from afar to compete, they all covet these 5 coveted spots. Nevertheless, Shrek will prevail. I possess both allies and rivals." Concluding his thoughts, Shui Lei Han shifted his gaze back to the Master of Ceremonies. The Master of Ceremonies, catching Shui Lei Han's glance, continued, "Now, let us welcome Lord Salus, the Platinum Bishop of the Spirit Hall, to conduct the draw for the first round of the preliminary matches." The Platinum Bishop, Salus, rose slowly to his feet, guided by the court maidens, and approached the officiant to commence the drawing of lots. He appeared quite reluctant to speak, handing each pair of opponents to the officiant for announcement. In the first round of the preliminary matches, Sanghui Academy faced off against the Zixing branch. In the first round, the Oakland branch contended against the Academy of Fiery Radiance. In the first round, the Feiyu branch went up against the Shrek branch. Among the 6 academies set to clash, 4 were branches of the Tiando United Academy. This was precisely what Shui Lei Han wished to witness. As the drawing concluded, Bishop Salus cast his gaze over the assembly and spoke calmly. "The drawing I have conducted is devoid of deception. I vow on the honor of the Spirit Hall." He continued, "Furthermore, I hereby declare that any participating soul master from the academies present who reaches the final competition shall be granted an exceptional opportunity to join the Spirit Hall directly." Could it be that the Spirit Hall seeks to recruit? Shui Lei Han glanced at Salus with a cool demeanor, her ice blue eyes radiating an unprecedented authority, an authority befitting royalty. Both Sword Douluo and Bone Douluo turned their gazes toward Salus. In an instant, Salus felt as though he were being chastised beneath the Pope's chamber. His imposing presence diminished. Despite his soul power vastly exceeding that of Shui Lei Han, the disparity in their statuses compelled him to make a prudent choice. He muttered a subdued, "I dare not," and retreated to his original seat in a dejected manner. Truly, it was a spectacle for His Highness, the Third Prince. Though Pope Bibidong appeared to smile, Shui Lei Han was acutely aware of the formidable nature of this woman, and now the Pope had also begun to speak. He felt no desire to press his advantage further and merely nodded in acknowledgement. Chapter 55. The Pope, A gathering Shui Leihan cast a glance at the Shrek Academy, clad entirely in green uniforms adorned with various advertisements. It struck him that the Tiando United Academy had begun to allocate funds to its various branches on a regular basis. Why then did Dean Flanders still permit such promotional prints on their attire? After a moment of contemplation, Shui Leihan arrived at a conclusion. Perhaps avarice was the principal motivation. The Feiyu branch, was it? During his visit to Feiyu Academy, he had discovered it was on the brink of dissolution due to financial woes. The dean had expressed profound gratitude when Shui Leihan proposed the idea of Feiyu Academy joining the Tiando United Academy, thanking him for rescuing the institution. Shrek should secure a swift victory, he mused, letting his gaze drift downward. Which of the 28 teams participating in the Tiando City regional qualifiers did His Highness the Third Prince favor the most? The Pope lifted the black veil from her face and sipped her tea. Shui Leihan found it somewhat peculiar that this Pope would suddenly take an interest in the qualifiers. Was it not customary for her to appear only during the finals? Nevertheless, upon hearing her inquiry, Shui Leihan paused briefly to consider before responding. There is indeed one team I hold in high regard, but I shall reserve my judgment until after the competition. He had heard from his father that the reputation of the Spirit Hall was rather dubious, embodying a hidden tyranny that favored the compliant and crushed the defiant. Thus, he refrained from mentioning the name of the academy, wary of attracting the attention of the Spirit Hall. Furthermore, he recalled Tang San, who possessed twin martial souls, and thought of his own second martial soul. The enmity between the Haotian sect and the Spirit Hall was significant. He could not allow Tang San to expose himself before them. The Pope merely acknowledged with a soft HM before lapsing into silence. The two sat in statue-like stillness, while those seated behind them engaged in hushed conversations and verbal sparring. Meanwhile, the battles on the soul fighting platform had commenced. The first match featured Songhui Academy against the Zixing branch. Songhui Academy was the very institution they had encountered in the Stardo Forest, while Zixing joined due to the shared teaching resources and the widespread renown of Tiando Academy, leaving Shui Leihan unable to ascertain which team might emerge victorious. Songhui Academy, he mused, glancing at the leading teacher, only to discover that he could not sense any of his soul power, appearing instead as an ordinary individual. Yet, Shui Leihan understood that his soul power was undoubtedly formidable. He had merely employed certain techniques to conceal it, presenting himself as an ordinary person. The leading teacher of Songhui Academy, sensing Shui Leihan's gaze from the stands, bent slightly and offered him a polite smile and a bow. Shui Leihan nodded in acknowledgement. The teacher was known as Xinian. The sword Douluo Continent whispered in his ear, revealing that his martial soul was exceptionally unique, an intangible essence capable of conjuring various illusions. Lost in the realm of illusions, with his current prowess, he was capable enough to cause his opponents to inflict self-harm and perish within the mirage. A spirit of the mental domain? Indeed, it is a rarity. Shui Leihan nodded, a chill coursing through his heart as he contemplated how he might extricate himself from the illusion if he were to confront Xinian face to face. The crux of the matter lay in the fact that he had never before encountered a spirit of the mental type, nor had he ever considered how to resist such an entity. As he pondered, the teams from Songhui Academy and Zixing branch had already engaged in battle, each participant exhibiting the optimal configuration of soul rings, with strategies and formations clearly defined. Most were around the third to fourth ring. During Shui Leihan's deep contemplation, Songhui Academy's team successfully defeated Zixing branch, and the announcer began to proclaim the victors with great enthusiasm. A resounding applause erupted from the audience. Shui Leihan nodded in acknowledgement. The strength of Songhui Academy was indeed commendable, and their triumph over Zixing branch was entirely expected. The subsequent match featured Shrek branch against Feiyu branch. Surely, Shrek would emerge victorious with ease. When both sides unleashed their spirits and all soul rings manifested before the spectators, an astonished murmur spread throughout the audience. The most astonishing sight, even inducing gasps of shock, was Tang San, positioned centrally within Shrek Academy's formation, as 4 soul rings, 2 yellow, 1 purple, and 1 black, appeared around him. Black, typically the least conspicuous of colors, nonetheless held profound significance for those with even a modicum of knowledge regarding spirit masters. Not only the audience, but even the esteemed guests were taken aback by the sight. Who could have anticipated that, during the very first match of the preliminaries, they would witness a 10,000-year soul ring on the stage? Was it wise to reveal such prowess so early, little San? Shui Leihan remained silent, casting a sidelong glance at the Pope beside him. The Pope exhibited no surprise. Beneath the veil, his countenance maintained an impeccably serene smile. To be frank, such a duplicitous smile was the most terrifying of all. Moreover, since consuming the crystalline phoenix beak, his vision had reached an extraordinary level. He previously wondered why Xiao Wu seemed somewhat intimidated by him. Upon reflection, he surmised it might stem from his actions in the beast-fighting arena, where he had vanquished numerous spirit beasts. Although most were 10-year and 100-year spirit beasts raised by the Tiando Empire, they were still spirit beasts, which could understandably invoke fear. Shui Leihan's ice-blue pupils regarded Xiao Wu standing on the battle stage, yet he remained silent, his thoughts deepening further. At that moment, the audience erupted in cheers and exclamations, prompting Shui Leihan to look up and realize that the Shrek team had successfully eliminated the Feiyu team. Quite impressive, he mused, allowing a faint smile to grace his lips. He then rose to his feet, with Ning Fengji also sharing a knowing smile as he followed suit. Is His Highness the Third Prince departing just like that? The Pope's voice resonated softly. Loneliness had begun to weigh heavily on me. I shall now entrust matters to His Holiness the Pope. Shui Leihan turned calmly and nodded before pushing the door open to depart. How audacious! Upon witnessing the departure of the representatives from the Heaven Do Empire, Bishop Salas let out a low grunt. If one reaches the 40th level of soul power by the age of 14, one certainly possesses the right to arrogance. The Pope shot him a cold glance. Fully aware of his character and status, yet he continued to provoke. Was this bishop a fool? Salas's expression darkened, and he muttered a few words under his breath before falling silent. Leihan, I must admit, I am somewhat astonished. I did not expect them to have grown to such heights. Ning Fengji, having clearly spotted his daughter, boasted with pride. Shui Leihan observed Ning Fengji's boasting with understanding, recognizing his aspirations for his daughter, and refrained from interrupting him. The guard accompanied Shui Leihan as they slowly descended the staircase, followed closely by Sword Douluo and Bone Douluo. This is sufficient. I shall converse with my classmates for a while before returning to the palace, Shui Leihan stated to the captain of the guard. The captain's expression revealed his hesitation, yet he reminded, Your Majesty has instructed us to protect His Highness the Third Prince throughout. Shui Leihan patted his shoulder, assuring him. Loneliness has a guardian father, and with Sword Uncle and Bone Uncle as protection, I trust no one would dare to harm me. I appreciate your hard work. With that, he retrieved a token from his ring. Take this to the military department to exchange for rewards for the brothers. I shall rely on you once more tomorrow. Shui Leihan smiled slightly, and then turned to walk towards the departing Shrek group. Rongrong, just as the Shrek team had exited the Grand Soul Arena, preparing to return directly to the academy, a familiar voice halted them. Ning Fengji, now clad in ordinary attire, stood at a nearby corner, waving at them. Shui Leihan and Xian, along with Gurong, had also changed out of their luxurious garments and donned simpler clothing, wishing to avoid drawing attention. Father! Ning Rongrong exclaimed with excitement as she rushed towards him, enveloping him in an embrace. Leihan, Grandfather Jian, Grandfather Gu. Rongrong joyfully greeted, while Shui Leihan nodded and smiled in response. Ning Fengji approached, holding Ning Rongrong's hand. Greetings, young friends from Shrek Academy. Though they had been at a distance, the Shrek 7 and the 4 substitute team members recognized the sect master and promptly bowed. Following behind Ning Fengji, Shui Leihan was no longer merely the third prince. He was simply Ning Fengji's adopted son. Ning Fengji smiled kindly, saying, There is no need for formality. I am merely Rongrong's father now. So do not regard me as a sect master. I am merely your elder. His approachable demeanor undoubtedly endeared him to the Shrek Academy members. Ning Fengji's gaze fell upon Tang San, and with a slight smile, he remarked, Congratulations, little San. I did not expect you to have already acquired a 10,000-year soul ring. Tang San humbly replied, Uncle Ning, you flatter me. Rongrong has already acquired her 4th spirit ring, but she refrained from participating today in order to preserve her strength. As he spoke, Ning Fengji released his daughter's hand and affectionately ruffled her hair, saying, Return to the academy with your companions. You are a part of Shrek Academy, and as a member of the competition committee, I cannot spend too much time with you, lest others accuse me of favoritism. Rongrong pouted in displeasure, retorting, Let them say what they will. We rely on our strength to speak for ourselves. What about you, Leihan? Rongrong inquired, turning to look at Shui Leihan. Like my adoptive father, I cannot linger for too long, Shui Leihan replied, a slight smile playing at the corners of his mouth. I observed your battle. It was quite impressive, though it is regrettable that I could not participate. The group was filled with joy as his words leveled the previously unattainable status he held. He had previously expressed that within the academy, he preferred not to be addressed as His Highness, the Third Prince. Ning Fengzhi chuckled wryly at his adopted son, then patted Rongrong's head, saying, "Before you leave, will you not introduce me to your friends?" Shuai Han observed the 4 individuals who had once studied alongside him at Shrek Academy, but whom he could not recall. To his mild relief, they did not exhibit excessive deference due to his status. When they reached Oscar's introduction, Ning Fengzhi's eyes flickered with a mix of complexity and scrutiny. He had heard from Shuai Han that this very youth was ardently pursuing his daughter, who also seemed to harbor some interest in him. Shuai Han, too, was observing Oscar, but from the perspective of an older brother rather than a classmate. Oscar, eager to make an impression, spoke first. "Master Ning, I have long admired you. I am also a support-type spirit master, and wonder if there might be an opportunity for me to join the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School after graduation." Rongrong cast a worried glance at Shuai Han, while Tang San and Zhu Zhuqing, both privy to the situation, turned their eyes toward him. They understood Shuai Han's position and felt powerless to intervene. "Adoptive father, I will wait for you at the tea house." Shuai Han seemingly ignored the trio's gazes, offering his farewells before departing. "This boy," Ning Fengzhi chuckled softly, continuing to listen as Rongrong introduced her classmates. Chapter 56. The Origins of Tang San. Shuai Han, bearing his sword, entered the tea house. It was as if the attendant anticipated his arrival, promptly greeting him and ushering him into a private room. Shuai Han ordered a pot of waterfall tea, then adjusted himself into a comfortable sitting position, awaiting his guest. His mind was preoccupied with the information he had unearthed in the library that day. Had the spirit hall's influence truly grown so vast? Once the tea arrived, Shuai Han refrained from brewing it immediately, choosing instead to wait patiently. Before long, footsteps echoed from outside the door, which was quietly opened. "Father, little San." He stood to greet them, pulling out seats for both. After completing these gestures, he returned to his own place, observing Tang San, who appeared somewhat bewildered. Shuai Han could not help but smile. "Little San, please take a seat." Tang San rubbed his nose and complied. Shuai Han filled the small teacups before them with steaming tea, while Ning Fengzhi remained silent, adhering to his habit of not speaking while waiting for tea. As the steam began to rise, the room became enveloped in the fragrant aroma of the leaves. The scent alone was invigorating, and combined with the room's antique decor, it was easy to find oneself at ease. "Leihan, why don't you share what you know with Tang San?" Ning Fengzhi suggested. Ever since Shuai Han learned of Tang San's affiliation with the Haotian sect, he had rushed to the Tiando Royal Library to revisit that segment of history, which explained his heightened vigilance towards the Spirit Hall. It was indeed astounding. After reading that tale, Shuai Han's wariness of the Spirit Hall surged to new heights. Remembering Xiao Wu, he couldn't help but sigh. Tang San spoke. "Leihan, I heard from Uncle Ning that you have some knowledge regarding my father's retreat." Shuai Han nodded, realizing that the Titan had indeed disclosed part of the story to Tang San. "I scoured the Tiando Royal Library's texts and found a fragmented account, seemingly destroyed by someone." A hint of a wry smile graced his face as he glanced at his guardian, who nodded in acknowledgement. Shuai Han then cleared his throat. "Approximately 15 years ago. By my calculations, you were not yet born. The Spirit Hall appeared to be in search of something exceedingly significant. They dispatched a formidable force to seek it out. Not only did 4 platinum bishops participate, but even the Pope and his 2 personal guards were mobilized. What exactly they sought remains unknown to me. However, the fact that such high-ranking officials were involved suggests it was of utmost importance. This object, it seems, was in your father's possession at the time. Your father was not within the Haotian sect then. He must have been traveling across the continent with your mother. Suddenly confronted with this matter, it must be quite perplexing. The specifics of his negotiations with the Spirit Hall remain shrouded in mystery. It is merely rumored that your father announced his departure from the Haotian sect shortly thereafter. At that time, he was merely a sole Douluo, yet to attain the level of title Douluo. Not long after, news emerged that your father had engaged in a duel with someone from the Spirit Hall and returned injured. It appears that the coveted item was not acquired by them. It was during that battle that the word spread of your father having ascended to the rank of title Douluo. The Spirit Hall itself acknowledged this fact, lending credence to the claim that your esteemed father is the youngest title Douluo of the current era. Upon hearing this, Tang San could not restrain himself from inquiring, "What of my mother?" Shuai Han's expression darkened slightly. His astute mind began to connect the dots. Observing Xiao Wu before him, He gained clarity on the entire incident. This is merely my conjecture, Shui Leihan articulated with difficulty, prompting a glance from Ning Fengji. Your father was a sole Douluo prior to his clash with the Spirit Hall, but why did he attain the title Douluo level after that battle? His words were measured, causing Tang San's heart to race. Ning Fengji pondered for a moment, his expression shifting to one of surprise. Could it be? Perhaps, Tang San. Your mother is very likely a soul beast who sacrificed herself for your father during that battle. The revelation left both men astonished. Tang San's visage paled as realization dawned upon him. Shui Leihan sighed, Spirit Hall, do not presume that the world is filled with fools. This is merely one possibility. Observing Tang San's ashen countenance, Shui Leihan offered words of comfort. Another possibility is that your father's soul power reached a 10,000-year or 100,000-year soul beast during the duel, allowing him to absorb it and ascend to the title Douluo level. You have yet to meet your mother, correct? Shui Leihan half-asked. Seeing Tang San slowly shake his head, Shui Leihan continued, your mother likely suffered grave injuries during that battle and is still recuperating. As for what the Spirit Hall seeks from your father, it may be an attempt to dominate the Haotian sect. However, this is all conjecture. Do not take it to heart, little San. Shui Leihan nodded at Ning Fengji, signaling that he had finished speaking. Tang San's expression fluctuated for a moment before settling into tranquility. Once he regained his composure, Shui Leihan began discussing the matters of the Shrek team with him. Ning Fengji snapped his fingers, summoning the waiter. After ordering a few dishes with mild flavors, the three began to eat, drink, and converse over tea. After a satisfying meal, Shui Leihan and Ning Fengji escorted Tang San outside. Uncle Ning, Leihan, you needn't see me off. It would not reflect well on your reputation should certain individuals observe you, given your roles as judges, Tang San remarked, casting a serene smile at Ning Fengji and Shui Leihan. We shall meet after the match. Shui Leihan blinked at him, and Tang San nodded with a smile before turning to leave. After watching Tang San's figure fade away, Shui Leihan and Ning Fengji returned to their private room. Leihan, do you stand by what you just said? Ning Fengji inquired seriously as he took his seat. While I would prefer to believe in the second possibility, regrettably, I lean towards the first. Although it is merely conjecture, I believe the likelihood has reached 70%. Shui Leihan replied earnestly, noting that the implications of the second possibility were exceedingly far-fetched, and the ambition of the Spirit Hall could certainly drive one to such actions, which did not surprise him in the least. If that is the case, it is truly terrifying, Ning Fengji sighed. Those who follow me shall prosper. Those who oppose me shall perish. Shui Leihan's seemingly innocuous words struck like a venomous sting, and even as he spoke, a shadow flickered in his eyes. Following this statement, an oppressive silence enveloped the private room. The third day of the elite competition of the continent's prestigious Soul Master Academies officially commenced. 10 out of the 28 participating teams entered the arena. The vast square had undergone a transformation since the first day. Aside from the unchanged central competition platform previously utilized by Tang San and his companions, 4 equally sized arenas had been erected alongside it. Despite the considerable size of these 5 platforms, they did not appear congested in the expansive Sky Do Great Soul Arena, which could accommodate 80,000 spectators simultaneously. Seated high in the audience, Shui Leihan felt a sense of relief at the absence of Pope Bibidon. Having learned of recent events, he had become acutely vigilant towards the Spirit Hall, having formed a rough impression of the formidable powers wielded by the bishops known for their ruthless actions in the records. The Platinum Bishop, Salus, appeared to be in stark contrast to his reckless demeanor from the previous day. Today, his expression was gravely somber, yet he uttered no words. Shui Leihan noticed an additional figure in the VIP area and scrutinized him closely. The man appeared to stand at least 2.5 meters tall, occupying 3 spacious seats by himself, resembling a towering mountain of flesh. His dark skin gleamed with a peculiar radiance, and his large eyes resembled bronze bells. Sitting there, he exuded an imposing presence, with white hair and beard, suggesting he was at least 70 years of age. This was Hu Yinjun, the sect master of the Elephant Armor sect, closely affiliated with the Spirit Hall. Among the 7 great sects, the 7 Treasures Glazed Tile sect had consistently supported the royal family of the Tiando Empire, while the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon clan leaned towards the Tiando Empire due to the relationship between Yu Tianheng and Shui Leihan. The Haotian sect subtly supported the Xinghua Empire's royalty, whereas the lower 4 sects maintained a close relationship with the Spirit Hall, while not subservient. They were undoubtedly branches of the same tree. Seeing Shui Leihan gazing at him, Hu Yinjun revealed a faint smile and nodded. Shui Leihan reciprocated with a nod. refraining from any further gestures of intimacy. Here, he was the third prince, a representative of the imperial lineage of the Tian-Do Empire, thus maintaining a composure befitting his status. His presence here was likely due to the competition taking place today. After withdrawing his gaze, Shui Leihan regarded the increasingly fervent atmosphere below with an indifferent expression, deep in thought. The Xiangjia sect was to face Shrek? Hu Yinjin spoke in a deep voice. Ali is the most distinguished disciple of the younger generation in our Xiangjia sect, and he is also my eldest grandson. His innate talent surpasses that of my youth by several measures. I have high hopes for him to become the first title Douluo of the Xiangjia sect in the future. His voice was robust and resonant, audible not only to Salas but also to the first row, where Shui Leihan, Ning Fengji, Jianxun, and Gu Rong could easily hear. Shui Leihan observed the sturdy figure below, adorned with floating soul rings, and could not help but nod in approval. Feeling a sense of pride for the Xiangjia sect and its leader to have such an heir, Hu Yinjin let out a hearty laugh that echoed through the VIP section, exclaiming, "Your Highness, the third prince, has given us undue praise. Let us witness Ali's performance." He added, "Our goal this year is to secure a position among the top 3 in the finals." Shui Leihan smiled and nodded in agreement. Chapter 57, Daylight Assassination. Pray tell, Your Highness the Third Prince, who is the esteemed headmaster of the Shrek branch, who has cultivated such a remarkable cohort of students. Upon witnessing the Shrek team unveil their soul rings, Bishop Salas was taken aback. How old are they? And they have already reached such heights? Bishop Salas, the headmaster of Shrek Academy, is named Flandra. Perhaps this name is unfamiliar to you, but you must have heard of the 3 rising stars in the Spirit Master realm who, 20 years ago, shone brilliantly with their spirit fusion technique. They are collectively known as the Golden Triangle, and Flandra is the winged angle among them. The Shrek branch is currently under the tutelage of these 3 individuals. These children have flourished under the guidance of the Master, the unrivaled intellect of the Wisdom Angle. The Master? At the mention of these words, Bishop Salas's expression changed drastically, and he immediately communicated in whispers to his companion, Hu Yinjun. Hu Yin was taken aback, murmuring, "But the competition has already commenced. There should be no time left." Salas's face darkened, muttering to himself, "How could it be him? How could it be him?" Shui Leihan cast a curious glance at Salas. No matter how renowned a teacher might be, such a peculiar demeanor was unwarranted. Meanwhile, the competition was already in progress. Spirit fusion techniques, is it? As he observed Dai Mubai and Zhu Zhuqing, Shui Leihan thought, "I hope we shall not find ourselves at odds in the future." In the first match of the second round of preliminary contests, Shrek Academy triumphed over the Elephant Academy. A resounding crash echoed from the VIP seats as Hu Yinjun, the sect master of the Elephant sect, crushed the armrest of his chair, his eyes blazing with fury. He was unwilling to accept the outcome. He had felt assured that Shrek Academy could not breach the defensive formation led by his grandson, yet they had accomplished precisely that. The spirit fusion technique. The spectral white tiger was indeed formidable and possessed immense explosive power. However, under normal circumstances, Hu Yinjun believed that with his grandson Hu Yin Li at the helm, the combined forces of 3 disciples from the Elephant sect, all above level 40, could withstand any assault, if they could neutralize that spirit fusion technique. Victory was all but guaranteed. Yet, in this contest he deemed impossible to lose. The Elephant sect had suffered defeat. Why? Why had they failed? Shui Leihan wore a faint smile, deliberately ignoring the furious sect master as he slowly descended from the VIP stand. He had achieved his objective for the day. He had witnessed the rapid ascendance of Shrek and observed Tang San's terrifying command and that spirit fusion technique. He was thoroughly satisfied. As for the Divine Wind branch and the Heavenly Water branch, Shui Leihan found no interest in watching them. Each member of the Divine Wind branch possessed the ability to soar, launching successive aerial assaults on their opponents. The Tianshui branch school is primarily home to those possessing water-related martial spirits, a delicate essence of water that even Zuelahin has yet to fully comprehend. Surely, this would render the opponent all the more formidable. The golden generation of the Spirit Hall, I find myself harboring a modicum of anticipation for you. Consider yourselves mere stepping stones for the Emperor's battle team or the Shrek team. In the ensuing days, after observing several matches, Zuelahin departed with an air of indifference, leaving the Platinum Bishop Salas somewhat perplexed. As he beheld the valiant figures of the Shrek Academy, he felt as though he were once again amidst the Soul Arena, overwhelmed by a sense of familiarity and nostalgia. Upon learning that the finals were to be held in the Spirit City, a shadow clouded his gaze. This city is almost entirely under the dominion of the Spirit Hall, situated at the juncture of two great empires, neither of which claims ownership. Most significantly, one of the two grand halls, the Hall of the Pope, symbolizing the highest ideals of the Spirit Hall, resides within Spirit City. Could it be that the Pope would act against them, disregarding his status? What could be done to prevent such an occurrence? Though Zuelahan's countenance remained calm, tumultuous waves surged within him. He was acutely aware that Tang San's Haotian hammer was no longer a secret, and that the truth of Tang San's twin martial spirits had been unveiled. Was Bibi Dong preparing to take action? Riding alongside the sword Douluo at the rear of the procession, surrounded by the elite of the Tiando Empire, he conveyed part of the situation to Emperor Xue. In response, to ensure his safety, Emperor Xue had assigned nearly half of the Tiando Empire's elite to him, each a formidable soul king or above. As he fine-tuned his soul power to maintain peak performance, his recent observations had deepened his understanding of soul power and soul skills, propelling him to level 47. Uncle Chun, if a title Douluo from the Spirit Hall arrives, I trust you will handle it, he remarked. A warning sign. Zuelahan nodded faintly. I sense it too. Your adoptive father and that old fellow Gu Rong are nearby, so as long as there are no more than 3 title Douluo, I believe we can hold our ground for a while. After Chen Xian spoke, he inquired, the Spirit Hall's objective this time must be Tang San, correct? Indeed. With his twin martial spirits and the Haotian hammer, they have ample justification for such actions, Zuelahan affirmed. Old Dugu Bo has also arrived, Chen Xian communicated once more. Then we should be fine, Zuelahan replied. Dugu Bo's combat prowess was far from that of an ordinary title Douluo. His elusive toxins make it easy for him to outmaneuver and eliminate foes of the same rank. Suddenly, a chilling aura emanated from a distance. Their party primarily traversed official roads, only veering onto obscure paths when shortcuts presented themselves. Now was precisely that moment for a shortcut, nestled between 2 modest hills. Traversing this path is said to save several dozen miles. Although the trail is somewhat narrow, it is relatively level, allowing carriages to pass without issue. Qinshu, I implore you, the opposing force may well be a title Douluo. Upon hearing this, Chen Xian nodded and vanished into the nearby woods. After Su Leihan finished speaking, he bellowed, enemy attack. Belonging to the Tiando Empire, eliminate anyone on sight. At that moment, countless stones cascaded down from the hillsides like rain, appearing both abruptly and in perfect unison, swiftly descending toward the valley below. Snow Mountain Sword. Su Leihan unsheathed the Azure Rose Sword, tracing an arc as ice spikes erupted from the ground, blocking the incoming debris. Just then, a whistle echoed from an unknown source, and thousands of cloaked figures emerged atop the hills, charging down with astonishing speed. Kill! Su Leihan shouted, as 2 squads of guards surged forward from both flanks, their glowing soul rings causing the black-clad assailants to gasp in astonishment. Most of the assailants were mere civilians, with only 30 soul masters above level 50 among them. Encountering the Imperial Forest Army loyal to the Snow Knight Emperor of the Tiando Empire, they were destined for despair. 1st and 2nd squads, hold the line. 3rd and 4th squads, be ready to support. Su Leihan drew his sword and leaped from his mount, racing toward a level 50 Junior Soul King. At this moment, students and teachers from other academies also rallied, launching a counterattack against the black-clad figures. Slash! Su Leihan's sword suddenly radiated a blue light, sending the unprepared beast martial Soul King hurtling through the air, encased in ice and rendered incapable of further combat. Su Leihan steadied his trembling hand. That strike had been possible only because his opponent had failed to react, and the defensive beast martial soul had sent a strong recoil through him. Who am I? Ah, the 3rd prince of the Tiando Empire. A figure hovered in the air, cloaked in black, with 8 soul rings swirling around him, clearly a soul Douluo. Since you wear a mask, I shall refrain from inquiring about your identity. What is your purpose in ambushing our convoy? Su Leihan retreated a few steps, re-entering the protective sphere of Chen Xian, who would be ready to rescue him should the soul Douluo launch a surprise attack. Out of respect for your genius, 3rd prince, I shall answer you. We are here to kill someone. The masked individual spoke while scanning the academy with keen eyes. Tang San, is it? Su Leihan remarked coolly. At this moment, both sides paused. The black-clad figures, upon seeing their leader, the soul Douluo, lined up neatly behind him, while the Tiando Imperial Forest Army remained steadfastly by Su Leihan's side. Hearing the name Tang San, Flinder's face turned pale among the Shrek convoy. Indeed, it is the third prince, the Soul Douluo remarked with a hint of indifference, and upon noticing Tang San meticulously arranging his hidden weapons, he transformed into a fleeting shadow, swiftly darting towards him. The members of Shrek Academy felt an overwhelming pressure that rendered them breathless, as the Soul Douluo had already manifested his martial soul's true form. However, Shuelei Han remained unperturbed, aware that the Poison Douluo and Bone Douluo lurked in unknown locations, while the Sword Douluo was concealed within the nearby woods. Could a single Soul Douluo truly eliminate a student of the Tiando United Academy right beneath the watchful eyes of three titled Douluos? Is this act not a provocation against the Tiando United Academy and the Tiando Empire? Shuelei Han's incisive inquiry momentarily slowed the movements of the cloaked figure. What merit is there in bullying children? It has been quite some time, Brother Eagle. An aged voice resonated, enveloping the Shrek students in a gentle aura. The oppressive force brought forth by the martial soul's true form lightened instantly. The 7 individuals sighed in relief, directing their gaze toward the source of the voice. A tall, slender elder had appeared at an unknown moment, standing not far from them, effortlessly wielding a staff exceeding 4 meters in length. He gazed upward at the golden eagle revealing its martial soul's true form, his expression marked by solemnity. 8 soul rings shimmered around him as well. Chapter 58 Confrontation with Long Gong. Shuelei's heart suddenly stirred with understanding. Had he truly broken through to the Soul Douluo level? The golden eagle in the sky narrowed its pupils. Meng Shu, it's best if you refrain from meddling in this matter. Long Gong smiled indifferently, stating, "It was you who sought trouble, not I. My granddaughter is among the participants in this competition. Do you believe I would disregard her safety? I never expected that Brother Eagle would also turn to banditry. How delightful it is." His words dripped with sarcasm. It was evident to all that these individuals clad in black were far from mere bandits. If bandits could boast the presence of a Soul Douluo, the world would undoubtedly descend into chaos. The golden eagle scoffed. "Meng Shu, are you truly intent on opposing us? Consider the consequences. This is beyond your capability to engage." A flash of fierce light flickered in Long Gong's eyes. "Do you think I am easily intimidated? Lord Daira, others may fear you, but I do not. If you possess the ability, then deal with this old man first. Otherwise, you shall not easily depart today." The golden eagle's gaze shifted, its vision undeniably sharp. As it quickly identified another figure wielding a staff on the battlefield, Shipu, the serpent woman, now at the soul sage level. Shipu was single-handedly withstanding the attacks of 2 soul kings, both over level 50. Upon sensing the gaze directed at her from above, she coldly returned the look. Lord Daira thought to himself, if Long Gong and Shipu were singular entities, he could certainly face them in a situation of opposing attributes. His martial soul would counter both elders effectively. However, when Long Gong and Shipu joined forces, he realized they were beyond his capacity to confront. Their martial soul fusion technique, the dragon and serpent strikes, had reached an extraordinary level, capable of contending even with titled Douluos. What chance did he stand? A piercing cry erupted from the golden eagle, the shrill sound slicing through the air. Long Gong's expression shifted slightly. "Do you have accomplices?" Lord Daira smirked. "Meng Shu, I advise you to leave with Shipu quickly. We will not harm your granddaughter. If you do not depart, you may find it impossible to leave later. I am merely a messenger here." Long Gong's expression returned to normal, yet a tempest surged within him. He was well aware of Lord Daira's origins. Yet he refrained from disclosing his identity, leaving a sliver of hope, for once revealed, it would inevitably lead to a fight to the death. Seeing Lord Daira's calm demeanor, he began to entertain thoughts of retreat. His presence here was merely to oppose a Soul Douluo bullying a group of young soul zongs. He had no personal stake in Shrek Academy, and thus had no reason to risk his life. "Lord Daira, you truly seem to be regressing. Can you not manage such a simple situation?" A soft voice echoed from afar, calling out Lord Daira's name as if still at a distance. Yet by the time he uttered the last syllable, the figure had silently appeared before everyone. Once again, a masked figure appeared, age indiscernible, and his voice offered no clues. However, he was not clad in black, but rather in a complete white ensemble, his face concealed. Upon his arrival, Tang San and his companions felt little perturbation. Yet Meng Shu let out a muffled grunt, swiftly retreating a step, his expression transforming dramatically. What merit is there in bullying a child? Does one presume to act with impunity simply by virtue of being a titled Douluo? Gu Rong's hoarse voice emanated from the side, and in the next moment, He stood face to face with the white-clad figure, confronting him. Do you believe that my presence here means you can't harm him? The masked man appeared unfazed by the sudden emergence of Douluo, maintaining his calm demeanor and smiling serenely. And what if I were to join in? A familiar voice resonated, causing the countenance of the white-clad title Douluo to shift abruptly. Douluo soared from the rear of the group, swiftly positioning himself beside Douluo. Douluo and Douluo, why do you choose to wade through this murky water? The masked figure seemed to sigh, yet the murderous intent in his gaze intensified. You have already laid hands on my old friend. Should you slay him, I shall promptly storm the spirit hall and eradicate those hypocritical scoundrels. Do you believe me or not? The white-clad title Douluo's gaze fixated on Douluo. You must think carefully about the consequences of opposing us. Douluo scoffed disdainfully. I suggest you contemplate your own fate first. I refuse to believe you are unaware of who stands behind Tang San. Since you have chosen to strike at him, you must be prepared to endure the retribution of that individual. Once upon a time, even. Silence. Do you truly wish to meet your demise? The white-clad title Douluo roared, cutting off Douluo's words. Old poison. We both understand the hardships we endured to reach the rank of title Douluo. I do not wish to see you perish over this matter. Depart swiftly if you know what is good for you. Enough of your nonsense, you lecher. Speak clearly. Are you staying or leaving? Do you intend to invite us to a brothel? I have no interest in your predilections. Douluo mocked mercilessly, his mouth agape. Douluo, suspended in midair, burst into laughter, his mirth reminiscent of a long unwed bachelor suddenly entering a bridal chamber, radiating an extreme lewdness. You scoundrel! The white-clad masked man erupted in fury, and in an instant, countless petals filled the air, rushing towards Douluo. He aimed to tear apart that insolent mouth. Yellow, yellow, purple, purple, black, 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 black. 9 spirit rings appeared behind Douluo, and a spectral bone dragon materialized, swatting away the rain of petals with a single swipe. Both combatants staggered backward, grunting in unison. Douluo, I did not expect your tongue to be so sharp. I support you. A dark figure silently manifested beside the golden eagle, and Shui Han could only perceive a faint shadow, as though the person's corporeal form did not exist at all. It has taken far too long. At this rate, they will likely discover our identities, murmured the shadowy figure. You hold them off while I go to eliminate Tang San. With that, he transformed into a streak of lightning, swiftly darting towards Tang San. Can you truly kill him? An elderly man stood before Tang San, clad in immaculate white garments, his silver hair meticulously arranged. In his hand, he wielded a sword, approximately 3 feet in length, unadorned and forged entirely of pure silver. His expression was indifferent, his eyes seemingly blind to the surroundings, silently standing there without uttering a word. Yet, his mere presence exuded an aura of supremacy over all creation. This was the 7-kill sword, Chen Xian. The target of Shui Han, the embodiment of nature. With my sword, I shall break through. We now have 3 against 2. Do you still wish to intervene? Douluo rasped with a mocking laugh. So, the 7-treasure glazed tile school genuinely intends to oppose us? The hidden face of the white-clad title Douluo behind the veil grew increasingly grim, realizing that their mission today was likely doomed. To have dispatched 2 title Douluos without achieving their objective, such a loss of face was staggering. Is it not common knowledge that the 3 gates are interconnected, like branches of the same tree? A gentle voice floated forth. Ning Fengji, clad in simple attire, appeared beside Shui Han, calmly stating, Today, we concede. However, rest assured, we shall remember this debt. Ghostly, let us depart. With a thunderous roar, the transformed Douluo, resembling the azure phosphor snake emperor, retreated. Yueguan and Ghostly, 2 more titled Douluos, silently vanished, and the cloaked figures withdrew like a receding tide, ensuring they took their fallen comrades' bodies with them, leaving not a single weapon behind. They came swiftly and retreated even more rapidly. In the blink of an eye, these formidable bandits had disappeared beyond the hillock. Wuhuan Palace, Shui Han murmured, to which Ning Fengji slightly nodded. Is it truly because of that Haoyan hammer? The sword Douluo and Bone Douluo walked side by side at the rear of their group, while Shui Han and Ning Fengji advanced in the lead, paralleling the convoy of Shrek Academy. After the departure of the 2 from the Wuhuan Palace, Douluo vanished into the nearby woods. However, Shui Han was confident he had not strayed far. Douluo's martial spirit was inherently suited for ambush, and showcasing himself openly would be unwise. Fortunately, the Tindo 9 elite of the Emperor fighting team had taken the lead. His gaze casually swept across the 14 carriages, and he felt a sense of relief. Any injury or error would have been disastrous. Little San, are you all right? Shuai Han whispered. Thanks to you, I am unscathed, Tang San replied. Though his complexion was pale from the excessive consumption of soul power, yet he bore no wounds. Lei Han, who are they? Why did they not remove their masks? Tang San inquired seriously, his gaze fixed on Shuai Han. Shuai Han revealed a hint of a wry smile. For if their identities were exposed, they would unleash a massacre, leaving no survivors. Concealing their identities was advantageous for both them and us. He observed Tang San's contemplative expression and sighed. Those individuals belonged to the spirit hall. A glint of icy light flickered in Tang San's eyes as he inquired, Is it because of my father? Not entirely. Shuai Han replied, shaking his head. It is also due to your innate talent. They must have already investigated your age. To possess such strength before the age of 15, coupled with your dual martial souls and your lineage as a direct descendant of the Haotian sect, undoubtedly marks you as another Haotian Douluo. Once you become powerful, you will pose the greatest threat to the spirit hall. To eradicate this threat before it can manifest, they have acted. While I genuinely wish to advise you against going to Spirit City, for it is fraught with peril, as a comrade who has fought alongside you, I also wish for you to shine brightly in the Youth Soul Master competition. Shuai Han said with a bitter smile. Thank you sincerely, my brother. Tang San replied earnestly, his gaze falling upon Shuai Han, who averted his eyes in embarrassment, prompting a smile from him. If we are indeed brothers, then there is no need for thanks. Agreed. Chapter 59. Victory is within reach upon the 6 towering walls, each adorned with a magnificent relief that mirrored the emblem of the Spirit Hall, symbolizing 6 formidable martial spirits. Entering the Spirit City evokes a sense of vastness. The streets are sparsely populated, and the shops are few. Those that do exist primarily cater to the needs of spirit masters, offering various items, including even spatial storage spirit tools, albeit of inferior quality. Welcoming them at the entrance of the Spirit City is a cardinal clad in red, who swiftly organizes the group of over 200 individuals, accommodating them in an inn located on the western side of the Spirit City. According to news from the Spirit Hall, the competition is set to commence in 3 days. The journey has been arduous, and this 3-day respite provides ample opportunity for the academies to regroup. The academies representing the Star Luo Empire are assigned to rest on the opposite side of the Spirit City, subtly dividing the participating teams of the 2 great empires into distinct factions, perhaps to deepen the existing tensions between them. Shuai Han sits on the balcony of the inn, with a selection of delicacies specially provided by the waiter laid out before him. Lei Han, I have something to discuss with you, if I may. A familiar voice calls from the entrance of the balcony, and Shuai Han turns to find it is Dai Mubai. Of course, Mubai, please, he replies with a gentle smile, gesturing for him to take a seat. Dai Mubai sits opposite him, but remains silent for a prolonged moment. Mubai, please speak freely. We are classmates, and there is no need for hesitation. Shuai Han finishes his tea and places the cup back on the table. Lei Han, I am actually the 2nd prince of the Star Luo Empire. I am aware, Shuai Han responds with a knowing smile. Dai Mubai forces a bitter smile. Indeed, with my martial spirit and Zhu Zhuqing S, you must have discerned the truth. I came today to inquire about one matter. Will the Tiando Empire engage in war with the Star Luo Empire in the future? Upon uttering this question, both of them withdraw their smiles. Dai Mubai gazes earnestly at Shuai Han, seeking an answer. Shuai Han shakes his head ambiguously. Mubai, after all, I am not the crown prince of the Tiando Empire. Moreover, I have little interest in politics and do not intend to become an emperor. Therefore, I cannot assure you whether my elder brother will instigate a war against the Star Luo Empire. However, noticing Dai Mubai's face pale, Shuai Han continues. I can certainly discuss this with my brother, as our family does not favor conquest or warfare. At this juncture, Shuai Han offers a serene smile, adding, furthermore, my father is already aware of my relationship with you. While I cannot guarantee anything, theoretically, the Tiando Empire should progress in partnership with the Star Luo Empire. Dai Mubai, brimming with joy, stands abruptly and claps Shuai Han on the shoulder, revealing his elation. Excellent, excellent. Good brother, Dai Mubai exclaims with a hearty laugh, the worries that once clouded his brow dissipating entirely. Let us go and indulge in some celebratory libations, suggested Dai Mubai, as he lifted Shuai Han with a firm grip. Upon hearing the mention of drinking, Shuai Han's countenance soured instantaneously. This is a diplomatic engagement between our 2 princely houses. It necessitates the consumption of alcohol. I am well aware of your family's traditions. You can surpass your elder brother. Have faith in yourself, Shui Han remarked. Dai Mubai hesitated. You are aware of this? Everything that is meant to be known, I am privy to. Including your connection with Zhu Shiqing, she replied. Our families are bound by exceptionally unique regulations to ensure that the heirs of our families are exceptional. Once the competing offspring are selected, they are trained to regard one another as adversaries. The victor is granted the right to inherit the family, while the vanquished faces a dire fate. To avert internal discord, the defeated are summarily eliminated. Thus, our rivalry encompasses not only power, but also our very lives. I believe in you, Shui Han reassured, gently patting the shoulder of the somewhat trembling Dai Mubai. Without further ado, Dai Mubai dragged Shui Han into the restaurant and ordered a dozen drinks. This was a means to alleviate his stress, and after a bout of inebriation, Dai Mubai would undoubtedly summon every ounce of his spirit to face the battlefield. As fate would have it, members of the Shrek and Imperial fighting teams happened to pass by, taking a seat beside the now unconscious Shui Han to partake in drinks. The eyes of the team members burned with fierce combativeness. In preparation for the final showdown of the elite competition of the Advanced Soul Master Academy across the continent, the Spirit City had designated a special arena. This venue was situated at the very heart of the Spirit City, featuring an enormous arena with a diameter of at least 100 meters, entirely constructed of granite. The vast competition platform was fortified with a multitude of soul-guiding devices to prevent damage. According to the information provided by the Spirit Hall, this arena was more than capable of withstanding any assault from Soul Masters below the rank of Soul Emperor without sustaining harm. Only an organization as financially robust as the Spirit Hall would undertake such an endeavor. At least the two great empires could hardly afford such extensive resources. Directly in front of this competition platform stood the Papal Hall, less than a kilometer away from the hill where it resided. The Spirit Hall had publicly declared that the final 3 contenders would compete before the Papal Hall, where the Pope would personally attend and crown the ultimate champion. For any Soul Master, this was an unparalleled honor. Seated atop the elevated platform, Shui Han observed the Pope, who sat not far away. Following the incidents that transpired during her visit to the Spirit City, she harbored no fondness for the Spirit Hall. Unable to confront Tang San's father, they instead targeted Tang San himself. Such audacity! The Pope, shrouded in a veil, sat leisurely, occasionally popping cherries into her mouth, thoroughly enjoying the spectacle below. Shui Han withdrew her gaze, her expression tranquil. Behind him sat the sword Douluo Chen Xin and the bone Douluo Gu Rong, alongside his adoptive father Ning Fengji. Even if the 2 Douluos from that day were to appear, with Ning Fengji's assistance, the sword Douluo and bone Douluo would be more than capable of engaging them without difficulty. Should they wish to avoid instigating a great conflict, it was unlikely they would take the initiative to strike. A serene calm washed over Shui Han as he turned his gaze towards the arena. The most anticipated match was finally set to commence, as the teams from the Dou Alliance Academy and the Wuhuan Hall Academy ascended to the competition stage. A profound silence enveloped the crowd. Yu Tianheng, though they were all of the 5th ring, I trust your fighting prowess will not disappoint me. A faint smile graced Shui Han's lips. Do you recall the words of our leader? Yu Tianheng replied with a subtle smile, observing the 7 individuals approaching them. One match, one decisive victory, the coolly confident Xie Lu declared. Yu Tianheng, Duguyan, Xie Lu, Aosa Luo, Shurimo, Shurimo. And Yu Fengling stepped onto what would be the most radiant stage of their lives. A wild grin appeared on Yu Tianheng's face. His muscles taut as he gestured towards the seated Yu Feng and Yi Lingling, who nodded in response before turning to face the Wuhuan Hall Academy. Brothers, reveal your spirit rings. 5 spirit rings emerged from Yu Tianheng, 2 yellow, 2 purple, and 1 black. The others followed suit, each displaying exceptional configurations of spirit rings. With the exception of Yu Tianheng, let us begin. The first to act for the Wuhuan Hall Academy was not their captain, Xie Yu, but rather his sister, Hulaina. With a graceful movement, Hulaina seemed to glide effortlessly to the forefront. A faint smile illuminated her face as she unleashed her martial spirit, transforming her into an even more enchanting figure, complete with a fluffy, large tail sprouting from her back. A soft crimson glow emanated from her, her gaze shimmering as it fell upon Yu Tianheng. Yu Tianheng scoffed disdainfully, unleashing a bolt of lightning towards her. Spare me your tiresome allure. I have grown weary of it. Charge. Yu Tianheng swallowed a morsel of cake, his 4th purple spirit ring flaring to life, erupting forth as a streak of lightning. Xia Li's peeper resounded, hastening his speed further. Douluo Yin flashed a beguiling smile, releasing 2 streams of green mist from her hands, a green serpent materializing behind her. The famed Bailin snake. Seeing that her charm had failed, Hulayina took a surprised step back, her expression darkening. Enough. The martial spirit fusion technique. The young man standing in front of Hulayina commanded. An extraordinary scene unfolded as the 5 spirit rings on Hulayina's body flickered rhythmically, commencing with the black 5th ring, followed by the 4th, 3rd, 2nd, and finally culminating in the yellow 1st ring. With each pulse of her spirit rings, the crimson glow surrounding her intensified, and behind her, Xiaoyu began to move. The moonblade of Xiaoyu is not a singular weapon, but rather 2. Both imbued with a deep crimson hue, resembling the crescent curve of a moonlit blade, held firmly in his hands at the center of the blades. At that moment, as his body shifted, his hands unfurled, propelling him forward, crashing into his sister. A sudden crimson aura materialized, expanding rapidly, and at the instant their bodies collided. This red light enveloped them both. Concurrently, the aura erupted, akin to a radiant sphere expanding to encompass nearly half of the arena, ensnaring all 7 members of Yu Tianheng's team within its grasp. Xia Le domain. Yu Tianheng bellowed, as the 5th black soul ring flared brightly, encasing him in a cocoon of azure lightning. Suddenly, it erupted around him, his dragon scales shielding his entire right cheek, creating a rupture in the luminous sphere with a resounding thud. Funeral of flowers, move. Xia Le scoffed, his fingers dancing violently over the pipa, unleashing a haunting melody that sent waves of sound and blades of music surging toward the sphere. This was his self-created soul skill, Funeral of Flowers. Oslo and Shimo rushed forth. Shimo's martial soul instantaneously manifested, standing resolutely before Douluo Yin and Yu Fengling, while Oslo darted through the haze toward the 2. How was this possible? The young man opposite them watched in disbelief as their martial soul fusion skill was shattered in less than an instant. His usual pride now replaced with bewilderment. Blue electric tyrant fist, kill. Yu Tianheng's fist surged forth, reaching the young man in an instant. The young man's expression soured as he hastily raised his moonblade in defense, a trickle of blood already staining his lips, a consequence of having his martial soul fusion skill forcibly disrupted. With a thunderous roar, Yu Tianheng was enveloped in crackling lightning, sweeping his arm to unleash a torrent of electricity that cocooned both him and the young man. Meanwhile, the remaining members of the Spirit Hall team, finally regaining their composure, summoned their martial souls and charged into the glowing barrier. Sister, it's not wise to be so distracted, Oslo's sinister voice echoed from behind Hulayina, whose complexion turned pale, yet her soul rings began to flicker, evidently activating her charm soul skill. Futile, Oslo remarked. His movements slightly slowed, yet still swift enough to close the distance to Hulayina. Compared to your soul skill, the courtesans are undoubtedly more enchanting. With a swift motion, he clawed at her abdomen, showing no mercy, his knee following up sharply, transforming his left claw into a fist that sent Hulayina hurtling away. The brutal knee strike caused her to regurgitate her breakfast, and Oslo followed up with a leg sweep, casting her off the arena. In the midst of battle, they exhibited no compassion, for their sole objective was victory. Chapter 60. Just like that, thank you for the cake. He waved at Yu Fengling, then dashed back into the fray. Yu Fengling's 4th soul skill, Moose Cake, allowed for maximum immunity against enemy debuffs, which explained why Hulayina's abilities were rendered utterly ineffective. Moreover, this task had been assigned to them by Yu Tianheng, to enhance their immunity to beauty by frequenting brothels. Each day was filled with melodious tunes, aimed at bolstering their resistance to allure. This decision followed numerous encounters with Xiao Wu, and the results were indeed remarkable. Stay here, and become the stepping stone for our Heaven Do's 9 elite. Ciela chuckled, his 3rd and 4th soul rings flashing wildly as sound blades erupted like an unending barrage towards the opposing side. As he played the pipa, he simultaneously savored his cake. Shuelauda, did you see that? Thunder Dragon Fist. Attack. Yu Tianheng, adorned with dragon scales, was bolstered by the simultaneous support of Yu Fengling, Douluo Yin, and Xia Lu. His right fist summoned a storm of thunderclouds, striking fiercely against the young man's face, reminiscent of a resurrected thunder tyrannosaurus. Concurrently, a moon blade pierced through his shoulder. Oddly, Osro emerged from behind the youth, claws embedded in his body, drawing forth a cascade of blood, clearly a trade of injury for life. This path is blocked. Douluo Yin remarked with a smile, green mist enveloping the remaining members of the Spirit Hall team. Damn it! The red-haired youth bellowed, and a fiery lord materialized behind him, only to be met by Yu Tianheng's realm of lightning. At this moment, Yu Tianheng resembled a returning king, gripping the moon blade in his hand before crushing it with great force. The youth, bearing the moon blade martial soul, had a substantial swelling on his face and collapsed to the side, slipping into unconsciousness. So this is the golden generation of the Spirit Hall. Yu Tianheng spat a mouthful of blood-tinged saliva. Just like that. At this moment, the Pope's expression was grim, his eyes flickering with a myriad of emotions. The members of the Spirit Hall seated beside the Pope wore somber faces. Their pride, the golden generation, had been so brutally defeated. Shui Leihan gazed in delight at the thunderous dragon, Yu Tianheng, who stood bathed in lightning, surprised that he had surpassed level 50. Surely, Yu Luomian had lent him a hand. Undoubtedly, he had been training tirelessly day and night. You've worked hard, Tianheng. Observing the disgruntled faces of the Spirit Hall, a sense of satisfaction filled his heart. Meanwhile, Ning Fengji and the Bon Douluo, along with the forces of the Heaven Do Empire, were all filled with joy. Ning Fengji smiled contentedly. Indeed, the royal battle team, led by Commander Leihan, does not disappoint. Well done, Shui Kid. You haven't embarrassed your father. Jian Duo and Bon Douluo both patted Snow Tear's cold shoulder, while the expressions of the forces from the Star Luo Empire became rather intriguing. The contest was not yet over. Let us observe how Tianheng would usher them off the stage. Snow Tear's cold chuckled. Is this truly the golden generation of the Spirit Hall? Although Yu Tianheng's voice was not loud, every spectator in the audience heard him, enveloped in crackling lightning. He took a deliberate step forward. The red-haired youth facing him felt an overwhelming pressure akin to that of a ferocious beast, as if he would be torn apart in the next moment. Let us attack together. We cannot allow His Holiness the Pope to witness our defeat. The red-haired youth bellowed, rallying himself, and then his third and fourth spirit rings illuminated, engulfing him in flames as he charged at Yu Tianheng. What a foolish endeavor, Yu Tianheng mused, swallowing a piece of cake from Moonwind Spirit while watching the red-haired youth charge at him recklessly. The entire royal fighting team stood there, wearing cold smirks as they observed the approaching assailants. 3, 2, 1 down. Douluo Yin clapped her hands, and the rushing individuals immediately fell to the ground in response. Do you think my serpent venom is merely a jest? Douluo Yin remarked with a displeased pout. It was only in the arena that one could witness her arrogant and rebellious side. Indeed, were they merely stepping stones? A cold smile graced Yu Tianheng's lips as he abruptly raised his hand. In an instant, they were enveloped by the cheers and screams of the audience. As Yu Tianheng retracted his spirit, a trace of blood trickling from the corner of his mouth. Snow Tear's Cold also stood up with a smile, applauding them. The entire Tian-Do faction rose to their feet, their cheers and applause resounding. They had shattered the dreams of that golden generation. The expression of the Spirit Hall's faction darkened, with only sparse applause echoing. It is time for you to awaken from your invincible reverie. Snow Tear's Cold thought to himself with a cold chuckle, waving to Yu Tianheng and the others. At this moment, the 9 heroes of Tian-Do ascended the battle platform, bowing simultaneously to the audience. In victory, we remain humble. In defeat, we do not despair. A commendable team, Ning Fengji remarked with a satisfied smile. Upon seeing Snow Tear's Cold wave at them, Yu Tianheng and the others reciprocated with sincere smiles, bowing in her direction. Our achievements are all thanks to you, Boss Snow. Yu Tianheng gradually descended from the battle arena, his gaze locking onto Dai Mubai's eyes in the resting area. With a rugged smile, he declared, I await you. His eyes burned fiercely with the spirit of battle. You shall not wait long. Dai Mubai also revealed a faint smile. Subsequently, Yu Tianheng led the members of the royal fighting team past the Shrek team, yet the battle spirit between both sides surged to its zenith. Snow Tear's Cold, satisfied, let out a breath of relief as she returned to her seat, propping her chin in her hand and displaying a hint of a smile. His mood was exceedingly buoyant as he beheld the Tian-Do 9 heroes, who had flourished without reliance on him, and his heart swelled with joy for their remarkable achievements. Shui Leihan felt a profound sense of pride for the Tian-Do Empire. Ning Fengji, evidently still caught in the exhilaration of having triumphed over the Wuhuan Temple Academy, yearned to witness the emergence of talent within the empire he had devoted his life to uphold. Today he had witnessed it. Furthermore, there was Rong's match to consider. His adoptive father should remain patient. Shui Leihan chuckled softly, his heart still racing with excitement. Indeed, Ning Fengji laughed heartily. Those 3 soul bones would soon be ours. Observing the Wuhuan Temple's members wearing expressions akin to having tasted something foul, Shuelei Han couldn't help but smile. Just before the match commenced, the ghost Douluo had mentioned that the 3 soul bones were the wisdom skull of spirit concentration, the flame right arm of explosive incineration, and the wind-chasing left leg of rapid advancement. Each of these soul bones originated from soul beasts over 10,000 years old. Notably, the wisdom skull of spirit concentration was derived from a soul beast exceeding 50,000 years in age, a prize obtained by the previous pope himself. It was a supreme soul bone, second only to external soul bones and those produced by 100,000-year soul beasts. Even the typically impassive Shuelei Han wore a smile at this moment. However, his good spirits were soon disrupted by a member of the Wuhuan Temple faction. They cheated. A voice bellowed from that side, followed by a platinum bishop springing to his feet. There must be titled Douluo-level experts secretly aiding the Emperor fighting team. Otherwise, how could they have shattered the martial soul fusion skill of Xiaoyu and Hulaina? The Wuhuan Temple faction erupted into heated discussions, with some even demanding a rematch. Can the Wuhuan Temple not bear defeat? Shuelei Han remarked coolly, his gaze fixed steadily on Pope Bibi Dong. Seated behind him, Sword Douluo and Bone Douluo exchanged glances of disdain. The Pope's eyes fell upon the first individual to rise, and that fleeting glance radiated an overwhelming aura of authority. The platinum bishop's countenance paled, and he began to tremble slightly under the weight of the Pope's indifferent gaze. Truly a source of amusement for His Highness the Third Prince. I shall impose severe punishment upon him upon our return, the Pope declared, restoring order before turning her attention to Shuelei Han. A hint of amusement flickering in her eyes. No matter, Shuelei Han thought, feeling a chill run down his spine at the sight of the Pope's smile. Could it be that she intended to eliminate the Emperor fighting team entirely? Given her vindictive nature, it was certainly a possibility. Shuelei Han cast a glance at the internal conflict between the Star Luo Empire Academy factions below, his mind still pondering the Pope's intentions. He hoped that no unforeseen complications would arise. With regard to this woman, Shuelei Han had heightened his vigilance to the utmost degree. However, defeat is still defeat. Observing the golden generation of spirit masters sitting despondently in the resting area, Shuelei Han let out a disheartened sigh before rising to leave. His interest in the impending match, which now seemed predetermined, had waned entirely. The royal second team of the Xing Luo Empire had been both fortunate and unfortunate in drawing their opponent, the Emperor's battle team, led by Yu Tianheng. This match had devolved into a showcase for Yu Tianheng, who, adorned with 5 spirit rings and supported by 3 auxiliary spirit masters, effortlessly eliminated the royal second team in a display of prowess. Aside from Xielu, Du Guyan, and Yu Foling supporting Yu Tianheng, Ao's Luo and Yu Feng engaged in casual conversation on stage after unleashing their soul skills, laughing intermittently as if they were on a leisurely outing. When Shuelei Han heard the news, he couldn't help but laugh, dismissing any concern for the Emperor's battle team. If the Spirit Hall were to take any action, it would surely be after the competition or perhaps during it. Was Tangsun being used as a pretext under the auspices of the Haoyan clan? Or was there another reason? Nevertheless, the members of the Emperor's battle team had dispersed to various locations for their own training following this Soul Master competition, making it difficult for the Spirit Hall to ascertain their whereabouts. What truly mattered were the students of Shrek Academy. Lost in thought in the resting area, Shuelei Han, though averse to politics, would still present himself with dignity if he were to stand atop the Golden Palace and speak. Haoyan Douluo, you must be in Spirit City. As a father, I trust you will protect Xiao San. Please do not let me down regarding the meaning of the word father. Chapter 61, The Agreement. Spirit City. In the esteemed hotel of the Spirit City, a domain of the Heaven Do Empire, a group of youthful individuals congregated in the dining hall, engrossed in their meals and merriment. Mubai, are you prepared? Brother Yu, we shall meet in the finals. Yu Tianheng and Dai Mubai exchanged knowing smiles. The youthful company comprised the royal fighting team of the Heaven Do United Academy and the Shrek team. Let us not falter against the second team of the Spirit Hall Academy, Yu Tianheng proclaimed, raising his wine glass with a grin. Of course not, Dai Mubai replied, also lifting his glass. The two shared a hearty laugh as they drank deeply. However, we never anticipated a bye, Osro remarked with a shrug. Fortune favored us. Yu Lingling said, delicately blowing on her spoonful of vegetable soup. Her once aloof demeanor had gradually softened under the influence of her companions, transforming her into a girl who could laugh and cry like any ordinary young woman. Shuelei Han, after his audience with the Snow Knight Emperor, along with his companions, had been bestowed noble titles by the Heaven Do Empire, signifying a significant elevation in their status and identity. In contrast, Yi Lingling's family lineage was dwindling due to a lack of heirs. Yet, Shui Leihan's title had arrived like a timely rain, rescuing her family from their plight. Consequently, Yi Lingling's small family relocated to the vicinity of the Spirit City, in close proximity to the Heaven Do United Academy. With her worries lifted, Yi Lingling felt a wave of gratitude toward Shui Leihan, her spirits lifted in joy. Moreover, Shui Leihan had made a formal visit to her family, fully aware that without Yi Lingling's 9-heart begonia, their team, the 10 outstanding of Heaven Do, would have suffered far greater wounds and shed immeasurable blood. Yu Feng and Xie Lu, alongside Ma Hongjun and Oscar, were deep in jovial conversation, having discovered an instant rapport since their first meeting, particularly in their shared pursuit of romantic interests. However, all four remained inexperienced in such matters, yielding no profound conclusions. "To our success," Dai Mubai exclaimed, his voice ringing with newfound freedom after overcoming his inner demons through victory over his own brother. "To our success," the group echoed, raising their glasses and clinking them together in celebration. After indulging in a bit of food, Shui Leihan ascended the stairs. "I hope none of you will harbor any regrets," he remarked with a gentle smile before departing upstairs. Du Guyan rose, her cheeks flushed as she pursued Shui Leihan amidst the playful taunts of her peers. Upon entering his room, Shui Leihan unbuckled his sword, intending to change out of his attire, only to find a charming young woman awaiting him at the door. "Yin, do come in," he invited, changing into a more comfortable home attire before heading to the bathroom to brush his teeth. Shui Leihan's room was quite spacious, a testament to the respect afforded to him by the organizing committee and the spirit hall. From the doorway, one could behold an opulent living area, adorned with plush sofas and exquisitely carved sculptures. Upon entering the bedroom, one is greeted by an expansive balcony that offers a panoramic view of the entire Spirit City. It must be said that the Spirit Hall has indeed afforded Shui Leihan considerable respect. After Shui Leihan completed his grooming, he noticed Du Guyan seated upon the sofa, deep in contemplation. "What troubles you?" he inquired. "I have heard about the events that transpired during your arrival. I am somewhat concerned," Du Guyan replied, her expression softening into a gentle smile. The Spirit Hall, however, has not sustained any significant injuries, Shui Leihan reassured her as he settled down, picking an apple from the fruit platter on the table and taking a bite. "I never anticipated that it would involve the Spirit Hall," Du Guyan remarked, biting her lip, her gaze revealing a mixture of emotions. "It pertains to Tang San. You must be aware of his identity," he elaborated patiently upon seeing her shake her head. "Are you suggesting that Tang San is in constant peril?" Du Guyan asked softly. Shui Leihan nodded, summarizing the situation. "I have informed him of the general circumstances. He is accompanied by the Golden Triangle. I have also requested your grandfather to keep an eye on Tang San. As long as the Spirit Hall does not forcefully sever ties, they are unlikely to act aggressively. Moreover, they harbor a fear of the power behind Tang San." He finished the apple in a few bites, discarding the core into a nearby wastebasket. "It would be wise to rest early. Although you are not participating tomorrow, it is prudent to conserve your energy," he suggested, noticing Du Guyan's increasingly flushed complexion. "What are you planning?" he asked, tilting his head in curiosity. Du Guyan huffed softly and turned to enter the bedroom. Sighing, Shui Leihan remarked, "Yin, losing your innocence too early is detrimental to your health and may hinder our future prospects. Who said I wish to lose my innocence? Is it not acceptable for us to sleep together?" Du Guyan countered, her face turning crimson as she playfully struck Shui Leihan with her small fists. "We are still engaged. It feels somewhat inappropriate for us to be alone in a room like this," he replied with a hint of exasperation. "Who dares say it is inappropriate? Let them inquire with my grandfather about his lethal poison," she retorted with a huff, then sat at the edge of the large bed, patting the mattress to beckon Shui Leihan to join her. Shui Leihan nearly burst into laughter at her antics, yet he remained silent, observing the slightly anxious Du Guyan. After changing into a night robe, he extinguished the candle. "The night is still young. Let us sleep," he said, leaning against one side of the bed. Although his eyes were closed, he swiftly entered a meditative state. Du Guyan nestled closer to Shui Leihan, savoring his warmth. As their backs pressed together, her cheeks flushed once more, and she gently closed her eyes. The night passed in silence, with the dawn's radiant light cascading over the land. The Pope's hall gleamed with an opulent brilliance, resembling a celestial abode. Before the Pope's hall, 2 rows of palace knights stood in formation. Stretching from the entrance down the mountain, their shining silver armor and formidable swords lending an air of majesty to the entire Pope's mountain. The eliminated teams have departed, not even permitted to witness the final day's combat. Only the truly young and formidable possess the qualification to step onto the square before the Pope's palace. Early in the morning, the 3 teams entering the ultimate finals have already appeared, quietly awaiting their turn. The instructors from the 3 academies are not allowed to stand on the square and must wait at the periphery. The teams present are the Emperor's Battle Team, the Shrek Team, and the second team from the Spirit Hall Academy. The Emperor's Battle Team, consisting of 9 members, is clad in white garments. As a gentle breeze blows, they exude an air of elegance. Even the usually playful Xiaolu, Osro, and Yufeng have put aside their jests, their expressions calm and composed. The square before the Pope's palace is no less spacious than the competition stage used previously. The square's surface is laid with special stones, which upon closer inspection reveal a faint, lustrous glow. Although they are not true jade, they are far superior to ordinary rock, showcasing the formidable financial power of the Spirit Hall. A voice rang out, announcing, "His Holiness the Pope has arrived." The resounding cheers of "Long live, long live, long live," echoed throughout the Spirit City like a cataclysmic wave. This was not merely the voice of the orderly knights stationed upon the Pope's hill. It was also the collective shout of all the soul masters within the Spirit City who were forbidden from approaching the Pope's hill. For them, the Pope represents the highest faith. The grand doors of the palace slowly opened, the majestic emblems upon them gradually shifting from their positions. Dressed in a resplendent golden gown from head to toe, adorned with a purple gold crown and holding a scepter, Bibi Dong emerged first from the Pope's palace, her demeanor solemn. She exuded an ethereal presence, seemingly towering infinitely. In this moment, no one paid heed to her exquisite beauty. She embodied only the majesty of the Pope of the Spirit Hall. Her dazzling gown fit her impeccably, shimmering with over 100 gemstones in red, blue, and gold. The purple gold crown atop her head radiated brilliance, all light converging upon her alone at this moment. All those affiliated with the Spirit Hall knelt on one knee, paying homage to Her Holiness the Pope. Yu Tianheng and the others displayed serene smiles, remaining as composed as ever. Following Bibi Dong were 4 individuals, 3 of whom were clad in vibrant red gowns, distinct from the cardinal's full red attire. Their garments were adorned with intricate gold and silver patterns, particularly the large gemstone on their chests, gleaming with golden light and akin to the size of an infant's fist, exuding an air of opulence. Shui Lei donned a golden-threaded white robe, his gaze indifferent, accompanied by the red-robed sword Douluo Continent. Although Ning Fengji was not in red attire, none dared to overlook the title of the world's foremost support soul master. He too wore a golden-threaded white robe, walking alongside Shui Lei. At this moment, they symbolized the imperial family of the Tiando Empire. At this moment, beneath the stage, apart from the members of Shrek Academy and the Royal Fighting Team, including the soul masters from the second team of the Spirit Hall Academy, all knelt down. The few among them remained composed, showing no intention of bowing. The members of the Royal Fighting Team, proud individuals in their own right and holders of titles in the Heaven-Do Empire, questioned why they should kneel. Meanwhile, although the Shrek members had not conspired beforehand, they made the same choice as the Royal Fighting Team. Although there was no explicit decree requiring soul masters to bow before the Pope of the Spirit Hall, those affiliated with the Spirit Hall glared at both the Royal Fighting Team and Shrek S Group with disdain. How audacious to show such disrespect towards the esteemed Pope. The red-robed cardinal, who had previously offered greetings, scolded loudly. They were all subjects of the Heaven-Do Empire. Why should they kneel? Shui Lei Han cast a faint glance at the red-robed cardinal. Are you implying that I do not exist? A hint of dominance flickered in his icy blue eyes. Ning Fengji and Chun Xin also regarded the members of the Spirit Hall with scrutiny. Was the red-robed cardinal deliberately provoking a confrontation? Knowing Shui Lei Han's identity and that of the Heaven-Do United Academy, was he intentionally inciting discord? Enough. The Pope Bibi Dong addressed the red-robed cardinal with a cold snort. Return and accept your punishment. How amusing this must appear to the third prince. The Pope smiled. No matter. After Shui Lei Han spoke, he shifted his gaze to the battlefield. Let us strive forward. May none of you harbor any regrets. Chapter 62. The Battle of Shrek. From you, I have discerned a glimmer of hope. Before the Pope's palace, I yearn to witness the full extent of your talents and capabilities. The ultimate victor shall be bestowed with the grandest reward from the Spirit Hall." As she spoke, she elegantly waved her staff. None could perceive how she accomplished it. 3 luminous points of light suddenly magnified before Bibi Dong, hovering in midair. These were 3 distinct objects, each modest in size, resembling skeletal remains, a right arm bone, a skull, and a left leg bone, each radiating hues of fiery red, pale blue, and deep green. Soul bones, indeed. These were 3 pieces of soul bones. Even from the foot of the Pope's mountain, their brilliance was unmistakably visible. In an instant, the entire spirit city erupted in fervor. Aside from those already privy to this final reward, who could have anticipated the revelation of 3 soul bones? The radiance alone indicated their extraordinary quality. Even the denizens of the Spirit Hall exhibited glimmers of avarice in their eyes. Had this not been the Pope's palace, and had it not been for the formidable presence of several titled Douluos, it is likely that some would have succumbed to their greed and rushed forth to seize them. What a grand display! Shui Leihan felt the collective gaze of all the soul masters gathered here, his expression serene as he regarded the 3 soul bones. In his eyes, there was not a trace of greed or desire. To him, these soul bones were merely bait cast by the Spirit Hall, a tantalizing lure to incite fierce competition among the teams. Alas, it was regrettable that the Spirit Hall's second team was poised for elimination today. Shui Leihan silently mused. Observing the gallant members of the Imperial Battle Team, a faint smile of satisfaction gracing his lips. Shrek, Mubai, Xiaosan, Xiaowu, Fatty, Oscar, Zhuqing, Rong. You shall not disappoint us, shall you? Beside him, Ning Fengji wore a serious expression, clearly aware that the first match among the 3 teams was about to commence. This inaugural battle would be between the Shrek team and the Spirit Hall Academy's second team. Father will be fine. I have faith in Rong, Shui Leihan whispered. Turning slightly, Ning Fengji managed a wry smile, never expecting that today it would be Leihan offering him comfort. Very well, the match is about to begin. Let us watch closely. Behind them, Chen Xian observed the Shrek team as they entered the arena, a hint of anticipation adorning his face. Although he recognized that the Shrek Academy had made remarkable strides under the training of Shui Leihan and the Imperial Battle Team, he remained uncertain of the extent of their progress. Let us await the spectacle. Shrek Academy's combat prowess shall astonish the confidence-laden Spirit Hall, Shui Leihan murmured, directing his gaze towards the imminent battleground. The Spirit Hall had orchestrated a well-calculated scheme. Their seemingly impartial arrangements concealed the fact that today's match was originally meant to pit the Imperial Battle Team against the Shrek team. However, during the drawing of lots, all the forces of the Douluo Empire, including Dugu Bo, were present as committee members, preventing any possibility of deceit. Are you all ready? Dai Mubai exclaimed. Victory is ours. The members of Shrek shouted in unison, following Dai Mubai onto the arena. Approaching them was the second team from the Spirit Hall Academy, each face bearing a trace of resentment and fury. The golden generation of the Spirit Hall had suffered a complete defeat at the hands of the Imperial Battle Team, inciting the Pope's wrath, resulting in their confinement. He left them with a stern warning. Should the second team lose to Shrek, they would be banished to the abyss for 3 years. This imposed immense pressure upon the second team, as if an invisible shackle bound them. All eyes from the Spirit Hall were fixated upon this team, amplifying their already overwhelming burden. Their gazes toward the Shrek team were far from amicable. Salute to your opponents. The referee, a soul Douluo, commanded as 8 soul rings floated beside him. Dai Mubai nodded calmly. Mo1, I will make you regret this, the dark-haired youth growled, glaring at the Shrek team before returning to his own. Xiaosan, are you prepared? Dai Mubai asked with a battle-hungry smile. Let us begin, Tang Xin nodded, enveloping himself in soul power. Spirit Hall Academy second team versus Shrek 8 monsters. Begin. In an instant, Tang Xin grasped the mushroom sausage handed to him by Oscar. Dai Mubai and Zhu Zhuqing swiftly consumed their portions, summoning their spirits as they charged toward the Spirit Hall's second team. Ning Rongrong's enhancement aura accurately enveloped the 3. Xiao Wu and Ma Hongjun surged from the flanks, targeting the auxiliary soul master of the Spirit Hall's second team. Let us go. Mo1, the black-haired captain, shouted in frustration. Wolf spirit possession. His eyes glowed with a fierce green light as his hands transformed into sharp claws, enveloped by a mesmerizing black mist. White Tiger Vajra transformation. A character for King suddenly appeared atop Dai Mubai's head, and one of his tiger claws lunged toward Mo1. Mo1 snorted, fiercely swiping at the incoming claw. With a loud crash, both retreated a few steps. Another member of the Spirit Hall team emerged from the mist, wielding a massive sword that shimmered with a starry hue, adding an air of mystery. The youth's third soul ring blazed to life, enveloping the blade in a layer of purple. At that moment, Dai Mu Bai found himself in midair. Unless Tang San's blue-silver grass could pull him aside, he would have to endure the blow. Spotting Dai Mu Bai suspended above, the sword-wielding youth revealed a sinister smile, bringing the giant sword crashing down. "Brothers, heavens!" Dai Mu Bai exclaimed, and in an instant, a faint glow erupted from behind him, transforming into wings. With a swift motion, he soared into the sky. Tang San, airborne, had already employed his blue-silver grass to harass the defensive Soul Master and another support Soul Master. Emanating from his back were 8 robust, menacing legs, each exceeding 4 meters in length, thick as an arm, gleaming in dark purple. The curved barbs shimmered with a frosty light, and each leg bifurcated, the sharp tips resembling indomitable spears. He stood proudly in the air, akin to a monarch surveying his subjects. Arrogance. Mo Wen's fourth purple soul ring ignited instantaneously, causing his figure to vanish from the arena. Third brother. Ning Rongrong promptly bestowed agility enhancement upon Tang San. Sensing a connection, Tang San turned to find Mo Wen had already appeared behind him, 2 wolf claws emanating dark energy. A chill crept over him. With a flicker of his wings, Tang San evaded Mo Wen's dual claws. The blue-silver grass in his hands rapidly grew, and with the activation of his first soul skill, he ensnared the empty claws securely. White Tiger's fierce light wave. Dai Mu Bai lunged forward, landing a solid punch to Mo Wen's abdomen. Mo Wen spat out a mouthful of blood, exclaiming, "Demon question." He roared, disregarding his teammates, as his entire being was enveloped in a shroud of black mist. This was his fourth soul skill, which amplified both attack and defense by 200% at the cost of his rationality, rendering him solely aggressive and frenzied. Kill. His eyes, shrouded in crimson, roared as he lunged toward the nearest opponent. Xiao Wu's scorpion braid had inexplicably unfurled, floating in midair, her long, dark hair cascading like a black waterfall. With a graceful motion, her hair billowed out like ominous clouds, and she glided toward her adversary. How infuriating! The giant blade-wielding Soul Master watched Xiao Wu's approaching figure, a glimmer of brutality in his eyes. The massive blade was enveloped in purple light. "I shall sever you in 2. He laughed menacingly, swinging downward. The purple fourth soul ring erupted from Xiao Wu, and as the giant blade struck her, a sound akin to metal clashing resonated. What? The youth felt as if he had struck a protective barrier, the backlash causing immense pain in his hands. Accelerating, Ma Hongjun charged forward. Once Xiao Wu activated her fourth soul skill, Invincible Golden Body, she vanished in an instant. Invincible, absolutely invincible. During the brief seconds of her invincibility, Xiao Wu was entirely untouchable. Ma Hongjun unleashed a torrent of flames, his wings stirring as his fourth soul ring illuminated. With a resounding cry, the phoenix soared. At this moment, Ma Hongjun resembled a blazing phoenix, 2 pairs of fiery wings sprouting from his back, enveloped in flames. With a forceful crash, he collided with the young man. Xiao Wu's figure suddenly appeared beside the auxiliary soul master of the Wuhuan Hall's second team, her first soul ring shimmering. Dark clouds loomed overhead, her ebony hair coiling around her opponent's neck like a serpent. At that moment, the invincible golden body effect had yet to fade. The opponent's sudden soul skill unleashed upon Xiao Wu bore no effect whatsoever. He attempted to seize her flowing hair, but it seemed to possess a life of its own, slipping through his fingers effortlessly. With a twist of her waist, Xiao Wu flung the auxiliary soul master away, sending him hurtling through the air, embedding him into the ground beneath the arena. "Thank you, fatty." Xiao Wu grinned at Ma Hongjun, before flickering away to stand beside Tang San. Tang San and Dai Mu Bai were desperately holding their ground against Mo Wen's frenzied assault. Upon seeing Xiao Wu arrive, their eyes brightened, and they let out a long roar. The 8 spider lances behind them coiled fiercely, launching into action once more, with an additional hidden weapon now in hand. "Mu Bai, Zhu Qing, Xiao Wu charge." Dai Mu Bai bellowed, his fist enveloped in a brilliant yellow light. Zhu Qing followed closely, gliding past in Dai Mu Bai's shadow, her eyes cold as if she were eyeing her prey. Mo Wen, in a state of madness, caught sight of the approaching Xiao Wu, letting out a wolfish howl as he lunged toward her. In a flash, Xiao Wu evaded his 2 clawed strikes, her hair wrapping around Mo Wen's neck. The dark energy surrounding Mo Wen surged violently, engulfing both him and Xiao Wu. Xiao Wu! Tang Sen shouted anxiously, plunging into the swirling darkness. An 8-spider lance pierced Mo Wen's body in an instant, while hidden weapons were unleashed simultaneously. At that moment, Dai Mubai and Zhu Qing's attacks arrived, their fist and claw striking fiercely into Mo Wen's transformed form. Meanwhile, with the assistance of Ning Rongrong and Oscar, Ma Hongjun sent the remaining defensive Soul Master tumbling off the stage with a powerful kick. Xiao Wu's complexion paled slightly, evidently affected by the clash of Mo Wen's soul power, as she fell from the arena. A blooming flower silently slipped from her embrace, and her expression changed abruptly. She swiftly reached for the heartbroken red and tucked it back into her bosom. In that fleeting moment, 4 pairs of eyes from the Pope's hall fell upon her, expressions of surprise emerging in unison. These gazes belonged to Pope Bibi Dong, the chrysanthemum Douluo Yuguan, the ghost Douluo Guime, and the sword Douluo Qinexian. At that moment, Dai Mubai's punch struck Mo Wen, while Zhu Qing's phantom claw sank into his body. Down you go, with his fiery wings still ablaze. Ma Hongjun delivered a decisive kick, sending Mo Wen crashing down. We have emerged victorious. Dai Mubai broke into a smile, for he could perceive their progress, a testament to their relentless training and sparring day and night. Today, all their efforts bore fruit. Chapter 63. Exposure and action. Shui Leihan's applause faltered as he sensed the penetrating gazes of all the titled Douluos, including the sword Douluo Qinexian. Uncle Chun, what is the matter? He inquired softly. A complex expression flickered in Qinexian's eyes as he mused. I never anticipated that the little girl, Xiao Wu, is actually a soul beast. Shui Leihan's body jolted with shock. What do you mean? Even Ning Fingji's countenance shifted slightly, his expression turning peculiar. When that little girl resisted the attack, she inadvertently revealed a trace of soul beast aura. Based on the fluctuations, she should be a 100,000-year soul beast. Qinexian explained in a hushed tone. Shui Leihan fell into silence, his gaze drifting towards the spirit hall, particularly the figure of the Pope, Bibi Dong. At this moment, the defeated second team of the spirit hall had already departed, leaving only Shrek Academy on the field. They had one last battle remaining, a fateful clash with the royal fighting team. Congratulations, Shrek team, the Pope began, her tone indifferent. Although there is one more battle ahead. You still have 4 substitute members present, so there is no concern. With a gesture, Bibi Dong pointed directly at Xiao Wu. Instantly, astonishment rippled through the crowd. Tang San instinctively positioned himself in front of Xiao Wu, and the other members of Shrek Academy surged forward as well. The master, wearing an expression of disbelief, exclaimed, Your Holiness, what do you mean by this? Shui Leihan swiftly moved to stand before the Pope. What is the meaning of this? His voice was frigid, his gaze fixed intently on Bibi Dong. Considering your status as the 3rd prince of the Tiando Empire, I will inform you, Bibi Dong replied, shifting to a more comfortable posture. That girl is our target at the Spirit Hall, for her true form is that of a 100,000-year soul beast. At that moment, Zhu Douluo and Ghost Douluo had already leapt into the air, their 9 soul rings, 18 in total, radiating dazzling light. The Pope let out a cold snort. 9 soul rings materializing behind her. Sword Douluo and Poison Douluo, poised to act, were momentarily taken aback by the colors of her soul rings. 2 yellow, 2 purple. 4 black, and 1 red. I do not wish to strike against the imperial family of the Tiando Empire. I ask the 3rd prince to step aside, she stated, her tone remaining dispassionate. Shui Leihan felt an overwhelming pressure enveloping him, a sensation akin to being crushed into dust, pain surging through his entire being. A proud arc formed at the corners of his mouth as he gazed at the Pope, a trickle of blood escaping his lips. In the face of that ancient ice phoenix, he had displayed no fear. How could he cower before such a petty individual? Indeed, the Pope remarked, a hint of admiration flickering in her eyes. Among the golden generation, only Xie Yu could barely withstand her soul power pressure. Give up. She let out a soft hum. And with a cough, Snow Tear Han spat a mouthful of blood, staggering back a few steps before colliding into Ning Fingji's embrace. The Pope Bibi Dong did not cast a glance at Snow Tear Han or Ning Fingji. Instead, she slowly approached the edge of the audience area. Observing the chrysanthemum Douluo and Ghost Douluo rushing towards Xiao Wu, a cold smile gracing her lips. A chrysanthemum and a little ghost, do you truly dare to harm my son? Begone. A low voice suddenly resonated, akin to an explosion in the air. Though not loud, the contained authority made everyone involuntarily shudder. Snowtear Han shifted her gaze to the arena above, where a tall middle-aged man in his 50s stood suspended in the air. He did not summon his martial soul. Yet his imposing presence and tone evoked memories of someone remarkable and illustrious titled Douluo depicted in the texts, the Haotian Douluo. Tang Hao. Bibi Dong barked sharply. Her eyes filled with venomous ire as they fixated on Tang Hao in the sky, nearly spitting fire. The Chrysanthemum Douluo and Ghost Douluo retreated to the Pope's side. The combined might of the three titled Douluos exerting such immense pressure that the surrounding soul masters hastily withdrew. Sword Douluo and Ning Fingji shielded Snowtear Han, gradually retreating as they sought to prevent further harm to her. With a fierce wave of her hand, Bibi Dong emitted a piercing shriek, which seemed to resonate throughout the Pope's hall, echoing for simultaneous cries. Have you summoned someone? Tang Hao smiled indifferently, exuding a unique aura that suggested he remained unfazed, even in the face of 1,000 troops. One by one, soul rings ascended from beneath his feet, rising slowly, yet with each ring's emergence, Tang Hao's presence grew increasingly formidable. Yellow, yellow, purple, purple, black, 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 red. The 9 soul rings manifesting upon Tang Hao were identical to those of Pope Bibi Dong, with his final soul ring also being of 100,000 years. Despite the similarity in soul rings, the aura radiating from Tang Hao at that moment far surpassed that of Pope Bibi Dong, with his 7th soul ring shining brilliantly. The colossal black Haotian hammer behind him erupted forth with intense black light, swelling and expanding, transforming into a massive weapon stretching over 100 meters. The hammerhead loomed like a small mountain. In an instant, the air within the entire martial soul city became distorted. Every non-title Douluo soul master found themselves utterly immobilized. Tang Hao, do you dare? Pope Bibi Dong seethed with fury, and alongside the Chrysanthemum Douluo and Ghost Douluo, they leaped simultaneously towards the looming hammer. While 4 additional figures shot forth from the Pope's hall, a total of 7 figures converging upon the skyward hammer. In an overwhelming silence, the minds of soul masters below the 70th rank succumbed to a profound blankness, collapsing to the ground amidst an indescribable, deafening roar that reverberated throughout the entire spirit city. 7 figures, suspended in midair, were simultaneously cast down, while the colossal hammer above vanished without a trace. Spitting a mouthful of blood, Tang Hao laughed maniacally. Bibi Dong. Just wait. The debts owed to me by the spirit hall shall one day be repaid in full. That day is not far off. In a blink, Tang Hao disappeared, taking with him the unconscious Tang San and Xiao Wu. Uncle Chen, I implore you, pursue the Haotian Douluo. I wish to catch another glimpse of Tang San, pleaded Shuelei Han, swallowing a mouthful of sweet blood, her voice slightly hoarse. Chen Xian nodded in acknowledgement, and the 7 killing sword manifested instantly. With a gust of fierce wind, Shuelei Han vanished in an instant. Father, I entrust everything to you from here on, she murmured. The title of Sword Master Chen Xian was not mere embellishment. In the span of just 2 incense sticks, the pair had traversed 5 cities. As the sun set on the horizon, Chen Xian's gaze flickered, and the 7 killing sword plunged downward. At that moment, Tang Hao had just set down Tang San and Xiao Wu and was tending to a fire. Noticing the sudden arrival of Chen Xian and Shuelei Han, he exhibited no wariness, continuing to feed the flames with branches. Uncle, Chen Xian remarked, as he guided Shuelei Han to their destination before retreating into the nearby woods. Aware that while Haotian Douluo would say nothing, a degree of vigilance lingered. Shuelei Han stepped forward respectfully, addressing him. You are Shuelei Han, correct? Indeed. I have observed you for quite some time. At your current age, attaining such a level of soul power speaks not only to your innate talent but also to your diligent efforts. Thank you for your praise, uncle. May I inquire where you intend to take Tang San and Xiao Wu next? Shuelei Han asked, sitting cross-legged to engage in dialogue with the Haotian Douluo. She was astonished to learn that this Haotian Douluo had been lurking near Tang San, observing him for some time, a revelation that left her secretly alarmed, as she had never sensed his presence before. Please, simply call me Lei Han, as Tang San does, she continued, her tone neither obsequious nor overbearing. Despite the stature of her interlocutor, I will have Tang San undergo rigorous training for a while Xiao Wu shall return to the Stardo Forest. Isn't that a bit harsh on Tang San? Tang Hao shook his head. He is currently unable to protect Xiao Wu. His voice rose slightly. Though it remained characteristically calm, you discerned Xiao Wu's identity long ago. Shuelei Han nodded slightly in acknowledgement. The exquisite plant gifted to me by the third party has not only intensified my soul power, but also bestowed upon me the ability to discern the weaknesses of my adversaries. In a moment of unguarded realization, I uncovered the true identity of Xiaowu. Have you ever contemplated the notion of eliminating her to absorb her soul rings and bones? Shui Leihan furrowed his brow. Xiaowu is not merely a classmate with whom I have shared the rigors of study, but also a comrade in arms. I hope never to hear such words again from your esteemed lips, titled Douluo. This remark struck a sensitive chord within Shui Leihan. For although he had hunted soul beasts to obtain soul rings, it constituted but a minuscule fraction of his endeavors. Apart from the merciless wolf soul beasts, Shui Leihan felt no guilt in his actions. His voice carried a subtle detachment. While he once regarded titled Douluo Haoyan with reverence, he now viewed him as an equal. Well said, acknowledged Haoyan, observing the coldness that enveloped Shui Leihan's countenance, a faint smile tugging at his lips. It is time for you to take your leave. After a brief nod, Shui Leihan rose, affirming, indeed, it is time for me to depart. He retrieved 2 white jade pendants from his ring, gifts once bestowed upon him by the Emperor of the Snowy Night. Third brother, senior brother, do your best. He refrained from uttering any words that might heighten the sorrow of parting, instead reminiscing about the assistance Tang San had extended to him over the years. Recalling their training sessions, the hidden weapons Tang San had gifted him lay quietly in slumber within Shui Leihan's ring. He placed the 2 pendants upon the unconscious forms of Tang San and Xiao Wu, nodding solemnly. Uncle, I shall take my leave now. With a faint smile, Shui Leihan clasped his hands respectfully before making his way out of the forest. That oppressive force from Bibi Dong is from the domain of the god of slaughter. If you wish to seek methods of overcoming or resisting it, I suggest you venture to the city of slaughter, came Tang Hao's voice from behind. Shui Leihan paused, turning again to pay his respects. Thank you, uncle. With that, he departed without further ado. Chapter 64. The conclusion what? The Haoyan Douluo has sent you to the city of slaughter? Absolutely not. With a decisive wave of his hand, Chen Xian firmly declined. Observing the perplexed expression on Shui Leihan's face, he patiently began to elucidate. My dear ancestor, the city of slaughter is not a trivial matter. It is a place one can enter but never leave, and only by claiming a requisite number of lives can one be granted exit. It serves as a sanctuary for fugitives and villains. If you were to venture there with Shui Yi and Ning Fengji, they would surely tear me to shreds. A bitter smile graced Chen Xian's lips as he reflected upon the 7-killing sword. Shui Leihan pondered for a moment before conceding, very well. I shall defer this until my soul power reaches level 50. Chen Xian sighed, aware that the third prince's intentions were not easily swayed. The journey continued in silence. They did not return to the spirit hall. Although they had not openly severed ties, the relationship between the spirit hall and the Tiando Empire was undoubtedly strained. Instead, they headed directly to Tiando City to the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School. Upon arriving at the main hall of the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School, they noticed a faint glow emanating from within, indicating that Ning Fengji had yet to retire for the night. Chen Xian sheathed his sword and slowly entered the grand hall. Shui Leihan, tidying his disheveled attire that had been tousled by the wind, followed closely behind Chen Xian into the hall. Uncle Bone. Shui Leihan greeted respectfully upon spotting Ning Fengji and Gu Rong seated on the sofa. Welcome back, Leihan, Ning Fengji said, patting the cushion beside him, inviting Shui Leihan to sit. After a moment's hesitation, Shui Leihan approached and took a seat beside Ning Fengji, maintaining an upright posture. Father, may I inquire about the aftermath of the tournament? Shui Leihan asked, eager for the information. It concluded rather abruptly. Ning Fengji replied with a wry smile, shrugging his shoulders. After Tang Hao took Xiao San and Xiao Wu away, Flandra and the others departed as well. And the members of Shrek Academy? Shui Leihan inquired. They have all set out to refine their skills separately, Ning Fengji chuckled. Due to the absence of the Shrek members, the Royal Combat Team claimed victory without a fight, though they felt it was not a victory that truly belonged to them. Shui Leihan sighed, acknowledging the loss. Aside from Oscar joining the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School, the members of the Royal Combat Team had disbanded, embarking on their own journeys across the continent. By the way, this is for you, Ning Fengji said, retrieving a wooden box from the side and handing it to Shui Leihan. The Tiando 9 elite insisted that this soul bone be entrusted to you. I had no choice in the matter, he added with a rueful smile. Shui Leihan nodded, accepting the wooden box. The current situation had calmed somewhat. Following their defeat at the hands of Tang Hao, the spirit hall had retreated into seclusion, likely biding their time for revenge. Upon hearing this, Not only did Chue Leon fall silent, but even the sword Douluo and bone Douluo sighed in unison. Snow Tears Han gritted his teeth and addressed his adoptive father. I am going into seclusion, determined to reach level 50 and then journey to the city of slaughter. Please lend me your support. He bowed respectfully to Ning Fengji. Dear Tears Han, there is no need for such formality within our family. I shall assist you with the 7 treasures glazed tower, enabling you to break through to level 50. As for the city of slaughter, I must admit that I am deeply reluctant to see you venture into such a perilous and chaotic place. However, if it is your desire, as your adoptive father, I will support your decision. A faint smile graced Snow Tears Han's lips as he expressed his gratitude. Thank you, father. Yet, a twinge of regret lingered in his heart for not having met the Shrek 7 devils, who had embarked on their own adventures across the continent. Nonetheless, when they reunite, they are bound to have undergone significant changes. Tears Han, accompany your adoptive father to visit Rongrong. The little girl seems somewhat troubled, and I cannot discern the cause of her distress, Ning Fengji remarked as he rose to his feet. Snow Tears Han sheathed his sword and followed closely behind. Our 7 treasures glazed sect has never discriminated against common or soul masters. As long as one joins the sect, we shall treat them with sincerity. However, I lack the authority to alter the sect's rules. Even if I were to become the sect leader in the future, I would still be powerless in this regard. I am aware of your kindness towards me, and I have genuinely developed feelings for you. Yet, if we were to continue down this path, it would only lead to greater suffering. I do not wish for you to remain ensnared in this pain. It is better to confront the discomfort now than to prolong it. You are still only 16, with a bright future ahead of you. I am truly sorry, Oscar. I am sincerely sorry. From a distance, Snow Tears Han could hear Ning Rongrong's sobs, yet he refrained from offering comfort, as he wanted to understand the decision Oscar would make. If Oscar were to retreat here, Snow Tears Han would ensure that he would never allow him to see Ning Rongrong again. Did a man devoid of responsibility deserve his sister? Though conflicted, he felt a pang similar to witnessing a cherished cabbage he had nurtured since childhood being uprooted by a pig, even if that pig was a prodigy. His emotions mirrored those of Ning Fengji in an uncanny manner. Rongrong, listen to me. I will never give up. I shall never relinquish my resolve. I am elated, for it is the first time I have heard you confess your feelings for me. Challenges lie ahead, yet as long as our love endures, those challenges are not insurmountable. The regulations of your 7 treasures glazed sect merely aim to ensure that direct disciples have formidable protection. While it is true that I am incapable of providing that now, I am merely a food-type soul master. It does not signify that I shall forever remain powerless. Rongrong, will you wait for me? Grant me 10 years, and I will discover how to become strong enough to protect you. Ning Rongrong was taken aback by Oscar's unexpected reaction. As she gazed into his earnest eyes, she realized just how dependable this man truly was. Without hesitation, she nodded in agreement. Releasing her grip on Ning Rongrong's shoulder, Oscar abruptly turned away, concealing all his reluctance deep within his heart. Rongrong, I must take my leave. Wait for me for 10 years. After a decade. If I have not returned, you may marry. Should I succeed, I shall surely come back for you. In 10 years, when you are 24, in the prime of your youth, as long as I am alive, I shall achieve my goals. With that declaration, Oscar departed without a moment's hesitation. Rushing forth like the wind, he would no longer remain in the 7 treasure glazed tile school, for he understood that he would never unearth the true answers here. He must leave, must venture into the world beyond to seek what he needed. Can a food system soul master truly not protect his beloved? No. He believed in his ability. For the sake of his unwavering love, he would accomplish it by any means necessary. 10 years is an eternity. Zueliahan spoke softly. How many decades does each person possess? Given 10 years, he was certain he could attain the soul power level of a soul Douluo. If fortune favored him, he could even reach the rank of title Douluo. He believed in himself as steadfastly as he believed he could fulfill his dreams. How does a food system soul master intend to protect a support system soul master? I must admit, I am somewhat intrigued. What are your plans for protecting Rongrong? A deep sigh resonated behind Ning Rongrong, a powerful hand resting upon her shoulder. Silly girl, do not weep. If within 10 years, he truly returns, then perhaps you could indeed be together. Zueliahan glanced at his adoptive father, pondering if Oscar had moved him. He shook his head with a wry smile. Your classmate is quite remarkable. Jian Douluo Chenshin patted Zueliahan's shoulder. And which of my classmates is ordinary? Zueliahan replied with a gentle smile. Given time, this boy will not be an insignificant figure. Just as he asserted, If he survives the next decade, then after 10 years, he shall surely astonish the Soul Master realm. Let him forge his path. Yet, 10 years is an exceedingly long time. Douluo Gaiong sighed softly. Trading a decade for a genius of the food system is a worthwhile bargain. Zueliahin shrugged, declaring, I will exchange 10 years for a result that commands respect. One that is unrivaled. Jian Douluo nodded in satisfaction, saying, remember what you have said today. One day, your sword shall catch up to mine. You flatter me, Uncle Chun. It remains quite challenging to match your prowess. After a few more exchanges, Ning Fengji comforted the weary and tearful Ning Rongrong, urging her to rest. Meanwhile, Zueliahin returned to the main hall with Jian Douluo and Bon Douluo. Standing beside the sofa, Zueliahin addressed the two elders. I shall enter seclusion. My swordsmanship has far exceeded my current soul power level from observing battles over the past few days, thus I can confidently enhance my soul power. Immediately after my seclusion, I will head to the city of slaughter. Before I enter seclusion, it would be prudent to see your fiancée, Gaiong chuckled hoarsely, for she has been awaiting you in the palace. Shui Leihan chuckled awkwardly a few times, hastily departing from the main hall under the warm, yet slightly teasing gaze of Chun Xian and Gu Rong. Your Highness, the third prince. The guards at the entrance of the sleeping quarters bowed respectfully to Shui Leihan. Thank you for your hard work, she replied before pushing open the door to the chamber. Are you ready to go, Yin? Shui Leihan addressed the exquisite silhouette before her. Dugu Yin turned around. She was no longer the rebellious and violent figure from the arena, but rather an ordinary girl. I plan to go out for some fun and then return to keep you company, Dugu Yin said, stepping closer and smiling at Shui Leihan. Shui Leihan embraced her warmly. This time, I will train alongside Ling Ling. With her assistance, I am confident we shall not incur any injuries. You've spoken with Yi Ling Ling's family, Haven Tiyu? Of course. Yi Ling Ling's family even invited me to share a meal. Their conversation flowed effortlessly. Though the topics seemed mundane, both understood each other's thoughts intimately. It's a pity about the upcoming competition, Shui Leihan remarked. Indeed, Dugu Yin replied as they nestled together, savoring each other's warmth. When do you depart? Shui Leihan inquired softly. We shall leave early tomorrow morning. I must also enter seclusion. This time, I must reach level 50. Shui Leihan smiled as she gently stroked the girl's dark tresses and then pressed a tender kiss to her forehead. Dugu Yin blushed, but said nothing. Safe travels, she wished. Chapter 65. Departure from seclusion. Shui Leihan found himself ensconced in a dimly lit chamber, shrouded in profound darkness. Save for the gentle luminescence emanating from the Qingxiang sword cradled in his arms. The insights garnered from his observations had propelled his swordsmanship far beyond his current soul power level, prompting him to endeavor a breakthrough to the 50th rank. After bidding farewell to him, Dugu Yin departed alongside Yi Lingling, hand in hand, to explore the expanse of the continent. Meanwhile, it was highly probable that Dugu Bo would trail behind them, ready to extricate them from any predicaments, a behavior quite aligned with his character. Thanks to the augmentation from Ning Fengji's 7 treasures, glazed tile pagoda, Shui Leihan did not experience the fatigue he had anticipated. He felt neither weariness nor thirst, instead focusing intently, seated at the center of the chamber, as he summoned his soul power to initiate his assault. Years of accumulated soul energy surged forth at this moment, effortlessly shattering the threshold of the 49th level. Time seemed to stand still in this confined space, devoid of day or night, enveloped solely in an icy chill. Suddenly, Shui Leihan opened his eyes, and 2 beams of sword intent, almost tangible, flickered from his pupils. The Qingxiang sword responded to his call, etching countless marks upon the walls of the chamber. This was the essence of Ice Sword Qi. His self-created soul skill had quietly transformed due to his ascension to the 50th level. Rising to his feet, his bones crackled with a satisfying symphony, and he felt invigorated. His short hair cascaded down to his shoulders as he gently pushed the door ajar. Outside, dusk was approaching. Shui boy, you have emerged from seclusion. The voice of Sword Douluo Qinshin resonated from nearby. He rose from a wooden chair in the courtyard and hurried to stand before Shui Leihan. The sole hope for his legacy now rested upon Shui Leihan, whose unique sword intent, as a fellow wielder of a sword-type martial soul, endeared him to Qinshin. Uncle Chun, I have emerged from seclusion, Shui Leihan replied with a smile. Indeed, indeed. In merely half a year, you have ascended to the 50th level. This achievement is undoubtedly unprecedented. Qinshin remarked with a satisfied grin. Thank you, Uncle Chun, for your guardianship, Shui Leihan respectfully acknowledged. Ah, no need for such formality. Let us visit your adoptive father and share the news with him, Qinshin suggested. Very well, Shui Leihan acquiesced, and following Qinshin, they made their way toward the main hall of the Seven Treasures glazed tile school. You must be hungry. Let us share a meal shortly, Qinshin added. Upon hearing this, Shui Leihan felt the emptiness in his stomach and couldn't help but smile wryly as he nodded in agreement. Together, they walked towards the main hall, under the reverent gazes of the disciples of the Seven Treasures glazed tile school. Upon meeting their gazes, Shui Leihan, feeling an unusual curiosity, shook his head slightly, as he sensed some of those stares directed towards him. You are the leader of the royal fighting team, the head of the 10 greats of Tiando. The true king without a crown, Chen Xian explained, having evidently noticed Shui Leihan's puzzlement. The battle against the Spirit Hall has already spread far and wide. The royal fighting team easily defeated the golden generation of the Spirit Hall. I see, Shui Leihan nodded in understanding. Regarding Tang San and Xiao Wu's actions, that hasn't leaked out, has it? Chen Xian shook his head solemnly. Only a few of us are aware of this matter. Since the Spirit Hall has chosen not to disclose it, it signifies their desire to keep the events of that day under wraps. He added thus, it would be prudent for us to remain silent as well. Shui Leihan agreed with a nod. The two proceeded to the main hall to pay their respects to the sect leader, Ning Fengji. Greetings, adoptive father, Shui Leihan said in a deep voice. Indeed. Indeed, Ning Fengji responded joyfully, patting Shui Leihan on the back. You have truly surprised your adoptive father. In just 3 months, you have advanced to level 50. It is all thanks to the assistance of my adoptive father, Shui Leihan replied modestly. Having been in seclusion for such an extended period, you must be famished. Ning Fengji smiled. Let us go outside and enjoy a good meal. Indeed, I am quite hungry, Shui Leihan chuckled wryly. And after bidding farewell to the sword Douluo, he followed Ning Fengji out of the gates of the Seven Treasure glazed tile school. As they walked through the streets, observing the darkening sky and the lights of Tiando City illuminating the night, Shui Leihan smiled faintly. It has been a long time since I last saw Tiando City. It seems to have become much more splendid. I have heard your thoughts, and your adoptive father supports you, Ning Fengji said ahead. Shui Leihan listened attentively. I conveyed your ideas to Shui Yi, and he reluctantly agreed, though he mentioned that he would give you a good thrashing once you return from the city of slaughter. At this, Ning Fengji chuckled. Shui Leihan was somewhat speechless. However, a man should venture out into the world, just like Oscar, who, despite being a food system soul master, harbors intentions of protecting support-type soul masters. I greatly admire him for this, Ning Fengji remarked, shrugging. Before long, they entered a modest noodle shop, and upon recognizing Ning Fengji, the proprietor greeted him warmly. The usual, 2 servings, please, Ning Fengji smiled slightly. Certainly, Mr. Ning. Please take a seat, the shopkeeper responded enthusiastically. It was clear they were familiar with each other. Leihan, the signature dish at this noodle shop is exceptionally delicious. Your adoptive father highly recommends it. Ning Fengji praised the noodles. Shui Leihan felt a surge of anticipation as he listened. At that moment, as it was dinner time, the noodle shop quickly filled with a steady stream of diners, and the atmosphere inside grew lively and bustling. In that case, do you support the union of Oscar and Ning Rongrong, my esteemed foster father? After a prolonged silence, Shui Leihan finally posed this question. Sigh. Ning Fengji also exhaled lightly upon broaching this topic. If Oscar could provide me with a pleasant surprise. Leihan, you are aware that Rongrong has developed feelings for Oscar, and Oscar reciprocates those feelings. I do not wish to see my daughter in sorrow. And I presume you feel similarly. Shui Leihan nodded in agreement. If, within these 10 years, Ning Rongrong were to fall for another, particularly a talented and formidable assault soul master, I would gladly bestow her hand upon him. However, should Rongrong steadfastly cling to her affection, what grounds would I have to oppose her? Ning Fengji chuckled softly. Shui Leihan acknowledged this with a nod. I understand your concern for Rongrong's well-being. As Ning Fengji spoke, he picked up a wooden chopstick, twirled a strand of noodles, and began to blow gently. Yet, one day, Rongrong will become independent. I trust you do not wish for her to remain as naive as she is now. Mentioning his daughter, Ning Fengji's face softened with a hint of indulgent affection. I know you share this sentiment. Indeed, Shui Leihan nodded with a wry smile. Chapter 66. The commencement of slaughter in the depths of Shui Leihan's mind. The words of Ning Fengji reverberated. After a heartfelt farewell, he parted ways with his parents and brothers, embarking on a solitary journey from Tiando City. This time, he even declined the company of any bodyguards, gently turning down Chun Xion's offer to see him off. The path ahead was to be traversed alone, a road that belonged solely to him. However, he couldn't shake the peculiar reaction of his elder brother. As he departed, Shui Leihan embraced both Shui Qinghe and Shui Beng warmly. Yet, after their embrace, he noticed a faint flush creep onto Shui Qinghe's face, leaving the observant Shui Leihan perplexed. Could it be that his elder brother felt bashful? Dismissing the amusing thought, he resumed his journey along the rural path. Through the teachings of an elder from the Seven Treasures glazed tile school, he had gleaned the rules and geography of the city of slaughter. Armed with only a sword and his resolve, he set forth. He deliberately left his long hair untrimmed, allowing it to cascade over his forehead, obscuring one eye. The hair at the back was tied up, and without the distinctive icy blue hue, he would appear to be an ordinary wanderer, unaffiliated with any sect. It was imperative that he concealed his identity during this expedition to the city of slaughter. A chilling glint shimmered in his icy blue eyes as he recalled the words of Hao Yin Douluo. The Pope Bibi Dong's domain, imbued with a murderous aura, was known as the domain of the god of slaughter, attainable solely through the city of slaughter. Thus, he resolved to uncover the origins of the city's notorious reputation. Shui Leihan was no tender-hearted individual. He had taken lives before, but only those who were utterly depraved. Relieved to hear that the city of slaughter was populated by the most heinous of criminals, he felt a sense of ease wash over him. He wished to avoid guilt for slaying the innocent, which might destabilize his swordsmanship. Upon arrival, he gazed upon a desolate little town ahead. Extracting a map from his ring, he compared it meticulously before nodding in acknowledgement. The town was modest in size, yet as he stepped foot inside, he sensed the malevolent gazes of the townsfolk upon him. He snorted coldly, an aura of frost emanating from him, enveloping him in an intimidating chill. The townspeople, recognizing that Shui Leihan was not to be trifled with, hastily averted their eyes. After all, in this place, murder was an accepted norm. Following the main road, Shui Leihan turned into a tavern. With his sword slung across his back, he advanced with resolute steps to the bar, addressing the unassuming, dark-clad attendant with a flat demeanor. "One Bloody Mary, please," he intoned coldly before taking a seat. His presence radiated an aura that discouraged any approach. In truth, the oppressive air he exuded upon entering had already deterred any would-be provocateurs. Though the inhabitants were bloodthirsty, they were not devoid of cunning. The waiter respectfully nodded and departed, his years of experience in this establishment informing him that the young man before him, bearing a sword and wearing an expression of indifference, was not to be trifled with. Shui Leihan cast a fleeting glance at him before immersing himself in contemplation. Though he yearned to wield his Qing Tsong Wei sword here, he recognized that this presented an excellent opportunity to employ his second martial soul, the ultimate ice. Would the color of his soul ring be obscured if he utilized ultimate ice while wielding the sword? Shui Leihan shook his head. He had never attempted such a combination and was entirely uncertain. "Oh well, one step at a time. Sir, here is your Bloody Mary," the waiter announced, presenting a glass of dark red liquid that exuded a metallic scent. Was this the entry pass to the city of slaughter? He regarded the crimson concoction in silence, a frown creasing his brow. It was truly nauseating and unpleasant. With a huff, he lifted the glass to his lips and consumed it. The rich metallic taste flooded Shui Leihan's palate. It was his first experience with human blood. He felt that the repugnant flavor would be forever etched in his memory. Observing the sword-bearing youth down the drink without a flicker of distaste, the waiter could not help but smile. "Sir, please follow me," he said. Wiping the remnants of blood from the corner of his mouth, Shui Leihan nodded and followed the waiter behind the bar, where he encountered what appeared to be a button. The waiter pressed his hand against it, and slowly, an opening appeared beneath the bar, a chill wind wafting upward. "Please, enjoy the slaughter, fall in love with slaughter, and eradicate all within the city of slaughter," the waiter said with a grin, gesturing for Shui Leihan to leap into the abyss. Shui Leihan nodded once more and plunged into the darkness. After descending several meters, his feet met the ground, the cold wind incessantly brushing against him. The rumor that soul techniques could not be employed in the city of slaughter proved true. He unsheathed his sword from his back. Here, his soul power was rendered useless, and his soul rings did not manifest. He attempted to summon his second martial soul, ultimate ice, only to find it inaccessible. However, I possess my own sword techniques and martial arts, so I have no cause for fear. In the darkness, only his ice-blue pupils radiated light, akin to a lion stalking through the night. Thanks to the crystalline beak of the ice phoenix, His vision in the dark was enhanced, rendering this obscurity as effortless as a leisurely stroll. After estimating that he had walked for the duration of brewing a cup of tea, a chilling voice suddenly resonated from all directions. Welcome to the city of slaughter. Here lies the capital of hell, a realm steeped in bloodshed. In this place, you may obtain all that you desire, the cost being your very life. Such theatrics, Shui Leihan replied coolly. What had just transpired was presumably an amplification device, merely intended to intimidate the newcomers. After traversing for a while longer and rounding a corner, he was drawn toward the faint sounds of human voices and a glimmer of light. Had he arrived? He nodded and quickened his pace. Upon emerging from the elongated passage, Shui Leihan gazed upon the sprawling metropolis before him, unable to suppress an exclamation of awe at its grandeur. A city cloaked in black. The formidable black city walls were impressively wide, and overhead, a violet moon hung low in the sky, seemingly less than 500 meters from the ground. Above, all was shrouded in darkness, akin to an eternal night. An underground city, no wonder it was so elusive to find. Shui Leihan then turned his gaze toward the throng gathered at the city gates. Clad entirely in black armor, their faces obscured by helmets. 100 of them wielded heavy swords. Only one person sat astride a grand steed, the horse itself draped in robust black armor. Welcome to the city of carnage. My friend, your swift arrival here signifies that you have passed the trial, the horseman rasped. Shui Leihan nodded, choosing not to respond. Such reticence, it seems. Here, take this. It is your ticket of passage. With this token, you may enter the city of carnage. The middle-aged man declared, tossing an object towards him. Shui Leihan caught it. It was a dark plaque, engraved with a skull, and the number inscribed below read 9444. This is your proof of presence within the city of carnage. Please proceed. Someone will guide you at the gates. 3 fours, 3 deaths? Shui Leihan mused silently at the token in his hand, bemused yet speechless. Without further ado, he nodded and swiftly made his way toward the Obsidian City. Chapter 67. City of Carnage. The violet moon cast its ethereal glow upon the figure of Shui Leihan, leaving behind a trail of crimson shadows, as if heralding an ominous portent. In this city, where soul techniques were rendered ineffective, he pondered the swiftest means to elevate his swordsmanship while approaching the Obsidian City. The imposing city gates evoked an overwhelming sense of oppression, adorned with the formidable inscription City of Carnage. Before the entrance, 2 rows of armored warriors stood sentinel, and a woman shrouded in black veil caught sight of Shui Leihan from afar, promptly making her way towards him. Welcome to the City of Carnage. Her melodious voice resonated as she gracefully approached his side, gesturing for him to enter. Perhaps due to the ebony token hanging from her chest, none dared to obstruct his passage. Stepping into the city unveiled a realm awash in shades of blue and violet, with street lamps emanating light in these 2 hues. The residents, though somewhat shadowy, were not dissimilar to those in Tiando City. I am your guide. Should you have any inquiries, feel free to ask me. Within the span of 12 hours, I shall address all your questions. After 12 hours, this place will become your home, and you shall officially be a part of the City of Carnage. How does the City of Carnage safeguard us? Shui Leihan inquired, having gleaned some information from the 7 treasures, glazed tile school. Seizing the opportunity to ask, he voiced his curiosity. To enter the City of Carnage, one must endure trials and the scrutiny of bloodshed. The judgment of the tavern attendant deemed you worthy of passing these tests, hence your admission. However, I must caution you. Entering the City of Carnage is simple, but escaping is nearly impossible. What do you mean? Shui Leihan turned to inquire. Within the City of Carnage, there exists a specialized enforcement team. The great King of Carnage governs all, and the true power within the enforcement team comprises soul Douluos granted the ability to wield soul techniques by the King of Carnage himself. The captain is a titled Douluo. Many have attempted to escape, yet none have succeeded. I see. Shui Leihan nodded in understanding. If you wish to discover an alternative means of leaving the City of Carnage, it is to attain the championship in the Hell's killing grounds, thus earning the qualification to breach the Hell's path and flee the City of Carnage. Such formidable individuals are bestowed with the title of God of Slaughter. The City of Carnage has existed for over a millennium, and throughout its history, 8 gods of slaughter have emerged. 8, you say? Holy Pope, you must be one of them. How does trade operate here? Is it still with gold soul coins? The girl in black veil replied, within the City of Carnage, there is no currency, all sustenance is provided free of charge. However, one must remain cautious, as it may be poisoned. Here, the dead hold the greatest value. Each individual's worth is symbolized by the number of skulls they possess. With the blood and skulls of foes slain by one's own hand, one can barter for other items. How intriguing, Shui Leihan remarked with a tone of icy indifference, sighing inwardly, truly a paradise of malevolence. Then lead me to the hellish arena of slaughter, he declared. The girl in black lace paused momentarily. Are you certain? The number of those who emerge alive from there is less than 1 in 10. It is also the place where the population of our city of carnage diminishes most rapidly. Each individual is required to enter the hellish arena only once a year. Should one survive a single battle, they may reside in the city of slaughter for another year. He glanced at the girl in black lace and nodded. Then please, lead the way. The girl smiled softly, proceeding into the city, maintaining a steady pace beside Shui Leihan. In the outer city of the city of slaughter, simple black stone houses lined the streets, with designated dining areas appearing sporadically. Many awaited the distribution of food, appearing little better than beggars. As for the so-called paradise of sin and indulgence, it was utterly non-existent. The girl in black lace provided a straightforward explanation. Evil men are categorized into ranks. Only the truly powerful can find pleasure in this depraved paradise. The worthless have no right to such enjoyment. Shui Leihan nodded in agreement. Recognizing the paramount importance of strength, whether in the outside world or this city of carnage, observing the metropolis from a spectator's perspective, he understood that he would not be ensnared here. The girl in black lace guided him along the main thoroughfare of the city of slaughter. Those nearby dared not provoke her. Compared to the outer walls of the city of slaughter, these walls were not particularly tall, reaching a height of only about 10 meters. Beyond these walls lay the inner city. The gates stood wide open, devoid of any guards. The girl in black lace advised Shui Leihan. As you have just arrived in the city of slaughter, I suggest you first reside in the outer city for a time. Once you have acclimated to this place, you may enter the inner city. When we do, please remain within 5 meters of me. Otherwise, I cannot guarantee your safety. Shui Leihan nodded with calm acceptance, grateful for the advice. If the outer city represented a world of silence and indifference, the inner city was a realm of opulence and madness, ablaze with vibrant colors. The population here vastly exceeded that of the outer city, contrasting sharply with its tranquility. The inner city was a cacophony of excitement, filled with uproarious laughter, anguished cries, and many chilling sounds. Shui Leihan regarded this journey to the city of slaughter as both an excursion and a test, a trial of his fortitude. Regardless of the dire environment surrounding him, it could not sway his heart. However, despite this resolve, the 14-year-old's complexion paled slightly. However, due to his naturally fair complexion, no one noticed. He thought to himself, I have no desire to linger in this wretched place. Does combat adhere to any rules? Shui Leihan regained his calm tone. The girl in black gauze replied, to qualify as an observer, one must contribute a Bloody Mary. It may be your own or someone else's. As long as you do not feel weary, you may watch continuously once you enter. The competition is ever ongoing. A match can commence as soon as 10 participants are gathered. Oh, Shui Leihan nodded. His demeanor instantly transformed into a serene stillness akin to ice and snow. In this city, where he stood as the sole individual of normalcy, he would tread forward alone. Even his voice regained its tranquility. Yet, no one was aware of the hesitation and reluctance he had just experienced in the face of blood. Chapter 68. The severed waist. Shui Leihan observed a group of individuals entering the slaughter arena, each clutching a cup brimming with vibrant crimson blood, precisely as the maiden in the black veil had foretold. Naturally, he could not afford to sacrifice his own blood. Thus, he resorted to utilizing the offerings of others. Thank you for your protection, he remarked to the black-veiled maiden beside him before advancing. Do leave your Bloody Mary behind. Though the words were directed at those behind him, they swiftly reached the ears of the 3 individuals. Upon hearing his pronouncement, they immediately turned, one of them already reaching for his weapon, a battle axe. A fierce glint ignited in their eyes as they beheld the black-veiled maiden not far off, revealing a hint of lasciviousness and greed. Die here, you wretched boy. 2 of them donned razor-sharp gauntlets, while the last swung his battle axe down towards Shui Leihan. It is worth noting that Shui Leihan currently possessed a soul power level of 50, although soul skills could not be employed in this arena. His soul power remained at his disposal. In contrast, the 3 adversaries charged at him were roughly around level 30. As his azure rose sword slowly emerged from its sheath, he leaned forward with his left foot. In the blink of an eye, a flash of light darted past the 3, and the azure rose sword was sheathed once more. Yet, The trio remained frozen, their attack still mid-motion. What? The black-veiled maiden tilted her head in bewilderment, having only caught a glimpse of the cold radiance. Now observing the three standing as if mesmerized, Shui Leihan retrieved 3 vials of the packaged Bloody Mary from their waists, nodding at the black-veiled maiden. Just as her foot was about to leave its original position, the bodies of the 3 split into 6 pieces, collapsing to the ground, severed at the waist. Blood gushing forth uncontrollably. It was but a single strike that had rendered them asunder. Witnessing the onlookers rush towards the corpses, some began to lap the blood off the ground like dogs, while others produced wine bottles to fill with the crimson liquid. Such a waste. Shui Leihan's icy voice sent a shiver through the black-veiled maiden walking beside him. Though she herself was formidable, she had failed to perceive the trajectory of Shui Leihan's sword. Inside the hellish slaughter arena, the environment appeared even more rudimentary than it did from the outside. There were no barriers, only tiers of stands spiraling upwards. Below lay an expansive arena, over 100 square meters in diameter. At this moment, the audience was sparse, with fewer than 20% of the seats occupied in the vast space. He poured one of the newly acquired vials of Bloody Mary into a large container. "Please register me," Shui Leihan stated nonchalantly, leaning against a wall as he surveyed his surroundings. "Mr. 9444, your match is about to commence." The black-veiled maiden returned his token and then stood to the side. "Farewell," he nodded in acknowledgement. Following the attendant, Shui Leihan stepped into the hellish arena of slaughter. A sense of familiarity washed over him, reminiscent of the soul-fighting arena, a feeling akin to a fish in water. Yet, he was acutely aware of the grim reality that only one could emerge alive from this place. The atmosphere was utterly merciless. With his sword in hand, Shui Leihan entered the field, while 9 others approached from various directions. The host, lacking enthusiasm, monotonously recited the competition rules before declaring the match to commence. A burly man was the first to strike, brandishing a wicked-looking blade from his back, swiftly reducing an unsuspecting victim to a bloody pulp. Meanwhile, a woman, slithering like a serpent, ascended another man's back, ensnaring his throat with her arms, rendering him breathless and foaming at the mouth. What had appeared as a typical combat arena transformed instantaneously into a slaughterhouse. As Shui Leihan watched a skeletal figure approach him with a grotesque grin, his pupils flickered with a chilling light. The Qing Rose sword at his back was unsheathed in a flash, so swift that even the host failed to perceive the movement. A small crimson dot appeared at the throat of the skeletal figure, who clutched at his neck, attempting to utter something, but it was in vain. Blood gushed forth, and the figure collapsed to the ground. This was the very sword technique he had recently mastered, the draw-and-strike technique. With a flicker of his gaze, he gripped his sword and thrust it backward, impaling the woman, who resembled a venomous snake, to the ground. In this realm, there were no rules governing combat, only an endless cycle of carnage. Was this the true meaning of battle? The number of combatants dwindled rapidly, while the surrounding spectators cheered with delight at the splattering blood and flying bodies, as if reveling in the chaos. His attention turned to the greatest threat in this skirmish, the burly man wielding the wicked blade, whose power appeared to exceed level 70. With a menacing grin, the giant crushed the head of a nearby man, then charged wildly toward Shui Leihan. Die. The wicked blade traced a deadly arc through the air, aimed directly at him. Even before the man drew near, Shui Leihan could sense the formidable aura emanating from him. Had they been outside this arena, he would have deemed himself no match for the man's full strength. Yet here, in the city of slaughter, he calculated the trajectory of the incoming blade and executed an uncanny maneuver, seizing a nearby man and hurling him toward the giant. Without a glance, the burly man cleaved the unfortunate soul in two. Blood erupted into the air, momentarily obscuring Shui Leihan's vision. At that moment, he sprang into action. With measured strides, he swiftly closed the distance to the giant, unleashing a flurry of 10 strikes before the man could even react. The burly man let out a furious roar, and blood began to pour from one side of his body. He felt as though his left arm had been utterly rendered useless. The battle had now devolved into a mere test of endurance. As he watched the man wielding the ghostly blade frantically swing it towards him, Shui Leihan felt as though he had been transported back to the arena. The denizens of the city of carnage resembled savage beasts, consumed by an insatiable thirst for blood. Shui Leihan swiftly sidestepped, the ghostly blade slicing through the air and striking the ground beside his right foot, embedding itself deeply into the earth. With precision and speed, His azure rose sword plunged into the man's left chest, blood cascading down the blade. Just when it seemed the man should succumb to death, his body stirred unexpectedly. Gritting his teeth, he unleashed a punch that hurtled towards Shui Leihan's chest. Even Shui Leihan was taken aback. A desperate counterattack in the face of death? He withdrew his sword, raising it defensively. A resounding clash echoed through the air. Shui Leihan's complexion paled as he stumbled back a few paces, while the man remained frozen in a punching stance, devoid of breath. Had Shui Leihan not reacted in time, that final strike would have surely claimed his life. The ferocity of a dying beast is indeed fearsome. How much more so for a human steeped in sin? Listening to the announcer declare the conclusion of the match, he sheathed his sword once more. Chapter 69. Azure Enchantment. Having concluded a fierce battle, Shui Leihan flicked the blood from his sword onto the ground, creating a crimson arc. He did not spare a glance at the jubilant crowd, but instead sheathed his sword and exited the hellish arena of slaughter. The individuals here, though varying in strength, were all utterly deranged. Shui Leihan quickly reached a conclusion, for shortly after he emerged from the arena, he was ambushed by 5 men. "Hand over the Bloody Mary in your possession, kid," one of them cackled, pulling a dagger from his bosom and lunging towards Shui Leihan. As Shui Leihan drew his sword once more, cleaving the 5 men in half, bystanders instinctively took several steps back to avoid entanglement in the fray. He cast a fleeting glance at the onlookers, perhaps harboring ulterior motives, before retrieving an empty vial from his ring. After filling it with a generous portion of human blood, he nonchalantly flicked his sleeve and turned away. Collecting human blood was of paramount importance. The girl in the black veil had mentioned that the sole currency in this realm was Bloody Mary. Reflecting upon this, he couldn't help but shake his head in quiet lament. Truly, this was a mad and sanguinary land, he mused. Yet, it served to benefit his training. Previously, he had insisted that the sword Douluo refrain from utilizing spirit rings and a portion of his soul power during their practice. In contrast, others, such as Flinder from Shrek Academy, could not afford to do so, as they needed to wield their soul power to maximize their martial spirit's abilities. In the City of Slaughter, due to the inability to employ soul techniques, many soul masters opted for a weapon they could carry. Much like the dagger wielded by the man moments ago, or the imposing figure in the arena brandishing a ghostly blade. This was precisely why Shui Leihan felt a sense of exhilaration. Where else could one encounter so many soul masters who engaged in combat solely with weapons devoid of soul techniques? In the City of Slaughter, the impossible became possible. He surveyed the chaotic streets, where the cacophony of excitement, anguish, and ecstasy filled the air, causing him to frown. Numerous provocatively dressed women winked and beckoned enticingly, yet Shui Leihan paid them no heed. "I find myself in hell, yet my heart remains a pure land," he declared inwardly, continuing his solitary journey forward. Shui Leihan sought a place to rest. He had no desire to choose the clamorous heart of the inner city. Instead, he ventured towards its outskirts. Upon his arrival, he had observed that this area was comparatively quieter. He turned into a dimly lit alley, where, amidst the faint blue glow, he discerned the wooden sign of a tavern, Azure Enchantment. Shui Leihan read the inscription on the sign with indifference. All he desired was to find an inconspicuous, ordinary inn to settle down. Upon pushing the door open, he entered a tranquil lobby where only a middle-aged proprietor awaited behind the counter, while soft, seductive melodies wafted from the adjacent dining area. Noticing the newcomer, Shui Leihan rose leisurely from his seat. "You must be new here," he remarked. "Whether you are here to stay or merely browsing, we have recently acquired a splendid assortment of goods." As he spoke, he gestured towards the restaurant, revealing a grin that any man would recognize as somewhat lewd. Shui Leihan, maintaining his composure, furrowed his brow slightly and sighed inwardly before approaching. "A quiet room for long-term residents," he inquired, "2 Bloody Marys per week." The middle-aged man, perceiving Shui Leihan's disinterest in his offerings, replied with seriousness. "Residents from the outskirts are required to submit 2 Bloody Marys each month, and even a week's stay at an inconspicuous tavern in the inner city demands the same. It is a luxury that only those with a taste for bloodshed can afford. Surely, accommodations in the heart of the city would be even more exorbitant. Of course, you could always sleep on the streets, but your life would then be entirely at the mercy of passers-by. Please pay for the first week," he continued, producing 2 bottled Bloody Marys and placing them on the counter. The middle-aged man's eyes brightened at Shui Leihan's decisive actions. He retrieved a key from his drawer and handed it to him. "This gentleman, aside from the goods, everything else in this establishment is complimentary. If you find yourself hungry, feel free to visit the restaurant. Shui Leihan nodded non-committally, recalling the words of the girl in the black veil. Here, all food was free, yet the presence of poison within remained an unknown variable. He had no desire to place his life in the hands of others. Noticing Shui Leihan's silence, the middle-aged man gestured to the right. The guest rooms are up that way. With a nod, Shui Leihan ascended the staircase, the key in hand. His room was located on the top floor, and as he walked to the end of the corridor, he finally arrived at his designated room, 420. Inserting the key and turning it, the door emitted a faint click. After locking the heavy door behind him, he began to survey the interior of the room. It appeared that the blue enchantment was indeed skilled in the art of commerce, he mused, observing the somewhat upscale decor. He then proceeded to conduct a thorough cleaning of the room, determined to ensure that no remnants of poison or weaponry lingered within. One of the aspects he appreciated about this guest room was its soundproofing. He could only hear distant howls and cries, while the seductive melodies from downstairs did not reach his ears. After his meticulous inspection, he breathed a sigh of relief, having discovered no suspicious weapons or toxins. This marked his first night in the city of slaughter. Taking a seat at the wooden table, he retrieved a handful of white paper and a pen from within his ring and gently inscribed a solitary character upon it. In the city of slaughter, where the sun and moon do not grace the skies, the only semblance of time is maintained by counting. After retrieving the paper and pen from his ring, Shui Leihan positioned the wooden table against the door, wedging the chair beneath the doorknob. This arrangement would ensure that any would-be intruder would make a noise, thwarted by the inability to pull the doorknob or push the door open. During this interval, the sound would surely rouse Shui Leihan from his meditative state, prompting a response. He extracted a piece of dry rations from his ring, accompanied by a sip of clear water, and began to eat hastily. Shui Leihan had resolved never to touch any sustenance from the city of slaughter, including their singular offering, the Bloody Mary. The lingering taste of blood from midday still clung to his throat, evoking a sense of nausea. After closing the wooden window, the room was left with only the flickering blue-violet glow of a lamp. Upon pressing the switch, darkness enveloped the space. Only the sound of Shui Leihan's breathing remained. He settled onto his bed, adjusting his posture before commencing his meditation practice. He had no desire to succumb to a deep slumber in such an unfamiliar and perilous place. After all, danger lurked at every corner. He had practiced nightly in the safety of the academy, let alone in the city of slaughter. This was indeed a prime location to attune himself to the essence of his swordsmanship. He whispered to himself, allowing his heart to sink, as he immersed himself in the spiritual resonance of the sword path. Chapter 70. The Demon Sword King. Approximately 1 year later, a chilling and icy aura enveloped Shui Leihan as he strode into the hellish arena of slaughter, accompanied by 9 others. Entering from the north, he instantly became the focal point of scrutiny among the other competitors. With 79 participations, he had achieved 79 victories, having vanquished over 1,000 formidable adversaries. Within the sanguinary metropolis, his performance stood unparalleled. Each participant, aside from the mere privilege of survival in this grim city, aspired to achieve 100 victories. Attaining the title of champion for 100 matches would grant them permanent residency, bestowing upon them immense authority and the potential to become a guest of the King of Slaughter. Since his 60th victory, no one dared to ambush or provoke him as he exited the arena. His prowess had vividly demonstrated the acute sensitivity of a soul master wielding a sword martial spirit. It was not a lack of desire on Shui Leihan's part to expedite his infernal journey. Rather, as his victories accumulated, the number of challengers willing to face him dwindled. It would often take days to gather 10 participants, even without prior notice of his participation from the arena. His swordsmanship had advanced to the point where he could effortlessly slay opponents of level 60. Now, his technique bore an edge of ruthlessness and bloodlust. Compared to his initial arrival, a layer of frostiness shrouded his demeanor, exuding a faint scent of blood. On one occasion, having obliterated 3 soul Douluos in a recent match, he was besieged by hundreds upon exiting the arena. Once more, his sword was unsheathed, and with a single stroke, he cleaved 2 adversaries in half, their blood spilling like a river. He then filled 5 vials with their sanguine essence before departing with an ethereal grace. For him, killing had become as mundane as daily routine. He was now known in the city of slaughter as the Demon Sword King. Among the 9 who entered the hellish arena with Shui Leihan, 4 began to tremble slightly, while the remaining 4, though robust and composed, revealed their inner trepidation through the pallor of their cheeks. A blood hue flickered within his ice-blue pupils, Foolishness, he remarked, his voice frigid and laced with a thick aura of death. Slash. The sword technique was executed flawlessly. Instantly, 2 crimson spots appeared on the throats of his opponents. With his right hand gripping the sword and pivoting on his right foot, he unleashed a devastating strike. In a single motion, 4 adversaries were cleaved in twain. Simultaneously, his other hand struck one assailant's head with a resounding clap, shattering it into pieces before his sword finished the job. The last remaining opponent, witnessing the demise of his comrades, roared in fury, brandishing a colossal sword, his eyes blood-red, a clear sign of lost sanity. Die, Shui Leihan calmly declared. With a swift motion, the sword of the azure rose effortlessly severed the head of the man before him. 80 victories. He let out a cold snort, shaking the blood from his blade onto the ground, casting a frigid glance towards the audience before turning to depart. Upon exiting the hellish arena of slaughter, he surveyed the fearful expressions of the fallen around him with a disdainful smirk, continuing down the main thoroughfare of the inner city. Despite his brazen demeanor, none dared to challenge the authority of the Sword King. The count of his bloody victories had surpassed 4 digits, much to the delight of the alluring shopkeeper. In the distance, he perceived 2 slender figures approaching him. Snow Tear, narrowing his eyes, recognized one as the enigmatic veiled woman who had introduced him to the city of slaughter. The other was a familiar face, Hulaina, a member of the golden generation of the Spirit Hall. Was she also here for training? Upon encountering an acquaintance in the city of slaughter, Hulaina felt a wave of relief wash over her. Although they may have been adversaries before, in such dire circumstances, foes could easily become allies. Just as she was about to speak, Snow Tear cast a cold glance in her direction and passed by. Hulaina was suddenly overwhelmed by a palpable aura of murderous intent emanating from him. The chilling scent of blood causing her complexion to pale as she instinctively recoiled a few steps. Meanwhile, Snow Tear continued his stride down the grand avenue of the inner city. The fallen inhabitants parted before him. After all, the Sword King was evidently one of the most formidable figures in the city of slaughter. To inadvertently obstruct his path could result in a swift and fatal consequence. Who was that just now? Hulaina inquired of the veiled guide beside her. The Sword King, with 80 victories in the hellish arena, has been in the city of slaughter for a year and 3 months, the veiled girl replied with a hint of pride. For it was she who had led the Sword King into the city. 80 victories? A myriad of expressions crossed Hulaina's face, her beautiful eyes reflecting a flicker of astonishment. She had heard of the city's rules from her teacher, the Pope. Did this imply that the 3rd prince of the Tiando Empire had surpassed the 100-kill mark? While I cannot speculate on your thoughts, I advise against excessive interaction with the Sword King, the veiled girl warned coolly. Many unscrupulous men or women seeking to entangle themselves with the Sword King often meet a grim fate, merely becoming another Bloody Mary. After swiftly bisecting a boastful soul sage, Snow Tear returned to his residence, the Azure Allure. The shopkeeper immediately donned a sycophantic smile upon seeing him. He was acutely aware that this young man had become the most sought-after figure in the city of slaughter, a warrior of demonic prowess and ruthless swordsmanship, earning him the title of Sword King. This is the bounty for the coming 2 months. As he spoke, he extracted a dozen bottles of Bloody Mary from a ring, each one shimmering with an eerie glow under the blue light. Very well. The shopkeeper, without further ado, accepted the Bloody Mary and began to peruse the tome in his hands. He was aware that this distinguished guest was taciturn and indifferent to women. Thus he refrained from intruding upon his solitude. Shui Leihan entered his chamber, as was his custom, locking the door behind him and pushing the wooden table and chairs against it. The walls of his dwelling were marred with scars from swords. Initially, only an occasional bloodthirsty sentiment would surface, but as time stretched on, the aura of slaughter grew increasingly palpable. It was as if he yearned to annihilate any living creature in sight, casually ending a life as effortlessly as one might crush an ant. After more than a year, he found his control over the murderous intent slipping, had it not been for the relentless chill of extreme ice that perpetually froze his mind. He feared he might have succumbed to madness long ago. How much longer? Shui Leihan pondered earnestly. He swallowed a mouthful of clear water, leading a life akin to that of a wandering ascetic. I hope to escape this wretched place in 6 months. A glimmer of crimson flickered in his eyes before he slowly closed them, sinking into a profound introspection. Balancing the mastery of his murderous aura with the pursuit of cultivation posed a formidable challenge, yet it also represented an opportunity for growth. Chapter 71. Hulaina's flirtation. Shui Leihan's tightly shut eyes suddenly snapped open during his training. his ice-blue pupils, calm yet tinged with a hint of crimson, focused intently on the sound of footsteps echoing down the highest corridor, a place where no one had ever ventured before. Were they here to kill him again? Or perhaps to seduce him? Shuai Han's gaze sharpened as it fixated on the door, his hand stealthily reaching for the hilt of his sword. These intruders were relentless. A faint, bloodthirsty smile crept across his face. Encountering the fallen stirred an insatiable bloodlust within him. The footsteps were light, and he quickly discerned that a woman was approaching. Another attempt to tempt me, perhaps? He snorted coldly. Ever since he had gained notoriety, numerous women had eagerly sought to become his consorts, some with malicious intent. Shuai Han held no affection for the fallen in the city of slaughter, especially considering his status as a married man. He could never entertain such notions. Those who approached him with ill intentions would find themselves swiftly dispatched, while those who sought his protection would be repelled by his chilling aura. Another woman? His eyes glimmered with a frigid light as he silently slipped out of bed, making no sound. Knock, knock, knock. A tapping echoed through the small, frigid room. The atmosphere heavy with the weight of his murderous intent. Shuai Han's calm voice, laced with hostility, cut through the stillness. Who is it? It is I. Hu Laina. We have met before, came the magnetic voice from outside. What could she want? Surely, she was here for some trial from the spirit hall. With a casual wave of his hand, he summoned his soul power to restore the wooden table and chairs to their rightful places. Then, with a subtle motion, the latch and key of the door turned silently under his influence. As Hu Laina stepped inside, she intended to speak, but her face paled instantly. The aura of death emanating from Shuai Han had instilled a deep fear within her. Dressed in a black robe, with a lock of hair obscuring his left eye, he revealed a pair of eyes that shimmered with an icy and sanguine glow. The sword of the blue rose was cradled in his arms, and the walls were marred with scars from countless strikes. What is it? Shuai Han's voice had cooled, his gaze fixed coldly upon Hu Laina. Their relationship had been merely cordial, and the ties between the Tiando Empire and the Spirit Hall were far from amicable. Although he could easily slay her in an instant, he chose to hear her out this time. Seeing the formidable presence of Shuai Han, Hu Laina hesitated to approach. She had heard from the girl in black gauze that vigilance was paramount in this city of slaughter, and she hoped her actions would not be misconstrued by him. Particularly, she had been startled by the sudden surge of his murderous intent, leaving her too intimidated to even entertain thoughts of resistance. Having arrived in this unfamiliar place and encountering an acquaintance, she simply wished to extend a greeting. Shuai Han gazed silently at the woman before him, pondering whether she had come merely to amuse herself. Ah, but of course, Shuai Han, you two are here for training, are you not? I am as well. Having been dispatched by our instructor, upon noticing his silence, Hu Laina began to speak for herself, intent on lowering his guard. However, was it truly necessary for the third prince to engage in training here? The city of slaughter is undeniably chaotic, she remarked with a shrug. Adaptation is key. Shuai Han replied nonchalantly. Is there anything else? He asked, his gaze fixed coldly upon Hu Laina. If not, you may take your leave. After uttering these rigid words, he closed his eyes once more, clearly indicating his desire for silence. Yet, despite the closure of his eyes, his senses remained acutely attuned. Should Hu Laina harbor ill intentions, he could swiftly draw his sword and sever her in two. The path to hell is perilous. Do you require my assistance in forming a team? I can quickly match your achievements, and together we could escape this wretched place, she suggested. The entrance to the path to hell lies within the slaughter arena, the very site of our daily battles. Every soul that perishes there has their blood and spirit consumed by the path to hell. The specifics of that place remain a mystery to me. All I know is that without a formidable presence of murderous intent, one is immediately devoured by the malevolence lurking within. Hu Laina insisted, having finally encountered a familiar face. She hoped for their mutual escape. This young lady was evidently shaken by the grim surroundings. I have achieved 80 victories in 1 year, 3 months, and 3 days. I will not wait an additional year for you, Shuai Han stated, opening his eyes. Observing the pallor and despondency on Hu Laina's face, he sighed inwardly. In light of the information you have shared, I shall reciprocate with a piece of intelligence. Fixing his gaze upon her eyes, he continued. The food here is poisoned, especially the Bloody Mary. I advise you against trying it. Hu Laina nodded thoughtfully before inquiring, then what do you consume? Dried rations and water, he replied. They fell into a contemplative silence for a moment. Noticing that Hu Laina seemed lost in thought, Shuai Han broke the quiet. If there's nothing further, please take your leave. Take care. With that, Hulaina departed from the doorway. Xue Leihan waved his hand to close the door, returning the wooden table and chairs to their original positions. For reasons unknown, Hulaina chose to reside next door to Xue Leihan, making daily treks to the slaughter arena. After all, participation in the arena was necessary to afford the exorbitant rent in this place. Their relationship remained merely cordial, lacking any deeper connection. Xue Leihan regarded Hulaina with the detachment of a stranger, an understanding that Hulaina herself shared, for in this chaotic world, lives could be extinguished at any moment. Xue Leihan's objective was unequivocally clear: to achieve 100 victories and depart from the city of slaughter. It was time to retreat to the far north and encase his emotions in ice. He could not continue down this path. After eliminating a soul saint and a soul Douluo who had trailed him, he returned to his room, his body stained with blood. Given his current disposition, cold, bloodthirsty, cruel, and filled with malice, venturing outside would undoubtedly be jarring. The insatiable desire to wreak havoc upon the world grew ever stronger. In truth, Xue Leihan had come to perceive the hellish arena of slaughter as a sanctuary for relieving stress. The remainder of his time was spent in his room, cultivating and suppressing his murderous aura. Now was the moment to encase his emotions in ice. He contemplated his plans. Once the matters in the city of slaughter were concluded and he acquired the god of slaughter domain as described by the Haotian Douluo, Tang Hao, he would immediately journey to the far north. After freezing his emotions, he would return to the Tiando Academy. Since he had previously expressed a desire to become a teacher, he was determined to fulfill that promise. With a deep breath, Xue Leihan settled into a meditative posture on his bed and began to attune himself to the way of the sword. Chapter 72. The Path of Hell. 3 months had passed, during which Xue Leihan achieved a remarkable 100 victories in the Hell Arena. After severing the limbs of a fallen adversary and crushing its skull, a chilling smile graced his lips. His soul power now enveloped him in a crimson aura, a palpable aura of murderous intent. Unlike the frenzied rage exhibited by other fallen beings, his presence radiated a coldness capable of freezing souls, evoking the sensation that a head would roll at any moment. As the Demon Sword King, he was indeed worthy of his title and identity. Xue Leihan derived great pleasure from dismembering his foes, relishing their anguished cries before driving the azure rose sword into their skulls. Having spent considerable time in the city of carnage, even Xue Leihan's heart had grown callous once more. His combat methods became ruthless, steeped in violence. Although his soul power was only around level 50, none dared to underestimate him. "Congratulations, young Demon Sword King," a low, sharp voice suddenly resonated from all directions. Xue Leihan's countenance paled as he felt the once tangible murderous aura around him retract into his being. He looked skyward. "The King of Carnage, the King of Carnage, the King of Carnage." The cries of the fallen echoed, their throats raw, yet they showed no sign of ceasing. With a pale visage and blood-red eyes, a figure descended gracefully from the heavens, seemingly unhindered by the force of gravity. The title Douluo. Xue Leihan regarded the descending figure with a calm demeanor, though a ripple of emotion stirred within him. The King of Carnage's gaze fell upon the observation platform of the Hell Arena. "I am delighted to witness the emergence of a formidable contender in the arena today. It has been decades since 100 victories graced our realm, and this young man has achieved it. Your formidable strength and terrifying aura have instilled fear in you all. Haven they, my subjects?" Yes, yes, yes. The King of Carnage exuded a unique charm, inciting a near-manic reverence among all the fallen who beheld him. The king lowered his head, fixing his gaze upon Xue Leihan, and remarked, "Demon Sword King, I thank you for rekindling my sense of passion. 100 victories, splendid indeed. In recognition of your accomplishments, I have decided to bestow upon you the title of God of Slaughter. From this day forth, you may freely enter and exit the city of Carnage and will be appointed as a guest official under my command." Xue Leihan narrowed his eyes. To attain the title of God of Slaughter without traversing the path of hell, he had gleaned certain insights from Hulaina. Did they not wish for him to enter the realm of the God of Slaughter? With the reward bestowed upon him by the Imperial Battle Team for his tournament victory, the wisdom bone of the head enhanced Xue Leihan's clarity of thought. "I am willing to traverse the path of hell before accepting your honor." The expression of the King of Carnage shifted. "Esteemed King of Carnage, you must be aware of my origins." Xue Leihan, with a hint of a cold smile gracing the corners of his lips, softly uttered, "Let me reiterate, my senior's father is the Haotian Douluo. Do you comprehend?" His gaze remained composed, If you wish to prevent the joint assault of the seven treasures, glazed tile school, and the blue lightning tyrant dragon sect upon the city of slaughter, it would be prudent to allow me to exit quietly. Mentioning the Haotian Douluo was merely a tactic to instill fear. For Shuai Han did not believe that the Haotian Douluo would exert pressure on the city of slaughter on his behalf. Enough, the king of slaughter snorted, a glimmer of ferocity flashing in his eyes, clearly displeased by the threat posed by this junior. Then let us see how you fare on the path to hell. The tone of the king of slaughter turned notably frigid, laced with a hint of derision. A thick, crimson mist suddenly erupted from the king of slaughter, compelling Shuai Han to retreat a few paces, observing from a distance as he awaited the king's next move. The aura emanating from the king was not merely murderous intent, but rather an exceedingly malevolent essence that instilled a bone-chilling dread. The sinister, cold red ripples gradually expanded, and in the blink of an eye, enveloped the arena. The fallen spectators seated in the stands exhibited an unusual excitement, eagerly anticipating the unveiling of the path to hell. Yet unbeknownst to them, their lives were approaching an inevitable end. Apart from the god of slaughter and the king of slaughter, none had witnessed the emergence of the path to hell, for those who were all dead, or rather, had become offerings to its awakening. Shuai Han snorted coldly, maintaining his icy composure, impervious to the external forces at play. Although the crimson light emanating from the king of slaughter exerted immense pressure upon them, it was not directed at them, but rather towards the surrounding stands. The once wildly cheering fallen began to quiet as the red light descended upon the observation platform, their gazes becoming increasingly vacant, then transforming into a bloodshot frenzy. Before long, as the red light formed a colossal barrier over the entire hellish arena, anguished screams erupted from those who first encountered the crimson glow. Under its influence, the fallen seemed to descend into madness, frantically clawing at their faces and bodies. Those who managed to survive in the inner city typically possessed considerable strength. At this moment, they channeled all their energy into themselves, and amidst their cries of agony lay an unsettling thrill, as if they derived boundless pleasure from this self-inflicted torment. Their skin twisted, blood burst forth, and some even extracted their own entrails from their bodies, succumbing to this frenzy until their lives reached an ultimate conclusion. The number of fallen undergoing such transformations grew exponentially until it spread throughout the entire arena. May fortune favor you on the path to hell. Shuai Han found himself entirely enveloped in a sea of crimson. Subsequently, he discovered himself upon a circular platform, measuring approximately 5 meters in diameter, not particularly large. Everything around exuded a faint blood-red hue, and beyond the circular platform, a diameter of 5 meters, lay an abyss of unfathomable depths. Furthermore, a narrow path, scarcely half a foot wide, barely sufficient for 2 feet to stand side by side, led into the unknown darkness, serving as the sole route to the outside world from their platform. Is this enough to deter me? Shuai Han smiled coldly, his steps unwavering. His icy resolve remained impervious to such external influences. Tap, tap, tap. Shuai Han swiftly trod upon the stone slabs beneath him, feeling the air grow increasingly warm. Were they nearing the blood pool? He cast his gaze downward, his ice-blue eyes glimmering as they beheld the churn of viscous blood below. With a nonchalant glance, he continued his relentless sprint. After covering several hundred steps, Shuai Han spotted flickering red lights in the distance, reminiscent of the eyes of soul beasts. He did not halt his advance, merely gripping the hilt of his sword tightly. One to face, he would slay; a pair, he would vanquish in kind. His murderous intent surged forth unabashedly, his figure accelerating like an arrow released from its bow. Chapter 73. Breakthrough Make Way. Snowtear Cold scoffed, a flick of his wrist summoning the sword of blue rose into his hand, springing forth from its scabbard. A bat, its eyes gleaming with a crimson hue, shrieked before being cleaved in two by Snowtear Cold's strike. Humph, he spat disdainfully. It was undeniable that this hellish journey in the city of slaughter had transformed him into 2 distinct beings. Had it not been for the influence of the ultimate ice, he might have succumbed to madness long ago. Before him loomed 1,000 bloodbats, their synchronized flapping of wings stirring a foul wind that darkened Snowtear Cold's countenance. These wretched creatures, he thought as he observed the bats, which had evidently detected his presence, screeching and charging towards him. Their vision, seemingly impaired after prolonged habitation in such a locale, must have been replaced by heightened senses. With his sword in hand, Snowtear Cold faced the oncoming swarm of bats, and in the next moment, he surged forward, one man armed with a blade, ready to wreak havoc. The sword techniques imparted by Chun Xian, along with his own insights, effortlessly came into play. Unable to harness soul power, he enveloped his surroundings with a formidable sword technique. He swung his sword in rapid succession. Any bat that dared enter the realm of the Sword of Blue Rose was met with inevitable death. Stand aside, he bellowed, unleashing a torrent of murderous intent. The Sword of Blue Rose shimmered with a hint of bloodlust as he danced forward, his feet nimbly striking the ground while his blade harvested the lives of the bats. Those that soared above and refrained from disturbing him were spared, for his ultimate goal remained clear: to escape this cursed place. As he charged through, nearly 100 bats that obstructed his path fell to his blade. Suddenly, a larger blood bat let out a shriek, prompting the remaining bats to emit a cacophony of shrill cries. Snow Tear Cold feigned ignorance, even taking a moment to retrieve the flying heavenly claw bestowed upon him by Tang San, donning it upon his hand. Amidst the din of the blood bat's wails, a colossal figure appeared before Snow Tear Cold. A dark golden body unfurled a pair of massive wings, its terrifying wingspan stretching an astounding 10 meters. With a powerful release of its claws, it took flight, revealing itself as an enormous bat. Snow Tear Cold merely huffed, choosing not to provoke the behemoth. Noticing that the bats surrounding him had retreated behind the giant, he quickened his pace. The massive bat, sensing Snow Tear Cold's disregard, let out a piercing shriek. The bats trailing behind it responded with their own cries, launching themselves at Snow Tear Cold in a frenzied suicide attack, while others began to gnaw at the path he sought to traverse. Each blood bat that landed on the narrow path began to voraciously gnaw with its sharp fangs. Terrifyingly, the hard rock crumbled into dust beneath their bites, as a stretch of at least 50 meters of the path was rapidly obliterated by hundreds of these crimson bats. The colossal creature crashed violently against the road ahead, clearly intent on ensuring that Shui Leihan met his demise here. With a composed glance at the enormous figure, Shui Leihan executed a flourish with his sword, leaping towards the massive bat. As he drew near, he was astonished to discover that the creature possessed 3 heads. Yet, what of it? A cold smile graced Shui Leihan's lips as he struck the central head with the body of his sword rather than its edge. A resounding crack echoed across the desolate infernal path, quickly drowned out by the cacophony of screeching bats. Shui Leihan propelled himself over the gigantic bat. Soaring into the air, in mid-flight, he extended his left hand, discreetly pulling the trigger. A flash of azure light erupted behind him as a pair of exquisite crystalline wings unfurled in the air. A straight line shot forth from his grasp, embedding itself deep into the stone at the end of the path, drawing him forward with great force, leaving behind several bloodbat carcasses. Shui Leihan plunged into the cave ahead, disregarding the furious screeches of the massive bat behind him. He did not pause to rest, for the very air of this place seemed to be infused with a toxic essence that ignited his killing intent. Clearly, he had no desire to linger here. His right hand ached slightly, but thanks to his relentless training, he could endure. Otherwise, after such a swift sword swing, he would have needed to rest for at least an hour. His level 50 soul power was working at full capacity, sustaining his pace. Shui Leihan dashed through the cavernous expanse, the rhythmic sound of his footsteps echoing. Suddenly, a rustling noise reached his ears from ahead. Peering intently, he discerned a dark red serpent. Just as the serpent opened its mouth, seemingly preparing to unleash venom, Shui Leihan sped past it, too indifferent to draw his sword. The reason he did not halt was the warning instinct urging him that this serpent was no trivial foe. Thus, he accelerated, employing the flying heavenly claw once more to quickly propel himself away from the creature. After a brief use of his wings, he retracted them to conserve his soul power. As he advanced, the oppressive heat intensified. The air seemed to harbor a peculiar atmosphere, and the suffocating sensation within him grew increasingly pronounced, while his own murderous aura was unleashed without restraint. Aha! With a chilling laugh, Shui Leihan unleashed a wave of murderous intent, surrounding him with a crimson aura. His icy blue pupils now tinged with a hint of red. Rather than recoil from this malevolence, he embraced it, recognizing that this aura augmented the destructive power of his soul energy, rendering it more potent and enduring. Kill! He bellowed, quickening his pace. Despite the oppressive aura enveloping him, he maintained an inner tranquility as serene as ice and snow. Should his heart waver, all would be lost. Did they truly believe they could fell him with such paltry means? Shui Leihan erupted into laughter, scoffing at the notion that this infernal path was worthy of his challenge. In that moment, memories of the trials imposed by the master at Shrek Academy flooded his mind, punishments that had sharpened his resolve and propelled him beyond his limits. A year and a half of perseverance had led him to this very day. Gritting his teeth against the searing heat radiating from his surroundings, he surged forward. Should his soul energy be depleted, he would rely on his physical strength, using it to regenerate his soul energy as he pressed on. After approximately half an hour of relentless running, Shui Han came to a halt. The exit loomed before him, a radiant oval of white light, marking the culmination of his journey. Yet, while the exit appeared, a crimson sea stretched out before him, an insurmountable barrier. The blood had coalesced into a small lake, bubbling ominously in his path. The distance of 1,000 meters loomed like an unbridgeable chasm. Upon spotting the exit, Shui Han let out a hearty laugh, unfurling a pair of wings that tore through his garments. A year and a half. I have traversed this hellish path. Farewell, city of slaughter. With those words, he soared towards the exit, wings beating against the air. Chapter 74. A year later, the return of the celestial battle with a swift motion. Shui Han plunged into the radiant light, accompanied by a maniacal laughter. Instantly, he felt as though his body had transcended into an alternate realm. He withdrew his wings into his being, and the murderous intent that surged within him was forcibly contained, leaving his complexion pale. In this vast expanse of whiteness, he found himself devoid of any strength. The only sensation overwhelming him was an icy chill. Silently, Shui Han endured the encroaching cold. It was no ordinary frost, but a pure essence of slaughter. Is this the domain of the god of death? He affirmed this thought within his heart. The blade of his Qing rose sword bore an additional white pattern, reminiscent of the bloodstained markings on the ground of a hellish battlefield, albeit smaller and in a shade of white. When he attempted to sense the white markings with his soul power, a surge of white light quietly enveloped him, emanating from the Qing rose sword, only to swiftly transform into a spectrum of colors. His perception of the surrounding world altered dramatically under this aura. It felt as if he could decimate the entirety of existence. Is this truly the realm of the god of death? Shui Han calmly surveyed the pristine space, nodding in acknowledgement. Yet, his pallid visage, the endless aura of malevolence, and the faint traces of murderous intent that perpetually emanated from him spoke volumes of his harrowing experiences. If I were to return now, my adoptive father would scarcely recognize me. Even his voice had turned cold. The brief moment of relaxation had slightly fractured the ice-cold state of mind he had consistently maintained, causing his murderous intent to seep uncontrollably to the surface. Then, I shall retreat into seclusion. Shui Han resolved silently, discerning his direction before hastening northward. Along the way, he encountered several small towns, donning a mask to conceal his identity. Despite this precaution, the ominous energy radiating from him and the chilling aura surrounding him deterred the townsfolk from approaching. Indeed, it was wise not to return. His mindset had been irrevocably transformed during this year and a half in hell, rendering the notion of human life as trivial as grass. After a brief sojourn of a few days in the towns, he set his sights on the far north. During this time, Shui Han shed his soul power, living as if he were an ordinary person, while his murderous intent gradually diminished. Although he constantly suppressed the urge to take lives, he traversed for a month without employing even a trace of soul power, appearing as an unremarkable individual. Yet, the sword upon his back distinctly revealed his extraordinary nature. He sought to cleanse the sanguine urges and bloodthirst that resided within his heart through this manner of existence. It felt akin to a cycle of rebirth. The sword Douluo Continent had once imparted to him in his youth that to enhance his swordsmanship, one must wield it with murderous intent. However, Shui Han had transformed that very essence of power and slaughter into a means of protection. In the brief span of a year and a half, his guardianship had transformed once more into the path of slaying. Now, he sought to cleanse the path of slaughter and relearn the way of protection. Thus, it resembled a cycle of rebirth. Much like his previous hunts in the frigid north, this endeavor proved to be as effortless as the last. This time, he encountered a millennia-old ice scorpion. As he unveiled the ice-blue soul ring, embodying the pinnacle of frost, the ice scorpion approached him, revealing its fragile form with obedience. This was all due to the influence of the ice phoenix. Shui Han was acutely aware of this. After silently uttering an apology, his dagger swiftly dispatched the creature. An ebony soul ring materialized around the ice scorpioness form. Shui Han promptly seated himself and commenced the absorption of the soul ring amidst the fierce blizzard. A year later, clad in simple garments, Shui Han appeared outside the city of Tiando. He had frozen his emotions for half a year in the extreme north, and now he was finally able to reclaim his original sentiments. The subsequent 6 months were spent as an unnamed swordsman, wandering the expanse of the Douluo Continent, while he diligently learned the art of wielding killing intent. His strength had now reached level 58, a testament to his steady accumulation of power, having refined his swordsmanship in the City of Slaughter. His soul power surged with astonishing rapidity, although he remained at level 58. The awakening of the God of Slaughter domain and his comprehension of the path of slaughter enabled him to slay ordinary soul emperors with ease. This was the extent of his current prowess. How long had it been since leaving Tindo City? Shuai Han's words drifted on the wind. The sun above bathed him in warmth, reminding him that it was indeed the peak of summer. 2.5 years? Or was it 3? Shaking his head, he joined the throng of merchants and commoners entering the vast expanse of Tindo City. It was time to realize his aspirations. With that thought, Shuai Han made his way toward the palace. You little rascal, do you wish to drive both me and your mother to despair? Upon his entrance into the study, Emperor Shui erupted in fury at the sight of him. Shuai Han felt himself inundated by a torrent of reprimands. Do you think you've grown wings? Engaging in such perilous endeavors in the City of Slaughter without informing us, only confiding in your adoptive father. How splendid! How splendid! Emperor Shui berated him vehemently. Your mother weeps daily. What madness have you wrought? Remarkably, Emperor Shui managed to scold him for a full half-hour without uttering a single vulgarity, each word distinct from the last. What more do you have to say? Emperor Shui took a sip of tea, leaned back in his chair, and cleared his throat. I must admit, speaking so much at once is exhausting. None. Shuai Han replied, wiping away the non-existent cold sweat on his brow. Hasten to pay your respects to your mother. Do not linger around this old man. Begone. The Emperor of Snowy Night unceremoniously kicked Snow Tear Cold out, only to be met with a mild recoil from Snow Tear Cold's soul power, causing a slight ache in his foot. How swiftly the soul power of Cold Child has advanced. Observing that Snow Tear Cold had distanced himself, the Emperor of Snowy Night exhaled with relief. With such a successor, the Empire of Heaven Do is assured continuity. After enduring the spittle of Snowy Night, Snow Tear Cold was met with the tears of Mushwer. He mused to himself, no wonder it is said that women are made of water. And he hurriedly offered comfort until Mushwer finally smiled through her tears. After spending a few tender days within the palace, Snow Tear Cold once again felt the warmth of home. His sole regret this time was not having met his elder brother, Shuai. However, he learned from the Emperor of Snowy Night that Shuai had urgent matters to attend to and had departed Tiando City with a few guards. Thus, his days of repose within the palace came to a close today. Clad in a simple white robe, Snow Tear Cold slowly exited Tiando City, determined to fulfill his prior resolutions. Reflecting on this, he could not help but sigh. Upon his return to Tiando City, he had sought news of his master, Flanders, and Lu Erlong. Upon learning they had set forth to traverse the continent 2 years prior, he sighed once more. He had hoped to reunite with his teacher upon his return. Shaking his head, he looked towards the long line formed before the gates of the Heaven Do United Academy. Reminiscent of a great dragon, he strolled forward. Chapter 75, Director Shui? Teacher Shui. Tears of relief washed over Lei Han as he realized you were unharmed, which was truly wonderful news. Just a few days prior, Lei Han had entered the Seven Treasures Glazed sect and paid a visit to his adoptive father, Ning Fengji. I'm fine, he replied, a faint smile gracing his lips. His emotions had adjusted swiftly. One must admit, young Shui, you are indeed a prodigy, rasped Bone Douluo. No. I devoted a year to cultivating my inner self, Lei Han responded, touching his nose. Ning Rongrong and Jian Dalaw were unaware of the cancellation and only learned afterward that Jian Dalaw had taken Ning Rongrong to hunt for her soul ring. It was somewhat regrettable not to have seen his adoptive sister and Uncle Chun. So, you have attained the domain of the God of Slaughter? Inquired Bone Douluo Gu Rong. Lei Han nodded, and then a halo of white light erupted from him, enveloping Ning Fengji and Gu Rong in its ethereal glow. A chilling wind swirled around him. Not the icy sword aura he typically wielded, but pure murderous intent. An astounding aura of slaughter re-emerged between his brows. Massacre of millions. Both Ning Fengji and Gu Rong simultaneously sensed a significant decrease in their soul power and combat prowess within this domain, prompting them to rise in astonishment and excitement. After allowing them a brief experience of the domain of the God of Slaughter, Lei Han retracted it. Ning Fengji chuckled heartily. Excellent. It seems Lei Han's journey has not been in vain. Gu Rong nodded in satisfaction. The trio then engaged in light-hearted conversation while enjoying a sumptuous lunch. As Lei Han withdrew his thoughts from the affairs of the Seven Treasures glazed sect, he approached the gates of the Tiando United Academy. Casting a glance at the teachers bustling at the entrance, he stepped into the campus. Others merely regarded him as a student and did not hinder his passage. Returning to the Tiando United Academy, Lei Han felt a wave of nostalgia wash over him. Everything seemed as if it had transpired just yesterday. However, he was no longer the immature boy he once was. He had blossomed into a 17-year-old youth. Walking purposefully along the grand avenue of the Tiando United Academy, he encountered several teachers who had once instructed him. He paused to greet them, and those educators, aware of the years he had spent honing his skills on the Douluo Continent, were elated to see their once gifted student return. Slowly, Lei Han made his way into the faculty building, where, as the academy's director, he enjoyed unrestricted access. He soon located the office of Meng Xinji and gently knocked on the door. "Please enter." Upon hearing the familiar voice from within, Lei Han smiled slightly and pushed the door open. "Long time no see, Vice President Meng." Meng Xinji, engrossed in his writing, looked up in disbelief upon hearing Lei Han's voice. "Director Xue, you have finally returned." The aged visage of Dream Machine was suddenly illuminated by a genuine smile, devoid of any semblance of flattery. This expression emanated from the depths of his heart. "Well, my journey of experience has reached a pause, and I am contemplating a return to the Tiando United Academy to assume the role of an instructor." Upon hearing the intentions of Xue Lei Han, Dream Machine was both startled and elated. Although they had merged their institutions, truly gifted educators were exceedingly rare, and the departure of masters and others had left him sighing for quite some time. However, he found solace in a letter from them, indicating that they would wander for a few years before returning to the academy. "What is the soul power level of Director Xue?" Dream Machine inquired tentatively, sensing that Xue Lei Han's soul power hovered around that of a soul emperor. Xue Lei Han, with no intention of concealing the truth, replied with a smile. "I am at the initial level of 58, still in the stabilization phase." Gasped. Dream Machine inhaled sharply, astonished. At 17, to possess a level of 58. He gazed at the young man before him, realizing that while he always knew Xue Lei Han would eventually reach this prowess, he had not anticipated such rapid progress. "I aim to cultivate a new generation of the Tiando 10 elite," Xue Lei Han declared with a smile. "Very well," Dream Machine promptly nodded in agreement. In truth, Xue Lei Han merely intended to greet Dream Machine, for given his standing at the academy, he could assume the role of teacher with immediate effect. "There is no time to lose. I shall set forth at once," Xue Lei Han proclaimed, rising to don the teaching credential that Dream Machine had presented to him, fastening it to his left chest. Where is Director Xue planning to head?" Dream Machine found himself slightly bewildered by Xue Lei Han's decisive actions. "To the school gates to recruit new students," Xue Lei Han shrugged and replied. "Ah, I see." Dream Machine stroked his beard, nodding thoughtfully. His granddaughter, Xiner, although over the age of 12, had already attained a soul power level of 22, with her second soul ring being a century-old one. A satisfied smile graced Dream Machine's face as he mentioned her, continuing, "During Director Xue's absence from the academy, we established a new rule allowing students above the age of 12 to enroll. Albeit, they will undergo assessments alongside regular students and will be placed in classes according to their abilities." Indeed, Xue Lei Han nodded affirmatively, recognizing the potential to enroll a group of older yet exceptionally talented students. "Does Xiner wish to enroll?" After some contemplation, Xue Lei Han recalled that Xiner was the female slave who had been auctioned by Ning Fengji at the Tiando auction house several years prior, and whom he had brought to the Tiando United Academy, restoring her freedom. "Well, I, too, maintain a supportive stance," Dream Machine replied with a smile. "However, we will not offer her any preferential treatment. Should she fail to meet the assessment standards, we shall not admit her. Rules are rules," Xue Lei Han stated calmly. "Certainly. The regulations of the academy shall not be compromised for anyone," Dream God Machine proclaimed with utmost seriousness. "Without further ado, I shall proceed to the entrance for enrollment." He smiled and bid farewell to Dream God Machine. "Director Xue, please take your time," Dream God Machine remarked. "With your guidance, the Tiando United Academy shall surely flourish." Xue Lei Han returned once more to the school gate, the scene evoking fond memories of his own entrance into the Tiando Royal Academy and Shrek Academy. A nostalgic smile graced his features as he approached the responsible teacher and exchanged a few hushed words. The teacher's expression transformed into one of enlightenment, and he bowed slightly to Shui Leihan. Shui Leihan shook his head gently, patting the teacher's shoulder before taking a seat at the wooden table designated for new student registration. He refrained from interrupting the Vice Dean Nangong, who was diligently attending to the enrollment process, opting instead to observe the incoming students. The crystalline hue of Shui Leihan's pupils emitted a faint glow as he scrutinized the soul power levels of the students. "Good day, teacher. We have brought our child for registration." He was jolted from his reverie by the presence of two adults and a little girl standing before him, a warm smile spreading across his face. Chapter 76. The Assessment of Dean Shui Life. Age, Soul Power Level, Martial Spirit. A faint smile graced the face of Shui Leihan as he addressed the parents who approached him. "This, too, is a means of tempering one's character," he mused, before commencing the reception of new students aspiring to enter the academy. It must be said that after 3 years of trials and the rigorous training in the city of slaughter, his visage had matured considerably. No one would believe that the individual seated here was merely a 17-year-old youth. As he observed the advancing crowd, he could not help but reaffirm his childhood decision. Were it not for his ambition to establish the United Academy, the Tindo United Academy would not be as bustling and filled with students as it is today. During the intermission, another teacher took his place, allowing him to retreat to the lounge. After conversing and engaging throughout the morning, he felt the dryness of his lips. Why did Dean Shui wish to return to teach? Vice Dean Nangong offered him a glass of water, which Shui Leihan graciously accepted. "I merely empathized with the sentiments of my former teachers," he replied with a smile. "Has the enrollment season always attracted so many?" he inquired. "What else could it be?" Vice Dean Nangong shrugged. With the growing renown of the Tindo United Academy, many soul masters from the Star Luo Empire have come seeking admission. Thanks to this, every enrollment season leaves us teachers utterly exhausted, he lamented with a wry smile. Shui Leihan raised an eyebrow, pondering the notion that all soul masters experience merely dry mouths. Where, he wondered, was the fatigue in that? "The dean deserves a raise," Vice Dean Nangong teased with a mischievous grin. Indeed, Shui Leihan could only shake his head in silent exasperation. As the morning enrollment concluded and the teachers returned to the lounge, they engaged Shui Leihan in conversation. Having heard from Vice Dean Mingxinji about the purpose of their esteemed Dean Shui, they regarded him with respect, not only due to his standing but also because of his formidable prowess. At merely 17, he had already attained the astonishing level of 58 in soul power, an undeniably fearsome feat. "I intend to personally assess them," Shui Leihan declared, causing the teacher's expressions to turn awkward. Does Dean Shui plan to set a record for the most students failing to enroll this year?" Vice Dean Nangong stammered. "How could that be?" Shui Leihan shrugged. He merely recalled the entrance examination conducted by the immovable King Zhao Wujia and sought to gauge the new students' battle awareness. It was merely a test of their combat abilities. He had no intention of imposing overly arduous assessments. That would indeed be preferable. Vice Dean Nangong sighed in relief, patting his robust chest. Shui Leihan cast a bemused glance at the other teachers, bewildered by their perception of the severity of his assessment. Just how extreme did they envision his evaluation to be? Unbeknownst to many, in the eyes of those esteemed educators, Shui Leihan is perceived as an extraordinary prodigy, not only possessing remarkable talent and cultivation but also endowed with a profound reservoir of theoretical knowledge. I awaited them at the conclusion of the assessment. A faint smile graced Shui Leihan's lips as he leisurely departed from the lounge. The faculty members gazed respectfully at his retreating figure, bowing in unison. The present stature of the Tindo United Academy is largely attributed to him. Let us also strive diligently. Vice Dean Nangong clearly holds significant influence among the faculty. She clapped her hands and began instructing the resting teachers to commence preparations for the remaining assessments, following the designated path of the evaluation. Shui Leihan arrived at its terminus, an expanse of barren ground facing the library of the Tindo United Academy. To his right lay the nostalgic lounge of the Imperial Battle Team in the arena. He decided that this assessment would be held in the arena. Nodding in agreement, he did not hasten towards the platform. Instead, he pushed open the door to the lounge of the Imperial Battle Team. A wave of familiarity washed over him, for the tables and chairs remained precisely as they had been upon his departure. The marks left on the walls from past sparring sessions and the charred carpet on the floor, singed from electric discharges, conjured memories of those vibrant days gone by. "Let us proceed." Shui Leihan smiled faintly and then walked towards the platform, with some time remaining before their assessment. He seated himself and plunged his sword into the arena before him, instantly entering a state of cultivation. His temperament, transformed, was neither mundane nor elegantly noble. Rather, it exuded a carefree nonchalance, as if he had transcended all. With life comes death. This reflects his philosophical journey, where everything appears as a cyclical phenomenon. Shui Leihan smiled subtly, and then opened his eyes. They emitted no chilling glint, merely resembling an ancient well, tranquil and undisturbed. He had adeptly transformed his sharpness and murderous intent into a part of himself, achieving true inner richness. At this moment, numerous students who had successfully passed the earlier assessments stood below the platform, among them the prominent Meng Xiner. Now, Meng Xiner possessed a charm reminiscent of the youthful Zhu Shiqing, whose demeanor was proud and aloof, while Meng Xiner radiated gentleness. Observing the male students surrounding her, hesitant to engage, Shui Leihan shook his head in silent disapproval. Meanwhile, the audience was filled with onlookers, including several faculty members and students. Vice-Dean Negong had disseminated the news that the enigmatic director Shui would personally oversee the final assessment. This announcement sparked curiosity among many students who had yet to encounter this mysterious figure, eager to discover what challenges he might present. Upon hearing the news, Ning Fengji immediately arrived at the Tiando United Academy, accompanied by Gu Rong, eager to witness the thoughts of this talented prodigy. One by one, students passed the initial assessments and lined up behind, gazing at the fully occupied arena. Among them, some recent graduates from the Elementary Soul Master School felt a surge of nervousness, while those appearing more seasoned exhibited sweaty palms, unable to contain their excitement. They had not anticipated that the final evaluation would unfold before the watchful eyes of a multitude. Upon witnessing the once desolate spectator stands now teeming with people, Shui Leihan nodded discreetly. This was also a test of the new student's psychological resilience. With a calm demeanor, Shui Leihan rose from the ground, his gaze fixated upon the hundreds of newcomers. The instant those students encountered his piercing eyes, akin to sharp swords, they felt as if their very essence was laid bare. With a clap of his hands, the previously cacophonous audience fell into an immediate hush. Welcome to the Tiando United Academy. I am your principal, Shui Leihan. The applause erupted in perfect timing, leaving Shui Leihan both amused and bewildered. Welcome to the new students standing here. You must have successfully passed the prior assessments, and I commend your efforts and talents. Hearing these words, the newcomers instinctively raised their heads. Shui Leihan smiled warmly. You have every reason to feel proud. For when you succeeded in the chain assessments of Tiando United Academy, the teachers and vice principals recognized your abilities. However, there is one thing I most wish to witness. At this, Shui Leihan paused slightly. The students and teachers in the audience held their breath in anticipation. That is the bond between soul masters. This will be the focus of my forthcoming assessment. After estimating the number of new students, he nodded in approval. Shui Leihan continued with a smile. I invite you all to form a team of 7, working in unison to challenge me. However, I shall not employ my soul rings. What I wish to see is whether you possess the capability to entrust your back to those you trust. Though this is your first day at school, the seniors present have already formed partnerships worthy of such trust. I believe you will soon be able to do the same. Noticing some newcomers display timid expressions, he reassured them, fear not. Being defeated by me is not a matter of shame. Even in defeat, you can opt to join a branch school to continue your studies. Should you manage to inflict any injury upon me within the span of a single incense stick, this includes tearing my clothing. At this, laughter erupted from the audience. Or compel me to use my soul skills, I will personally enroll your entire team into my newly established class. As your teacher, I will impart everything you wish to learn. With a swift motion, he cast aside an incense stick, which ignited in midair, bursting into sparks as he unleashed it with pure soul power. A stick of incense was placed on the ground with a soft thud, already igniting. So, have you decided who will go first? He revealed a smile reminiscent of Zhao Waoqi, one imbued with a sense of aggression. Chapter 77. The assessment begins so. Have you decided who will take the field first? Shui Leihan displayed a smile reminiscent of Zhao Wujin, one imbued with aggression. Some of the new students, having graduated from the same primary academy, possessed a modicum of understanding regarding each other's soul skills and soul power, which led them to be the first to take the stage. Meanwhile, the remaining unfamiliar newcomers gathered in hushed discussions. East Sea Primary Academy, Lanshang, I seek your guidance. Director Shui. Before Shui Leihan could wait for long, a team of 7 swiftly approached the arena. The leading youth, Lanshang, announced his name and bowed respectfully, with the 6 boys and girls behind him doing the same. Shui Leihan momentarily lost his focus, reminiscing about his own entrance into the Emperor's combat team and the Shrek team. A subtle smile graced his lips as he unsheathed his longsword, adopting a seemingly casual stance. For him, the most comfortable position was also the most formidable beginning. Come forth, Shui Leihan nodded, prompting, EC Academy move. Lan Shang bellowed. And the auxiliary Soul Master behind him cast support skills on 3 powerful attack-type Soul Masters and 1 agile attack-type Soul Master, enhancing their capabilities. The control-type Soul Master's martial soul, a purple crystal bamboo, propelled them forward, augmenting their speed. Shui Leihan's eyes sparkled. This was clearly a well-coordinated strategy that had been honed over time. A smile crept across his face as he thought, this is promising. The leading youth, Lan Shang, manifested his martial soul in the form of a wolf, sprouting ears and revealing elongated fangs. His first soul ring glowed yellow as his claws emerged, aiming to tear at Shui Leihan's attire, evidently attempting to achieve a victory through such a clever tactic. Quite resourceful, yet your speed leaves much to be desired. Shui Leihan remarked coolly, employing this as a form of unconventional teaching, illuminating their weaknesses so they might grow stronger from this foundation. Have you ever observed the behavior of wolves? As he sidestepped Lan Shang's claws, Shui Leihan placed a hand on his shoulder and pushed him away. Wolves are known for their pack mentality. As the leader, charging ahead recklessly is not advantageous. Though Shui Leihan's voice was soft, it resonated with the students and teachers in the audience. Those among the students who also possessed wolf martial souls shifted their gaze, pondering his words, while others lingered in a state of partial understanding. While being a powerful attack-type soul master, no rule dictates that one must recklessly confront the enemy head-on. Shui Leihan seized one of the incoming attack-type newcomers and hurled them into the other. In the next moment, he vanished from sight, moving with astonishing speed. Startled, Lan Shang turned and shouted, "Be cautious. It is your responsibility to protect the auxiliary soul masters, especially since they lack any skills for self-defense. Are you truly going to abandon them?" Shui Leihan's hand had already rested on the shoulder of a new auxiliary student, causing the young girl's gaze to tremble with anxiety. Under this pressure, even the spirit to resist seemed to dissipate. As a new agile attack student, your grasp of the battle situation remains insufficient, he remarked, casting a glance at the agile attack youth rushing towards him. New control students. Losing focus during combat could result in your entire team's elimination. With a shrug, Shui Leihan casually draped an arm around the agile attack newcomer and gently set him down on the ground. Under his oppressive aura, even the release of spirit power felt futile. He then sent the control student sprawling away with a kick. Lan classmate. Hearing his name, Lan Shang immediately sprang to his feet and stood before Shui Leihan, bowing respectfully, "Director Shui." The others also rose from the ground. The skirmish had lasted but a brief moment and was swiftly concluded. They were acutely aware that they could not endure even a single incense stick's length of time. Yet, within their hearts, a sense of clarity and satisfaction prevailed. Your team composition is commendable. 4 strong attack types, 1 agile attack type, 1 auxiliary type, and 1 control type. That is praiseworthy. Shui Leihan nodded in approval. As the captain, I hope you will study diligently at the academy. The power of control and auxiliary soul masters is indispensable in the soul arena and must be treated with equal importance. Do you understand? He continued. Your strong attack and agile attack spirit souls are both beast spirits. I suggest that while accompanying your teacher to hunt for spirit rings, you also learn the advantages of these types of spirit beasts and maximize their potential. The eyes of the 7 listeners brightened with enlightenment, their hearts suddenly illuminated. Thank you, Director Shui. They chorused, bowing in gratitude. We appreciate you providing such a thrilling soul duel. I look forward to your future endeavors. With that, Shui Leihan led the applause. The audience, comprising students and teachers, joined in the clapping, accompanied by cheers of encouragement. A wave of recognition from the Tiando United Academy surged through the hearts of the 7 junior students from Donghai. After bowing once more to Shui Leihan, they descended the stage, led by Lan Shang. Defeat without discouragement. Well done, Shui Leihan nodded silently. He then called out to the new student area. Who is the next group? The incense in his hand was lit once more. On the stage, Meng Shenji, Jilin, and other vice deans and teachers listened to Shui Leihan's guidance for the new students, feeling a sense of satisfaction. Leihan is doing admirably, Ning Fengji chuckled, nodding in agreement. Entrusting the Tiando students to Leihan was indeed the finest idea of that old fellow, Shui Yi. This assessment is, in truth, a form of guidance. Gu Rong grinned hoarsely. However, having him assume the role of a teacher is quite commendable. Over the past few years, Xue Xiaozai has been venturing into the world, undoubtedly weary from his endeavors. If I were in his shoes, dealing with those lunatics in the city of slaughter for a year and a half would be utterly exhausting. Ning Fengji remarked with a smile. Yet it's good that he's back. Didn't Xue Xiaozai mention his intention to cultivate a new generation of the 10 elite of Tiando? Let us await the outcome, Gu Rong added with a shrug. At this moment, Xue Leihan had dispatched another team from the arena, providing them with a comprehensive critique of their shortcomings before their departure. Each battle concluded with remarkable swiftness, as the newcomers orderly accepted the guidance of Xue Leihan. The esteemed dean, having experienced numerous battles and possessing extensive theoretical knowledge, he was able to pinpoint issues with remarkable precision, earning the trust and admiration of the new students. Although he drew his sword during these encounters, he refrained from using it, instead employing his left hand to disrupt the newcomers' assaults. Who was the next group? Xue Leihan's calm voice echoed through the arena. His tall and elegant stature loomed before the newcomers, resembling an insurmountable mountain in their eyes. Chapter 78. The assessment in progress at this moment. Only a handful of new students remained, scattered in small clusters. Most of them had undergone considerable trials and emerged significantly enriched. Observing the remaining students, he clasped his hands behind his back and inquired nonchalantly, "Who will step forward for the next group?" "I will," spoke a proud young lad, his eyes ablaze with an indomitable spirit. Given his soul power level, his pride was indeed well-founded. At the tender age of 12, he had already reached the 25th level, while others had merely brushed against the threshold of the 21st level. This boy had surged ahead to 25. Offensive System, 25th level Soul Master, Yin Tian, Martial Soul, Flame Demon King. "I seek guidance from Dean Xue." Xue Leihan nodded subtly, noticing that Meng Xiner was among them as well. So, the strongest of the new students had begun to band together, he mused. He acknowledged this development, albeit the cooperation among them would likely feel unfamiliar. Offensive System, 24th level Soul Master, AI Wuxi, Martial Soul, Star Soul Spear. "I seek guidance from Dean Xue." Offensive System, 24th level Soul Master, Foam Swaying, Martial Soul, Blood Shadow Tiger. "I seek guidance from Dean Xue." Defensive System, 22nd level Soul Master, Mo Hai, Martial Soul, Black Dragon Shield. "I seek guidance from Dean Xue." Agility System, 22nd level Soul Master, Meng Xiner, Martial Soul, Enchanting Cat. "I seek guidance from Dean Xue." Control System, 22nd level Soul Master, Bu Yundan, Martial Soul, Crimson Thorn. "I seek guidance from Dean Xue." Support System, 21st level Soul Master, Min Wanting, Martial Soul, Healing Angel. "I seek guidance from Dean Xue." Xue Leihan regarded the 7 youths standing before him, a flicker of excitement gracing his expression. Although mutated martial souls were not particularly rare at the Tiando United Academy, this was the first time he had witnessed such an assembly of diverse and extraordinary martial souls as a cohesive unit. "Excellent," he remarked, nodding slowly. Unlike before, he did not sheath his sword, but instead held it firmly in hand, his gaze icy as it scrutinized the 7 individuals. An aura of menace enveloped them. The 7 shuddered simultaneously. Although they felt no chill in the air, his mere glance conveyed an insurmountable sense of dread. "Given your remarkable talents, I shall put you through rigorous training," Xue Leihan declared, an icy smile emerging on his lips. He took the initiative to strike first, targeting the last in line. The girl with the Healing Angel Martial Soul, Min Wanting. Xue Leihan was acutely aware that the Healing Angel possessed extraordinary regenerative capabilities akin to the Nine Hearts Begonia, enabling members with depleted soul power to rise again countless times. In a flash, he transformed into a blur, his sword gleaming like a streak of light as it approached Min Wanting. Yin Tian and AI Wuxi, evidently caught off guard by the sudden move, changed expressions and rushed back. At that moment, a shield unexpectedly interposed itself before the sword. It was the martial soul of another girl, Mo Hai, the Black Dragon Shield. Suddenly, her complexion turned pale as she was sent flying, along with her shield, by the chilling blade of Xue Leihan. A flicker of terror crossed her eyes. She was acutely aware of the weight of the Wulong shield, yet it was effortlessly struck away by a mere sword swing. How formidable must this Director Xue truly be? Impressive reflexes, Xue Leihan praised, deftly dodging the fiery thorns aimed at his ankle, then pushing aside the oncoming Meng Xiner. "Meng Xiner, your speed is far too sluggish." With a swift stroke, Shui Leihan cleaved through the approaching crimson thorns, revealing Yin Tian and AI Wuxi behind them. Yin Tian unleashed the power of his martial soul, the Flame Demon King, engulfing himself in flames while donning a layer of fiery armor. It bore some resemblance to the Flame Lord of the martial soul hall. Shui Leihan executed several strikes, his icy sword aura causing Yin Tian to retreat several steps. He sensed that if he advanced any further, his prized 200-year soul skill, the flame armor, would shatter into fragments. 2 martial souls, is it? Quite remarkable. Shui Leihan chuckled heartily, engaging AI Wuxi in combat. AI Wuxi's complexion gradually reddened, clearly exerting all his strength. Shui Leihan was increasingly astonished. AI Wuxi had indeed grasped a certain level of spear technique. With a flurry of strikes, Shui Leihan unleashed 3 swords, each like a flash of light. All striking AI Wuxi. AI Wuxi felt as though a mountain were crashing down upon him. His Star Soul spear was violently knocked from his grasp, leaving him pale and devoid of the strength to rise. He then turned, delivering a kick that sent him high, along with his shield, sprawling aside. And with his left hand, he seized the oncoming claw of Feng Shui, slamming him harshly to the ground. Coordination is still lacking, Shui Leihan remarked coolly, shaking his head as he regarded the charging Yin Tian, his gaze turning icy. This was the aura of death from the city of slaughter. He regarded Yin Tian with a chilling stare. Instantly, Yin Tian felt a shiver run through him, a sensation of breathlessness overwhelming him as he met Shui Leihan's bloodthirsty gaze. His forward momentum halted, cold sweat began to bead on his brow. He had always prided himself on his boldness and bravery, yet under the weight of Shui Leihan's gaze, he felt genuine fear for the first time. He sensed that in the next moment, he might be cleaved in 2 by the director. The crimson thorns once again stretched out, frantically seeking to ensnare Shui Leihan. Seeing that the director was about to strike Yin Tian, Buyun Duan hurriedly activated his soul skill. The others struggled to rise, aided by Min Wanting's healing angel martial soul. Though their soul power had recovered slightly, the shock and terror they experienced left them in a state of bewilderment. With a swing of his sword, Shui Leihan sliced the approaching thorns into segments. Each individual's soul power and skills were commendable, yet their teamwork was regrettably poor. He gazed down upon the 7 academies led by Yin Tian, his voice cold as ice, yet a singular thought burgeoned within him. It is time for you to step down. It has come to an end. His sword, the blue rose, hung languidly at his side as he spoke with an air of indifference. Yin Tian shouted defiantly, "No, Director Shui, we have not yet surrendered. Is that so? Then allow me to witness your capabilities. Should you manage to impress me, I shall take you as my disciples. Although I do not wield soul techniques, I shall not show mercy," he replied coolly, prompting a wave of applause to erupt throughout the arena. Many onlookers among the students rose to their feet, cheering enthusiastically. Even the other newcomers gazed with earnest admiration at the 7 standing proudly upon the stage, their hearts quietly rallying for them. As the most promising and gifted among the newcomers, they were a sight to behold. "I shall go," Shui Leihan declared, enveloping the stage in a surge of sword energy, the fierce aura in his eyes re-emerging. Although Yin Tian and the others appeared pale, clearly gripped by fear, they gritted their teeth and held firm. "I, AI Wuxi, and Feng Shui will lead the charge, while Mo Hai will protect Bu Yundan and Min Wanting, and Meng Xian Air will await her opportunity," he murmured, and the others nodded in agreement. Suddenly, brilliant flames ignited around Yin Tian as he charged towards Shui Leihan, resolute and fierce. Chapter 79 Indeed. Shui Leihan held his sword firmly against his chest and charged forward. His target was none other than Yin Tian. Upon seeing Yin Tian's martial soul manifest once more, he was enveloped in flames. A faint smile appeared on Shui Leihan's face, and his speed intensified. Bang! The clash between Shui Leihan's sword and the soul skills of Yin Tian, AI Wuxi, and Feng Shui produced a tremendous impact. "Not bad," Shui Leihan remarked. One individual could scarcely withstand Shui Leihan's assault, so they combined the strength of 3 to counter it. Shui Leihan gracefully retreated a few steps, while the trio felt the strain of the confrontation, particularly Yin Tian, who bore the brunt of the force and had a trickle of blood at the corner of his mouth. They realized that if Director Shui were to unleash his full power, he would undoubtedly dispatch them in an instant. At that moment, thorns from Buyun Duan surged towards the direction where Shui Leihan had landed, while Meng Xian Air and Mo Hai charged forth from behind Yin Tian's group. Meng Xian Air's first soul ring flickered slightly, and she appeared before Shui Leihan in an instant, reaching for his arm. Well-timed, Shui Leihan appraised her. He then swung his sword downward, unleashing a wave of sword energy that struck the ground, rendering his body lighter. With this momentum, Shui Leihan executed a backflip, his right hand once again gripping the sword, and brought it crashing down upon Mo Hai, sending both her and her shield crashing to the ground. I have already warned you, too reckless, Shui Leihan nonchalantly stated, glancing at Mo Hai with a shrug. Mo Hai coughed up blood, the immense force radiating from her shield rendering her arms numb, and she instantly lost consciousness. At that moment, Min Wan Ting's healing angel martial soul activated its soul skill. A faint golden figure appearing behind her, a yellow soul ring quietly illuminating. The injured individuals felt significantly better and promptly rose to their feet. Yin Tian, Ai Wuxi, and Feng Shuiying regrouped, and once again charged towards Shui Leihan. This time, Ai Wuxi led the charge, with Yin Tian in the middle and Feng Shuiying bringing up the rear. The trio formed a straight line, advancing resolutely towards Shui Leihan. Ai Wuxi's second soul ring glimmered slightly as he thrust a spear downwards towards Shui Leihan's head. Meanwhile, Yin Tian suddenly appeared beside Shui Leihan, delivering a fiery left hook aimed at his waist, while Feng Shuiying's eyes glowed red. Releasing a tiger's roar as a claw imbued with crimson light swiped towards Shui Leihan. They all unleashed their most powerful soul skills simultaneously. Impressive. Even they were taken aback by their flawless teamwork. Meng Xin Air's form flickered slightly, circling behind Shui Leihan. With a hint of a smile, Shui Leihan suddenly let out a howl towards the heavens. As the cry echoed, his sword was drawn. The Qing Chong Wei sword twirled gracefully, initiating a decisive strike. His speed surged dramatically as he pivoted in place, and in an instant, the sword's blade descended upon the same spot on the waists of the three opponents. Puff! The three newcomers were simultaneously cast aside by him, each feeling a searing pain in their waists as they coughed up blood. He then slightly shifted his stance, evading the ethereal thrust from Ming Shiner. With a swift motion, he seized her dual feline claws, lifting her high into the air. His stature had grown considerably, rendering Meng Shiner's feet unable to touch the ground while suspended. A peculiar warmth flickered in her eyes, her face flushed with a rosy hue, while the second soul ring behind her shimmered faintly. In that moment, she appeared utterly pitiful, evoking an instinctual desire to protect her. Her cat ears and tail swayed gently, captivating even the students in the audience with lesser composure. Enchantment. Yet, she could not beguile the fiercely determined Shui Leihan, whose heart in this state was as steadfast as iron. Moreover, during these years, he had devoted himself not only to cultivating his soul power, but also to honing his mind. This level of allure merely caused a momentary distraction. Reminiscent of the past with Xiaowil, Shui Leihan let out a bitter chuckle and shook his head. He hurled Ming Shiner forcefully onto Mo Hai, eliciting simultaneous gasps of pain from the two young women. Surely, Dean Shui did not need to go this far. This is merely a freshman assessment, Jilin remarked, a tinge of sympathy in his voice as he glanced at Meng Xinji. Meng Xinji observed Meng Shiner's flung figure, exhaling a sigh that carried a hint of solace. Dean Shui's severity stemmed from his recognition of their innate talents and martial spirits. Such intensity was warranted for their inaugural encounter as teacher and students. As Dean Shui had indicated earlier, those who could astonish him would be taken as disciples. Although the 7 freshly graduated from the junior academy appeared inexperienced, they had achieved what others could not. Furthermore, the incense had burned out. A smile graced Meng Xinji's face. Dean Shui's appreciation for talent mirrored his own youthful fervor. He dispatched the last of the trembling men wanting with a palm strike before sheathing his sword. Well done, Shui Leihan declared, as he had brought all to their knees without breaking a sweat, arms crossed over his chest, surveying the groaning newcomers beneath him. Dean Shui, Yin Tian gasped. His waist racked with pain, yet a smile crept onto his lips. The incense had indeed finished burning. His voice, though weak, bore a hint of hope. Shui Leihan smiled slightly, pleased. He gazed at the 7 who had managed to rise, a hint of a smile gracing his features. Please, Dean Shui, accept us as your disciples, Yin Tian implored, his voice faint yet resolute. A profound silence enveloped the arena as all awaited Dean Shui's decision. In unison, the 7 bowed deeply, exclaiming, please, Dean Shui, take us as your disciples. Among them, Ai Wuxi's gaze burned with fervor. As a fellow weapon spirit soul master, he was laden with a multitude of inquiries he wished to pose to Dean Shui, whose self-created swordsmanship stirred a deep yearning within him. Very well, Shui Leihan remarked. revealing a subtle smile that was scarcely perceptible to others. Tomorrow morning at 8 o'clock, assemble in my office. No one is permitted to be late, understood? Understood. The 7 responded in unison. Satisfied, Shuai nodded and turned toward the audience, proclaiming loudly, the former 10 outstanding talents of Tiando have honorably graduated. And the election for the new 10 outstanding talents is imminent. Are you ready? He smiled faintly, then with a graceful step, exited the arena. The 7 on stage trembled slightly, a mixture of exhaustion and exhilaration coursing through them. We did it. Feng Shuiying exclaimed with fervor. The 7 shared in joyous laughter, while the audience erupted into a thunderous applause, a well-deserved tribute to their accomplishments. Chapter 80. Guidance. Upon concluding his words, Shuai gracefully departed, fully aware that he had achieved his objective. Henceforth, it was certain that everyone would diligently strive to study in pursuit of the illustrious title of the 10 elite of the Heaven Do Empire. Yan Mo Wang, Xing Hun Chong, Shuiying Hu, Wulong Dun, Xian Mei Mao, Qi Yin Jingji, and Jiyu Tian Shi. Each individual possessed exceedingly rare, even mutated, martial souls, indicating at least a commendable innate talent. The remainder of the journey now lay in Shuai hands, the art of forging. After my refinement, will they truly transform into 7 exquisite jewels? With a soft smile, Shuai returned to his office. The dreaming mechanism operated with remarkable efficiency, having cleared a room within half a day to serve as Shuai private office. Though the arrangement was somewhat hasty, it was executed with commendable finesse. As he caressed the smooth surface of the desk and treaded across the carpet toward the balcony, memories of Qin Ming and Yu Xiaojiang flooded his mind. Although Shuai seldom spoke of it, he understood the immense assistance they had provided to his younger self. How nostalgic those days in the academy were, devoid of deceit and the harshness of the world, filled only with a humble desk and chair, along with the sound of chalk on the blackboard. Observing the students emerging from the arena, a touch of wistfulness graced his features. May they, too, experience a journey akin to mine. Reflecting on the teachings of Qin Ming and the master, Shuai smiled before drawing the curtains closed. The following day, Shuai biological clock roused him punctually from his cultivation. Glancing outside, he noted the lingering darkness of dawn. He brushed off his sleeves and recalled that he had not returned to the faculty dormitory for rest the previous night, opting instead to meditate on the sofa in his office. He had to admit that he was quite pleased with the furnishings provided by the dreaming mechanism. Noticing the early hour, he retrieved a book from the nearby shelf and began to peruse it slowly. Although he had read every book during the summer and could recall them with remarkable clarity, occasional reviews proved to be quite beneficial. Pouring himself a pot of tea, Shuai settled into the sofa, crossing his legs as he delved into his reading. After approximately an hour, a knock resounded at the office door. Abruptly drawing his thoughts from the book, he waved his hand, channeling a surge of soul power to quietly open the door. Ah! The individual at the threshold gasped, evidently taken aback by the door's inexplicable opening. Come in, Shuai instructed, returning his gaze to the pages before him. Brother Shuai, I'm here, announced Meng Xiner, the earliest of the new students, a hint of pride evident in her voice. Upon seeing Shuai, she beamed as if encountering a long-lost relative. Xiner, Shuai acknowledged with a nod. In school, you must address me as teacher. Dreamheart stuck out her tongue, acknowledging her awareness with a playful gesture. Is there any change regarding the cat ears and tail? Snowtears placed her book aside and sipped her tea. Not at all, Dreamheart replied, shaking her head. As your soul power level increases, you should gradually gain control over your ears and tail, ultimately retracting them into your body, Snowtears remarked, shrugging her shoulders. However, that may take until the 6th ring. The young girl sighed in resignation, her remarkable charm undeniably captivating. Ever since she stepped off the arena after her initial battle at school, she had been besieged by a throng of admirers, only to flee in embarrassment under the blushing gazes of Mo Hai and Min Wanting. Snowtears observed her with a smile, choosing to remain silent. Subsequently, the 6 individuals who had fought against him in the arena yesterday entered the office in succession. Upon seeing the esteemed Director Snow seated there, each person bowed respectfully and formed a line in order of height. Snowtears nodded in approval, the smile fading from his face. Very well, no one is late. He nodded again, his tone growing serious. I do not wish for anyone to be absent or tardy without reason during my teaching sessions. Understood? Understood. The 7 responded promptly. From this moment forth, I shall be your teacher, and my commands must be obeyed. Understood? Understood. Snow Tears nodded indifferently. As a teacher, he must embody the role. Moreover, the 7 before him exhibited exceptional talent, and he did not wish for their futures to become mundane. Through rigorous training, I shall refine your abilities. Snow Tears led them out of the office, descending the stairs to the teaching area. Here, the sounds of teachers writing on blackboards and students reciting echoed around them. A glance revealed that students from other branches were engaged in similar activities. Snow Tears guided his group to an empty classroom and gestured for the 7 to take their seats. Once settled, he clapped his hands to gain their attention. My mentor once said that education should be tailored to the individual. Thus, I shall present 7 distinct cultivation methods for each of you. He first turned his gaze to AI Wuxi. AI Wuxi, as a fellow weapon soul master, allow me to pose a question. Do you frequently utilize your weapon soul, the Star Soul gun? AI Wuxi shook his head. No, teacher. Then from today onward, you shall consistently employ your weapon soul. Engage your body and soul power to experience and familiarize yourself with it. This will not only enhance your acquaintance with your weapon soul, but also strengthen your soul power's endurance. Snow Tears pointed to the sword slung over his shoulder. Understood, teacher. AI Wuxi was filled with exhilaration, for he was the most eager among the 7 newcomers to attend Shui Leihan's class. After class today, AI Wuxi, please stay behind. I wish to speak with you privately, Shui Leihan remarked, a glimmer of light flickering in her eyes. Yes, and I extend the same sentiment to you, Mohai. Your martial soul is the Black Dragon Shield. Though you are a defense-type soul master, do not forget that the Black Dragon is of the water element. Have you heard of the names Graphite and Stone Mill? Upon hearing these names, Mohai promptly interjected, indeed. Those 2 were defense-type soul masters led by our teacher in the previous 10 great fighters. Their martial souls were both the formidable Xuanwu Tortoise. With her inherently forthright nature, she readily shared this information upon hearing the names. Both of those brothers possess water element martial souls, akin to yours. I urge you to contemplate the extent to which your martial soul can evolve. Moreover, my expectations for AI Wuxi mirror those for you. Maintain your Black Dragon Shield and cultivate the endurance of your soul power. Understood, teacher. Shui Leihan's succinct words illuminated a path for 2 of the 7, while the others gazed at the poised Dean Shui, their hearts brimming with anticipation. Dean Shui, we seek your guidance. Chapter 81. Examination and Teaching. Shui Leihan paused for a moment before directing his gaze towards Yin Tian. It must be said that I have never encountered your martial soul before, and it appears to be a variant martial soul. You must have heard of Yin from the golden generation of the Spirit Hall. Yin Tian nodded, acknowledging, I have indeed heard of his name. His martial soul is the Lord of Flames, and I perceive that your Flame Demon King is somewhat inferior in rank to the Lord of Flames. This is the impression I have gathered from your flames. Your ambition is straightforward. You shall ultimately surpass that golden generation's Yin. Shui Leihan smiled faintly, his words imbued with profound confidence. Yin Tian's eyes sparkled with enthusiasm. To be honest, you have astonished me the most. I hold great expectations for your flames and for you as well. Thank you, teacher. Shui Leihan waved his hand dismissively and then turned to Feng Shuiying. Feng Shuiying, the Blood Shadow Tiger, the advice I previously offered to the new students equally applies to you. Learn the strengths of this soul beast and maximize them. From that battle, I discerned your ferocity, reminiscent of a tiger soul beast. You have already grasped some of its essence. Your Blood Shadow Tiger carries the element of shadow, and I plan to procure a hidden attack or ambush soul ring for you in the future. Work diligently. Shui Leihan spoke while contemplating. Feng Shuiying expressed his gratitude with a respectful bow. Thank you, teacher. Bu Yunduan, I am quite familiar with your martial soul. Have you watched the grand competition from a few years back? Shui Leihan referred to the Youth Spirit Master competition. Bu Yunduan nodded, recalling, at that time, I was young and fortunate enough to witness the event with my father. Are you aware of the Thousand-Hand Azura? Shui Leihan remembered Tang San, a nostalgic smile gracing his face. I know. The control system spirit master with the twin martial souls of Blue Silvergrass and Haotian Hammer. Bu Yunduan responded excitedly upon hearing the mention of the Thousand-Hand Azura. Your goal is the Thousand-Hand Azura. Your Scarlet Flame thorns possess a fire attribute, which the Blue Silvergrass does not have. You may discuss this matter with Yin Tian after class. Understood, teacher. Bu Yunduan respectfully took his seat. Dream Sheener. Yes. Teacher Shui. Shui Leihan nodded. Your martial soul is also a variant, verified by my teacher. Your second soul skill is quite impressive. May I ask who your teacher is? Yin Tian raised his hand to inquire. My teacher is the renowned master Yu Shaojiang, whose theoretical prowess is unmatched on the Douluo Continent. He imparted to me much knowledge that I previously lacked. As Shui Leihan spoke of Yu Shaojiang, a hint of pride colored his tone. Seeing the bewildered expressions on the faces of the younger generation was somewhat amusing. It was not surprising that some of them had not heard of his teacher's name. Never mind. Shui Leihan waved his hand dismissively. Dreaming heart, your focus mirrors that of Bamboo Qing, particularly in terms of speed. Surely, you must have observed her swift movements up close. Reminiscing about the soul ring hunting journey from several years ago, Dreaming Heart nodded in affirmation. Your objective is to emulate her. Subsequently, I shall assign you specialized training tasks. Teacher, what about me? Asked the somewhat reticent Min Wanting, raising her hand. Shui Leihan nodded, signaling her to remain patient. Min Wanting, your martial soul is the most promising support-type soul I have ever encountered. Even the renowned nine-heart begonia of the 10 greats of the original Tiando cannot rival your prowess. Here, I shall assign you a unique training task. As I commence my lecture, utilize your first soul ring for single-target healing, with me as the target. This endeavor will not only hone your soul power, but also enhance your healing abilities. As for the details of the training, I shall elaborate on that later. Min Wanting nodded, and as she summoned her martial soul, a radiant halo enveloped her being. Those who had benefited from her healing angelic soul had first-hand experience of its remarkable efficacy, earning the admiration of even the typically proud Yin Tian for her innate talent. Teacher, please begin the class. Yin Tian, once brimming with fiery pride, now eagerly anticipated the knowledge he would glean from Headmaster Shui. With a faint smile, Shui Leihan retrieved a textbook from the lectern. This was a gift from the master, a textbook he had used during their lessons. In the elementary academy, how well did you grasp theoretical knowledge? Shui Leihan inquired. Yin Tian, Ai Wuxi, and Feng Shuiying exchanged awkward glances. For their time in the elementary academy had been spent in play and brawls, with little regard for theoretical studies. After all, the strength of a soul master could often be assessed through mere soul power. Silence enveloped the 7 students. Shui Leihan's cold laughter pierced the stillness. Yin Tian, let me ask you, if your opponent were a soul master of the same rank with a horned rhinoceros martial soul, how would you identify its weaknesses and swiftly defeat it? I would approach it using flames, and then release my soul skill at its navel, Yin Tian stammered, his face flushing red from the sudden scrutiny. Ai Wuxi, I turn to you. If your opponent were a soul master of the same rank with a great blade martial soul, how would you swiftly conquer him? Ai Wuxi hesitated before shaking his head. I'm sorry, teacher, I don't know. With a resounding clap on the lectern, Shui Leihan jolted everyone to attention. This underscores the importance of theory. In the future, you will not only face opponents of equal rank, but also those with soul power levels superior to yours. With your current understanding, how can you navigate the complexities of battle? Bu Yunwan, you shall answer these 2 questions. Upon being called, Bu Yunwan nodded and rose to respond. The weakness of the horned rhinoceros soul does not lie in its navel, but rather at the 3-inch point of its horn. Although the horned rhinoceros soul is renowned for its formidable horn attack, this very horn is also its Achilles heel. If the 3-inch point is scorched by flames, it will become slightly softened. At that moment, should Yin Tian strike, a single blow could render the horned rhinoceros soul master unconscious. The giant blade's soul has its vulnerability in the weighty spine of the blade. If Ai Wuxi's marksmanship can strike the central side of the blade's back, the giant blade will lose its balance. Seeing the puzzled expressions of others directed towards him, Bu Yunwan sheepishly scratched his head and remarked, I read quite a bit. So. Well said, Shui Leihan nodded in satisfaction. He had specifically reviewed the performance of several individuals and noted Bu Yunwan's exceptional scores in the theoretical examinations. Bu Yunwan, please take a seat, Shui Leihan smiled. It seems you are well prepared to become a competent control system soul master. No, teacher, my current abilities are still insufficient. Bu Yunwan's face flushed as he touched his nose. Do not be overly modest. The assignment I have for you today is quite simple. Shui Leihan raised the textbook in his hand. You may either read or consult Bu Yunwan to identify 2 souls with weaknesses. The second task is best decided by yourselves this evening. Shui Leihan paused for a moment. Determine who will be your captain and commander. This will be elected by you. So I trust there will be no unpleasantness. All right, dismissed. Chapter 82. Apprenticeship Master, you summoned me. After everyone else had departed, only Ai Wuxi remained. He understood that Dean Shui had urgent matters to discuss with him. Finally, Follow me. After exchanging a nod with AI Wuxi, Shui Leihan led him to a secluded area behind the teaching building. Here, students engaged in vigorous training, some honing their skills, while others practiced martial arts. Let me see your spear. Upon reaching a vacant corner, Shui Leihan spoke to AI Wuxi in a calm manner. With that, the sword at his back emitted a soft hum, appearing in his right hand in an instant. What do you mean, master? AI Wuxi queried, drawing out his long spear with confusion. I do not employ soul techniques, nor do I utilize soul power. I merely wish to observe your spear. Shui Leihan, sword in hand, gazed at AI Wuxi with a serene expression. In that moment, AI Wuxi felt an immense pressure emanating from Shui Leihan, as if any attempt to attack would be swiftly countered by the dean. Oh, and one more rule. You may use your soul power, but you cannot employ any soul techniques. Do you understand? I understand. AI Wuxi nodded earnestly. This was a test set by Shui Leihan to discern AI Wuxi's potential. If this young man could grasp even a fragment of technique during their duel, it would be a testament to his talent. With a charming smile, Shui Leihan declared, I shall begin. In a flash, he vanished from sight. Bang! Shui Leihan's sword struck AI Wuxi's left shoulder, sending him flying. Instead of using the blade, he had struck with the body of the sword. AI Wuxi gasped in pain, despite his unwavering gaze fixed on the figure of Dean Shui. He lost sight of him in an instant. You possess keen eyesight. In truth, you remind me of myself from years past. Standing still, Shui Leihan observed the somewhat aloof expression on AI Wuxi's face, as if he were gazing at his younger self before breaking through his own limitations. In what regard does the dean refer to? AI Wuxi massaged his painfully throbbing shoulder and inquired. Character, Shui Leihan replied with a carefree smile, then instantly vanished from his spot once more. Thud. This time, the sword's body struck AI Wuxi's left waist with great force, and his star soul spear failed to react in time. He was sent flying again. You possess an observant pair of eyes, Shui Leihan remarked, gazing into AI Wuxi's deep black pupils. What you need is relentless training, nothing more. Shui Leihan smiled lightly. May I inquire how the dean moves with such swiftness? AI Wuxi asked, perplexed, as he respectfully clasped his hands. This is neither soul power nor soul technique. It is purely physical strength. In my youth, I devoted myself to rigorous physical training, which is why my speed is exceptional now. With a casual sweep of his sword, Shui Leihan sent AI Wuxi flying once more, speaking with a tranquil demeanor. What I employ now is not merely a technique of the soul, but rather the genuine art of swordsmanship, a craft that is uniquely my own. AI Wuxi, aside from your soul techniques, what other methods do you possess to confront your adversaries? Shui Leihan inquired, shrugging casually. AI Wuxi found himself momentarily at a loss, having trained only briefly in the art of spear fighting in his youth, and thereafter relying solely on his century-old soul ring to triumph in subsequent contests and battles. The thought sent a chill of sweat cascading down his spine. Whoever suggested that a soul master's only means of offense is through soul techniques? Shui Leihan scoffed lightly, continuing, especially for us weapon soul masters. We are endowed with unparalleled advantages. My weapon is the sword, while yours is the spear. What I executed just now were the initial forms of my self-created sword techniques. Observe closely. With that, Shui Leihan enveloped himself in a radiant sword aura and charged fiercely towards AI Wuxi, stealing his slightly trembling hands. AI Wuxi aimed the spear's tip directly at Shui Leihan, desperately recalling the gun techniques he had once learned, striving to rediscover that elusive sensation, and in an instant, he lunged forward. Shui Leihan exclaimed with a hint of surprise. Suddenly, he deftly retracted his swordplay, appearing behind AI Wuxi in an instant. Grabbing the collar of his garment, he thrust him to the ground. Is this even possible? AI Wuxi cried out in pain, followed by a bitter smile. I have already told you, the means of attack for a soul master are not solely reliant on soul techniques. If you persist in this belief, you shall not endure long. Shui Leihan's tone was grave, as he recalled the notorious thousand-handed Azura, Tang San. That last thrust of yours was quite commendable. Once AI Wuxi regained his footing, Shui Leihan remarked. AI Wuxi then made a gesture that caused Shui Leihan's gaze to sharpen. Please, Director Shui, accept me as your disciple. I yearn to grow stronger. He bowed deeply, his voice earnest and resolute, reflecting his unwavering determination. I am already your teacher, Shui Leihan replied nonchalantly, his voice betraying no emotion. No, I wish to be your disciple, your apprentice, not merely a student. AI Wuxi insisted, bending even lower. Shui Leihan recognized this as the profound ritual of apprenticeship customary in the Tiando Empire. He regarded AI Wuxi with a discerning gaze, an evaluative glint in his eyes. To accept you as a disciple is possible. AI Wuxi's heart leaped with joy as he raised his gaze. However, to become my disciple, you must never engage in the wanton slaughter of the innocent. Should you ever do so, I will seek you out and personally bring you to your end beneath my blade. Do you comprehend? A subtle aura of lethality surrounded Shui Leihan, and the menace in his brow began to surface. Indeed, Shui Leihan was already a harbinger of death. Yet, those who perished by his hand were invariably deserving of their fate. In the realm of Douluo Continent, he has never unjustly taken a life. His disciple comprehends. AI Wuxi's complexion turned pale, yet he promptly responded. Shui Leihan silently observed AI Wuxi's resolute gaze. I take you as my apprentice not for your rare martial soul, the star soul gun, but for your character, your demeanor, and your eyes, which mirror my own youthful self. That unwavering confidence in oneself is a rare possession. Although you have become my disciple, I shall be more stringent with you in class, and the training you receive will be doubled. Do you accept this? AI Wuxi clenched his teeth, gazing steadfastly at Shui Leihan, and replied, Teacher, I could not ask for more. Very well, remain after school tomorrow, for now. Go find your classmates. Youth must associate with youth to cultivate vitality. Shui Leihan waved his hand, signaling AI Wuxi to depart. AI Wuxi cast a lingering glance at Shui Leihan before kneeling once more to pay his respects. Disciple AI Wuxi takes his leave. Following his bow, AI Wuxi respectfully clasped his hands, a hint of genuine warmth gracing his serene face. Do not forget your assignments, Shui Leihan called out to AI Wuxi's retreating figure. The young man turned back to bow again before dashing away, leaving no trace. That lad, Shui Leihan chuckled softly, shaking his head. It is time to devise a new training regimen. As he recalled the kind guidance bestowed upon them by Qin Ming and the master, a mischievous smile gradually appeared upon his face. Chapter 83. The formation of the team. Public class. A faint glimmer of excitement danced across AI Wuxi's tranquil visage as he swiftly returned to the freshman dormitory area. Upon locating his room, he pushed the door open, recalling that he and Yen Tian were to share the same quarters. Are you all here? He remarked nonchalantly upon seeing the other 6 members from class seated within the dormitory. His star soul gun, as per the request of Shui Leihan, rested perpetually upon his back. Ah, AI Wuxi, you're back. Yen Tian beamed, waving his hand. We are currently consulting Yun Duan regarding the weaknesses of martial souls. I must admit, the assignment from Dean Shui is rather challenging. Observing that each person had a martial soul encyclopedia before them, AI Wuxi noted that Bu Yunduan was huddled beside Feng Shuiying, whispering something intently. After exchanging greetings with everyone, AI Wuxi opened a book and began to read quietly. The significance of theoretical knowledge struck him profoundly, ignited by Shui Leihan's earlier words, filling him with exhilaration. Although the demands from Shui Leihan were increasingly rigorous for him, this was precisely what he desired. Inspired by Dean Shui's discourse that morning, the others immersed themselves deeply in their textbooks. Gurgle. Everyone looked up to find Min Wanting blushing, shyly clutching her stomach. Bu Yunduan, startled, quickly glanced outside to observe the twilight sky. Has it really been that long since we started reading? He exclaimed, slapping his forehead. Such was his nature. The moment he delved into a book, his mind would settle into tranquility. Let us go eat. We are all famished. Feng Shuiying suggested with a shrug. The others nodded in agreement and then filed out of the freshman dormitory in a jovial procession. What has been decided regarding our leader and commander? AI Wuxi asked with a calm demeanor. Meng Xiner pondered before responding. I believe Bu Yunduan is quite suitable for the role of commander. As the others turned to her, Meng Xiner smiled slightly, confident in her assertion that his extensive theoretical knowledge would enable them to swiftly identify their opponent's weaknesses under his guidance. I concur, Mo Hai affirmed decisively. Upon reflection, the group found Meng Xiner's reasoning sound and unanimously agreed. Only Bu Yunduan felt somewhat overwhelmed, subjected to teasing from several of the boys. As they traversed the grand avenue of the Tiando United Academy towards the dining hall, some passing students evidently recognized them, offering friendly smiles. Others, upon catching sight of Meng Xiner, had their eyes light up like bright lanterns. Xiner is surely destined to be the belle of the United Academy, Mo Hai remarked with a mischievous chuckle. Stop teasing me, Meng Xiner replied, her cheeks flushed as she shot him an annoyed glance. I have no objections to the position of captain. The wind swayed as Ing shrugged his shoulders. Although he possessed a strong sense of self-confidence, he believed he lacked the necessary sense of responsibility. Yin Tian, it shall be you, he declared. Ai Wuxi, known for his cool demeanor yet warm heart, felt it inappropriate for him to assume the role of captain. He himself acknowledged the unsuitability of such a position. The others had not intended to contest for the captaincy either, thus Yin Tian found himself somewhat bewildered upon learning of his selection. Captain, Bai Unduin said with a smile, nodding at Yin Tian. Noticing the absence of dissent among the group, Yin Tian scratched his cheek and cleared his throat. Well, since everyone seems to think so, I shall assume the role of captain. But the captain must treat the team to a meal. Mo Hai chuckled mischievously. The others joined in with playful banter. Yin Tian's expression darkened. You are absolutely doing this on purpose, aren't you? The captain must be responsible. We cannot allow the team to go hungry. Mo Hai replied with a grin. Fine, I shall treat you, Yin Tian replied, somewhat disgruntled. Wonderful, Shui Leian said with a hint of a smile. Drawing the curtains in the office, observing the 7 individuals before him, Shui Leian felt as though he had returned to the past. The 5 years of rigorous training, joy, and sorrow were shared among them. Yet he pondered, how far could they truly go? He placed his book upon the desk and stepped out of the office. He had evening classes to attend. Following the 2 vice deans into the brightly lit teaching building, he was met by a multitude of students from the college's assault division. Most were at the 2nd ring, with some at the 3rd. Upon hearing that Dean Shui would be teaching them, the list of enrolled students was nearly filled to capacity. Some even opted to stand at the back of the classroom to listen. How astonishing! Shui Leihan chuckled softly, shaking his head in amusement. The 2 leading teachers exchanged wry smiles upon hearing his words. Dean Shui, there is no need for surprise. Your status and accomplishments in the college are well known. Making this a natural occurrence, one of the teachers remarked with a smile. Shui Leihan shook his head and inquired, how many students are enrolled in my class? Conservatively estimated. At least 2,000. 2,000? Shui Leihan raised his eyebrows in astonishment. Where will we be holding the class? In the grand auditorium. Shui Leihan couldn't help but laugh. The number of students far exceeded his expectations. However, this aligned with one of his philosophies, shared teaching resources. He held no grievances regarding this course, and even felt a flicker of anticipation. Upon entering the grand auditorium once more, he surveyed the opulent interior and nodded appreciatively. Though there were whispers among the attendees, they were muted, clearly an effort to maintain decorum. No one wished to leave a negative impression before Dean Shui. Shui Leihan pushed open the grand hall's doors, and in an instant, all sounds within vanished, as every individual promptly straightened in their seats, with those standing in the back aligning their postures with remarkable straightness. Observing this display, Shui Leihan felt somewhat speechless, yet he quickly regained his composure. Greetings. My name is Shui Leihan, and I will be your instructor for the assault system. With a graceful smile, he ascended the podium at the front of the grand hall. Can anyone enlighten me on the defining characteristic of an assault system soul master? Strength. Someone promptly exclaimed. Shui Leihan cast a glance in the direction of the voice, shaking his head with a calm demeanor. Not entirely. An assault system soul master possesses more than mere strength. Speed is also paramount. In a flash, he vanished, and the audience blinked in surprise, only to find him standing at the podium. No one could discern how he had appeared so suddenly. The terms assault system and agile system are merely umbrella classifications. The specifics vary from individual to individual, Shui Leihan stated with a shrug. To illustrate this point, I possess a sword martial soul, which qualifies me as an assault system soul master due to the immense power contained within my blade. However, I could also be categorized as an agile system master, as my speed surpasses that of the average assault system soul master. Remember, it is not the martial soul that determines whether one is an assault or agile master, but rather the individual themselves. Shui Leihan shared insights interwoven with the textbook material. Now, everyone, stay alert. The crucial part is yet to come. Should I catch anyone dozing off in my class, prepare to be expelled, he added with a playful smile, retrieving a book from his grasp. Chapter 84. Simulated Battle. Shui Leihan returned to his faculty dormitory, feeling a touch of weariness after a long evening of lecturing. It was not merely physical fatigue, but rather a mental exhaustion. The most challenging aspect was the question and answer session with the students, where he demonstrated remarkable eloquence in addressing their inquiries. Nevertheless, for the reticent Shui Leihan, it posed a significant challenge. He stretched lazily and, illuminated by the faint flicker of candlelight, began to peruse the book gifted to him by Master Yu Shaojiang. This was yet another form of preparation for his lessons. Is the intensive course held once a week? He pondered. Tomorrow, he would continue training the 7 individuals. A fond smile crept across his face as he recalled the training exercises previously conducted by the master. Let us proceed with that. The following day, Shui Leihan arrived early at the classroom, a book in hand, awaiting the arrival of the 7 students. He had little patience for tardiness, having never been late himself. Surprisingly, the first to arrive was not Meng Shiner, but Ai Wuxi, who entered with the Star Soul gun slung over his shoulder. Ai Wuxi respectfully greeted, "Teacher." Shui Leihan nodded, gesturing for him to take a seat. Next, Meng Shiner entered and chose a seat in the front row. Subsequently, the remaining students filed into the classroom. Once everyone was settled, Shui Leihan closed the book. "Team leader." "Stand up," he said calmly. Yin Tian promptly rose to his feet, facing Shui Leihan. Shui Leihan acknowledged him with a nod. "Yin Tian, as the leader of your small team, why did you enter the classroom at different times? A leader must bear the responsibility of guiding the team. And from the moment you assumed this role, such awareness should have been ingrained in you." Shui Leihan's composed words caused a cold sweat to break out on Yin Tian's back, as he had not anticipated being called out so soon. Yet, he recognized the validity of the criticism. "Very well, regarding this matter, it shall not happen again. However, you must still face consequences." Shui Leihan's gaze bore into Yin Tian's eyes. "I accept the punishment," Yin Tian replied, clasping his fists. "I command you to utilize your full strength in a match against Bu Yundan and Mo Hai. This shall serve as your penalty." Shui Leihan scanned the 7 students with indifference, stating, "You are not merely classmates. You are a cohesive team. A team is a unified collective. And since Yin Tian is the leader, he must take responsibility for you all. However, as you are a team, I practice collective accountability. One person errs, and all shall face repercussions." Ai Wuxi stepped forward. Hearing his name, Ai Wuxi promptly advanced. "I command you to refrain from using your soul skills in a duel against Meng Shiner." Shui Leihan's eyes remained tranquil as he regarded Ai Wuxi, presenting him with a formidable challenge. The martial skills of firearms or swordsmanship that one cannot conceive independently necessitate external stimuli. The students comprehended this notion. Shui Leihan conveyed a few words to Meng Shiner, then led the group out of the classroom. The atmosphere along the way was somewhat oppressive. Shui Leihan walked ahead with his sword, followed by the 7 students led by Yin Tian. Yin Tian turned back to the other 6 and remarked, "It is my fault that everyone must face punishment. Do not be overly self-reproachful. We all share responsibility in this matter." Feng Shuang interjected with a shrug and a smile. If Ai Wuxi's character resembled that of the former Shui Leihan, then Feng Shuang's demeanor was undoubtedly akin to that of the mischievous Yilo. "It's all right," Ai Wuxi reassured as he patted Yin Tian's shoulder, then took a few steps forward to follow Shui Leihan closely. The several girls did not overly blame Yin Tian, recognizing that the burden of fault was not solely his. Meanwhile, Meng Shiner and Min Wanting exchanged hushed words, while a pure white healing angel continued to manifest behind Min Wanting. A steady stream of light flowed into Shui Leihan's body, a task he had assigned to her the previous day, to continuously utilize her martial spirit to enhance Min Wanting's spirit strength and healing capabilities. Shui Leihan could also deduce from the healing light how soon Min Wanting would reach her limits. He led the 7 into the simulation training ground, a facility renowned for its exorbitant cost and scarce materials, provided solely by the Tiando United Academy. Only the Tiando Empire could afford such a lavish expenditure. Shui Leihan greeted the supervising teacher and ushered the 7 into the simulation training area. "I hope each of you can remember each other's soul skills," Shui Leihan said calmly as he walked ahead. "You are about to form a team, and a clear understanding of each other's soul power levels and skills is essential. Bu Yunduan, this matter falls to you," he added, glancing at Bu Yunduan. Bu Yunduan promptly nodded, affirming, "I understand, teacher. This is the responsibility of a commander, and I will ponder it thoroughly." After Shui Leihan concluded, he led them into a spacious chamber that bore a resemblance to the sunset forest. Sturdy trunks rose from the ground, accompanied by the gradual emergence of birdsong and floral scents. This is one of the advantages of the simulation training ground, as it can replicate the most desirable training environment. "Now, it is time for your punishment." Shui Leihan turned to face the bewildered 7, speaking with an air of calm detachment. "As I mentioned earlier, let us commence. Min Wanting, continue to maintain your healing on me. Inform me if your soul power begins to wane." "Yes, teacher." Shui Leihan observed the students standing before him. In a flash, he was seated on a branch of the large tree nearby. Yin Tian took a deep breath, his expression grave as he faced Bu Yunduan and Mo Hai. He was acutely aware of the expectations set by Shui Leihan, requiring him to unleash his full potential. AI Wuxi shared this understanding, knowing that their instructor intended to use this battle to uncover any deficiencies in their soul skills or movements, subsequently guiding them towards improvement. With a fierce roar, Yin Tian was engulfed in flames, a fiery silhouette emerging behind him. It must be noted that Yin Tian's martial soul bore a resemblance to that of Ma Hongjun. However, the flames he wielded were evidently inferior to the majestic phoenix flames. Observing Yin Tian enveloped in fire as he charged towards Bu Yunduan, Shui Leihan nodded in approval. This was a sound judgment, as Bu Yunduan's martial spirit closely mirrored Tang San's blue-silver grass, and as Shui Leihan noted, Bu Yunduan's initial soul skill was entanglement. Thus, overcoming him was indeed the right choice for Yin Tian. Yet, was it truly so simple to defeat him? A glance at Mo Hai, who wielded a massive shield to confront Yin Tian, revealed the intensity of the situation. Mo Hai's first soul ring, a century-old, shimmered to life, casting a deep blue glow upon her Wulong shield. Yin Tian's figure flickered, and with precision, he launched a punch towards the opening in Mo Hai's defense. Given his keen observational skills, the flaw in Mo Hai's stance was glaringly evident. At that moment, Bu Yunduan's crimson flame thorn surged forth at the opportune moment, ensnaring Yin Tian's right fist with a firm grip. Seizing the chance, Mo Hai took a few steps back, her countenance betraying her discomfort. "Thank you," she said to Bu Yunduan. He shook his head, replying, "No need for thanks. Yin Tian is coming again." With that, his crimson flame thorns once more erupted from the earth, lying in wait along Yin Tian's path of charge. Chapter 85. The familiar punishment. Shui Lianhan observed AI Wuxi's speed in drawing his gun, nodding in acknowledgement. He must have dedicated the night to honing his marksmanship. Among the students, AI Wuxi was undoubtedly the one most likely to develop a unique shooting style. While Mo Hai, also possessing a weapon spirit, might have a chance, Shui Lianhan had never heard of a shield spirit master achieving any significant level of shield techniques. Furthermore, for shield spirit masters, defense is paramount, rather than offense. Thus, Shui Lianhan had no desire to cultivate Mo Hai's offensive capabilities. "Teacher, my soul power is nearly depleted," Min Wanting said softly. Her pale face turned towards Shui Lianhan. "Let us take a break. Once your soul power is restored, continue with the healing," Shui Lianhan replied, his gaze fixed on AI Wuxi and Yin Tian. He had to admit that these two were indeed promising talents. Yin Tian provided a vivid example of the outcome when an offensive spirit master battled a control spirit master. Observing Yin Tian ensnared by the crimson thorn, Shui Lianhan chuckled and shook his head. In contrast, AI Wuxi did not initiate a fierce assault, but instead created a luminous shield with his gunflowers, preventing Meng Shiner from approaching. She was well aware that if she ventured near AI Wuxi, she would be met with a direct shot. "Enough," Shui Lianhan clapped his hands, signaling everyone to halt. Yin Tian had illustrated the conclusion of a confrontation between an offensive spirit master and a control spirit master through his own experience. Partly due to Mo Hai's blundering shield countering him, he nodded toward Bu Yunduan and Mo Hai, saying, "Your battle experience is still lacking." He shook his head slightly. "Most of your engagements are straightforward. You emphasize the release of soul techniques over skillful tactics, which is not what I wish to see." Shui Lianhan then directed his attention to AI Wuxi and Meng Shiner. "AI Wuxi, you performed admirably, but how long can you sustain this state?" His tone grew colder. Since AI Wuxi had chosen to be his disciple, he would demand the utmost of him, urging him to improve and grow stronger. "The gunflowers can only ensure your safety in the short term. What if your opponent possesses a higher level of soul power? What if they simply watch you deplete your own power, then strike at the moment you are exhausted? You have committed a grave error. Aspiring to be an offensive spirit master, yet only playing defensively, you must face the consequences." Shui Lianhan spoke icily. AI Wuxi's expression darkened, fully aware that the dean's words were truth. The offense of a weapon spirit is fierce, yet its defense is not particularly robust. And today, as performance resembled that of a defensive spirit master, Shui Lianhan shook his head in disappointment, running 10 laps around the entire Tiando United Academy. Without the use of soul power, he waved his hand dismissively. AI Wuxi deeply bowed in respect, then swiftly exited the simulated training room. "What are you all still standing there for? I adhere to a collective responsibility system. If one errs, all must bear the consequences. Furthermore, You are a team. Is it truly fair for him to suffer alone? Shuai Leihan remarked with a smile, shaking his head. No one is permitted to use soul power. Should I discover any of you running an additional 5 laps, there will be repercussions. Upon hearing the dean's words, none dared to voice any dissent. Yin Tian exhaled a deep breath and then left the simulated training room. Observing Yin Tian's movement, the others promptly followed in his wake. A team must embody cohesion. Shuai Leihan mused as he watched their departing figures, recalling the penalties imposed by the master, a smile naturally gracing his lips. After greeting the supervising teacher, he exited the simulation training area. Reflecting on the master's past actions and the lessons taught, Shuai Leihan quickened his pace significantly. He arrived at the Tiando United Cafeteria, which was bustling with students at lunchtime. The cafeteria offered fresh and healthful food purchasable with soul coins. As he observed the lively and jovial students, a sudden wave of age washed over him. Though his years were not vastly greater than some of theirs, he felt acutely aware that he was no longer the student of a few years prior. In comparison, he felt undeniably aged. With a wry smile and a shake of his head, Shuai Leihan bypassed the cafeteria corridor and entered the kitchen directly. 7 portions of deep-sea soul shrimp. He instructed the chef, retrieving a teacher's card from his ring. Deep-sea soul shrimp could only be caught in the ocean's profound depths. They are not soul beasts and do not produce soul rings, thus no soul master is inclined to hunt them. Consequently, their numbers are plentiful. Yet opportunities to enjoy deep-sea soul shrimp on land are exceedingly rare due to the challenges of capture. This delicacy is renowned for its ability to restore stamina and slightly enhance physical strength, making it a culinary gem. The Tiando Empire, however, possesses certain sources for procurement. After settling the payment at the counter, Shuai Leihan departed the kitchen. He left the Tiando United campus and strolled through the bustling city of Tiando. He understood clearly what he needed to do for his students. Thus his purpose was distinctly defined. Navigating through winding streets, he entered a herbal shop where the proprietor was dozing behind the counter. Upon noticing a customer, he quickly rubbed his sleepy eyes and began to greet him. What can I assist you with, esteemed guest? We have all manner of herbs that can be named. The proprietor warmly welcomed him. 7 orchid flowers, joyful daisy, golden bamboo leaves. Shuai Leihan, without a moment's hesitation, promptly recited the names of the herbs. The shopkeeper's pupils dilated, realizing that this patron possessed a discerning eye. Please wait a moment, he requested. The shopkeeper hastily summoned his subordinates to search for the herbs in the back room. Would you like us to prepare a blend for you? He inquired upon returning to the counter. Yes, that would be troublesome. 7 large barrels, Shuai Leihan replied. Stepping forward to the counter, inhaling the fragrant aroma of the herbs, a faint smile gracing his face. The total comes to 56 gold soul coins. Very well, Shuai Leihan said as he retrieved the coins from his ring and handed them over to the shopkeeper. He then patiently seated himself nearby, awaiting the preparation of the concoction. He had already estimated the completion time for the 7 individuals, thus he was not in a rush. Shuai Leihan understood well that, at their average pace, they would successfully complete the 10 laps of punishment by this evening. The thought of slacking off never crossed his mind. Although they were merely young students, they were pure of heart. No one among them, unlike Ma Hongjun and Oscar, would choose to be lazy or cunning. There was still ample time ahead, and a smile appeared on Shuai Leihan's face. Chapter 86. Observation. After Shuai Leihan meticulously stored the 7 jars of medicinal concoctions within his ring, he seized the opportunity to indulge in a leisurely lunch in Heavendo City. He chose the quaint little restaurant where he had previously dined with Du Guyan. Although the flavors remained unchanged, he felt a profound sense of freedom as he embarked on his journey. In that dimly lit corner, solitude enveloped him. After savoring a few bites of his meal, Shuai Leihan retreated to a private room on the upper floor of the restaurant, entering a meditative state once more. During his time in the city of slaughter, he cultivated a commendable habit. Regardless of the time or place, he could calm his mind and excel in his endeavors. After several hours of meditation, Shuai Leihan opened his eyes, the twilight casting a golden hue outside the window. He expelled a breath laden with fatigue and summoned the waiter who had been patiently waiting outside to settle his bill. With his sword slung over his shoulder, he departed from Heavendo City. It was time to assess how they were faring under their imposed punishment. As he walked along the path leading to the Heavendo United Academy, his pace was measured yet deliberate. Soon, he spotted the 7 individuals, panting heavily. Shuai Leihan refrained from burdening them further. After all, the distance from Soto City to Shrek Academy was not far. and the master had imposed weights solely to enhance their training intensity. The grandeur of the newly constructed Heaven Do United Academy was staggering. Running 10 laps around it was undoubtedly more taxing than the trek from Soto City to Shrek Academy. Moreover, the sweltering weather added to the challenge. And Shui Leihan nodded approvingly as he observed the drenched clothing of the 7. He could deduce from their exhaustion whether they had successfully completed the full 10 laps of punishment. At that moment, Yin Tian was drenched in perspiration, the sun casting a golden glow upon him as he labored under the weight of invisible burdens. So tiring, he gasped, while beside him Feng Sui-Ying and Ai Wu Shi bore equally grim expressions. Feng Sui-Ying appeared somewhat pallid, having relied on soul power for movement and combat. He now recognized his physical limitations when compelled to rely solely on his stamina. Ai Wu Shi, burdened with the star soul gun on his back, felt the weight pressing down on him like a boulder, a stark contrast to the ease he usually experienced when wielding soul power. Is this what the teacher meant by adapting to one's martial soul? He pondered, clenching his fists and exhaling a weary sigh. It seemed he had yet to fully acclimate. A wry smile crept onto his face. Meanwhile, Emohai complied with Shui Leihan's request, carrying her oolong shield. Under ordinary circumstances, it felt manageable, but now it seemed to weigh a ton, compelling her to slow her pace in order to adjust. I need to take it a bit slower. I'm struggling to keep up, Emohai thought to herself. Buyun Duan wiped the sweat from his brow and sighed. We still have one more lap. We're almost there. Yin Tian nodded and approached Emohai, slightly bending forward. Can you endure? If you need to rest for a moment, just let me know. Emohai gritted her teeth and nodded. She was inherently a strong-willed individual, unwilling to concede defeat. Meng Shiner, supporting herself with her hands on her knees, let her cat ears droop wearily, her body drenched in sweat, revealing remarkable curves. Even Yin Tian, along with the others, had eyes that sparkled with faint golden stars, feeling slightly dizzy, lacking the strength to be impressed. In the morning, the teacher's words resonated with everyone. We are a collective, suggesting that the teacher's expectation was for the 7 of us to set out and reach the destination simultaneously. Ai Wuxi turned around and stated matter-of-factly, therefore, we must all arrive together. He straightened his posture, adjusting the star soul gun, resting on his back to a more comfortable position. I believe Ai Wuxi is correct. At that moment, Min Wanting also felt her strength waning. Her complexion pale. She had never considered running without using soul power, and as a support-type soul master, her stamina paled in comparison to that of an assault-type master. I can hold on. Let's keep running. Min Wanting sensed the glances of her companions and anticipated their intentions. This shy girl, typically reserved, now spoke with a serious demeanor, determined not to become a burden to the team. Yin Tian smiled broadly, suggesting, then let us slow down a bit. I'm feeling a bit tired too. Min Wanting glanced at Yin Tian, a faint smile gracing her lips. His consideration for her stamina moved her deeply, even if she didn't T-voice it. Shui Leihan sat leisurely on a branch in the nearby woods, swinging his feet. A gentle breeze wafted by, refreshing and pleasant. He had overheard the earlier conversation and felt quite satisfied. This was a method once employed by his master, and now Shui Leihan was employing it once more. He smiled slightly, watching the 7 depart before gracefully pursuing them. He intended to discern who possessed the greatest physical strength, who had the most enduring stamina, and who maintained the most stable foundation. Shui Leihan aimed to assign each individual a tailored learning plan, truly embodying the principle of teaching according to one's talents. When the 7, supporting one another, reached the school gate, they found Shui Leihan awaiting them with a smile. However, they were too exhausted to speak. Their faces pale as if they might collapse into slumber at any moment. You have performed admirably, but now is not the time to sleep. The 7 portions of deep-sea soul shrimp that Shui Leihan had ordered were intended to provide essential sustenance as their strength waned, fortifying their physical and soul power. Follow me. Shui Leihan gestured for the 7 to accompany him. By the time the 8 arrived at the cafeteria, over an incense stick's worth of time had passed, and what was usually a short distance felt interminably long today. Shui Leihan exhibited no impatience, maintaining a slow pace to ensure everyone could keep up with him. As the night deepens, the cafeteria is nearly deserted, save for a few scattered students and the kitchen staff. Upon the arrival of Shui Leihan, the head chef greeted him with a warm smile. He then placed 7 bowls brimming with deep-sea soul shrimp soup before everyone. Go ahead, enjoy. Once you've finished, you can immerse yourselves in the medicinal solution I've prepared for you in the dormitory, Shui Leihan remarked, shrugging to his companions before calling to the chef for a serving of noodle soup for himself. Once the noodle soup was set before the group, He took a seat and encouraged them. Eat up. Nourishment is essential for growth. Noticing Yin Tian and the others standing idly, Shui Leihan gestured once more for them to sit and indulge in the deep-sea soul shrimp soup. The cafeteria soon echoed with the sounds of ravenous consumption. Yin Tian and his companions found that the deep-sea soul shrimp melted in their mouths, a warm current flowing down their throats, gradually enveloping every corner of their bodies in warmth. What is this? AI Wu Shi silently assessed his soul power, astonished to discover a significant enhancement. The star soul gun at his back felt notably lighter. A faint smile graced Shui Leihan's lips. What he intended to impart to them was far beyond this. Chapter 87. The transformation of 7. When the group awoke, it was already the following evening. They found themselves submerged in a pale medicinal liquid, accompanied by a gentle fragrance wafting through the air. What is this? AI Wuxi emerged from the potion, feeling a wave of exhilaration enveloping him. He stretched his body slightly, producing a series of satisfying cracking sounds from his joints. His mind felt remarkably clear, and he experienced a refreshing sensation coursing through him, as if he had undergone a profound metamorphosis. Noticing that Yin Tian and Feng Shuiying were still in slumber, though gradually rousing, he refrained from waking them and quietly stepped out of the room. A distinct rumble echoed from his stomach, and AI Wuxi chuckled softly to himself. Having slept for an entire day and night, he was utterly famished. Spotting Meng Shiner, he greeted her, and together they made their way to the dining hall. AI Wuxi, you woke up so quickly, Meng Shiner remarked with a soft giggle, her cat-like tail flicking playfully, reminiscent of a feline. AI Wuxi shook off the lingering astonishment in his mind and replied with a calm smile, yes, you seem to have awakened promptly as well. Feeling an entirely different sensation throughout his body, he had become much more agile. Meng Shiner stretched gracefully, revealing curves akin to a masterpiece sculpted by an artist. This prompted awe-filled expressions from passers-by. However, AI Wuxi remained unperturbed, embodying a demeanor similar to that of Shui Leihan, treating beauty as ordinary. This attitude slightly eased Meng Shiner's tension. Since joining this team, the boys had not approached her with ulterior motives like other students, nor had they showered her with unwarranted attention. Instead, they treated her as an equal, which brought her a sense of relief. They entered the dining hall and settled in a corner, ordering 2 meal sets. AI Wuxi sighed in relief, allowing his heart to gradually calm. He had to admit that after the recent training, his body still bore traces of fatigue. He placed the Star Soul gun beside him, glanced at his meal tray, and began to eat. Teacher, Meng Shiner exclaimed with excitement. AI Wuxi looked up to see a young man in a pristine white robe, resembling a jade crown. Approaching them, it was none other than Shui Leihan. Teacher, AI Wuxi quickly stood and bowed respectfully. Shui Leihan waved his hand with a smile, setting down the meal tray he held. How has the rest been treating you? He inquired. Though I still feel a bit fatigued, my stamina and soul power have increased. AI Wuxi replied thoughtfully. Hee, so do I, Meng Shiner beamed, her smile radiating warmth as if she were in the presence of her dearest companion. Shui Leihan nodded, contemplating that much of this improvement was likely due to the deep-sea soul shrimp soup. Very well. Return and inform the others in the class that we shall not have lessons today. Our class will convene tomorrow evening. He placed the food into his mouth and relayed this to AI Wuxi and Meng Shiner. Yes, teacher, they nodded in affirmation. AI Wuxi and Meng Shiner dared not speak loudly in the presence of Shui Leihan, who frequently posed questions regarding cultivation, to which they responded one by one. Due to their hunger, they consumed their meal with remarkable swiftness. In no time, their plates were empty, and they subsequently rose to take their leave. Shui Leihan watched as their figures gradually receded, before retracting his gaze. They are all promising talents. His sword remained steadfastly slung across his back, yet it was becoming increasingly sharp with each passing moment. Shui Leihan's soul power level had reached the pinnacle of 58, nearly a step away from a breakthrough. He was actively seeking the opportunity for this advancement. Let us take them to the soul fighting arena, Shui Leihan mused quietly, a faint smile gracing his lips. Excellent. Today there was no tardiness. Shui Leihan observed the 7 individuals standing on the playground and remarked calmly. The 7, led by Yin Tian, stood erect, awaiting the assignment that Dean Shui would bestow upon them today. I have reviewed your previous assignment. It appears that Bu Yunduan has provided you with considerable assistance. Shui Leihan commented with a shrug and a smirk. You all performed admirably. I hope you can engrave this knowledge deeply in your minds. Although this continent measures strength by martial spirits and soul power levels, I believe theoretical knowledge holds significant importance as well. Upon hearing praise from Shui Leihan, Bu Yunduan displayed a hint of joy. Shui Leihan nodded and continued. Today's assignment is quite simple. It is an experience you must undergo. Follow me. With that, he turned and led the way out of the campus. Shui Leihan quickened his pace, maintaining a steady breath while his gaze frequently darted back to observe the speed of his companions as they ran. Yin Tian took the lead, a testament to his higher soul power. AI Wuxi, bearing the Star Soul Spear, trailed slightly behind him, while Ming Shiner, as a speed-oriented soul master, secured the third position. Mo Hai and Bu Yunduan ran in tandem, though Mo Hai's pace was hindered by the burden of the Black Dragon shield on her back. Without the attachment of this weapon spirit, her speed would surely increase significantly. Bringing up the rear was the support-type soul master Min Wanting, which was to be expected, as support-type individuals tend to have slightly inferior physical conditions compared to their offense-oriented counterparts. As the team approached Tendo City, Yin Tian and the others felt a wave of curiosity, yet they were unable to voice their thoughts amidst their exertion. Shui Leihan slowed his pace as they neared the city gates, bringing a sigh of relief from Min Wanting, who was at the back of the group. As the crowd entered the bustling city of Tiando under the night sky, newcomers such as Feng Suing, Mo Hai, and Min Wanting displayed expressions of awe. Shui Leihan smiled faintly, choosing not to speak, and simply led everyone to a nearby tea house, closest to the Tiando arena. After ordering 8 cups of exquisite tea, Shui Leihan followed the server into a private room, where they took their seats. Teacher, may I inquire where our class will be held? Yin Tian observed the elegant surroundings and asked. This is your first assignment, which each of you must accomplish, Shui Leihan replied with a nod. You are aware of the rules of the arena, correct? Yin Tian and AI Wuxi nodded, as they had both previously witnessed the fierce battles within the arena, thus possessing a clear understanding of the regulations. It matters not if you are unfamiliar with the rules, Shui Leihan said calmly. Your objective is to obtain the Silver Soul Badge in the arena. You may earn points through solo battles, duels, or team contests to reach the Silver Soul Badge. This will be your assignment moving forward. He continued, today's task is quite simple. Observe my battle from a close distance and participate in at least 2 matches. This is the assignment I am assigning to you today. Chapter 88. Demonstration. The rank of a martial soul signifies the strength of a soul master, while soul rings serve as the most poignant expression of this power. However, such indicators do not truly encapsulate a soul master's capabilities. The most authentic reflection of one's prowess is manifested through titles earned in the Grand Soul Arena, achieved through personal endeavor. Shui Leihan shrugged and reiterated the rules of the arena as introduced by Dean Flandra. Upon entering the Grand Soul Arena, soul masters of any level are merely represented by the term soul combat. After securing their first victory, they receive a badge. Subsequent victories accumulate points, and upon reaching a certain threshold, the badge's rank is elevated. This badge serves as a symbol of one's standing within the arena, recognized across all major cities of the continent. The advantages of a higher badge rank are manifold, and I shall refrain from elaborating further. The badge levels are categorized according to the quality of minerals, starting from the lowest, the Iron Badge, also known as Iron Soul Combat, ascending through Copper, Silver, Gold, Purple Gold, Sapphire, Ruby, to Diamond, totaling 8 ranks. To advance from Iron Soul Combat to Copper Soul Combat, one must accumulate 100 points. Each victory in battle grants 1 point, yet a defeat deducts a corresponding point. Thus, one should not underestimate the challenge of attaining a Silver Soul Combat badge. Shui Leihan remarked. You all need a name for your team. Have you decided? He inquired, gazing at the 7 with a placid expression. Let our team be called the Snow Combat Team. Yin Tian exclaimed with enthusiasm. Dream Sheener beside him nodded, casting a gentle smile at Shui Leihan's profile. I concur. Feng Suing added with a sly grin, a flicker of excitement shimmering in his tiger-like eyes. Then it shall be the Snow Combat Team, Shui Leihan shrugged, leading the group toward the Tiando Soul Arena. Returning to this land after many years, Shui Leihan squinted slightly, a wave of nostalgia washing over him. It has indeed been a long time since my last visit. The 7 companions behind him halted as he paused. Only AI Wuxi and Dream Sheener, whose gazes were fixed intently on him, noticed the fleeting reminiscence in his eyes. Go register for your soul combat cards. I will wait for you here. Shui Leihan raised his right hand, gesturing toward the nearest counter by the main entrance. He settled onto a sofa in the lobby, idly playing with a strand of his short hair, contemplating his opponents for the day. Today's purpose was primarily to familiarize them with the arena's rules. There was no need to select an overly troublesome adversary, he mused. Once the 7 members of the snow combat team acquired their identity cards, he instructed Yin Tian to lead them to a waiting area. He then strolled leisurely toward the central counter. Upon seeing Shui Leihan's striking visage, the attending young lady's eyes lit up, and with her softest tone, she inquired, "Excuse me, sir, do you wish to participate in soul combat?" The young maiden discerned from the sword carried by the cold tear of snow that he had not come merely to spectate, but rather to compete. "Is there an opponent for the ruby badge?" Snow Tirhan brandished his diamond emblem, intricately engraved with the sword. The girl gasped softly. Taken aback by the encounter with such a youthful holder of a diamond badge, it was her first meeting with one. "Please hold on a moment," she said, swiftly sifting through a stack of documents in her hand. Raising her gaze, she spoke with a hint of apology. "I truly regret to inform you that there have been no soul masters with ruby badges in recent days, nor any with diamond badges. Aside from multiple encounters with Yu Tianhing, who also possesses a diamond badge, it appears that Snow Tirhan has never faced any soul masters of a higher rank than Ruby with whom he was unfamiliar. Then let it be a sapphire badge." Snow Tirhan conceded. "Are there any soul masters with sapphire badges today? I am willing to offer 3,000 points. Please wait." "Ah. There are indeed 2 sapphire badge holders currently resting in the waiting room. Then let us choose one of them quickly. After all, you two need something to discuss. Do you not?" At this, a faint smile graced Snow Tirhan's calm visage. The girl's cheeks flushed as she made her way towards the waiting room. Returning to the 7 members of the Snow Duel team, Snow Tirhan noticed their adoring gazes and curiously inquired, "What is it?" "Teacher, you are truly my idol," AI Wuxi exclaimed, his eyes reflecting a reverence akin to that of a devoted fan to a title de law. "I never expected you to be a holder of a diamond badge. How impressive." Feng Shuiying and Min Wanting chimed in simultaneously. Their previous respect for Snow Tirhan had transformed into complete admiration after overhearing the conversation with the girl, and they now regarded him with newfound awe. "Fans," he chuckled. "Rest assured, my expectations of you are not exorbitantly high. It took me 5 years in the Soul Arena to attain my diamond badge. I won't keep you here for that long." Noticing the girl had yet to return, he continued conversing with the Snow Duel team. "Walking around Douluo Continent can broaden your horizons, but that will have to wait until after your graduation," Snow Tirhan remarked with a shrug. "Moreover, I am giving you a deadline of 6 months. If you do not obtain a silver badge by then, I shall have to expel you." The team members' faces turned slightly pale, inwardly lamenting their predicament. "Sir, that gentleman has agreed. You will compete in a one-on-one match at Arena number 3. The girl announced as she jogged back to Snow Tirhan's side. "Thank you for your efforts." Snow Tirhan smiled softly before gesturing for the others to follow promptly. "Pay close attention for a while," he instructed as he walked ahead, his footsteps echoing in the expansive waiting room, where most soul masters had already ascended the platform to commence their battles. In the presence of Yin Tian, Feng Shuiying, and AI Wuxi, all 3 formidable assault-type soul masters, it is my fervent hope that you glean valuable insights from this observation. Particularly you, AI Wuxi. His gaze lingered upon AI Wuxi for a moment before shifting forward once more. "Yes, teacher." The 7 responded in unison. Min Wanting. "Continue to harness your soul power during the competition. This time, your healing focus is on Yin Tian," Shui Leihan remarked with a calm demeanor. "If you begin to feel any diminishment in your soul power or experience dizziness, cease immediately, as this will enhance the purity of your energy." These are theories that Shui Leihan deduced after studying the master's writings, though they have yet to achieve widespread recognition. He shared his self-realized cultivation methods with the master, as well as the remaining 7 of the Shrek 8 monsters and all members of the Imperial fighting team. Shui Leihan trusts in their discretion, confident that they will not divulge this unique method of cultivation to outsiders. "Understood, teacher," Min Wanting replied softly, a beam of light connecting to Yin Tian's hand. Yin Tian immediately felt his stamina and soul power gradually replenishing, and he couldn't help but cast a grateful glance at Min Wanting. The healing angel spirit truly lives up to its reputation as a paragon among support-type soul masters. "Now, everyone, keep your eyes wide open. I am about to make my move," Shui Leihan said, feeling the escalating noise of the battle arena, and smiled at the members of the Shuido team behind him. Chapter 89. Flawless after a long absence, Shui Leihan stepped once more into the battle arena, gazing at the cheering crowd on either side, feeling a subtle sense of relief. The exhilarating sensation of being supported by thousands transported him back to the cherished days of his past endeavors. Currently, his soul power stood at the formidable level of 58. Endowed with the might of the god of slaughter domain and his profound understanding of the sword path, enabling him to challenge adversaries exceeding level 60 with ease. His soul skills, along with his self-created techniques, and his mastery over the guardian sword path and the slaughter sword path, significantly enhanced his combat prowess. Since he had comprehended the slaughter sword path, Xue Leihan sensed a transformation in his swordsmanship, imbued with an ethereal fluidity. AI Wuxi, whom he had recently taken as a disciple, would undoubtedly be able to perceive this newfound depth. He glanced towards the front row of the audience. Spotting AI Wuxi from the Xuedo battle team, her eyes wide open, anxious not to miss a single moment of the unfolding spectacle. Xue Leihan couldn't help but chuckle softly before shifting his gaze to the stage. Ascending the platform was a girl who appeared to be no older than 20. Her entrance elicited a fervent round of applause from the spectators. Xue Leihan, however, would not show leniency simply because she was a woman. A cursory glance revealed she was either a control-type soul master or an agile attack-type soul master. He strolled onto the stage, meeting her startled gaze. Her eyes flickered before she closed them. Cold Ice Sword Emperor Xue Leihan against Su Ying, the 11th match of the battle arena, now commences. The referee, witnessing both contenders in position, wore a faint smile as he called out loudly, bringing his hand down with vigor. Draw your swords. Xue Leihan extended his right hand, and the sword behind him instantly manifested within his grasp. A wave of chilling air rapidly expanded from his form. This chill was not solely a manifestation of the blue rose sword spirit's inherent coldness, but also intertwined with a hint of the murderous aura characteristic of the City of Slaughter. Xue Leihan refrained from utilizing the god of slaughter domain, as this match was intended to inspire the members of the Xuedo battle team. A swift victory would not serve that purpose. Feeling the soul-freezing cold, Su Ying's complexion paled slightly, as if Xue Leihan before her was a butcher capable of easily executing her. Nevertheless, she immediately summoned her soul, a jade-green bird enveloping her. The manifestation of 2 yellow, 2 purple, and 1 black soul rings intensified the audience's cheers. An agile attack-type soul master, indeed, Xue Leihan assessed. A plume of mist erupting from his being as the second black soul ring flickered subtly. An icy sword aura quietly enveloped his blue rose sword. Su Ying sought out any flaws in Xue Leihan's defense, adopting a casual pose that belied the potential for a swift counterattack against her should she launch an offensive. Why is that young lady not moving? The wind murmured softly, fixating intently on the arena, presumably in search of any vulnerabilities in the teacher's stance. Ready to strike at a moment's notice. AI Wuxi, cradling the star soul gun, observed Xue Leihan with a hint of resignation as he adopted a nonchalant posture. Why hasn't he made his move yet? Dream Xinger, too, was filled with curiosity. The teacher's stance bore no flaws. AI Wuxi spoke slowly. Having once undergone training under Xue Leihan, he had felt firsthand the oppressive force and sharpness emanating from him. Noticing the confusion among the remaining members of the Xuedo battle team, AI Wuxi managed a wry smile. The teacher's stance, along with his swordsmanship, could only be comprehended through prolonged practice. I hope to glean my own unique style of spear technique from him, he said softly, his eyes ablaze with fervor. Meanwhile, a trace of gravity crossed Su Ying's striking visage, a bead of cold sweat forming at her back. How could it be? There are no flaws at all. If you do not come to me, I shall come to you. Xue Leihan observed Su Ying, who seemed momentarily stunned, and subtly shook his head. Then, with a sharp cry, he vanished from the arena, infused with a chilling aura. Su Ying stood frozen. But her years of combat intuition in the soul arena prompted her to channel her soul power and block to the left, as her second soul ring ignited. Thick wings enveloping her arms. Bang! A thunderous impact sent Su Ying spiraling away, her wings unfurling midair to stabilize her descent, albeit unsteadily. How swift! She gazed at Xue Leihan, her beautiful eyes reflecting a glimmer of astonishment. Xue Leihan nodded at her, affirming that reaction was driven by your intuition. Without a hint of doubt, under the oppressive pressure of malevolence, Su Ying's martial soul and soul power felt somewhat constricted, yet she managed to react in an instant. This is the essence of rich combat experience. I shall engage now. Xue Leihan flourished his sword. The entire blade of the blue rose enveloped in a thick sheath of icy sword energy. Snow kill sword. Flash. He smiled calmly, then swiftly advanced towards Su Ying. His speed so extraordinary it could only be described as flight. A flash of jade green flickered in Su Ying's eyes as her speed surged dramatically. She sidestepped effortlessly, narrowly evading Shui Han's upward strike. Not bad, Shui Han remarked with a hint of indifference, then unleashed a flurry of over a dozen sword techniques in midair, leaving Su Ying bewildered below. Suddenly, his sword radiated a blue light, and Su Ying realized the imminent danger. She did not linger to engage, but hastily retreated a few steps. Mysterious ice falling moonsword. Shui Han twisted his sword in the air, unleashing a straight blue beam of light that hurtled towards Su Ying. Boom. At the last moment, Su Ying dodged, narrowly escaping the core force of the soul technique. Yet she was still caught in the aftermath and coughed up a mouthful of blood. She had just intended to raise her hand in defiance when Shui Han had swiftly breached the fog to stand before her. Without hesitation, the sword in his hand unleashed a relentless barrage of 18 strikes upon her. Alas, the instructor seemed rather ruthless. Yin Tian wiped the cold sweat from his brow, realizing the timing was simply impeccable. What timing? Mo Hai clearly did not comprehend Yin Tian's words. Yin Tian sighed, lamenting that the agility-focused soul master had failed to capitalize on her strengths, being subdued and assaulted by the instructor. Before she could unleash her speed, Shui Han had already seen through her intentions, launching a series of attacks that left her unable to retreat from the blinding sword light. Yin Tian winced, taking a sharp breath as he observed Shui Han's continuous onslaught and the fluidity of his swordplay, prompting him to pat AI Wu Shi on the shoulder. Wu Shi, the road ahead is long and arduous. AI Wu Shi gazed intently at the battle unfolding, momentarily entranced, and when he heard Yin Tian's veiled encouragement, he shot him an exasperated glance, each to their own. Exiner, I believe this battle will prove invaluable for you, Yin Tian earnestly remarked to Meng Exiner. Perhaps the instructor will inquire about the mistakes that agility-focused combatants must avoid against those of brute force. The others chuckled, forgiven Shui Han's serious demeanor. It was entirely plausible he would pose such a question. Meng Exiner huffed softly, then muttered under her breath, I refuse to believe Brother Shui would ask me such a thing. She watched the figures battling in the arena, momentarily entranced. Brother Shui, how wonderful it would be if you truly were my brother. Chapter 90. Shueku with a swift stroke of his sword. Shui Han sent Su Ying flying off the stage. Instantly, the arena erupted with jubilant cheers. The 7 members of the Shui Do battle team rose in unison, their faces flushed with excitement, clapping fervently. Shui Han cast a calm smile at the fallen Su Ying, remarking, Your strength is indeed commendable. Our Tiando United Academy is in need of teachers like you. I wonder if you might be interested? He extended an olive branch to her. His voice was barely a whisper, audible only to Su Ying. Her beautiful eyes narrowed in contemplation. Her mother was in dire need of money due to illness, and her relentless battles at the Soul Arena were partly motivated by this financial necessity. Noticing her momentary silence, Shui Han chose not to press further. If you wish to become a teacher, simply go to Tiando United Academy and mention my name at the entrance. The salary is quite generous. He added with a slight smile before descending from the stage. What is your name? Su Ying's faint voice called out from behind. Shui Han, he replied, turning slightly to nod before continuing on his way. How do you feel? Upon seeing Yin Tian leading the exhilarated members of the Shui Do battle team toward him, with Yin Tian's face also flushed with excitement, he inquired, Teacher, you were phenomenal. Yin Tian exclaimed, his eyes sparkling with awe. I cannot believe how effortlessly you defeated an opponent of the same level without even using many soul skills. I feel I have gained so much. I have learned a great deal. AI Wu Shi added earnestly, his gaze respectful as he looked at Shui Han, eager to practice his marksmanship. Shui Han led everyone back to the hall, where he settled onto a nearby sofa. Listening to the animated discussions among the Shui Do battle team about their insights from the observation, he nodded in agreement, occasionally interjecting with significant points. The team felt that this single observation had been immensely beneficial. All right, Shui Han clapped his hands. Let us conclude this observation. The knowledge gained from observing pales in comparison to what you will learn through practice. He smiled gently, adding, Now it is your turn to engage in battle. Remember, failure is not to be feared. Transform the lessons from this defeat into the foundation for future victories. Whether you participate in one-on-one, two-on-two, or team battles, everything will be under Yin Tian's guidance. Is that acceptable? Shui Han directed his gaze at Yin Tian, who immediately straightened up, Teacher, no problem. Good, I will observe. You may prepare now, Shui Leihan replied with a smile. As he watched the 7 approach the stage's counter, he exhaled softly. Now, his role was simply to observe and point out their shortcomings. Sir, someone wishes to invite you to a private box for a discussion. The young lady who had previously attended to him gracefully descended from the upper floor and leaned towards Shui Leihan's ear, whispering softly. The gentleman referred to himself as Shui Lu Man, mountain companion with wine. Shui Leihan's eyes sparkled, and he nodded, expressing his willingness to go. He chuckled inwardly, pondering when his second brother, Shui Bong, had become so eloquent. Mountain companion, when combined, evokes the notion of a collapse. Upon seeing Yin Tian leading the group into the preparation room, he felt a profound sense of relief. He then secured his sword on his back and ascended to the rooftop of the dual spirit arena with a hint of amusement. The decor here was even more opulent, and it was evident that the private boxes were reserved solely for esteemed guests. Ordinary golden spirit coins held no value in this realm. Second brother, when did you become so articulate? Shui Leihan pushed open the door, gazing at the familiar figure, and burst into laughter. Standing within was none other than the elegantly attired second prince, Shui Bong. At that moment, he shot Shui Leihan an exasperated glance. What? Do you have any critiques regarding my literary prowess? I dare not, came the playful retort. After sharing a light-hearted jest, the two exchanged smiles and embraced warmly. What brings you to the dual spirit arena to watch the match? Have you developed an interest in cultivation? Shui Leihan inquired, his tone light. In matters of cultivation, I could very well be your instructor. In the presence of his family, he seemed to revert to that youthful, seemingly eternally childish self. Less of the tongue-in-cheek banter. Shui Bong responded with an amused sigh. I came to observe you and, incidentally, to introduce you to our sister. Before Shui Leihan could pose a question, Shui Bong called out to a nearby room, Shui Ku, come out. The door creaked open, revealing a stunning young lady who stepped forth. Her icy blue hair mirrored the hue of Mu Shui-er's locks, while her black eyes inherited the shade of Shui-ye's gaze. Ku-er, you've returned, Shui Leihan exclaimed, his surprise propelling him to his feet. Hee, brother, it's been so long, Shui Ku teased, playfully winking before being enveloped in Shui Leihan's embrace. Why do you still feel as light as before? Haven't you been eating properly these past years? Shui Leihan scrutinized her weight, feigning anger as he frowned. How rude, you odious third brother. Is being light a crime? Shui Ku retorted, her eyes wide, pouting cutely. Alas, if the fourth sister prefers the third brother over the second, then I shall take my leave, Shui Bing lamented mockingly, dramatically exiting the room and shutting the door behind him. Third brother, please take the fourth sister back to the palace shortly. With that, his footsteps gradually faded away. How perplexing, thought Shui Leihan, bemused at how his second brother had inherited their father's playful spirit. Put me down, you insufferable third brother. I am not a little girl. Shui Ku protested, flailing her arms in the air, her cheeks flushed, resembling an adorable kitten. All right. Shui Leihan gently placed Shui Ku upon the sofa and then took a seat opposite her. Shui Ku, the sole daughter of the Snow Knight Emperor and Mu Shui, was cherished like a precious gem. From a young age, she exhibited a keen interest in musical instruments. However, the Tiando Empire lacked esteemed music academies at that time. After consulting with her parents, she ventured with a few guards to the Xinglua Empire to pursue her musical studies. During Shui Leihan's tenure at the Tiando Royal Academy, he often seized opportunities to return home and visit family, with Shui Ku being one of his most cherished visits. Though he harbored concerns about a princess of the empire disguising herself in a rival nation to study music, as an elder brother, he ultimately acquiesced to Shui Ku's wishes, recognizing that each individual must forge their own path. At that time, due to their involvement in politics, only Shui Leihan could accompany the young Shui Ku, which fostered a deep bond between them. What prompts your return this time? Are you aware that our parents have been quite upset at not having seen you for years? Upon hearing this, Shui Ku's face fell in alarm. Father and mother won't punish me, will they? Shui Leihan found her reaction somewhat amusing, yet he quickly concealed his smile. Nodding seriously, it is quite possible. Chapter 91. Return to the palace. Upon hearing the news, Shui Ku was taken aback. Father and mother won't punish me, will they? Shui Leihan swiftly concealed the smile that was about to break forth on his face and replied solemnly, it is quite possible. What should I do? Can you plead for me, brother? Please. Shui Ku gazed at Shui Leihan with pitiful eyes, on the verge of tears. Seeing her in such a state warmed Shui Leihan's heart. Very well, I shall intercede on your behalf, he said gently, brushing his fingers through her icy blue hair. Thank you, brother. Shueku beamed, her cheeks flushed as she nestled against Shui Leihan. The reason for my return is that a renowned music academy is enrolling new students in Tiando City. I recently heard about it from my teacher. Shui Leihan nodded. Which academy is it? I believe it is called Yuxian, Shueku mused, tapping her chin uncertainly. Yuxian, you say? It is an academy of etiquette and music that has risen to prominence in recent years, with many of its students being offspring of nobles or children from affluent families. Shui Leihan remarked, admitting he had only heard of it and had never set foot in the institution. Do you wish to apply to Yuxian? He asked, smiling. Yes. Shueku leaned against her brother's arm, sighing with relief. Will you accompany me to Yuxian tomorrow? I want to familiarize myself. I've heard the entrance exam is quite challenging. Her little face pouted, indicating the difficulty of the test ahead. Very well, Shui Leihan agreed. But let me first observe my students' battles. His gaze swept across the various battle platforms, landing on the fifth arena. Look, those are my students, he pointed out. Where the members of the Shuedo battle team were preparing for their first group battle. Brother, when did you become a teacher? Is it enjoyable? The mention of the word teacher sparkled curiosity in Shueku's eyes, clearly intrigued. Little girl, Shui Leihan chuckled, playfully pinching her nose. Being a teacher is no mere amusement. One must prepare lessons and conduct classes. It is far more exhausting than being a student, you know? Shueku stuck out her tongue, falling silent. Noticing her quietness, Shui Leihan turned his attention back to the fifth arena to observe the unfolding battle. Meanwhile, Shueku, seeing her brother's serious demeanor, chose not to disturb him and retrieved a book on music theory from her storage ring, beginning to read attentively. Under Shui Leihan's watchful gaze, the Shuedo battle team achieved victory in their first group battle. Subsequently, they engaged in both 2-on-2 and 1-on-1 duels, compelling Shui Leihan to simultaneously monitor several different arenas to analyze their gains and losses from the encounters. However, Shui Leihan firmly believed that, even without his reminders, they would come to their own realizations. Indeed, Shui Leihan remarked with a faint smile. He then rose, lifting Shueku from the sofa. Let us go? I need to inform my student before we return to the palace. All right. Shueku obediently nodded, quickly changing out of her simple attire into a splendid outfit. Shui Leihan stood guard at the door. All right, brother, let us depart, Shueku announced as she pushed the door open, her youthful fragrance wafting through the air. Shui Leihan nodded and slowly descended the staircase. In the hall, the Shuedo team waited for a brief moment until they saw Shui Leihan, clad in white, gracefully descending the stairs, accompanied by a stunning girl with hair of the same hue as his own. It was fortunate that no students with personalities akin to Oscar or Ma Hongjun were present, for their antics would surely have given Shui Leihan a headache. He was convinced that had they been here, upon seeing Shueku, they would have been rendered immobile, only to approach her the moment they regained their senses. Yin Tian, Shui Leihan addressed the team as he reached the front. Tomorrow shall proceed as usual, evening classes await. I have observed your battles, and it is essential for you to reflect upon them yourselves. The members of the Shuedo team nodded respectfully. You may disperse now, but remember not to linger too late in Tiando City. Rest is paramount for your well-being. Yes, teacher, Yin Tian and the others affirmed. And amid the cheers of Feng Sui-ing and Buyun Duan, they set off to find a tavern for drinks. Shui Leihan saw his own reflection in their exuberance and smiled softly. This was the celebration following the first battle of the Douluo team, mirroring that of the Shrek team after their inaugural contest. Come, Kur, let us return to the palace, Shui Leihan said with a smile directed at Shueku. Brother, you have changed so much, especially in how you smile, Shueku remarked curiously as she fell into step beside him. Upon hearing this, Shui Leihan fell silent for a moment, gently stroking Shueku's hair. That is because, as I have experienced more, I have learned to let go, he replied calmly. Noticing that Shueku seemed somewhat puzzled, yet he offered no further explanation, for such understanding must be personally experienced to be truly grasped. Shui Leihan strode boldly into the palace with Shueku, making his way swiftly toward the imperial study, fully aware of Emperor Shui's habits. He was undoubtedly engaged in a heartfelt conversation with Queen Mu Shui within. As they passed, the palace maids greeted them with deep respect, to which Shui Leihan responded with a warm smile. Shueku, fearful of parental reprimand, hesitated at the entrance, causing a quiet chuckle to escape Shui Leihan's lips. Father, mother, I have returned. After Shui Leihan entered the study, she was greeted by the presence of the Snow Knight Emperor and Queen Mu Shui. She approached them to pay her respects. Honor, do you realize how long it has been since you last visited your mother? Mu Shui exclaimed, tightly embracing Shui Leihan before the Snow Knight Emperor could utter a word. At that moment, Shueka peeked in from the doorway and softly said, "Father, Mother, Kua has returned as well." Upon hearing this, Mu Shui burst into tears, rushing past Shui Leihan to embrace Shueku. In that instant, the bond of maternal affection was palpable, and Shueku, enveloped in her mother-esque warmth, also succumbed to tears. Two noble women shed tears in the Emperor's study. Snow Knight let out a gentle sigh and then engaged in a quiet conversation with Shui Leihan, both aware that Mu Shui would not cease her weeping anytime soon. "Han, I have heard that you have taken on the role of a teacher." As Mu Shui began to inquire about the events of the years that Shueka had experienced, the father and son finally breathed a sigh of relief. The Snow Knight Emperor then inquired further, "Is it true that you have indeed become a teacher at the Heavenly Do United Academy? I understand you have 7 students in your class, each possessing remarkable talent. If they can flourish, they will surely become the pride of the Heavenly Do Empire." Chapter 92. Moon Pavilion Brother, I trouble you today. A cheerful voice echoed from behind Shui Leihan. Turning around, he saw Shueku bounding towards him. It was the height of summer, the sun blazing overhead, yet a refreshing coolness enveloped Shui Leihan, courtesy of his Qing rose sword. "How delightful the breeze is!" Shueku exclaimed as she dove into Shui Leihan's embrace, relishing the rare coolness of the summer day. "You are already a young lady, yet you still act like before," Shui Leihan remarked, helping her to her feet and observing her pouty expression with amusement. "Third brother is so annoying," Shueka muttered softly, shaking his head. Shui Leihan exited the palace gates with her in tow, for guards trailing closely behind, tasked with ensuring the safety of the third prince and the fourth princess. Having inquired about the location of the Moon Pavilion from their mother, Mu Shui, the previous day, Shui Leihan was confident that they would not lose their way today. As they strolled through the bustling streets, Shueka quickly regained her cheerful demeanor, eagerly glancing about and occasionally purchasing quirky little trinkets. In this moment, she resembled her younger self, vibrant and animated, with a penchant for shopping. Shui Leihan watched her with a smile, choosing not to intervene. After traversing 2 main roads, they soon arrived at the heart of Tiando City, halting before an impressively tall structure. Such height! It seems the Moon Pavilion holds significant connections. One of the guards whispered behind them. Indeed, within Tiando City, the construction of shops and buildings is governed by laws that dictate the height permissible based on one's status. For instance, the renowned embroidery house in Moon Bay, which Shui Leihan and the Royal Combat Team frequently visited, are among the tallest edifices in the city. While the Moon Pavilion may not rival those establishments in height, Shui Leihan could ascertain from its stature that the head or principal of this academy must possess noble lineage. The overall architectural style exuded a quaint charm, with a simple sign bearing the words Moon Pavilion. "Is this the place?" Shui Leihan inquired. Shueka nodded excitedly. "Then let us proceed and explore," he said, shrugging his shoulders before addressing the 4 guards. "You 4 may rest here for a while." "At your command, Your Highness." The guards responded with a fist salute before entering a nearby eatery. Observing that the guards had settled, Shui Leihan led Shueka forward. 2 young men clad in azure robes stood at the entrance. Upon witnessing the earlier display of grandeur and noting the attire of Shui Leihan and Shueku, it was evident they were not of ordinary lineage. "What brings you here, esteemed sir?" One of the young men in blue stepped forward, smiling gently as he addressed Shui Leihan and Shueku. "I've brought my sister to visit the academy. She aspires to study music at the Moon Pavilion," Shui Leihan replied, patting Shueku on the head affirmatively. "Please, come inside." Upon hearing the intention of Shui Leihan, the young man immediately stepped aside, offering a courteous smile. His manners were indeed commendable, rivaling even those of court etiquette. Shui Leihan, internally acknowledging this, expressed his gratitude to the 2 gentlemen in green attire before entering the main entrance of the Moon Pavilion with Shueku. As they stepped inside, an aura of elegance and grandeur enveloped them, as if even the most tumultuous heart could find solace within these walls. The screen, crafted from exquisite yellow wood, emanated a subtle fragrance of timber, while 2 rare orchids, standing 3 meters tall, released a delicate aroma. Navigating around the screen, they entered a spacious hall, its floor adorned with gray square tiles measuring a meter each. Surrounding them were various decorations made from luxurious woods, and at the center stood a broad table. Behind it, several modestly dressed, yet remarkably graceful young ladies were stationed. On either side of the table were meticulously designed wooden staircases. Upon catching sight of Shui Leihan's tall figure in white, The young lady's eyes brightened. May I inquire about your business? One, seemingly the leader, stepped forward and asked softly. My sister wishes to apply to this academy, so I have brought her here for a visit, Shui Leihan replied with a smile, pulling the somewhat shy Xueku forward. Then we must consult the dean. Please wait here for a moment. The young lady politely inclined her body before quickly ascending the staircase. Shui Leihan nodded and took a seat on a nearby wooden chair, while Xueku wandered about the room curiously, occasionally gasping in awe. The elegant design of the interior certainly aligned with Shui Leihan's taste. Before long, the young lady returned, accompanied by a beautiful woman descending the stairs. Shui Leihan called to Xueku and then approached the woman with measured steps. It is a pleasure to meet you. I am Tang Yuehua, the dean of the Moon Pavilion. The woman named Tang Yuehua assessed the two for a moment before introducing herself. Tang? Shui Leihan's gaze flickered, though his tone remained unruffled. Greetings, I brought my sister Xueku to visit the Moon Pavilion as she wishes to enroll in the music program. My name is Shui Leihan. He offered a polite and warm smile, while Xueku bowed deeply beside him. Ah, so it is His Highness the Third Prince and Her Highness the Princess. Tang Yuehua remarked with a polite smile. Please, follow me. Shui Leihan nodded, ascending the wooden staircase alongside Xueku. The young ladies standing behind the table exchanged glances filled with astonishment, realizing they were in the presence of royalty. The young lady who first spoke to Shui Leihan blushed slightly, clearly taken aback by their true identities. Shui Leihan followed behind Tang Yuehua and Xueku, the former inquiring about music while the latter patiently responded with a smile. After all, he was merely accompanying his sister to the Moon Pavilion. It would be inappropriate to dominate the conversation. However, Shui Leihan cast a brief glance at Tang Yuehua's retreating figure. The woman appeared to possess an enigmatic presence. As I walked beside her, my heart was devoid of any negative emotions. Perhaps it was the domain she emanated, or simply her powerful aura. After observing Tang Yuehua's soul power level, which was not particularly high, Shui Leihan attributed this peculiar phenomenon to her innate domain or her formidable aura. We are about to commence rehearsals for this year's public performance. I wonder if Her Highness the Princess and His Highness the Third Prince would be interested in observing. Tang Yuehua softly inquired of Xueku and Shui Leihan. The three of them stood just outside the classroom, naturally speaking in hushed tones. How wonderful! I've longed to see it. Xueku exclaimed, bouncing with excitement. After a brief moment of contemplation, Shui Leihan nodded in agreement. His teaching schedule for the Shuido combat team was expected to be in the evenings over the next 6 months, so there would be no conflicts. Please follow me, Tang Yuehua said, a graceful smile gracing her lips, which inspired a great sense of fondness. Thank you so much, Xueku replied joyfully in a whisper. Chapter 93. Perfect pitch. Shui Leihan followed the footsteps of the two women as they ascended the staircase. With each floor they traversed, the decor transformed, showcasing a unique variety of plants. Even Shui Leihan, who possessed a certain familiarity with flora, found himself unable to name some of the exotic species. These plants had been transplanted from diverse environments. Some thrived on sheer cliffs, others in arid and scorching lands, while some were the renowned star petal orchids, abundant in the star realm. Surely, Grandpa Douluo would be exhilarated in such a setting. He recalled how Douluo Bo, in his youth, would incessantly pester him, imparting a trove of peculiar botanical knowledge. Yuxian, a name he had never encountered before, was a ceremonial school that had only recently risen to prominence. The influence behind it must be substantial, otherwise ordinary institutions would lack the means to procure such elegant wooden furnishings. This thought sparked a flicker of curiosity within him regarding the individuals or powers backing Yuxian. Tang, what a remarkable coincidence. Shui Leihan paused, then chuckled to himself, shaking his head. With so many individuals in the world sharing the surname Tang, not everyone could possibly be a member of the Haotian sect. While Shui Leihan was lost in contemplation, Tang Yuehua had already escorted Xueku and him to the top floor of Yuxian. To his astonishment, it resembled a garden, with sunlight filtering through specially designed panes, illuminating the azure waters, where golden fish swam gracefully. Ancient trees, bathed in sunlight and caressed by the gentle breeze, swayed softly. It was indeed a breathtaking scene. Shui Leihan felt a surge of admiration, silently acknowledging the grandeur of it all. Thank you for your kind words, Your Highness. The third prince, Tang Yuehua replied, her expression radiating the innocent pride and joy of a girl receiving compliments. Please, take a seat. She gestured towards the hundreds of chairs below the platform, where several students of Yuxian were already seated. The three chose chairs in the back row. while Shueku whispered to Tang Yuehua, her eyes wandering over the enchanting scenery. Shui Leihan, on the other hand, patiently awaited the performance, his eyes narrowing slightly as he savored the rare tranquility and relaxation of both body and spirit. Before long, students adorned in splendid attire began to ascend the staircase, each impeccably groomed and brimming with vigor. Each carried their own instrument, moving gracefully through the center before taking their places on the platform. This was the graduation performance of Yuxian, a cherished tradition. Shueku whispered excitedly in Shui Leihan's ear, and he affectionately ruffled her hair, encouraging her to enjoy the moment. Of course, she replied with a bright smile, sitting up straight, her gaze fixed intently on the stage. Shui Leihan nodded in agreement and shifted his focus to the platform, eagerly anticipating the performance. The instructor, resembling a conductor, produced a slender baton from seemingly nowhere and began to wave it rhythmically in the air. In an instant, the music erupted into life. Shui Leihan closed his eyes after a moment of listening, allowing his heart to embrace the beauty of the music. The notes danced joyfully within him, akin to spirited juvenile soul beasts, purifying his spirit. Although his eyes were shut, a gentle smile lingered at the corners of his lips. He felt as though all his negative emotions had been washed away. Music, melody, truly is a wondrous phenomenon, mused Shui Leihan. The performance soon concluded, prompting the audience to rise in applause, offering encouragement for the splendid display. Shueku, entranced, declared, "Brother, I must enroll in Yuxian. I support you." Shui Leihan replied with a nod and a smile. "Now, allow me to escort you to my office to assist Miss Shueku with her enrollment application," Tang Yuehua said politely, leading the two down from the top floor of Yuxian. "That piece was truly remarkable, wasn't it, brother?" Shueku inquired cheerfully, inching closer to Shui Leihan. He gently patted her head, affirming, "Indeed, it was delightful. The study of melody has truly broadened my horizons." However, it seemed that one musician's tone was slightly off. "I have not formally studied melody, so I cannot be certain." As soon as Shui Leihan finished speaking, Tang Yuehua's eyes brightened, and she turned to him, asking, "Your Highness, may I inquire whose tone appeared peculiar?" Her excitement was palpable. Frowning slightly, Shui Leihan began to recollect the flawless performance. "I cannot be sure. It was a petite female classmate playing the jade flute, and her tone seemed to be a touch higher than her peers." Upon hearing this, Shueku began to reflect as well. Moments later, she looked up, confirming, "Indeed, that female classmate's instrument did sound somewhat strange." Tang Yuehua appeared exhilarated but maintained her composure. "It seems both of you possess an ear for discerning tonal quality, making you quite suitable for studying melody at Yuxian. Your Highness, might you be interested in joining us in this pursuit?" Tang Yuehua extended her eager invitation. "That may be somewhat difficult," Shui Leihan replied with a wry smile. "Director Tang, I am currently a teacher at Tiando United Academy, with several public classes each week, and I also instruct a class of my own, leaving me little time." As the trio entered Tang Yuehua's office, she sighed regretfully. "What a pity. However, you could occasionally attend as an auditor." Shui Leihan smiled slightly, meeting Shueku's joyful gaze. "Thank you, brother. It brings me great joy that you have developed an appreciation for melody," Shueku exclaimed, embracing him with excitement. "Let us proceed with this arrangement, Director Tang. I would appreciate your assistance in processing my sister's enrollment application." Shui Leihan sat gracefully on the sofa, observing as Tang Yuehua handed a piece of paper filled with questions to Shueku. Swiftly, Shueku began to fill it out, and before long, she had completed the task. "Very well, just participate in the next examination," Tang Yuehua said, having quickly developed an affection for the approachable and vivacious princess. She retrieved a jade flute, appearing remarkably smooth and warm, from a nearby stand adorned with precious instruments, and then handed it to Shui Leihan. "What is this?" Shui Leihan inquired, feeling a gentle chill emanating from the flute. "This is a welcoming gift for His Highness, the third prince, and a token of your admission to Yuxian. In the future, should you wish to attend as an observer, simply present this instrument," Tang Yuehua explained as she also slipped a slightly worn, blurry sheet of music into Shui Leihan's embrace. "This is your homework for this visit, Shui classmate," she added, a smile gracing her lips. Shui Leihan found himself both amused and exasperated, yet he did not reject Tang Yuehua's kind gesture. "Thank you, Director Tang," he replied, his tone considerably more formal. A sentiment not only for himself, but also for his sister, Shueku. "There is no need for such formality, Your Highness," Tang Yuehua responded, her elegant smile returning. "You may simply call me Leihan. I entrust my sister to your care from now on," Shui Leihan said, bowing deeply. Well-versed in the royal etiquette of the Tiando Empire, he left no room for criticism. "Leave Kuer to me, Lei Han," Tang Weiwa said with a gentle smile. Chapter 94. Half a year. The master returns after Shui Lei Han escorted Shui Ke back to the imperial palace. He swiftly forgot about the matter of the flute. He was confident that Shui Ke had the potential to gain admission to Yuxian. It was merely a matter of time. As his soul power level approached 60, he recalled the words spoken to him by the Ice Phoenix. Upon reaching the 60th level, he would embark on a journey to the extreme north. Presently, Shui Lei Han's soul power was at 58, on the verge of breaking through to 59. This would necessitate taking a leave of absence from the academy. A wry smile graced his face. He was not only responsible for teaching the 7 members of the snow fighting team, but also had several public classes to conduct, a class on assault-type soul skills, a class on weapon spirits, and a class on agile assault techniques. His teaching career had become thoroughly demanding. Was this an invitation to trouble? With a sigh, Shui Lei Han soon returned to the Tiando United Academy. Before long, 6 months had slipped by. Through Shui Lei Han's relentless guidance and practical training, the members of the snow fighting team had affectionately bestowed upon him the title of Demon Teacher. His high standards and rigorous combat training had left them all lamenting their plight. Particularly affected was his disciple, Ai Wuxi, whom he took special care of, diligently pulling him into daily practice sessions to hasten his understanding. In truth, Ai Wuxi did not disappoint. Over the span of 6 months, he successfully mastered a technique known as the thrusting spear art. Meanwhile, Yin Tian and the others experienced rapid advancements in their soul power, with everyone showing notable improvement. Yin Tian reached the 29th level, rivaling the capabilities of Tang San, who had just enrolled. Shui Lei Han's principle was simple. As long as one had not practiced to the point of exhaustion, they would practice again. Though this policy was strict and arduous, the members of the snow fighting team discovered that their soul power levels improved at an astonishing rate. They quickly adapted to this frenzied training and even requested more. It was indeed a case of mutual willingness. Shui Lei Han's own soul power level also broke through, reaching 60. Simultaneously, he prepared to set forth toward the extreme north. Everyone had performed commendably over the past 6 months. Shui Lei Han clapped his hands. They were currently situated in the VIP box of the Duhan Arena in Tiando City, a privilege reserved exclusively for those with a diamond badge like Shui Lei Han, allowing access to such luxury. The members of the snow fighting team were fortunate to share in this experience. Shui Lei Han surveyed them with a smile, expressing his astonishment at their remarkable progress. Yin Tian, Feng Suiying, and Buyun Duan were taken aback. The usually reticent Dean Shui had, for once, lavished them with praise. "Of course, this is also due to your innate talents," he added, nodding at Min Wanting, who was still wielding the healing angel spirit. "It is all due to the influence of our teacher," the Snow Duel squad collectively remarked. Without the guidance of Shui Lei Han, their current achievements would not have been possible. They have developed a blind admiration for him. Young, extraordinarily talented, well-read, and remarkably approachable. It is no wonder that women of all ages, from 10 to 30, harbor secret affections for Shui Lei Han within the academy. However, it is the combination of innate talent and diligent effort that has enabled them to grow stronger. His tone gradually softened as he became more accustomed to the role of a teacher. Initially, Shui Lei Han had adopted a commanding manner in training them. But over the past 6 months, his demeanor has mellowed, and time has taught him how to be a better instructor, a more effective guide. During this period, Yin Tian and the others successfully earned their silver soul medals and completed all the assignments set by Shui Lei Han. Their combat experience has significantly enriched, and given time, they shall undoubtedly emerge as a formidable new force. Return to the academy early today. Tomorrow's classes will commence in the morning. Do not be late, Shui Lei Han smiled, then opened the door to the private room. The Snow Duel squad giggled as they streamed out one by one. Shui Lei Han closed the door behind him. Watching their joyful figures fade away, a wave of warmth washed over him. "Teacher, what is the matter?" Ai Wuxi returned to Shui Lei Han's side, walking alongside him. He sensed a slight melancholy in his teacher's demeanor. Shui Lei Han looked at Ai Wuxi, the disciple he had devoted much effort to nurture, and smiled gently. "I was merely reminiscing about some old classmates." "Are you referring to the original 10 greats of Tiando?" Ai Wuxi inquired softly, a glimmer of excitement in his eyes. "Indeed." Shui Lei Han nodded, then patted Ai Wuxi's shoulder. "Young people should embrace their youth. Go on now, they are waiting for you." "I shall remain with you, teacher." AI Wuxi replied with a faint smile, beginning to seek counsel on the matters of swordsmanship and marksmanship. Shui Leihan chuckled helplessly, then commenced sharing some of his insights with AI Wuxi. He did not divulge the core principles directly, for this technique requires personal comprehension to truly become one's own. The 8 individuals strolled along the main road outside Tiando City, swiftly reaching the gates of the Tiando United Academy. Rest early. We have classes tomorrow morning. He gently patted AI Wuxi on the head, then addressed the others. Wuxi, you should also take your rest. Yes, teacher. The 7 members of the Snow Duel squad deeply bowed to Shui Leihan before jogging toward their dormitory, their laughter fading into the distance. Shui Leihan shook his head with a smile and proceeded to his office, where he still needed to prepare materials for tomorrow's classes. With 2 lessons left to prepare, he stifled a yawn, feeling exhausted. Upon reaching the threshold of the office, he immediately sensed the presence of someone within. A knowing nod indicated that it might be one of the vice deans or a professor seeking his counsel regarding course matters. Was it concerning the assault department's curriculum or perhaps the weapon spirit course? He pushed the door open and stepped inside. Teacher? Upon seeing the individual seated on the sofa, Shui Leihan was momentarily taken aback. The rigid face of the person broke into a faint smile. Who else could it be but the esteemed master Yu Xiaojiang? Teacher, you have returned, Shui Leihan exclaimed with genuine warmth, his movements meticulous as he swiftly retrieved tea leaves from his storage ring and began to brew tea. Indeed. After 3.5 years of travel, I am back to teach, Yu Xiaojiang remarked, his gentle gaze fixed on Shui Leihan's actions, a satisfied smile gracing his lips. You truly startled me. I did not expect to find you behind the door, Shui Leihan replied with a wry smile, pouring the boiling water into a delicate tea bowl. Please, he offered, presenting the tea bowl before the master, who graciously accepted it with a smile. I wonder if Dean Flanders, Teacher Lu Erlong, Zhao Wujia, and the other professors have also returned? Shui Leihan inquired curiously as he observed the master finishing his tea. They have all returned. We had indeed agreed to reconvene at the Tiando United Academy after 3.5 years to resume our teaching duties together. That is splendid news, Shui Leihan responded, a spark of excitement illuminating his expression. He had been troubled by the scarcity of teaching resources, and now, it seemed, fortune had smiled upon him. Chapter 95. The Master's Lecture. I have heard that you have taken in several students. After a brief exchange of pleasantries, the master quickly grasped the intent of the conversation. Indeed, their talents are quite remarkable. A faint smile appeared on Shui Leihan's face as he mentioned his own students. Oh? Master Yu Xiaojiang, aware that Shui Leihan never exaggerates, asked with curiosity. Yes, my students are all exceptionally gifted and diligent. Yin Tian, a level 29 assault system soul master, possesses the martial spirit of the Flame Demon King. Feng Suiying, a level 28 assault system soul master, wields the Blood Shadow Tiger. AI Wuxi, also a level 28 assault system soul master, commands the Star Soul Spear. Mo Hai, a level 27 defense system soul master, has the martial spirit of the Black Dragon Shield. Meng Shiner, a level 27 agile attack system soul master, embodies the Celestial Charming Cat. Bu Yunduan, a level 26 control system soul master, manifests the Crimson Flame Thorn. Min Wanting, a level 26 support system soul master, embodies the Healing Angel. As soon as Shui Leihan finished speaking, the master leapt to his feet in astonishment. These are not merely promising students. They each possess exceedingly rare and mutated martial spirits. He excitedly paced the room, his eyes sparkling with enthusiasm. Since teaching at Shrek and witnessing the royal fighting team, the master had believed he would never encounter students more gifted or intelligent than them. Yet, unexpectedly, today introduced him to another batch of such talented learners. Leon, would you mind if I met your students tomorrow? The master's gaze burned with fervor as he inquired. Of course not. I even hope you will guide them. For your experience far surpasses mine, Shui Leihan sincerely replied, then took a seat facing the master to discuss his students. AI Wuxi, I believe he could walk a path similar to mine, Shui Leihan remarked regarding his disciple. The Star Soul Spear, is it? Another rare martial spirit, the master responded, arms crossed, a smile playing on his lips. Indeed, under my guidance, he has already grasped a portion of the spear techniques, Shui Leihan shared, recounting his private teachings with AI Wuxi. He is truly gifted. Had he possessed a sword martial spirit, his comprehension would likely have been swifter, as I too wield a sword. However, his is a spear martial spirit, and I have no experience in that area. Thus, I focus on practical combat to help him master comprehend, and ultimately transcend his spear techniques. Truthfully, I wish for them to develop their unique soul skills. But it seems premature, Shui Leihan confessed with a wry smile. What a folly. Master Yu Xiaojing chuckled. They have only been enrolled for about half a year, and you expect them to comprehend their unique soul skills? It is akin to climbing a mountain. Isn't that placing high hopes on them? Shui Leihan awkwardly scratched his nose. Regardless of the circumstances, I must meet your students tomorrow. With a decisive wave of his hand, Master Yu Xiaojing made his decision. Indeed, Shui Leihan nodded with a smile. The following day, as the members of the snow combat team entered the classroom that belonged to them, they beheld their instructor, Shui Leihan, accompanied by a tall figure. The middle-aged man's expression was rigid, yet he emanated an air of refined elegance. Good morning, teacher, the seven of them greeted in unison with a respectful bow. Satisfied? Shui Leihan nodded. Please take your seats. Yin Tian and Feng Suiying, seated in the front row, whispered to one another. Is that middle-aged man our new teacher for today? Feng Suiying inquired softly. Quite possibly, Yin Tian replied, lowering his voice as well. Since we completed the first phase of our training, it stands to reason that Shui Laoshi has found us a new instructor for the second phase. The snow combat team exchanged a few hushed words before falling silent. Their eyes fixed on Shui Leihan, eagerly awaiting the day's lesson. You have successfully completed the first phase of your training, slightly ahead of my expectations, which demonstrates your diligence. Shui Leihan began. Today, we shall commence the second phase, which focuses on enhancing personal abilities. Mo Hai raised her hand, and upon noticing, Shui Leihan nodded. Teacher, our abilities should have significantly improved in one-on-one or two-on-two scenarios, she remarked. Shui Leihan acknowledged her statement with a nod. What I refer to as personal ability does not pertain solely to combat experience, but rather to the mastery of one's own abilities, honing one's unique soul skills, and maximizing their potential. For instance, Yin Tian, your flame demon body has become increasingly proficient. Do you feel that your second soul skill has become more intuitive and that the soul power consumption has slightly diminished? Pointed out by name, Yin Tian nodded without hesitation. Indeed, as the teacher mentioned, the soul power consumption of my second skill has decreased, and its potency has grown stronger than before. This exemplifies what I mean by enhancing personal ability, Shui Leihan said with a shrug. Next, I would like to introduce my teacher, who will also be your teacher from this day forth. He is a master of theoretical knowledge, unmatched in theory. Stepping back slightly, Shui Leihan made way for his teacher. Master Yu Xiaojing's gaze swept over the 7 members of the snow combat team, revealing a hint of astonishment in his eyes. It appeared that these students truly possessed an unlimited potential, as Shui Leihan had suggested. Greetings, my name is Yu Xiaojing. You may address me as master from now on, he stated, his rigid face betraying no emotion. Tears of the cold once extolled your virtues before me, yet upon this encounter, I find myself having overestimated you. Feng Suiying felt a swell of indignation within. They were all proud individuals. How could they be so utterly dismissed? Let the master continue, said Ai Wuxi, discreetly nudging him in the back. Feng Suiying nodded, resuming his attentive listening. Shui Leihan regarded the master with a bemused expression, astonished that in merely their first meeting, he had rendered them seemingly worthless. He understood well that this was the master's provocative strategy, intended to ignite their competitive spirit. Nonetheless, it was undeniably a rather incendiary approach. To illustrate with a simple example, I heard from Shui Leihan that in your team battles, most often it is Yin Tian leading the charge, while Feng Suiying and Ai Wuxi provide support from the sidelines. What would happen if you encountered a more formidable team, such as the former Shrek team or the Imperial Combat team? Would you still employ the same tactics as before? You have yet to fully master your own soul skills. How can you possibly challenge those above your level? Bu Yunduan's command is commendable, but what if he were to be eliminated? What then? The members of the Shui Do team fell into a heavy silence, as his words struck a chord, piercing through their vulnerabilities. If you harbor any discontent, we can venture onto the training grounds now, and I shall train you rigorously. A faint, strained smile flickered across the master's lips before swiftly vanishing. Chapter 96. In the storm outside, the rain began to fall in a gentle patter. It was a summer thunderstorm, enveloping the entire city of Tiando in an ethereal, misty beauty. Let us proceed, the master stated succinctly, leading the 7 members of the Snow Do battle team out of the classroom. Shui Leihan understood his teacher's nature, recognizing his sharp tongue yet tender heart, and refrained from saying much. This lesson is entirely in your hands. Do not interfere, the master had instructed him the day before. Gazing out at the torrential downpour, Shui Leihan found himself enveloped in an unusual tranquility. The oppressive heat of summer seemed washed away by the rain, bringing with it a rare sense of coolness, a comforting sensation. Despite it being morning, the heavy rain rendered the day dim, akin to dusk. Through the window beside him, he observed numerous students braving the storm, diligently practicing on the playground. This was a common sight across all branches of the academy. He rose, not to join them on the field to observe how the master was training the snow dough battle team, but rather to return to his own office. There, he prepared a pot of fine tea, allowing himself a moment of relaxation, a rare indulgence. From a nearby shelf, Shui Leihan retrieved the jade flute gifted to him by the esteemed Tang Yuehua, the head of the Yuexian Academy. In the past 6 months, he had managed to attend only 2 classes on music, primarily due to accompanying his sister, Shui Ku. Had it not been for his dear sister's persistent request for his company in class, he likely would not have found the time to visit Yuexian at all. During his 2 visits to Yuexian, he had learned a single piece of music, a melody titled The Heart Cleansed by Wind and Rain, along with a rather worn score that accompanied the jade flute. In recent days, he had spent most of his time in the Duhan arena, imparting battle experiences while also honing his swordsmanship. With the arrival of the master, he felt it was time to embark on his own journey. He took the jade flute and positioned it at his lips. The traditional teachings of Yuexian emphasized breathing through the mouth and nose, guiding the breath into the instrument to create music. However, Shui Leihan sought to innovate, attempting a novel method of channeling his soul power directly into the flute. After experimenting, he found the jade flute to yield the most exquisite results. Its solitary, ethereal tones were unmatched by other instruments. As his soul power gradually infused the flute, its melodies resonated throughout the room. This piece, The Heart Cleansed by Wind and Rain, crafted by a master, aimed to calm the mind, purify the heart, and cleanse the soul. It evoked an imagery of being amidst a bamboo grove, with the soft patter of rain in the air perfect for performance in such weather. Now, the sound of the torrential rain outside seemed to soften, gradually merging with the melody, allowing the heart cleansed by wind and rain to radiate its unique charm. It must be said that ever since leaving school and experiencing a breakthrough in his temperament, Shui Leihan's fervent obsession with soul power has diminished significantly. For him, everything now resembles the tranquility of his own spirit, exuding a sense of elegance. After gently placing the jade flute down, Shui Leihan smiled as he returned it to its stand and picked up a hefty tome from the bookshelf, beginning to peruse its pages. Uncle, Aunt, it has been a long time since we last met. Shui Leihan stood before the entrance of a traditional courtyard house, holding a striking red oiled paper umbrella. He found himself in the family of Yi Lingling, one of the original 10 outstanding of Tiando. The Yi family's martial soul, the Nine-Heart Begonia, was passed down through a single lineage, resulting in a sparse bloodline with fewer than 20 members in their expansive courtyard. It is worth noting that every child of the Yi family is a support-type soul master. Previously, the Yi family had encountered a slight financial difficulty in one day. After training, Yi Lingling shared her concerns with Duge Yan. This matter swiftly reached Shui Leihan's ears, and utilizing his connections as the third prince, he quickly resolved the crisis facing Yi Lingling's family. This act finally brought a smile to the once reticent Yi Lingling, as her worries had dissipated. Shui Xianzi, please come in and converse with us. Your presence is indeed our honor. Yi Lingling's father, a gentleman in his 40s with refined manners, warmly greeted Shui Leihan upon recognizing him, then turned to instruct a nearby maid to prepare a lavish feast. Shui Leihan had indeed come to the Yi residence for a purpose, to deliver an item that belonged to their family, the title of nobility. Acquiring a title within the Tiando Empire is no simple feat. A family must have at least one soul master of noble rank and must pledge loyalty to the Tiando Empire, regularly participating in its philanthropic endeavors. Thanks to Shui Leihan, Yi Lingling effortlessly obtained this exceedingly rare title token. Naturally, each of the 10 outstanding of Tiando received their share. As Shui Leihan entered the grand hall alongside Yi Lingling's father, he began to sense a palpable warmth in the atmosphere. 2 elders of the Yi family, along with several young adults and children, were seated at the table. Upon seeing the head of the family enter with Shui Leihan, they quickly rose to their feet. It is indeed a privilege to have His Highness the Third Prince in our presence, one elder remarked with a bow, while another quietly informed the assembly of Shui Leihan's esteemed identity. Elder Yi, you flatter us. His Majesty has often praised you. Your participation in the battles of Hushi Cliff and Pingjie Ridge has brought great honor to the Tiando Empire. Hushi Cliff and Pingjie Ridge were pivotal conflicts for the Tiando Empire, successfully thwarting the advances of the Star Luo Empire and the Prairie Wolf packs, thus laying a solid foundation for the future of the Tiando Empire. At this moment, the maidservants brought forth the dishes. The head of the Yi family, who is none other than Yi Lingling's father, along with two elders of the family, graciously invited Xue Leihan to take the seat of honor. The meal was a delightful affair, with the head of the Yi family and the two elders engaging in lively banter with Xue Leihan, while several younger members listened intently to their conversation. Uncle Yi, this token is a gift from the royal family, bestowed upon you for the benefit of Yi Lingling and the Yi family, Xue Leihan said, noticing that the food on the table had begun to dwindle. He retrieved a gilded noble insignia from his ring. The faces of the head of the Yi family and the two elders were instantly filled with disbelief and joy, prompting them to kneel in reverence. The sight of the gilded insignia was akin to encountering the great emperor of the snowy night in person. Long live! Long live! The members of the Yi family fell to their knees upon seeing the gilded insignia, and several younger ones hastily followed suit at the elders' urging. Xue Leihan placed the gilded insignia carefully on the wooden table in the back courtyard, then retrieved a small wooden box from his ring, placing the noble insignia inside. The ceremony was complete. Outside the window, a gentle drizzle continued to fall, accompanied by the rhythmic croaking of a few frogs. Chapter 97. The campus duel. Xue Leihan rose from his bed, the summer rain continuing to pour incessantly. He let out a wry smile, grateful that he had abstained from alcohol the previous day. After tidying himself up, he shouldered his sword and exited the faculty dormitory. It must be said that the funds he allocated for Vice Dean Mengshenji were quite ample. The student dormitories were furnished and supplied akin to a modest inn within Tiando City. The faculty dormitories, however, were of a significantly higher standard, each room featuring personalized decor and furnishings crafted by the instructors themselves. Though such indulgence required a considerable expenditure, it served as a method to attract educators. For imparting knowledge to hundreds, if not thousands, of students is no trivial endeavor. Much like Xue Leihan at present, even without the 7 students from the main teaching team, he needed to prepare for 3 courses, a demanding task indeed. His own quarters were quite simple, perhaps even ordinary, adorned with a few commonplace pieces of furniture. Yet he had arranged them in a manner that exuded warmth. Rather than heading directly to the office designated for him and the snow fighting team, he ascended the staircase and entered the office of the Vice Dean of the Tiando United Academy, none other than Mengshenji's office. Notably, his office was adjacent to Mengshenji's, which often led to casual visits where Meng would partake in a few bags of Xue Leihan's fine tea. Xue Leihan knocked gently before pushing the door open. Upon seeing him, Vice Dean Meng's aged face broke into a smile. He set down a thick stack of documents, greeting, "Good morning, Dean Xue." Xue Leihan, feeling no need for formality, settled onto the sofa beside the desk. "What materials are you reviewing, Vice Dean Meng?" he inquired, observing the substantial thickness of the documents with a sigh. Such a heavy workload. "To be frank, Dean, these are the application forms filled out by the next batch of incoming students," Mengshenji replied, his demeanor brightening as he spoke. "But I recall that usually there aren't this many applicants for enrollment," Xue Leihan remarked, a hint of embarrassment in his tone. A new influx of students implied the necessity to acquire new land for dormitory construction, as well as to provide additional food and supplies. However, given Xue Leihan's considerable financial resources, these challenges posed little issue. Having mingled in the arena of combat for an extended period, he had certainly amassed a few million gold soul coins, albeit through gambling. Yet, gold soul coins were still gold, were they not? He could even approach the Knight Emperor Xue for a portion of gold soul coins to facilitate the expansion of the academy, fully aware that the emperor would oblige. Yet, the thought felt somewhat embarrassing. "This is all thanks to you, Dean Xue," Mengshenji chuckled, his smile laced with pride and a touch of mystery. "Me?" Xue Leihan tilted his head in curiosity, perplexed. Dream God Machine nodded. In truth, the return of Director Xue to teach had already spread, further fueled by the students from Director Xue's class who promoted it. One cannot deny that Director Xue's lectures are exceptionally captivating, which explains the commendable reputation he holds outside. Take, for instance, this application document, filled out by Wang Du's sister. Wang Du is one of your students in the assault department. Dream God Machine smiled as he raised the document, stating, upon hearing Dream God Machine's words, Shuai Han suddenly recalled a tall youth whose martial spirit is that of a bear, often raising his hand to ask questions. His lively demeanor left a lasting impression on Shuai Han. So it is. Shuai Han nodded with a smile, thinking that they should let the fire burn even brighter. Setting aside the matter of the future Elite 10 of Tiando for now, our branch will soon host a competition. Each school will send forth 2 teams to compete against one another, which should somewhat compensate for the regrets left by the previous Youth Soul Master competition. Shuai Han shook his head with a wry smile. Sounds good. Dream God Machine suddenly stood up, pacing back and forth in the office, naturally steering the conversation toward making Tiando United Academy renowned, while also attracting more students. What a splendid idea. The competition venue is tentatively set at the Tiando Soul Arena. I will handle the negotiations there. Vice Dean Meng will be responsible for publicity and organizing the teams. Shuai Han shrugged and then retrieved a wooden box from his storage ring. Dream God Machine sensed a peculiar fluctuation of soul power emanating from the box and instinctively stepped closer. What is this? This is a head soul bone. Shuai Han casually opened the wooden box, revealing a pale blue soul bone that floated softly. I acquired this at a low price from a masked auction house in the Star Luo Empire. Consider it a reward for this competition, he said with a smile. This soul bone, indeed procured by Shuai Han at auction, is suitable for both the assault and agility classes. Having obtained a head soul bone early on, he merely bid for it and stored it in his ring for future use. His ring contained an assortment of rare and peculiar items, treasures amassed through his travels across the Douluo Continent, whether through accumulation, auction, or treasure hunting. I can only imagine how fiercely all the students will compete for those 2 teams, Dream God Machine remarked, gazing fervently at the soul bone. Observing the rare soul bone being treated as casually as an ordinary item and offered as a prize left Dream God Machine both in awe and admiration for Shuai Han. Truly, he is a genius of the Tiando Empire. This will undoubtedly ignite the students' competitive spirit, and following that, the selection of the Elite 10 of Tiando will surely be a fierce contest. A subtle smile graced Shuai Han's face. This approach will undoubtedly stimulate the students' ambition, proving to be a beneficial endeavor. The royal family will no longer participate in this competition, while we extend invitations to the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School and the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon School to serve as impartial judges. This event is a private affair, thus excluding all factions, including the Spirit Hall. Moreover, the competition is entirely open to the common populace. I believe some teachers are quite adept at calculating the ticket prices. Regardless, this event is solely for the Tiando United Academy, and I trust they will not intentionally provoke us. Shuai Han exhaled softly and took a sip of tea. Should this competition prove successful, it is likely that the finances of the Tiando United Academy will see a significant increase, along with a growing number of enrolled students and an ever louder reputation. Gazing out at the gentle patter of rain, Shuai Han articulated all his thoughts. From this point onward, the only task left is to negotiate with the Soul Arena. Chapter 98. Preparation. My soul power level is about to reach a breakthrough, so I shall be away for a while. Shuai Han smiled faintly, and Dream Shinji nodded in approval. Dean Shui's soul power level has already reached level 60. Truly, heroes emerge in their youth, and the future of the Tiando Empire undoubtedly belongs to you. It belongs to us, Shuai Han remarked with a smile, assuring them that their future would not be lonely. Indeed, ha ha ha. Dream Shinji chuckled while stroking his beard. Very well then. I shall negotiate with the Fighting Soul Arena. I entrust the matters of the Academy to Vice Dean Meng. As Shuai Han stood up, he clasped his hands in a gesture of respect and smiled. Wishing you a smooth journey, Dean Shui. Dream Shinji returned the gesture with a smile. With that, Shuai Han exited Dream Shinji's office. Well then, I suppose I should stretch these old bones a bit. Dream Shinji managed a slight smile before swiftly scribbling something on paper. Outside the teaching building, on the playground, all members of the snow fighting team, including Yen Tian, were drenched in sweat, their faces pale. Despite the drizzling rain, they persevered in their training on the field. Opposing them stood the immovable Ming Wang Zhao Wuji, and he was not holding back. Zhao Wuji's gravity domain bore down on the snow fighting team, rendering them unable to stand upright. Typically, Shuai Han did not fully unleash his strength during their training. But today, their master's objective was to defeat teacher Zhao Wuji. This was an utterly impossible task. After several rounds of alternating attacks, Yin Tian, Feng Suiying, and AI Wuxi wore expressions of distress. Offensive-type fighters were inherently disadvantaged against defensive types, and this defensive soul master possessed soul power levels several times higher than theirs. With impenetrable defenses and formidable fists, Yin Tian, positioned at the forefront, was in a lamentable state. It seemed Zhao Wuji had particularly targeted him, offering him special attention. His body felt exceedingly heavy, and he had endured numerous punches. Had it not been for Min Wanting's healing abilities, they would have long since succumbed to exhaustion. "You little rascals, hurry up. Is this all you're capable of?" Zhao Wuji bellowed, provoking the pride of the snow fighting team. Initially, having heard from Leon about their prowess, he expected much more, only to find a group of ineffectual individuals, all show and no substance. The snow fighting team gritted their teeth, genuinely wanting to teach Zhao Wuji a lesson. "Charge!" Yin Tian roared, followed closely by Foam Swaying, Ai Wuxi, Mo Hai, Meng Shiner, and Bu Yunduan, all frantically unleashing their soul techniques. Their master observed from the side, simultaneously assessing their individual capabilities. Indeed, their battle experience surpassed that of their peers. The master murmured as he noted something in his small notebook. "It seems that the influence of Lei Han is undeniable. Each individual has obtained the Silver Soul Badge, and indeed, their combat experience has significantly improved. However, there remains ample room for growth." "Room for growth? Are you referring to this group of children?" A shrewd-looking middle-aged man, wearing glasses, approached the master and patted him on the shoulder. "Flander, you have arrived as well," the master replied, a semblance of serenity breaking through his typically rigid expression. "Are these children truly Lei Han's students?" Flander observed briefly. Their talents were indeed remarkable, truly little prodigies. Lei Han possesses an extraordinary eye to have recognized so many gifted children. Adjusting his glasses, Flander chuckled. "Ere long," he called out into the distance. Approaching in a striking red dress was Lu Erlong, a member of the Golden Triangle. The master's expression darkened, and he quickly distanced himself from Lu Erlong, maintaining a considerable gap between them. Their relationship remained awkward, a knot in his heart that would not easily unravel. 3 years have passed, and he still clings to that stubbornness, Flander sighed. "Old Flander," Lu Erlong greeted as she sauntered closer, her gaze falling upon Yu Xiaojing, a hint of bitterness crossing her features. "Do not mind him. Alas, he remains as irritable as ever," Flander replied with a wry smile. "Alas," Lu Erlong lamented softly. Shuai Han shook off his oil paper umbrella before placing it in a nearby umbrella stand. This time, he did not approach any of the counters, but instead walked towards a well-dressed young lady, standing with a constant smile. "I wish to speak with your supervisor," Shuai Han said, retrieving a golden card from his ring. This golden VIP card indicated that its bearer was officially recognized as a formidable fighter or a promising soul master by the Soul Arena. "Please wait a moment," the young lady replied politely, before stepping into a door marked for staff only. Shuai Han nodded and settled onto a nearby sofa, contemplating the upcoming campus competition while awaiting the return of the young lady. Before long, a corpulent man hurriedly exited from the staff door, closely followed by the bewildered young lady. Had the young lady known Shuai Han's true identity, she would have understood the supervisor's demeanor. "Your Highness, the third prince." "It is an honor," the supervisor said, wiping sweat from his brow with an awkward smile. Shuai Han felt overwhelmed by the man's presence. Akin to a mountain looming before him, it was disconcerting to see such a bulk moving towards him, prompting him to step back silently. The young lady, upon hearing the supervisor's address, gasped softly, realizing she was in the presence of His Highness, the third prince, Shuai Han. "Today, I seek your counsel regarding certain matters." Shuai Han slightly bowed to the supervisor, Qian Jin. "Ah, your Highness, the third prince, you flatter me," he replied, gesturing for Shuai Han to proceed. Nodding in acknowledgement, Shuai Han made his way towards the staff-only corridor. He instructed a young lady to prepare tea, and after exchanging some inconsequential pleasantries with Qian Jin, Shuai Han directly stated his request. "I wish to borrow the Soul Fighting Arena for a few days to host the internal competition of the Tiando United Academy." Qian Jin leaned forward slightly. "I am entirely at your Highness's disposal." Shuai Han's expression sharpened. Why had this supervisor readily agreed without stipulating any conditions? This sparked a flicker of wariness within him. "To be candid, my son is also enrolled in the Emerald branch of the United Academy and has participated in your formidable attack courses. He holds you in high esteem," Qian Jin continued, his words flowing freely upon mentioning his son. Shuai Han relaxed his brow, understanding the context. "In that case, how about a 50-50 split?" he proposed, revealing his terms. I've heard from my son that the next cohort of students is quite large, and the United Academy is in need of funds. Let us make it a 70-30 division, with you receiving 70 and I 30, Qianjin decisively countered, waving his hand. Noticing that Shui Leihan seemed poised to say more, Qianjin quickly interjected, "The achievements of my son today are largely due to your guidance, Director Shui. Your courtesy is truly humbling." Shui Leihan nodded, pondering what more could be said at this juncture. "Thank you, and may our collaboration be fruitful. I should be the one expressing gratitude." "Thank you, Director Shui, and may our partnership prosper." Chapter 99. A brief reunion before departure. The summer rainy season seemed unending, with misty rain enveloping the world outside for days on end. Shui Leihan stretched languidly, recalling the rigorous combat training class he had conducted the previous day. Ultimately, he led his students into the arena of the United Academy for practical training. It appeared that his students had a greater affinity for real combat. For the moment he announced today's practical session, a spark ignited in the eyes of even the most fatigued among them. To them, the experience of hardship was indispensable, as it fortified their strength. They were utterly captivated by the exhilarating blend of pain and pleasure. As Shui Leihan withdrew his mind from his training, he sensed a renewed advancement in his swordsmanship, a faint smile gracing his lips. Everything was in readiness. All that remained was to confirm the details of the internal competition. Gazing out at the foggy sky, he leaped from his bed. Entrusting the snow combat team to his master filled him with confidence. Given his previous method of training the entire Shrek Academy, he believed that the snow combat team would progress even more swiftly. It was also time for Yen Tian to venture forth in pursuit of soul rings, he mused. After a brief wash, Shui Leihan, as was his custom, strapped his sword to his back and briskly walked towards his office. He still needed to prepare several lessons before making a swift journey to the northernmost lands, only to return thereafter. This was what the Ice Phoenix had imparted to him after becoming his first soul ring, a promise he held dear. He understood that without that soul ring from the Ice Phoenix, the first soul ring of his Azure Rose sword would never have reached a millennium, let alone the second, which certainly could not be 10,000 years. Having read extensively and broadened his horizons, he surmised that those soul beasts must have willingly sacrificed their soul rings to him as they approached death, all due to the aura belonging to the Ice Phoenix that enveloped him. Since it was a sacrifice, the notion of absorbing beyond one's level did not apply. As these thoughts crystallized in his mind, he let out a sigh, his heart a tapestry of mixed emotions. The sound of wind and rain from outside mingled with the delicate fragrance of incense and the warmth of tea wafting through the room. Gently closing his book, Shui Leihan discerned footsteps approaching from outside. "Come in. Is it regarding the lessons?" Without lifting his gaze, he drained his cup of tea and refilled it. "Would you like some of my cherished tea?" Shui Leihan glanced at the visitor, his voice trailing off. At the doorway stood a strikingly beautiful young woman, her green tresses cascading over her shoulders, her verdant eyes sparkling with fervor. Was it excitement, happiness, or longing? "Yen, welcome back." Shui Leihan offered a gentle smile, having just placed his cup down. In the next instant, warmth enveloped him. "How old are you now? And yet you remain just as you were." Shui Leihan gently caressed her silky tresses, savoring their softness. His shoulder felt slightly dampened by her tears. Suddenly, he found his lips sealed by two delicate ones. Shui Leihan's eyes widened in surprise as he beheld the blush adorning Du Guyan's cheeks and her tightly shut eyes. A wave of amusement surged within him. Time seemed to slip away until the two finally parted. At that moment, Du Guyan's eyes glistened with unshed tears, rendering her utterly captivating. Shui Leihan regarded her with a tender smile. After a considerable pause, noticing that Du Guyan's emotions had calmed, he cleared his throat and presented her with a bowl of tea that still bore a hint of warmth. Du Guyan's face flushed as she accepted it. "How does it feel to be back? Does everything seem different to you?" Shui Leihan inquired as Du Guyan sipped her tea, eager to hear about her experiences over the past few years. "Indeed, everything has changed quite a bit, and you've matured significantly, Leihan." Du Guyan replied softly with a smile. "Indeed, I have endured quite a lot over these years, though it has been perilous," he reflected, recalling the year and a half spent in the hellish city of slaughter, vowing never to relive such experiences. "And what of your adventures?" Shui Leihan asked with a grin. "I traveled with Yi Lingling. We ventured deep into the vast grasslands and even visited the Xinglua Empire. Along the way, we encountered Xia Lu and his young girlfriend." Du Guyan laughed, recalling the memory. "You dared to explore the depths of the grasslands? That region is notorious for its packs of prairie wolves. How could you take such a risk?" Shuai sighed, shaking his head. The grasslands beyond the borders of the Tiando Empire had long been a battleground with the prairie wolves waging guerrilla warfare. A source of annoyance rather than a grave threat to the empire. Du Guyan pouted. We were merely seeking adventure. We weren't looking for trouble. And nothing perilous occurred. She secretly let out a breath of relief, aware that a few unsavory men had followed her and Yi Ling. But being raised by her grandfather, Du Gubo, she was well equipped to handle any malefactors, having dispatched them with her venomous Lin snake poison. Shuai chuckled at the thought. Cielo has a girlfriend now? With his carefree demeanor? He feigned astonishment, eliciting a cascade of melodious laughter from Du Guyan. That girl is the daughter of a prominent minister from the Xinglua Empire. Cielo mentioned she sneaked out on her own and, while en route, encountered bandits. As a support-type soul master, she found herself in a dire situation, but Cielo intervened with a few well-placed sound blades, resolving the matter effortlessly. In truth, Cielo ought to be classified within the control system. One must ponder who originally assigned him to the support system. Shuai rubbed his temples in exasperation. Du Guyan chuckled softly, and then the young girl followed Cielo for a period of time. Cielo even entrusted me and Yi Ling to assist her in acquiring a soul ring, and gradually, she developed feelings for Cielo. They must be experiencing the throes of young love now, Du Guyan remarked, sticking out her tongue. What a Clich D storyline, Shuai retorted in disbelief. Yet, it seems that Cielo has genuinely fallen for that girl. However, I suspect that the nobleman will not approve, as Cielo is merely the second son of an ordinary financial conglomerate. What are you saying? Does familial background truly hold significance? Cielo now possesses a title within the Heavendo Empire. His status is undeniably no hindrance. Shuai shook his head. And what of Cielo? He is busy boasting with that young lady in the cafeteria, it seems. Indeed, Shuai shook his head again. Upon hearing that you became a teacher, I decided to return, Du Guyan said, her cheeks still flushed, smiling. Yes, Shuai gently embraced her, relishing the long-lost warmth. Chapter 100. Cielo and Nangong say, Junior, do you know who I am? I truly do not know. The junior, whose name was called, flushed with embarrassment and quickly excused himself, stating he had another class, and hurriedly exited the dining hall. In truth, he sought to evade the clutches of that peculiar individual. Goodness, is there truly no one in this vast academy who recognizes me? The handsome man, with a devilish charm, rapped his fingers irritably against the table, eliciting a faint smile from the young woman seated across from him. Brother Cielo, it's perfectly normal that no one recognizes you after being away for several years. Indeed, the strikingly handsome man was Cielo, who had been absent from the academy for approximately 3.5 years. He sighed. I had assumed that legends of my exploits lingered within these halls, yet it seems I am but a stranger. All right, it's of no consequence. The girl, possessing a mature and composed demeanor, balanced Cielo's frivolous nature perfectly. One was yin and the other yang, an impeccable match. Xiaya, is everything well with your father? He isn't sending any guards after you, is he? Cielo's expression turned serious as he broached the topic, a stark contrast to his usual light-hearted demeanor, indicating the significance he placed on the matter. The young woman, Nangongya, was the granddaughter of the third minister of the Xingluo Empire, Nangong Junwan, and the daughter of the empire's foremost general, Nangong Yin. Her status was exceptionally noble, which initially made Cielo feel unworthy in her presence. However, unbeknownst to him, Nangongya had already developed feelings for him. She was unsure when she began to like this somewhat unruly older brother, who had rescued her from bandits during their first encounter, tending to her wounds while sharing light-hearted banter. Though his demeanor was often whimsical, he proved to be incredibly dependable in moments of peril. Despite being merely a control-type soul master, he stood resolutely before her, unflinchingly protecting her. Perhaps it was then that her heart, which had never swayed for anyone before, began to tremble. From a young age, Nangongya had received excellent education and nurturing, with the sole expectation of marrying into a good family. Her heart had grown heavy, which was part of the reason for her departure from home. Yet, Cielo's sudden appearance was akin to a refreshing breeze sweeping through her secluded world. Being with brother Cielo brought her daily joy, and although dangers occasionally lurked, his steadfastness and sense of responsibility stirred her heart for the very first time. Subsequently, upon meeting the elder sisters, Du Guyan and Yi Ling, she gleaned through subtle hints the remarkable individuals they once were, having been crowned the kings of the youth soul master competition, with brother Cielo among them. They surely do not know I have arrived in the Xing Luo Empire. A pair of dimples appeared on Nan Gongya's calm face, momentarily leaving Xie Lu captivated. As Nan Gongya felt the intense gaze of Xie Lu, her cheeks involuntarily flushed, and she lowered her head. Thump, thump, thump. For a moment, all that could be heard was the sound of her heartbeat. However, this tranquility was soon shattered. You little rascal. You come to the academy and don't even come to see me, yet you boast quite a bit. A resounding clap landed on Xie Li's shoulder, accompanied by a familiar voice he hadn't heard in years. Boss. Xie Li jumped up, enveloping Shui Leihan in a bear hug that instantly expelled the air from his lungs. Long time no see. Shui Leihan chuckled heartily, then playfully pounded Xie Li's back, producing a series of thuds. Brother Shui. Nan Gongya, having heard of Shui Leihan's reputation from both Douluo Yin and Xie Lu, was aware that Xie Lu regarded Shui Leihan as his elder brother. Although she had often heard tales about him, she had never encountered him in person. Thus, curiosity piqued within her. She yearned to discover the true nature of the man whom Xie Lu esteemed so highly. So you are the younger sister. Shui Leihan extricated himself from Xie Li's embrace and produced a string of jade from his ring. The jade glimmered with a hint of crimson, emanating a gentle warmth upon contact. Even Xie Lu and Douluo Yin could discern its considerable value. This is a fine piece of warming jade. It suits you perfectly. Younger sister, as your constitution leans towards the cold. Douluo Yin's mind whirled, and suddenly everything clicked into place. Shui Leihan was establishing Xie Lu's standing. With such valuable possessions and immense strength, surely the Nangong family would not resort to extremes. Upon hearing the term younger sister, Nangongya's face turned a deep shade of crimson, resembling a ripe apple, tender and inviting. Boss, we haven't confirmed our relationship yet. Xie Lu whispered discreetly into Shui Leihan's ear. Useless. What have you been doing for the past 3 years? Merely training your soul power? You can't even hold a candle to Yu Tianheng in this regard. Shui Leihan shot Xie Lu a sidelong glance, irritation lacing his words. Xie Lu immediately fell silent. Thank you, brother Shui. The young lady Nan Gongya bowed deeply, her cheeks still flushed as she accepted the string of jade. Instantly, a warm sensation spread from her wrist throughout her entire being. This truly was a rare treasure. Brother Shui, this seems a bit too extravagant. Nan Gongya, being modest by nature, hesitated to express her gratitude. Shui Leihan glanced at her and noticed the purity in her eyes and the maturity in her demeanor, far surpassing that of Xie Lu. He smiled and shook his head. One does not take back a gift once given. After a moment's contemplation, Nan Gongya bowed deeply once more in thanks. At this juncture, Xie Lu set aside his usual frivolity. Truth be told, when he adopted a serious demeanor, he truly was quite a handsome young man. Boss, Xie Lu expresses his gratitude on behalf of Xiaoya. Regarding the matter of titles, I sincerely thank you, brother Shui. Shui Leihan, with a warm smile, gently patted Xie Lu on the shoulder and said, You and I have always been brothers. Why dwell on trivial matters? After a brief pause, he continued, I am feeling rather hungry after our lengthy conversation this morning. Since I have no classes today, how about we venture to Tiando City for a meal? I shall treat. He then added, Your sibling should join us as well. It is a fortuitous occasion for us to meet. Absolutely. I wholeheartedly agree, Xie Lu exclaimed, clapping his hands in delight. Let's also invite Yu Lingling. She should have returned to her family by now, correct? Shui Leihan turned to ask Douluo Yin. Indeed, Douluo Yin nodded in affirmation. Then let us wait for her at the entrance of the Yi residence before we share our parting sentiments, Shui Leihan said with a faint smile, leading the way toward the cafeteria. The persistent drizzle that had fallen for several days had finally ceased, allowing sunlight to cascade through the clouds, accompanied by the earthy aroma of wet soil. As Shui Leihan basked in the warmth of the sun, he realized how one's mood can indeed shift with the changing weather. Let us be off, he called back to the three companions, flashing a charming smile. Chapter 101. A toast to friendship on a summer morning following a rain. The oppressive heat seemed to dissipate, leaving only a refreshing coolness in its wake. 2 men and 2 women traversed the main road leading into the city of Tiando, drawing the attention of fellow travelers. It must be said that the striking duo of Shui Leihan and Xie Lu, alongside the enchanting pair of Douluo Yin and Nan Gongya, certainly sparked intrigue. Although no one dared to voice their thoughts aloud, curiosity compelled many to steal glances. Xie Lu, what is your soul power level now? Shui Leihan inquired, walking side by side with Xie Lu as they exchanged insights and experiences from the past 3.5 years. I've reached level 58. Soon enough, I should hit 60. What about you, brother Shui? Cielo responded with a gleeful tone, proud of his significant progress. As a control-type soul master, achieving 58 with 5 soul rings was indeed formidable. Even Shui Leihan would have to employ all his skills to surpass Cielo, though using the domain of the god of death would change the dynamics entirely. I've just reached level 60. Planning to venture to the extreme north soon to hunt for soul rings. Shui Leihan shrugged, speaking candidly. Xia Li's expression faltered. His speed of advancement was astonishing, truly impressive. I suspect Tian Heng has surpassed level 60. Wasn't he traveling with you, Fengling? Shui Leihan queried. Cielo nodded in affirmation. Indeed. Tian Heng was indeed journeying alongside Yu Fengling. Look at him. Then look at yourself. Shui Leihan scoffed at Cielo. Yu Tian Heng was engaged to Yu Fengling at the tender age of 12, exchanging rings and tokens. And here you are at 18, unable to even pursue a young lady. How embarrassing. Xia Li's countenance darkened. His lips trembled, yet no words escaped. Was he feeling that he could not aspire to such heights? Noticing the hint of discontent in Xia Li's eyes, Shui Leihan placed a reassuring hand on his shoulder. It's all right, my brother. I wholeheartedly support you in this matter. He paused, lowering his voice. Perhaps I could accompany you to the Star Luo Empire and apply some pressure on that old coot. Brother Shui. Cielo stared at Shui Leihan in a daze, a faint smile breaking across his lips. Your happiness is something you must strive for yourself. I can only assist you to this extent. After I return from the extreme north, I shall take my students to the Star Luo Empire. They are set to host a new academy competition, and it would be an excellent opportunity for them to broaden their horizons while I address your concerns. Just remember to join us then. With a smile, Shui Leihan playfully punched Xia Li's shoulder. A warmth enveloped Xia Li's heart, his eyes slightly misty. Meanwhile, Shui Leihan feigned ignorance of the emotional moment. The word thank you, when expressed between brothers, felt like a diminishment of their bond. The 4 individuals swiftly entered the city of Tiando, following the main thoroughfare. After navigating several turns, they could soon discern the grand characters of the Yi family estate in the distance. The 2 young men stationed at the entrance recognized Shui Leihan from afar. They had encountered him previously and were aware of his familial ties and the gratitude owed to him. They promptly entered to announce his arrival. As Shui Leihan approached the gates of the Yi residence, both the head of the Yi family, who happened to be Yi Lingling's father, and Yi Lingling herself came forth to extend a warm welcome. A grateful smile adorned Yi Lingling's face, for she had already heard from her father about Shui Leihan's contributions to their family during her journey home. The gilded title token was prominently displayed upon a cypress wood stand in the main hall. At that moment, Yi Lingling felt an unwavering willingness to sacrifice herself for Shui Leihan. Uncle Yi Lingling, it has been quite some time, Shui Leihan said, clasping his hands together with a smile. Behind him, Du Guyin, Xia Lu, and Nangongya all lowered their heads slightly. Indeed, my esteemed nephew. You truly are a dragon among men. The head of the Yi family replied with a smile, returning the gesture. He also took note of the formidable energy levels emanating from those accompanying Shui Leihan, realizing that only the strong can stand alongside the strong. With this thought lingering in his mind, he exchanged a few light-hearted words, instructed Yi Lingling to entertain their guests, and then retreated into the inner chambers. Aware that His Highness, the third prince, had come specifically to see Yi Lingling, he gracefully relinquished the conversation to the younger generation. All right, stop staring at me. It's rather awkward, Shui Leihan remarked, noticing Yi Lingling's continuous gaze of gratitude directed at him, and he waved his hand dismissively. Du Guyin and Xia Lu could not help but chuckle at the scene. Lingling, after so many years apart, allow me to treat you to a delightful meal in Tiando City. What do you say? Shui Leihan said with a gentle smile, extending the invitation. I could not wish for anything more, Yi Lingling replied, her face lighting up with a radiant smile as she greeted Du Guyin and Nangongya. Having traveled and ventured together for some time, they were naturally well acquainted. It must be said, the gloom that once clouded Yi Lingling's heart had dissipated, revealing a captivating charm in her laughter. Shui Leihan called out to the group and, alongside Xia Lu, took the lead, allowing the 3 ladies to engage in conversation. Meanwhile, Nangongya found herself pondering Shui Leihan's true nature. Initially, she perceived him merely as a powerful soul master. However, his subsequent words and actions suggested a deeper purpose behind them. Furthermore, the respect that Cielo held for Shui Leihan undoubtedly stemmed from his personal charisma. Lost in thought, Nangongya found herself entranced. If it is Shui Leihan who assists us, perhaps there truly exists a possibility between Xia Lu and me. With this realization, her cheeks flushed. and she shook her head to dispel what seemed like a whimsical notion, hastening to catch up with the others. Shui Leihan did not bring many people to the embroidery house, as the charm of the private rooms lies in their bustling atmosphere. And it is only when the company is complete that the exquisite embroidered wine is best savored. Instead, he guided them to Moon Bay. This tavern is elegantly constructed over a spring of crystal-clear water, allowing patrons to indulge in delightful meals while basking in the garden's picturesque scenery. In the evenings, renowned geishas grace the establishment with their enchanting songs and performances. Aside from the somewhat steep prices, everything else is of the highest quality. However, it was not yet evening, so only a handful of geishas were present. Firmly declining their request for companionship, Shui Leihan led everyone to a familiar private room. The members of the Imperial Combat Team also utilized this space to practice aspects of charm resistance. Nevertheless, all of this transpired discreetly, unbeknownst to Shui Leihan, lest he chastise them for their perceived disgrace. In truth, even if Shui Leihan were to discover their activities, he would likely remain silent, perhaps even commending Yu Tianhing and Xie Lu for their ingenuity in devising such a plan. What truly matters is not the nature of the training, but its ultimate outcome. Chapter 102. The decision of Evil Joy. The group casually ordered some appetizers and settled down together, engaged in light-hearted conversation. Shui Leihan paid special attention to Nangongya, as she was his brother's wife, and he felt it necessary to be vigilant. Upon observation, he discovered that Nangongya's maturity and gentleness were genuine, devoid of any pretense. The education of a prominent family indeed had its merits. Shui Leihan recalled his own forced enrollment in royal etiquette classes, a rather dark period in his life. He made sure not to display any obvious signs of his scrutiny, as it would be unwise to arouse Nangongya's wariness or leave her with a negative impression. Boss Shui, after returning this time, I aspire to become a teacher at the academy, just like you, and then embark on an adventure together once the members of the royal battle team return. Evil Joy whispered to Shui Leihan. In 5 years, they will surely be back. We made that promise. There is still a year and a half left. Shui Leihan nodded with a smile. Indeed. It's rare for you to have such a desire to become a teacher. This will also serve as a test of your character. I hope that during your time as an instructor, you become more earnest. What are you saying, boss? Am I not serious enough already? Evil Joy retorted playfully. Nangongya was the first to laugh, followed by Douluo Yin and Yi Lingling. Evil Joy's face turned beet red, and seeing Nangongya so joyfully amused, he refrained from further comment. The meal was exceptionally enjoyable, with Evil Joy and Douluo Yin exchanging tales of their 3.5-year journey, leaving Shui Leihan as a listener, feeling as if he were right there with them. He couldn't help but marvel that venturing out truly could foster greater maturity and composure in a person, except for Evil Joy, of course. Boss Shui, what are your plans moving forward? Yi Lingling asked with a smile. I will continue to teach for a while, but before that, I need to make a trip to the far north to hunt for a soul ring, Shui Leihan replied with a chuckle and a shrug. Boss Shui is impressive. Reaching level 60 so quickly. Yi Lingling clapped her hands in admiration. Nangongya gazed at the smiling Shui Leihan, taken aback by his youth. Soon to break through to the rank of Soul Emperor. What a prodigy. Shui Leihan did not voice it, but he estimated that all the members of the original 10 heroes of Tiando were nearing level 60, including the Shrek team. After all, their talent was undeniable. Then let us stay as well. How about we also teach while we wait for them? Douluo Yin suggested with a smile. Yes. Teaching should be quite enjoyable. Evil Joy nodded in agreement. No, I suspect you will soon tire of lesson planning, Shui Leihan remarked, bemused by the eager expressions of his companions. Your sister-in-law can stay in the faculty dormitory at Tiando United Academy during this time. I will make the arrangements, Shui Leihan said to Nangongya. Thank you, Brother Shui. Nangongya bowed her head in greeting. I shall visit the Starfall Empire in due time. You should accompany us then. Shui Leihan nodded in response, signaling to a nearby maid, from whom she retrieved a card from her ring and handed it over. Come, Xie Lu, Douluo Yin. Let me introduce you to my current students. The Shuido battle team. I have heard of their illustrious name. Douluo Yin chuckled softly, grasping Shui Leihan's hand. Indeed. It is they. Perhaps you may even need to impart some practical experience to them. After a moment of contemplation, Shui Leihan remarked, Xie Lu, accompany me to the training ground shortly, showcasing your self-created soul skill. Remember, do not hold back. Xie Lu nodded, acknowledging the morning flower melody, understood. Shui Leihan arranged a faculty dormitory for Yi Lingling, conveniently located next to his own room. Douluo Yin insisted on sharing accommodations with him, and Shui Leihan conceded to her request. Meanwhile, Xiaolu and Nangong shared a room together. Amidst the teasing gazes of Shui Leihan, Douluo Yin, and Yi Lingling, the young girl blushed deeply and promptly shut the door, ignoring their playful jests. After finalizing the lodging arrangements, Shui Leihan and Xiaolu exited the dormitory area. Douluo Yin and Yi Lingling, undoubtedly fatigued from their lengthy journey, were now afforded a chance to rest. The Tiando United Academy has indeed undergone significant transformations. Walking side by side along the grand avenue of Tiando City, Xiaolu and Shui Leihan observed the bustling scenes of the branch schools, prompting a soft sigh of reminiscence from Xiaolu. A hint of nostalgia crossed his face, recalling the happiness of student life, despite the demanding training tasks. It was a time of unprecedented fulfillment. Shui Leihan nodded in agreement, slightly swayed by his sentiment. It is a pity that teacher Qin Ming is still traversing the Douluo Continent. Upon his return, should I assign you some more training tasks? Xiaolu chuckled shyly. Perhaps not. Their laughter echoed as they gradually approached the training ground of the Tiando United Academy. From a distance, they spotted Master Yu Xiaojiang with a stern expression, training the Shui Do battle team, their exhausted figures glistening with sweat. Noticing their talent and potential, the master had commenced their rigorous training. Observing Xia Li's look of surprise, Shui Leihan shrugged. Seeing them reminds me of the trials we endured. Xiaolu murmured in agreement, I feel the same. Shui Leihan nodded and stepped forward. Their timing was fortuitous, as they arrived just as the class concluded. After a brief exchange with the master, who cheerfully patted his shoulder, he returned to the Shrek branch. Shui Leihan communicated his intentions, and the master readily acquiesced. Although the members of the snow fight team were weary, upon catching sight of the figure of Shui Leihan, they immediately straightened their postures. Allow me to introduce my brother, the partner to whom I can entrust my back, your future instructor, Xiaolu. At this moment, Xiaolu stepped forward a few paces, gazing at the 7 young ones with a bewitching smile. Greetings, I am Xiaolu, the illustrious Xiaolu of the original 10 masters of Tiando, shouted Bu Yunduan. The other 6 pairs of eyes instantly fixated on Xiaolu, eliciting a twinge of pride within him. Indeed, I am the 4th of the original 10 masters of Tiando, and from this day forth, I shall be your instructor for the course on self-created soul skills. Should you have any inquiries regarding self-created soul skills, do not hesitate to ask me. With a flourish of his hand, the moonlight pipa materialized in his grasp. Yellow, yellow, purple, purple, black, 5 soul rings emerged sequentially behind him. His fingers danced across the strings, and a sliver of white light blossomed from the moonlight pipa, enveloping the members of the snow fight team in an instant. This is my self-created soul skill, the Elegy of the Fallen Flowers. Your assignment is quite simple. Endeavor to comprehend the essence of self-created soul skills. You may reference my self-created soul skill, Xiaolu remarked, gesturing toward the halo of white light with a wicked grin. Give it your all, for understanding self-created soul skills is no easy feat. Chapter 103. The Enlightenment of AI. Wuxi Shui Leihan stood at the edge of the playground, observing the lesson being imparted by the formidable Xiaolu to the current members of the Shui Do battle team. The rationale behind Shui Leihan's decision to have Xiaolu conduct this session was quite straightforward, to provide the team with an initial impression of self-created soul techniques. This would undoubtedly facilitate their future endeavors in developing their own unique soul skills, rendering their efforts significantly more effective. In those days, Shui Leihan was guided by the sword Douluo, Chen Xin, in his understanding of self-created soul techniques, a feat that was also a testament to his relentless training. However, he refrained from excessively intervening in the self-created soul techniques of the Tiando 10 elites, for the disparity between his martial spirit and theirs was far too vast. His guidance would only lead them into confusion. He merely articulated the steps he had taken to comprehend self-created soul techniques and demonstrated them once more. The Tiando 10 elites, being exceptionally astute individuals, were able to glean the origins of these techniques through the fluctuations and effects of soul power alone. Shui Leihan's intention in having Xiaolu take the lead was to position him as a guiding figure for the members of the Shui Do battle team. Additionally, he aimed to cultivate a sense of responsibility within Xiaolu, encouraging him to adopt a more composed demeanor. Noticing that the members of the Shui Do battle team had entered a meditative state, Shui Leihan sighed softly and nodded towards Xiaolu. In response, Xiaolu flashed a charming smile and gave Shui Leihan a thumbs up. Amused, Shui Leihan shook his head in silence and proceeded back to the faculty dormitory. It was time to pack his belongings and embark on a journey to the far north. With students from the control department taught by Douluo Yin and those from the support department instructed by Yi Lingling, Xiaolu could even teach 2 subjects. As he walked, Shui Han mused that life had indeed become considerably easier. Along the way, he encountered several active students from his assault department classes who greeted him with respectful salutes. Such gestures undeniably uplifted one's spirits. As he approached the faculty dormitory, a delicate voice called out to him, halting his steps. The door to the dormitory on his left was slightly ajar, revealing half of a face, Nangongya. Upon hearing that it was a matter of great importance, and considering Nangongya's current status, Shui Han surmised it must pertain to family issues or something related to Cielo. Come in then, Yin is also here. And perhaps she can assist you, he suggested after a moment's contemplation. The reason for not discussing matters alone was that Nangongya was a young girl. And although Shui Han was not of that ilk, he preferred to avoid any rumors circulating about him and Nangongya. Let us proceed to the living room, Shui Han said to Nangongya, casting a glance at Douluo Yin. The latter, having overheard part of their conversation, nodded with a smile and followed Shui Han into the living room. Sister-in-law, may I inquire about the purpose of your visit? Shui Han and Nangongya sat face to face on the sofa, while Douluo Yin brought 3 cups of cool tea and placed them on the low table in front of them before sitting down beside Shui Han. Brother Shui, I'll be straightforward, Nangongya began, her anxious eyes reflecting her urgency. My parents wish to arrange my marriage. Shui Han sighed inwardly upon seeing her distress. Indeed, it was such a matter. To speak candidly, betrothals arranged from birth are not uncommon in the Tiando Empire, yet few ever culminate in the promised union. After all, as one matures, disparities in social standing often emerge. It is rather humorous to expect a phoenix soaring in the heavens to wed a mere ox plowing the fields, even if that ox happens to be of noble lineage and considerable wealth. Therefore, aside from a few ineffectual individuals, many adhere to their original commitments. I have never met him, but he is a relative of the royal family of the Luo Empire, and his father is a second-rank official in the current dynasty. Shui Han cleared his throat. These matters are not insurmountable. I wish to inquire about your nominal fiancé. Nangongya pouted slightly. He is arrogant and has a poor reputation among the common folk. Currently, he is attending the Luo Royal Academy. Ah, so you have already gathered information. Shui Han remarked. That eases my concerns. If he is indeed a fool, then this matter is manageable. After a moment of contemplation, he continued. I shall be visiting the Luo Empire soon. Let us resolve this engagement in one fell swoop. Since you hold affection for Cielo, and he is my brother, I shall offer you my unwavering support. If your fiancé is a fool, there is little to fear. Noticing that Nangongya seemed about to speak again, Shui Han smiled and added, in truth, the phenomenon of flowers blooming amidst dung is commonplace among the commoners, yet it seldom occurs in the courts of power, where discerning eyes easily identify who is suitable for whom. Thus, there is no need for excessive worry. It is merely a matter of families clashing. Moreover, I trust that Dai Mubai's father, the esteemed emperor of the Luo Empire, possesses a discerning gaze. Let this matter rest with us, he concluded. Seeing Shui Han deep in thought, Douluo Yin exchanged a reassuring smile with Nangongya. Shui Han then nodded, affirming, indeed, the responsibility lies with Cielo and me. At this moment, Nangongya's eyes glistened with unshed tears as she stood and deeply bowed to Shui Han and Douluo Yin. Douluo Yin hurriedly approached to offer comfort, whispering, every young girl's dreams deserve support. Shui Han allowed a faint smile to grace his lips. Once they had bid farewell to the tearful Nangongya, Douluo Yin prepared a fresh package of tea leaves and poured another round of steaming water. Are you departing? Douluo Yin gazed at the handsome profile of Shui Han, his face touched by the chill of the snow, and softly inquired. Through years of companionship, Douluo Yin had come to discern the unspoken thoughts of Shui Han. From a mere expression, she could perceive the musings and analyses swirling within his mind. Yin, you truly understand me, Shui Han said, gently grasping her hand. Indeed. I have reached level 60 and am preparing to venture into the extreme northern lands to hunt for a soul ring. He continued, however, the process should be swift. It is not a seclusion, so I expect to return in about a week. I must also strive harder. I am only at level 58. Douluo Yin replied with a soft smile. Let us encourage each other. Shui Han nodded in agreement. Douluo Yin stood and filled the now empty teapot once more. Yin. Shui Han's voice was somewhat awkward, yet brimming with resolve. What is it? Douluo Yin turned to find a faint blush gracing Shui Han's cheeks, causing her heart to race. Wait for me to reach the rank of soul sage, and then we shall marry. His gaze was steadfast, serene, and unwavering, fixed upon her, mirroring the depth of his determination. In response, Douluo Yan's eyes welled with tears of joy. Chapter 104. In the far north, ice. With a sword slung over his back and devoid of any personal belongings, Shui Leihan departed with simplicity. I shall return once I break through to level 60, he proclaimed. I shall await your return, she replied. The memory of his childhood encounter with the Ice Phoenix, a soul beast of 10,000 years, flickered in his mind, deepening the resolve within his gaze. He traversed the familiar path, yet the noodle shop he had frequented was now desolate, echoing in eerie stillness. Time, indeed, is a formidable force. He did not harness his soul power, wandering like an unnamed wandering soul master along the imperial road of the Tiando Empire. Passing by merchant caravans en route to trade, he paused, graciously accepting a cup of water from a hospitable farmer. This is the Tiando Empire. He gazed at the distant sunset and the bustling figures toiling in the fields. This is the realm I wish to protect. A serene smile graced his lips. The sight of such bountiful harvests seemed to cleanse his spirit. During this time, the academy had lost its most formidable teacher of the assault department, and the city of Tiando was without its third prince. Along the road leading to the far north, a young man with a tranquil smile treaded forth. As he journeyed northward, the signs of civilization dwindled. Shui Leihan had already crossed the borders of the Tiando Empire. After all, it is entirely natural for the far north to lie beyond its confines, for the frigid climate deterred many from lingering there. Upon arriving, Shui Leihan approached a wooden cabin shrouded in snow and ice, gently pushing the door open. In the dim interior, he retrieved a candle from his ring, affixing it to the wall. This was his sanctuary, his refuge. After sweeping away the remnants of the storm, he slowly ventured deeper into the far north, to a place he had visited in his youth, the home of the Ice Phoenix, a place he had not set foot in for many years. It was undeniably cold. The chill he felt was a distinct sensation, one only found in the depths of the far north, a profound cold he had not experienced in ages. Surprisingly, it evoked a sense of nostalgia within him. Ice Phoenix, I have arrived, he silently addressed the invisible creature. He understood that the Ice Phoenix had sacrificed itself to become his soul ring, yet he had made a promise. A promise must be fulfilled. As Shui Leihan beheld the sunlight filtering through the ice, casting enchanting hues that adorned the cavern beautifully, he realized this was where his dreams had once begun. Shui Leihan stepped into the icy cavern, beholding the interior scenery that had only graced her with a fleeting glance before. She then settled herself in a meditative posture. A singular egg, emanating a radiant azure glow akin to crystalline ice, floated in the air. If the Ice Phoenix possessed any spirit, witnessing her daughter as healthy growth would surely bring her immense solace, wouldn't it? A faint voice reverberated within the chamber. It was neither Shui Leihan's voice nor that of anyone she had ever heard. The voice, reminiscent of a woman, was strikingly cold and carried a subtle magnetism. It was not the voice of the Ice Phoenix. Shui Leihan turned abruptly, her fists clenched. To her astonishment, she found herself utterly devoid of any soul power. Even her soul rings failed to manifest. Beneath that voice, she discovered she had no means of resistance. Her hand instinctively reached for the hilt of the sword at her back. If soul power was unavailable, then physical strength would have to suffice, an evident conclusion. In that moment, she beheld a deity. The frigid wind swirled into a visage of a woman, gradually forming her head, neck, chest, abdomen, and finally, her horns. Yet, the stature of this woman was so grand that Shui Leihan had to tilt her head back to gaze upon her. Her throat felt parched as she confronted the phenomenon before her, a spectacle that could only be described as miraculous, and for the first time, she sensed her own insignificance. Straining her neck to glimpse the woman's face, Shui Leihan inquired, "Who are you?" After a lengthy pause, the woman replied, "I am the Ice Goddess." Her demeanor was as frigid as her voice. "Oh," Shui Leihan nodded, then bowed, uncertain of the esteemed Ice Goddess's intentions. "I seek you to inherit my divine position." Her words were succinct, devoid of superfluous embellishments, striking directly at the essence of the matter. In many respects, Shui Leihan found her character remarkably similar to that of the Ice Goddess. "Why me?" Shui Leihan asked. The Ice Goddess responded, "Because I wish to venture forth and explore." Shui Leihan furrowed her brow at such an absurd rationale, even in this extraordinary circumstance. "The Ice Phoenix shall be entrusted to you." At that moment, the Ice Goddess's gaze finally fell upon Shui Leihan, causing her to tremble as if her martial spirit were on the verge of extinguishing under that penetrating stare. Reduced to mere dust, I understand, esteemed ice goddess. A spectral figure projected from Shui Leihan's form, a being with flowing ice-blue hair, clad in traditional robes, indeed. It was the Ice Phoenix. In this moment, her voice was imbued with utmost reverence as she bowed gracefully to the ice goddess. Once you ascend to divinity, you shall join me. As her words concluded, the ice goddess swept her sleeve, transforming into a flurry of snowflakes that vanished into the wind. Shui Leihan's mind momentarily faltered. Even she was perplexed by the implications of what had just transpired and what it signified. Long time no see, little brother. The ethereal figure of the Ice Phoenix floated before her, smiling. You are still alive? Snow Tears Han extended her hand forward. Her slender fingers gliding through the fabric of Bing Huang's kimono, emerging from behind her. A phantom is ultimately but a phantom. Of course, this young lady is alive. Bing Huang proudly puffed out her chest, only to catch sight of the egg floating behind Snow Tears Han. It seems you have adhered to the agreement, Bing Huang remarked. She hovered gracefully, gently cradling the blue egg. Do gods truly exist? Reflecting on the earlier scene, the sense of helplessness that confronted her, Snow Tears Han spoke softly. Hadn't we just seen one? What did her words imply? Quite simply, inheriting the divine position of the ice god. Why must it be me? Bing Huang lowered her head in contemplation for a moment, perhaps pondering her desire for adventure. Noticing the darkening expression on Snow Tears Han's face, Bing Huang smiled, suggesting that perhaps you are the only soul master in this Douluo continent endowed with dual ice-related martial souls. I must confess, I am still rather bewildered. Snow Tears Han's complexion paled slightly. He gently rubbed his temples and sighed. For an atheist like me, encountering a deity one day is quite bewildering. Snow Tears Han chuckled wryly, shaking his head. He abruptly shook off those superfluous thoughts from his mind, turning earnestly to Bing Huang and sincerely inquiring. What should I do next? Chapter 105. Agitated, take a look in the mirror and see what sets you apart, remarked the Ice Phoenix, approaching Shui Leihan. He retrieved a mirror from his ring and gazed into it. An icy blue crown now adorned his forehead, as if it had been there since his birth. What is this? Shui Leihan asked, gingerly touching the crown, feeling a chill emanate from it. This is the legacy bestowed upon you by the ice god. The Ice Phoenix replied, her eyes reflecting a hint of complexity. She never anticipated that her initial gamble would pay off. The seemingly unremarkable youth had successfully passed the ice god's trials. Should Shui Leihan complete his tests, he was destined to ascend as the ice god himself. With one person attaining divinity, even the lowly would rise. If he became the ice god, the Ice Phoenix, as a soul entity, could reshape herself and be reborn in the divine realm. She had been awakened by the ice god. How did you come back to life? Shui Leihan inquired. I should have been trapped in eternal slumber, the Ice Phoenix replied with a resigned smile. However, a mere glance from the ice god roused me. So simple it was. Do gods truly exist? Were you not just in their presence? The Ice Phoenix felt a peculiar sensation, ordinarily. She would have been incensed at a human speaking to her so casually, even in a tone akin to that of a peer. Yet, she found joy in encountering someone with whom she could converse so effortlessly. What must I do? Shui Leihan asked. Attempt to communicate with the mark upon your forehead. It should guide you, she advised. Shui Leihan sat cross-legged, focusing all his senses on the crown upon his brow. He delved into a profound meditation, shutting out the harshness of the external world, cold, wind, and snow, leaving only himself in the realm of his thoughts. Reach level 70 within a year. Failure will result in disqualification from the trials. Such a simple decree made Shui Leihan exhale softly. A year to attain level 70. He opened his eyes, determination gleaming within them. Gods are ultimately external entities. Do not dwell upon them any longer. Upon learning of his selection by the ice god, he felt a momentary surge of elation. Foolishness, Shui Leihan rasped, striking his fist against the ice, sending a flurry of snowflakes into the air. The Ice Phoenix stared at him, puzzled by his meaning. Years of steadfast resolve and a tranquil sword intent akin to ice enabled him to regain his composure swiftly. A year, level 70. He adjusted his mindset, his tone devoid of any excitement. Very well, now summon your ultimate ice martial spirit for me to witness. The Ice Phoenix gestured, floating gracefully before Shui Leihan, urging him to unleash his extraordinary power. Shui Leihan's face betrayed a hint of embarrassment. It had been quite a while since he had last employed the ultimate ice martial spirit. As he gazed into the earnest eyes of the Ice Phoenix, he subtly twitched his lips and summoned the ultimate ice. 2 soul rings. Yet why does it feel so feeble? The Ice Phoenix stared at Shui Leihan, incredulous. You haven't truly used it before, have you? If it were to be revealed that I possess a dual martial spirit, the trouble would be considerable. Shuai Han explained earnestly. You insufferable fool. The ice phoenix seethed with indignation. You are truly squandering a treasure. Her fists clenched tightly. Her silver teeth gritted in frustration. If she were not in a spirit state, she would have undoubtedly struck him. Shuai Han forced a few awkward chuckles. From this moment on, you are permitted to use only your second martial spirit, Ultimate Ice. I must diligently train you. If you do not complete the training, you shall not return. The Ice Phoenix's expression darkened entirely. Shuai Han could sense a thick, ominous aura emanating from her, accompanied by occasional low, sinister chuckles. He instinctively took a step back, feeling both amused and exasperated. Put in more effort. Haven't you eaten breakfast? Such a useless man. Shuai Han wore a grim expression as he sat cross-legged on the ground, visible frost emanating from his palms. That was his second martial spirit, Ultimate Ice. During this period, you are forbidden from using your blue rose sword, understood? The Ice Phoenix asserted seriously. This is the extreme north. An excellent place for you to hone your Ultimate Ice. You must not squander this opportunity. Shuai Han nodded, feeling his Ultimate Ice martial spirit surging with vitality. The cold emanating from it significantly more potent than usual. Then you must utilize your second martial spirit even more. I understand. Within the icy cavern, only the Ice Phoenix's brief instructions and the unrestrained chill filled the air. It must be said that the energy of Shuai Han's first martial spirit, imbued with an essence of ice, made it even easier for him to manipulate and wield the Ultimate Ice. The frigid air swirled around Shuai Han's body, his palms turning a striking icy blue, and the azure hue of his pupils deepened. He felt as if he had returned home. However, why would the ice god take a liking to you? The Ice Phoenix floated idly in the air, her curiosity piqued. I do not know, Shuai Han replied, shaking his head, suddenly recalling his experience within the Eye of Ice and Fire. During one of my breakthroughs, I sensed another place. A desolate expanse strikingly similar to the extreme north, completely devoid of life, its chill, bone-deep. Shuai Han recounted what he had witnessed during one of his seclusions. That place might have been where the ice god led you, for such occurrences are impossible for ordinary practitioners. Perhaps, I cannot say for certain. Shuai Han intensified his strength, delivering a powerful punch into the emptiness. In an instant, a chilling aura erupted from his hand, striking the icy surface beside him and creating a deep pit. The sensation of power was exhilarating, though the method of its application remained rather singular. The Ice Phoenix offered her guidance, gently tapping the recently formed chasm with her finger. The essence of ice lacks a definitive form. While it can undoubtedly be gathered in one's hand, there exist numerous alternative applications. After a moment of contemplation, Shuai Han executed a swift kick. His leg enveloped in an icy blue chill. The air was momentarily disturbed, and a wave of frigid gas erupted forth. Is this what they refer to as an alternative application? Shuai Han murmured, a glimmer of realization illuminating his eyes. Observing his actions, the Ice Phoenix smiled with satisfaction, silently cradling her egg while watching his every move. With a decisive motion, Shuai Han cleaved the air with both hands, releasing the cold energy which transformed into two ice-blue swords of light that sliced through the distance. Unbeknownst to him, as he wielded the essence of ice, the ice-blue soul ring behind him shimmered as if adorned with a delicate golden thread, a sight to behold. There remained one aspect the ice goddess had yet to reveal to him. The first soul ring, blessed by her, could now shift freely without the need for soul techniques. The subsequent soul rings were intended solely to enhance the affinity with the ice goddess. At this moment, should Shuai Han forego his first martial soul, the azure rose sword, and utilize the essence of ice, he could still confront soul masters several ranks above him without faltering. This, indeed, is the blessing of the snow and ice goddess. Chapter 106, Emergence Humph. Shuai Han let out a cold snort, and the ultimate ice instantaneously enveloped his entire being. He was shrouded in the frigid aura of the ultimate ice, persistently striving through various attacks and movements to expedite his adaptation to his second martial soul. It must be said that in this bone-chilling realm of the extreme north, his mastery was advancing at an astonishing pace. The Ice Phoenix in the air sighed softly. All of this was achieved through his own efforts, driven by his relentless determination. This unequivocally validated her earlier judgment of Shuai Han from years past. His character had evolved positively, and his soul power had reached impressive heights. He could only rely on himself. This did not imply a necessity for solitude or a solitary cultivation journey. His progress in training was solely reliant on his own endeavors. The ice phoenix caressed the egg, marking the 5th day since Shuelei Han had encountered her. Throughout these 5 days, he had not closed his eyes, with bloodshot eyes reflecting his tireless attempts. It had always been this way. Whenever Shuelei Han faced obstacles or challenges in his training, he would retreat into himself, saying nothing, neglecting food, consumed entirely by the pursuit of cultivation. This was precisely why he had chosen such a secluded place for his retreat, free from disturbances, undisturbed by the outside world. It was just him and his sword. What a remarkable individual, the Ice Phoenix murmured softly. Despite having spent countless years in the depths of the extreme north, the Ice Phoenix was not oblivious to everything. She had never before encountered a young soul master as fierce and self-disciplined as Shuelei Han. Suddenly, she comprehended why the Ice God had chosen him as her successor. The Ice Phoenix gazed into the distance, her previous convictions regarding him crystal clear. Shuelei Han might indeed be capable of inheriting the position of the Ice God. How many days had passed? With his sword slung across his back, Shuelei Han turned back to gaze upon the perpetually snow-covered extreme north, a faint smile gracing his lips. Half a month. The Ice Phoenix's form drifted from him, observing the familiar scenery with a gentle voice. What about the martial soul? Can I still only utilize the ultimate ice? Shuelei Han tilted his cheek as he inquired. Indeed, if you wish to adapt to the ultimate ice swiftly, it is best to do so. The Ice Phoenix nodded in agreement. Shuelei Han replied nonchalantly, revealing that exposure could lead to complications. The Ice Phoenix pouted, asserting that any troubles could simply be dispelled. Engaging in this inconsequential dialogue with the Ice Phoenix, he embarked on his journey back to the academy. He refrained from employing his Azure Rose sword, choosing instead to wield the ultimate ice, his second martial soul. As he approached Tiando City, the frequency of his martial soul's usage diminished significantly. As he was aware of the presence of spies from the Spirit Hall in the city of Tiando, he refrained from revealing any subtleties. The thought of that terrifying woman cloaked in black sent a chill through Shuelei Han's heart. Nevertheless, it felt wonderful to be back. Upon seeing the gates of Tiando City, he breathed a sigh of relief. This is your homeland. It appears quite splendid. The gentle voice of the Ice Phoenix resonated in his mind. Indeed, Shuelei Han replied, a hint of pride lacing his words. This is the mightiest empire on the Douluo Continent, the Tiando Empire, my empire. It is also the empire I have vowed to protect. The last sentiment remained unspoken in his heart. Yet the Ice Phoenix could sense the profound sense of responsibility woven into his words. Unfortunately, I am but a spirit and cannot partake in food. The Ice Phoenix sighed softly, a hint of sympathy in her tone. Shuelei Han paused, then said, when I inherit the title of Ice God, and you regain your corporeal form, I shall treat you to a hearty meal in Tiando City. It's a promise. The Ice Phoenix's cheerful voice echoed in his mind. Shuelei Han sighed slightly. Currently, the Ice Phoenix resembled an ordinary girl, possessing the full spectrum of emotions, who said spirit beasts lack feelings. He recalled Xiao Wu in the battle in the Spirit Hall, feeling a wave of nostalgia wash over him. What's wrong? It's nothing. Shuelei Han smiled and shook his head, signaling that all was well. He strolled towards the palace, continuously sharing with the Ice Phoenix the sights and architecture surrounding them. While she eagerly expressed her desires for activities and delicacies once she regained her body, they walked together until they reached the palace. Noticing that there were slightly more guards than usual, all adorned with the insignia of the crown prince, Shuelei Han felt a flicker of anticipation. Could it be that my elder brother has returned? Welcome back, Your Highness the third prince. The guards on either side knelt on one knee upon seeing Shuelei Han. There is no need for such formalities. Shuelei Han nodded and patted the shoulder of the lead guard before proceeding into the palace. Following a familiar path, he made his way to the imperial study. He had never entered the grand hall, as he had no desire to do so. Entering would signify an interest in political affairs and a desire for that throne. However, he had no such aspirations. His intention was to protect the empire on a different level. Elder brother. Upon seeing someone approaching ahead, Shuelei Han smiled and greeted him, quickly closing the distance to embrace him. Third brother. Shuai Qinghe was somewhat surprised, feeling a flush creep to his cheeks as he was embraced. It has been too long. I have missed you. After they parted, Shuelei Han smiled and cupped his hands in respect. I have missed you as well. However, state affairs weigh heavily upon me, and I must attend to matters at the borders. Shuai Qinghe placed a hand on his shoulder, acknowledging the gravity of their responsibilities. His elder brother leaving again? Shui Leihan said with a hint of regret. Indeed, my return this time is solely to bid farewell to the emperor, he replied. A sigh escaped Shui Leihan's lips, for he never concealed his feelings in front of family. Elder brother is departing. Third brother, work hard and do not let the emperor down. Xueqing had gently embraced Shui Leihan, her face blushing slightly once more. Take care, elder brother. Shui Leihan bowed deeply to Xueqing's departing figure. I cannot discern this elder brother of yours, Bing Huang murmured, narrowing her eyes as she watched Xueqing leave. Indiscernible? It is likely that the emperor bestowed upon him a treasure to conceal his aura or a soul guide, Shui Leihan replied without a moment's hesitation. Indeed. Bing Huang furrowed her delicate brows, then became enchanted once more by the scenery around them. I will be heading to the Star Luo Empire in a while. Shui Leihan said to the emperor of the Heaven Do Empire, Shui Yi, who was seated opposite him. Do you need me to assist you in drafting diplomatic documents, Honor? Shui Yi inquired, dipping his brush as he diligently reviewed memorials. Shui Leihan shook his head, stating no. This time I represent the academy and prefer not to make a grand entrance. Then do take care, as there are many hawkish factions in the Star Luo Empire. He did not finish his thought, but Shui Leihan understood his implication. Not to worry, I have acquaintances in the Star Luo Empire, Shui Leihan replied with a radiant smile. Far away in the Star Luo Empire, Dai Mubai sneezed violently during lunch, inadvertently expelling his food. Chapter 107. Promotion for the moment. Let us disregard the individual sneezing in the Star Luo Empire. Shui Leihan strolled toward the outskirts of the city from the center of Tiando City. Yearning to visit the academy, it appeared deserted. Upon returning to the Tiando United Academy, he beheld the empty classrooms and suddenly recalled that everyone must be at the Seoul Arena within the Tiando Empire. Who are you searching for? Bing Huang, noticing the absence of others, drifted out of his body, her large eyes blinking inquisitively. Well, I am looking for my students, Shui Leihan replied. With your meager capabilities, you aspire to be a teacher? Your soul power level is remarkably lacking, Bing Huang remarked, pouting slightly with a playful huff. Shui Leihan shook his head, asserting, no. At the very least, I am the strongest in the assault department of this academy, so it is only fitting for me to be a teacher. That statement holds some truth. Bing Huang floated and gazed at Shui Leihan. Aren't you afraid of being seen like this? Observing the ethereal form of Bing Huang. Her skin is translucent as the walls, Shui Leihan inquired. Do you think I am like you? Bing Huang chuckled lightly, dismissing Shui Leihan's astonishment. I can sense the presence of others, so as long as someone approaches, I can return to your body. Ah, I see. Shui Leihan nodded in understanding. The first trial of the ice god is rather simple. Bing Huang giggled. Because you are a cultivation fanatic. Indeed. I am currently at level 61 and can break through to 62 at any moment. Shui Leihan replied nonchalantly as he walked toward the Seoul Arena in the center of Tiando City. The rewards after the examination are substantial. Do not be surprised when the time comes. I won TB, she said. I really wish to indulge in some snacks, though I am no longer hungry. The sight of food still tempts me. What do you wish to eat? I want to sample every dish from the eateries in Tiando City. Then I shall strive to make that happen, so you can regain your physical form as soon as possible. Yes, Bing Huang's voice was unexpectedly soft and gentle. She understood his meaning. The cheers and clamor from the Seoul Arena grew increasingly loud. I should return to rest. It is too noisy. Bing Huang seemed overwhelmed by the cacophony, waving her hand as her graceful form slipped back into Shui Leihan's chest. All right, I shall awaken you later. Shui Leihan lingered for a moment longer in the teaching area before gradually making his way toward the Seoul Arena. The fervent atmosphere, the desire for battle, and the burning passion remained as intense as ever. It seems the promotional efforts have been quite effective, he thought, nodding at the common folk entering the arena. The second purpose of this competition is to promote the Tiando United Academy once again, instilling confidence in the parents who send their children to study there. This is indeed of paramount importance. Shui Leihan smiled faintly and proceeded up the staircase toward the area designated for the teachers. Each of them was intently focused on the stands, occasionally exchanging hushed remarks. That student is quite impressive. Their martial spirit is utilized with great maturity. Ah, that one. I've heard they're a dark horse from the Tianhua branch. The female student's support-type martial spirit is also remarkable. She must be the strongest in her category. Known as the Healing Angel. You should consider who brought them into the class. It was Dean Shui, if I recall correctly, standing at the back of the teacher's lounge. Shui Leihan overheard their quiet discussions, catching snippets of information related to himself. His gaze swept across several venues, identifying the individuals the teachers had mentioned. Min Wanting stood behind Ai Wuxi, while a healing angel shimmered subtly behind her. Continuous streams of light flowed from Min Wanting's martial spirit into Ai Wuxi's body, visibly revitalizing him. It seems that the members of the Shuedo team are rapidly advancing under the Master's guidance. Xiaolu was responsible for creating soul skills, while Dugu Yin and Yi Lingling were likely managing their respective fields, Dugu Yin focusing on control and Yi Lingling on support. Dean Shui, you have returned. It appears the promotion has been quite effective. Shui Leian paused to converse with several teachers. He gestured towards the throngs of common folk, estimating that nearly 70% of the audience comprised them. Indeed, many have traveled from other cities to witness the competition as their children are studying at the academy. Dean Shui, there are also some commoners from the Douluo Empire. It seems our reputation has spread quite far. A subtle smile graced Shui Leihan's calm face as he made his way toward the stands, where he could observe all the matches more clearly. Dean Shui. Upon seeing Shui Leihan, Meng Xinji appeared rejuvenated, smiling as he clapped a hand on his shoulder. The results seemed quite promising. Shui Leihan brushed off non-existent dust from his chair before sitting down. Indeed, I too did not anticipate that the Soul Arena would lend us their venue. The supervisor of the Soul Arena happens to be the father of one of my students, Shui Leihan remarked, a hint of a smile playing on his lips. Meng Xinji stroked his beard and replied, what a fortunate coincidence on the bright side. Yes, in half a month. I plan to take the Shuedo team out for an excursion. To broaden their horizons, perhaps? Meng Xinji suggested. Shui Leihan nodded, acknowledging this rationale. However, the primary reason remains the Soul Master competition of the Douluo Empire. I intend to take them to participate, which should also aid in their growth. Is it not a bit premature? Dream God Machine asked with a hint of concern, particularly because his granddaughter, Meng Xiner, was a member of the snow fighting team. He couldn't help but worry for her. At 12 years old, she was no longer a child. Snow Tears cold gazed indifferently down at the soul fighting arena, recalling that he had spent every day in this place before the age of 12. As their teacher, it was imperative for his students to grow at a pace surpassing their peers. Noticing that Dream God Machine seemed to have more to say, Snow Tears Cold reassured him. Do not worry, nothing will happen. As their mentor, it is my duty to ensure they become the best, excelling beyond their contemporaries. This is only natural. Snow Tears Cold's gaze shifted to Ai Wuxi and his star soul gun, and he slowly closed his eyes. He was immersed in sensation, without the need for sight. He could discern the position from which Ai Wuxi would fire his next shot. Snow Tears Cold was eager to ascertain just how much Ai Wuxi had mastered. Was his gun as resilient as the man himself? Often, one could gauge a person's spirit by their understanding of their own martial soul. As a sword martial soul master, Snow Tears Cold was particularly attuned to such nuances. He sensed Ai Wuxi's intent and soul skills, perceiving the surging essence of his marksmanship. After a moment, a faint smile graced Snow Tears Cold's lips. He had mastered it quite well. Chapter 108. The journey. Shui Leihan yawned and rose from his bed. Outside the window, the morning sun illuminated the Tiando United Academy. Undoubtedly, the Shuedo team had suffered defeat at the hands of a more experienced team, a fact beyond dispute. After all, they had only just embarked on their journey, having been in the field for less than a year. Losing to students from the affiliated school was quite a common occurrence. While the saying goes, better to be the head of a chicken than the tail of a phoenix, it was essential for them to experience the reality that they were not invincible. Many among them likely felt a sense of indignation or believed that their efforts over the past few months had yielded no results. At such a moment, encouragement from others was necessary. This was precisely why Shui Leihan wished to take them to the Douluo Empire to participate in the Youth Soul Master competition. With his status, obtaining an entry ticket was a straightforward task. Wake up, the sun is shining, Shui Leihan said, poking the cheek of the person sleeping beside him. The individual turned over, emitting a soft sigh that stirred a cascade of green hair. You never used to sleep in. I recall you dragging Xiaolu and the others out of bed one by one. Shui Leihan chuckled as he dressed, addressing the wardrobe with a smile. That was in the past. Duguyan stretched widely, rubbing her sleepy eyes. Today marked the beginning of their journey to the Douluo Empire, and as the lead teacher, she could not afford to be so lax. Shui Leihan playfully scolded her before gently brushing aside her bangs and planting a soft kiss on her forehead. Get ready. I'll be waiting for you outside. With that, he straightened his collar in front of the mirror, then stepped out to the restroom to freshen up. Dugu Yin wore a blissful smile, and stretched again before beginning to change. Shui Leihan casually flipped through teaching materials while seated on the sofa, waiting for her. Upon seeing Douluo Yin emerge, he stood and walked alongside her out of the faculty dormitory. "What a beautiful day," Douluo Yin remarked, shielding her eyes from the bright sun. "Indeed, summer is just around the corner," Shui Leihan replied. "But that is a good thing. I dislike days filled with rain." "Me too," Douluo Yin said, grasping Shui Leihan's hand and feeling his warmth. "So, it's just the four of us responsible teachers for this trip to the Star Luo Empire, right?" "Yes. With you Tianhing absent, I will take the lead, and you can be the vice captain, just like before." A nostalgic smile crossed Shui Leihan's face as memories of the past surfaced. Douluo Yin, sensing his thoughts, also smiled warmly and shared reminiscence. "How nostalgic." Xiaolu and Yu Lingling caught up from behind, with Ciela teasingly chiming in, "Do you really have the right to say that to us?" Douluo Yin turned to Xiaolu, scoffing lightly, "And where is your little girlfriend?" After exchanging greetings with Yu Lingling, Shui Leihan inquired, "Still asleep?" "I shall fetch her breakfast from the cafeteria." How sour, he remarked candidly. "Ha ha ha." Both Douluo Yin and Yi Lingling chuckled in unison. However, when will Yi Lingling find a partner? As the leader, it is also paramount to consider the happiness of the team members. Shui Leihan propped his chin on his hand and commented, "Do not be deceived by the frivolous demeanor of Eos Luo and Yu Feng, as long as they refrain from speaking. Their looks alone could attract a girlfriend." Yi Lingling's face flushed. "Shui, if you ask me again, shall I strike you?" "Well, it seems you might not be able to win," Xiaolu quietly reminded from the side. Shui Leihan shrugged and diverted the topic, this time. "The composition of the team for the Star Luo Empire remains unchanged. I am the captain, Yin is the vice captain, Xiaolu is responsible for support, and Yi Lingling walks in the center of the formation. Is that agreeable?" "Absolutely no problem." Both Xiaolu and Yi Lingling nodded simultaneously. After finishing breakfast, they prepared to set off, proceeding as usual. Shui Leihan remarked, "I'll head to the Royal Battle Team's preparation room shortly to fetch some soul beast herbs." "All right." Shui Leihan nodded. Then, together with the other three, they made their way to the cafeteria. "Where are they?" Shui Leihan scanned the room with his tray, failing to spot the expected figures of the Snow Battle Team members. "They probably cannot get up yet due to yesterday's rigorous training by the master," Yi Lingling whispered. Shui Leihan chuckled wryly and sat down with the trio. "That seems normal." He took a spoonful of porridge, glancing at Douluo Yin, who had taken the century egg she disliked, rolling his eyes in exasperation. "Let us depart at noon. Xiaolu, please inform them shortly." "No problem." Dressed in white garments adorned with golden threads, Shui Leihan and Douluo Yin bore the emblem of the Tiando United Academy on their right chests. This emblem also serves another purpose. It signifies a teaching qualification. After enjoying their breakfast and resting for a while, they arrived at the playground promptly at 10 o'clock. The members of the Snow Battle Team were similarly attired in white uniforms, perhaps the only legacy of the Tiando Royal Academy, designed by renowned tailors of the Tiando Empire. These uniforms instill a refreshing sensation upon wearing. Shui Leihan observed the 7 individuals standing before him, hands clasped behind his back. The 7, led by Yin Tiaowei, stood at attention and bowed to Shui Leihan. He nodded and stated, "For this journey to the Star Luo Empire, all decisions will be made by Yin Tian. We shall not interfere in your choices. Although I do not demand that you secure the championship in the Star Luo Empire's Youth Soul Master competition, I expect you to exert your utmost effort on the field without regrets. Yin Tian, your soul power is on the verge of breaking through to the 30th level. Should you succeed, we shall venture to the Star Luo Great Forest adjacent to the Star Luo Empire to hunt for your soul rings. Do you understand?" Shui Leihan spoke softly. "Understood." Xiaolu, alongside Nangongya, stood nearby, both sharing a wistful smile with Yi Lingling. Guiyuan stood beside Shui Leihan, observing the unexpressed charisma of his leadership, his eyes brimming with mirth. "The next steps are entrusted to you, Yin Tian. Do you know the way?" Shui Leihan inquired. Upon seeing Yin Tian shake his head, he retrieved a map from his ring and handed it to Yin Tian. "Let us set forth." He gazed toward the distant sunset forest and spoke softly. A gentle breeze tousled Shui Leihan's short hair and ruffled Guiyuan's emerald locks. Truly, they made a splendid pair. Xiaolu regarded the figures of Shui Leihan and Guiyuan with a tinge of envy in his heart. "Are you feeling a hint of jealousy?" A somewhat indifferent voice from Nangongya drifted to his ears. Xiaolu was taken aback, then gently grasped her small hand. "What I envy is their carefree spirit. However, having you is more than enough for me." Nangongya's cheeks flushed slightly, and she let out a soft huff, ultimately breaking into a smile. They possess their own happiness, and we have ours as well. Chapter 109. One's own decision. The journey from the Heaven Do Empire to the Star Luo Empire offers a plethora of routes. Yet the path chosen by Xue Leihan for the Xuedo battle team is undoubtedly the most arduous and demanding. Traversing the Sunset Forest and the Pinnacle Canyon, they would then enter the Star Luo Great Forest before finally reaching the Star Luo Empire. This route, undertaken on foot, was conceived by him as the most effective means to hone the skills of the Xuedo battle team. Their minds had become entrenched in the knowledge of battle spirits and techniques, proficient in combat against human adversaries. Yet what of the soul beasts? How shall they confront the cunning wolves or foxes? All of this knowledge had been gleaned from books, but now was the time for practical application. Upon hearing Xue Leihan's plan, the master raised his hands in approval of this route, recalling how the Shrek Academy often roamed and trained within the Star Do Great Forest. This was an essential undertaking. Xue Leihan maintained high expectations of them, as was customary. Isn't this route rather perilous? Yi Lingling inquired softly. They had never before engaged in a battle of wits and strength against soul beasts. I concur with Boss Xue's choice, Xie Lu replied. Xue Leihan and Dugu Yin brought up the rear of the team, although he had explicitly stated that he would not assist the members of the Xuedo battle team. He nonetheless remained vigilant of their surroundings. Yi Lingling walked in the center of the group, alongside Min Wanting, imparting valuable lessons on the crucial timing for support from auxiliary soul masters, an essential aspect for any soul master. On the right flank, Xie Lu and Nangongya maintained their position, while Yin Tian led the way at the forefront. Aware that his soul power was the strongest, and thus deemed it his responsibility to clear the path. Yin, are you familiar with this area? Xue Leihan asked with a smile, gesturing toward a clearing in the forest. Isn't this where we once set up camp? Dugu Yin replied, a hint of mirth sparkling in her beautiful eyes. Indeed, I recall it was for the hunting of the moon wind spirit to acquire her soul ring, ultimately. We chose a Millennium Soul Ring for her, Xue Leihan reminisced. Teacher, it's getting late. Shall we rest here? Yin Tian wiped the sweat from his brow and bowed to Xue Leihan. After evaluating the time and terrain, as well as estimating the stamina of the Xuedo battle team, Xue Leihan nodded in agreement. Very well, but remember to keep watch and patrol during the night. Yin Tian smiled in acknowledgement. I will gather herbs to ward off soul beasts, and I leave the tent setting up to you all. After exchanging a few hushed words with the members of the Xuedo battle team, he charged ahead. Such a commendable sense of responsibility, Xie Lu remarked with satisfaction. We were once like that, too, Yi Lingling said with a smile. Let us observe how they proceed from here, Xue Leihan suggested. The four nodded in silent agreement, standing aside much like they had done under the tutelage of teacher Qin Ming in the past. They require growth and the ability to comprehend independently. Excessive protection is indeed a foolish endeavor. Beneath the vast sky, Bu Yunduan and Feng Suing are setting up a tent, while Ai Wuxi tends to the embers left by Yin Tian, coaxing the flames to blaze more fervently. Mo Hai and Ming Xin retrieve provisions and ingredients from their storage devices, commencing their culinary endeavors by the fire. Since the arrival of another by Xue Leihan's side, Bing Huang has refrained from appearing or conversing with him. As Bing Huang herself articulated, she might be sensed by the formidable spirit master. Xue Leihan understands her sentiments and, thus, does not intrude upon her, allowing her to rest peacefully within. As dusk gradually envelopes the sky, the group is grateful for having encountered no perilous spirit beasts throughout the day. They divide the hot food into several portions, with 4 substantial servings designated for the teachers responsible for Xue Leihan and his companions. Illuminated by the firelight, they commence a discussion regarding their journey, analyzing what they executed well and what requires rectification. This practice was instigated by Xue Leihan, a daily introspection to contemplate the decisions made today, ensuring an improvement for those of the following day. After their discussions and analyses, they turn to lighter topics, engaging in gossip and sharing familial tales. Xue Leihan, seated within the tent, finds himself bemused by the shift in their conversation. He refrains from halting their joviality, recognizing the necessity of adequate rest. Just like traveling, so too is cultivation. He had previously been overly rigid, consumed by the sword and the path he had chosen, which only intensified his stress. The sword Douluo Continent once counseled him that excessive indulgence in cultivation, while beneficial, could lead to a sense of stagnation, ultimately diminishing the pace of one's progress. Although Shui Leihan has yet to experience this stagnation, he nonetheless decides to pause momentarily. During this period of teaching, his intention extends beyond merely nurturing the next generation of the Heavenly Douluo Empire's promising youth. It is equally vital for him to place his heart in a state of relaxation. His path has always diverged from that of others, and his methods of cultivation are distinctly unique. While AI Wuxi might grasp this mode of cultivation, whether he would choose to tread this path remains a question. What weighs on your mind? The meal is getting cold. Du Guyan inquires with concern, observing the pensive expression on Shui Leihan's face. They have brought ample tents. Aside from the one occupied by the Shuedo battle team, Du Guyan, Shui Leihan, Xiaolu, and Nangongya each possess their own tent. Shui Leihan gazes into Du Guyan's eyes, which glimmer with affection, and shakes his head, responding, "It is nothing, merely pondering over cultivation." "Why do you find yourself thinking of cultivation again? Did we not agree to take a break?" Du Guyan pouts. Shui Leihan chuckles and shakes his head, returning to savor the still warm meal. Once the Youth Spirit Master competition of the Star Luo Empire concludes, what do you wish to pursue? "I do not know," Shui Leihan replies, shaking his head. "Within my heart, there exists no thought beyond the completion of the Ice God's trial. Whatever decision you make, I shall accompany you." Du Guyan revealed a faint smile. "Yes, that will suffice," Shui Leihan replied with a cold smile. He then lifted the tent's curtain and stepped outside to discuss the forthcoming matters with the snow fighting team. "You may decide among yourselves who will keep watch," Shui Leihan instructed the members of the snow fighting team. The Twilight Forest is far from tranquil. Although Yin Tian has already sprinkled the powder to repel the spirit beasts, it only drives away the lesser ones. Those aged over 3,000 years remain unaffected, so exercise caution and do not be careless. "Teacher, I shall take the watch tonight," Yin Tian said, clasping his fists respectfully. "Indeed, remember to take turns keeping watch, for we must continue our journey tomorrow." With that, Shui Leihan patted Yin Tian on the shoulder and returned to his own tent. Observing the tightly shut tent of Xiaolu and Nangongya, Shui Leihan raised an eyebrow. It seems they are cohabiting without being formally betrothed. Truly, what a decline in societal values. After casting a scornful glance at Xiaolu, Shui Leihan drew aside the curtain and nestled into the warmth of his bedding. Chapter 110. A single punch in the inky darkness of the night. The flickering light from the campfire illuminated a corner of the sunset forest. The hour was late. AI Wuxi accepted the task from Yin Tian, planting his spear firmly into the earth and closing his eyes to gather his thoughts. It was now his turn to stand watch. When would he become as formidable as his teacher? He murmured to himself, a rare glimmer of confusion flashing in his gaze. Despite having successfully developed his own marksmanship and being in the process of creating his unique soul technique, he felt he would never meet the expectations set by his mentor. At the age of 12, his teacher had already secured the diamond badge in the soul arena. At 12, his teacher had crafted his own soul technique. At 12, he had already grasped the essence of the sword, while AI Wuxi had only begun to comprehend his spear with his teacher's guidance. There was a vast difference between self-discovery and being taught. By 12, his teacher had already ascended to the pinnacle of the 10 greats of Tiando. AI Wuxi sighed softly, having witnessed Yin Tian's rapid progress. Although each individual walks their own path, he couldn't help but feel a twinge of envy seeing his peers on the verge of breaking through to level 30. He had sacrificed his sleeping hours, dedicating himself to nightly training. Though it appeared inconsequential on the surface, AI Wuxi understood that the tension within him was growing ever tighter, a string that could snap at any moment. Suddenly, the spear planted in the ground trembled slightly, and his weapon spirit's alarm blared in his mind. "Something's amiss," he shouted, using the tip of his foot to flick a still-burning log into the shadowy forest. Through the faint glow of the fire, 3 colossal golden baboons came into view. Hearing AI Wuxi's shout, Yin Tian and Feng Shuiying emerged from their tent, standing shoulder to shoulder with him, confronting the 3 soul beasts. 10,000 years. Feng Shuiying's voice was hoarse, his pupils constricted. One of the abilities of his weapon spirit was the capacity to approximate the age of soul beasts or soul rings. The master had suggested this might be a result of his spirit's mutation. What? 3 10,000-year beasts? Bu Yunduan emerged from the tent, followed closely by Mo Hai, Ming Shiner, and Min Wanting. Bu Yunduan's voice was dry. Perhaps we have inadvertently wandered into their feeding route. Yet, the 3 10,000-year golden baboons did not retreat as they had anticipated. Instead, they roared fiercely at them, their massive hands pounding the ground with such force that their tent trembled violently, threatening to collapse at any moment. Within another tent, Shui Leihan opened his eyes, looking at the equally awakened Douluo Yan. He halted her movement to go outside. 3 10,000-year beasts, you need not intervene. Continue to rest. He gently caressed Douluo Yan's cheek, speaking softly. Douluo Yan's delicate face flushed slightly, and she murmured a response before leaning into his embrace. All right. Save your charm for later. Snow Tears Han rose, a chill enveloping him as he stepped outside the tent. Cielo, he shouted, his voice resonating through the twilight forest like an explosion. As per usual, he had arrived. Years of collaboration allowed Cielo to respond instinctively to these words. A burst of purple light erupted from Cielo's tent, enveloping Snow Tears Han in a violet hue. In the blink of an eye, he leaped over the members of the snow battle team, his body shimmering with icy blue radiance. Bang! A straightforward punch sent the first target, the ancient golden baboon, flying. Its form quickly became encased in a layer of profound ice. A soul ring of ice blue, laced with golden threads, materialized behind Snow Tears Han. The oppressive aura of the 100,000-year soul beast from the Ice Phoenix immediately radiated, halting the advancing golden baboons in their tracks, forcing them to prostrate themselves on the ground in fear. Snow Tears Han snorted coldly, but refrained from further attack. Apart from the vengeful wolf soul beast or fox soul beast, he generally adhered to a philosophy of non-aggression towards other soul beasts. The 2 golden baboons, sensing the unexpected tone in Snow Tears Han's voice, hurriedly humanized their actions, lifting their injured companion and fleeing deeper into the forest. Snow Tears Han retracted his ultimate ice martial soul, exhaling a breath of frigid air that covered the grass before him with a delicate layer of frost. Change out. AI Wuxi, go rest, he commanded, glancing back at AI Wuxi. He noted the fatigue concealed in AI Wuxi's eyes. Continuous training without reprieve was unwise. Rest was essential. After delivering his words, he patted AI Wuxi's shoulder. A warm surge of soul power flowed from Snow Tears Han's hand, gradually revitalizing AI Wuxi's waning spirit. Get some rest. We must continue our journey tomorrow. With that, Snow Tears Han retreated into his tent. Isn't the teacher just too formidable? After Snow Tears Han entered the tent, Yin Tian exclaimed in excitement, his voice low. His speed and strength are astonishing. Foam swaying nodded, recalling the tall figure that had leaped before him. Yearning to grow as powerful as his teacher, he cast a furtive glance at Min Wanting before quickly averting his gaze. AI Wuxi looked at Foam swaying with exasperation. Do you think your infatuation is a secret? We must rest early. We have a long journey ahead tomorrow, Imo Ha yawned. Pulling Ming Shiner and the slightly blushing Min Wanting into the tent. Why is everyone leaving? I thought we could chat a bit longer, Foam swaying remarked, somewhat bewildered as he watched their retreating figures. You should keep watch, Bu Yunduan shrugged before joining Yin Tian and AI Wuxi in the tent, leaving Feng Shui-ing in a state of confusion. What is the itinerary for today? Yin Tian asked, leading the way, as Mo Hai inquired from behind him. Yesterday, we traversed the heart of the Sunset Forest and are now making our way to its outskirts. If all goes well, we shall enter the Pinnacle Gorge by this afternoon. Yin Tian gasped. Our journey has spanned several days, and the nights have been remarkably serene, with no formidable soul beasts encroaching upon our resting grounds. This has certainly eased the burden for the Snow Duel team and their companions. Once we navigate through the Pinnacle Gorge, it will only take a few more days to reach the borders of the Starfall Empire. The soul beasts in the gorge are rather sparse. On the contrary, it serves as a vital trade route for the Starfall Empire. Shui Leihan prepared to descend from the gorge. Although the path may be winding, it remains the most expedient route. We are nearing the Pinnacle Gorge, Shui Leihan remarked, observing the thinning mist, confirming they had exited the innermost confines of the Sunset Forest. To Cielo, she said, yes, we are almost there. Are you still worried? Understanding the underlying concern in Cielo's words, she gazed ahead with an air of calm. To be honest, I am a little, Cielo admitted with a soft sigh. Shui Leihan patted Cielo, urging him to muster some confidence befitting his noble status. If only it were that simple, Cielo replied. Chapter 111. The journey approaches. Why has confidence faltered now that we have already set forth? Shui Leihan gently patted Cielo's shoulder. I have heard that the Nangong family wields considerable influence within the Xingluo royal family. And so, even if we have the support of the Dai family, it is merely one family. Convincing the Nangong family will prove exceedingly difficult. Will you surrender? Xue Leihan observed Xie Lu's sighs with a teasing tone. How could I possibly give up? Xie Lu shook his head decisively, feeling a flicker of annoyance at Xue Leihan's indifferent demeanor. Do not look at me that way. It seems you alone are troubled in your search for a girlfriend within the royal combat team. Little do they know, in the future, another person's marriage will leave Xue Leihan utterly exasperated. This is not merely troublesome, it is exceedingly so. Sigh. Xie Lu let out a soft exhale. The two walked at the rear of the group, ensuring their conversation went unheard by anyone, including Nangongya. Previously, we faced an academy, but now we find ourselves opposing an entire nation. Xie Lu remarked, somewhat speechless. It is merely the Xinglua Empire, and besides, that fiancé of my younger sister whom I have never met is nothing but a weakling. This journey will surely go smoothly. Very well. Xie Lu nodded. For the past few days, his thoughts had been consumed with this matter, his gaze rarely straying from Nangongya. If he were anxious, he could easily divert his mind to other pursuits. Xue Leihan shifted the topic. What is your soul power level now? 61. That's impressive. You're not still suppressing your soul power, are you? A little, as I have not undergone closed-door training for quite some time, Xue Leihan replied. Feeling the weight on his back, Xie Lu exhaled. I am currently at level 59. I estimate I will break through to 60 in a few days. All right. When we venture to the Xinglua Great Forest, I will assist you in hunting. However, I am not very familiar with the territory, so I may need some time to navigate. By the way, I have a question for you, boss. What is that ice blue, scale-like adornment on your forehead? It is a recent trend in the Tiando Empire. I assent it. Does it cause discomfort when worn? Due to Xie Lu's prolonged silence, Xue Leihan had nearly forgotten about this peculiar trait of his. With a frown, Xue Leihan sighed. Regardless of how much time has passed, your nature remains unchanged. I apologize for troubling you, Brother Xue. Nangongya approached from the front of the group, offering a respectful bow to Xue Leihan before tugging on Xie Lu's ear and leading him away. Xue Leihan chuckled, suddenly realizing that Xie Lu and Nangongya's personalities complemented each other perfectly, making them an ideal pair. As he gazed at the increasingly nearer towering spires of the Xinglua Empire, Xue Leihan squinted his eyes. After traversing the Pinnacle Canyon, one would enter the Starry Forest, where quaint towns and inns lined the official roads, providing a place to rest before venturing into the Starry Empire. From a distance, Xue Leihan spotted several groups of students, led by two instructors, making their way through the canyon. However, being far away, they remained oblivious to his presence. He entrusted all decision-making authority to Yin Tian. Placing his confidence in Yin Tian's judgment, they still required tangible growth. In truth, Xue Leihan yearned for Yu Tianheng to join him in training the snow combat team, as his ruthless and formidable nature was well acknowledged by all members of the Imperial combat team. Xue Leihan's sword, however, was not characterized by brutality but rather an unwavering momentum. The sharp, direct thrust was an insight only attainable by those with a sword martial soul. In a different sense, it could be described as fierce, with a steadfast spirit that was uniquely his own. If Chun Xin's sword exuded a sense of balance and tranquility, then Xue Leihan's sword conveyed an unyielding resolve to safeguard everything around him, piercing through the soul with its chilling essence. Both were champions of righteousness. Yet the significance represented by their swords diverged. The title of Demon Sword King was not bestowed lightly. What is that blue crystal on your head? Du Guoyan inquired softly from the side. Just as Xue Leihan was about to respond, he hesitated. I'll tell you later, he said gently, taking her hand in his. Just moments prior, the ice phoenix within him had prevented him from divulging this information to Du Guoyan. With her level of soul power and experience, it was still too soon for her to encounter such matters. Du Guoyan nodded obediently, aware that the man beside her bore considerable burdens. The pressure atop him and the chains from the ministers in the court only intensified the weight he carried. Since childhood, each time they met, Xue Leihan's eyes had concealed boundless fatigue, a sign that he had been training again, although this weariness was now invisible or well concealed in his gaze. Du Guoyan remained concerned for him, fearing that one day he might be crushed by the weight of his responsibilities. What's wrong? Xue Leihan sensed her gaze lingering on his face and asked. Oh, it's nothing, Du Guoyan replied with a shy smile, leaning closer to him. She resolved to do her utmost to alleviate his burdens. Teacher, are we now to exit the Sunset Forest and enter the Pinnacle Canyon to journey to the Starry Forest with the merchant convoy? Yin Tian wiped the sweat from his brow, inadvertently disrupting the picturesque scene. Let us proceed into the Pinnacle Canyon, Xue Leihan contemplated for a moment before responding. He had observed the weariness in the eyes of the snow combat team and chose not to push them further into the sunset forest. After all, they needed to remain vigilant against the lurking danger of soul beasts that could appear at any moment. This scene proved to be an ordeal for the fledgling members of the Snow Duel squad as they ventured into the forest. Shui Leihan recognized that although they were quite young upon entering the woods and were under the protection of formidable warriors appointed by the Snow Knight Emperor, he was acutely aware of their exhaustion. Thus, he refrained from insisting they continue through the sunset forest. Upon hearing this news, Yin Tian let out a sigh of relief, respectfully bowed to Shui Leihan, and swiftly returned to the group to share this delightful tidings. Indeed, fatigue was setting in. 12 days, had they truly reached their limit? Both De Guyin and Shui Leihan spoke simultaneously, exchanging a knowing smile. In contrast to the members of the Snow Duel squad, Nangongya, though lacking their formidable soul power and merely an ordinary girl with modest talent, was cherished by Xiaolu, who shielded her from any hardship. This led Shui Leihan to humorously reflect on the daunting nature of a man in love. Over the past few days, he had discerned the essence of Nangongya's character, finding no trace of the arrogance often associated with a young lady of privilege, but rather a certain grace. Time reveals a person's true nature, and Shui Leihan had gleaned several insights regarding her. His concern was whether Xiaolu could see through her, but ultimately, he felt reassured. It became evident that Nangongya was indeed worthy of Xiaolu's trust. That alone sufficed. He gazed into the distance towards the merchant road, allowing himself to exhale in relief. Chapter 112. The Caravan of the Peak Valley. Excuse me, sir, may we purchase 20 bottles of water? Yin Tian inquired, approaching a cart laden with goods, where a middle-aged man sat astride a horse. Certainly, that will amount to 40 silver coins, the man replied, a rugged smile gracing his face as he called to someone in the cart. Soon, a modestly dressed young girl emerged, carrying a basket and bringing the 20 bottles of water to the ground. Thank you, Yin Tian said with a generous smile before lifting the bottles. Are you here to participate in the Youth Soul Master competition of the Xingluo Empire? The middle-aged man asked, wiping the sweat from his brow with a towel handed to him by the girl while lamenting the heat. Indeed, Yin Tian nodded, slightly turning his body, revealing 6 children and 5 young adults standing behind them to the man's gaze. This is our team, he stated politely, then made his way back with the water. The middle-aged man returned the towel to the girl. They could very well be a dark horse, he mused. Yet they cannot possibly rival the Xingluo Royal Academy. The girl remarked, a hint of defiance in her tone as she furrowed her brow. Though your father may not have devoted himself to cultivation in his youth, his ability to judge character is not to be underestimated, the man sighed. Those students are formidable, and the young men accompanying them are no less impressive. The ice-haired youth bearing a sword should surpass even the 3-star professors within the Xingluo Royal Empire. Dad, why do you always elevate others? Our Xingluo Royal Academy is indeed strong, the girl retorted, her spirit unyielding. Despite her simple attire, the girl possessed a charm that grew more enchanting upon closer inspection. Though she was not breathtakingly beautiful, she could be described as a delicate beauty. That was in the past, the middle-aged man scoffed. Nowadays, your classmates are the offspring of government officials and nobles, foolish children who neglect their studies and training in favor of frivolity, bringing shame to the Xingluo Royal Academy. The recent admissions have become even more stringent. Had I not invested heavily years ago to secure your place there, you might not have a school to attend now. He continued his lament. It is said that one is influenced by their company. Do not follow in the footsteps of your peers. All right, I understand, the girl pouted. Honestly, I wish you would transfer. The current state of the Xingluo Royal Academy is disheartening. The man shook his head. Transfer? To where? The girl inquired. After a moment of thought, the man suggested, what about the Tiando Empire? I've heard of a commendable academy there. What is it called? She asked, curiosity piqued. It seems to be known as the United Academy, he replied. Yin Tian returned to the group, placing the basket on the ground and beginning to distribute the water among them. Shui Leihan accepted the first bottle of water handed to him by Yin Tian. Cradling the wooden vessel in his hands, he was the first to experience the chill of the water, which brought him a sense of refreshment. How much? Did the teacher refer to the price of the water? Indeed, Shui Leihan nodded in affirmation. 40 silver soul coins, Yin Tian replied. Just submit for reimbursement. Ah, no need. Teacher, it's merely 40 silver soul coins. Yin Tian hastily shook his hand. Although his family was not exceedingly wealthy, they were still quite reputable, and he wouldn't give a second thought to such a trivial sum. Shui Leihan shook his head, calmly asserting, "This is a matter of principle. The school is responsible for the students' sustenance, and besides, you spent the money for the benefit of everyone. It is not about the money." Yin Tian's face flushed slightly as he lowered his head. Douluo Yin tugged at his sleeve. Noticing that the members of the Shuedo team were all watching Yin Tian with amused smiles. "These fellows, their personalities are just like ours used to be." Cielo chuckled as he stepped forward and retrieved a second bottle of water from the basket. "Indeed, your schadenfreude resembles your former self quite closely," Yi Lingling remarked dryly. "I am wounded." Cielo spread his hands dramatically towards the sky, his tone lighthearted. Shui Leihan sighed in silence. "Your nature hasn't changed at all. I shall not bicker with you. I still need to converse with my wife." Cielo sensed that everyone here seemed to be targeting him, and he hastily concocted an excuse to slip away. "This guy, the moment you mention him, he finds an opportunity to escape," Douluo Yin said, amused. "I wonder how Nangong came to like him." Yi Lingling sighed, rubbing her forehead in exasperation. "To each their own," Shui Leihan shrugged. The members of the United Academy followed the caravan as they made their way towards the Xinglua forest. During the journey, Shui Leihan called Ai Wuxi to the side into a nearby gorge to assess his recent training progress. After a round of practical training, Ai Wuxi returned to the group. "Weary yet fulfilled. Though arduous, it was worthwhile." After several days on the merchant road, the Tiando United Academy encountered other academies. Although this was a youth soul master competition hosted by the Xinglua Empire itself, many academies within the Tiando Empire participated to broaden their students' horizons. The teachers and students of Shui Leihan's group, along with those of the Shuedo team, donned flowing white garments, while Shui Leihan and Douluo Yin exuded an ethereal aura, untouched by the mundane world. Only those who had cultivated to a profound depth could comprehend that this indicated the pinnacle of soul power restraint, making them the most perilous adversaries. Shui Leihan had not made a grand announcement across the Tiando Empire before his departure, which resulted in many academies not recognizing their figures. Those teachers who were aware greeted Shui Leihan from afar, prompting curious glances from their students. The team gradually grew in strength, while the students of the school gathered together, either engaging in conversation or indulging in gossip, with the teachers offering no intervention. Only the 7 members of the snow fighting team maintained their aloof demeanor. As Feng Shuang eloquently put it, "We are students of Director Shui, each a prodigy of unparalleled talent. Do you not think it beneath us to engage with them?" Upon utterance of these words, the crowd erupted in applause, resonating deeply with their sentiments. Although they had yet to establish themselves as formidable forces within the academy, they were no mere followers. Emerging from a high-pressure environment, they stood as the pillars of the United Academy, stronger than the roosters they were often compared to. This confidence was inherent to those who belonged to the United Academy. Each individual, upon leaving the academy, would come to perceive the disparity between themselves and students from other institutions. The members of the snow fighting team were acutely aware of this. While their peers had only just broken through to the 20th level, most of them had already reached levels 28 or 29, with Yin Tian on the verge of surpassing 30 and acquiring his 3rd soul ring. Their future was boundless, akin to a dazzling constellation of stars in the night sky. Chapter 113. The City of Xinglua, Fragile. After traveling alongside the merchant caravan for several days, the members of the United Academy entered the vast Xinglua forest. This forest starkly contrasted with the Sunset Forest, as it was devoid of numerous soul beasts lingering along the official paths. Instead, it was bustling with shops, inns, and taverns. Shui Leihan felt a profound sense of awe upon his first visit to this place. Years prior, during his travels, he had not ventured near the territories of the Xinglua Empire. Thus, this journey marked his inaugural experience in the empire. It must be said, the differences when compared to the Tiando Empire were indeed significant. Shui Leihan observed the merchant caravans on either side, continuously unloading various goods from their compartments, engaging in transactions with shopkeepers. If the Tiando Empire embodies nobility and modernity, then the Xinglua Empire is its antithesis, exuding an atmosphere of thriving vitality, Shui Leihan remarked. It's quite refreshing to encounter other empires occasionally. Douluo Yin chuckled softly, linking her arm with Shui Leihan's. Indeed, it feels rather pleasant. Shui Leihan nodded in agreement, taking in the surroundings. As they drew nearer to the Xinglua Empire, Cielo became increasingly anxious. Recognizing the source of his unease, Shui Leihan chose not to dwell on his incessant chatter, as it served as a coping mechanism for his stress. Which school do they belong to? They appear rather haughty. a young girl remarked with a hint of envy. As several schools congregated, the students, engrossed in gossip, naturally discussed the United Academy, which led the way ahead of them. The members of the Shuido battle team remained as aloof as ever, exchanging only brief remarks, maintaining their composure. Each of them was proud and would not stoop to engage in trivial banter with other academies. "Hey, which academy are you from?" a boy with black hair and a red outfit called out, pursuing the members of the Shuido battle team. "Ignore him," Yin Tian replied without turning around. "Though we may not be the strongest within the United Academy, we represent the Tiando United Academy when we step outside, which is the most formidable academy." Ai Wuxi remained as calm as ever, not bothering to look back, his Star Soul gun slung across his back, maintaining an air of coolness. Ming Shiner, Min Wanting, and Mo Hai were engaged in hushed discussion. Although Ming Shiner and Min Wanting wished to turn around, they were restrained by Mo Hai. Only Bu Yunduan observed the restrained group, a twitch at the corner of his mouth. "Hey, I'm talking to you," the black-haired boy shouted in dissatisfaction. All right. If they don't wish to respond, then cease your inquiries." A long-haired female teacher approached from behind and gently patted the boy's shoulder. Shui Leihan glanced back momentarily before redirecting his gaze. "Which academy is that?" Dugu Yin inquired softly. Shui Leihan pondered for a moment before replying. "It belongs to the Xinglua Empire. Their attire bears the emblem of the Xinglua Empire. Is it truly appropriate for them to act in such a manner?" Dugu Yin mused. After enduring the oppressive atmosphere of school for an extended period, a release is indeed welcome. Shui Leihan shook his head, indicating that they should take advantage of the prestigious title of the United Academy to experience the sensation of being prodigious students. As they approached, Shui Leihan beheld the city of Xingluo. This city stood in stark contrast to Tiando City, a realization that struck him once more. Observing the bustling streets and the vendors calling out their wares, Shui Leihan felt a sigh of relief. As long as they successfully arrived, that was sufficient. The members of the Snow Do battle team, previously aloof, now curiously surveyed the capital of the Xingluo Empire. At merely 12 years of age, such behavior was entirely normal. "Let us first check into the hotel," Shui Leihan suggested. The members of the Snow Do battle team nodded in agreement. "Brother Cielu, I must take my leave," Nangongya said reluctantly as she gazed at Cielu. He trembled slightly, aware that this day would inevitably come, his eyes glistening with unshed tears. In that moment, he appeared extraordinarily fragile. The anguish of being unable to protect those he wished to guard tightening his lips into a firm line. "Brother Cielu, my father's guards have found me." "I must go," Nangongya whispered, discreetly indicating the several guards armed with long spears trailing behind the Snow Do battle team, each one a soul master. Cielu sighed in reluctance, then looked earnestly at Nangongya, tenderness in his gaze as he said, "Then you should hurry." Nangongya's cheeks flushed as she stood on her tiptoes and placed a soft kiss on Cielu's lips before darting around the corner, swiftly disappearing from sight. The guards, witnessing this exchange, turned pale. The young lady, already betrothed, was being so intimate with a young man, even going so far as to kiss him. Their expressions darkened as they stepped forward, casting furious glances at Cielu. "Do not provoke me." Cielu's voice was hoarse, his eyes slightly red, like a soul beast lurking in the shadows. Shui Leihan stepped forward and patted Cielu on the shoulder, bringing him back to his senses. "Humph," he scoffed, pulling Cielu's shoulder and turning to leave. The guards turned ashen. Despite being soul masters, their strength barely reached level 30. As they gazed at Shui Leihan's retreating figure, an insurmountable sense of defeat washed over them, realizing that no matter the approach, they could not hope to surpass him. "Return and report to the master, informing him that the young lady has returned, accompanied by a man," the lead guard said in a low voice, narrowing his eyes as he watched Cielu and Shui Leihan depart. "These individuals are not to be trifled with." "Thank you, boss." Cielu's voice was faint, a sound he had never emitted before, one he found quite embarrassing. Shui Leihan draped his arm around Cielu's neck, giving his shoulder a reassuring pat. He understood. He comprehended Cielu's feelings. "When do you wish to head to the Nangong residence?" Shui Leihan inquired nonchalantly. A few individuals accompanied the members of the Snow Duel squad into a hotel situated in the heart of Xinglua City, with the check-in procedures entrusted to Dugu Yin. Yi Lingling observed them beside the Snow Duel squad, while Shui Leihan and Cielu settled in the lobby. "We shall speak after the Snow Duel squad's competition concludes. It would be unfortunate if my affairs were to interfere with theirs." Cielu revealed a faint smile tinged with bitterness and shook his head. Shui Leihan responded with an affirming sound. "Boss, I desire a drink. I shall accompany you." Boss, spare me the sentimentality. We've been sharing a room for the past few days. Do not seek your own demise. Shui Han jested with a grin. Subsequently, he nodded towards Dugu Yin, who had completed the check-in, conveying a knowing glance. A hint of understanding flickered in Dugu Yin's eyes. After the check-in was finalized, Shui Han granted the members of the Snow Duel squad a brief respite, allowing them to engage in leisure activities before their competition. This decision was met with jubilant cheers as they exuberantly shouted praises for their teacher before hastily forming teams to leave the hotel. Ah, the folly of youth. They remained blissfully unaware that trouble often arises from careless words. Shui Han awkwardly rubbed his nose, feeling uncomfortable with the exuberant exclamation. All right. Go keep Cielo company. I shall share a room with Yi Lingling tonight, Dugu Yin gently suggested. Indeed. I hope this time the annulment of the engagement will be successful. It must succeed. Chapter 114. Registration and Casual Conversation. Dugu Yin, ever considerate, arranged for Shui Han and Xiaolu to share a room and tacitly permitted their venture for a drink. Shui Han's tolerance for alcohol remained rather poor. Yet at the very least, one cup could no longer incapacitate him. As the two exited the hotel side by side, it was ultimately Xiaolu who carried Shui Han back, precisely as Dugu Yin had anticipated. Xiaolu appeared considerably more composed, tossing Shui Han onto the bed before retreating to the bathroom to freshen up. Although his gaze was somewhat unfocused due to intoxication, a profound sense of determination and tenacity shimmered within the depths of his pupils. Xiaolu, there is no need for excessive worry. In the worst-case scenario, I shall reach out to my elder brother and second brother, proposing to the Nangong family of the Xinghua Empire in the name of the Tiando Empire. So, there is no need to panic. The words of the elder brother echoed in his ears as Xiaolu, showering, found his tears mingling with the warm water. Indistinguishable from one another. At least for today, let me be a little vulnerable. Oh, you're awake, elder brother? Upon opening his eyes, Shui Han discovered Xiaolu seated cross-legged on the bed, meditating. Feeling parched, he rose and ambled into the bathroom to freshen up. After washing his face, Shui Han stretched lazily and returned to the bedroom, basking in the sunlight filtering through the curtains and observing the bustling Xinghua city. He stretched contentedly. It seems you've come to terms with things. At the very least, that lifeless demeanor has vanished, Shui Han remarked, turning his back to Xiaolu. So in the elder brother's eyes, I appeared lifeless? Xiaolu chuckled ruefully. But I understand now. I will strive forward and not give up. That is good to hear. Shui Han turned around, allowing the sunlight to bathe his back, feeling a warmth envelop him. Let us go for breakfast. Certainly. The two opened the door and descended the staircase side by side, engaging in light-hearted banter. Xiaolu's demeanor had shifted from the previous day's silence, reminiscent of the years when they were part of the Imperial combat team. Dugu Yin and Yi Lingling descended from the opposite side of the staircase and greeted Shui Han and Xiaolu with smiles. Shui Han exchanged a glance with Dugu Yin, who paused momentarily before a smile graced her lips. As long as everything is well, that is all that matters. What did the members of the snow combat team do yesterday? The girls went shopping for clothes, while the boys headed to the soul fighting arena. Eventually, they all gathered for some shopping before returning to the hotel for dinner, Yi Lingling replied. Let them unwind for a few days. The competition is just around the corner. Shui Han stated nonchalantly. Once seated, Shui Han perused the menu and ordered a few of Dugu Yin's favorite delicacies before handing the menu to Xiaolu. Order whatever you like. Oh, absolutely. No problem at all. Having indulged in drinking the previous night and skipping dinner, both were now ravenously hungry. Xiaolu promptly ordered 7 or 8 items, whether breakfast or snacks, while the nearby waiter hurriedly noted down their selections. Come with me to register at the Star Luo Arena shortly, Shui Han remarked, cradling a warm teacup after the tea and snacks were prepared. No problem, replied Xiaolu, his words muffled as he chewed on a noodle. The other three exchanged knowing glances, their expressions reflecting a mix of amusement and exasperation, prompting them to begin their breakfast in unison. Members of the snow fighting team descended the staircase, and upon seeing the quartet led by Shui Han, they offered respectful salutations. They then took their seats at a nearby table and perused the menu with feigned seriousness. Let us go, Shui Han said, wiping his mouth before addressing the others. Xiaolu stuffed a piece of cake into his mouth and patted his stomach, proclaiming, I'm full. Shui Han shot him an amused glance before leading the way out of the dining hall. Since the snow fighting team was still on holiday, he refrained from assigning them any tasks, knowing they would manage their rest time wisely. The group made their way along the main thoroughfare of the Douluo Empire towards the arena, the designated registration area. Upon entering the Douluo arena, they were greeted by a refreshing breeze that invigorated their spirits. Shui Leihan glanced at the plants lining the area, recalling that Yuxian cultivated similar species. He mused whether these plants possessed cooling properties and resolved to ask the emperor for a few to nurture. They appeared to have arrived a bit late, as they could see a long queue stretching ahead, where the registration staff, despite their diligent efforts, were overwhelmed by the sheer number of applicants. Wow, this line is long. Cielo lamented, eyeing the 20 or so academies ahead with a drawn-out sigh. Given that this is the Youth Spirit Master competition hosted by the Douluo Empire, it's only natural for there to be a large turnout, Du Guyan remarked. It should be just half an hour, Shui Leihan calculated, estimating the number of people in line against the staff's pace. The four began to pass the time by sharing light-hearted banter, reminiscing about each other's past misadventures, which transported them back to their days in the royal fighting team. Time flies. I'm almost 20, Cielo exclaimed, spreading his hands in disbelief. I feel like those 6 years in the royal fighting team were the happiest. Even though each day was exhausting, it was filled with joy. Du Guyan reflected with a smile, only to blush upon noticing Yi Lingling's teasing gaze. I share that sentiment, Shui Leihan said softly. But time waits for no one. My sole focus now is to cultivate the snow fighting team into the next royal fighting team and to grow stronger today. I aim to surpass yesterday's self. It's a simple principle. But boss, our spirit power levels are already quite formidable, Cielo replied, puzzled. I'm not sure what you experienced during your travels that instilled such confidence in you. Shui Leihan shook his head. If the Spirit Hall declares war on the Heavendo Empire and sends 2 spirit Douluos to assassinate you, how long do you think you could hold out? Cielo smiled awkwardly, scratching his head. For a minute. I have practiced this scenario before. If the attackers are ordinary spirit Douluos, I can last a minute before meeting my demise. However, if they are spirit Douluos with mutated martial souls, I estimate I would be unable to resist for more than 30 seconds before succumbing. Shui Leihan spoke candidly, having consulted his adoptive father, Ning Fengji, and borrowed a few spirit Douluo guest elders for practical drills. The results astonished those elders. The third prince, who was several levels below them, managed to endure for a full minute against their relentless assaults. Truly a miracle. A balanced approach to relaxation is beneficial. In fact, cultivation should harmonize effort with ease, avoiding excessive pressure, as this can lead to stagnation of spiritual energy. Shui Leihan shrugged, recalling how AI Wuxi had previously been overly tense. But he had successfully helped him relax. We are the golden generation of the Heavendo Empire, and we must instill pride in our nation, Shui Leihan stated calmly, the commanding presence of the captain of the Royal Combat Team once again enveloping him. Do you all understand? Understood. Chapter 115, An Attempt Regarding Cultivation. Who informed you that I have ceased my practice? Shui Leihan smiled faintly, revealing that my soul power level has indeed ascended to 62. Cielo appeared perplexed and astonished, exclaiming, Is that so, boss? You didn't meditate yesterday. Who told you that cultivation necessitates sitting in meditation? Shui Leihan cast a sidelong glance at Cielo and retorted, To put it most aptly, I am currently engaged in cultivation. Are you not sensing the continual fluctuations of soul power emanating from me? Shui Leihan extended his hand, a chill emanating from his palm. This is what I have been cultivating recently, the mastery of temperature. The method of meditative practice was one I devised, and I have now discovered a more wondrous approach to cultivation, which entails keeping your soul power actively vibrant. Shui Leihan chose his words carefully, conveying an aura of readiness to strike at any moment. A powder keg primed to explode. Do you grasp this analogy? Cielo smirked and replied, I thought you were genuinely preparing to teach those guards from the Nangong family a lesson. Soul power will soon deplete, necessitating restoration. However, for me, recovering my soul power merely requires physical exertion. Du Guyan recalled the times when Shui Leihan insisted they engage in combat and exercise solely using physical strength, and a smile involuntarily graced her lips. The methods of cultivation are myriad and peculiar. None can fathom the multitude of extraordinary practices that exist. Shui Leihan stated, We are in an opportune time for cultivation. I will share this method with you upon our return. At that moment, the staff member successfully interjected, thus concluding the topic. Hello, our academy wishes to register for the Youth Soul Master competition. Shui Leihan stepped forward, speaking politely. The staff member regarded the 2 men and 2 women approaching with a troubled expression, The criteria for this competition stipulate participants must be under 16 years of age. I wonder. It seemed he had mistaken them for competitors. Yi Lingling and Du Guyan stifled their laughter behind him, while Cielo wore a peculiar expression. We are the instructors. Shui Leihan displayed the emblem on his chest, which served as his teaching credentials. I apologize for my oversight, the staff member stammered, taken aback, and upon confirming their status as teachers, offered a hasty apology. Shui Leihan shook his head, indicating he bore no ill will. We represent the Tiando United Academy. The staff member inhaled sharply, astonished that the most renowned and formidable Tiando United Academy from the Tiando Empire would participate in this competition. As he wrote, he inquired, "Which branch do you belong to?" "The main campus." The staff member's quill plunged violently into the paper, leaving a large blot of ink. "I am terribly sorry. I truly apologize." He hastily apologized, took another registration form, and began to fill in his information anew, though this time his hand trembled slightly. Shui Leihan paid no mind, dutifully recording the names of each member of the Shuedo battle team, and then nodded in gratitude before departing. To think it was the main campus. The staff gazed blankly at the retreating figures of the four, a hint of envy creeping into their voices as they remarked, "Once I am married, I shall ensure my child enrolls in the Tiando United Academy." Yet reason reminded him that he had been single for 30 years. With hands clasped behind his back, Shui Leihan led the other three back to the hotel. After inquiring about the location of the training ground, they entered the garden. The training area was exquisitely constructed, akin to the hotel itself, nestled in a tranquil corner. "Have you all understood the cultivation methods?" Shui Leihan inquired, casting his gaze upon the meditative figures of Du Guyan, Cielo, and Yi Lingling. "Yes, we memorized everything," Yi Lingling affirmed earnestly with a nod. "You three shall act as my guardians. I wish to attempt something," Shui Leihan stated, observing that each of them had developed their unique approach to his cultivation methods, nodding in satisfaction. "All right," Du Guyan replied, settling first behind him. "The back is a vital point for any person, and those practicing cultivation are often most vulnerable to danger from behind." Yi Lingling, aware of the intricacies of cultivation, revealed a glimmer of admiration in her eyes. Once Cielo and Yi Lingling had taken their places, they focused intently, and an oppressive aura of soul power immediately enveloped the already deserted training ground. Shui Leihan raised the sword in his right hand, and immediately, a purple and 5 black soul rings appeared behind him. He then lifted his left hand, where an unstable chill began to manifest. His complexion paled instantaneously as a faint ice blue soul ring and a black soul ring materialized beside him. Cielo's eyes widened in astonishment. "Boss, is that a dual martial soul?" Feeling the conflicting soul power within him, Shui Leihan's eyes gradually took on a bloodshot hue as he split the soul power into 2 distinct forces, each representing a different martial soul. He had previously entertained this notion. If one possessed dual martial souls, could they not be utilized simultaneously? Unaware of Tang San's circumstances, he realized he had to forge his own path in this endeavor. Suddenly, the soul power harnessing the ultimate ice in his left hand surged violently towards his right. Shui Leihan's face turned ashen, and he coughed up a mouthful of blood. Du Guyan, Cielo, and Yi Lingling were taken aback and hurriedly employed their soul powers to quell the turbulent energy within him. The blood, upon contact with the air, quickly crystallized into blood ice. "Ah, it's fine now," Shui Leihan said, voluntarily relaxing his soul power, his voice faint and weary. He then settled into a cross-legged position, commencing the circulation of his soul power, following the steps that Shin Xian had imparted to him, as he turned through one cycle after another. After a considerable time, he opened his eyes. Apart from his somewhat pale complexion, the resolute glimmer in his gaze remained unchanged. Tears of cold snow. What was that just now? Du Guyan advanced to sit beside him, offering warmth. Cielo and Yi Lingling also settled cross-legged opposite him, earnestly observing the tears of cold snow. "In truth, I possess a twin martial soul. However, I must caution you, there are risks involved. Should this be divulged to the Martial Soul Hall, it could lead to significant trouble." "Boss, we would never betray you," Cielo pledged, thumping his chest, then broke into a silly grin. "I didn't realize my boss was so formidable. Hee. Yi Lingling inquired, "Is the risk of exposure to the Martial Soul Hall substantial?" Du Guyan took it upon herself to elucidate, recounting the previous Youth Soul Master competition in Martial Soul City, during which Shrek battled the second team of the Martial Soul Hall. They had discovered Tang San's dual martial soul and initiated a pursuit. prior to reaching Martial Seoul City. The Martial Seoul Hall had even dispatched 2 title Douluo to eliminate Tang San. This matter was suppressed, and only Tears of Cold Snow had witnessed it clearly. Du Guyan cast a concerned glance at Shui Leihan. Let us keep this knowledge among ourselves, without drawing too much attention. Shui Leihan cleared his throat, and the other 3 nodded in agreement. Chapter 116. The clouds shift upon returning to the hotel. Shui Leihan's complexion remained somewhat pallid, yet his eyes burned with unwavering determination. Du Guyan supported him, while behind them followed the somewhat worried figures of Xie Lu and Yi Lingling. Although they were unaware of what Shui Lada intended to pursue, they were nonetheless delighted to have uncovered the secret of his dual martial spirits. Let us retire early for the night, Du Guyan suggested softly, her concern evident as she exchanged a knowing glance with Xie Lu. Xie Lu promptly nodded, indicating his understanding of the unspoken message conveyed by the elder sister's eyes. In the southern part of the city, a meticulously dressed middle-aged man sat at his desk, surrounded by a thick pile of documents. The number of participants for this Soul Master tournament is still quite substantial. I wonder how many will pledge allegiance to the Star Luo Empire? He mused, absently picking up an apple from the fruit platter and taking a bite. As a key figure in the organizing committee and judging panel of the tournament, he held a significant position within the Star Luo Empire. This tournament was modeled after the Youth Soul Master contest held by the Tiando Empire several years prior. However, this time, they had refrained from inviting the Spirit Hall, for the Star Luo Empire was not keen on presenting themselves to an unwelcoming entity. Moreover, they regarded the Spirit Hall as little more than a civilian organization, dismissing any notions of reverence akin to that of a papal cult. Their reluctance to invite the Spirit Hall stemmed from concerns regarding the Pope's influence potentially siphoning off numerous talents. Oh, there are even academies from within the Tiando Empire signing up, the middle-aged man remarked with a hint of intrigue as he unfolded a piece of paper. While the talents from the border academies of the Tiando Empire might not be particularly exceptional, their participation could serve to undermine the arrogance of the Tiando Empire. Suddenly, his hand trembled. This is... He clenched the paper tightly and swiftly exited, racing towards the royal palace. Your Majesty. He found the monarch he sought within the imperial garden. Taking his place behind the middle-aged man clad in yellow robes, he knelt and respectfully bowed his head. What has caused you such alarm, Huang De? Inquired the emperor of the Star Luo Empire, Dai He, turning to face him. Your Majesty. It concerns the upcoming Youth Soul Master tournament, the middle-aged man, named Huang De, replied, lowering his head as he presented the paper with both hands to the ruler of the Star Luo Empire. Oh, how intriguing. It is indeed the Tiando United Academy. And the main campus at that. Dai He expressed his interest with a slight exclamation. I have always been curious about the Tiando United Academy. It is said that their teaching standards are exceptionally high, and their students fiercely uphold the reputation of their institution, regarding themselves as part of a collective. I look forward to witnessing their esteemed presence. Huang De was somewhat taken aback. This was entirely unlike the furious monarch he had envisioned. Yet, Your Majesty, he murmured. What if the Tiando United Academy triumphs over the Star Luo Royal Academy? Dai He, maintaining an impassive expression, replied, that would be their own doing. I entrusted the Star Luo Royal Academy to the stewardship of Shao Si, initially intending to cultivate a sense of responsibility in him, yet it has devolved into chaos. I had intended for Shao Wu to attend the Star Luo Royal Academy for his studies, but my thoughts have changed. Once this competition concludes, I shall send Shao Wu to learn from the instructors of the Tiando United Academy in the Tiando Empire. Your Majesty, that is unthinkable. He is the 5th prince, the most gifted talent in cultivation. How could we relinquish him so easily? Huang De's voice trembled, nearly breaking into tears. My decision is made. Further discussion is futile. Should the Star Luo Royal Academy indeed suffer defeat this time, you shall take the position of dean and replace Shao Si. Dai sighed and resumed admiring the flowers with his hands clasped behind his back. Huang De understood that their conversation had reached its conclusion, and he couldn't help but grit his teeth in frustration. As the emperor's confidant, he realized that the emperor had relinquished the once proud Star Luo Royal Academy, stirring within him an overwhelming urge to weep aloud. His dissatisfaction with the second prince had reached its zenith. This time, it seemed they would suffer an embarrassing defeat. In the western part of the city, at the Nangong residence, a weathered middle-aged man paced back and forth in the living room, his furrowed brow signifying the calm before an impending storm. Nangong Yin, the general of the northern defense of the Star Luo Empire, possessed a formidable strength of 7 rings, embodying the essence of a true warrior. Yet now, The soul power he took pride in was of no use in this situation. Yar, please repeat what you just said. Father, I have someone I admire, and he is not my betrothed. Negongyin roared in frustration, his headache intensifying. That engagement was decreed by the emperor himself. Oh, how dare you? How dare you? Enough. How long will you continue this? Sit down at once. A beautiful woman embraced Nangongya, tenderly wiping away her tears with a pained expression. Consider your own feelings. Do you remember why I fell in love with you? The woman gazed at Nangongyin's square jaw, standing slowly. If you had not annulled that original engagement, could we have ever been together? This. Nangongyin's face darkened, recalling the reckless days of his youth. How similar Yar is to the person you once were. Can a mere piece of paper truly bring her happiness? The woman earnestly advocated for Nangongya. Nangongyin stammered, ultimately succumbing to the woman's gaze. Very well, alas. He sighed deeply, then sat down, draining a bowl of tea that a maid had prepared. Xiaoya, speak of him. Nangongya's face flushed crimson, and under the attentive gaze of her parents, she recounted all that had transpired since her encounter with Xielu, including matters concerning Shueleihan and the Tiando United Academy. In doing so, it became evident that the individual Xiaoyao admired was indeed someone of genuine character. The gentle matron remarked, just a pretty boy. Nangongyin scoffed, only to be silenced by a fierce glare from the matron, causing him to wilt instantly. He cleared his throat, stating that Shueleihan is quite remarkable, truly remarkable. Yet, based solely on the piece of warm jade he gifted Xiaoya. I have seen a similar one, albeit smaller, at the auction house, fetching no less than 10,000 gold soul coins. Such an item given so casually, astonishing. Let us not forget that they are all under 20, with an average soul power reaching level 60. Do you grasp the significance of this? Nangongyin sighed. Having toiled a lifetime to reach level 74. Dear husband, do not forget, their leader's surname is Xue. Xue, could it be? It is merely conjecture. Yet their formidable cultivation talent and handsome visage remind me of the renowned third prince of the Tiando Empire from years past. The matron fell into reminiscence, acknowledging that while she had not heard of the name, the third prince of the Tiando Empire was indeed known for his exceptional cultivation talent. So, their leader is the third prince of the Tiando Empire? Nangongyin appeared bewildered. It is quite possible. The matron sighed softly, embracing the petite and adorable Nangongya. Let us turn our attention back to Xielu. Chapter 117. Daihe and Daimubai. The Youth Soul Master competition of the Star Luo Empire is about to commence. The venue for this grand event is the Star Luo Arena. Although the seating capacity is notably less than that of the Seoul Arena in Heavendo City, leading many spectators to stand for the matches, it has not diminished the fervor of the crowd. Soul Masters are indeed a rare and esteemed profession. Many parents in the audience gaze eagerly downward, their children poised to represent their academy in this prestigious competition, a true honor. Daihe, the emperor of the Star Luo Empire, sits majestically at the judges' table, accompanied by numerous esteemed ministers and military generals, including the martial leaders composed of soul masters. Dai Mubai stands respectfully behind his father, Daihe, his eyes calmly surveying the arena where battles are soon to unfold. Nearly 4 years of growth have rendered the once precocious Dai Mubai even more mature. His physique, muscular yet not overly exaggerated, exudes a striking beauty. All eyes are drawn to Dai Mubai, akin to witnessing a fierce white tiger poised for the hunt. Zhu Zhuqing stands beside him, her slender form even more elongated, occasionally casting tender glances at her partner. Bye-bye, what are your thoughts on the Star Luo Royal Academy? Daihe inquires, having taken his seat alongside the other ministers and generals. From my perspective, the Star Luo Royal Academy is bound to claim victory in this Youth Soul Master competition, replies Dai Mubai, who, alongside Zhu Zhuqing, has traveled across the continent and rushed back upon hearing of the upcoming tournament. Alas, it is but a shadow of its former self, Daihe reflects, observing his son's resolute and confident demeanor with a hint of melancholy. The emperor, unable to express his frustrations before his ministers, reveals them only in the company of family. A sudden pang of concern strikes Dai Mubai, prompting him to ask, Father, what has transpired at the Star Luo Royal Academy? I entrusted the academy to Xiao Si, hoping he would strengthen it and temper his wayward disposition. To my dismay, he has exacerbated the situation, hiking tuition fees and altering the enrollment information, Daihe laments. How could this be? Dai Mubai exclaims, his eyes widening in disbelief. Where is my fourth brother? I must have a serious talk with him. He is grounded. I hope he learns the importance of responsibility, Daihe sighs. Appearing aged by several years, To be a royal academy yet lack the strength befitting such a title. What a jest. If the talent supply of our nation dwindles, how could I not be enraged? But father, Dai Mubai reassures, even if the Star Luo Royal Academy is not at its peak, it should still triumph over ordinary academies. Shouldn't it? Dai He shook his head with a bittersweet smile and remarked, in truth, a certain academy has arrived. And I believe the Star Luo Royal Academy is certainly no match for them. Which academy could that be? Dai Mubai inquired. The bitter smile on Dai He's lips deepened as he replied, it is the Heaven-Do United Academy, the very institution where you once studied. This time, they have sent their main campus. He glanced back at Dai Mubai, his eyes filled with a hint of significance. According to the staff responsible for the reception, the leading teacher of this delegation possesses striking ice blue hair and bears the surname Shui. His tone shifted from mild regret to a sense of contentment. However, I am quite pleased. That old rascal Shui has a prodigious son like Shui Leihan, and I too have a genius son. Wouldn't you agree? Bye-bye. Dai Mubai felt a flush of embarrassment and scratched his head, since he had arrived in the Star Luo Empire without prior notice. It was evident that this time he did not represent the Heaven-Do Empire. We have two options. One is to take drastic measures and deploy a title Douluo to eliminate him in the hotel. Father, we absolutely must not do that. Dai Mubai urgently interjected, his tiger-like eyes betraying his anxiety. I have always maintained a good relationship with Leihan. We regard each other as brothers. I humbly request that you retract the order, father. Dai Mubai bowed his head in supplication. Then, he heard the sound of Dai He's laughter. When he raised his head, he discovered a hint of amusement in his father's eyes, realizing that what had been said earlier was merely a ruse. Since Bai has a good rapport with that young man from the Shui family, let us maintain the status quo. As long as we treat him with respect, he will surely speak favorably of us to Shui. It was evident that the Heaven-Do Empire had many hawkish factions, and Shui Leihan's return would successfully suppress them. He represented a potential opportunity for peace between our two empires. Dai He mused, this matter, I believe, Shui is quite aware of. And so is that young scoundrel Shui Leihan, which is why he dared to come to the Star Luo Empire without an escort or diplomatic documents. Your friendship with that young man from the Shui family is a positive development. Like you, he possesses remarkable talent and formidable soul power. It would be beneficial for you to engage with him more often. Progressing together is advantageous. This exchange would shape the future history of both the Heaven-Do Empire and the Star Luo Empire. Dai He narrowed his eyes, comfortably reclining in his chair, ready to watch the competition. Dai Mubai sheepishly returned to Zhu Zhuqing's side. She gently grasped his large hand and asked, did father say anything? The Heaven-Do United Academy is also participating in this competition. It is indeed the main campus. Is that the same school as Sister Yan's? Zhu Zhuqing inquired. Dai Mubai nodded, confirming, indeed, and Leihan is here as the leading teacher. Is Brother Shui also coming? Should we invite them to our residence for a visit? Zhu Zhuqing smiled radiantly, clearly reminiscing about their days at Shrek Academy. Let's wait until the competition concludes to discuss it. Dai Mubai was likewise lost in contemplation. In truth, my father had just advised me to cultivate a friendship with Shui Leihan. Initially, I regarded Shui Leihan as merely an ordinary classmate, for his demeanor at that time was exceedingly aloof, rendering it quite difficult for Xiao Ao and me to initiate conversation, much like the person you used to be. Well, Dai Mubai, do you seek a confrontation? Zhu Zhuqing retorted with a hint of annoyance. Dai Mubai offered a wry smile, rubbing his nose. Allow me to explain. The moment I truly wished to forge a bond with him was during the night when Xiao Wu was abducted by the Titan giant ape. At that time, he possessed merely 40 levels of soul power, yet he resolutely ventured forth. Admittedly, it is somewhat embarrassing to admit that my only thought was to return to the academy and seek assistance, Dai Mubai remarked with self-deprecation. That notion was certainly not misguided. Summoning the dean was indeed the most prudent choice. Zhu Zhuqing squeezed Dai Mubai's hand, signaling him not to belittle himself. The image of him collapsing in a pool of blood is one I shall never forget. From that moment, I resolved to forge a friendship, a brotherhood with him. Fortunately, things progressed smoothly thereafter, and Shui Leihan along with his royal combat team became friends and confidants to each of us. This is a cherished event in my life. A glimmer of eager anticipation danced in Dai Mubai's eyes. I can hardly wait to see Leihan. So can I. Chapter 118. The First Battle Yintian. Accompanied by the members of the snow fighting team, entered the spirit arena, casting a calm gaze upon the competing teams from other academies, his expression remarkably serene, as if he embodied a certain aloofness that comes with being high above. This demeanor elicited chuckles from Feng Suiying and Bu Yunduan behind him. Do refrain from laughing. I am striving to maintain this perfect calm fade, and your mirth may well shatter it, Yin Tian remarked with a furrowed brow. Ming Shiner and Imo Hai joined in the laughter. The seven of them, owing to the nourishing cuisine at the Tiando United Academy and the concoctions prepared by Zelihan, had developed remarkably well. They appeared far from the typical 12 or 13-year-olds just beginning their studies at a prestigious academy. Rather, they resembled seasoned upperclassmen who had benefited from years of learning. Throughout this period, they had endured rigorous training, encountering the formidable presence of their mentor, the soul sage Zhao Wujie, and gradually acclimated to the immense pressure he imparted. On one occasion, Ai Wuxi was taken by his teacher, Zuelihan, to the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile School, where he met the esteemed sword Douluo Chen Xan. The momentary surge of intent from Chun Xin's weapon spirit left Ai Wuxi utterly captivated, rendering him unable to focus on anything else for several days. At school, aside from attending classes with their instructors, they engaged in exchanges and sparring sessions with students from other classes. It seemed that the other students, envious of the snow fighting team's exceptional mentors, sought them out for practice relentlessly, sparing no effort until exhaustion set in. The snow fighting team, though often lamenting their plight, accepted the challenges with fortitude, contemplating and discussing viable battle strategies in moments of defeat, while celebrating successes and refining their tactics to enhance their flexibility and strength. Zuelihan's assertion that they should be exposed to the broader world was indeed astute, as they surveyed their peers, some slightly older than themselves. Yin Tian and Ai Wuxi did not deign to glance their way, maintaining their usual composure, though Yin Tian's calm was somewhat feigned. Feng Suiying and Bu Yunduan frolicked about as if the arena were their own dormitory. The girls, in contrast, exhibited a more composed demeanor, standing obediently while occasionally whispering among themselves. Their eyes sparkled with an undeniable confidence, a sentiment that even the shy Ming Shiner and Min Wanning could not escape, let alone the others. I am Dai He, the Emperor of the Star Luo Empire. As silence enveloped the arena, the rich voice of the Emperor resonated through the spirit amplification soul device, reaching every corner of the venue. On behalf of the Star Luo Empire and as the host of this event, I hereby declare the commencement of the Special Region Youth Soul Master Competition. Applause and cheers erupted instantly, revealing the Emperor's esteemed reputation among the populace, a fact not surprising, considering that emperors are rarely of ordinary status. With a smile, Dai He nodded, observing the languid stances of the Star Luo Royal Academy team, sighing inwardly. Yin Tian cleared his throat, aware that the teachers were likely observing us from the stands. We must not disappoint them. Ai Wuxi firmly gripped his Star Soul gun and nodded. If we are ready, then let the battle commence. Yin Tian patted his chest, revealing a fierce smile. The match for the Snow Duel team was scheduled not in the morning, but in the afternoon, granting the team members a brief respite. Bu Yunduan gazed at the Soul Arena, muttering incantations while occasionally jotting down notes on paper. This had always been his habit, to record the opponent's martial souls and spirit power levels, allowing him time to contemplate strategies for confrontation should the need arise. It seems we are about to take the stage. Feng Suiying twisted his body and rotated his arms, the bones of his entire frame emitting a series of cracking sounds. After days filled with shopping and spectating, he was beginning to feel rusty due to the lack of combat. He grumbled in dissatisfaction. Yin Tian, seated on the couch in the resting area of the Tiando United Academy, closed his eyes in meditation. Upon hearing Feng's words, he opened his eyes and retorted with irritation, "We are about to enter the arena, Shadow. Stop your nonsense and focus on your meditation. It's imperative." Ai Wuxi, cradling his Star Soul gun in a meditative posture, remained silent, enveloped by the gun's sharp aura, and nodded in agreement upon hearing Yin Tian's remark. Feng Suiying glanced around, realizing that aside from himself and Bu Yunduan, everyone else had entered a meditative state. Embarrassed, he muttered to himself before settling into a cross-legged position to begin his cultivation. In the upcoming match, the Tiando United Academy would face off against the Hui Academy. As the host announced this, a wave of astonishment swept through the audience. Tiando United Academy, a bastion of talent, boasting numerous branches and exceptional faculty resources. Yet, it remained uncertain which branch had come to compete this time. Among the judges, aside from a few who had gathered information from His Majesty, the rest furrowed their brows in concern. What was the purpose of Tiando United Academy's participation in the grand tournament hosted by the Xingluo Empire? Were they here to undermine others? Only Dai He, with a satisfied stroke of his beard, revealed a glimmer of anticipation in his eyes as he watched the entrance of Tiando United Academy. He intended to enroll Xiao Wu in the academy, but first, he wished to witness the legendary talents for himself. Dai Mubai and Zhu Zhuqing also perked up, mirroring their father's enthusiasm as they eagerly awaited the entrance of Tiando United Academy. Then, the arena erupted with enthusiastic applause. 7 individuals, clad in immaculate white uniforms, gracefully entered the field. Each bore a distinct emotional depth, yet within their eyes lay a shared tranquility. This was the advantage of being frequently brought to the Seoul arena by Xue Laihan. They were unfazed by external influences. May this match herald a triumphant beginning. Yet Tian revealed a hint of a wild smile. Indeed, he resonated with what Feng Shuiying had expressed. Having refrained from action for several days, his hands itched with anticipation. As you wish, he said, locking eyes with AI Wuxi, both recognizing the shared amusement glimmering in each other's gaze. Wanting, I entrust the assistance to you. Feng Shuiying whispered to Min Wanting, who nodded resolutely in agreement. Observing the unwavering light in her eyes, Feng Shuiying could not help but feel a surge of admiration for his mentor. Now, let the match between the Tiando United Academy and the Hui Academy commence. The host declared into the Amplification Soul Guide. Ye Tian shouted toward his opponents clad in azure uniforms, "Brothers, unleash your soul rings." In an instant, a radiant yellow aura enveloped the direction of the Tiando United Academy. The crowd gasped in astonishment, while several officials in the judging panel rose to their feet, recognizing the manifestation of century-old soul rings. Upon witnessing their captain's floating third purple soul ring, they were overwhelmed with a wave of dizziness. 1,000-year soul rings. Sharp-eyed spectators in the audience began to call out in excitement. Yantian observed the Hui Academy members hastily summoning their martial souls, their faces tinged with a pale hue of anxiety as his fiery, battle-ready gaze swept over them. "Charge!" he bellowed, his body igniting in flames as he surged forward, the explosive speed eliciting a jolt of trepidation within the Hui Academy. Feng Shuiying's presence became ethereal, his eyes shimmering with a crimson hue, and a character representing King materialized above his head. Upon hearing Yintian's commanding shout, he immediately vanished from sight. In that fleeting moment, AI Wuxi executed a flourish with her spear, akin to an arrow released from its bow, striking first with a tremor at the spear's tip as her second soul ring emitted a dazzling yellow brilliance. Chapter 119. A reunion after many years. AI Wuxi's wrist flickered rapidly, causing the tip of the spear to unleash a flurry of stabs akin to a torrential downpour upon the defensive soul master positioned at the forefront. It resembled an exquisitely designed pile-driving soul tool. Behind her, Emohai brandished her dark dragon shield, hastening to the scene. Her soul rings ignited as she released the shield, forcefully propelling the defensive soul master into the arena. The young defensive soul master let out a pained cry before succumbing to unconsciousness. What impeccable timing! After AI Wuxi uttered these words, she flicked the spear and slung it over her shoulder. "No need for thanks, hee." When Yin Tian delivered a punch that sent the strongest two-ring assault soul master tumbling off the stage, the opposing team's hopes of victory had already dissipated. Feeling the restorative essence from the healing angel martial soul coursing through her, the fatigue from their earlier battle vanished completely. Yin Tian cast a look of approval at Min Wanting, and then exchanged high-fives with AI Wuxi. In the stands, Dai He marveled at their formidable talent, rubbing his hands together while lost in thought. It seems sending Xiao Wu to the academy was indeed a wise decision. Dai He sighed softly. It would be prudent to discuss matters with Xue Laihan. After all, he was the president of the Tiando United Academy. Such a courtesy must be extended. Furthermore, it was essential to preemptively communicate, as Dai He wished to avoid any unpleasantries for Xiao Wu at the academy. With this in mind, he gestured to the back. Dai Mubai, noticing his father's signal, nodded at Zhu Zhuqing beside him and stepped forward, taking a seat next to Dai He. "Father." The two refrained from using formal titles, mirroring the customs of the Xue family. "You have always maintained a cordial relationship with Xue Laihan, correct?" "Indeed, father." Dai He pondered momentarily before speaking slowly. "I wish to enroll Xiao Wu in the Tiando United Academy." "Xiao Wu, I think your idea is excellent, father." Dai Mubai replied without hesitation. "Thus, I must inquire, if Xiao Wu attends the Tiando United Academy, will there be any complications?" There was a hint of gravity in Dai He's tone. "Complications? What complications?" Dai Mubai scratched his head in confusion, responding candidly. "Oh, this mind of yours. Dai He remarked with mild exasperation. What I mean is, if I send Xiao Wu to the Tiando United Academy, will the three sons of the Shui family deliberately cause him trouble? Dai Mubai shook his head seriously. Father, you are overly concerned. Lian Han is warm-hearted beneath his icy exterior. He has always shown care for his classmates and friends, and it is inconceivable that he would trouble Xiao Wu. I assure you, Lian Han will not harm him, and he will receive the finest education. Later, you should seek him out and say that I wish to meet him. I will not do anything to him. I merely intend to explain Little Five's whereabouts. Why are you so anxious? Dai teased with a smirk. All right, I shall speak to him today. Dai Mubai scratched his head in response. Yes, take him to the Imperial Garden. I shall meet him there, Dai continued, stroking his chin while keeping his gaze fixed on the soul-fighting arena. In the teacher's lounge, Xiaolu sat with his legs crossed, his eyes darting around in search of Nangongya. Yi Lingling sipped delicately from the beverage provided. Du Guyan leaned against Shui Leihan, reveling in the surging soul power radiating from him, feeling an immense sense of satisfaction. We have won, Shui Leihan remarked nonchalantly. It was quite effortless. Our usual tactics were ineffective, and even our unique soul skills proved useless. Ciela shrugged, however. I suspect they will not employ their unique skills. They won't. Shui Leihan replied, the soul power levels of the other academy teams are far too low. Unless they encounter opponents significantly stronger than themselves, they will not resort to their unique skills. He continued, the self-created skills they have devised resemble my snow-killing sword from back then, inflicting 1,000 wounds upon the enemy while suffering 800 in return. Moreover, without substitutes in the snow fighting team, they will refrain from using them. Will His Majesty be displeased with us recruiting from the Star Luo Empire? Yu Lingling said, somewhat speechless. Shui Leihan scratched his cheek and replied, it's merely about enrollment. Our academy does not impose an obligation on students to pledge allegiance to the Heavendo Empire. After graduation, they can go wherever they wish. Currently, the majority of students hail from 4 locations: the Star Luo Empire, the Heavendo Empire, the Prairie Tribes, and the Northern Clan. Du Guyan turned, comfortably lying on Shui Leihan's lap as she stretched, revealing an astonishing silhouette. The Spirit Hall is the least of our concerns. Their arrogance prevents them from sending out promising disciples. The Spirit Hall has been rather reclusive lately. Perhaps they are preparing for something, Cielo speculated. That is unlike the Spirit Hall's usual conduct, Shui Leihan remarked. Their conversation came to an abrupt halt as the audience erupted in fervent cheers. Shui Leihan turned to see the Star Luo Royal Academy team making their entrance. How does their strength compare? They seem on par with the snow fighting team. Indeed, typical talented students, though it appears 3 of them have relied on potions to bolster their abilities, Shui Leihan observed with a hint of regret. Having such innate talent, why resort to potions for advancement? It is truly foolish. Perhaps they have not encountered a good teacher, Du Guyan whispered. The outcome of this competition has already been determined. Shui Leihan stated flatly, gazing at the 2 battling teams in the arena. Unless the snow fighting team underestimates their opponent, they shall not lose to anyone. Tears of sorrow filled my heart upon hearing your words, leaving me in a state of mixed emotions. A familiar voice echoed at the entrance of the Heavenly Duel Academy. Shui Leihan and his companions turned to find the long-lost Dai Mubai and Zhu Zhuqing after more than 3 years. Both wore reminiscent smiles upon their faces. It's been ages. Mubai, Zhuqing, Shui Leihan said, rising to embrace them warmly. The big sister, Xielu, and Lingling are also here. Dai Mubai chuckled. Yet the complexity behind that smile was known only to them. The relentless practice against the Royal Combat Team came at the price of daily torment. The girls were fierce, and their attacks on the boys were particularly brutal, often leaving them bruised but not injured. After a night of recovery, the cycle of self-imposed challenges would commence anew the following day. Meanwhile, Zhu Zhuqing leaped into the arms of Du Guyan, and Yi Lingling joined them. The trio engaging in hushed whispers on the sofa. It must be noted that Zhu Zhuqing's character had undergone a significant transformation, all likely influenced by Dai Mubai. Shui Leihan mused to himself, reflecting that he too had no right to comment on Zhu Zhuqing's changes, had he not encountered them. His own disposition would have remained as solitary as ever. Chapter 120. Entering the Imperial Palace after a few moments of light-hearted banter, the group settled onto the sofa. Shui Leihan gazed at the increasingly robust Dai Mubai, reflecting on how swiftly time passes. Leihan, what is your current soul power level? Dai Mubai inquired, leading the conversation toward their respective soul power rankings. After sensing the vibrant energy emanating from Dai Mubai, Shui Leihan touched his nose and replied, I have just reached level 62. I have recently attained level 60, Dai Mu Bai said with a smile, pointing at Shui Leihan. I am catching up to you. Feeling somewhat embarrassed, Shui Leihan looked at Dai Mu Bai and remarked, So, you consider me your target? Isn't that obvious? Dai Mu Bai shrugged. You are the closest genius in my view. How could I not regard you as a target? Bamboo Qing's soul power has surpassed 59 and is nearing 60. Excellent. What made you decide to become a teacher? Dai Mu Bai asked, shifting into a more comfortable position. With a gentle smile, Shui Leihan replied, Mu Bai, let me offer you a piece of advice. If the bow is strung too tightly, it will snap. Noticing that Dai Mu Bai was about to speak, Shui Leihan interrupted. I understand what you wish to say. After all, our age is indeed the prime time for cultivation. I am merely taking a short break. Once I successfully bring the snow combat team back to the Tiando Empire, I will resign from my teaching position and enter seclusion. Dai Mu Bai chuckled. Indeed. I was just about to ask that. Your reasoning seems quite sound. Training is akin to life itself. One toils during the day and rests quietly at night, forming a cycle. Disrupting any part of this rhythm will throw you off balance, Shui Leihan stated, interlacing his fingers. Dai Mu Bai rubbed his nose and remarked, It seems that your words could fill a book. Just some insights, nothing worth mentioning, Shui Leihan said, draining his drink. There is one more matter I would like to entrust to you, Dai Mu Bai said, his expression turning serious as he straightened his posture. What is it? Speak freely. He encouraged. Shui Leihan set down the wooden bottle and met Dai Mu Bai's gaze. Actually, my father wishes to meet you. Huh. Following Dai Mu Bai's lead, Shui Leihan entered the palace of the Douluo Empire. Observing the surroundings, he noted that it bore little difference from the palace of the Tiando Empire, marking this as a novel experience. Historically, no member of one royal family had ever entered the palace of another. In a sense, Shui Leihan was paving the way for a new precedent. What do you think? Dai Mu Bai asked, nostalgia and pride tinging his voice as he turned to look at Shui Leihan. It feels quite similar to the palace of the Tiando Empire, Shui Leihan replied honestly, shrugging his shoulders. During this period, a group of palace maids passed by, followed by two exquisitely beautiful women. Upon seeing Dai Mu Bai, they all bowed respectfully, including Shui Leihan. Shui Leihan, having been brought in by Dai Mu Bai, felt a sensitive nerve prick with the awareness of how many years he had lived in the court. That was the concubine of the fourth prince, alas. After the alluring laughter gradually faded, he let out an awkward sigh and explained, Royal offspring, I understand. Individuals like you and me are indeed anomalies among the royal lineage. Dai Mu Bai shrugged in response. In fact, my father has always wanted me to find a concubine. Shui Leihan wearily shook his head. Dai Mu Bai empathized, recalling the image of Zhu Zhuqing's wrath upon learning of his concubine, sending a shiver down his spine and cold sweat cascading down his back. Brother, you've suffered. Dai Mu Bai's voice trembled as he emphatically patted Shui Leihan's shoulder. All right. Shui Leihan found himself at a loss for words, glancing at the bitter expression on Dai Mu Bai's face, and with a hint of mischief, he asked, Should we tell Zhu Qing about this idea later? No. Dai Mu Bai swiftly covered his mouth. No, I was just joking. My relationship with Zhu Qing is as steadfast as yours with Yan. Shui Leihan laughed heartily at Dai Mu Bai, prompting a resigned sigh from him. After I meet with father, I will invite you to my residence for a proper meal. Let us also bring the brothers along. The more, the merrier. Dai Mu Bai said thoughtfully. No problem. Shui Leihan nodded. Their conversation came to an end as they approached the imperial garden. Observing the drifting orchid petals, Shui Leihan's mood calmed. He wondered how the emperor of the Xinglua Empire, Dai Mu Bai's father, would regard him today. Brother, the path leads here. I will wait for you outside, Dai Mu Bai said, gesturing for Shui Leihan to enter the garden. Shui Leihan acknowledged with a soft sound and stepped into the floral realm. The scattered petals danced like the ups and downs of life. In the distance, a table came into view, adorned with a teapot, 2 teacups, and a chess set, with a person seated behind it. It was the emperor of the Xinglua Empire, Dai He. Shui Leihan had seen him once in his childhood, merely a distant glance. I am Dai He of the Dai family, said the emperor. Shui Leihan offered a faint smile. I am Shui Leihan of the Shui family. Please, have a seat. Shui Leihan pulled out a redwood chair and sat down at the table, while Dai He pushed the fragrant tea toward him. Shall we engage in a game? Dai He proposed with a smile. Very well. Under Dai He's surprised gaze, Shui Leihan chose the white pieces. The two remained silent, their gaze fixed upon the intricate and fierce battle unfolding on the chessboard. each lost in contemplative thought. Xue Leihan's chess strategy, akin to his swordplay, secured his territory with unwavering precision, occasionally intercepting Dai He's formidable dragon, which elicited quiet admiration for his skill. Indeed, Dai He was the first to shatter the silence. Noticing the quizzical look in Xue Leihan's eyes, he smiled wryly and admitted, "I concede defeat. If this stalemate continues, our side shall surely face ruin." He gestured towards the struggling black pieces on the board, his words laden with significance. Xue Leihan met his gaze, which brimmed with meaning, and smiled gently. "You have not lost. Your territory remains intact. Is that so? I see your defense is quite commendable. Your praise is undeserved. My defense pales in comparison to that of my father." Dai He drained his cup of tea and then burst into hearty laughter. Xue Leihan smiled back at the mirthful Dai He, feeling a great weight lift from his heart. How delightful it was to encounter such a talented young man after so long. Truly, as his brother Bai had said, he was indeed a person of remarkable stature. "I am unworthy of such praise," Xue Leihan replied, bowing slightly. Dai He chuckled with ease and said, "Director Xue, I have a favor to ask." Startled by the title, Xue Leihan's expression softened into a smile. "Please, do speak." Chapter 121. A path cut off. Dai He displayed a complex expression and remarked, "I have heard that at the Tiando United Academy, students are treated equally, regardless of their background." "Indeed," came the reply. "The academy boasts an abundance of esteemed faculty and captivating courses." Xue Leihan regarded Dai He, pondering the words he was about to articulate. "Director Xue," Dai He began slowly, "I wish for my youngest son, Dai Ziming, the fifth prince, to enroll in the Tiando United Academy." His gaze fixed on Xue Leihan, he inquired, "Might I ask if you would accept this student? What is the age of Dai Ziming and what is his soul skill level?" Xue Leihan asked flatly. "Little Five has just turned 12, and his soul power level has already reached 25. His martial soul is the ancestral martial soul of the Dai family, the White Tiger." Dai He replied. He had met the enrollment requirements of the Tiando United Academy, with a registration fee of 5 soul coins. Dai He paused, then looked at Xue Leihan's enigmatic smile, unable to suppress a chuckle. He realized that Xue Leihan could easily leverage this opportunity for significant benefits, such as securing treasures from the national treasury in exchange for accepting Dai Ziming. Dai He regarded Xue Leihan with profound admiration. He produced 5 gold soul coins from his pocket, no more, no less, and handed them to Xue Leihan. After Xue Leihan decisively accepted the 5 gold coins, he stated, "Let us have Dai Ziming return to the Tiando Empire with us. There is no need for you to worry, Director. We have always upheld the principle of equality." "I appreciate it, Director Xue," Dai He said, bowing deeply from his seat. Xue Leihan did not utter a word, nor did he turn away, remaining seated and graciously accepting the bow. Once Dai He had completed his gesture, Xue Leihan stood up. "Since the matter concerning the esteemed elder has been settled, I shall take my leave." With a respectful clasp of his hands, he offered a gesture befitting a junior addressing a senior before turning elegantly to depart. Once Xue Leihan had completely exited, Dai He finished his tea and gazed at the intricately arranged chessboard, letting out a deep sigh. Truly, the younger generation is formidable. Xue Leihan returned to the hotel and summoned Du Guyan, Xie Lu, and Yi Lingling, joyfully pushing the door open amidst the somewhat resentful gazes of the snow fighting team. Accompanying Dai Mubai, they arrived at his residence, where Zhu Zhuqing awaited to greet them at the entrance. Dai Mubai's abode bore some resemblance to Xue Leihan's. Devoid of attendants and guards, it was remarkably tranquil. As Xue Leihan observed his surroundings, he followed Dai Mubai deeper into the house. "I have prepared delicacies and wines from the Star Luo Empire. Soon, we shall indulge in a grand feast," Dai Mubai remarked with a slight smile. Xue Leihan nodded and said, "I wonder if you are curious about what your father just confided in me. What else could there be? Isn't it merely about enrolling the fifth brother into the Tiando United Academy?" Dai Mubai shrugged and remarked, "I have always maintained a supportive stance regarding my father's decision, especially since the academy boasts the esteemed Master and Dean Flandre, who will undoubtedly provide excellent instruction." Xue Leihan responded with a hint of exasperation. "You must have known beforehand, right? Isn't that obvious?" "My father had already informed me of his decision," Dai Mubai retorted with a smirk. "By the way, there is something else I need to ask of you." Xue Leihan thought of a matter and discreetly cast a glance at Xie Lu, whispering to Dai Mubai. The group sat around the dining table, once rivals but now united as friends and siblings. They were all proud and ambitious prodigies, and only those of similar caliber could earn their respect. The only individuals capable of earning the admiration of geniuses are indeed other geniuses. "What is it that you wish to ask of me?" Dai Mubai inquired, picking up a piece of beef and placing it into the bowl of Zhu Zhuqing, who was engaged in a quiet conversation with Dugu Yin and Yi Lingling. Here is the situation, Shuai Leihan whispered, recounting the events concerning Xiaolu, including the situation with the Nangong family. This is preposterous. I know the fiancé of the Nangong family's heiress. He idles away at the Xingluo Royal Academy, skipping classes entirely. He shrugged and added, the most troublesome aspect is that he is the beloved grandson of the head of the Dongfang family. This indeed posed a dilemma. And Shuai Leihan fell silent in contemplation. The Dongfang family holds two significant positions in the court. One is the Minister of Revenue, and the other is the most senior second-rank official, Dongfang Pe, Dai Mubai elucidated. I can persuade my father on your behalf, as that engagement was established by him. Aren't you concerned about incurring the Dongfang family's wrath by being so openly supportive of us? Shuai Leihan expressed both admiration and concern. Oh, come now, such words are unnecessary. Dai Mubai laughed heartily. I was never cut out to be an emperor. My greatest joy lies in galloping through the rivers and lakes with my brothers. I am but a wild spirit. No matter how powerful the Dongfang family may be, they cannot extend their influence beyond the court. A smile crept onto Shuai Leihan's face, though the most uncertain aspect remained the Nangong family stance. I plan to accompany Xiaolu to the Nangong residence after the competition concludes. Dai Mubai nodded in agreement, saying, I will accompany you. The head of the Nangong family, Nangong Yin, might show you a frosty demeanor. His straightforward nature makes it better if I mediate. I leave this matter in your capable hands. You can count on me. On the other side, Dugu Yin and Yi Lingling's faces flushed. While Zhu Zhuqing felt so embarrassed, she wished to sink into the ground. This was all due to a question posed by Dugu Yin, which landed like a bombshell. Zhuqing, what is that feeling like? Sister Yin, what are you feeling? Oh, it's precisely that feeling. Dugu Yin raised an eyebrow, her gaze flitting between Dai Mubai and Zhu Zhuqing. Humph. Zhu Zhuqing immediately lowered her head, blushing shyly. Alas, Leihan always claims that engaging in such matters is detrimental to the cultivation of one's soul power. Dugu Yin sighed. Isn't it quite normal? Given Shuai Lao's character, such a decision must surely be the right one. I once heard Shuai Lao say that the period between 14 and 20 is the most opportune time for cultivation. During this phase, one must intensify their training, yet avoid excess. Balancing rigor with relaxation is the true path of cultivation, Yi Lingling remarked. Although she had never heard him speak of such matters, Shuai Lao must have his reasons, and it seems this may indeed be unfavorable for the cultivation of soul power. Yi Lingling elaborated. Zhu Zhuqing's face flushed. Since Brother Shuai has said so, we should reduce the frequency of such activities from now on. Thus, a resolution was reached. Had Dai Mubai overheard this, he would undoubtedly have coughed up blood on the spot and given Shuai Leihan a good thrashing. What a predicament that would be. Shuai Leihan and Dai Mubai exchanged knowing smiles as they watched the three women in their dramatic interplay, then resumed their meal, enjoying the dishes served. Chapter 122. A letter delivered to the Nangong family. Dai Mubai has matured considerably. Shuai Leihan, feeling the gentle evening breeze, savored the rare coolness. Indeed, it is surprising that he has reached level 59. Xiaolu walked beside him, responding with a smile. So, has your heart been unburdened? That sour face, which seems to suggest everyone owes you money, has vanished. Shuai Leihan glanced at the carefree expression on Xiaolu's face and retorted without mercy. I must express my gratitude to you, my esteemed Shuai Lao. It is all thanks to you. Please, you now resemble a performer on stage, Shuai Leihan said, covering his face at a loss for words. And remember, after the task is accomplished, be sure to properly thank Dai Mubai. Observing the swirling leaves, Shuai Leihan turned to Xiaolu and remarked, I am well aware of such matters. I have always been cognizant. Xiaolu patted his chest in assurance. Indeed, Xiaolu has always been a person of great loyalty, and thus, Shuai Leihan placed his trust in him. The day of their visit to the Nangong family drew ever closer. Shuai Leihan stated nonchalantly, ever since Dai he consented to all actions of the Tiando United Academy. I have felt a wave of relief wash over me. After all, by allowing the fifth prince to join the Tiando United Academy, Dai he would undoubtedly send people to protect him discreetly and could help resolve some potential troubles that might arise. Boss, the Tiando United Academy has become the target of all other academies. Won't this place undue pressure on the snow fighting team? Pressure is the finest motivation. Shuai Leihan replied with a glint of icy determination in his smile. If they were to falter, it would be sheer negligence. With soul masters possessing their own unique skills, led by the formidable three-ring Yantian. Do you truly believe they would succumb to other academies? What if we encounter the Xingluo Royal Academy? Daimubai just informed me that the current Xingluo Royal Academy is filled with inept individuals, with few outstanding talents emerging. Moreover, have you noticed, Xiaolu? Shui Leon continued, hands clasped behind his back as he walked. Why is it that I have not remained low-key this time, as is my custom? He answered his own query. Firstly, for you, Xiaolu, to generate momentum. The Nangong family is aware that you were once a member of the Imperial Fighting Team, and now, as a distinguished teacher at the Tiando United Academy, they will certainly treat you with greater deference. Boss, Xiaolu felt a surge of emotion. Secondly, it is about recruitment. At this point, Shui Lehan chuckled. Our academy has always been known for its spirit of freedom, without imposing restrictions on the students' choices. When students and parents from other academies witness the exceptional faculty and talented students at the Tiando United Academy, do they not ponder? For instance, if I or my child were to study at the Tiando United Academy, might we not also become geniuses like them? Cielo burst into hearty laughter, clapping Shui Lehan on the shoulder. Oh, truly, this is delightfully cunning. I absolutely adore such stratagems. This is not a conspiracy. Rather, it is a bold and legitimate scheme. Shui Lehan shrugged, likely imagining that the leaders from other academies were grinding their teeth in frustration, too intimidated to voice their grievances. The finals are just 2 days away. Who do you believe will emerge as our snow combat team's opponent? Xiaolu inquired. Undoubtedly, it will be the Xingluo Royal Academy, barring any unforeseen circumstances. While I feel somewhat remorseful towards the emperor of the Xingluo Empire and Daimubai, I firmly believe that our snow combat team will triumph. As the pioneers among the educators who have ventured forth to participate in this competition, I would feel embarrassed to return without the championship. That night, a letter arrived from His Highness the Second Prince, Nangong Yin and Lady Nangong. Illuminated by the faint flicker of candlelight, beheld the missive delivered by the Second Prince of the Xingluo Empire. Is it not unusual for the Second Prince, who typically shows little interest in political matters, to suddenly send me a letter? Nangong Yin questioned, perplexed. After the Crown Prince's failure, the hidden forces aligned with him have begun to rise, although he does not harbor any intentions in this regard. He must be aware of his considerable reputation within the Xingluo Empire, Lady Nangong responded. Is he here to win me over, or what? Let us open it and see. Nangong Yin unfolded the letter and laid it flat upon the table. His expression darkened immediately. What is this Xiaoli's background? He held the letter aloft, scrutinizing it once more under the candlelight. Aside from the customary formal greetings, it also mentioned matters pertaining to a marriage contract, followed by an indication of an upcoming visit. What is this Xiaoli's background? Nangong Yin reiterated, his face clouded with displeasure. Lady Nangong glanced at the letter and remarked, the language is exceedingly respectful. It seems the Second Prince takes this matter quite seriously. Do not forget, my husband, that the Second Prince once studied at the Tiando United Academy. Perhaps he has a friendship with Xiaolu, who also studied there. It is precisely this connection that vexes me. Sitting in his chair, Nangong Yin contemplated the letter in hand, envisioning the visage of Xiaoli's delicate features, feeling an impulse to confront him. Though he had no intention of marrying off Nangongya and was thoroughly dissatisfied with the betrothed mentioned in the contract, it was decreed by His Majesty, and he felt constrained from voicing further objections. Regardless, as long as Xiaoya can find happiness, I shall be content. Lady Nangong gently remarked, is that marriage contract truly of such significance? I trust Xiaoya's judgment. When are the Second Prince and Xiaolu expected to visit our residence? In 2 days. Nangong Yin's voice was firm, his demeanor cold. We must prepare thoroughly, perhaps hang a grand red lantern? Lady Nangong suggested, clapping her hands. You may take charge of that. After all, it is a visit from the Second Prince. Nangong Yin sighed, and then exited the room. Xiaoya, please come forth. Madame Nangong spoke from behind the screen. Nangongya, who had been eavesdropping, emerged shyly from her hiding place. Little Ya, you are aware of the events that will unfold the day after tomorrow, are you not? Madame Nangong teased, observing her daughter's gradually reddening face. Are you feeling bashful, Little Ya? With a soft whimper, Nangongya buried her face in her mother's embrace, nuzzling like a little puppy. All right, you're a grown young lady now. Why do you still act like a child? Madame Nangong said affectionately. Mother, do you think father will agree to this matter? Nangongya inquired. He should. Madame Nangong replied with a smile. If he does not, perhaps you should elope with Xiaolu, she suggested, gently stroking Nangongya's silky hair. Mother? Nangong, you seem to detect a serious undertone in her mother-esque voice. I can only hope that everything unfolds as I envision. In her daughter, she saw a reflection of her younger self. Let us hope this time does not end in tragedy. Chapter 123, Recruitment, the final match. The Tindo United Academy faced off against the Xingluo Royal Academy. The thoughts of Xue Leihan mirrored his own. In truth, he held unwavering confidence in the educational standards of the Xingluo Royal Academy, and thus felt little astonishment at their presence on the battlefield. After all, compared to the Xingluo Royal Academy, the other institutions appeared utterly insignificant. How could a flickering flame compare to the resplendent moon? In the eyes of the Xingluo Royal Academy, they embodied that very moon, a belief they maintained steadfastly until reality delivered a jarring blow. I find AI Wuxi's self-created soul technique to be quite formidable, though its speed leaves much to be desired. It suffices in battles against adversaries of his caliber. You must be jesting. That self-created soul technique consumes at least 60% of one's soul power and leaves one in a state of weakness for a considerable time thereafter. What if the opposing agile soul master evades his attack? Wouldn't AI Wuxi be doomed? Indeed, you speak wisely, Xue Laoda. Xue Leihan reclined on the sofa of the hotel, facing Xielu, who sat opposite him with 2 glasses of water on the table. As anticipated, Du Guyin and Yi Lingling had taken the girls from the Xuedo battle team out shopping, likely filled with laughter and joy. The boys of the Xuedo team, meanwhile, seemed to have wandered off to indulge in leisurely pursuits. According to Feng Shuiying, they were merely seeking relaxation. However, Xue Leihan harbored grave suspicions that they might have collectively ventured into brothels. Should the members of the Xuedo team engage in infighting, not to mention the defensive capabilities of Mo Hai's Wulong Shield, even Meng Shiner could easily evade AI Wuxi's attacks and counterstrike at the earliest opportunity. This indeed highlights the sluggishness of his self-created soul technique when compared to his own team members. After a moment of contemplation, Xielu nodded in agreement. Having vividly envisioned the simulated battle between the two, it was undeniable that he had been closely observing them, even anticipating their next moves and evasions with remarkable clarity. Such is the formidable nature of Xielu. We are on the verge of returning, primarily due to my pressing circumstances. Before we depart, I intend to assist you in resolving your matters. A warm sensation washed over Xielu's chest as he spoke. Why the rush, Laoda? It seems that Sword Douluo Shu is seeking me urgently regarding a critical matter. Ah, so it is Sword Douluo. Xielu nodded with a smile. Just then, a knock at the door interrupted their conversation. Apologies for the interruption. Is this the guest room for the faculty of Tindo United Academy? Seeing Xue Leihan nod, Xielu approached and opened the door slightly. It was a waiter, wearing an awkward smile of apology. I sincerely regret disturbing your rest, but someone wishes to invite you both to the dining hall for a discussion. Xue Leihan rose to his feet, prompting the attendant to hastily clarify. It is not that the esteemed individuals regard the 2 teachers with disdain. Rather, the hotel maintains strict regulations that prohibit unauthorized personnel from accessing the resting floors. Understanding the situation, Xue Leihan nodded and gestured for the attendant to lead the way, assuring him not to be alarmed. The attendant's heart raced, after all. He was in the presence of the instructor who had brought an end to the Star Luo Royal Academy's team at the Tiando United Academy. The citizens of the Star Luo Empire exhibited no signs of defeat, instead showering the Tiando United Academy with fervent applause, which further elevated the impression the quartet of faculty members held of the Star Luo Empire. Right here, gentlemen, the attendant said respectfully, bowing before departing. An air of awkwardness enveloped the two. Xielu scratched the back of his head. I must admit, we underestimated the magnanimity of the common folk of the Star Luo Empire. How embarrassing. Xue Leihan patted Xielu on the shoulder, and the duo entered the dining hall, resembling a pair of close companions. Breakfast had long concluded, and with an hour remaining until lunch, only one table was occupied. At it sat a large man and a small girl before them, 2 bowls of water placed on the table, with the smaller girl enjoying some snacks. Xue Leihan and Xielu exchanged glances, already sensing the purpose of this encounter. Curious about the reason for their visit, they approached the table amicably, smiling at the large man and the young girl seated opposite them. Respected teachers of the Tiando United Academy, I am Lan Mu, and this is my daughter, Lan Xiang. I have a humble request of you, the middle-aged man with stubble said, his gaze fixed on the ice-blue-haired Xue Leihan, a hint of pleading in his tone. Xielu, having discerned the matter at hand, ordered a beverage native to the Star Luo Empire and settled beside Xue Leihan, leaving the conversation entirely to him. Shui Leihan, aware of the situation, replied with a calm smile, "Let us speak candidly. You wish to transfer your daughter to our Tiando United Academy, correct?" Lan Mu was taken aback, his prepared speech rendered useless by Shui Leihan's straightforwardness. "Rest assured, you are not the first parent to make such a request," Shui Leihan continued, pausing momentarily. "You are familiar with the admission criteria for the Tiando United Academy, I presume? Indeed, 12 years of age and a soul power of 20 levels. However, my daughter," Lan Mu began, but Shui Leihan interjected with a smile, "But that is merely the requirement for new admissions. Is your daughter seeking to transfer?" "Precisely." Lan Mu replied eagerly. "My daughter, Lan Xiang, is currently enrolled at the Star Luo Royal Academy." "Ah, is she not the support-type girl from the Star Luo Royal Academy's team?" Ciela remarked, recognizing Lan Xiang by her dark blue hair. A spark of realization flickered in Lan Xiang's eyes. She had gleaned something valuable from her experiences on the competition field. Upon learning that her father wished to enroll her in the Tiando United Academy, she felt an unexpected sense of acceptance and promptly agreed. Indeed, the young girl was merely 12 years old, on the cusp of her 13th birthday. Lan Mu rubbed his hands together, casting a glance at his daughter, encouraging her to speak. "Greetings, esteemed teachers. I am Lan Xiang. My martial spirit is an orchid, and I currently possess a rank of 25. Shui Leihan discreetly nudged Shui Leihan's shoulder. Shui Leihan made a slight movement, signaling his understanding of the implication. "With your daughter's remarkable talent, she is bound to shine brilliantly at the main campus of the Tiando United Academy," Shui Leihan remarked with a smile. "Did you just say, main campus?" Lan Mu's eyes widened in astonishment and joy, his voice slightly hoarse. No one could fathom the pride a parent feels upon witnessing their child destined for a promising future. After the passing of his beloved wife, Lan Mu had poured all his hopes and aspirations into his daughter. Such news was bound to evoke profound excitement. Seeing Shui Leihan nod in agreement with a smile, Lan Mu's eyes glistened with unshed tears, while Lan Xiang affectionately leaned against her father. The man who could bear the weight of the world upon his shoulders. Such is the essence of a father. Shui Leihan felt a bittersweet warmth and calmly smiled. "We shall depart from the Star Luo Empire in 3 days, and thereafter, we will return to the Tiando Empire. Please take these days to prepare your belongings." Having said that, Shui Leihan exchanged a smile with Xie Lu, picked up his drink, and left the dining table. "Excuse me, teachers, may I inquire about the enrollment fee?" Shui Leihan turned back with a smile. 5 gold soul coins. Chapter 124. Entering the mansion after ensuring that Lan Xiang was settled, Shui Leihan and Xie Lu exited the hotel. Reflecting on the sequence of events that transpired post-competition, Xie Lu remarked, "Boss, your maneuvering is truly cunning." "Ah, are you referring to the registration matter?" "It is the duty of a responsible parent to ensure their child attends a reputable school for further education," Shui Leihan responded. "Furthermore, let me share a secret. The Emperor of the Xinglua Empire has entrusted his 5th prince to my care. He will accompany us back to the Tiando United Academy in 2 days." "What? You've even managed to take someone else's child?" Xie Lu exclaimed. "This information remains a secret within the Xinglua Empire. Do keep it to yourself." Shui Leihan raised a finger to his lips, signaling for silence. Xie Lu shrugged with a wry smile. After all, it is quite scandalous for the Emperor's son to study in a rival nation instead of his own. There's no helping it. The Xinglua Royal Academy is rather ineffectual, Shui Leihan replied. The two shared a laugh as they approached the residence of Dai Mu Bai. Dai Mu Bai, adorned in an exquisite white robe, awaited them with a warm smile. "Mu Bai, I entrust you with today's affairs," Shui Leihan said, bowing slightly. Xie Lu mirrored the gesture, adding, "Mu Bai, my happiness rests in your hands." Noticing their lack of thanks, Dai Mu Bai nodded in satisfaction before the trio proceeded towards the Nangong mansion. "Sometimes, expressing gratitude can feel rather awkward," Shui Leihan mused. "Where's Ju Qing?" "She went shopping with your yin," Dai Mu Bai replied with a resigned shrug. "Xie Lu, I expect you to perform well. Nangong Yin is from the Ministry of War, so it would be best to assert yourself from the outset," Dai Mu Bai jested. "Just rein in the frivolity when you're with us," Shui Leihan advised, patting Xie Li's shoulder to ease his nerves. "Madame Nangong is amiable, and Nangong Yin is straightforward. I'll be your focal point. If all else fails, elope with Nangongya. I shall provide cover." Dai Mu Bai chuckled, recalling how, in recent years with Ju Qing, he had maintained a serious demeanor, even stifling his jokes. Now, in the company of his brothers, he felt an exhilarating sense of freedom. Xie Lu, with a serious expression, nodded earnestly. The three did not take a carriage and soon arrived at the entrance of the Nangong mansion. The guards at the door recognized the second prince and his companions from a distance, promptly reporting their arrival. "Xiaoya, your brother Xiaolu has arrived," said Madame Nangong, who was in her chamber keeping company with the glum Nangongya. Upon hearing the guard's announcement and Nangong Yin's exuberant calls, she gently addressed her daughter. "Rest well, Xiaoya. I shall go greet these young gentlemen." Madame Nangong gently kissed Nangongya's cheek, tucked her in, and then departed. Nangongya opened a small gap in the quilt, preparing to eavesdrop on the conversation emanating from the hall. Nangong Yin sat upright in a chair, casting a scrutinizing gaze upon the second youth who entered. Daimubai, with his golden hair and dual-colored eyes, contrasted sharply with Shui Leihan, who possessed ice-blue hair. Thus, the only possibility for the enigmatic Yi Lu was the young man with black hair and black eyes. Upon their first encounter, although Nangong Yin would not admit it to himself, he felt a spark of admiration for Yi Lu. This calm demeanor, coupled with an effortless elegance and Yi Lu's inherently handsome features, instantly elevated his impression of him in his heart. Madame Nangong, seated nearby, observed the three newcomers and felt a flicker of curiosity and satisfaction upon spotting the second entrant, Yi Lu. After all, no parent wishes for their daughter to marry an unattractive individual. Yi Lu, retrieving a specialty from the Heaven Do Empire from his storage ring, presented it to the attendant standing beside him. The attendant carefully brought the exquisitely crafted box before the lord and lady, then respectfully withdrew. As Nangong Yin and Madame Nangong opened the box, they were momentarily taken aback. Inside lay the Tianxiang Yulu cake, a delicacy accessible only to a select few of the Heaven Do Empire's elite, known for its remarkable effects in prolonging life and healing old wounds. For a family of Nangong status, such an opportunity was a lifetime away. They had only heard whispers of its rarity from afar, never expecting to receive a portion from Yi Lu. Even Nangong Yin, who had secretly disparaged Yi Lu as a gigolo, felt a twinge of embarrassment. This Tianxiang Yulu cake, acquired through Yi Lu's noble status, was intended for his family, with the remaining portion graciously bestowed upon Xiaoya's household. Madame Nangong inhaled the fragrance wafting from the cake's packaging, feeling as if she had regained a few youthful years, and her regard for Yi Lu grew increasingly favorable. Upon noticing Daimubai, they both stood, ready to bow, when Daimubai preemptively broke the silence, stating, "Today, I represent Yi Lu as a friend, not as the second prince." He then clasped his fists and offered his seat to Shui Leihan and Yi Lu. "I am Shui Leihan, here today to accompany Yi Lu," he added. As Shui Leihan spoke, Nangong Yin's gaze sharpened, and he seemed to perceive a sword. He then noticed the white sheath that was always by Shui Leihan's side, and a hint of interest flickered across his face. Finally, Yi Lu introduced himself with neither subservience nor arrogance. "Greetings, uncle and aunt. I am Yi Lu, a level 59 control system battle soul master." He refrained from mentioning his honors and titles within the Heaven Do Empire, simply stating his soul power level. He believed that Nangong Yin, a seasoned warrior, would grasp the significance of soul power levels. Internally, Nangong Yin was taken aback. This young man, seemingly not yet 20, had already reached level 59? He was merely a step away from breaking through to level 60? A genius or a prodigy, one must understand that he is a control-type soul master, and the arduousness of such rapid advancement is something he is keenly aware of. Shui Leihan and Daimubai stood by, offering their silent support to Xiaolu. Both were silently encouraging him. "Go on, brother. I believe in you." "I need to speak with you privately," Nangong Yin said solemnly, gazing at Xiaolu's figure. "Follow me." With that, she closed her lips tightly and departed from the hall. Xiaolu nodded, casting a reassuring glance at Shui Leihan and Daimubai before following Nangong Yin. Shui Leihan watched Xiaolu's upright silhouette, silently cheering him on. If this fellow were unable to ascend to the first level of divinity, he would not be able to elevate Nangongya. The Ice Phoenix had seemingly been in slumber for days, but upon catching a whiff of the fragrant Tianxiang Yulu cake, she stirred slightly. Observing Xiaolu's retreating figure from within Shui Leihan, she remarked, "What does that mean?" "I shall inquire further later," Shui Leihan whispered, then politely smiled at Madame Nangong. Chapter 125. The Truth of the Divine. Shui Leihan stepped into the courtyard. Having just inquired with Madame Nangong about the location of the restroom, though his true intent was to discern the meaning behind the words of the Ice Phoenix. Noticing Shui Leihan's handsome appearance and his display of courtesy, Madame Nangong felt a slight reassurance regarding his association with Xiaolu. However, Shui Leihan could not linger. He needed to return swiftly to discuss matters concerning the marriage between Xiaolu and Nangongya with Madame Nangong. Ice Phoenix, come forth, he whispered, glancing around to ensure they were unobserved. The Ice Phoenix floated out from within him, surveying the verdant plants in the azure sky of the courtyard. It is quite hot, she remarked, a hint of displeasure in her tone. With autumn fast approaching and the star Luo Empire positioned further south, the heat was indeed far greater than that of the Heavendo Empire. As Shuelehan watched the Ice Phoenix admire the flora, he followed her leisurely. What did your previous words signify? He interrupted the serene moment. It is quite literal, if Skella does not strive. He shall meet the fate of separation from Nangongya, the Ice Phoenix replied, a complex smile crossing her face as she observed Shuelehan's furrowed brow. How do you know this? Any soul beast that has lived for hundreds of thousands of years desires immortality. Human beings are favored by the heavens. No matter how diligently we soul beasts cultivate, we cannot breach that barrier. The complexity in her gaze deepened. In such circumstances, few paths remain: to live in humiliation, ultimately to be slain by some soul master and transformed into their soul ring, or to follow the path of your friend Xiaowu, the little rabbit, who chose to forge her body and continue her cultivation. A faint, sorrowful smile played on her lips, evoking sympathy. I refuse to become a soul ring for a soul master and die in disgrace. Therefore, I chose to forge my body, which is the form I embody now. She lifted her sleeves, stepping gracefully through the air. If this continues, I shall be unable to withstand the divine punishment against soul beasts, ultimately succumbing to weakness and death. At that moment, the ice god descended, and the Ice Phoenix smiled. If I willingly sacrifice myself for another, my soul shall instead become part of that individual, avoiding complete demise. Should that person possess extraordinary talents and be chosen by the divine, I might have the possibility of resurrection in the divine realm. That is the true meaning of one achieving enlightenment while elevating those around them. She gazed at the silent Shuelehan, then gently embraced him from behind. I have witnessed countless soul masters, all of whom were prodigies with remarkable cultivation talents, yet I did not choose them. Why you? Firstly, it is perhaps due to the two martial souls you possess, both imbued with ice, which brings me comfort, especially your second martial soul, the ultimate ice, which feels exceedingly pure. Secondly, it is simply you. As she spoke, the Ice Phoenix adorably pouted her lips, for I had never encountered a mere child spirit master, still in his teens and yet unbroken, who displayed no fear of me whatsoever. Shuelehan scratched his head and remarked, ignorance breeds courage. Had it been me in this moment, I would have fled without hesitation. Humph, is that truly the essence of your character? Shuelehan would never yield, even unto death. Would he not? The Ice Phoenix floated gracefully before Shuelehan, gazing into his eyes. He remained silent. In that moment, I pondered how such a small being, endowed with remarkable talent and possessing a dual martial spirit unseen for a century, could embody both ice and a tenacious spirit, devoid of cunning. At that time, you carried a childlike heart. That purity filled me with immense joy. Thus, I chose you. Was it not a simple decision? The Ice Phoenix revealed a faint smile before turning to continue her floral appreciation. Am I still pure now? Shuelehan, for reasons unknown, posed this question directly. The Ice Phoenix turned back, observing his tall, slender silhouette, his neat, cropped hair, and his unassuming eyes. I have encountered many, and though your disposition has grown more humanized, that initial essence remains, does it not? You are, undoubtedly, the purest soul I have ever encountered. Upon finishing her statement, the Ice Phoenix wondered if she had perhaps overstated her praise. Let us return to our previous discussion. Where did we leave off? She inquired. After a moment of contemplation, Shuelehan replied, if Xiaolu does not strive, he will find himself at odds with Nangongya, a celestial being. The Ice Phoenix nodded and continued, Leon, you have inherited the Ice God, who is a first-tier deity in the divine realm. Corresponding with the Ice God is the Fire God, equally a first-tier deity. Beneath the first-tier gods lies the second tier, and below them, the third tier, each governing distinct realms and powers. For instance, the Wind and Snow God and the Phoenix God rank just below the Ice and Fire gods. When a deity finds their duties mundane and seeks to step down, they venture into this world to discover promising spirit masters. It was in this manner that the Ice God chose you. Ah, I see now. I have come to understand a portion of it, Shuelehan responded. The two spirits strolled into the back garden through the courtyard, gazing upon the shimmering surface of the pond, which brought a sense of tranquility to their hearts. A first-tier god is permitted to bring one family member into the divine realm, while second and third-tier gods cannot. So, I may bring Douluo Yin into the divine realm? Indeed, provided you successfully become the ice god, the ice phoenix affirmed, hovering before Shui Leihan. And what of Cielu? What does that signify? I have sensed considerable instability in Douluo Continent recently. These are trials imposed by the gods upon the spirit masters, the ice phoenix stated solemnly. Many? Shui Leihan exclaimed in surprise. Are divine positions so commonplace? They must be weary of their roles. Truthfully, the work of the gods is exceedingly dull. The ice phoenix shook her head, steering the conversation back on track, continuing with such fervor in his cultivation. It seems quite probable that Cielu may inherit a divine position. I have heard that there are two roles particularly suited for him. One is that of a secondary deity, the god of music, who governs melodies. The other is a primary deity, the god of resonance, who oversees all sounds. What you imply is that if Cielu is chosen as the god of music, he would be unable to bring Nangongya into the divine realm. Shui Leihan quickly affirmed this notion. Indeed, that is precisely the implication. Ice Phoenix nodded in agreement. In truth, I believe there is no need to worry excessively at this juncture. Shui Leihan remarked with a smile. Everything remains uncertain. We cannot ascertain whether Cielu will ascend to divinity, and furthermore, is becoming a god truly beneficial for him? Such matters must be determined by him alone. After all, for me, sharing a lifetime with someone is far preferable to witnessing the slow demise of a beloved. Ice Phoenix sighed softly. Leihan, I am increasingly in admiration of you. However, for me, simply being able to bring family along is already a great blessing, and I find contentment in that. Shui Leihan flashed a subtle smile. Moreover, Ice Phoenix, you too can be resurrected. Then you must strive diligently, she teased, with your current soul power level. You are still quite far from the rank of title Douluo. Shui Leihan chuckled lightly. It won't be far off. Chapter 126 Consideration. Having concluded a conversation that appeared tranquil yet was tumultuous beneath the surface, the ice phoenix returned to the body of Shui Leihan. Closing its eyes to resume its slumber, Shui Leihan stood in place for a moment, then began to reflect on the dialogue that had just transpired. This was knowledge no one had imparted to him, an immense fortune that few across the continent had the privilege to encounter. Yet, he was among the fortunate ones. Soon, Shui Leihan managed to calm his emotions, the doubts in his eyes dissipating. He turned his body and walked back, contemplating the trajectory of his future life. To break through to the rank of title Douluo? What once seemed an insurmountable distance now appeared within reach. He raised his right hand towards the sky, as if attempting to grasp something intangible. Your name is Cielu, is it not? Nangongya entered the dojo with Cielu, her bright eyes fixed intently upon him, her square face reflecting a serious demeanor. Yes, Cielu affirmed. Nangongya came to a halt before him, scrutinizing his form. Behind her stood neatly arranged racks, each adorned with an array of weapons, every blade glimmering with a cold light. The Nangong family was renowned as a lineage of martial generals, every male descendant trained here, channeling their soul power to serve the Star Luo Empire on the battlefield. Nangongya's younger brother, Nangongyu, received daily instruction from Nangongya in this very place. The ancestral martial soul, the flowing spear, had been passed down through generations of the Nangong family, accompanying each emperor of the Star Luo Empire as one of its sharpest weapons. Cielu was evidently aware of the Nangong family's esteemed background. Prior to departing for the Star Luo Empire, he had immersed himself in the royal library of the Tiando Empire, studying the history of the Star Luo Empire and discovering the name of the Nangong family therein. A founding family, he mused. Xiaoya's martial soul is merely a support type, while I believe the most ideal companion should be a formidable assault-type soul master, rather than a control-type soul master. Nangongya regarded Cielu from her elevated position. An involuntary bitter smile crossed Cielu's mind. This scene bore an uncanny resemblance to a previous moment. At that time, Shui Leihan had expressed his reservations to Cielu and others, specifically concerning Oscar and Ning Rongrong. Cielu had fervently supported Shui Leihan, believing Oscar incapable of safeguarding Ning Rongrong. As a brother to Shui, he had consistently backed all of Shui Leihan's decisions. Little did he expect that a similar predicament would now befall him. I can protect Xiaoya, Cielu declared resolutely, his gaze unwavering as it pierced through to Nangongya, observing the deep wrinkles etched upon her face by the winds of time. Engage me in combat. Let me discern what your heart truly desires, Nangongya challenged, swiftly grasping a flowing spear from the air. For her, it was a simple matter. The aura exhibited in a person's combat style could reveal the very essence of their character. For instance, the sword duelist Chen Xin follows the path of tranquility and balance in the realm of swordsmanship. In contrast, Xue Leihan embodies a ruthless adherence to the rules, fiercely protecting himself and his comrades while simultaneously inflicting wounds upon his adversaries. Yu Tianheng embraces a path of unrestrained and wild offense as a formidable attacker. Each individual possesses a distinct heart, and thus, a unique path. But what thoughts occupy the heart of Xie Lu? From the moment he first beheld Xue Leihan at the tender age of 8, his heart was resolute. He aspired to become a brother recognized by the third prince. Xue Leihan, seeking the validation of a genius. The countless ambushes and profound moments of emotion solidified his unwavering call of Big Brother Xue. He harbored a deep envy for Xue Leihan's innate understanding of the path of guardianship, protecting those he cherishes, much like his own sword. Lacking a sword of his own, Xie Lu possesses only a pipa. Under the moonlight, he plays the moonlit pipa, immersed in the harmonious fusion of music and martial spirit. A blissful moment for a musician soul master. Countless times, he pondered how to wield that pipa to safeguard those he holds dear. In those moments, he experienced the same turmoil as conventional control-type soul masters. Until, as the petals fell, a sense of melancholy enveloped him. Beneath the cold moonlight, he finally comprehended his self-created soul technique, the burial flower melody. My path diverges from that of Big Brother Xue. With wide eyes, Xie Lu annihilates his foes, free from any lingering concerns. Xie Lu's expression remained indifferent, cradling the moonlit pipa while observing the equally composed Nangong Yin. Currently, at level 74, Nangong Yin was well aware that he would not engage Xie Lu in earnest. With his meager soul power of 59, he would likely be incapacitated in mere moments. As Nangong Yin assessed Xie Lu's demeanor and posture, a sense of understanding dawned upon him. Having undergone rigorous training, he was no mere product of medicinal enhancement, but a warrior seasoned in the crucible of battle. His eyes devoid of fear, displaying commendable practical experience. Had he known that this young man nearly clinched victory in the previous Youth Soul Master competition years ago, he would surely be astonished. Xie Li's years of training bore fruit. Moreover, Xue Leihan had previously mandated that the control and support-type soul masters engage in combat against the assault-type masters, thereby endowing every member of the royal battle team with a measure of combat experience. Even the two support-type maidens, Yi Lingling and Yu Fengling, could discern their opponent's movements and evade them, albeit slightly. Xie Lu, in particular, received special attention from Xue Leihan and Yu Tianheng, as they often remarked. His talent was exceptionally formidable, and he occasionally teased others. If not him, then who else would they torment? Xie Li's figure swayed slightly, one hand resting upon the moonlit pipa while the other grasped the concealed weapon gifted by Tang San. With a battle cry, Nangong Yin moved. Refraining from using his soul techniques, a spear descended from above, its fierce momentum truly befitting a seasoned veteran of the battlefield. Evil music narrowed his eyes slightly, retreating discreetly while a mournful melody began to resonate. The gun was lodged just before his foot. Had it not been for his earlier anticipation, one of his feet would likely have been pierced through. Ah, a control-type soul master. How intriguing. You discerned my shot just now, did you not? Indeed. My experience speaks volumes. As he observed Snowtear's Han imparting lessons to AI Wu Shi, he noted the trajectory of the gun's strike, both its thrust and retraction, clearly. Simultaneously, Nangong Yin furrowed his brow. The haunting melody infiltrated his mind, causing his movements to falter just slightly, allowing evil music to evade with such ease. He gazed at the 5 soul rings floating behind evil music. Yellow, yellow, purple, black, black. Evil music, how old are you? Nangong Yin inquired earnestly. Just turned 18. Evil music replied candidly. Achieving a breakthrough to level 50 at such a young age, quite impressive. As Nangong Yin uttered this, his face flushed slightly. At 18. He had barely reached level 40. Fabricating lies is truly difficult. No, evil music chuckled, a smile that harbored something. Was it sorrow, pride, or a sense of accomplishment? Uncle, my soul power level is 59. Chapter 127. Elegy of the Fallen Flower. With disbelief etched across her features, Nangong Yin gazed at Xie Lu, only to be met with a palpable pride emanating from him. You truly have reason to take pride in yourself, she acknowledged, her tone infused with admiration. Yet, in the next breath, she asserted, but our battle is far from over. With a swift motion, The river flow spear thrust several times. Although Xia Li's soul technique momentarily hindered Nan Gongyin's movements, his speed allowed the spear to breach the safety zone surrounding Xia Lo. Taking a deep breath, Xia Lo, without a glance at the concealed weapon in his left hand, unleashed it with abandon. During the practice sessions against the Shrek team, anyone could assume the role of a teacher, imparting knowledge to those less informed. This notion, proposed by Shuelei Han, received unanimous agreement. Since they no longer stood as adversaries, they would strive together to grow stronger. Thus, it was common to witness Dai Mubai and Ma Hongjin engaging with Yu Tianheng, who, devoid of any impatience, patiently guided them through the insights of a powerful attack-type soul master. Occasionally, Shuelei Han would interject with a few words, while Shi Mo and Shi Mo participated in the training as well. Oscar and Yu Fengling often convened to discuss the intricacies of food-type soul masters, while Yi Lingling shared moments with Ning Rongro. Osro and Yu Feng frequently found themselves sought after by Zhu Zhuqing for counsel. Initially, it was a light-hearted affair, but after Zhu Zhuqing requested an increase in training intensity, they developed a subtle admiration for her dedication. Shuelei Han had once remarked that given enough practice time, Zhu Zhuqing's speed would rival that of Osro and Yu Feng. Meanwhile, the control-type soul master Xie Lu collaborated with the formidable Dajiang Dizzy, Dong Guyin, and Tang San. At Xie Li's request, Tang San consented to teach him the art of concealed weaponry, fully aware of Xie Li's determination not to fall behind. The three flying daggers Xie Li casually tossed struck the spear's tip, momentarily stalling its advance. Witnessing the unexpected attack of three daggers, Nan Gongyin let out a muffled groan. Caught off guard by their force, Xie Lu retreated a step, his hands returning to the moonlit pipa, where he began to pluck its strings. A soul ring behind him shimmered with a silvery glow, enveloping the moonlit pipa in a chilling radiance. Petals fell like the passage of a human life. Regardless of one's glory in life or poverty, in death, all return to the same earthen fate. As the autumn winds whispered, Xie Lu gently covered the fallen petals with earth, a solitary tear glistening in his eye as his hands continued to strum. This was the consequence of his full exertion in the elegy of the fallen flower, as his heart was profoundly stirred by its essence. An unseen wave of sound encircled Nan Gongyin, causing cold sweat to bead on her back. Under this poignant melody, she felt an overwhelming urge to weep. Such was the terrifying power of a musical soul master, capable of influencing the very heart through the medium of music. The melancholic melody of Snow Tears possesses the power to calm one's spirit and purify the heart. In contrast, the mournful burial of flowers evokes a sense of desolation and helplessness. This juxtaposition between the two pieces is intriguing. One would expect to resonate with the music according to their emotional state. Yet, the carefree demeanor of the playful evil music seems at odds with such sorrowful themes. Despite its creator's bewilderment, this does not hinder its ability to wield its uniquely crafted soul technique. As the vein stood out on Nan Gongyin's forehead, a trickle of blood escaped from the corner of the mouth of evil music, confronting a soul master of a much higher level. Nan Gongyin compelled evil music to exert every ounce of his strength. The scene within the arena was rather amusing. Two grown men locked in a standoff, their feet immobile, save for a few tears shed upon the ground. With a low grunt, Nan Gongyin forced himself to shake off the sorrow that had gripped him, only to witness evil music cough up a mouthful of blood. His eyes tightly shut, tears streaming down his face, evil music evoked a sense of panic within Nan Gongyin. Initially, he intended to assert his dominance to deter any future disrespect towards Nan Gongya, but never did he anticipate that evil music would take this challenge so seriously. Should his wife discover that her beloved daughter's suitor had been reduced to this state, he would surely be barred from entering the bedroom that night. Yet, he recognized the essence of evil music, which was of utmost significance, the terrifying prowess of its self-created soul technique. Nan Gongya murmured softly, her gun gently prodding the earth. Evil music sensed the tremor beneath his feet and opened his eyes. No one could remain untouched by the sorrowful strains of this piece, not even evil music, nor the opposing soul masters and soul beasts. Observing the tear-streaked face of Nan Gongyin, evil music inhaled deeply, shifting his mindset. You evaded my attack and successfully inflicted your self-created soul technique upon me. Though Nan Gongyin yearned to deliver a punch to evil music, wishing to erase the memory of his own tears, he ultimately relinquished that thought. You are among the most gifted young individuals I have encountered, akin to the second prince, possessing remarkable soul techniques and innate talent. Given time, you shall undoubtedly emerge as a formidable force. With that, Nan Gongyin retracted his weapon, and the oppressive aura dissipated instantly. You still have much to learn, Evil Music replied respectfully. Can you pledge an oath to me? Asked Nan Gongyin. Please proceed, uncle, Evil Music nodded. From this day forth, as long as you draw breath, you must protect Xiaoya and remain forever loyal to her. You shall never take a concubine. Do you understand? The term forever loyal almost elicited a chuckle from Evil Music, as it seemed more suited to a woman. However, upon witnessing Nan Gongyin's earnest expression, a fire ignited in his heart, and he grasped the gravity of the statement, his excitement rendering him momentarily dizzy. Uncle, I swear, Evil Music declared solemnly. I shall love only Nan Gongya throughout my life, and hold her dear. Nan Gongyin nodded approvingly and replied, Do you still call me uncle? Father-in-law. Evil Joy smiled and clasped his hands, saying, let us return. We must not allow them to worry too much. A hint of a mysterious smile graced the lips of Snow Tear Han, causing Dai Mu Bai, seated opposite him, to tilt his head in puzzlement. To specially host the two young gentlemen, Madame Nangong, despite the protests from Snow Tear Han and Dai Mu Bai, personally went to the kitchen to fetch pastries. Mu Bai, unaware of this matter, what does your father think? My father would surely regard this as mere trifles, not worth his concern. You are overreacting, Lei Han. Dai Mu Bai waved his hand dismissively. Is a broken engagement still a rarity nowadays? I refuse to be a flower placed in cow dung. And my father would be pleased with that? Snow Tear Han chuckled. A marriage contract, once torn, is no longer binding. Dai Mu Bai shrugged indifferently. Then let us go directly to the Dongfang family and settle this matter once and for all, severing any ties between the Nangong and Dongfang families. Speed is of the essence in warfare, Snow Tear Han remarked. Very well, I shall draft a letter now and have a guard deliver it to the Dongfang residents. But do you truly have such confidence in Evil Joy's ability to persuade Nangongyin? I have unwavering faith in my brother's capabilities, Snow Tear Han replied with a smile, finishing his tea in one gulp. Chapter 128. The return. Nangongyin scratched his face, greeted Shui Lei Han and Dai Mu Bai, then settled back into the grand chair. At that moment, Madame Nangong brought out the pastries, and upon seeing both Nangongyin and Xie Lu return, with a hint of a smile on her husband's face, she understood everything. Shui Lei Han glanced at Xie Lu and Nangongyin, whose expressions bore the traces of recent tears, and sighed softly. Realizing the technique had indeed been employed, he was acutely aware of the perilous nature of Xie Li's self-created soul skill, which could not even regulate one's own emotions. He had earnestly advised Xie Lu against using the Morning Flower Song unless absolutely necessary. Yet, unexpectedly, Xie Lu had resorted to it. Although this mutually destructive soul skill proved highly effective in team battles, in a one-on-one scenario, particularly when the opponent's soul power was superior, breaking free from the music could spell danger. Noticing the curious gaze from Shui Lei Han, Xie Lu shook his head to indicate he was fine. Though he could not suppress a smile, Shui Lei Han chuckled, radiating warmth. It seems Xie Lu had successfully managed the situation. Your Highness, the second prince. Regarding the marriage contract, I propose we annul it, Nangongyin said, bowing slightly to Dai Mu Bai, affording him due respect. Dai Mu Bai, not one to miss the nuances of the atmosphere, immediately grasped that Xie Lu had indeed secured his beloved, and with a heartfelt blessing for Xie Lu, he rose with a gentle smile. I have already spoken to father, so there is no need for General Nangong to worry. Thank you, Nangongyin said, lowering his gaze. Xie Lu, I entrust Nangongya to you, he stated solemnly, to which Xie Lu promptly responded with a manly affirmation. After offering tea to the newlyweds, joy filled the room as Madame Nangong called for Nangongya and Nangongyu. The atmosphere was one of harmony and delight. Shui Lei Han discreetly gifted Nangongyu a piece of armor for self-defense, one of the treasures he had collected over 3 years from various auction houses. Nangongyu was overjoyed, calling him brother repeatedly, which made Shui Lei Han feel a tad bashful. Seeing Xie Lu and Nangongya trying to catch each other's eyes while feeling shy with their parents present, Shui Lei Han nearly spat out his drink. Come on. You've shared a room and even slept in the same tent. Can we drop the pretense? He jested, lightly scolding Xie Lu for his lack of resolve. Before stepping outside with his tea, taking in the neatly arranged garden tended to by the matriarch herself, and letting out a relaxed sigh. All these plants were personally cultivated by my wife, and she selected their positions as well, came the rugged voice of Nangongyin from behind. General Nangong. Shuai Han greeted with a smile. After all, with their relationship now established, his brother as father-in-law was indeed a person of closeness. Before the third prince of the Tiando Empire, such a title truly feels undeserved. Nangongyin laughed heartily, then stood beside Shuai Han. Having confirmed the matter, further pretense would indeed seem juvenile. Shuai Han smiled graciously and remarked, General Nangong, you are being overly modest. After all, you are the father-in-law of Cielo. Such etiquette is only fitting. With a hint of audacity, he continued, I shall address you as Lei Han, and you may call me uncle. Uncle. Shuai Han replied with a respectful gesture and a smile. I entrust my daughter to your care, for Xiaoyu is merely a support-type soul master, Nangongyin earnestly requested. I believe this sentiment should be conveyed to Cielo. Shuai Han replied with a wry smile as he touched his nose. I understand that Cielo revolves around you. Thus this must be expressed to you directly, Nangongyin said, a smile gracing his square face. Shuai Han nodded in understanding. By the way, may I inquire? What is your current soul power level? Nangongyin asked as he turned to leave. Shuai Han answered candidly. I just broke through to level 62 a few days ago. Unbelievable. Nangongyin's expression stiffened slightly, forcing a smile as he returned to the hall. How is it that each of them is more extraordinary than the last? Nonetheless, this realization brought Nangong in a measure of reassurance. With Xiaoyu following such a promising husband and having an exceptionally talented elder brother, she would undoubtedly become even more remarkable herself. It's a simple truth, akin to the saying, one who associates with vermilion will become red, while one who associates with ink will become black. At that moment, Dai Mubai received a letter from a nearby guard, which could be deemed both a missive and an imperial decree. The marriage contract is nullified, and I give my consent. There was a smaller line below it, stating, for the sake of Director Shui. Dai Mubai chuckled at the brevity of the letter. We shall proceed directly to the Dongfang family shortly. He approached Shuai Han, who was admiring the flowers, and waved the letter in his hand. Is this from your father? Indeed, it states that the marriage contract is void. If it's nullified, is there still a need to pay a visit to the Dongfang family? It feels somewhat like intentional humiliation, Shuai Han expressed with a hint of exasperation. It cannot be avoided. Otherwise, the Dongfang family will likely hold the Nangong family accountable, and it won't just be Nangongyin who suffers, but also my father. Dai Mubai sighed, equally perplexed. This is my first time being so audacious, striking directly at their faces, and even going to their home to do so, Shuai Han shrugged, a rueful smile on his lips. While with us, do not think I have forgotten what you did at that tavern in the Stardew Forest. If I recall correctly, you were the first to strike, Dai Mubai teased with a smirk. No, you must be mistaken, Shuai Han replied earnestly. Oh, is that so? Upon witnessing the earnestness of Shuai Han, one cannot help but reflect on his unwavering honesty, which lends credence to his assertions. Perhaps it was merely my excitement at the moment that led to a misremembering. It shall be the four of us. You, me, Cielo, and Nangonya, correct? Dai Mubai confirmed. It would indeed be more troublesome with Uncle Nangong's presence, for individuals are preferable. Shuai Han replied. After all, our purpose is to deliver a resounding rebuke, and having General Nangong involved will surely provoke the Eastern family, potentially leading to his condemnation before the Emperor. As we approach the Eastern family, we must remain vigilant regarding the former family head, whose soul power stands at 79 and whose martial spirit is the Sunflower Whip. He is our primary concern. Dai Mubai shared the intelligence he had gathered about the Eastern family with Shuai Han. When the time comes, simply presenting the document from your father will suffice, efficient and expedient. Shuai Han remarked, draining the warm tea from his cup. Let us set forth at once. The iron must be struck while it is hot. Agreed. Chapter 129. 30 years in the East, 30 years in the West? What is the name of the esteemed member of the Dongfang family? It seems to be Dongfang Yin, 18 years old, yet only at a little over 30 ranks now. Dai Mubai remarked to Shuai Han. Very well, that makes things a bit easier. Shuai Han nodded in agreement. Dai Mubai and Shuai Han walked side by side, occasionally casting disdainful glances at the affectionate antics of Xiao Lu and Nangonya behind them. Let us delve further into the information regarding Dongfang Yan, Shuai Han suggested. Indeed, he is currently attending the Xinglua Imperial Academy. According to the information gathered by my subordinates, the Dongfang family arranged for him to enter the academy prior to the competition. He frequently skips classes and has a notoriously poor character, entangled with several dubious women, one of whom he even left with child, though the Dongfang patriarch managed to suppress the scandal. A despicable character, indeed. Thus, encountering such a betrothed individual makes it easier to annul the engagement. Dai Mubai remarked with a wry smile and a shrug. I trust this will not cause any trouble for the Dai family? Xue Leihan inquired with concern. Not at all. Considering that the Dai family is of royal descent, and the current standing of the Dongfang family has been cultivated solely by my father, aimed at maintaining balance within the court, I cannot fathom how many individuals covet the position currently held by the Dongfang family, Dai Mubai explained. The machinations of an emperor. Xue Leihan had studied them, yet she detested adopting such a mindset to confront the world. Upon hearing Dai Mubai's words, she immediately grasped the precarious position of the Dongfang family. Countless individuals must be envious, eagerly wishing to usurp their status. So, are you the next emperor of the Xingluo Empire? Xue Leihan recognized that the crown prince had failed, and it was only natural for the second prince, Dai Mubai, to ascend as the crown prince. With formidable soul power and exceptional strength, coupled with his humility, he held a prominent reputation within the Xingluo Empire. An emperor? That role is ill-suited for me. Just imagining myself seated in a study, spending the entire day reviewing memorials, indulging in wine only to face admonishment from elder ministers. Truly does not align with my character, Dai Mubai replied, shaking his head. As the four approached the Dongfang family estate, Xue Leihan exchanged a knowing glance with Dai Mubai, who responded with an understanding smile. Announced the visit of His Highness, the second prince, to Dongfang Zhan. Xue Leihan stepped forward to inform the guard. The guard, catching sight of the golden-haired youth with dual-colored eyes, felt a flicker of uncertainty. Upon hearing Xue Leihan's words, he hurried inside to report. Another guard slightly shifted aside, creating a path. Xue Leihan nodded, adopting the demeanor of the second prince's protector, and led the way into the Dongfang residence. Inside, all the young men and women of the Dongfang family were gathered in the grand hall, while Xue Leihan and the other three faced Dongfang Zhan, who was flanked by three elderly men, seemingly elders or esteemed guests of the Dongfang family. Your Highness, the second prince, what brings you here today? Dongfang Zhan's tone was exceedingly respectful, devoid of the fearsome reputation often circulated among the populace. In pursuit of a marriage contract from the Nangong family, Dai Mubai spoke succinctly, retrieving the aforementioned document from his bosom. By the decree of the emperor, the marriage agreement between the Nangong and Dongfang families was to be annulled. As his words settled in the air, every child's countenance within the Dongfang family shifted dramatically. Some appeared despondent, others smirked with glee, while most reveled in schadenfreude. They were acutely aware that a certain young master of the Dongfang family had an engagement with a young lady from the Nangong family, making their delight in the misfortune entirely understandable. Your Highness, the second prince, it would be wise for you to retract the marriage contract. We may not acquiesce to today's events. A languid voice emanated from the side of Dongfang Zhan's seat. Following this, a figure emerged from the shadows, sleek and unseemly. Though possessing a handsome visage, the lethargy and malice in his gaze utterly marred his otherwise appealing appearance. Dai Mubai's eyes narrowed slightly, a curious smile playing upon his lips, while Xue Leihan and Xia Li's mouths fell agape in astonishment. Little brother, this is the imperial edict. Before you stands His Highness the second prince. Have you not noticed that your father dares not utter a word? Dongfang Zhan, witnessing his son's abrupt entrance and hearing those words, felt a swell of indignation rise in his throat, his face flushing crimson. An eerie silence enveloped the room, causing the three elders of the Dongfang family to lean back, wary of the impending turmoil. Dai Mubai found the scene rather amusing, watching Dongfang Yin with a smile, thinking how blissfully ignorant and fearless he was. Xue Leihan and Ciela struggled to suppress their laughter, their stomachs aching, yet they could only endure in such a predicament. Nangong stood obediently beside Cielu, clasping his large hand. Noticing the silence surrounding him, Dongfang Yin nodded with satisfaction, his tone flippant. Miss Nangong, may I inquire whether the elder of the Nangong family has consented to the annulment of the engagement today? Nangong Yin nodded in response. Indeed. A wave of humiliation washed over Dongfang Yan's face as he thought, I truly wish to slay you. His teeth trembled, betraying the fierce intent hidden within his words. As his fist clenched tightly, his dark eyes ablaze with wrath. Upon hearing this, Xue Leihan and Xia Lu's eyes ignited with palpable murderous intent. Silence. Dongfang Zhan struck Dongfang Yin across the face with a resounding slap, the sharp sound echoing through the room. What a delightful spectacle I have witnessed. Dai Mubai clapped his hands in mock amusement, though an icy glint flickered in his eyes, for that last statement had thoroughly enraged him. Dongfang Zhan trembled slightly at the sight of Dai Mubai's dark expression, hastily attempting to amend his earlier words. This unruly child has recently caught a cold and may be a bit dazed. I offer my sincerest apologies on his behalf. He could not afford to offend the powerful second prince of the Xinglua Empire. Humph, Dai Mubai scoffed. Now, where's that marriage contract? Present it at once. The Eastern War hurriedly whispered to an elder beside him, who promptly patted his backside and swiftly darted into the inner hall. This encounter left Shui Leihan profoundly disheartened. Is this truly the esteemed Eastern family, reputed as one of the top families in the Star Luo Empire? A faade of gold and jade, yet rotten within. Dai Mubai maintained a cold smirk, causing trepidation among all members of the Eastern family. Miss Nangong, in light of the venerable Nangong patriarch, I advise you with utmost sincerity, 30 years in the East, 30 years in the West, do not underestimate the youth and poverty. Eastern Yin declared with a resolute tone. Unfilial son, do you intend to drive me to my grave today? Eastern Zhan exclaimed, striking him into the inner hall with a resounding slap. Confine Eastern Yin for half a year. Understood. The guards in the inner hall promptly complied. Do not underestimate the youth and poverty. The anguished cries of Eastern Yin echoed from the inner hall, deepening the pallor on Eastern Zhan's face. Here it comes. An elder of the Eastern family approached with the marriage contract in hand, which Eastern Zhan personally handed to the coldly smiling Dai Mubai, his hands trembling with trepidation. From this day forth, the Eastern family and the Nangong family shall have no further ties. With a swift motion, Dai Mubai tore the marriage contract into shreds. Chapter 130. The will of the sword is truly remarkable. Shui Leihan stepped out of the gates of the Dongfang residence, reflecting on the roars emanating from within. And couldn't he help but shake his head in amazement. What audacity, indeed! He exclaimed, laughter escaping from Cielo. Did any of you witness Dongfang Yan's reaction when Mubai mentioned 30 years in the East, 30 years in the West? Dongfang Zhan's face turned quite pale. Such boldness is commendable, remarked Dai Mubai, with a mix of exasperation and amusement. I shall duly report their reactions to my father. Thank you, Brother Dai, and thank you. Brother Shui, South Palace said, bending slightly towards the two men ahead. Cielo, noticing this, quickly followed suit. Sister-in-law, why the formalities between us? Shui Leihan waved his hand dismissively, not accepting the gesture, while Dai Mubai took a step back as well. The term sister-in-law caused a blush to creep across South Palace's face. Are you two departing? Dai Mubai asked, glancing at Shui Leihan as he noticed Xie Lu and South Palace walking hand in hand behind him. A hint of melancholy in his voice. Indeed, the competition has concluded. It is time to take our leave, Shui Leihan replied with a smile. Though I wish I could accompany you, my responsibilities are demanding. My father wishes for me to become the crown prince, and the burdens are numerous. Dai Mubai muttered a complaint, then quietly added, I leave my fifth brother in your capable hands. Rest assured, he is under my protection. 2 days later, the contingent from the Tiando United Academy had doubled in size, marching out of Xinglua City amidst the admiring gazes of the crowd. The newly joined students often gathered around the Shuido battle team, having witnessed their combat prowess and soul power levels during the competition. And they became figures of admiration and aspiration. This time, the Shuido team chose not to maintain their haughty demeanor. For Elder Shui had advised them the night prior that these individuals would be their future classmates, and there was no need to uphold an air of superiority. After all, they would all be comrades going forward. Minor frictions could be tolerated, but hostility would not do. The Shuido team appeared more mature than he had anticipated, indicating perhaps that he had worried too much. Shui Leihan brought up the rear of the group, his inner soul power continuously circulating. And as he observed the cheerful chatter ahead, a smile graced his face. The journey was exceedingly smooth, and the Shuido team demonstrated to the newly joined students the art of survival in a forest teeming with soul beasts, caution, vigilance, and stealth, actions that left the new students in awe. The return journey progressed swiftly, as the training set by Shui Leihan had been successfully concluded, and everyone felt a strong pull towards home. South Palace walked beside Cielo, this trip having been permitted by South Palacine, who had warned Cielo, if you mistreat my daughter, I will not hesitate to put an end to you. This brought much amusement to Shui Leihan. In less than a week's time, the faculty and students of the Tiando United Academy finally returned to Tiando City. Shui Leihan instructed Cielu to guide the new students into the campus, while he himself departed from the group, making his way into the heart of Tiando City. Du Guyan, Cielu, and Yi Lingling understood that Sword Deluoch and Xian sought to find him. thus refraining from uttering a word. The Seven Treasures Glazed Tile School had experienced little change over the years, save for an increase in the number of soul masters it had recruited. Its reputation for humility and kindness still resonated throughout the continent. Shui Leihan did not encounter his adoptive father, Ning Fengji, nor did he find Bon de la Gu Rong, or even the little demoness, Ning Rongrong. He circled the Grand Hall, searching for Sword Douluo Chen Xian. Through their mutual connection as wielders of sword martial spirits, Shui Leihan swiftly sensed the tranquil and righteous aura emanating from the seven-killing sword of Sword Douluo. In a small room within the side hall, he finally beheld the person he sought. Chen Xian stood with his back to the door, a sword poised upright before him. Indeed, the seven-killing sword. Shui Leihan chose not to disturb his meditation. Instead, he sat down quietly behind him, drawing forth the blue rose sword and positioning it upright before him. An additional aura of sword intent filled the room, and unexpectedly, they did not disrupt one another but instead began to intertwine harmoniously. The sword paths of both were not those of brutal slaughter, though the blue rose sword exuded a hint of chill. It did not hinder the blending of their sword intents. Have you returned? Yes, Uncle Chun, I have returned. Chen Xian turned to face Shui Leihan, his gaze falling upon him and the sword levitating before him, a smile gracing his rugged countenance. I am pleased, for I see the legacy continues. Uncle Chen. Shui Leihan understood that Sword Douluo Chen Xian's martial spirit was a hereditary family spirit. However, Chen Xian had no wife or concubines, let alone children. Shui Leihan knew that it was simply Chen Xian's own choice. His sword, much like him, was pure and unadulterated. This, indeed, represented the pinnacle of sword cultivation. Aware of this reason, Shui Leihan had refrained from breaking through. Master, the Bon Douluo has accompanied the young lady on her travels across the continent. With the two of them safeguarding her, all should be well. I see. The reason I did not go is simple. I was waiting for you. Chen Xian smiled calmly, observing Shui Leihan's serene demeanor. There are certain matters you ought to be informed of. May I inquire what they are, Uncle Chen? Concerning the Spirit Hall. Shui Leihan immediately held his breath, gazing intently at Sword Douluo Chen Xian. It is widely believed that the most powerful within the Spirit Hall is the Pope, titled Douluo Bibi Dong. However, this is not entirely accurate, Sword Douluo chuckled. A few days prior, while meditating, I inadvertently sensed a disquieting presence. I deduced that an individual from the Spirit Hall still lives. Who might you be referring to, Uncle Chun? The Grand Elder of the Spirit Hall. One of the three ultimate Douluo in the world, Qian Daolu, possesses a soul power level of 99. As snowflakes fell, the chill in the air did little to disturb the serene countenance of Shui Leihan, who maintained a calm demeanor. Qinshin offered a knowing smile, acknowledging. Our petty skirmishes are insignificant to him. The only worthy opponent for him is the formidable Tang Hao, the titled Douluo of the Haoyan school. However, I have sensed a foreboding. Qinshin gradually adopted a serious expression, aware that the Spirit Hall must be plotting something nefarious, of which we remain blissfully unaware. My intuition warns me that either I or the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School is in peril. I cannot defeat Qian Daolu, even together with the old bones. We stand no chance. At the level of title Douluo, the gap between ranks feels insurmountable. Hence, I place my hopes upon you. This is the reason for my visit. Qinshin stated with a smile. You shall inherit the will of my seven-killing sword. Shui Leihan fell into contemplative silence, gazing into Qinshin's expectant eyes. If your sword embodies my balanced and harmonious philosophy of the sword, then you will have taken a step closer to that esteemed level. Leihan, the future of the Tiando Empire lies in your hands. My will can only be passed on to you, Qinshin remarked with a wry smile. Even if the seven-killing sword cannot shine upon the Douluo continent once more, let its spirit accompany you in your blossoming journey. Shui Leihan felt a lump in his throat as he regarded the sword Douluo, Qinshin, and the legendary seven-killing sword. Understood. Chapter 131. The Long River. Shui Leihan returned to the Heaven Do United Academy, burdened by the weight of his thoughts. The words of Jian Douluo Chen Xian echoed hauntingly in his mind. He contemplated the existence of Qian Daolu, a limit Douluo on par with the Haoyan Douluo. Upon learning that the Spirit Hall harbored such a formidable figure, his reaction was surprisingly subdued. Were it not for Qian Daolu, it was likely that Haoyan Douluo would have dismantled the Spirit Hall long ago. He chose not to disturb anyone, not even visiting Dream Machine's office, but instead sought out the secret chamber where the Emperor fighting team had once trained. The Heaven Do United Academy had long designated these rooms as private. for they encapsulated a wealth of memories belonging to the Emperor fighting team. Shui Leihan found the single room that had once been his, pushing the door open. As he felt the eternal chill of the ancient ice within, a bittersweet smile crept across his face, and he settled into a meditative posture. What are you planning? You rascal? Ice Phoenix emerged from within him, gazing intently at Shui Leihan. She sensed his unwavering determination to undertake a significant endeavor, one that no one could sway. Ice Phoenix, now that you're here, it makes things easier, Shui Leihan said with a smile, raising his hands. I wish to explore the possibility of simultaneously wielding two types of martial souls with your assistance. Upon hearing this, Ice Phoenix fell silent. Her crystalline, transparent eyes scrutinized the indifferent expression on Shui Leihan's face, before finally revealing a hint of a smile. You have quite the audacity, Leihan. Is that so? If you succeed in this endeavor, you would be paving a new path for the Douluo Continent, he countered. Have not previous soul masters with twin martial souls attempted to wield both at once? There have been attempts, yet all have ended in failure, Ice Phoenix replied, placing her hands on her hips with a resigned sigh. The use of martial souls requires maintaining an active balance of soul power within one's body. Whether one is a twin martial soul master or an ordinary soul master, the method of soul power operation remains the same. Should a second force suddenly manifest, that balance would be disrupted, leading to chaos in the soul power and rendering soul skills unusable. Ice Phoenix continued, there was a genius with twin martial souls, much like you, who sought to wield both simultaneously. The outcome was dire. The conflict of soul power resulted in severe internal injuries, preventing him from ever achieving the rank of Soul Douluo. With narrowed eyes, Ice Phoenix asked, even knowing the potential consequences, are you still willing to attempt this? Of course. Shui Leihan affirmed with a nod, extending his hands. The sword of blue rose floated forth from his back, hovering before him. Indeed, if you were to retreat now, you would no longer be Shui Leihan, Ice Phoenix remarked, a mixture of approval and mockery in her tone, as her hands pressed against his back. Thank you, Ice Phoenix. Shui Leihan turned to the Ice Phoenix, who had been guarding him, and smiled gently. Is this when you finally thought to say this? The Ice Phoenix blushed, huffed in a proud manner, and then reminded him earnestly, the moment you sense a clash of soul power, you must withdraw your energy, otherwise, you risk degradation or even the shattering of your martial soul. Exercise utmost caution. Moreover, promise me that even if you succeed, you must not divulge this method to anyone. And I mean anyone. Understood, Shui Leihan replied with a slight smile. It has begun. Shui Leihan's heart gradually sank as he immersed himself in the ocean of soul power. The icy blue soul energy within him flowed like an unending river, orderly constructing a circulation that imparted a sense that any intrusion would lead to its destruction. Since it is all ice attribute then, his left hand began to emanate an extreme chill, instantly enveloping his entire being. Simultaneously, he resolved to create two circulations. If it is a balance that cannot be broken, then he would simply establish another point of equilibrium. He swallowed the pill that Chen Xin had given him, originally meant to help him break through the deadlock. The powerful effects of the medicine rapidly spread within him. Gritting his teeth, Shui Leihan guided the medicinal energy. His current task resembled that of a worker digging a canal. Since that long river could not tolerate any flaws, he would construct another channel. Cough. Shui Leihan spat out a mouthful of crimson blood, which immediately froze upon hitting the ground. Keep going, Leihan, you can do it. The Ice Phoenix behind him felt the two conflicting soul powers within him and the medicinal energy, gritting her teeth with a tinge of sorrow in her heart. Leihan, keep it up. At this moment, Shui Leihan was fervently carving out the canal of soul power within himself, fueled by the incessant flow of medicinal energy behind him. Simultaneously, he was enveloped by a world of ice. The soul ring behind him could no longer be concealed. The icy blue soul ring suddenly bloomed, with golden threads becoming increasingly apparent. At this moment, Shui Leihan operated with the precision and speed of an unceasing machine. The agony of excavating a new passage for soul power within his body was excruciating, causing blood to drip incessantly from his nose and the corners of his mouth, leaving plum blossom-like stains on his pristine white garments. Could it be that he was on the verge of success? The Ice Phoenix stared in disbelief, her eyes wide as she sensed the medicinal energy within Shui Leihan being guided by him, while his second stream of soul power closely followed the medicine. This notion was indeed fantastical and excruciating. No one in the history of martial souls had ever managed to open new channels of soul power. Bigger, wider, faster. The medicinal energy burned with its final glow, charging forth alongside the second stream of soul power. Crack. It seems as though something within my body has shattered, while something else has been reforged anew. Beside the original river, a newly carved channel awaits the nurturing of soul energy, sort of the blue rose, embodiment of ultimate ice. Manifest. The voice of Shui Lei Han is hoarse, laced with the agony of bloodshed. The sword in his right hand reveals 6 soul rings, while an icy chill envelopes his entire being. Above his head, 2 soul rings gradually materialize. His second stream of soul energy surges wildly into that new channel, slowly filling it to the brim. His ice-blue pupils emit a mesmerizing glow, shining like 2 brilliant blue lanterns in the pitch-black chamber. Amidst his excitement, Shui Lei Han maintains the frenzied operation of his 2 forms of soul energy. That heart-stopping pressure begins to manifest. It is a success. With clenched fists, Shui Lei Han's cold aura envelopes both his body and the sword before him. The medicinal energy within him has been fully absorbed, leaving him with a sensation of fullness. His soul energy begins to loosen. Thus, let the breakthrough continue. A faint smile graces Shui Lei Han's lips as he once again settles into a meditative position. Under the incredulous gaze of the Ice Phoenix, he strives to breach the threshold of the 60th level. Chapter 132, National Affairs Madness. The Ice Phoenix gazed upon the meditating Shui Lei Han, observing the blood at the corner of his mouth that had yet to congeal. She floated in the air, scrutinizing his tightly furrowed brow and feeling the surges of his soul power. Embracing her knees, she hovered in the secret chamber. With a sigh, the Ice Phoenix pondered why this individual exerted himself so fervently. Despite having achieved feats that were beyond the reach of others, why did he still strive so relentlessly? At barely 20 years of age, he had already surpassed level 60. What lingering apprehension could possibly remain in his heart? The Ice Phoenix sighed again. Watching as Shui Lei Han relentlessly pushed against another height, a sense of trepidation washing over her. His unwavering tenacity evoked both admiration and a sense of relief within her. How fortunate she was to have chosen Shui Lei Han. In him, she saw a boundless potential. At this pace, the title of Douluo was no longer an unattainable dream. The radiance of the sword enveloped him gently. It was his own guardian sword path, learned from and inherited through Chun Xian's teachings, a path of tranquility. Chun Xian referred to his swordsmanship as the red dust sword path, which encompassed the essence of all worldly matters, ultimately returning to a state of calm. The righteous and harmonious path is thus known as the Red Dust Avenue. Shui Lei Han sighed, deeply touched by the grandeur of experiencing all that the world has to offer and the accompanying solitude. He realized, so this is purity. It seemed he had misunderstood its essence. With a wry smile, Shui Lei Han reflected on his prior misconceptions, having equated purity with physical cleanliness, free from any taint. Yet, what Chun Xian described was purity of the spirit. Even after tasting the myriad flavors of life, that inner peace commanded his utmost respect. Thank you, Uncle Chun, Shui Lei Han said, now aware of a slight hoarseness in his throat, accompanied by a metallic taste of blood. Recalling his earlier frenzied actions, he couldn't help but chuckle bitterly and shake his head. He was not typically an impulsive person, yet, after successfully utilizing his twin martial souls, he had become completely consumed by fervor. Confidence was commendable, but he acknowledged that he had indeed been rash. The Ice Phoenix's pair of eyes shimmered in the darkness, mirroring Shui Lei Han's, blinking in unison. Their 4 ice-blue eyes met in the air, and soon, the oppressive aura dissipated into nothingness. I am in reflection, Shui Lei Han said, raising his hands with a bitter smile before reigniting the candle that had been extinguished by the frost. The Ice Phoenix's pale face bore a hint of crimson, her eyes filled with concern. Shui Lei Han smiled softly, choosing not to speak further, and immersed himself in solidifying his soul power. The Qing Rose sword flickered with a phosphorescent glow in the air. What do you wish to do next? The Ice Phoenix inquired, awaiting Shui Lei Han to open his eyes. I understand that teaching is not your ultimate goal, is it? Certainly not. However, I am still prepared to remain in the Heavenly Dou Empire for another 6 months before venturing to the extreme north. The extreme north? Why return there? To see your subjects. Bing Huang suddenly gasped, her hands clenched into fists, her voice slightly trembling. When did you come to know? From the very beginning. Shui Lei Han pondered thoughtfully. It was suspicious from the outset. I recall someone journeying deep into the extreme north, where the soul beast had grown increasingly scarce, devoid of nests or excrement, rendering it remarkably serene. My original intention was to train, and in the absence of soul beasts, I could only proceed deeper, ultimately encountering you at the heart of the extreme north. You may not recall the moment, but it is etched vividly in my memory, birds heralding the dawn. The sun rising in the east. The only beings capable of invoking such celestial phenomena are those 10,000-year soul beasts. A single piece of evidence suffices to confirm your status as the sovereign of the extreme north, the Phoenix King, let alone the multitude of signs. Shuai Han remarked, gesturing with open hands. You are quite perceptive. Bing Huang turned her head away, concealing her expression from Shuai Han. She had resigned herself to the notion of never returning to the extreme north, yet reality had played a warm jest upon her. Let us depart. The seclusion has ended. Shuai Han stretched lazily and pushed open the eye-sealed door. Sunlight flooded in, illuminating the room brightly. Shuai Han's short hair shimmered with a mesmerizing ice-blue hue under the sunlight as he smiled, filled with a deep sense of fulfillment. Today, he had conquered the intricate dilemma that had plagued him since childhood. His soul power flowed steadily along two currents, his entire being brimming with vitality. Come, Bing Huang. He smiled gently at the floating Bing Huang. She extended her hand, leaving a trace of a satisfied smile before merging into his being. In the days that followed, Shuai Han eliminated most of his classes, delegating certain public lectures to Cielu, while he devoted each day to training and honing the Shuai team. Striving to elevate their prowess, the Shuai team welcomed 3 new members, including Lan Xiang, totaling 10 in number, mirroring the Royal Do team at that time. They still required a period of adjustment. Shuai Han dedicated the majority of his time to cultivation, which made Du Guyan reminisce about the past. Reminiscent of those frenzied days of training. The Shuai team was entrusted to the teachers of Shrek Academy, including the master, which reassured Shuai Han. He had yet to fully comprehend the red dust sword path from Chun Xian, and moreover, Chen Xian's foreboding warnings kept him in a state of heightened vigilance. Besides his daily meetings with Du Guyan, Shuai Han found little time to see anyone else. The intelligence gathered by his subordinates continued to be updated incessantly, with a primary focus on reconnaissance of the Spirit Hall. The elders of the sect are all titled Douluo. This revelation deeply unsettled Shuai Han. For it is known that the 7 Treasures Glazed Tile School possesses only 2 titled Douluo, Chen Xian and Gu Rong. In contrast, the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon sect boasts 4 titled Douluo, while the imperial family of the Heaven Do Empire can claim merely 2, rendering them utterly incapable of contending with the full might of the Spirit Hall. Shuai Han's mood grew increasingly oppressive with each passing day, and he became harsher on himself. For him, cultivation served as a means of catharsis. Holding a thin sheet of paper, he discerned the words in the flickering candlelight. The Prairie Wolf King has struck again, Shuai Han intoned grimly, his voice imbued with steely resolve. The Prairie Wolf King, dwelling on the vast grasslands, regarded the Heaven Do Empire as a thorn in its side, frequently raiding cities along the empire's borders and leaving the common folk in dire straits. Engaging in guerrilla warfare against the Heaven Do Empire, the Wolf King would seize plunder and retreat back to the prairies, provoking the ire of the empire. If, at this moment, the Spirit Hall were to make a sudden move, would not the Heaven Do Empire find itself besieged on 2 fronts? Clenching his fists, Shuai Han felt the sword hovering before him radiate a brilliant light. Chapter 133. Her stubbornness tears of snow. I am deeply concerned for you. The night enveloped the sky like a delicate veil, while in the faculty dormitory area, a few candles flickered quietly. Half a year had slipped by so swiftly. Snow Tear's spiritual power had reached the 65th level, and as a result of this power, a faint shadow of dark circles lingered beneath his eyes, barely noticeable unless one looked closely. However, Du Guyan shared the same bed with him each night and had come to know every detail of her beloved's visage intimately. Such things were evident to her. Now, Du Guyan sat beside Snow Tears, her expression tinged with worry as she gazed at him. Snow Tears appeared to have regressed to the time when he first entered the Tiando United Academy, consumed solely by his cultivation, oblivious to the world around him. I'm fine, he smiled softly, shaking his head. I just haven't been sleeping well. Otherwise, there's nothing amiss. Are you truly sleeping? Du Guyan's voice trembled slightly. You practice every night, do you not? I can feel the fluctuations of your spiritual power beside you each evening. You tell me you are sleeping? Her tone grew firm, her eyes fixed unwaveringly on Snow Tears, her eyelids reddening. Snow Tears fell silent, his gaze dropping to the ground. Cielu and Yi Lingling are also very worried about you, concerned that one day you might collapse from exhaustion. Is that so? They have been training diligently as well. Look at me, Du Guyan urged, lifting Snow Tears' chin to compel him to meet her gaze. It was then she discerned the weariness in his eyes mingled with an indomitable calm. What has happened? Why are you so fatigued? Why must you exert yourself so? Snow Tears offered no reply, seemingly reluctant to address her barrage of inquiries. He did not wish for her to perceive that, beneath the facade of tranquility, the Tiando Empire was perilously unstable. He wanted to shield Douluo from the true depths of the Spirit Hall's influence, fearing it would only serve to heighten her anxiety and dread. "This is my responsibility," Snow Tears said gently, a soft smile gracing his lips as he brushed a strand of Douluo's hair. "It is the duty and burden of the third prince of the Tiando Empire." With this declaration, the weariness in his eyes was masked, replaced by a light-hearted smile. "Well, it is getting late. We should retire early. Tonight, I shall not train. So rest assured." He tenderly caressed Douluo's cheek as if soothing a child, though in reality, she was several years his senior. Yet, this time, Douluo did not accept his reassurances. "Must your burdens be solely yours? Can I not share some of them with you?" A voice, on the verge of tears, emerged from behind Snow Tears. "Am I to be nothing but a decorative vase?" Raindrops trickled down her face and fell onto the floor, salty and bittersweet. Shui Leihan gazed at Douluo, his eyes reflecting a complex array of emotions, and once again fell into silence. "I am your fiancé. Your affairs are my concerns. Is there a problem?" Douluo stepped forward, looking up at Shui Leihan, who stood just slightly taller, her eyes shining with unwavering determination. Although Douluo did not possess the temperament of a typical heiress, Shui Leihan, well acquainted with her, understood that this matter was unlikely to be resolved amicably. He watched as tears swirled in Douluo's eyes and sighed deeply, rooted in place. "This was a man's duty. I wish to share a portion of that burden with you." "Why? Even when I have warned you of the dangers." "Because I love you." Shui Leihan refrained from meeting Douluo's resolute gaze again, shaking his head in resignation. "We will discuss it shortly." With a bitter smile, he felt helpless against Douluo's insistence and retreated to the bathroom. Douluo clenched her fists, watching Shui Leihan's slender figure as he departed, then turned and walked into the bedroom. In summary, that was the situation. Shui Leihan lay back, resting his head, and recounted all the information from this period to Douluo in one breath. Why had the Prairie Wolf King suddenly become so aggressive? Although Douluo was astonished by the news from the Spirit Hall, she noticed something peculiar. The once weak Prairie Wolf King had now transformed into a formidable opponent. And after seizing resources, rather than retreating to the grasslands, he brazenly paraded along the border, openly defying the Tiando Empire. Logically, such reckless behavior seemed out of character for them. Reports indicated that a 100,000-year spirit beast had appeared within the Prairie Wolf King's territory. What? It seemed he had obtained backing, rendering him fearless. Although it was hard to fathom how the Prairie Wolf King had negotiated with such a powerful entity to secure its support, recent actions could provide some explanation. Shui Leihan closed his eyes. "What troubles me is the Spirit Hall. I worry immensely. The Tiando Empire possesses only 2 titled Douluos. If the Spirit Hall were to mobilize fully, the Tiando Empire would face annihilation by tomorrow." His calm words carried a chilling undertone, causing Douluo to instinctively curl into his embrace. "However, I am not the type to surrender upon discovering formidable foes." Shui Leihan spoke softly, his eyes still shut. "Protecting the Tiando Empire is my dream, as well as my responsibility and duty. But before articulating such sentiments, strength is what is needed." He raised his right fist into the air, clenched tightly. "To achieve my goals, I will spare no effort to grow stronger, at any cost. I will journey to the extreme north for training in a few days. You know well that my twin martial souls thrive in frosty conditions," he gently reassured Douluo, patting her slender waist. "Are you leaving again?" Douluo's voice carried a hint of melancholy. "The days spent with Shui Leihan are the most joyous, albeit fleeting. She comprehends what fuels the steadfast determination of the man beside her, and she understands the dreams and ambitions that propel him forward. Those childhood aspirations and goals linger in their essence. It is late, time to rest." Shui Leihan gently caresses Douluo's head, cradling her in his embrace as if she were a plush pillow. In her heart, she has come to realize that the purity of the sword path lies in the spirit, not in the flesh, and thus, she is indifferent to physical contact. "Leihan." Douluo's face flushes with embarrassment as she feels Shui Leihan's inquiry, inhaling the unique fragrance that emanates from him, and gazing at his face, so close yet so distant. Her heart races wildly. Just as Douluo anticipates some action from Shui Leihan, she discovers that he has already succumbed to slumber. "Good night, Leihan." Douluo leaves a tender kiss upon his lips before nestling into his arms. May heaven bless them. Chapter 134. The stars gather around the moon under the reluctant gaze of Douluo. Shui Leihan departed. Before leaving, he smiled and said to her, Let us marry upon my return." This declaration made Dugu Yan's face flush crimson, plunging her into an unexpected bliss that lasted throughout the day. When the Emperor of Snowy Night learned of this exhilarating news from Shui Leihan, he erupted in a fit of laughter, exclaiming, "How could such a monumental decision be made without consulting me, your father?" Yet, amidst his mirth, tears of joy welled in his eyes. There is no greater joy for a father than witnessing his proud son unite with his beloved. This wedding must be grand, it must be splendid. It is my son's nuptials, and we shall strive for nothing less than perfection. Snowy Night paced back and forth in the imperial study, contemplating whether he should raise his voice in excitement. Shui Beng and Shui Leihan stood by, wiping the sweat from their brows. "Isn't this a bit excessive for our third brother?" Shui Beng suggested, clasping his hands. "Father, if the people perceive that our third brother is overspending, it may tarnish his reputation." "I share your sentiments, Father," Shui Leihan concurred. "Let us invite only a few close friends and family for a more intimate ceremony. Both Yin and I are practitioners. We do not place undue importance on such formalities." Beside them, Mu Shui frowned in discontent, saying, "You two are being foolish. This is an unparalleled event in life. It cannot be treated so casually." Snowy Night nodded in agreement. Both sides present valid points. Thus, we shall announce to the world that His Highness, the third prince, is to wed. Leihan, you and Yin will travel by carriage from the United Academy to the palace. And there, you shall perform the three bows ceremonially. As for the banquet, Shui Beng shall handle it. Simply invite our acquaintances and family, ensuring we avoid any impression of extravagance. "Understood," Shui Beng replied, a smile spreading across his face as he playfully winked at Shui Leihan. Shui Leihan, both amused and exasperated, found himself yielding to the plan. "Are you still pondering the wedding?" Shui Leihan walked through the snow, his sword slung over his shoulder. As the ice phoenix, floating behind him, interjected, "No, I am contemplating the path of the sword amidst the mortal realm." Shui Leihan shrugged. "Is that so?" The ice phoenix appeared somewhat displeased, pouting slightly. "We are about to enter the depths of the far north. Why are you still sulking?" Shui Leihan turned to face the sulking ice phoenix, feeling a mix of amusement and exasperation. "I am not sulking." "You are definitely sulking." "I am not sulking." Shui Leihan shrugged again, bringing the pointless exchange to a close. "What shall we do next? How will you meet your subjects?" he inquired directly. The ice phoenix dropped her displeased demeanor and replied, "Once we reach my domain, I will emit a unique energy wave, a signal that only the soul beasts of the far north can perceive." "Is that so?" The chilling snow tears nodded in solemn acknowledgement. "Is it due to your being a soul beast of 100,000 years? Do not underestimate me." The ice phoenix huffed. "For I am a soul beast of 400,000 years who has endured 4 tribulations. Is that not the reason why the color of my soul ring is not blood red?" "Partly, yes, but perhaps it is also due to my ultimate ice martial spirit." "Is that so?" The snow tears felt a wave of indifference wash over them, sighing inwardly. To have traversed 400,000 years in solitude, was it a journey spent alone from the moment of birth to becoming a sovereign? Snow Tears mused that while a decade of solitary cultivation might be bearable for 100,000 years, he tilted his head back, feeling the wind and snow seeping into his body through his collar, a refreshing chill enveloping him. How cold it is. At some point, the Snowfield Gorilla Soul Beast clan emerged behind Snow Tears, quietly trailing him. Typically, they would have erupted into violence at the sight of humans encroaching upon their territory. Yet now they obediently followed in his wake, their crimson eyes reflecting either fear or respect. The wind and snow danced in the air, swirling around Snow Tears like a delicate ballet. The rustling of the crystalline scorpions and the rare footsteps of the mysterious Xian Qilin harmonized into a beautiful march. Snow Tears' gaze drifted toward the enchanting maiden gracefully dancing amid the snowflakes, her visage radiating purity and innocence. Soul beasts are indeed a wondrous species. Observing the diverse forms of soul beasts around him, Snow Tears felt an overwhelming sense of destiny. The divine position you are destined to inherit is that of the ice god, the master of the entire snowy realm, the sovereign of the far north. The ice phoenix's words echoed in his mind. Snow Tears positioned his hands at his sides, seemingly oblivious to the peculiar happenings around him, as he strode deeper into the heart of the frost. Within him, 2 rivers of energy surged with increased velocity, invigorated by the icy surroundings. It seems that with my current physique, my cultivation in the far north progresses rapidly. Gazing at his palm, the essence of ultimate ice enveloped his entire being, and the azure soul ring behind him radiated a brilliant glow. The surrounding soul beasts immediately knelt, overwhelmed by the oppressive aura. The sound of various flying soul beasts landing in the snow echoed around him. Tears of sorrow. I know you will become the master here in the future. But what is this display of power now? The ice phoenix appeared before Snow Tears, discontent etched across her face. I merely wished to test it. The essence of ultimate ice here indeed feels far more potent. Snow Tears chuckled, retracting his martial spirit. The ice phoenix understood he was diverting the conversation and chose not to expose him. With this diversion, Snow Tears increased his pace significantly, and more soul beasts began to gather around him. At last, they had arrived. Shuelehan has returned once more to this place, this miniature world. It was here that he first encountered the ice phoenix. Here, the ice phoenix became the inaugural soul ring of his ultimate ice. It was here that he transcended his own swordsmanship. It was here that he met the divine. Now, back in this familiar locale, Shuelehan is overwhelmed with nostalgia. The ice phoenix stands beside him, gazing down upon the vast multitude of soul beasts below. For the first time, Shuelehan realizes the existence of such an immense congregation of soul beasts in the far north. In the distance, the silhouette of a colossal dragon flickers amidst the snow and wind. That clumsy dragon is my little brother, a 200,000-year-old frost dragon. What do you think? The ice phoenix enthusiastically introduces, as if presenting a cherished family member. From her tone, Shuelehan discerns a sense of relief. It appears that these 400,000 years have not been as lonely for her as he had imagined. Allow me to introduce myself then. Perhaps you should go first. They seem eager with anticipation. Shuelehan gestures invitingly. Chapter 135, The Queen of the Far North. I have returned. It has been too long. The tranquil voice of the ice phoenix resonated throughout the entire expanse of the far north. Oh. The chorus of soul beasts erupted in a cacophony of roars, with the snowfield gorilla thumping its chest vigorously, expressing its exuberant joy. Snow Tears Han once again recognized the ice phoenix's majesty. A realization deeply ingrained during this gathering of soul beasts. Even the typically aloof and proud Shin Qilin bowed its head in deference. The ancient soul beasts leading them followed suit, not to mention their subordinates, the 1,000-year and 100-year soul beasts. Big sister, it has been ages. Hee. The frost dragon opened its mouth, releasing a gust of frigid wind. You too, little dragon, it has been a while. The ice phoenix placed her hands on her hips. Exuding an air of authority, she slightly turned her body, allowing all the soul beasts to catch a glimpse of Snow Tears Han. Is he human? What is his connection to the big sister? The frost dragon, affectionately named Little Dragon, anthropomorphically scratched its head. His name is Snow Tears Han, the man who has inherited the ice god's position. The soul beasts fell silent, casting uncertain glances at Snow Tears Han. After all, in their eyes, he was merely an ordinary human soul master. Even though the ice phoenix claimed this, doubts lingered amongst them. Why do you need to introduce me? I am now relying on you. If not you, then who else? Snow Tears Han remarked. Very well, the ice phoenix replied nonchalantly. With a nod, Snow Tears Han summoned 2 soul rings, one blue and one black, to manifest behind him. Ultimate Ice, unleash. A torrent of frigid energy surged forth from Snow Tears Han's body, gradually unveiling the ice phoenix's oppressive aura. At that moment, the totem on his forehead, resembling a crown of icy blue, radiated brilliantly. The entire sky was enveloped in that azure luminescence, casting a refreshing glow upon the soul beasts below, invigorating their spirits. Even the injured soul beasts were astonished to find their wounds miraculously healed. Upon his head, a crown emerged, sculpted from ice, a divine miracle. The ice phoenix stood by, mouth agape in astonishment. Wasn't the first trial yet to be completed? How could the affinity with the ice god have risen so dramatically? Snow Tears Han's seemingly ordinary white robe appeared less mundane, transformed by the crown into something akin to royal attire. Howl. The Ice Wolf tribe was the first to vocalize their excitement, soon joined by the Rising Sun Wolf tribe. All the soul beasts, in that moment, howled in unison, releasing their pent-up exhilaration. The hidden trial was deemed complete, earning the recognition of the soul beasts of the far north, thus establishing Snow Tears Han as their sovereign. All his soul rings experienced a 2,000-year enhancement, and he received a divine soul ring as a boon. A faint voice, akin to that of the ice god, emanated from the mark, audible only to Shuelehan. His expression remained unchanged as he unleashed the frigid essence of supreme ice into the dense clouds above. With a resounding crash, the centuries-old veil of clouds enveloping the far north was entirely shattered, allowing sunlight to cascade down in an instant. Some soul beasts, who had never beheld the sun in their lifetime, wept profusely at that moment, fixated on the radiant orb, enduring the pain in their eyes without averting their gaze. The frost dragon regarded Shui Leihan, who was summoning icy energy with one hand, and then bowed its head. An ice-blue soul ring materialized behind Shui Leihan, rendering the once azure sky even more enchanting. "What is this?" the ice phoenix exclaimed softly. "Ah, the hidden assessment has been completed, earning the recognition of all soul beasts. And I have become the master of the far north. The ice god has bestowed upon me a divine soul ring," Shui Leihan explained. He felt a wave of relief wash over him, devoid of the usual pain associated with absorbing a soul ring. The ice-blue ring simply manifested at his back. Now, he possessed the supreme ice, 3 rings, and the sword of the blue rose, 6 rings. "How swift it feels," Shui Leihan murmured, observing the soul beasts as if they were on a pilgrimage, then tilted his head back to embrace a ray of sunlight. "Your speed is astonishing." "I did not anticipate the existence of a hidden assessment," the ice phoenix remarked, tilting its head. "That is indeed the case, though I cannot fully comprehend it. Am I now the master of the far north?" He pondered aloud. "No, you are the master of ice and snow," the ice phoenix replied after a pause. "The ice god does not encapsulate the entirety of the far north. She wields another vital dominion, temperature. If the fire god controls the searing heat, then the ice god stands in stark contrast. Do not underestimate the ice god, Leihan, the ice phoenix chided, to command temperature. I understand." Shui Leihan nodded with a smile. "Is it time for introductions?" he asked. "Yes, be a bit more imposing," the ice phoenix encouraged, giving a thumbs up. Shui Leihan spread his hands. "Esteemed beings, my name is Shui Leihan," he proclaimed to the assembly of soul beasts. "I am the man who has inherited the position of the ice god." A roar erupted among them. Perhaps it was the innate purity of the soul beasts or their inherent kindness, but they harbored no doubts regarding Shui Leihan's emergence. Most importantly, their elder sister stood beside him, appearing quite close to him, prompting the soul beasts to react with utmost sincerity. How could a man who could tame their elder sister be an ordinary man? He was no ordinary man. He was the ice god, destined to become the ice god. It was no wonder that even the ancient dragon treated him with utmost respect. This was evidently no mere illusion. A few articulate 10,000-year-old soul beasts whispered amongst themselves, occasionally casting furtive glances at Shui Leihan. However, the ice phoenix possessed an exquisite mastery over space, and every word spoken had undoubtedly reached her ears without exception. "Subduing me?" The mere thought darkened her countenance, and her gaze sliced through the multitude of spirit beasts lying on the ground like a sharp blade, landing squarely on the 3-century-old beasts before her. The trio of 100,000-year spirit beasts gasped softly, then promptly prostrated themselves, cold sweat trickling down their backs. "Please spare us, Great One. It was not our intention to speak out of turn." "What is the matter?" Shui Leihan inquired, glancing sideways at the ice phoenix. He had just sensed a chilling aura emanating from her, and without needing to look, he understood that she had taken action. Presently, the ice phoenix's expression oscillated between crimson and ebony, her anger palpable as she muttered, "It is all due to those insufferable rascals. They shall receive a thorough reprimanding shortly." "Is this sufficient?" Shui Leihan asked. "This is more than enough. It is vital they comprehend that you are destined to become the sovereign of all ice and snow." The ice phoenix replied with a smile, gesturing elegantly. "You may all depart now, except for Little Dragon and those 3 old fellows. Everyone else, return to your respective duties." Roar. Chapter 136. The soul beasts of the far north. For 10,000 years the myriad soul beasts gazed longingly at the ice phoenix, murmuring softly before turning away. They understood that their elder sister had united with the man destined to inherit the position of the ice god. While their hearts were heavy with sorrow, they silently wished her happiness. Had the ice phoenix been aware of their thoughts, she would surely have donned a frown and charged at those with such unwholesome ideas, delivering a sound thrashing. At that moment, the 4 10,000-year soul beasts, previously named by the ice phoenix, approached and stood before her. The 200,000-year soul beast, the frost giant dragon, the 10,000-year soul beast, the frozen bear, the 10,000-year soul beast, the snow leopard, and the 10,000-year soul beast, the snow wolf. Each was a sovereign of its own domain, capable of effortlessly repelling a soul Douluo. This was the terrifying nature of the 10,000-year soul beasts. "Elder sister, what is the matter?" The snow leopard was the first to notice something unusual about the ice phoenix. Her ability to see the scene behind her through her body rendering her momentarily speechless. Elder sister, what has happened? Spoke the snow wolf, his body marred with scars. Despite being blind in one eye, his fierce aura sent a chill through the snow tier cold. To think there exists a wolf soul beast that has lived for over 10,000 years. The snow tier cold was taken aback. How many endless battles must one endure to survive such a span? The frozen bear narrowed its eyes, focusing intently on the snow tier cold. Enough, enough. This does not concern him. The ice phoenix interjected, stepping in front of the snow tier cold and gesturing for him to remain uninvolved. Elder sister, what is going on? I hope you will clarify, the frost giant dragon stated solemnly. It is quite simple. I made a sacrifice for him, the ice phoenix replied. Scoundrel human. What method did you employ to ensnare our elder sister? The frozen bear roared like thunder, his words transforming into fierce winds directed at the snow tier cold. Unfazed, the snow tier cold took a step back, discreetly dispersing the pressure of the wind with a subtle motion of his right hand. The ice phoenix struck the frozen bear with a singular punch, sending him flying. Fools! How many times must I tell you that we are not involved in that manner? Elder sister, I am still young, unlike the old wolf, the old bear, or the old dragon. I am a radiant beauty in the bloom of youth, not some relic. The snow leopard explained. Ah, so the two of you are not entwined in such a relationship? The frost giant dragon shook his head in disbelief. Of course not. Do you wish to be punished? As the ice phoenix's temper flared, the frost giant dragon quickly backtracked, muttering, Forget I spoke. Is it because he is the heir to the ice god that you chose to make this sacrifice? The snow wolf inquired after a moment of silence. No. When I made the sacrifice, he was just a little one, barely at level 10, the ice phoenix replied candidly. Indeed, elder sister, this is truly a gamble. The snow wolf's vertical pupils flickered as it sighed. Indeed, if it were not for the ice god, I likely would not have awakened. Although the journey was arduous. The outcome is undoubtedly gratifying, wouldn't you agree, Tears of Snow? She turned to speak to Snow Tears. Snow Tears gazed at the 5 soul beasts, each over 100,000 years old, engaging in lively conversation and remarked, We have yet to see the outcome. We are still undergoing the assessment. Oh, come now. Let us not be modest. This is a matter already set in stone. Ice Phoenix chuckled, covering her mouth. Assessment. So this matter is indeed true? The frozen bear inquired, scratching its thick fur. Did you not witness the celestial phenomenon that just occurred? The ice crown that appeared atop that lad's head? The snow leopard shot a glance at the frozen bear. I was asleep just now and did not pay attention. The frost dragon cleared its throat gently and stated, Although the other soul beasts have acknowledged you, we have not. For those of us who have lived to this age have encountered far too many cunning humans. I require you to accomplish just one task, and I shall place my trust in you. The snow leopard raised its gaze to the ancient dragon, seemingly reading something in its eyes, and echoed, I feel the same. Snow Tears clasped his hands and inquired, What is it? It is quite simple for you. I need you to assist us during our shaping, unleashing the ultimate ice. This will spare us much pain and trouble, the frost dragon intoned solemnly. You all have chosen. Ice Phoenix said helplessly. Elder sister, there is no choice. Humans are the most promising beings. If I were to cultivate while maintaining the soul beast's form, I would likely be struck down by the next thunder tribulation. The frozen bear admitted honestly, spreading its paws. Can we trust you? The snow wolf revealed a row of sharp teeth, locking gazes with Snow Tears. If it is merely shaping, that should pose no problem. It should not take too long, right? Snow Tears thought of his fiancée, Douluo, who awaited him in the Douluo Empire. Young man, what are you saying? The shaping process is quite swift. The 4 of us will take at most a week. Let me ask you one more question. What is your current soul power level? Senior, my soul power level is 65. Tears of Snow possesses dual martial souls, you know. Ice Phoenix blinked in astonishment at the 400,000-year soul beasts, and a flame ignited in their eyes. The snow leopard said, Elder sister, we wish to attempt the path you have taken. Very well, it seems I cannot argue with you. Ice Phoenix gazed at the composed Snow Tears, silently sighing within. How is it that this brat is so fortunate? Surely, it is my influence. A week's time is manageable, absolutely no problem. Snow Tears nodded slightly. Where shall the location be? Is there anything I need to prepare? The frost dragon inquired. Let us simply convene in my lair. I trust my sister will not mind. Replied Snow Tears. The soul power emanating from you, Tears, coupled with your energy during the transformation, will be immensely beneficial for my daughter, the next generation Ice Phoenix. The Ice Phoenix gently tapped her chin, settling the matter. Snow Tears felt the rapid progression of events was overwhelming. Just moments ago, he was traversing among the spirit beasts. And now he found himself crowned as the ruler of the entire northernmost region, aiding 4-century-old spirit beasts in their transformation. Such an extraordinary life experience was unparalleled across the Douluo Continent. Observing the 4 spirit beasts excitedly discussing their transformation, he felt a pang of sympathy. Some spirit beasts live their entire lives without ever encountering the outside world. What a lamentable fate. The Ice Phoenix seemed to sense his thoughts, gliding gracefully before him and softly inquiring, "Are you contemplating the transformation?" Snow Tears did not respond verbally but nodded in acknowledgement. In this case, they will be able to roam freely. This is the utmost joy for them. Moreover, with your assistance, the probability of their successful transformation will increase significantly, which will surely bring them delight. Unlike humans, who often dwell on the past, we spirit beasts continuously ponder how to survive in the future. They do not mourn for past solitude, but rather marvel at the hopeful future ahead. The Ice Phoenix smiled wistfully before turning away. The 4-century-old spirit beasts lined up obediently behind the Ice Phoenix, proceeding towards the lair. Chapter 137. The Lone Sword Splits the Heavenly Tribulation. Shui Xiaozai. Are you prepared? The Frost Dragon gasped, its form coiled within the Ice Phoenix's lair, radiating an ethereal glow. The recently cleared skies of the far north were gradually shrouded by ominous clouds. "I am ready," replied Shui Leihan with a nod. Above, the heavens rumbled with a deep thunder, poised to reduce the soul beasts challenging the heavens to ashes. The Ice Phoenix clasped her hands, enveloping the mountain range in her soul power. Based on her own estimations, with her current soul strength, she could endure the ferocious thunderstorm for an hour. This hour would be ample time for the Frost Dragon to take shape. Leihan, channel your 2 strands of soul power through 49 cycles, directing them into the 2 points on the little dragon's back, instructed the Ice Phoenix, revealing the critical juncture for the Frost Dragon's breakthrough. Understood, Shui Leihan responded, positioning the blue rose sword beside him, allowing it to float gracefully. The 2 strands of soul power within him surged forth, and Shui Leihan slightly bent forward, gathering an ice blue soul energy in his hands, an essence uniquely his own. Upon closer inspection, one might discern subtle distinctions between the 2 strands of soul power. This lad, Shui Songlong's single eye widened in astonishment as he sensed the 2 strands of soul power stemming from different origins. He could wield both of his martial souls simultaneously. The snow leopard gasped softly, remarkable. The frozen plain bear rumbled, "So, I mentioned he is extraordinary, did I not?" The Ice Phoenix spoke with a tone of pride, her voice laced with satisfaction. "Indeed, in my 200,000 years of existence, I have never encountered a human soul master capable of utilizing 2 martial souls at once." The Frost Dragon remarked. "Let us begin," Shui Leihan declared, having completed the circulation of his soul power. He exhaled a breath shrouded in white mist, his gaze fixated upon the Frost Dragon. "I am ready. How about you?" "I have always been prepared," the dragon replied with a grunt, before his tone turned solemn. "I shall commence." A bolt of heavenly lightning crashed down, shaking the entire mountain, causing the snow atop the peak to leap into the air before cascading down the slope. This single strike of lightning precipitated an avalanche. Standing atop the Frost Dragon's back, Shui Leihan placed his palm against it. The frigid energy elicited a contented hum from the Frost Dragon. His body was enveloped in a violet glow, and his bones crackled audibly. The relentless thunder continued to bombard him, the resonating booms echoing in the air. Yet, within the icy cavern, tranquility reigned. With her hands raised high, the Ice Phoenix maintained the surge of soul power. She had formed herself alone, thus experiencing the soul-shuddering thunder of the heavens. The leader, the snow leopard, cast a worried glance at the Ice Phoenix, who was gritting her teeth, while the frozen plains bear and the snow wolf remained silent. They understood that the Ice Phoenix was withstanding yet another terrifying tribulation of thunder belonging to the ancient dragon, and only she possessed the capability to harness soul power to resist the onslaught. Although they yearned to assist their leader, they found themselves powerless. Snow Tears, feeling the impact of the soul power, was nearly compelled to release his hold. The pressure upon his body rendered his breaths labored, as the 2 streams of soul energy erupted simultaneously, causing the starry river within him to surge relentlessly. The body of the Frost Dragon was gradually shrinking, with blood seeping slowly from its form, dragon's blood. Witnessing the dragon's body creaking and bleeding profusely, Snow Tears feared that his output of soul power was insufficient. With a low growl, his eyes glimmered with an icy blue light, and the ice blue crown upon his forehead became increasingly radiant. 2 streams of power. both originating from the same source and imbued with frigid energy, surged from his hands towards the frost dragon. Fool! Too fast! The ice phoenix exclaimed, alarmed. If the ancient dragon could not endure it all at once, the excess soul power would indeed be wasted. Snow Tears, now entering a fundamental meditative state, remained steadfast in his heart despite the chaos around him. As he channeled his soul power, the remaining energy within his body continued to circulate in endless cycles. At that moment, the frost dragon emitted a contented groan, and the purple glow emanating from its body intensified. Could success be at hand? The one-eyed snow wolf gazed incredulously at the purple-lit chamber, aware that the ice phoenix had taken an entire month to shape herself. Yet now, from the moment the ancient dragon sat until this very instant, not even half a day had passed. After all, he was Snow Tears. The ice phoenix's hands trembled slightly, her clenched white teeth betraying her struggle to maintain her stance. The soul power of the master of ice and snow, the ruler of the far north, the inheritor of the ice god, proved to be extraordinarily effective. Sister, this is quite extraordinary. Merely half a day's time, spoke the frozen plains bear in a deep voice. Yet this was the reality. Now they understood the unique qualities of Snow Tears, the youth. Although he was no longer a child in age, given the ice phoenix's experience and years, referring to him as a youth still suggested his youthfulness. At that moment, the ice phoenix's voice carried a hint of complexity, yet it was predominantly filled with pride. She had not erred in her choice. When Snow Tears, at level 60, returned alone to the far north to see her daughter, this was her contemplation. The final bolt of thunder was approaching. Sister, the snow leopard sensed the cataclysmic force looming overhead and hastily spoke. The ice phoenix, acutely aware of the ever-growing power, could not help but gasp in astonishment. Could it be that the interference with the soul beast transformation was the cause of the varying intensity of the heavenly thunder? With determination, she clenched her teeth. If this destructive force was not thwarted in due time, all the soul beasts within the ice cavern, including Shualei Han, would be obliterated into nothingness. A flicker of realization sparked in the ice phoenix's eyes. If her complete soul were capable of halting it, without her guidance, Lei Han would surely ascend to become the ice god, for after all, he was Shualei Han. In her peripheral vision, a sense of reluctance, melancholy, and loss flickered. What are you planning to do, young one? The Wolf King's exclamation jolted the ice phoenix from her reverie, and she turned to see Shualei Han raising his hands high. The frost giant dragon emanated a radiant white glow, signaling that its transformation was evidently a success. If only it could withstand that bolt of heavenly thunder sword. Come forth. Shualei Han shouted, grasping the azure rose sword that flew into his hand, as his entire right arm became encased in the purest ice. Behind him, 9 soul rings of varying hues materialized. In this icy expanse, the air crackled with the urgency of impending conflict. Strike! The solitary sword cleaved through the tempest of heavenly retribution. Chapter 138. Shattered Success. Under the astonished gaze of the ice phoenix, Shualei Han, gracefully suspended in the air, wielded the azure rose sword, encased in ice, to clash fiercely with the descending thunderbolt. Boom! With a soft grunt, Shualei Han summoned a brilliant white light from the azure rose sword. The domain of the god of death was activated. That pure aura of death propelled Shualei Han to bellow as the azure rose sword, engaged in a stalemate with the thunder, emitted a faint chime. Across the mountains, a person faced off against a lightning bolt, the battle unfolding. Shatter! Shualei Han's icy aura surged as her soul power found an outlet, erupting into the air. The sword energy from the legacy and Chun Xian fused with Shualei Han's own, subsequently shattering the thunderbolt into fragments. Gasping as she felt the terrifying power dissipate, she turned to see the astonished expressions of the other 4 soul beasts in the icy cavern. You actually shattered the last thunderbolt? The ice phoenix asked in disbelief, her words faltering. It is evident that I did indeed shatter it, Shualei Han replied, shaking her numbed right hand. Impressive, the frozen plains bear remarked, closing its gaping jaw and giving a thumbs up with its paw. Did the frost dragon succeed? Shualei Han inquired. Noticing the absence of the frost dragon, the snow leopard shook its head. After that collision, the old dragon seemed to vanish. I am unsure of its whereabouts. It should have succeeded, though. It definitely succeeded, the ice phoenix asserted, nodding confidently, fully sensing the aura of breakthrough. Indeed, it has succeeded. A rough voice resonated from behind the group. They turned to see a bare, middle-aged man approaching, his chiseled features and muscular physique indicative of rigorous training. His white hair fluttered without wind, and a light stubble adorned his chin. Shuele Han and the other three soul beasts were momentarily taken aback. Is there something unusual? Did it not shape correctly? The old dragon said proudly, glancing back at his rear. Oh, splendid. My tail is gone. Fool. Quickly put on some clothes. The ice phoenix roared, her face darkened with anger. But I usually do not wear clothes. What is the matter, sister? The old dragon responded, tilting his head in confusion. Shuele Han could only bury her face in her hands in exasperation. The ice phoenix, rolling up her sleeves, floated forward. Stop being indecent. Don't slap my face. Stop being a lewd creature. Help. The frost dragon cried for help, appealing to the snow leopard, the snow wolf, and the frozen plains bear. The three spirit beasts exchanged glances, their eyes shifting towards the enraged ice phoenix before they turned in unison to depart. Only the anguished cries of the frost giant dragon echoed through the air. My clothes are right here, Miss Snow Leopard. I truly do not possess any women's attire, explained Shuele Han, his expression a mix of exasperation and sincerity. Within the icy cavern sat 3 males and 1 female, all successfully transformed 10,000-year spirit beasts. The middle-aged man was the frost giant dragon, while the robust, slightly plump figure was the frozen plains bear. The youthful and handsome snow-tsong wolf bore a distinctive scar across one eye. Lastly, the blue-haired maiden, pouting in discontent, was the snow leopard. The ice phoenix hovered behind Shuele Han, observing the lively quartet with a hint of satisfaction gracing her features. I want to buy clothes, and I want them now. The snow leopard grumbled, her discontent palpable. She was clad in one of the many garments brought by Shuele Han, who, of course, did not carry women's clothing, leaving her to make do with a large robe. All right, little Snow, stop fussing, the ice phoenix replied, bemused by the snow leopard's antics. You should focus on your training for a while. We will visit you again after some time. First, you need to familiarize yourselves with your new bodies. I concur with the elder sister's sentiments, spoke Snow Tsong Wolf, who had taken to calling himself Tsong Shui since achieving his transformation. Addressing the defiant snow leopard, he added, Sister Shui, do not be disheartened. Given our current mastery of these forms, what would happen if we encountered a soul Douluo or a tidal Douluo once we enter the city? This is not the sparsely populated extreme north. It is a gathering place for human soul masters. He gestured to his scarred left eye, stating, This eye was blinded by a soul Douluo. Little Wolf makes a valid point, though I, too, yearn to venture outside, admitted the frozen plains bear, raising his hands in a gesture of acquiescence. I have decided to follow the elder sister's advice and train here for a while longer before departing the extreme north. The frost giant dragon was evidently still reeling from his recent beating, groaning in sorrow with a swollen face. However, if you truly wish to go out, you may. Shuele Han said, lifting his gaze as if contemplating. Lei Han. The ice phoenix floated behind him, expressing her discontent. Are you trying to vex me by undermining my authority? Shuele Han observed the hopeful expressions on the faces of the 4 spirit beasts, now, perhaps more accurately, for individuals. Not long from now, a wedding will be held in the city of Tiando within the Tiando Empire. I will invite you all as my esteemed guests, where you can indulge in feasting and festivities. How does that sound? And by the way, in Tiando City, aside from delicious snacks, they also sell cosmetics and elegant dresses, he added with a smile directed at the 4. Brother, the frosted bear, now known as the frozen plains, tightly embraced Snowtear Han, causing him to momentarily lose his breath. In that instant, Snowtear Han truly experienced the bear hug of a soul beast that had existed for 100,000 years. Indeed, that ancient soul beast was a bear. Little Snow, filled with exuberance, leaped about, envisioning the exquisite dresses and shades of rouge she wished to purchase in the city of Do. Although Tsong Shui did not exhibit any outward signs of delight, he felt a profound joy within, as he had long anticipated the wonders of the outside world. Only the frost dragon took note of the subtle melancholy that graced the ice phoenix's face when Snowtear Han uttered the word wedding. Sister, the frost dragon murmured softly. On the following day, Snowtear Han dressed meticulously, reminiscent of his arrival in the far north, as he retraced his steps back to the Tiando Empire. However, this return journey was accompanied by 4 chattering companions, incessantly conversing. The ice phoenix rested within Snowtear Han's body, claiming she was weary from warding off heavenly lightning and required a period of repose. Observing their animated chatter, Snowtear Han felt no impatience. Instead, a gentle sadness enveloped him. After 100,000 years of cultivation, the opportunity to enter the human realm was indeed a cruel fate for soul beasts. Snow Tear Han was not a member of the so-called organizations that claimed to be friends of soul beasts, vowing never to hunt them. Yet, the more he interacted with these creatures, the more he perceived their innocence and purity, their brilliance and beauty. In a certain light, it was humanity that appeared more shadowed. Such a thought felt profoundly dark. Snow Tear Han chuckled softly at himself, resigned, and continued to lead the four companions onward. Chapter 139. Visitors of Tiando City. Welcome to Tiando City, one of the most bustling cities in the Douluo Continent, Shuai Han cheerfully introduced. The four companions following closely behind him reacted as if they were commoners from the outskirts of the Tiando Empire, experiencing the vibrant city for the very first time. Their eyes widened, and their mouths agape. They gazed at the throngs of people on the streets, captivated by the lively cries of vendors. For them, who had spent their lives in the frigid northern lands, this was an exhilarating novelty, a scene forever etched in their memories. Well, father and second brother truly have made quite the spectacle. Shuai Han sighed in resignation as he observed the notices posted at the city gates and the bustling commoners relaying the news to one another. It was evident that the emperor had gone to great lengths to promote the occasion, with red lanterns and fluttering banners adorning the entrance. Shuai Han could only shrug awkwardly. Hey, did you know? The third prince is getting married. The notice has been posted. Is that true? The third prince Shuai Han, the head of the Tiando United Academy? Indeed. My elder brother is a guard in the palace, and he learned of this news a few days ago. Do you know who the betrothed is? At this moment, others leaned in closer to the two who had been chattering animatedly, one person eagerly inquiring. We want to know too. Who is the third prince's fiancée? The previously loquacious young man boasted proudly, his voice rising. This is what my elder brother told me. The third prince's betrothed is none other than the granddaughter of the poisoned Douluo, Dugabo Duguyen. Poisoned Douluo? Who is that? A boy asked, puzzled. Fool. The poisoned Douluo is a guest elder of the Tiando Empire, a master of poison arts, rumored to be capable of slaying titled Douluo-level experts. How impressive. The boy murmured, I wish I could become a titled Douluo like the poisoned Douluo someday. Stop dreaming, kid. A middle-aged man beside him shook his head helplessly, taking the boy's hand and leading him away. For these ordinary commoners, soul masters were figures of unattainable grandeur. If a family were to produce a soul master, they would likely wake from their dreams with smiles of joy. Shuai Han led the four companions deeper into Tiando City, blending into the throngs of people. Despite his current soul power allowing him to effortlessly leap over the city walls, he was, after all, a prince. The previous conversation had reached the ears of the four soul beasts without a hitch. Bing Shuang's expression shifted, followed by a sigh. Even he could not fathom the reason for his sigh, only feeling a twinge of pity for a certain young woman. Elder brother, what should we do once we enter the city? Are we free to explore? Asked Xiao Shui, also known as the Snow Leopard, as she clung to Shuai Han. Shuai Han felt a shiver run down his spine. Elder sister, you have cultivated for 100,000 years. Does calling me elder brother make me seem old? No. Shortly I shall escort you to my exclusive lodging, for in the city of Tiando, where numerous powerful beings reside, one can never be too cautious against inadvertent exposure. Zuelahan candidly remarked, considering that you have only recently acclimatized before venturing forth from the extreme north. What are our plans for later? Shall we have time to explore the cosmetic shops? Xu Weibao appeared quite intrigued by such feminine wares, having mentioned them repeatedly over the past few days. Once I have settled you in, I shall return home briefly and then take you out to experience the nightlife of Tiando City. How does that sound? Upon hearing this, not only did Xiao Xue smile, but Dong Yuan also chuckled, while the usually composed Song Xue and Bing Shuang joined in the mirth. Thus, it was decided. Zuelahan smiled and continued forward. As they reached the checkpoint, the guard gasped slightly, then greeted Zuelahan with a sycophantic grin, welcoming him inside. Zuelahan felt neither disgust nor displeasure, for he understood that this was the nature of humanity. The four gates of Tiando City, situated in the cardinal directions, served as checkpoints managed by 4 level 70 soul saints to prevent suspicious individuals from entering the city. After all, as the Snow Knight Emperor once stated, this is the most significant ceremony in my son's life. Anyone who disrupts the wedding shall face dire consequences, their entire lineage eradicated. With such words uttered, it was only natural for his subordinates to dedicate themselves wholeheartedly. Zuelahan traversed through the bustling crowd. The citizens, as if celebrating a family wedding, adorned their homes with vibrant red lanterns, laughter echoing through the air as they animatedly discussed the Tiando United Academy and the various deeds of Zuelahan. Snow Knight had once again orchestrated a grand spectacle for Zuelahan within Tiando City. Brother, they are all talking about you, Xu Weibao whispered beside him. Young man, it seems your reputation is quite favorable, Bing Shuang remarked gruffly. Zuelahan gazed at the festively illuminated city, lost in thought. I had never anticipated that Tiando City would one day bustle with activity because of me. His voice, ethereal, drifted into the evening breeze. The myriad lights rekindled within him an ineffable warmth. The four spirit beasts paused, awaiting Zuelahan, aware that he was likely lost in contemplation or expressing his emotions. After a brief moment, Zuelahan turned back with a gentle smile and said, "Let us proceed." He led the four companions to the quaint inn where he had once spent a night with the Shrek Academy. Upon ensuring that they had found their rooms, he informed them that he would return shortly and stepped out of the inn. The young woman took a deep breath, her golden locks and enchanting blue eyes fluttering softly. Why do I feel such anguish, though it seems unrelated to me? She caressed the white walls and black tiles nearby, feeling an unusual restlessness within her heart. This emotion, which ought not to exist, indeed, is one that she should never have experienced throughout her life, ever since her grandfather brought her into being. She has been acutely aware of what her future would entail, a predetermined path, devoid of any semblance of freedom, to be traversed relentlessly. Why then does she feel this profound solitude? The young girl murmured, her indifferent voice dancing upon the breeze. Having already defied orders once, should she continue to resist that individual? Is she to remain suspended in this liminal space? With her finely arched brows raised, she spoke disdainfully. A mask, crafted from human skin, lay abandoned upon the cobblestone path beside her, and she found herself reluctant to don it. He, at this moment, must be unaware of what I truly look like, she thought, a bittersweet smile gracing her lips as she sighed softly. Why must I belong to the spirit hall? She shook her head and slowly placed the mask upon her face, concealing her angelic beauty. Within her azure eyes lingered a mix of defiance and loneliness. If only I were an ordinary commoner, how wonderful it would be. Attending school, getting to know him, alleviating the loneliness that resided within his heart, standing steadfastly by his side. Then, the one standing beside him today would not be her, but rather someone else. Such a beautiful, yet fragile illusion. Chapter 140. Night market. The young girl walked forward, gazing at the vibrant lights illuminating the city of Tiando. When did she first perceive him as extraordinary? Was it during her reconnaissance before the infiltration, or perhaps through a fleeting glimpse from that high window? The boy, bearing a sword, stood dignified. With a gentle sigh, she felt her heart entwined in complexities. She wished for his happiness, yet an inexplicable bitterness lingered. Clutching her chest, she sensed that bitter emotion gradually morph into pain. Snow tears, cold and sorrowful. Those words echoed like a lover's whisper. She understood the nature of Xue Leihan, whose unwavering devotion to a single person filled her with despair. If only she could feel even a trace of affection, that would suffice. With another soft sigh, her expression grew increasingly indifferent, her tranquil demeanor concealing a hint of envy and melancholy. "Father," she murmured. "Ah, you have returned," Shui replied, setting aside the documents before him, a satisfied smile gracing his lips as he observed the young man standing before him. "Hana has come back," Xue Leihan stated with a bow. "Shui is now with Yin. You need not worry too much." Shui addressed the unspoken concerns of Xue Leihan directly. "I see." "Hana understands," Xue Leihan acknowledged, recalling the customs of the Tiando Empire, which forbade the groom and bride from meeting prior to their wedding. "Father has certainly made this occasion quite extravagant." Xue Leihan chuckled wryly. "This celebration was orchestrated by me and Bang Bang, but the citizens' fervor, with their red lanterns, is a reflection of you, Honor. Do not underestimate your own significance. Ever since you assumed leadership of the Tiando United Academy and initiated a series of reforms, your already commendable reputation has soared even higher." "I never considered it that way," he replied. "Had you been driven by a desire for fame, I doubt your standing would be as esteemed as it is now. Honor, remember, one must never approach any endeavor with a utilitarian mindset." "Understood," Xue Leihan smiled. "That's good to hear. Ensure that this celebration is truly lively," Shui Yi concluded, finishing his tea. "Now, you should return and rest. The wedding day is just 2 days away. It would be wise to get ample rest." Hanu understands. After this exchange, Xue Leihan returned to his domain, where 4 10,000-year-soul beasts awaited him. The snow leopard and others had been anxiously anticipating his return so they could venture out to explore the bustling night market of Tiando City. Due to the impending wedding of the third prince, the night market had become even more vibrant than usual, with the cries of vendors rising and falling in a lively chorus. "I have returned," I hope I didn't keep you waiting long. Oh, kid, you're finally back. Xiao Xue delivered a sharp slap to Xue Leihan's back, causing him to grimace in pain. Sister, you are a soul beast of 100,000 years. Such a strike could be fatal. Did you just call me sister? Am I that old? Xiao Xue's eyes widened in surprise. Xue Leihan, observing Xiao Xue, who appeared even smaller than the ice phoenix, found himself at a loss for words. Given Xiao Xue's current stature, others would likely assume she was no older than 14. He clapped his hands and said, All right, I am back. Now, let us explore the night market. A flicker of amusement danced in San Xue's eyes, a sentiment echoed by the other three companions. In the bustling city of Tiando, where powerful beings were numerous, it was imperative to conceal any trace of a soul beastess aura. Xue Leihan cautioned, Rest assured, young one, we are well aware. Bing Shuang chuckled lightly, her once imposing demeanor softening into that of an ordinary, handsome gentleman. Witnessing Bing Shuang set a commendable example, Xue Leihan nodded in satisfaction, soon noticing that the other three, who had previously exuded a menacing aura, had also calmed. Remember, do not reveal yourselves, Xue Leihan reiterated as he pushed open the door. The group first arrived at the Chun family's rouge shop, the very place Xiao Xue had longed to visit. Upon seeing Xue Leihan, the shopkeeper instantly donned a sincere smile, ushering away other customers before hastily approaching him. Your Highness, the third prince. The shopkeeper bowed respectfully. I have heard that the Qin family's rouge shop holds the greatest renown in Tiando City, so I thought I would come and take a look. Your Highness, you flatter me. Such tales are merely local legends and hardly worthy of mention, the shopkeeper replied, a glimmer of excitement in his eyes as he glanced back at Xiao Xue. This young lady is my guest. Please assist her in selecting some rouge. Upon hearing Xue Leihan's words, the shopkeeper became fully attentive. Having observed the diverse expressions of the four individuals behind him, he quickly deduced that they were anything but ordinary, at the very least, formidable soul masters. After all, those who could accompany the third prince were certainly not common folk. The shopkeeper smiled and bowed again, following Xiao Xue closely to cater to her needs. Xue Leihan wore a gentle smile as he watched Xiao Xue, who was filled with joy and laughter, warmth radiating from his face. Did a distinction truly exist between soul beasts and humans? To Xue Leihan, there was none. Oh, Brother Xue? A familiar voice called from behind. Turning around, Xue Leihan saw Negongya waving cheerfully, with Ciela following closely behind, engrossed in a bowl of snacks. Ah, Brother Xue, you are back, Ciela exclaimed, sauce lingering at the corners of his mouth. Why are you alone in the Chun family's rouge shop? Are you perhaps selecting a gift for Sister Yin? He speculated. No, I am here merely to accompany a friend. Xue Leihan turned slightly, allowing Cielu to see the three individuals standing behind him. He then pointed towards the petite Xue, who was lost in a sea of rouge, and remarked, I came out this time primarily to accompany her. Understanding dawned on Cielu, who nodded and then warmly gazed at Negongya, saying, This outing is chiefly to keep you company, Xiaoya. Do go ahead. A faint blush crept onto Negongya's cheeks as she bowed slightly towards Xue Leihan before skipping joyfully into the area filled with cosmetics. My dear third prince, how are the wedding preparations coming along? Cielu inquired with a playful grin. Not a care in the world. It's merely a formality. I've left everything to my second brother. Xue Leihan shrugged nonchalantly. You truly have it tough, Cielu sighed. When your wedding day arrives, the burden will fall squarely on your shoulders. Count of the Tiando Empire, Xue Leihan retorted. Oh no, that is still far too premature. Cielu quickly waved his hands. Moreover, where the ceremony will take place is also a dilemma. Should it be in the Tiando Empire or the Xinghua Empire? Indeed, we are no longer young. It would be prudent to make a decision on such matters soon, they both remarked with wry smiles. Chapter 141. The Feast as Dusk Approached. The atmosphere was filled with joy. Congratulations, third brother. Congratulations. Xue Qinghe and Xue Bing exclaimed with cheerful smiles, while Xue Ke wore a look of discontent. After all, it was only natural to feel a twinge of disappointment when someone who had cared for him since childhood was taken away by another. Xue Qinghe and Xue Bong flanked the carriage, while Xue Ke lagged behind on horseback, pouting. Xue Leihan, adorned in a red robe woven with golden threads, appeared even more radiant alongside his icy blue hair and eyes. Surrounding the carriage were jubilant commoners, waving their arms in excitement, their laughter echoing through the air. Opposite him sat the equally resplendent Du Guyin, her cheeks flushed with delight, still reveling in the moment. This sight was undeniably endearing, prompting a smile from Xue Leihan. What are you smiling about? She asked. Oh, Nothing. I simply didn't expect this day to arrive so swiftly, he replied with a gentle smile, causing Douluo Yin to bury her blushing face in her garments. Time had indeed flown. Just moments ago, he recalled their initial days at the academy. Their reunion in the classroom. Shuai Han chuckled softly. I never intended to ask you this, but why me? What? Douluo Yin lifted her head, her dark hair cascading gently. I remember my demeanor towards you was rather cold back then. Why did you choose me? From the very beginning, she murmured, cradling her knees, a scene that evoked a strong sense of protectiveness. Douluo Yin's beauty, reminiscent of blooming flowers, seemed to inspire poetic verses. A single glance brings forth 100 charms, while the beauties of the palace pale in comparison. Under Shuai Han's curious gaze, Douluo Yin's face flushed as she stammered. Do you remember the first time you stumbled into Grandpa's herb garden? I remember it vividly. I nearly got a beating from your grandfather. Shuai Han chuckled at the memory of Douluo's scowling face, a smile tugging at his lips. That was our first encounter, Douluo Yin remarked. Indeed. You mentioned from the very beginning. Was it that moment? Shuai Han asked in astonishment. But I was merely 5 years old then, and you were 6. Douluo Yin's face turned crimson, and she insisted, isn't love at first sight permissible? Shuai Han found her flushed expression amusing as she glared at him. He mused internally, was I really that handsome at 5? If Xiaolu were here to hear my thoughts, he would undoubtedly scoff. Such self-praise and confidence are all too familiar. After hearing you say that, I became certain of my feelings for you, she revealed. Which words? He inquired. When you spoke of your dreams, Douluo Yin smiled softly, reminiscing about the vibrant days of their past. Shuai Han felt a bit shy and shrank back slightly. Has grandfather also arrived? Douluo Yin shifted the topic. Yes. He is currently in the palace with father, and perhaps Uncle Chun is there too, Shuai Han replied with a smile. Teacher Qin Ming has returned as well. And teachers Lu Erlong and others should also be present, Douluo Yin chuckled. Indeed, it has been quite a while since we last saw Teacher Qin. Yes. I find myself missing Teacher Qin too, Shuai Han remarked. I wonder when the other members of the royal battle team will return. It's quite disappointing that they are not attending my wedding with Lei Han. It seems they are in need of some practice. Douluo Yin feigned anger, speaking fiercely, which only made her appear more endearing. Everyone has their own opportunities. We cannot force it, Shuai Han smiled. When the time comes, we can have them cover the cost of the drinks, she suggested. A splendid idea. The two laughed heartily. The cheers from both sides of the carriage grew increasingly fervent as the wedding procession gradually approached the palace. We're almost there. Are you ready? Douluo Yin laughed through her tears, surprised that this day had arrived so swiftly. I have been waiting for this day, she said, squinting her eyes with a smile, warm tears cascading onto her crimson wedding gown. Shuai Han gently embraced her, caressing her silky hair, and left a tender kiss on her lips. I apologize. It seems we have rushed a bit, he said, gazing into Douluo Yin's eyes with a hint of regret. Do not apologize. I absolutely adore it, Douluo Yin replied, smiling with her lips pressed together. Then let us proceed. Yin, our ceremony is about to commence. Yes. Douluo Yin's heart raced as she held Shuai Han's hand, stepping down from the carriage. Instantly, the surroundings transformed into a joyful sea, with the imperial guards assisting overly excited individuals and maintaining order. Shuqing has stepped forward as a representative, clasping his fist with a smile. Third brother, sister-in-law, congratulations. Elder brother, it is thanks to you that I am able to celebrate this day. Thank you. Shuai Han responded with a smile, then, holding Douluo Yin's hand, they ascended the high platform step by step. The golden-haired, blue-eyed maiden's face flushed slightly as she gazed with a hint of envy and disappointment at the emerald-haired girl who was climbing up. Shuai Han smiled as usual, casting a sidelong glance at the sky, tinted red by lanterns. He gradually came to a halt, observing the common folk below the platform, and waved with a smile. Douluo Yin now radiated the grace befitting the wife of the third prince, displaying a warm smile and waving in response. His Royal Highness, the third prince. Some commoners could not help but shout, and soon the entire Tiando city echoed with cries of long live the third prince. Shuai Han laughed heartily before leading Douluo Yin into the palace. The audience erupted in cheers, and gradually, dancers began to perform while singers commenced their lively serenades, creating an atmosphere reminiscent of the festive celebrations on New Year's Eve. Upon entering the grand banquet hall, Shuai Han unexpectedly encountered familiar faces. You lot have truly returned, he remarked, observing the jovial gathering at the table comprised of Yu Tianheng, Xiaolu, Shuremo, Yu Feng, Aesiluo, Yi Lingling, and Yu Fengling. With a hint of nostalgia, he sighed, "It's rather inconsiderate of you, Shui Laoda, to embark on your lifelong journey without inviting us." "Quite excessive indeed," Aesiluo chuckled, and the others nodded in agreement. "What a situation." Shui Leihan exchanged a knowing smile with Du Guyan before they proceeded forward. "Let us get him intoxicated." Ciela grinned mischievously, casting a glance at Yu Tianheng. "How about we leave this task to Captain Tianheng?" Yu Tianheng's expression darkened. "I suspect that Leihan will challenge me to a duel again. What a worthwhile endeavor." Yu Feng encouraged. "A single bout of punishment in exchange for a moment of Shui Laoda's embarrassment sounds like a fair trade, doesn't it? Very well, let us ensure he drinks himself to oblivion." "Wonderful." Ne Gongya, seated beside Cielu, gazed at the group with wicked grins and felt a surge of joy. She cherished such fraternal bonds and relationships. Little did Yu Tianheng know that today's decision would lead him to endure the most severe thrashing in history. Had he been aware that Shui Leihan possessed dual martial souls, capable of harnessing both simultaneously, he would likely have torn Cielu's mouth apart for suggesting such a thing. Chapter 142. A moment of universal attention with a solemnity that resonated through the air. The ceremony commenced. One bow to heaven and earth, two bows to the high hall, and a final bow between the couple. On this snowy night, Shui Yi and Mu Shuer sat side by side, their faces adorned with smiles of contentment as they beheld the kneeling couple before them. Mu Shuer, radiating joy, was clearly reminded of her own wedding day. Du Gubo, whose countenance had once been as rigid as stone, softened as he gazed upon his beautiful and intelligent granddaughter, who had finally found her home. Memories of his late wife and children flooded back, and even with his esteemed title of Douluo, his eyes glistened with unshed tears. He hastily wiped his eyes, jesting that a Douluo would never weep, yet the tears only continued to flow. Seated beside Du Gubo, Yu Lamian observed his former rival shedding tears. Normally, one would exchange banter in such a moment, but as he noticed the tightly clasped hands of Yu Tianheng and Yu Fengling, he couldn't help but reflect on his own sentiments from a similar time. Chen Xian watched the blossoming friendship between generations and nodded in satisfaction. Shui Leihan and Du Guyan beamed with happiness, having found their other halves. Du Guyan, upon seeing Shui Leihan's smile, felt a profound sense of fulfillment. Today, she had discovered her sanctuary. From the audience, Yu Tianheng observed the bowing couple, subtly shifting to the side. "Linger, when shall we set a date for our wedding?" he whispered. Who knows?" Yu Fengling stammered, her face suddenly flushed, unable to articulate a response. "Let us settle it then. I shall formally discuss this with your parents," Yu Tianheng replied with a grin, causing Yu Fengling to lower her head in embarrassment. The rest of the table watched the exchange intently. "Tianheng, do you not feel any embarrassment?" "Fool, I am truly envious," Osro quipped. "Unlike me, still single at this moment." "Stop lying. Didn't I see you teaming up with a girl in the Radiant Jungle last time?" Yu Feng unceremoniously exposed. "No, there's no potential there," Osro retorted, his expression darkening as he forced a bitter smile. "What's the matter? Is there a woman on this Douluo continent you cannot win over?" Ciela laughed. It had been previously mentioned that the royal battle team was filled with striking men and women, yet Osro, with his ghost leopard spirit, exuded an air of coldness. In contrast, Yu Feng possessed a breezy, charismatic charm. Thus, their prolonged singlehood was indeed puzzling. Sure Mo followed a similar path as Yu Tianheng, embodying the rugged masculinity of a true man. "What's going on, Xiaoluo?" he inquired. Sighing deeply, Osro responded, "That girl is from the spirit hall." Ah. As soon as these words were spoken, a collective gasp arose from the crowd. At that moment, witnessing her besieged by soul beasts, I intervened to offer my assistance. Subsequently, after she sustained injuries and fell into a coma, I tended to her for approximately half a month, after which we began to act in concert. Osro shrugged his shoulders and remarked, "It's that simple." "What about that woman?" Yu Tianheng inquired, arms crossed. "She is of my age and seemingly a key focus of cultivation for the Spirit Hall," Osro replied candidly. "During her recovery, she disclosed her identity to me. While she was aware of my name, she remained oblivious to my origins from the Heavendo Empire." "Could it be Hulaina?" Shimo interjected. "Impossible." Cielu rolled his eyes and responded. Osro had already encountered Hulaina in the tournament, and he was the one who kicked her out. How could he possibly fail to recognize her? "It is not her," Osro retorted. "It appears you may have developed some feelings for her," Yu Tianheng observed solemnly. His expression grave. Osro fell silent. "What was her attitude?" Yu Tianheng continued to inquire. "She initially intended to bring me into the Spirit Hall, but I declined. Yu Tianheng closed his eyes and slowly remarked, "This matter requires discussion with Lei Han. Since she seems to have developed an interest in you, it would be unwise to let her slip away. Happiness is hard-earned and should not be easily forsaken." In the meantime, the ceremony for Shui Leihan and Dugu Yin had concluded, and the two took their seats at the dining table in the center of the hall, joining Emperor Shui Yi. Queen Mu Shui'er, Crown Prince Shui Qinghe, Second Prince Shui Bing, and several intimately connected Douluos. Applause erupted, laughter resonated, and one by one, guests approached the Shui family as table to offer toasts. Upon witnessing this spectacle, Shui Leihan's expression darkened. However, he had the ability to freeze the wine before it could touch his stomach, subsequently expelling it with his soul power. Thus, employing this almost cheating method, he was resolute in not succumbing to inebriation. Shui Leihan cast a cold smile in the direction of Yu Tianheng's table. "Today, I shall not allow you rascals to drink me under the table. Yin, you must take good care of our third brother. He still has some unreliability about him," Shui Qinghe said with a smile, addressing Dugu Yin. A look of bliss illuminated Dugu Yin's face as she drained her cup. "Thank you, elder brother. I will look after him well. Now that you are married, how about finding a few concubines?" Shui Yi, appearing somewhat tipsy, burst into laughter at Shui Leihan. "Father, please stop drinking." Shui Leihan gazed speechlessly at the flushed Shui Yi, pondering whether the poor drinking capacity of the Shui family was indeed a hereditary trait. Gradually, he sipped the wine, enveloping it gently with his soul power, and with a subtle motion of his supreme ice, the liquid transformed into crushed ice. With a flick of his hand, he cast the crushed ice into a nearby wooden barrel. No one noticed Shui Leihan's subtle movements, not even the closest to him, Dugu Yin. "In truth, I do not mind much. Merely holding a place in his heart brings me great satisfaction, especially as his legitimate wife." Dugu Yin gazed at Shui Leihan's profile, contemplating. She understood their statuses. One was the prince of the Tiando Empire. Although her grandfather held the title of Douluo, it did not elevate her rank above that of a prince, for the Tiando Empire also had its own Douluo. Much like the Avalanche, where there is one legitimate wife and 3 concubines, Shui Yu even encouraged him to seek further partners to hasten the birth of Shui heirs. Hence, individuals like Shui Leihans are indeed rare. Should the golden-haired, blue-eyed girl become aware of this notion, she would likely rush to form a sisterly bond with Dugu Yin. Unbeknownst to her, Shui Leihans would only smile bitterly if he were to learn of her thoughts. In this life, he vowed never to be a second choice. Such a decision was made from the very beginning. Shui Leihans drained his cup, yet his gaze drifted towards the table of Yu Tianheng. "I await you, you scoundrels." Chapter 143, A Night of Restless Souls. "Indeed, you have arrived. Shall we indulge in a drink?" Yu Tianheng grinned sinisterly, raising his wine cup, eliciting cheers from the members of the Imperial battle team behind him. Shui Leihan let out a cold snort, icy blue pupils shimmering with a frosty light. "Come. How curious it is that you are behaving so unusually today. Is it that you cannot afford to lose face in front of Yin?" Yu Tianheng chuckled. "May I propose a one-on-one match with you?" Shui Leihan turned his face slightly, his gaze slanting toward Yu Tianheng's countenance. "It is precisely the right moment to observe how formidable my brother Shui has become." Yu Tianheng spoke earnestly. "I have heard from Xie Lu that you have swiftly surpassed level 60, and I too have reached that milestone. How about a duel?" "That is indeed my intention." Shui Leihan smirked coldly. "To wield 2 martial spirits simultaneously and not to send you sprawling from the arena would be a disservice to the title of the first man in the Douluo Continent capable of such a feat." Yu Tianheng raised his wine cup and, with a hearty gulp, drained the pure jade liquid. This bold act immediately incited a chorus of cheers. Truly befitting the future heir of the Blue Overlord sect. "Come forth." He gestured to Shui Leihan. Dugu Yin shot an irritated glance at Yu Tianheng, then could not help but close her eyes. She envisioned the scene that was about to unfold, Shui Leihan collapsing after consuming a drink. Without glancing at Yu Tianheng's mocking smile, Shui Leihan regarded the crystal-clear liquid, placing it to his lips. "Cheers to that." A slight smile graced his lips as he poured the liquid into his mouth, swallowing it in one go. Not a blush graced his cheeks, nor did he gasp for breath. He watched as Yu Tianheng's expression morphed into one of astonishment, revealing a hint of a smile. "What say you? Did you truly not anticipate this?" Yu Tianheng observed the calm demeanor of Shui Leihan, his brow furrowing. "When did your tolerance for alcohol improve?" "Through training," Shui Leihan replied with a smile. "Brothers, let us bring him to his knees." Yu Tianheng scratched his head and shouted to the table behind him. "No problem. Let us drink Shui Lauda under the table." Cielo laughed heartily. Beckoning Osro to join him, a glass of wine in hand. A wheel battle, is it? Shui Leihan shrugged helplessly. After all, for us, getting you intoxicated is a matter of pride. He regarded Yu Tianhing, rubbing his nose. Alas, today you shall not achieve that goal. Ah, who bestowed upon you such confidence? Yu Tianhing chuckled. I shall summon all members of the Blue Dot Overlord sect to toast to you. How about that? Bring it on. Shui Leihan waved his hand dismissively. Excellent. I have been awaiting this very phrase from you. Yu Tianheng turned and departed. Du Guyan tugged at Shui Leihan's sleeve, concern etched on her face. Isn't this a bit excessive? Shui Leihan observed the worried expression on her face and reassured her. It's nothing. I have my own methods. The night had deepened. Shui Yu was thoroughly intoxicated, being escorted back to her chambers by Mu Shui'er. Shui Qinghe and Shui Bang discreetly took their leave. Well aware of the family's drinking capacity, thus avoiding further embarrassment, except for one. Is there anyone else? Shui Leihan stood at the center of the banquet, holding a glass of wine with a steady hand. How did you manage this? Yu Tianheng, his face flushed, looked at Shui Leihan in disbelief. Surrounding him were several large empty wine barrels. Practice makes perfect. Much like cultivating spiritual energy, we can train our tolerance in the same manner. Shui Leihan deceitfully stated without a hint of embarrassment. Stop with the nonsense. Tell me how to build my tolerance. Yu Tianheng, slightly dazed, pointed at the members of the royal combat team slumped over the table in a drunken stupor, cursing them. What a useless bunch. They couldn't handle their drinks and just collapsed. You're drunk. You should head back to rest, Shui Leihan advised. I'm not done. Bring on the second round. Yu Tianheng protested. Get lost. I'm going to my bridal chamber, Shui Leihan retorted, rolling his eyes, finishing his drink, placing the glass on the table, and stepping into the inner chamber. Damn it. He must have cheated. Yu Tianheng muttered, soon leaning against the wall and falling asleep. Apologies for the wait. Shui Leihan entered a realm illuminated by red candles. Outside, the plum blossom petals drifted slowly beneath the bright moon. Dong Guyan sat at the bedside, her head slightly bowed, her face tinged with crimson. Upon witnessing this scene, Shui Leihan couldn't help but chuckle. What is so funny? Dong Guyan huffed, blushing. Nothing. It's just that you seem so different from your usual self, Shui Leihan explained with a smile. Humph. Dong Guyan softly huffed again. Gritting her teeth, she pulled Shui Leihan, who stood at the door, inside. Shui Leihan gently caressed Dong Guyan's cheek, smiling. You look truly beautiful tonight. This compliment caused her to blush even deeper, lowering her head once more. Are you satisfied with this bridal chamber? Of course, I'm quite satisfied. Is there nothing else tonight? What do you mean? Shui Leihan countered. The matter of consummation. At this, Shui Leihan couldn't help but smile. Previously, Uncle Chun had explained to him the meaning of purity, which he misunderstood, leading to the notion of not breaking the seal. Though uncertain of the validity of this assumption, he still believed it was wise to refrain. And what about tonight? Dong Guyan murmured softly. Snow Tears, with a hint of melancholy, smiled softly. Are you anticipating something, you fool? The thin clouds gradually veiled the moon's luminous gaze, and a gentle breeze stirred, marking a splendid night. Yet, for a certain young maiden, this was not a day to celebrate. She had been donning a facade of joy, forcing laughter to mask her sorrow. The closer she drew to him, the more her heart ached. Qianrenxue, oh Qianrenxue. Did you ever foresee such anguish before undertaking your mission? Through the window, the young girl gazed at the moon, slightly obscured by clouds. How envious, she murmured. Love is indeed a peculiar emotion, she sighed. Memories danced before her eyes, reminiscent of swinging on a swing, in that verdant thicket. Had she not encountered him in the throes of his training, she might have perished long ago. Yet, he had forgotten her. It was hardly surprising. How young was he back then? Forgetfulness was but a natural response. Love can be a source of torment, she recalled hearing from Pope Bibidon, who, in that moment, radiated not the sternness of authority, but a tenderness akin to that of a woman, evoking a desire to protect her fragile heart. But why does love compel one to sacrifice for their beloved, to brave perilous waters, deeming even death a worthy price? She pressed her hand against her chest, feeling the sharp pang of pain. This night, no soul found repose. Chapter 144 Reunion. Shui Leihan stretched lazily, drawing his sword from its sheath to commence his morning practice. This had become an unyielding routine for him. Even after the events of the previous night, Shui Leihan did not deviate from his customary discipline. Third brother. You are truly impressive, came the voice of the crown prince, Shui Qinghe, from the side as Shui Leihan continued to dance with his sword. Elder brother. Shui Leihan responded with a smile and a respectful gesture. Ah, I merely came to observe your training. I hope I am not intruding, Xue Qinghe remarked. Not at all. Elder brother, you have countless responsibilities. Do not waste your precious time on such trivial matters, Xue Leihan replied with a wry smile. Recently, I have managed to clear my schedule, hence I have some time to rest, Xue Qinghe shrugged. By the way, you should go check on our younger sister. She was quite jealous yesterday. Jealous? Xue Leihan could not help but chuckle. If I were in her shoes, I would feel the same if I saw my elder brother with someone else. Very well then, Xue Leihan said with a respectful bow. You continue your practice. I shall merely watch for a moment. With that, Xue Qinghe settled onto a nearby stone bench, gesturing for Xue Leihan to proceed. Unable to argue with his elder brother, Xue Leihan composed himself and resumed his swordplay. Xue Qinghe smiled, resting his chin on his hand, quietly observing as he absorbed the vitality and perspiration of his brother's exertion. Xue Leihan's sword danced gracefully, his icy blue hair swirling as his arms guided the sword to carve intricate patterns in the air, prompting Xue Qinghe to applaud. After a while, Xue Leihan wiped the sweat from his brow, holding his sword aloft before sitting cross-legged, one hand resting upon the blade, attuning himself to its chilling aura. Xue Qinghe continued to watch, a smile gracing his features. Your Highness, the Minister of Military Affairs requests an urgent audience. A guard hurriedly entered, whispering in Xue Qinghe's ear. Understood. Go ahead, Xue Qinghe sighed, gazing at Xue Leihan's upright figure, a flicker of confusion passing through his eyes before he turned to leave. When Xue Leihan finally brought his focus back from his training, it was already midday. He opened his eyes, 2 wisps of chill emanating from them, dissipating into the air. What remarkable progress, Xue Leihan mused, clenching his fists to confirm the 2 streams of cosmic energy coursing within him. Finally ascertaining that his soul power had reached the 66th level. This achievement was a testament to his relentless dedication over time. Noting that Xue Qinghe had departed, he thought to himself, as expected, elder brother is indeed preoccupied with important matters. You are awake. Did you forget to have breakfast? Came the gentle voice of Douluo Yin from behind, as a soft figure embraced him from behind. I thought you might sleep a little longer. I am surprised you awoke so soon, Xue Leihan replied with a smile, glancing sideways at her. Well, I have become a 6th ring now, so I am not so fragile. She retorted playfully. Douluo Yin's complexion flushed, and she retorted with a hint of annoyance, delivering a firm slap to Xue Leihan's back. Is that so? Xue Leihan responded with a smile that was neither genuine nor insincere, provoking Douluo Yin to indulge in a bout of playful pouting. There shouldn't be any issues with Bing Shuang and the others, right? Bing Huang volunteered to take them around Tiandou City to sample local delicacies, even missing the wedding. However, according to Dong Yuan, the food at the wedding was rather insufficient. Xue Leihan couldn't help but worry whether the meager amount of gold soul coins he had prepared would suffice for their expenditures. Given the relatively high cost of living in Tiandou City, the capital of the Tiandou Empire. Shall we go for a meal? What about the others from the Imperial fighting team? Douluo Yin linked her arm with Xue Leihan's, beaming with satisfaction. Tian Heng should be at the Blue Electric Tyrant clan, with Yufeng Ling accompanying him, Xue Leihan stated without a moment's hesitation. Xiao Lu and Nangong are at the Xie clan, and the other singles are likely at their own residences. But there's no need to worry. Tian Heng mentioned to me yesterday that we would be having lunch at the embroidery building today. When did he say that? Douluo Yin inquired. He mentioned it while we were drinking together yesterday, Xue Leihan replied. At this point, Douluo Yin tugged at Xue Leihan's sleeve, asking, when did your tolerance for alcohol improve so much? Xue Leihan helplessly touched his nose and replied with a wry smile, I cheated. Huh? Douluo Yin exclaimed with a bright smile. How did you cheat? I freeze the liquor within my body and then expel the ice shards using my soul power, he explained. So you become immune to intoxication? Douluo Yin chuckled. Indeed, Xue Leihan nodded openly, showing no signs of embarrassment. Oh my, little couple, you've kept us waiting. Osro exclaimed from the balcony, observing the approaching Douluo Yin and Xue Leihan while whistling. Since last night, Douluo Yin had been clinging to Xue Leihan like a lovesick girl, reluctant to part from him even for a moment. This must be what love feels like. You all arrived too early, Xue Leihan remarked blandly, then nodded to a nearby attendant, signaling him to lead the way. Upon entering the private room, Xue Leihan was suddenly struck by the realization that this was the very room where the Tiandou Ten elite had shared their first meal together. Memories of the past began to flood his mind. Haha, boss Xue, sister-in-law, please have a seat. Yufeng chuckled heartily. Douluo Yin shot him an exasperated glance, but chose not to comment further. Instead, she elegantly took her seat, prompting a round of whistles. Boss Xue, You certainly know how to handle the ladies. I admire you, Ciela laughed heartily. With Nagongyeb sent today, his boisterous spirit returned in full force. Truly. Snow Tears, with a cold smile and a mocking remark, took a seat beside Du Guyen. Seeing that everyone had returned brought him great joy. He smiled, gazing at the familiar faces etched in his heart, revealing a hint of nostalgic delight. How do you plan to proceed upon your return? He inquired. We have fallen behind, and I intend to train under Big Brother Shui. Yu Feng was the first to respond. Sure Mo and Sure Mo simultaneously nodded in agreement. I share the same sentiment. Training alongside Big Brother Shui will undoubtedly yield greater results. Xia concurred. I have no objections. I shall follow Lei Han, Yu Tianheng added with a nod. Suddenly, Snow Tears noticed a fleeting flash of azure lightning across Yu Tianheng's forehead, causing his heart to skip a beat. Could it be? He pondered. Since you all feel this way, let us proceed accordingly. Let's focus on our training and strive to reach level 70 as soon as possible, Snow Tears declared with finality. Excellent. The group responded with laughter. At that moment, the innkeeper approached, carrying a tray laden with dishes, accompanied by the renowned embroidered wine from the embroidery loft. Snow Tears raised an eyebrow. Shall we engage in a second round? Yu Tianheng scoffed, casting a mischievous glance at Snow Tears. Several other members of the royal battle team shared similar mischievous looks. Du Guyen, observing Snow Tears' calm demeanor, recalled his earlier words and couldn't help but smile. Bring it on, Snow Tears said, raising his cup with a grin. The crowd echoed, cheers. Chapter 145, The Moonlit Pavilion. Snow, you must be cheating, right? Yu Feng remarked with a discontented squint. Observing Shui Leihan down an entire barrel of embroidered wine without showing the slightest hint of inebriation, his suspicions began to mount. Impossible, Shui Leihan replied, shaking his head. Over the years, I have been honing my soul power while simultaneously training my tolerance for alcohol. This dual focus is crucial for soul masters. I suggest you all take it to heart. Du Guyen, unable to contain herself, stifled a laugh at Shui Leihan's earnest nonsense. So what is the matter? Shui Leihan sat upright, placing his chopsticks back on the platter. I can tell from your gaze towards Osro that something has transpired. Xiaoluo. What is it? Yu Tianheng shrugged. Originally, I invited you out not only to catch up, but also to discuss this matter. It's undoubtedly about a girlfriend. Shui Leihan chuckled, waving his hand dismissively. It must be akin to the situation with Xiaolu, right? Have you set your sights on some noble lady? Xiaoluo has reached the age for courtship. Such matters are quite normal. I find it highly unlikely, Osro said with a wry smile, his gaze drifting towards Xiaolu. It may be more troublesome than Xiaolu's predicament. What could be more challenging than the fact that Xiaolu's wife is the daughter of a high-ranking official in the Starfall Empire? Shui Leihan retorted. Sensing the silence around him, she hails from the Spirit Hall and is a key development target, came the reply. The group exchanged concerned glances. Knowing well that as his brothers, they understood Shui Leihan's apprehensions over the years and his relentless pursuit of strength for a reason. If the boss feels it's too precarious, I think it's best to let it go. After all, she doesn't even know I'm from the Tiando Empire. Osro remarked nonchalantly. Why would I oppose? Shui Leihan laughed, glancing at the others. This is Osro's affair. As a brother, I will certainly support him. What reason is there to oppose? Moreover, that young lady is not an impulsive pope. Why should I object? At his words, the group erupted in joy. So, what of the young lady? Shui Leihan inquired. I don't know, came the reply, laced with frustration. Utterly useless, Du Guyen commented, raising an eyebrow and gesturing towards Xiaoluo. Look at him. He simply whisked the girl away. Now, look at you. Haha. Shui Leihan was the first to burst into laughter, prompting everyone else to join in. And where's that girl now? Du Guyen asked. She has returned to the Spirit Hall, Osro admitted candidly. And what now? When will you have the chance to meet her again? I don't know. Perhaps I will never see her again, Osro replied with a bitter smile. Find a time to invite her out and then tie her up? Yu Feng, with an air of seriousness, laid out his plans. Come on, Osro holds a noble title. Isn't this akin to forcibly seizing a maiden? Ciela retorted weakly. I believe it would be prudent for Yu Feng to remain silent. Yu Tianheng concurred, subsequently directing his gaze towards Shui Leihan, eager to discern his thoughts. Let us arrange a time to invite the young lady. Sending a messenger would be an excellent approach. Moreover, Wuhuan City is currently open to the public, allowing messengers to enter with ease. Osro, your identity must remain unmasked. Since you harbor feelings for her, do not deceive her, as it would be detrimental to both of you. You must speak the truth, Shui Leihan stated with utmost gravity, prompting Osro to straighten his posture. I understand. Boss Shui, he replied sincerely, earning a nod of approval from Shui Leihan. Let us not delay. We should send the message at once. With a wave of his hand, Shui Leihan rose from his seat. Are you leaving already? I wish to visit my younger sister. It has been some time since I last saw her at Yuxian, and I suspect she may be feeling lonely. How shameless, came the collective disdain from the royal battle team. See you later, Shui Leihan said with a charming smile, taking Dong Guyan's hand as they exited the private room. I shall return now. I still feel some discomfort, Dong Guyan murmured softly, her cheeks tinged with a blush. Shall I accompany you? You might want to spend some time with Shui Ku. It has been ages since you last saw her. Dong Guyan suggested kindly. Then I shall escort you, Shui Leihan said, as they walked hand in hand down the street. Occasionally, small vendors recognized them and promptly greeted them with respect. Dong Guyan eyed several pieces of jewelry, while Shui Leihan took on the role of financier. They are exquisite, he complimented with a smile, only to be met with Dong Guyan's playful insistence. After escorting her back to her residence, he proceeded towards Yuxian. That young lady must still be diligently studying music theory, he mused. Each individual has a path of their own. Perhaps Shui Ku's is the path of melody. In a certain sense, Shui Leihan believed that Xielu and Shui Ku might share common ground, yet regrettably, it seemed they had no opportunities to meet. It feels as though it has been an eternity since I last visited this place, Shui Leihan remarked as he gazed at Yuxian. The guards stationed on either side promptly stepped aside upon recognizing him, allowing him passage. The third prince, in both character and musical talent, was unparalleled among them. Your Highness. The third prince, the guards greeted with a bow. Indeed, I have come to visit my sister. Shui Leihan replied with a nod and a smile as he entered the grand doors of Yuxian. As he stepped through the door, the harmonious sounds of the guqin and zither gradually enveloped him, instilling a sense of tranquility in his heart. Shui Leihan was acutely aware that it was an inconvenient time. As Yuxian was currently in session, he nodded to the two young maidens at the front desk and, drawn by the delicate fragrance, settled himself on a nearby mahogany bench. Extracting a teacup and a book from his ring, he began to peruse the pages while he awaited the passage of time. Yet, scarcely an hour had elapsed when the serenity of his mind was abruptly shattered by a cacophony from outside. Alongside this disruption, he sensed a chilling and palpable aura of malevolence that pierced the very core of his being. Shui Leihan could not help but furrow his brow. Was there truly someone brazen enough to cause a ruckus within the confines of Tiando City? Moreover, based on his conjectures, Yuxian was affiliated with a branch of the Haotian sect. Did the intruders not grasp the weight of Yuxian's significance? Adjusting his posture, he allowed the scabbard of his sword to subtly rest upon his shoulder. Should any ill-intentioned individuals dare to breach the sanctum, he would not hesitate to alleviate Yuxian of its troubles. He cast a reassuring glance toward the two maidens at the front desk, nodding slightly. One of the maidens hastily ascended the stairs, presumably to summon the responsible instructor. His sword was already beginning to unsheath itself. Shui Leihan's gaze sharpened as he fixated on the entrance, his entire soul force now surging with fervor, like stars leaping in a cosmic dance. That aura of menace evoked memories he had long sought to banish, the acrid scent of cold blood from the city of carnage, a thought that filled him with revulsion. If the intruder was indeed an escapee from that accursed place, then he would act as an agent of justice. Chapter 146. The source of killing intent. Shui Leihan's gaze was calmly directed towards the entrance, a tranquil sword intent subtly enveloping him. HTI in Douluo. After a prolonged moment of contemplation, he finally recognized the disheveled middle-aged man who had intruded. Uncle, it has been quite some time, Shui Leihan said, retracting his burgeoning sword intent and cupping his hands in greeting. Shui Leihan, HTI in Douluo Tang How enunciated each word with clarity, nodding thereafter. Your progress is remarkable. Yet, I still fall far short compared to you, uncle. At that moment, a blue-haired youth radiating a chilling aura entered the room. His features were strikingly handsome, yet the sinister energy surrounding him marred the beauty of the scene entirely. Upon seeing Shui Leihan, the newcomer paused slightly before standing beside HTI and Douluo Tang Hao. It has been a long time, Leihan, he greeted, his voice imbued with an icy chill and murderous intent. Tang Hao gently cleared his throat, prompting the blue-haired youth to bow his head. Are you Tang-san? Shui Leihan inquired, recognizing the familiar fluctuations and aura emanating from him. Observing him standing alongside Tang Hao, he called out directly, Indeed, that is I. Tang-san wished to smile, yet found himself unable to do so, his expression perpetually reflecting an impulse to kill at any moment. What is happening? A young girl from the front desk descended with the teacher, frowning upon seeing the disheveled Tang Hao. Yuxian does not accommodate guests in disarray. Teacher Zhou, they are my friends, Shui Leihan interjected promptly, casting a meaningful glance at Teacher Zhou. Since they are friends of His Highness the Third Prince, then. The teacher nodded and proceeded towards Tang Yuehua's office. The significance of that glance was unmistakable to someone of his humble standing in Tiando City. Go ahead. Teacher Zhou has gone to summon the dean. Shui Leihan turned and smiled faintly at the two men. Has Tang Sen been to the city of slaughter? Indeed. Tang Sen appeared to have undergone a complete transformation. His response is terse and succinct. I find myself curious about how you managed to temper that killing intent within you. Although I recommended you go, I did not anticipate your swift departure from the city of slaughter, Tang Hao remarked, reclining casually in a wooden chair with his legs crossed. I spent half a year in the extreme northern lands to freeze my heart, and that sufficed. Furthermore, Uncle knows my martial spirit is a sword. In a place like the city of slaughter where soul skills cannot be utilized, I felt quite at ease. Tang Sen nodded in agreement. Indeed. Hidden weapons were his most frequently used armament in the city of slaughter. Is your visit to Yuxian also to adjust your mindset? Precisely. Tang Hao responded succinctly. At that moment, the faint sound of a flute resonated, signaling the end of class. I apologize. I actually came to visit my sister, and since class has concluded, I must take my leave. He winked at Tang San, and then bid farewell to Tang Hao and his son. Once Shui Lihuan had walked away, Tang Hao opened his half-closed eyes. San, your junior brother is quite remarkable. He is yet to reach 20, yet his soul power has already attained level 66. Indeed. He has always been impressive, Tang San replied, a flicker of astonishment in his eyes. Moreover, I sense that your junior brother might possess twin martial spirits. Given that you both study under the same master, the likelihood is exceedingly high, Tang Hao murmured. Li Huan. Indeed. Tang San nodded in agreement. However, do not publicize this. He likely has his own concerns, particularly regarding the martial soul hall. A hint of hoarseness tinged Tang Hao's voice as he closed his eyes once more, continuing to meditate. Shui Lihuan arrived outside Shueke's classroom, listening to the lively chatter within, and couldn't help but exclaim, "Ah, such is the vigor of youth." Excuse me, may I ask who you are? A student seated slightly further from the door noticed Shui Lihuan's presence and inquired. I am Shueke's brother, here to check on her, Shui Lihuan replied with a smile. Are you the brother she often speaks of? Often speaks of? I suppose I am indeed her brother. At that moment, Shui Lihuan attracted the attention of other students. They were brimming with youth, and gossip was a thrilling yet ordinary pastime for them. Brother, what brings you here? Shueke smiled serenely as she stepped out from among her group of female classmates. Shui Lihuan smiled gently, noticing that his sister was quite popular among her peers, which eased his mind. I came to see you. He looked down at Shueku, who stood a head shorter than him, gently stroking her hair, causing her to close her eyes in comfort. Let us step outside to talk. Noticing the curious glances from her classmates, Shui Lihuan pondered the reason before addressing Shueku. It seemed that Shueku maintained an impeccable image and had never shown a softer side to anyone, leading to the astonishment of her peers at this contrast. All right, Shueku said with a playful smile, then followed Shui Lihuan out of the classroom. He looks just like the third prince. I saw him on the street yesterday. One classmate remarked, realization dawning upon them. A friend sitting nearby rolled their eyes in exasperation. Is this your first day in class? It's no secret that Shueku belongs to the Tiando royal family. Of course, her brother with the striking blue hair is the third prince. I see. Thank you for the clarification. The inquisitive student smiled apologetically. Shui Leihan, accompanied by Shueku, entered a lounge. Due to Shui Leihan's status and the amicable mentor-student relationship he shared with Tang Yuhua, he held a certain level of authority within the Yuxian. Little sister, how have you been lately? Each day, I learned something new about melodies, she giggled. Noticing the absence of others, Shueku relaxed and sprawled languidly on the nearby sofa. Shui Leihan found the sight nearly amusing, remarking, I should suggest to mother that you retake your etiquette lessons. Oh, brother, you wicked tease, how could you? Shueku murmured. However, seeing you so spirited puts my mind at ease, Shui Leihan replied with a smile. Feel free to consult me about any musical questions you may have, Shueku said proudly, patting her chest. Then I shall count on you, he said, hands clasped behind his back, gazing toward the distant palace in Tiando City. Do you have someone you admire at present? Shui Leihan's voice, warmed by the sunlight, enveloped Shueku. Not yet, she replied, shaking her head decisively. It was understandable, given the education she received and experiences she had. Finding someone among the ordinary was no easy feat. Whomever you choose, both I and your brothers wish to meet them, as it is a significant matter for you. You sound just like father, Shueka said helplessly. Isn't it for your own good? Of course, should you decide to remain single, I would support that too. Shueleihan chuckled, turning his head with a smile. Unlike the princesses of the past who had to marry to secure peace, Shueka now enjoyed her freedom. Hence, Shueleihan chose to respect all of Shueka's decisions. Currently, there is no one, but if there is, I will inform you, brother. Very well. Chapter 147. A conversation after 4 years. There's no need to wear a stern expression. Whatever you choose to do, brother will always support you. Shueleihan's words lingered in Shueka's ears, uplifting her spirits. Yet, how arduous it is to discover one's own happiness. Shueka murmured to herself as she returned to her classroom. The bell for class rang. Shueleihan re-entered the hall, only to find that Haoyi and Douluo had vanished, leaving Tang San sitting there in a daze. Little San, what troubles you? My father has sent me to study music, primarily to cleanse the soul, Tang San replied, emerging from his reverie and nodding at Shueleihan. Come, it has been far too long. Allow me to treat you to a fine meal. Shueleihan took Tang San by the arm, guiding him towards the exit. Are you all right? Tang San inquired. Shueleihan paused, quickly comprehending that Tang San referred to the ominous aura, that frigid sense of alienation. I am fine. At least I spent about a year in the city of slaughter, she responded, shaking her head as she led the still cold-faced Tang San to a quaint little restaurant. Seeing Tang San's icy demeanor, she could not help but smile wryly. It seemed the city of slaughter had left a profound impact on him. Yet, at that time, he too had battled his own violent urges. Retreating alone to the far north for meditation, the noodle shop's broth was one of the 3 culinary treasures of Tiando City, but we arrived a bit late. So there aren't many patrons left, Shueleihan explained. Shouldn't it be closing soon? Tang San asked, puzzled. Little San, it seems you have forgotten my identity. Shueleihan replied with a playful blink, prompting a smile from Tang San. Owner, 2 servings of your special noodle soup. Shueleihan called out as they entered the establishment, noticing the dining area was empty. Well, if it isn't His Highness, the 3rd Prince Shueleihan. What brings you to this humble place? The proprietor, clearly acquainted with Shueleihan, emerged from the shadows of the counter. And where are those young rascals from the royal combat? They're not here today, Shueleihan shrugged, gesturing toward Tang San and himself. Just 2 servings today. This is my brother, Tang San. You certainly have many brothers, the burly man remarked, his tone laced with a hint of envy or perhaps mockery. Before retreating to the kitchen, the sound of noodles boiling soon filling the air. Don't mind him, that's just how people are, Shueleihan said. Observing Tang San's somewhat frosty expression, he tends to view everything from a darker perspective, leading to rather extreme thoughts. I heard that, came the voice from the kitchen. Shueleihan chuckled, then urged Tang San to sit at a central table as they awaited their meal. How many years did you spend in the city of slaughter? Shueleihan inquired. Tang San pondered for a moment before uncertainly responding. It seems to be about 1.5 years. I have no desire to return to this place. I feel the same way, 1.5 years, said Zuilihan, a bitter smile gracing his lips as he touched his nose. The atmosphere, steeped in bloodshed and violence, was truly unbearable. So, I suppose we have not met for 4 years now, Zuilihan remarked. Indeed, it has been a long time, came the reply. Just then, a burly man brought forth 2 bowls of noodles, their enticing hue and the fragrant green onions floating atop the rich broth, creating a mouth-watering spectacle. 2 servings of our special noodle soup. Thank you, Zuilihan expressed. I'm accustomed to it, the burly man replied, weighing the golden soul coins in his hand before leaning back in a chair behind the counter, soon drifting into slumber. Zuilihan pushed a bowl of noodles towards Tang San. Aware that he had yet to emerge from the shadows of the city of slaughter, he felt the need to engage in conversation, helping Tang San readjust to ordinary life. Only he could do this, for they both shared the legacy of the god of slaughter, and thus, the murderous aura surrounding Tang San did not perturb Zuilihan. After our battles in the Soul Arena, we often came here to dine. It's close to the arena, and this place serves food remarkably quickly and deliciously. My father once wanted to invite him to the royal palace as a chef, but he refused, likely desiring the freedom to cook as he pleases. I understand him. Zuilihan continued, breaking a wooden stick to sip the broth before twirling the noodles. This fellow still has a remarkable mastery of spice, Tang San thought. A subtle smile flickering across his face, though it went unnoticed, quickly fading. He observed the bowl of noodles before him, attempting to savor them as Wheelihan did. So, you will be studying at the Moon Pavilion then? Yes. Has the teacher visited? He is currently the headmaster at Shrek, known for his strict teaching style. Indeed, he has visited, and his relationship with Director Liu has improved compared to before. Tang Xin nodded. What about Director Flander? No. My father only took me to meet the teacher. Why is that? I do not know. Perhaps he wishes to maintain a level of secrecy, Tang San replied candidly. Recently, I met Mu Bai and Zhu Qing in the Starfall Empire. Both are well, having reached above level 60. Zuilihan recalled his journey to the Starfall Empire. Their progress is astonishing, Tang Xin marveled. Indeed, Zuilihan shrugged, slurping the noodles. But still not as fast as you. I've merely been fortunate of late, acquiring some opportunities. Zuilihan acknowledged. My father mentioned that you also possess twin martial souls? Rest assured, I shall not speak of this to anyone. Tang Xin pondered for a moment before whispering. Shuelei Han nodded in agreement, recognizing that it was entirely natural for Hao Yinduo to discern this, given his prolonged observation of Tang San. It was not particularly difficult to infer the reason why the master only accepted 2 disciples. He possessed a twin martial soul. Indeed, I am a bearer of a twin martial soul. It was precisely this attribute that prompted my master to take me as his disciple, for on the Douluo Continent, the deepest understanding of the mysteries surrounding twin martial souls resides solely with him. Having eaten halfway through his meal, Shuelei Han set down his chopsticks. Feeling somewhat full after having dined at the embroidery building earlier, he gazed out at the falling plum blossoms, inhaling the crisp air, and let out a soft sigh. Spring is nearly upon us. Indeed, I too did not foresee that 4 years would pass so swiftly, Tang San replied with a sense of nostalgia. Have you encountered Xiao since then? Tang San silently shook his head, a gentle flicker of longing crossing his eyes, filled with a hint of melancholy. Surely, Xiao misses you just as much, Shuelei Han consoled. Tang San exhaled deeply, then nodded with a newfound determination. I must graduate from Yuxian as swiftly as possible and then seek out Xiao. The foundational courses at Yuxian require at least a year to complete, and their difficulty is exceedingly high. Persevere, Shuelei Han encouraged as he patted Tang San's shoulder. A year feels like an eternity. Then let us strive onward. You may always come to the Heavenly Do Academy should you need anything. Very well, I shall, Tang San responded, a faint smile gracing his face. Chapter 148, Reunion. The collision of the Gemini stars upon returning to the bustling street. After bidding farewell to Tang San, Shuelei Han found himself deep in contemplation. With less than a year remaining, he was determined to reach level 70. It seemed as if the ice god's task was teasing him. The ascent became increasingly arduous. What was once perceived as a simple progression now felt insurmountable. This was not due to a decline in his innate talent, but rather a profound awareness of the vast chasms between each level. The sword Douluo Continent had once shared with him that each rank of title Douluo resembled an immense celestial ladder, with the time required to ascend each rung being exceedingly protracted. Yet, the majority remained stagnant at the Soul Douluo stage, having never even approached that threshold. Having inherited Qinshin's swordsmanship, Shuelei Han had begun to faintly glimpse the path he sought, a trail untrodden by anyone before him, upon which he had already left his mark. Resolute, he decided to visit Bing Huang and the others. They were likely enjoying themselves outdoors, he surmised. After traversing several narrow lanes, he arrived at his own establishment, only to be unexpectedly struck by the sensation that Bing Huang and the others were inside the hotel. Could it be that they were utterly exhausted from their recent escapades? He chuckled to himself as he pushed open the door and stepped inside, listening to the delightful banter of Bing Huang and Bing Huang in the living room. He chose not to intrude excessively. Instead, he selected a room and sat cross-legged in meditation. Although there were still 4 levels to achieve before reaching level 70, Shuelei Han was acutely aware that these levels would not be easily surpassed. It appeared that he would need to enter another period of seclusion. What do you all think? Bing Huang floated gracefully in the air, surveying Bing Xuan, Dong Yuan, Song Shui, and Xiao Shui, who sat solemnly in the living room, their expressions serious as they regarded her. Sister, I still find that young man somewhat inscrutable, Bing Xuan remarked. His character is beyond reproach. Especially since you have followed him for so long. You should have formed a judgment about his integrity, Song Shui replied, casting a glance at the imposing figure seated nearby. What exactly do you find unclear, old Long? Bing Xuan fell silent for a moment before inquiring. Sister, what was the first assessment that young man undertook? He has around 6 months left to achieve level 70, does he not? Bing Huang delicately tapped her chin with her slender fingers, recounting all that Shui Lei Han had shared with her at that time. Xiao Shui stretched languidly and said, I can tell that Lei Han's soul power level is approximately 66. However, the next level is a significant leap. Dong Yuan snorted softly. This assessment may appear straightforward, but in reality, it is quite challenging. It is not akin to progressing from level 10 to 20. The Ice Phoenix nodded, lifting her finger slightly, and an aura of extreme cold enveloped the living room instantly. Any external sounds were rendered inaudible. Even the title Douluo would find it challenging to breach the barrier created by the Ice Phoenix. Have you all reached a decision? Whether you wish to return to the far north, or, like me, stake your future on his, I must clarify my stance. If you choose to leave, I shall not oppose. I respect your decision. The Ice Phoenix inquired earnestly, assuring them that should any of them be unwilling, she would not hinder their return to the far north. After all, becoming human meant a wealth of joyful moments awaited them. If Lei Han knew of my actions, he would likely be displeased, she mused bitterly, casting her gaze upon the four individuals. I will remain. Frost fell into silence for a moment before speaking solemnly. His eyes shone with unwavering resolve as he looked at the Ice Phoenix. I have seen divinity within that young man. Divinity, the most ethereal existence across the Douluo Continent, was precisely this trait that would prevent a title Douluo at level 97 from ascending to level 98, nearing the pinnacle of Douluo existence. Yet, Frost asserted that he had witnessed it. Did you see it as well? The Ice Phoenix regarded Frost's sincere eyes and nodded. Indeed, a trace of divinity resided within Shui Lei Han, a characteristic that had emerged after he received the Ice God's legacy. In light of this, level 97 was no longer a barrier, but rather a mountain to be surmounted. If he were to continue on this path, he would undoubtedly become the Ice God. The Ice Phoenix's cold voice resonated within the room, leaving the four momentarily stunned. What will you decide? She shifted her gaze to the other three, noting the flickering flames of hope in their eyes, which brought a subtle smile to her lips. Shui Lei Han concluded his brief meditation, clearing his mind of distractions, and instantly became immaculate. Observing the Ice Phoenix and her companions engaged in a clandestine discussion in the living room, he refrained from interrupting them. Presuming they were deliberating over local delicacies in Tiando City, he pushed the door open, sheathing his sword upon his back, and ambled slowly towards the Tiando United Academy. He understood that a confrontation with Yu Tianheng was inevitable, hence, it was time to fulfill his promise. It was likely to take place in the battle arena. Yu Tianheng had mentioned earlier that day a long-awaited one-on-one duel would occur at the Tiando United Academy's arena. If I did not misinterpret that lightning emblem the other day, could it be genuine? Shui Lei Han pondered while tracing the icy crown mark on his forehead. If it were indeed true, it would certainly be intriguing. As he approached the outskirts of the Tiando United Academy, the sounds of fervor erupted from within. Indeed, they were promoting it again. Could it be that the entire academy has been notified? As soon as he stepped into the academy, a fellow student thrust a piece of paper into his hand. Senior, there is an upcoming one-on-one match in the arena. It's said to feature the Ice Sword King of the Twin Stars against the Blue Electric Tyrannosaurus from the Imperial Battle Team, for years ago. You must see it if you get the chance. I understand. Thank you for the reminder. Shui Lei Han smiled at the younger student, whose face was flushed with excitement. He watched as the student eagerly dashed off to distribute the paper to others, igniting another wave of commotion. What a lively atmosphere. Shui Lei Han observed the paper in his hand, which clearly displayed the names of the two combatants, adorned with a vivid illustration of a sword and a blue electric Tyrannosaurus. The artwork was truly impressive. It seemed that Vice Dean Meng Shinji intended to reignite the fervor surrounding this event. Gazing at the paper, he subsequently tucked it into his pocket. If his earlier conjectures were indeed accurate, it would be splendid. He murmured to himself before heading towards the rest area of the Imperial Battle Team. If his predictions held true, all members would be gathered there. Another fierce contest, perhaps? Chapter 149. The Dual Gods. It has been a long time. Shui Lei Han gazed at Yu Tianheng, who stood opposite him, and shrugged slightly. There was no need for such a spectacle. It would not bode well if others witnessed your humiliating defeat. Seeing Yu Tianheng maintain a stoic silence, Shui Lei Han smirked. What level are you at? Yu Tianheng inquired. Listening to the continuous cheers resonating around him, Shui Lei Han clasped his hands behind his back. I am currently at level 66. And you? Level 66, how embarrassing. Despite being older than you, my soul power has never surpassed yours. Yu Tianheng scoffed lightly, then withdrew his gaze from the audience. He pointed to the mark on Shui Lei Han's forehead and suddenly broke into laughter. I am delighted to see that you two have been chosen. It seems that my future will not be solitary. Shuai Leihan was momentarily taken aback, then his eyes flickered. The mark that appeared on Yu Tianheng's forehead was none other than a divine symbol. Which deity's trial did you receive? Yu Tianheng queried. The ice god, Shuai Leihan replied. Yu Tianheng clenched his hands slightly, assuming a combat stance. I have received the trial of the thunder god. Come, let me see just how powerful you have become. Likewise. To be honest, I am also very pleased to see that you have passed your trial. You must have encountered numerous opportunities over the years. Shuai Leihan smiled faintly, drawing his sword from its sheath. Thundercliff, the far north. The two exchanged mutual sentiments, revealing smiles of delight. Let us begin. I hope you do not kneel and beg for mercy. Dreams can wait until one is asleep. Yu Tianheng roared, and a bolt of heavenly thunder struck the arena. Bathed in the tempest, Yu Tianheng's body transformed, dragon scales gradually emerging upon his cheeks, and his eyes shimmered with the brilliance of lightning. The thunderous mark upon his forehead erupted with radiant light. Yellow, yellow, purple, purple, black, black. 6 soul rings materialized behind Yu Tianheng, and as his dragon claws trembled, a tempest swirled around him. The spectators, including Xielu, stared wide-eyed. Xielu murmured, when did Tianheng become so formidable? His entrance is so impressive now. Yu Foling let out a soft huff and remarked, of course. Tianheng is exceptionally powerful now. Perhaps Ba Shui might meet defeat this time. She held unwavering confidence in her man, though she was unaware of the opportunities he had received. As long as he could hold her in his embrace and bear the weight of the world, she would be content. Big sister, what do you think? Shimo asked, gazing at the sky interwoven with lightning. I trust Leihan, just as I have always believed in him. He will not be defeated. Dugu Yin caressed the ring on her right hand, her gaze fixed on Shuai Leihan, who stood proudly on the arena, a gentle smile gracing her lips. This is rather exaggerated, isn't it? Osro, feeling somewhat dejected, touched his nose. Tianheng, merely at the 66th level, is already capable of summoning lightning with a mere gesture, which fills me with envy. Yu Feng, unusually serious for once, spoke in a calm voice. Do not forget. Tianheng wields one of the most formidable beast martial souls in the Douluo Continent. An extraordinary phenomenon, Shuai Leihan remarked, gazing at the sky shrouded in thick thunderclouds. Tianheng, I hope you do not come to regret this. With a sword in hand, an intense cold energy surged from within him, the 2 galaxies swirling wildly. Enveloped in chilling air, he extended his left hand towards the heavens, a layer of ice forming upon Shuai Leihan. The corners of his mouth curling slightly as the ice and snow erupted instantaneously. I had warned you against regret, Shuai Leihan declared, standing amidst the swirling snow and wind. Gazing down at the other half of the arena where thunder and lightning clashed, the galaxies igniting. The audience, unable to discern the unfolding battle due to the tumult of thunder and snow, erupted in cheers, believing the two had already begun their clash. Purple, black, 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 black. Black, ice blue, ice blue, ice blue. 9 soul rings appeared around Shuai Leihan, casting an icy glow upon his visage. Yu Tianheng was momentarily stunned, gazing incredulously at the 9 soul rings that floated above and below him. As realization dawned, he could not help but let out a howl of enlightenment. Who would have thought, Leihan, that you possessed dual martial souls? Surprised, are you? Quite so, Shuai Leihan replied, tilting his head in curiosity at Yu Tianheng's beaming smile. I had anticipated you might feel a twinge of anger, considering our relationship. This could be construed as deceit. Not at all. Yu Tianheng shrugged with a hearty laugh. I understand your concerns. Just think of that colossal being and then contemplate your cautious nature, and all questions will be resolved. Thank you, Shuai Leihan said. A hint of embarrassment in his tone, Yu Tianheng replied earnestly, between us, there is no need for thanks. Then let us commence, for we cannot keep them waiting. Shuai Leihan proposed. Should we inform them of your dual martial souls? Yu Tianheng inquired. Yes, but this matter shall remain our secret. Rest assured, the members of the Imperial battle team are quite tight-lipped. Very well. Shuai Leihan, sword at the ready, froze the moisture in the air behind him, and with a flash, the azure rose sword struck before Yu Tianheng. Yu Tianheng laughed heartily, his dragon claw, crackling with mixed lightning, intercepted the blade. Boom. The clash of their soul powers resonated. The sword of Shuai Leihan, enveloped in the purest cold, seeped its chilling essence into Yu Tianheng's dragon claw, yet the thunder continued to batter against his icy shield, sending waves of pain through him. Ha! Snowy tears roared fiercely, and the soul rings behind him burst forth in a brilliant display. His left palm transformed into a fist, striking the side of Yu Tianheng's face, which was enveloped in dragon scales, before he swiftly withdrew his sword. You did that on purpose, didn't you? Yu Tianheng grimaced, rubbing his stinging cheek, glaring furiously at Snowy Tears. After all, I haven't disfigured you. The dragon scales provided ample protection, didn't they? Snowy Tears remarked. Bastard, I'll kill you. Yu Tianheng bellowed, brandishing his massive dragon claw and charging forward. Thunder erupted behind him, enveloping his entire being in crackling electricity. Meanwhile, Snowy Tears was shrouded in a veil of ice and snow, a crown of ice crystals adorning his forehead. Is this the legacy bestowed upon you by the ice god? Indeed, this is my legacy. Slowly, a layer of ice crystal began to coat the azure rose sword in Snowy Tears' hand, and the icy blue light in his eyes deepened, glowing with an intense brilliance. This is the result of merging two soul spirits into one. This sword embodies both my spirits. Its name is the Ice Phoenix Sword. Are you prepared to experience the majesty of the Ice Phoenix, the ruler of the far north, Tianheng? Snowy Tears' voice remained calm as the sword stirred the ice and snow. Chapter 150. The Deadlock. Ice Phoenix Sword. The sword of the blue rose, enveloped in crystalline ice, embodies the miraculous fusion of two formidable powers. With a subtle lift of her hand, Snow Tear Cold conjured an ice wall that instantaneously rose to shield against the massive fist of Yu Tianheng. Boom! The thunder-infused punch of Yu Tianheng struck the ice wall with tremendous force, sending tremors throughout the entire Heaven Do Academy. Break it! Yu Tianheng bellowed. His second punch, imbued with overwhelming electricity, revealed a faint silhouette of a blue electric Tyrannosaurus Rex behind him. Uncle Chin, thank you. I shall fulfill your unaccomplished wish. The strongest beast martial soul, indeed. Snow Tear Cold's eyes glinted with a chilling light as she caught Yu Tianheng's astonishingly powerful fist with a single palm, swiftly following up with a sword strike of ice and snow to his side. I have inherited Uncle Chin's swordsmanship, the mightiest sword martial soul. Snow Tear Cold declared with a silent roar as an icy sphere coalesced around her, detonating before their eyes. Heaven Do United Academy swayed under the impact. Unperturbed by the icy explosion, Snow Tear Cold swung her longsword, transforming it into a gale that surged forward. Around her, longswords crafted from gathered ice crystals formed an ethereal circle, radiating an aura of frigid brilliance. It seems you have yet to master the power you have acquired. She mused. After all, this strength was recently bestowed upon him. Yu Tianheng's dragon claw tightened slightly, a smile illuminating his eyes. With this power, I can protect those I wish to safeguard. He flexed his body, momentarily dispelling the stiffness brought on by the ice. Let me witness that power once more. Snow Tear Cold pointed her long sword directly at Yu Tianheng. Do not speak so lightly. Maintaining the tempest of thunder is quite draining on one's soul power. A man must not falter, he retorted. You are not Yu Fengling. Do not disgust me. Yu Tianheng waved dismissively before inhaling deeply. The crackling thunder that echoed through the air was drawn back into his body, causing his sixth soul ring to glow even more brilliantly. Allow me to demonstrate my sixth soul skill, Thunder Dragon Breath. Yu Tianheng's chest swelled with pride as he began to roar. Roar! Snow Tear Cold faced the mighty roar akin to that of a dragon, the thunderous force compelling her to click her tongue in annoyance. What a nuisance! As she braced against the gale, ice walls continuously rose before her, only to shatter in succession. So be it. With her left hand raised high, the galaxy of soul power coalesced in the air. Initially a mere speck of ice crystal, it gradually expanded, becoming sharper and more formidable. Snow Tear Cold had previously experimented with crafting swords from the ultimate ice, but this was her first attempt at forging such an enormous blade. The sword, occupying half the sky, hung slightly downward, its tip aimed directly at Yu Tianheng. Fall! With a swift motion of his left hand, Shui Leihan allowed the sword to descend slowly, or more accurately, to plunge into the ground. Yu Tianheng's eyelids twitched violently. This was truly an extraordinary feat, however. Upon witnessing Shui Leihan's pale visage, he comprehended that the latter had expended the majority of his soul power. A draw, perhaps? Yu Tianheng tilted his head back, directing his breath towards the colossal sword that was gradually descending. The moment his gaze diverted from Shui Leihan, the latter moved with remarkable speed, his left palm, shimmering with an icy blue glow, struck firmly against Yu Tianheng's chest. The piercing chill compelled Yu Tianheng to cough up a mouthful of blood into the air. Nevertheless, that single strike not only repelled him but also saved him. The sword did not shatter in midair due to that breath. Instead, it embedded itself precisely where Yu Tianheng had once stood. The entire arena lay in ruins, and the tremor caused by the sword's impact sent several spectators tumbling from their seats. The wind, snow, and thunder dissipated. Shui Leihan and Yu Tianheng stood facing each other as they had before ascending the stage. Yet their pale complexions and the lingering unstable aura on the arena signified that a fierce battle had unfolded moments ago. If you were more familiar with that power, I would surely be at a disadvantage, Shui Leihan remarked as he sheathed his sword. Acknowledging the might of the strongest beast martial soul, its title was not merely for show. I concede. I cannot surpass you. Yu Tianheng decisively shook his head in denial. Your dual martial souls are exceedingly formidable, exhibiting unparalleled prowess in both offense and defense. Had you not restrained yourself earlier, I would have perished. He spread his hands in resignation, then clutched his chest, coughing up more blood. Take care to recover well. Let us strive together moving forward, not just for ourselves, but for those who matter to us. Shui Leihan stepped closer, patting Yu Tianheng on the shoulder. Noticing the dazed expression on his face, he realized that Yu Tianheng might be utterly oblivious to the concept of divine rank. This was something he needed to clarify. With a smile, Shui Leihan turned and descended from the stage. What transpired afterward remained unclear to Shui Leihan. He was only aware that Vice Dean Meng Xinji had seized this confrontation to promote vigorously, resulting in a surge of students at the Tiando United Academy. Meanwhile, members of the Imperial Fighting Team commenced their rigorous training in seclusion. Although each had reached the impressive level of 60, they still found themselves far from the aspirations that resided in Shui Leihan's heart. Yu Tianheng had completely succumbed to his injuries. That last icy palm strike from Shui Leihan was not easily borne. His imminent goal was solely to reach level 70 within the next 6 months. Thanks to this assessment, he would soon enter a state of deep seclusion. Leihan, you mentioned your classmate has actually received the legacy of the Thunder God? The astonished voice of Bing Huang echoed within the confines of the secret chamber. How many times must I reiterate? He indeed passed the Thunder Goddess assessment. And he himself has affirmed that the mark does not appear to be counterfeit. He mentioned that he received this assessment at Thundercliff. Upon hearing this term, Ice Phoenix's gaze subtly sharpened, and she nodded, remarking, No wonder, no wonder. Thundercliff is a place where the thunder roars incessantly. It is virtually devoid of soul beasts, only the endless barrage of heavenly thunder. Given its unique geological conditions, it is indeed plausible. What level of deity is the Thunder God? He is a first-level deity. Ah, then that is reassuring. Shui Leihan let out a sigh. At least Yu Tianheng would not have to part ways with Yu Fengling. I shall enter seclusion now. In truth, I have already prepared myself for the possibility of failing the assessment. Shui Leihan lightly clenched his fist, speaking with a calm demeanor. Why? Ice Phoenix gazed at him with a hint of concern. Half a year to reach level 4. It is not the same as advancing from level 10 to 14. The gap is indeed vast. Shui Leihan offered a faint smile, as if he were discussing someone else's affairs. Have you considered the consequences of failing the assessment? Ice Phoenix's voice trembled slightly. No, I will take it one step at a time. Shui Leihan revealed a hint of a smile and said, Ice Phoenix, thank you for your support during these days. With that, Shui Leihan's aura grew subdued, yet a trace of an elusive smile lingered on his face. Chapter 151. Undercurrents. Where is that boy? Frost caressed the rough palm of his hand, relishing the warmth of the teacup, and let out a contented sigh. He is in seclusion, a deathly retreat. Ice Phoenix's mood appeared rather unstable. She seemed bored, propping her chin on her hand, gazing vacantly at the butterflies fluttering outside the window. The frozen plains had ventured to Heavendo City for a meal. Song Shui seemed to have gone to the weapons shop, while Xiao Shui was wandering about in the clothing store. The three had joyfully utilized the sum of gold soul coins they received from Shui Leihan a few days prior. Sister, I wish to inquire about something. Noticing that only she and Ice Phoenix remained in the hotel's lounge, Frost asked earnestly, Sister, have you developed feelings for that boy? To Frost's surprise, Ice Phoenix displayed neither shyness nor embarrassment, but merely nodded in acknowledgement. Then why? Frost's words were abruptly silenced by a piercing glance from Ice Phoenix. I do like him. However, he already has someone he cherishes. Ice Phoenix chuckled as she placed her hand over her heart, reflecting on the peculiar sensation of love, something she had never experienced as a spirit beast. I love him, thus I wish for his happiness, do I not? She shrugged nonchalantly, exhibiting no signs of reluctance. It is only because I have spent so much time by his side that I have come to like him. Perhaps with another person, it would be different. Ice Phoenix even took it upon herself to counsel Frost. Little dragon, you too, since you have already made your decision, why do you linger with me? Would it not be more gratifying to embrace your own happiness? But, sister, you are being too hard on yourself. Frost protested vehemently. When that young man emerges from his seclusion, I will tell him that my sister has always cherished him, and they shall marry at once. You dare. Ice Phoenix shot a fierce glare, huffing in response. Given Ice Phoenix's pride, such an act was utterly implausible. Let this matter rest, she declared. Her authority silencing Frost once more. A profound silence enveloped the lounge as if their conversation had never occurred, and the two resumed their tea. Sister, that young man has been in seclusion for 5 months now, with only 1 month remaining. How is he faring? As only Ice Phoenix could freely traverse the secret chamber. She was the most informed about Shui Han's current state. He has broken through to level 69. He has truly exerted himself. Although his talent is remarkable, advancing 4 levels in half a year is still quite challenging. That boy has actually attained level 69? Frost exclaimed in astonishment, then retorted with irritation. What do you mean by challenging? That rascal has truly surpassed the heavens. After all, being able to cultivate with 2 soul weapons simultaneously undoubtedly accelerates his training speed. Ice Phoenix smiled brightly. I had initially thought that if he were to falter, we would directly. Frost let out a deep sigh, then lifted his head. It is evident that the person we aspire to follow possesses remarkable talent. Becoming the Ice God is a foregone conclusion. Ice Phoenix responded with a soft murmur. Have you considered the order? Who will go first? Her gaze was fixed on Frost, awaiting his decision. After a moment of silence, Frost forced a wry smile and said, I shall go first. Let them savor the moment a little longer. Ice Phoenix sighed with approval and relief. Little dragon, to make such a decision is truly commendable. Sunlight streamed through the marble window bars, illuminating the cathedral. At the very center of the cathedral, where the light was most intense, stood a throne. Only the Supreme Being could occupy this majestic seat. The throne appeared desolate, as if it had not been graced by anyone for a long time. Beside the throne stood a cardinal, clad in crimson robes. The cardinal cast a cold smile filled with greed at the golden-haired maiden seated on the bench below. However, he skillfully concealed this smirk. Qianren, how is the mission progressing? He inquired flatly. I believe it has already been reported to His Holiness the Pope. Qianren's ethereal voice resonated within the chamber, tinged with a hint of impatience. His Holiness has entrusted this matter entirely to me. Thus it is imperative that I remain informed. The cardinal, clearly perceptive of the underlying emotions in Qianren's words, snorted disdainfully. Were it not for your grandfather, you would be nothing more than a pawn beneath my feet. Qianren gazed coolly at the titled Douluo, her heart growing increasingly frigid. Everything proceeded smoothly. All acquaintances of Shui Qinghe have been successfully deceived without raising any suspicions. And what of Shui Qinghe himself? Has he been dealt with? The cardinal asked ominously. He has been handled. What of the body? Buried on site. The cardinal let out a cold snort and turned to walk deeper into the cathedral. As he walked, he remarked, the Wuhuan Hall will soon undertake significant actions. Your identity must be revealed. Before that exposure, eliminate Shui, Xuebing, and Shui Han. They're our greatest obstacles. Especially Shui Han. The cardinal's sinister eyes flickered as he added, this child cannot be allowed to survive. He must be crushed before he matures. Let it be done by his most beloved elder brother, with poisoned wine to ensure his demise. He laughed heartily, then entered the inner sanctum with hands clasped behind his back. Qianren's face betrayed no emotion as she watched the cardinal, the titled Douluo, gradually depart. Letting out a cold huff, she turned and walked towards the cathedral's exit. My lady, I do not know. One of her subordinates, noticing her indifferent demeanor as she exited the cathedral, hastily bowed and inquired. Return to the palace. You need not follow. She nodded slightly and then waved her hand. The subordinates of the Spirit Hall, understanding her gesture, took their leave with utmost discretion. In the west street of Spirit City, the atmosphere was sparsely populated and exceptionally desolate. Even the ordinary residents of Spirit City seldom ventured into this area. However, this place was home to the high-ranking officials of the Spirit Hall, reserved solely for those who had achieved a certain level of accomplishment and authority within its ranks. Qianren entered the room and resolutely secured the heavy door behind her. Under the watchful eyes of the titled Douluos, she felt compelled to present herself in the most commendable manner. She draped her coat over the sofa in the living room and changed into a more casual jacket. Removing the binding garment, Qianren stretched luxuriously, feeling a sense of relief. For the time being, she set aside her identity as Shui Qinghe. publicly announcing her visit to the territories of the Heaven-Do Empire under the guise of a discreet investigation into the people's sentiments. In truth, this was merely a small reprieve she had granted herself. Lifting a glass of clear water, she approached the bookshelf and gently shifted a few volumes, eliciting a heavy metallic sound. Gradually, a narrow opening appeared in the bookshelf. Glancing at the flickering candlelight emanating from within, she stepped inside. With a calm demeanor, Qian Rinxue spoke, a hint of amusement lacing her voice. Are you finding your stay here to be quite comfortable, Your Highness Xue Qinghe of the Heaven-Do Empire? Chapter 152. The verdict. How have you been, Xue Qinghe? Qian Rinxue's words seemed laced with sarcasm, her voice echoing in the dimly lit basement illuminated by only a few flickering candles. You appear to be in rather poor spirits. Xue Qinghe's tone carried a hint of mockery as well. Qian Rinxue snorted dismissively and pushed open the heavy door to the basement. In the flickering candlelight, Xue Qinghe held a book, carefully engrossed in its contents. His hands and feet were bound with specially crafted chains, a unique design exclusive to the Spirit Hall, capable of restraining ordinary soul masters. You seem quite at ease. Are you not afraid I will take your life? Qian Rinxue remarked, noting Xue Qinghe's unperturbed demeanor with a cold huff. Kill me, you say? Xue Qinghe's gaze lifted from his book, his calm eyes meeting Qian Rinxue's striking blue ones. If you truly intended to end my life, you would have acted long ago, wouldn't you? He smiled nonchalantly. Your purpose in keeping me alive is merely to use me as leverage against my father, to make things difficult for the entire Tiando Empire, am I correct? However, do not forget, I am a member of the Xue family. The moment you entertain such thoughts, I would choose to end my own life. After uttering these words, Xue Qinghe seemed to dismiss them as trivial, shaking his head in boredom before returning his attention to the book. Is this the pride of the Xue family? Qian Rinxue leaned against the wall, scoffing. Does it include Xue Leihan as well? Xue Qinghe did not look at her, but smiled slightly, responding. He is my most cherished younger brother, a paragon of virtue and talent. I imagine his cultivation has advanced significantly since he entered seclusion 6 months ago. He must be at level 66 by now. How cold, Qian Rinxue retorted icily. Haha, indeed, he is my brother. Xue Qinghe laughed heartily, his voice imbued with pride and exuberance. Are you not concerned I might have him assassinated? After all, disguised as me, such a thing is entirely plausible. He cast a sardonic glance at the human skin mask that Qian Rinxue carried. Yet, my brother would surely discern the truth. There is one thing you cannot replicate. What is that? Qian Rinxue inquired, curiosity piqued. That would be the bond of family. Xue Qinghe scoffed. Such feelings are beyond your grasp. Am I not correct? Qian Rinxue shot him a frosty glare before turning to ascend the stairs. Xue Qinghe observed her striking silhouette, shaking his head with a subtle, almost imperceptible smile of leisure upon his lips. My brother will surely remain safe. The ice and snow palace loomed in the desolate northern expanse of the divine realm, a grand edifice perpetually blanketed in snow, devoid of life. Much like its mistress, it exuded an aura of chilling aloofness. However, today, an unexpected guest arrived at the palace of ice and snow. Tap, tap, tap. The man, wearing a gentle smile tinged with anticipation and bearing a long sword on his back, gently rapped on the grand door of the palace. Moments after his knock, the door swung open of its own accord. As he gazed upon the hall devoid of earthly warmth, adorned with exquisite ice sculptures, a wry smile crept across his face. Little Ice, it has been a long time, he said, addressing the ice goddess seated upon her throne of frost, lost in thought. Judgment, what brings you here? The ice goddess's gaze shifted from afar to the man, her brow furrowing slightly at the sight of his warm expression. She was inherently inclined towards solitude, preferring to avoid too much disturbance. I came to see you and, by extension, to meet your next successor. Unfazed by her aloof demeanor, the man stepped closer with a smile. Leaning towards the ice goddess, he peered through a mirror crafted from ice and snow, witnessing another realm. Is this your chosen heir? Quite a remarkable talent, he praised, causing the ice goddess's furrowed brow to gradually ease. If you came merely to observe the ice goddess's successor, then you have already seen enough, she replied coolly, her gaze drifting towards the entrance, indicating a desire to usher him out. With a rueful chuckle, Judgment reflected on how, after countless years, the ice goddess's temperament remained unchanged. The god of judgment, who oversees the laws of the divine realm, was known for his gentle and serene nature. His sword, named Verdict, symbolized the resolution of all the world's ugliness and sin. No one could sway the heart of this powerful and handsome deity. Yet a select few knew that he harbored unrequited affection for a singular goddess, rendering all other women invisible in his eyes. That very goddess sat beside him, her delicate brows slightly furrowing. After passing on your legacy to this young boy, where do you wish to explore? The ice goddess's expression flickered with confusion. Indeed. After centuries spent in the ice palace, her understanding of the outside world was woefully limited. Would you like me to be your guide? I know of several intriguing worlds. Not limited to this Douluo Continent, the god of judgment suggested with a soft chuckle. The ice goddess regarded him thoughtfully for a moment before gradually nodding in agreement, offering a gentle mm. Judgment clenched his fist in silent triumph, but soon his brow furrowed in concern. If I am to be your guide, then it means I cannot retain my position as the god of judgment. Where might I find a suitable heir to take my place in the short term? The ice goddess, with her slender fingers, pointed at the sword floating before the boy in the vision. This young man possesses dual martial souls. His first is a sword, and his second is the essence of ultimate ice. Is it a sword? The judgment, having caught only a fleeting glimpse moments ago, hurriedly approached the screen, narrowing his eyes as he scrutinized the sword, which floated gently up and down. The ice god was aware that judgment was assessing the young man's talent and potential, and paid little heed to his casual lean against his left hand. Such a pure sword. Judgment's eyes slowly closed. The sword behind him quivered slightly. In his mind, he replayed the life of Shualei Han step by step, from his first cries at birth to his current status as a young man. Every memory was revisited lightly within the confines of his consciousness. Ah, a commendable youth, so deeply affectionate towards his other half. Yet, alas, the sentiments of that little bird seem rather regrettable. Judgment nodded in satisfaction, appreciating both the individual and the sword. Shall the assessment commence now? He is currently striving to break through to the 70th level. Should you intervene, it might propel him past the threshold of Hausher in one fell swoop. However, if I were to intervene, I would likely incur the ire of Shuro once more. Judgment chuckled heartily, his laughter tinged with a hint of resignation. Without further ado, let us proceed at this very moment. Chapter 153. The Name of the Sword. Judgment. Shualei Han's eyes remained clear and bright, meticulously counting the days in his mind. The wall beside him bore the marks of a sword, etched deeply into its surface. The room was shrouded in ice and snow, concealing the bloodshot veins in his eyes. Cultivation, cultivation, cultivation. These two words had consumed his thoughts for the past 6 months. He cast aside all emotions, fixated solely on the unwavering belief in his quest for strength. This was his way, Shualei Han's method of cultivation. He had never entertained the notion that the Spirit Hall might take action or that the Tiando Empire could fall. His singular focus was to grow stronger. His gaze was fixed upon the blue rose sword, a lifelong companion, and a faint smile graced his lips. The final boundary was in sight. He would push forward once more. 2 celestial rivers of energy surged chaotically, guiding the frigid soul power, revolving through cycle after cycle. At that moment, the blue rose sword, which emanated a blue glow, suddenly transformed, radiating an enchanting purple light. Yet, Shualei Han remained oblivious to this change. His eyes firmly shut, channeling the two forces within him. His heart was devoid of distractions, maintaining the stability of that power. The blue rose sword slowly floated before Shualei Han, the purple energy swirling, coalescing at the tip of the blade. With a sudden thrust, the sword plunged into his chest. Shualei Han's eyes flew open in shock, staring in disbelief at the sword embedded in his torso, momentarily at a loss for words. Was heaven forsaking him? His throat dry, he incredulously gazed at his longtime companion. Child, what nonsense are you spouting? A light-hearted male voice echoed in his ear. Who are you? A member of the Spirit Hall? Shualei Han responded hoarsely, sitting cross-legged. Strangely, he felt no pain where the sword had pierced. He surmised it must have been coated with a potent poison, the ability to enter this secret chamber unnoticed. Coupled with the poisoned sword that had penetrated through his constantly emanating sword aura, could this be the work of a tidal Douluo from the Spirit Hall? Spirit Hall? What is that? The man inquired, curiosity lacing his tone. Shualei Han's eyelids twitched slightly. The man's tone indeed suggested ignorance of the Spirit Hall. Who, then, was this enigmatic figure? Who are you? Shualei Han pressed. My name is Judgment, the god of judgment, the man replied with a gentle voice. Judgment, a god? Another deity? Shualei Han mused. The reason I am conversing with you is quite simple. I wish for you to inherit my divinity. Isn't that straightforward? Why? For personal reasons. Given that you possess twin martial souls, it is possible for you to inherit 2 divine positions, the god of judgment remarked with a faint smile. Your sword is remarkably pure, and I find it quite appealing. Thank you. Attempt to harness that power. Henceforth, your sword shall govern judgment, vanquishing all malevolent entities from this world. Remember, my sword is named Judgment. After a resounding, euphoric laugh from the god of judgment, his voice faded into silence. He felt neither pain nor bloodshed. Instead, he sensed a wondrous energy gradually permeating his being from the point where the sword had penetrated. Could this possibly be fate? Happiness arrived so unexpectedly that even Snow Tear's haunt struggled to navigate this daunting threshold, yet fortune had indeed graced him. It felt as though he were a protagonist from the fairy tales within the royal library, he mused softly, gazing at the sword that held him firmly to the ground. Snow Tear's Han once again grounded himself, attempting to communicate with the enigmatic soul power emanating from the blade. The purple aura was stirred by his soul energy, gradually merging into the two astral rivers. Upon his forehead, where the icy crown's mark resided, an additional sword, glowing with a faint purple light, was etched as a brand. The atmosphere stabilized. The Ice Phoenix, accompanied by Frost, approached Snow Tear's Han's chamber, sensing the fluctuations of soul energy within and exhaling a sigh of relief. Are you certain now, little dragon? The Ice Phoenix cast a worried glance at Frost, her expression a mix of hesitation and concern. You could have waited until he ascended to the rank of title Douluo to make your sacrifice. Why now? Frost revealed a smile of acceptance, stating, better to endure brief pain than prolonged suffering. Rather than worry about Snow Tear's Han's next moment, I believe it is best to become his strength now. Besides, I can contribute a soul bone. The young lad's combat prowess will undoubtedly soar. However, the world is vast. Do you not wish to explore it? Enough. Frost replied with a smile, my current sentiments mirror those of elder sister back then. After the sacrifice, I can exist in a spiritual form. What could be amiss? This also establishes a noble image of self-sacrifice for the few of us. Please do not hinder me any longer, elder sister. Frost laughed heartily, patting her head. The Ice Phoenix fell silent for a moment before a smile graced her lips. Very well, I shall leave it to you. Absolutely, elder sister, Frost beamed, gradually making his way toward the stone chamber. Young lad, this body is a gift from you. Now I return it. We are even. So do not chastise me for being foolish later. As for elder sister, alas, I find no words to express my thoughts, merely the whims of fate. Lastly, a parting thought for you, young lad. Charge forth with determination. The frosty, robust form gradually became ethereal, while an overwhelming aura surged forth, causing the entire Tiando United Academy to tremble. Several students possessing beast martial souls were forcefully pressed to the ground by this immense pressure, while some with weaker soul powers fainted instantly. Suddenly, Dream God Machine rose from his office chair, gazing at the swaying Tiando United Academy. It was not a title Douluo. But what could it possibly be? Not good, Director Meng. A powerful soul beast seems to have entered the academy, and all students with beast martial souls have collapsed. What did you say? The icy right fist gradually morphed into a dragon's claw, unleashing the full force of the pressure from a 200,000-year-old soul beast. The Ice Phoenix, with a hint of worry, observed the sacrificial ice frost dragon and then gestured with her hands, gradually erecting a barrier to ensure that no one would disturb this sacred offering. Little dragon, do your best. Shuelei Han was at a critical juncture of breaking through the 70th threshold when, amidst a tremor, a surge of icy energy rushed into his body, eliciting an involuntary groan from him. One by one, soul rings appeared behind Shuelei Han. The ultimate ice, initially adorned with 3 azure soul rings, now boasted another. In total, a staggering 10 soul rings adorned him from top to bottom. This exemplifies the innate advantage of a dual martial soul, enabling the possession of 18 soul rings, truly a prodigy. Surely, the martial soul hall would grow even more wary of such a talent. Chapter 154, The Girl Who Came to the Door. What is this? Shueleon gazed at the ice blue soul ring floating behind him, his tone laced with a hint of coldness. Bing Huang, why have you chosen to do this? He gritted his teeth slightly, drawing forth the azure rose sword from his chest. Why must it be this way? His words hung in the air of the dim chamber. Before him lay a crystal-clear soul bone, perfectly positioned, evoking a wave of emotion that stung his nose. Why? Shuelei Han repeated, his voice echoing in the silence. Bing Huang may have heard him, or perhaps not. The stillness enveloped them. They had a promising future ahead, a chance to continue living joyously. Why, then, make such a choice? Kid, spare us your sentimentality and absorb my soul bone first, came Bing Xuang's calm voice. Shuelei Han clenched his jaw, a note of accusation in his tone. Bing Xuang, Why do this? Because I wagered, Bing Shuang replied. Nonsense. You've barely possessed a body for even a year. Why not live fully? Shui Leon erupted. There is so much excitement in Douluo Continent. Why not witness it all? Bing Shuang fell silent for a moment before continuing. Because I wish to quickly become your strength. So that when you ascend to the divine realm, I can accompany you. Shui kid, your pace of growth is astonishing. Truly, you are a prodigy. What we fear is that by the time we return from our endeavors, you will have acquired all the soul rings on your own, leaving no place for us. We? Shui Lehan murmured, disbelief quivering in his voice. Are you saying that each of you intends to make a sacrifice? Indeed, this is our own decision, not that of the elder sister, Bing Shuang stated seriously. This is our choice. Do you understand? Shui Lehan took a deep breath, exhaling slowly. He stared at the translucent soul bone before him, holding it in his hands to discover it was a dragon's claw. The right hand's soul bone? He sighed softly. Quickly regaining his composure and calming his heart, he placed his palm upon it and began to absorb the claw of the frost giant dragon. Wuhuan City, West Street. Outside the door of Qianrenxue stood a girl with a serene expression. She knocked lightly and awaited a response. The heavy door swung open, revealing Qianrenxue, who nodded at her visitor and then stepped aside to allow passage. The girl, clad in the uniform of the Wuhuan Hall Academy, walked directly into the room. The teacher said that the Wuhuan Hall is planning an operation in 2 months. The location is the capital of the Heavendo Empire, Heavendo City. The objective is to assassinate the Snow Knight Emperor, with the false Snow Qinghe taking control of the regime. The young girl spoke softly before lifting her teacup to take a sip. 2 months later, I understand. Qianrenxue acknowledged with a hum, then shifted her gaze towards the girl. Luo Li, have you been busy with your studies lately? The girl nodded calmly, her expression serene. The teacher has assigned a great deal of homework, and I find myself going to bed late every night. Moreover, some members of my group are quite a hindrance, which is troublesome. What about your training? Luo Li continued to report, my soul power level has reached 58, and the teacher is very pleased, permitting me a short break. You have already reached 58? Qianrenxue regarded Luo Li's delicate features, observing this student, younger by a year, whom she had met through a mission at the Spirit Hall. Congratulations. Qianrenxue stated flatly, and Luo Li accepted the compliment with equal calmness. Their aloof and tranquil temperaments mirrored each other perfectly. Senior, may I ask you something? Go ahead, Qianrenxue nodded. Having spent so much time in Tiando City, have you ever heard of the name Asro? Qianrenxue's eyes flickered. She had extensively researched all individuals connected to Shui Lehan, particularly the data on the Royal Battle Team, the 10 outstanding of Tiando. The ghost leopard martial soul, Asro. He had left behind a formidable reputation during his time in Douluo Continent. I know of him. Although Qianrenxue found it odd that Luo Li was familiar with this name, she stated it plainly. He should be in Tiando City. Or perhaps at the Tiando United Academy. Thank you, Senior. Luo Li slightly lowered her head, expressing her gratitude respectfully. What business do you have with him? Qianrenxue inquired with curiosity. The only response she received was Luo Li's flat reply. I have some personal matters to discuss with him. Remember, do not have too much contact with those outside the Spirit Hall. It would be difficult to handle if the elders found out. Thank you, Senior. I understand. In the early morning at the Tiando United Academy, Shui Lehan executed a sword technique before sheathing the Azure Rose Sword. The Ice Goddess assessment was complete, and her soul rings had all increased by 2,000 years in cultivation. The originally purple first soul ring transformed into black. Shui Lehan sighed softly, sitting cross-legged. Her gaze fixed upon the horizon where the sun was about to rise. Tang Xin had completed the Yuxian course months ago, and after shedding his past, he had become an elegant young gentleman, exuding a refined charm. Before his departure, he had informed Shui Lehan that he would be returning to the Hautian sect. Soon, all students of Shrek Academy would return to the Shrek branch for a reunion. After sharing this news with her, he departed with the Hautian Douluo. Tears of Snow bid farewell with a smile. What are you pondering? Dugu Yan, adorned in a flowing white garb, placed a gentle hand upon the proud back of Shui Lehan. Just honing my skills, Shui Lehan replied with a faint smile on his side profile. At this moment, spring had already arrived. My soul power has reached level 68. How long do you intend to remain at level 70, Lehan? Dugu Yin inquired tenderly. I am uncertain. At least until I comprehend that sword technique, Shui Lehan mused, his mind replaying the awe-inspiring, radiant sword that vanquished all evil in its path, the Sword of Judgment. Judgment? Has it been several months already? Is this sword technique truly that formidable? Indeed, Shui Lehan said, playfully tapping Douluo Yan's nose. Come, let us have breakfast. Very well. At the Tiando United Academy, Osro rubbed his still drowsy head, having gone 2 weeks without a proper night's sleep, consumed by thoughts of cultivation, leaving him somewhat drained. Osro. Soul power level 67. I am so exhausted. Let us have breakfast. He yawned before stepping out of his room. Why are you so tired? Luoli stood vivaciously at Osro's door, inquiring nonchalantly. You. Osro's eyes widened in surprise, the fatigue vanishing in an instant. The spirit hall granted me a day off. So I came to find you, Luoli stated calmly. That seems unrelated, Osro retorted. Are we not heading for breakfast? Luoli remarked, turning to leave. Osro slapped his forehead in an attempt to awaken himself, then followed Luoli towards the cafeteria. Unlike his companions during his adventures on the Douluo Continent, he had never acted frivolously. After all, the name Ghost Shadow was not earned without merit. Chapter 155, Spring in the Early Morning. The cafeteria of the Chuangtian-do United Academy was relatively empty, with only a handful of students savoring their breakfast. Most of the students were still in slumber or engaged in their training, which is quite natural. Shui Leihan did not impose a high-pressure educational approach. Rather, as he had articulated years prior, he advocated for teaching in accordance with one's talents. When individuals remain tense for too long, they inevitably succumb to fatigue. Observing the Shui-do battle team seated not far away, he nodded silently. They had been preoccupied with their own affairs, neglecting to check on their students. With this thought in mind, he approached and set his tray aside. Good morning. Good morning, teacher. The members of the Shui-do battle team exclaimed upon hearing that familiar and warm voice, immediately rising to their feet with genuine smiles illuminating their faces. You all have made remarkable progress, Shui Leihan remarked, narrowing his eyes slightly as he sensed the soul power circulating within them, nodding appreciatively. It's all thanks to the teacher's training methods, Yin Tian said, scratching his head with a smile. It is also due to your own diligence. Keep it up. Shui Leihan encouraged warmly. Teacher must have assigned you homework. Hurry along to Shrek and find him, he added. Recalling the teacher's usual mannerisms and gesturing for them to forego further conversation. Truly a teacher, Bu Yunduan smiled. After which he and the other members of the Shui-do battle team slightly bowed. Teacher, we are off now. Indeed, go ahead, Shui Leihan replied with a smile. Watching them bounce away, and he could not help but feel a wave of nostalgia. Ah, youth, what are you pondering? Are you really entertaining thoughts akin to an old man? Dong Guyan inquired as she placed her tray beside Shui Leihan, a slight smile gracing her lips. By the time I become an old man, you will be an old woman too, Shui Leihan chuckled. Insulting. Dong Guyan huffed playfully before taking a seat beside him. Ah, is someone already boasting about their wife this early? Shui Leihan remarked, without even glancing. As he knew that the only single man in the Huangdo battle team was Yufeng. Have you truly not considered it? You're no longer a child. Why remain single? Shui Leihan observed Yufeng sitting across from him, lifting his chopsticks slightly in a gesture reminiscent of guiding a younger generation. Uffed. Dong Guyan burst into laughter. I'm still quite young. Thank you very much. Yufeng retorted, touching his face. Where is the sign of aging? The legal marriage age in the Tiando Empire and the Xinglua Empire is 16, while it seems to be 14 in the Prairie Wolf clan. May I inquire how old you are now? Shui Leihan teased without mercy. 21, there you have it. What perplexes me is that you have yet to find a girlfriend. Do you perhaps prefer men? Nonsense. You're the one who likes men. Yufeng's complexion flushed to deep crimson as he pointed an accusatory finger at Shui Leihan, unleashing a torrent of invective. Surely, there must be a reason behind this. I have a fiancée, he murmured, his gaze cast downwards upon the dining tray. He had never met her, but had heard she was the daughter of a wealthy consortium in Wuching, he added with a shrug. Why have you never met her? Shui Leihan inquired. Because I truly have no desire to, Yufeng replied with a nonchalant smile. I have always regarded love with indifference, and I do not perceive it as a necessity. Your perspective is rather perilous, Shui Leihan remarked, somewhat exasperated. It is merely my parents who are incessantly nagging me, urging me to go to Wuching to find my betrothed, which I have no intention of doing. Yufeng, I must speak earnestly. You are now 21 years old. If this is an arranged marriage, then the young woman in question is also 21. She has been waiting for you for a full 21 years. How many 20-year spans are there to squander in this world? How many can be wasted? Du Gongyin stated with solemnity. Though I cannot make this decision for you, I implore you to contemplate it seriously. He sighed, reflecting on his own experiences. I concur with the eldest sister's viewpoint, Cielo remarked. As he and Nangongyu approached the trio's table with their trays, Cielo set down his tray and patted Yufeng on the shoulder. Fengzi, I share the same sentiment. Why not take some time to visit her? Yufeng shook his head with a wry smile. In truth, we could go if we wished. Wuqing is not exceedingly far from Tiando City. At most, it would take us 2 days. We are all soul masters above level 60. And with Xieli's assistance to expedite our journey, I believe we could arrive in half a day. I genuinely do not wish to go. After making her wait for 20 years, a sudden visit would likely end with her father being rather displeased. Yufeng gestured dramatically, mimicking a throat-cutting motion. Do you wish for your betrothed to wait for you a lifetime? Du Gongyan stated flatly. Yufeng was taken aback, beads of cold sweat trickling down his spine. I see my error, eldest sister, he admitted, his voice laden with remorse. Enough, Shui Leihan gently chided, giving Yufeng a light punch. She then nodded towards Du Gongyan. The weather has been splendid lately, a perfect time for a little respite. How about we take a trip to Wuqing? I have no objections. It has indeed been a taxing period of training, and I believe it is time to unwind. Xiaolu stretched languidly. Shui Leihan glanced at Xiaolu, knowing he had not been slacking off recently. What are you discussing? Osro boisterously plopped down beside Shui Leihan, crossing his legs. We're planning a trip to Wuqing soon. And perhaps we could meet Yufeng's fiancée. Are you available? Absolutely, he replied without hesitation. Oslo revealed a faint smile. Indeed. He had been feeling somewhat fatigued from his recent training, and a touch of relaxation was most certainly warranted. By the way, allow me to introduce this young lady. Her name is Lori, a student from the Spirit Hall Academy. Oslo raised his hand, directing everyone's attention to the white-haired girl standing quietly outside the circle. Greetings, everyone. My name is Lori, and I am a friend of Oslo. So, this young lady was indeed the one Oslo had spoken of, the girl from the Spirit Hall. Hello, my name is Shui Leihan, but you may call me Brother Shui. Shui Leihan said with a smile, narrowing his eyes. Lori's gaze shifted slightly, and she then bowed slightly, whispering, Brother Shui, the third prince of the Tiando Empire. Shui Leihan, an esteemed target of assassination by the Spirit Hall. Lori understood the significance of Shui Leihan's identity and was also aware of the Spirit Hall's status. Yet, why did he treat her with the same kindness as an ordinary girl? What was the true relationship between Oslo, the man who had saved her life, and Shui Leihan? Chapter 156. The warmth in my embrace, little sister Luoli. Do not stand there. Please take a seat. Du Guyan gently pulled Luoli's hand, encouraging her to sit down. Shui Leihan exchanged a knowing glance with Osro, who promptly took a seat. I just heard you mention going to Wu City. What is the purpose of your visit? Osro inquired, seamlessly joining the conversation. For the details, you may want to consult Fengzi. He is about to shoulder the responsibilities of a man. Shui Leihan dramatically proclaimed. Responsibilities of a man. Is Fengzi entangled with another woman? Osro chuckled. Luoli was taken aback. Shui Leihan, the third prince, whom our teacher holds in such high regard. She mused, observing the heartwarming scene before her. It was a stark contrast to that day in the forest when Osro had maintained a stern demeanor, often appearing cold and speaking little. Yet now he radiated joy. However, his friend was Shui Leihan, a principal target of the Spirit Hall. If Shui Leihan were to perish, Osro would undoubtedly be heartbroken. Yet, Luoli wished to shield Osro from sorrow. Conflicted emotions flickered in Luoli's eyes. During her time at the Spirit Academy, few classmates shared such light-hearted camaraderie. Most were serious, earnestly pursuing their studies. A sudden wave of envy washed over Luoli, a feeling she had never experienced before. Little sister Luoli, shall we go together? Luoli lifted her gaze to find several cheerful faces turned toward her. For a moment, she was taken aback, then softly uttered a faint mm. Then it is settled. Xiao Luo, please inform Tianhong. He should still be in training. We shall depart this afternoon, Shui Leihan declared decisively, rising alongside Du Guyan. Let us take a rare moment to relax before we return to our training. He clapped his hands, a smile breaking across his face. Come. Let us see what we need to bring. He whispered to Du Guyan as they walked out of the dining hall hand in hand. When will the Shrek Academy students arrive? Du Guyan asked, stowing her clothes into her soul guide. She began tidying up the room. Perhaps in about a month. They mentioned they have not gathered in 5 years, Shui Leihan replied, seated comfortably on the nearby sofa, his gaze warm as he watched Du Guyan's busy movements. 5 years? How swiftly time passes, Du Guyan mused. Indeed, Shui Leihan sighed in agreement. 5 years ago, we were in Spirit City, vying for the championship in the Youth Soul Master Competition. Do you miss those days? Just a fleeting sentiment, Shui Leihan replied nonchalantly. Du Guyan lightly tapped her chin, contemplating, what are you planning to do about little Luoli? What do you mean by do about? Her soul power level hovers around 50, indicating that she is likely a key candidate for cultivation within the spirit hall. Moreover, judging by the expression she wore when facing you, it is plausible that she has heard of you from her mentor. So, should we engage her in conversation, or if that fails, resort to more assertive measures? Suggested Douluo. I shall not entertain such notions, Snow Terhan interjected with a wry smile. She is merely an innocent student, not one of the ambitious elders or the Pope of the Spirit Hall. For us, she is just a student at this moment. Furthermore, her relationship with Osro is that of friends on the brink of romance. Should we take action, Osro may remain silent, yet I would be unable to reconcile with myself. Every matter possesses its duality, and my blue rose sword is reserved solely for those who are truly wicked, seeking only a path of clear conscience. Snow Terhan stated with grave resolve, let this matter be put to rest. Observing Douluo's downcast visage, he swiftly added, however, I perceive your concern for me. You are right. I shall heed your advice. Douluo softly acknowledged with a hum. Indeed. Snow Terhan gently tousled Douluo's silky locks, revealing a faint smile. Let us prepare to set forth. Very well. The group set out with light gear, as each possessed soul-guided storage devices, thus avoiding the burden of heavy packs. They chose to traverse the official road at a brisk pace rather than employing carts. With the formidable support of Cielo, their speed remained consistently swift. They walked in small clusters, while Yufeng raced ahead alone. A sense of unease gnawed at him. He had never considered the gravity of having neglected his fiancée for over 20 years until Snow Terhan and Douluo highlighted the issue. Yufeng felt a twinge of anxiety. Yu Tianhing chuckled as he observed Yufeng speeding along like a wind chime. Perhaps he fears owing something to that woman. He remarked, it is only natural. It is normal for Yufeng to feel flustered. Snow Terhan laughed heartily. Sure Mo and Sure Mo shared a knowing chuckle. Luo Li, are you weary? Would you like me to assist you? Osro inquired with concern as he glanced at the panting Luo Li, a support-type soul master wielding the silver sunflower. It is only natural for her stamina to falter, especially as she had not endured the grueling training of Snow Terhan. I am fine, Luo Li replied, shaking her head. In the spirit hall, physical punishment is quite commonplace. Allow me to guide you. You know my pace is always swift, Osro remarked, frowning at Luo Li's labored breaths. Why put on a brave face when you are a support-type soul master? Upon this realization, Osro swiftly scooped up the petite figure sprinting ahead of him. Cradling Lori gently in his arms, he inhaled deeply and accelerated significantly. What are you doing? Lori inquired softly. You must be feeling a bit weary. Despite my youth, my soul power level is quite high. This distance is trivial for A. Osro replied with a gentle smile. A sudden whistle broke the air, drawing the attention of those ahead back to the two at the rear of the group. Impressive. Little Ro, Shui Han exclaimed, giving Osro a thumbs up and winking at him. I didn't expect this guy to master such a technique without any guidance. Cielo murmured quietly. Feeling the gazes of her companions upon her, Lori, for once, lowered her head. Her heart raced within her chest. A sensation of tranquility washing over her, one she had never experienced before. It was a sense of security that had eluded her even in the dormitory of the Martial Soul Academy. This feeling had not graced her since the passing of her parents when she was merely 3 years old. Today, however, she felt it once more, the warmth that seared her heart with an intensity she had long forgotten. Chapter 157. The quaint abodes by the flowing stream. Just as Shui Han had anticipated, the speed at which they traveled as soul masters was unparalleled. Moreover, thanks to the rigorous training previously established by Shui Han, which included grueling tasks such as long-distance treks to acquire soul rings, each of them had successfully endured these demanding challenges. Thus, the distances they covered seemed trivial. Truly, soul masters epitomize the noblest profession in the Douluo Continent. Only the elite among them can perceive the unseen. Wuching, the second-largest city of the Tiando Empire, stood in stark contrast to the commercial bustling of Tiando City, exuding an air of elegance and antiquity. Historically, this city had once served as the capital of the Tiando Empire. Quaint abodes by a flowing stream, this is Wuching. As they passed through the ancient yet sturdy city walls, the group approached the city one by one. Shui Han reminisced about his childhood visit to this place for a banquet of the Tiando Empire, recalling the familiar scenery from his youth. After all, it was the second-largest city and former capital. Yu Tianhing sighed, gazing at the white walls and black tiles of the buildings, feeling a sense of nostalgia. Due to its proximity to the Xinglua Empire, the climate here was relatively mild. Bathed in the gentle spring sunlight, Shui Leihan smiled and explained. Where shall we find lodging, Snow Leader? I have never been to Wuching and am unfamiliar with it, asked Cielo. If you are asking me, I am equally uncertain. For I was quite young when I last visited Wuching, he replied, stepping onto the main avenue. Let us follow this road. We are bound to find an inn with ample guest rooms. With the vibrant spring in full bloom and the fragrance of flowers wafting through the air, the sun gradually descended in the distance. For the first time, Shui Leihan felt that living here could be a delightful choice. Although lacking the splendor of Tiando City, Wuching possessed a unique, tranquil beauty. What about that inn? It appears rather lively. Shimo pointed towards a fluttering banner that bore the bold characters for fragrant breeze. That seems to be a brothel. Are you certain we should stay there tonight? Deguyen shot a disapproving glare at Shimo. Shimo broke into a cold sweat, glancing at Shui Leihan, whose expression mirrored his own bewilderment, and silently signaled for help. The advantage of a brothel is its exclusivity. Shui Leihan waved his hand, defending Shimo. Higher prices imply fewer patrons. Since we are all companions, I believe Shimo's suggestion is reasonable. Deguyen blushed at these words and shot a furious stare at Shui Leihan, who awkwardly scratched his head. If word got out that the third prince was visiting a brothel with his classmates, he would undoubtedly become the subject of ridicule. I concur, Yu Tianhing chimed in. Let it be decided then. Shimo silently expressed his gratitude to the two esteemed leaders as they stepped into the fragrant breeze inn. The melodious sounds of singing and dancing wafted from within. Amidst a carpet of fallen blossoms and exquisite architecture, Shui Leihan's appreciation for this establishment of pleasure houses deepened. The heavily adorned matron's eyes widened in astonishment upon spotting the handsome young men approaching, but her gaze softened into a demure smile upon noticing the women accompanying them. Esteemed young masters and mistresses, please come this way, she greeted politely. With her years of experience, she could discern a person's character and preferences merely by their demeanor, thus estimating the wealth they possessed. Yet, that fleeting glance at the young men momentarily startled her. Could it be that they were the elusive spirit masters rarely seen in these parts? Realizing this, the matron quickly composed herself, reminding herself that she was merely a server, not a middle-aged matron introducing young ladies. Shui Leihan nodded. We require 6 guest rooms. Certainly, esteemed young masters and mistresses, please follow me. She responded with a beaming smile, turning to lead the way. Did you see how her eyes nearly popped out? Du Guyan whispered fiercely in Shui Leihan's ear. Impossible. In my eyes, there's only you, he replied with a hint of amusement, gently caressing her blushing cheek. Humph, that's more like it, she retorted, her cheeks reddening further as she trailed closely behind him, akin to a devoted wife, though they were already married. YTNHing raised an eyebrow, clearly having overheard Shui Leihan's domineering remarks, inwardly reflecting on how this fellow was indeed a wolf in sheep's clothing, adept at charming women. As they entered the grand hall, the rich aroma of wine enveloped them, accompanied by the raucous cheers of men and the melodious strains of a young woman performing on stage. Currently performing is our most renowned girl, Ro Air. Today, for reasons unknown, she is in high spirits and has graced us with her music, which is usually as rare as a gem, the matron explained as they walked. Shui Leihan observed a group of young women at a table, chattering and enjoying delicacies. Are women also permitted to enter the pleasure house? He inquired. Ah, young master. You are unaware that our establishment is open to women as well. They can seek counsel from our courtesans and dance and music, she clarified. Ah, I see. Shui Leihan nodded in understanding. The matron led them to the second floor, where the atmosphere was significantly quieter, interrupted only by the gentle lapping of a small artificial pond. This area is relatively tranquil, she remarked with a knowing look, guiding them into separate rooms. Shui Leihan and Du Guyan shared one, Yu Tianheng with Yu Fengling, the Shi brothers in another, Cielo with Nanganya, Osro and Yu Feng in one, and Yi Ling with Luo Li in the last. After the allocations were completed, everyone returned to their rooms. Shui Leihan granted them half an hour to recuperate. Stretching her body, Shui Leihan descended the stairs and observed the Imperial battle team. Noticing that the members of the Heavenly Doten were scattered around a table, with a smile, she approached and took a seat. Tomorrow, shall we seek out your betrothed? Shui Leihan inquired. Do you even know her name? I only know her surname is Xia. Yu Feng replied, a look of exasperation crossing his face as he stared intently at his cup. How ridiculous, not even knowing another's name. Cielo interjected with a smirk. All right. Let's set off tomorrow to find the Xia family. Given our numbers, we should split up in our search, Yu Tianheng suggested, clearing his throat. Then it is settled. The main endeavor for tomorrow will be to locate the exact whereabouts of the Xia family for Feng Zi, and we shall inform one another accordingly. Shuai Han nodded in agreement. The night, however, still felt interminable. Chapter 158. The Acquisition of Intelligence. Shuai Han strolled down the sparsely populated streets, absorbing the serene atmosphere of Wu City with its antiquated charm. When it comes to gathering information, the simplest approach is to glean it from the conversations of others. Methodically searching each establishment in the city is undoubtedly the most laborious tactic. With this thought in mind, Shuai Han adjusted the sword slung across his back and entered a bustling tavern. Choosing a central position, he addressed the approaching waiter. For those seated in the middle can observe all directions and eavesdrop on numerous dialogues. Upon hearing Shuai Han's intent, the waiter immediately comprehended his purpose. Certainly, esteemed guest. This way, please. The waiter guided Shuai Han to a table at the heart of the establishment, tidied it up, and presented the menu. Shuai Han casually ordered a few dishes and settled in, awaiting the emergence of information that piqued his interest. The most beautiful voting event in Wu City is about to commence. Who do you plan to vote for? A burly man nudged his companion with a wink. Shuai Han's eyes flickered. He sought insights regarding women or beauties, the very information he yearned to acquire that day. I'm not sure. Perhaps it's the lovely Xiaofei from the fragrant pavilion, his companion mumbled. You're not infatuated with her, are you? Actually, I intend to redeem her. Is that true? Shuai Han's gaze momentarily halted, recognizing the implication behind the burly man's words. It is a commonly accepted truth that courtesans may be redeemed from brothels for a price. Many courtesans are orphans, drawn into such establishments to survive in a harsh world. This is a sad reality. Nevertheless, every profession has its shadows. And even Shuai Han found it hard to believe that every woman in a brothel had chosen her path willingly. Just yesterday, he had caught a fleeting glimpse of a young girl with weary, lifeless eyes, and he understood the grim realities at play. He had always preferred to avoid contemplating the darker sides of life, yet these shadows persist. Is your gaze fixated solely on the courtesans? The burly man lamented, exasperated. There are many beautiful young ladies in Wu City. Have you not heard of them? Even if I have heard of them, it's improbable that I could engage in a romantic affair, his companion sighed. The chasm between our statuses is simply too vast. Nevertheless, feel free to make your choice. The burly man said, taking a swig of ale and letting out a contented sigh. The daughters of the Zi, Lung, and Yi families are breathtakingly beautiful, but alas, such connections are beyond our reach. Dream on, my friend, he jested. What of the young lady from the Xia family? The young lady should not be pursued any further, as it is rumored she is already betrothed. Despite the throngs of admirers vying for her attention, her parents' directives confine her to her chamber daily. Upon hearing this, Shuai Han stepped forward and placed a golden soul coin on the table. My good fellow, allow me to treat you to this meal. Might I inquire about the circumstances surrounding the young lady of the Xia family? I find myself rather intrigued. The burly man scrutinized Shuai Han, and his gaze involuntarily narrowed upon noticing the exquisite sword sheathed at his back. He surmised that the young man must be yet another suitor for the Xia lady. With a smirk, the man gestured for Shuai Han to take a seat. You have indeed come to the right person. I possess considerable knowledge regarding the affairs of Wu City. Raising an eyebrow, he continued, the Xia lady, whose full name is Xia Tian, is a vivacious and striking young woman. With a smile, he uncorked the bottle of wine he had poured for Shuai Han, filling a cup to the brim. It is said that the Xia lady has an exceedingly irresponsible fiancé who abandoned her. Is that not amusing? The man chuckled heartily. Many a man desires to experience her charm, yet her fiancé is a fool who has simply vanished. Shuai Han's expression shifted slightly, inwardly cursing Feng Zi for his lack of responsibility. From your demeanor, it appears you are one of Xia Tian's admirers. I would advise you to reconsider. The Xia family is not particularly welcoming to suitors, and it would be prudent to refrain from pursuing her. The man offered this counsel kindly. For the Xia lady's suitors were numerous, yet the family head remained steadfast in the belief that her betrothed would eventually return, treating potential suitors with disdain. Shuai Han laughed heartily, then stood up, shaking his head. Thank you for the information. I must take my leave. Are you truly going? I implore you, my friend. The man exclaimed. Farewell. Shuai Han replied with a carefree smile, waving as he exited the tavern. The waiter stood in bewilderment, watching his retreating figure. But sir, you have yet to eat the dishes you ordered. With the information in hand, Shuai Han returned to the fragrant pavilion. After a brief respite, he descended the stairs when the meeting time arrived. His eyes first fell upon Yufeng, who sat there looking as dejected as a frostbitten eggplant, while the female group regarded him with disdain, akin to that reserved for scoundrels. The male group, however, wore expressions of amusement, and Yu Tianheng appeared particularly peculiar. "Ah, everyone is here," Shui Leihan greeted. "Help me, Snow Boss. They are intent on doing me in," Yu Feng exclaimed. Rushing over to Shui Leihan and pointing at the predatory gazes of Du Guyin, Yu Fengling, and Yi Lingling, Shui Leihan patted Yu Feng's shoulder. "You must take responsibility as a man, my friend." Yu Feng replied, lowering his head. "Have we all gathered the information?" Shui Leihan inquired with a smile. "Indeed," the group nodded in unison. "Any thoughts?" Shui Leihan asked. "Scoundrel," they replied. "Irresponsible men, truly outrageous." The crowd expressed their thoughts, each voice adding to the darkening countenance of Yu Feng. "Well, since matters have come to this, and the woman has waited for you all these years, it is time for you to assume your responsibility." Shui Leihan turned to Yu Feng, who appeared dejected, and said, "Do you understand, big brother Shui?" Yu Feng raised his head, determination gleaming in his eyes as he nodded affirmatively. "Yes, that's the spirit. Regardless of your feelings, the young woman from the Xia family has waited for you for 2 decades. I do not demand that you marry her. If she does not appeal to you, then grant her the freedom she deserves, lest she waste her life waiting for you." Shui Leihan gently advised. "Conversely, if you find her character to your liking, then consider how you might make amends, for being stood up for 20 years must have left her with some resentment. Are you aware of the Xia family's location?" Yu Tianheng asked in a low voice. "I have inquired, and it is very close to here." "Then let us proceed." Chapter 159, To Stay or to Leave Master. Someone has come to pay a visit. A well-dressed housemaid whispered into the ear of a middle-aged tycoon. "Is business at hand?" The tycoon sighed, shaking his tobacco and exhaling a plume of smoke. Master, it seems it is not business." The housemaid murmured. "It is a group of young men, apparently seeking an audience with you." "Foolish. If they seek me, it must pertain to business." The tycoon reproached the maid with a glance, gradually rising to his feet. "What of Xia? The young lady is in her chamber, embroidering. Alas, she bears the brunt of it." The tycoon stroked his beard, lamenting deeply. "Master, is the young lady to wait for that fiancé of hers her entire life? Her youth is being squandered." The housemaid spoke urgently, having developed affection for the household over her years of service. "Old Guan, you do not comprehend. That fiancé's family has bestowed upon me a life-saving grace. My caravan was ravaged by a band of Soul Master bandits over a decade ago. You must recall this incident." "Indeed, Master, I remember. At that time, the Yu family fortuitously passed by and vanquished those brigands. Had they not intervened, there would be no Xia Hao today. This is an immense favor, akin to my very life. I, Xia Hao, place great importance on bonds and human kindness. This is the fundamental moral compass of a person. Moreover, I am a merchant." Xia Hao coughed lightly. "Even if you deem my past decision unworthy, I still believe it was both unworthy and worthy. Let us proceed to greet our guests." With that, Xia Hao stepped out of the study. "Miss, yet another group of visitors has come to see the master." "Indeed. After all, father is a merchant. There are several young men, all quite handsome." Summer placed her needle and thread aside, exhaling a weary sigh. "But what does it matter to me? They are likely suitors who will soon be dismissed by father." "Not necessarily." The maid chuckled softly. "I overheard Uncle Guan mention that one of the letters bears the surname Yu. At the mention of this name, Summer's expression turned cold. "Girl, do not speak that name before me." The maid's face fell, and she clung to Summer's arm, pleading. "But miss, if that Yu truly comes knocking, what will you do? Will you chase him away?" "If I were to chase him off, father would be displeased. I shall simply leave him be." Summer furrowed her brows and huffed. "Honestly, my expectations for a partner are quite modest. I merely wish for someone who will remain by my side, and that would suffice." With this thought, Summer could not help but let out a sigh. The maid whispered softly, "If these words were to spread, I cannot imagine how many more suitors would come forth." Girl. The housekeeper surnamed Guan was calling out. "Ah, coming." After bidding farewell to Miss Xia Tian, the maid cheerfully exited her boudoir. "Uncle Guan, what has happened?" "It seems the young lady's betrothed has arrived." "What?" "Just 10 minutes ago." In the main hall of the Xia residence, they bowed before the head of the Xia family. "Seeing so many talented youths, I truly feel my age, ha ha ha." Xia Hao laughed heartily. "Not at all. The Xia family rose from nothing. We are indeed a model for our generation," replied Shui Leihan, graceful and refined. After exchanging a few pleasantries, they had made a brief acquaintance. "May I inquire as to the purpose of your visit?" Xiaohao asked with a smile, observing the young men standing tall, particularly the blue-haired youth who bore a sword on his back. If this sword was not merely for show, then he must be a soul master. For the aura they exuded was ethereal, as if they existed on a different plane altogether. The intention behind their visit to the head of the Xia family was quite simple. Shui Leihan smiled faintly, then stepped aside, allowing Yufeng to approach. I have brought the betrothed of the young lady from the Xia family. Suddenly, Xiaohao began to cough violently, as if he might expel his very lungs. Excuse me, what did you say? Shui Leihan gently tapped Yufeng's shoulder, signaling him to introduce himself. Greetings, head of the Xia family. My name is Yufeng. If this marriage contract has not been miswritten, I should be the betrothed of Miss Xia, Yufeng stated. Retrieving a letter from his storage ring and placing it upon the nearby table. This action left Xiaohao momentarily stunned. With a storage ring, it seemed this individual was no ordinary person. Ahaha, you are too kind. Allow me to take a look. Xiaohao chuckled awkwardly, examining the letter. Upon recognizing his own handwriting and seal, he finally breathed a sigh of relief. It appeared to be authentic. Xiaohao nodded and casually inquired. Might I ask what your profession is? Profession? Yufeng hesitated briefly before responding calmly. I am a soul master. Indeed, a soul master, Xiaohao exhaled in relief. Then contentedly took a few puffs of tobacco. Uncle, that substance is unhealthy in excess, Yufeng remarked, slightly furrowing his brow in concern. Alas. Xiaohao set down his pipe and sighed. Let me take you to meet Xiaoxia. Since you are friends of Yufeng, you should all come along. With that, he waved to the others and exited the grand hall alone. Shui Leihan and Yufeng walked in the wake of Xiaohao, while several men, including Yu Tianheng, trailed behind. The female group had ventured to the renowned attractions in Wu City, leaving the male group to shoulder their responsibilities. Boss Shui, I've come to a realization, Yufeng murmured, his words dissipating with the breeze. If she despises me, then this marriage contract should be rendered null and void. After all, the notion of my sudden appearance to claim her hand is utterly absurd. I understand your sentiments, but what if she were to accept you? Shui Leihan gently urged. Yufeng replied with a wry smile. In truth, I still believe she is the type who would never forgive me. After our meeting, I shall inform the head of the Xia family that this contract is no longer valid. Do not let pessimism cloud your thoughts, Shui Leihan said, patting Yufeng's shoulder. Never relinquish hope so easily. Your current mindset is unlike the true you. I suggest you recalibrate your attitude. Yufeng chuckled softly. The boat will surely reach the bridge when it comes to that. Although a sense of guilt lingered, it did not manifest on his countenance. His expression was solemn yet tinged with a hint of playful irreverence. This was the genuine Yufeng, the one who roamed the vast Douluo Continent. Around him, one could only sense the ethereal grace of the wind. Chapter 160. Departing once more, aspirations for the future. The long hair of Yufeng danced in the wind, as he found himself captivated by the enchanting scene before him. It was the silhouette of a young girl, petals cascading down, and the gentle ripples of the green waters nearby. Her profile was so earnest, as if the needle and thread in her hands were her entire world. Yufeng stood there, entranced, suddenly gripped by a pang of heartache. Had this girl truly spent each day in such a manner, all because of him? His cheeks puffed out, and his fists clenched tightly. Yufeng, whether you choose to stay or to leave, we will respect your decision. After uttering this phrase, Shui Leihan departed with Xiaohao back to the hall, leaving Yufeng alone with the beautiful girl who was engrossed in her embroidery. Yufeng gazed at her silhouette, at a loss for words. Should he apologize? Or, the carefree Yufeng found himself at a loss in the face of such a situation. Xiaoyan remained silent, but the small mirror in her hand reflected the scene behind her. She scrutinized Yufeng's face, noting the despondency that lingered there. In truth, she didn't harbor much hatred. Xiaotian sighed inwardly. She had imagined countless times what her betrothed, whom she had never met, might look like, perhaps an ordinary worker or a humble innkeeper. The possibilities were endless. Regardless of who he might be, inheriting the entirety of the Xia family fortune was a certainty. Xiaotian had long been mentally prepared for this. Was he a soul master? Xiaotian pondered. The soul master, the most noble of professions, yet what I yearn for is not that form of nobility, but rather a genuine heart. Slowly, she closed her eyes, absorbing the rhythmic sound of the breathing behind her, and sighed once more. In any case, I do not intend to forgive him, humph. After firmly concluding this in her heart, Xiaotian refrained from uttering a single word to Yufeng and redirected her gaze to the needle and thread once more. Shuelada. I shall not take my leave, Yufeng spoke in a hushed tone. Have you made up your mind? Shui Leian gently patted his shoulder. Yes, I will stay to accompany her a while longer, Yu Feng replied, lowering his head. Let me stay with you, Cielo interjected. I happen to believe this place is an excellent location for cultivation. I shall remain. So shall we, Sure Mashimo nodded. The two brothers knew that cultivating together would expedite their progress. Then, Yu Feng, I entrust him to you. Be sure to keep a close watch on him. Shui Leian jested lightly before winking at Yu Feng. He had stated it was a choice to stay or to leave. Since Yu Feng opted to remain, Shui Leian chose to support him. I need to return to the Blue Electric Tyrant sect, Yu Tianheng stated. The sect leader wishes to speak with me. Shui Leian gazed at Yu Tianheng, who shook his head slightly, remarking, perhaps they seek to make me the leader of a sect, but with my wild nature. How could I ever assume such a role? Do I appear to you as a leader? Upon hearing this, the crowd erupted into laughter. Then perhaps you ought to clarify with the sect master of the Yuluan Mian. I believe he would comprehend, someone suggested. Moreover, Shui Leian gently touched his forehead, reminding them that this matter must remain confidential. Oh, Shui Lauda, what riddle are you two playing at? What do you mean by this and that? Ostro inquired, raising an eyebrow. There is something you ought to be informed of. This is our secret and must not be divulged, understood? Shui Leian stated. To which Yu Tianheng nodded in agreement. You must have noticed this. Shui Leian's starry aura erupted, the sword and crown upon his forehead glimmering faintly. Likewise, a lightning-shaped mark upon Yu Tianheng's forehead radiated electric brilliance. What is this? Yu Feng murmured. This is an assessment, a divine trial, Yu Tianheng replied, sitting cross-legged to calm his soul power, causing the flicker of lightning to gradually fade away. A divine trial? Indeed, this is a legacy from the gods. If we succeed, we shall ascend to godhood, a state far superior to that of a limit Douluo, Shui Leian explained, his tone tinged with a hint of remorse as he continued. I apologize for not disclosing this sooner. It should have been shared from the very beginning, and I regret keeping it hidden from you for so long. Dugu Yin remained silent, gripping Shui Leian's hand tightly. To become a god, a being more powerful than a limit Douluo. So does this mean that as long as Shui Lauda and Tianheng pass the trial, they can attain godhood? Cielo questioned, spreading his hands in inquiry. Shui Leian nodded. If all goes well, that should indeed be the case. By the way, I inherit the ice god, while Tianheng inherits the thunder god. This is the final cultivation goal I have set for you. Shui Leian looked into each person's eyes earnestly, stating, each of you is a prodigy in cultivation. Even a genius beyond compare. We have already surpassed our peers by a considerable margin, and it is precisely for this reason that Tianheng and I have been chosen. Though my words may seem fantastical, I sincerely hope that each of you can seize your own opportunities. I do not wish for anyone to lag behind. I trust you share this sentiment. The group nodded in unison. No one should be left behind. I do not wish for us to remain together indefinitely. Following my commands and acting in unison, such a prolonged arrangement would render you complacent and ineffectual. I believe it is best for us to act independently. Each of you must encounter your own experiences and fortuities. After speaking, Shui Leian took a sip of water, gazing at the shining eyes of the Tianshou Ten. A proud smile gracing his lips. I understand, Master Shui. I shall endeavor with great determination. Indeed, let us persevere. By the way, Master Shui, where do you envision retreating in the future? I am uncertain, but the most probable location would be the farthest reaches of the north. Meanwhile, Tianheng was also addressing some of the inquiries posed by others. Tianheng, how did you realize you had passed the divine trial? Shimo inquired. To elaborate, while I was cultivating, a bolt of lightning struck me, rendering me unconscious, and then I heard a rugged male voice proclaiming something about a trial. Ah, struck by lightning. This is indeed true, Tianheng explained with a bemused expression. Shui Leian held the hand of Dugu Yin as they walked along the main thoroughfare leading out of Wu City. They should be fine, shouldn't they? Dugu Yin murmured. Shui Leian squeezed her hand gently and smiled, saying, Since when did you become so sentimental? Humph. Their words surely signify that all will be well. Regarding matters of the divine, is it truly acceptable to share with us? Dugu Yin asked with a hint of concern. You are my woman. It is only natural to confide in you. As for their words, setting a goal for them is also beneficial. Allowing them to understand that achieving the title of Douluo is not the end, Shui Leian replied with a smile. However, is it truly the case that so many divine positions remain unoccupied? Can there genuinely be a deity capable of selecting the 10 elite of Tiando? I sincerely hope so. Chapter 161. 5 years. A reunion in the early morning. The air within the Tiando United Academy buzzed with the fervor of training. Amidst this lively atmosphere, a young man basked in the gentle spring sunlight, guiding his students through their morning exercises. His movements were somewhat unrefined. A proper punch should emanate from the waist, unleashing soul skills for maximum impact. He reminded them to practice diligently, as their millennium-level soul skills possessed exceptional strength. Stability was crucial, especially for a defensive soul master. Maintaining balance was of utmost importance, with sturdy calves anchoring their stance. The youth seated on the elevated platform was Shuai. Below him, students paired off, each attempting to hone their soul skills and physical capabilities, while several teachers provided guidance, ready to avert any unforeseen mishaps. As he gazed at the soft dawn, Shuai sensed that something significant might unfold today. This wasn't a mere omen. It felt like returning his focus to the students. He spoke again in his calm manner. Douluo sat in the dining hall, observing the bustling training scene not far away, her gaze lingering on the handsome young man atop the platform. Before her lay a table adorned with an array of delicacies, their enticing aroma wafting through the air. Yet, she refrained from picking up her chopsticks, choosing to wait. The morning practice soon concluded, and the students flocked to their instructors, eager to absorb their wisdom. Shuai imparted his insights on each student's strengths and weaknesses, and even demonstrated an original soul skill for one of the weapon spirit students. Amidst the students' expressions of gratitude, Shuai smiled and made his way into the dining hall. "I thought you had already begun eating," he remarked as he took a seat, letting out a gentle sigh reminiscent of an elder. "Of course, I waited for you," Douluo replied, handing him a pair of chopsticks. "All right, let us eat together." Indeed, Douluo mentioned she would return to the academy this afternoon. Douluo suddenly remembered, sharing this news. Shuai, momentarily lost in thought, recalled the peculiar sensation he had felt earlier. Could it be that the day 5 years hence was indeed today? Perhaps every member of Shrek would return. Just on this very day, he placed a delicacy into Douluo's bowl, contemplating silently. "Leon, you must be thinking about Rongrong and Xiao, she teased. "How is it that nothing escapes your notice?" He sighed in resignation. Isn't that an obvious observation?" Douluo retorted playfully, raising her chopsticks. 5 years have passed. I wonder what your feelings are toward the two of them now?" Shuai fell into another pensive silence. "I quite like the way you called me husband just now." "Do say it again." "Husband Shuai nodded in satisfaction, a smile gracing his lips. "This matter ultimately hinges on Xiao. At that time, my adoptive father mentioned that if he could achieve a miracle within these 5 years, he would consent to their union. Over these 5 years, I have witnessed much, including the likes of evil music, Osro, and the affairs of Yufeng, which have subtly shifted my heart. Should Xiao surprise me, I would not object." Shuai concluded with a faint smile. "Poor Rongrong," Douluo sighed. "To be separated from Xiao for 5 years. This is Oscar's decision. Having chosen to venture alone into the Douluo Continent, he has proven himself a true man," Shuai remarked with a shrug. "The food will get cold. Hurry and eat." As Shuai finished his meditation and opened his eyes, the radiant light of his breakthrough in swordsmanship brought a smile to his face. The red dust swordsmanship is indeed as renowned as its reputation suggests. He glanced at the sky, realizing it was still early, not yet afternoon. Shuai did not proceed directly to the dining hall, as the necessary nutritional intake from the morning was sufficient. Director Shui, a student clad in a green uniform, rushed towards him, panting as he supported himself on his knees after turning around. "What is the matter, young scholar? Why such alarm?" Shuai inquired gently. "There are some strange individuals at the front of Shrek Academy who wish to see Master and Vice Dean Flander," the student elaborated. "Strange individuals?" Shuai pondered over the term thoughtfully. "I shall investigate. You may return to class." "All right, thank you, Director Shui." After the student departed, Shuai exhaled in relief. Strange individuals wanting to see Master and Vice Dean Flander could indeed mean they were involved. He sheathed his sword and made his way toward Shrek Academy. Winding through several academies, Shuai finally entered the vicinity of Shrek Academy. In the distance, he spotted a rotund figure, Dai Mubai, Zhu Qing, and Ning Rongrong. "Indeed, it is you lot," Shuai chuckled as he approached them with long strides. "Ah, it's been ages. I believe it has been 5 years." A smile graced his face as he greeted them. "Long time no see, Lei Han," Dai Mubai boomed with laughter, enveloping him in a hearty embrace. Feeling the robust soul power emanating from his friend, Shuai patted his back. "It has been over a year since we last met," he added with a grin. "I have seen you, Brother Shui," Zhu Zhuqing chimed in with a smile. "Indeed, it has been more than a year," he acknowledged. "And what of me?" We have not crossed paths in over 5 years. Ma Hongjun interjected with a playful squint. You, my friend, have become more lecherous, Shui Leihan jested, playfully punching his shoulder and laughing heartily. Ning Rongrong's face radiated happiness as she cheerfully remarked, Now, brother Leihan, you are flourishing in both love and career. How is it a double harvest? The chubby man inquired with curiosity. He and Sister Yin had wed a year ago. A fact unbeknownst to you all. I can't believe it. I am so envious, Ma Hongjun lamented, tears streaming down his face as he clutched Shui Leihan's garment. Dai Mubai exchanged a knowing glance, which was met with a fierce glare from Zhu Qing. Ning Rongrong, you have traveled across the continent these past years. And I have not had the opportunity to see you, Shui Leihan remarked, gently caressing Ning Rongrong's hair, his voice tinged with a hint of remorse. Ning Rongrong embraced Shui Leihan softly, saying, It's all right. I've heard everything from father. You need not feel guilty, brother Leihan. Rongrong has grown. Shui Leihan said with a touch of relief. I have long since matured, Ning Rongrong retorted with a huff. I must say, it brings me great joy to see you all safe and sound, and with your soul power levels having advanced, Shui Leihan laughed heartily. No one is as formidable as brother Leihan, Ning Rongrong pouted. All right, let us discuss the details with the master later, Shui Leihan chuckled. Let us wait a bit longer. After all, Xiao Ao and Xiao San have yet to arrive, correct? But those juniors 1T let me in, Dai Mubai sighed with a wry smile. No worries. I shall take care of it. Chapter 162. The more, the merrier. Where is little Ao? Is he not with you? Shui Leihan inquired of Ning Rongrong. Her tone laced with concern. Ning Rongrong's eyes glistened with unshed tears. I do not know. 5 years have passed, she reflected. Shui Leihan sighed softly. Her fists clenched as she felt the surge of soul power within her. 5 years have flown by so swiftly, she murmured. That promise was for a decade. Was it not? Rest assured, Rongrong, Oscar will be all right. What has happened to Oscar? Dai Mubai, unaware of the situation, asked, with tears streaming down her cheeks. Ning Rongrong recounted the tale of Oscar's solitary departure from the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School. Shui Leihan maintained a composed expression, listening intently to Ning Rongrong's narration. Little Ao, I hope you find success, she whispered. Dai Mubai sighed after hearing her story. This fellow, who often appears carefree, possesses a strong sense of pride. If he did not truly love you, he would not have made such a decision. His dedication to cultivation surpasses ours. After all, he is a food-type soul master. Zhu Zhiqing embraced the weeping Ning Rongrong, casting a disapproving glance at Dai Mubai. You should be more considerate. Rongrong is already suffering enough. This cannot be blamed on her. It is simply fate's whim. Shui Leihan remained silent, observing the sorrowful Ning Rongrong, her thoughts shrouded in uncertainty. If he returns, will he be supportive? If he has not reached the expectations set by his adoptive father, must I bear the burden of being the villain? Leaning against the tree trunk, she noticed the sunlight filtered through the leaves, casting a shadow around her. In the distance, she spotted a tall figure. The sight of his blue hair brought a smile to her face. The young man with blue hair also recognized them, and upon seeing Shui Leihan smile, he could not help but grin in return. A shared perfection radiated between the two young men present. It has been a while, Shui Leihan approached, offering a gentle smile to the young man. He returned the gesture with equal grace. It has been about 6 months. It hardly qualifies as a long absence. The newcomer introduced himself as Tang San. As laughter echoed between them, they playfully punched each other's shoulders. Leihan, who is he? Dai Mubai looked at the young man. Perplexed by their familiarity, his brow furrowed. Dai, you truly do not recognize me? Tang San chuckled wryly. Ning Rongrong gasped softly. How do you possess Brother San's Rui 100 treasure bag and 24 bridge Bright Moon Night? Leihan, do not be deceived. He is not Xiao San, Dai Mubai exclaimed. Alarmed to see his brother's belongings in the hands of an unfamiliar face, Shui Leihan was at a loss for words. As Tang San had explained that his appearance had changed due to his awakened bloodline, the revelation of his bloodline awakening, coupled with the knowledge of Tang San's mother being a soul beast, tempered Shui Leihan's surprise. Then let it be proven, Dai Mubai declared, his voice barely fading as he struck towards Tang San, who felt a wave of pressure. Shui Leihan stepped back a few paces, granting space to the Shrek members eager to avenge Tang San. He did not intervene, instead standing aside, curiosity stirring within him. Little San, to what extent has your strength ascended? You should have become even more formidable, am I right? The brief skirmish left Shui Leihan nodding to himself. It appeared that Tang San had cleansed himself of that menacing aura, leaving only a serene disposition. Ah, what wind has blown our esteemed Dean Shui to this place? A teasing voice of a middle-aged man echoed from behind Shui Leihan. Teacher Zhao Wujia, please do not jest with me, Shui Leihan replied, turning to the middle-aged man with a respectful smile. They have returned. You refer to. Zhao Wujia's gaze shifted to the combatants, rubbing his eyes in disbelief. Although 5 years had elapsed, he immediately recognized them by the radiant colors of their soul rings. Goodness, it truly is you little monsters. Zhao Wujia laughed heartily and rushed forward. Shui Leihan smiled at the two students who followed Zhao Wujia, saying, the matters here have been resolved. You two have worked hard. Go on to your classes. The students, having attended Shui Leihan's public lectures, regarded him with near reverence, nodded respectfully, and hurried back to the school. Let us go inside and converse, Zhao Wujia gestured, pulling Shui Leihan along with the other Shrek members into the academy. Leihan, I had no idea you became a teacher. Tang San inquired curiously after hearing Dai Mubai mention it. Zhao Wujia interjected, indeed. Our young friend Shui has taken the most gifted group of students under his wing, and they are currently enduring rigorous training under the master. Being under the master's tutelage, Shui, do you hold a grudge against them? Ma Hongjun chuckled. Shui Leihan shrugged helplessly. Fatty, would you care for a one-on-one match with me? It would be an excellent means to assess your progress over the past 5 years. Wait, I take it back, Ma Hongjun laughed. Even Ning Rongrong, who had been somewhat melancholic, found amusement in his sudden retreat. By the way, I have only heard my father speak of your rapid advancements. Leihan, what is your current soul power level? Ning Rongrong posed the question that lingered in everyone's minds. My soul power level? It is currently at 70, Shui Leihan replied, noticing the sudden silence that enveloped the group. What is the matter? Isn't that too strong? Dai Mubai murmured. I am only at 65. Through diligent practice and a balance of work and rest, one surely progresses swiftly, Shui Leihan remarked. Moreover, I have been fortunate, which accounts for the swiftness of my progress. Shui Leihan smiled faintly, patting Dai Mubai's shoulder. It is said that the likelihood of breakthroughs during battles is greatest. Would you care to give it a try? Very well, but I shall join forces with Zhu Qing. Dai Mubai's words were met with an eye roll from Zhu Qing. The martial soul fusion technique must be even more formidable now. I must have the opportunity to test it. Tang San twitched his lips, fully aware that Shui Leihan possessed a twin martial soul. Was he truly about to witness Dai Mubai and Zhu Qing suffer a brutal defeat? Wow, Dai Mubai, you have reached level 65. I have only just attained level 58. Fatty Ma Hongjun admitted with some embarrassment. What have you been doing these past 5 years? Dai Mubai asked. Somewhat speechless. While savoring the delicacies of the world, I have been cultivating, Ma Hongjun stammered. Remarkable. No wonder you have gained weight, Dai Mubai chuckled, patting his forehead. Count me in for the sparring session, Ma Hongjun said to Shui Leihan. No problem. Rong and Xiao Sen can join as well. Shui Leihan replied with a cheerful smile. Oh my, so confident? Ning Rong giggled. Third brother, shall we give our inflated Leihan a good thrashing? That might not be appropriate, Tang San murmured. What is wrong with that? Consider it an exhibition match. It would surely bring our academy some renown. Zhao Wujin turned around with a hearty laugh. Teacher Zhao, I seem to recall that the number of students admitted to Shrek Academy exceeds that of other academies. Shui Leihan remarked, somewhat exasperated. The more, the merrier. The more, the merrier. Aha. Chapter 163. Changes over 5 years. The Shrek Academy has undergone a remarkable transformation compared to 5 years ago. Due to the profound affection Snow Tierhan holds for this institution, he discreetly contributed a portion of his allowance to enhance their educational facilities. Although Flanders' straightforward acceptance was met with scorn from the master, the results have been exceedingly fruitful. Furthermore, thanks to Snow Tierhan's special attention, the talents of the students admitted to Shrek Academy are undeniably formidable. This is evident to every educator, yet it is a rather commonplace occurrence. After all, if not for the intervention of the Pope several years ago, Shrek Academy might very well have triumphed over the Royal Combat Team, claiming the championship in the Youth Soul Master competition. This suspense remains unresolved to this day. Moreover, with the unparalleled theoretical prowess of the Master and the formidable Golden Iron Triangle, even the previously defiant academies have ceased their pursuit of Director Shui's theories. The students he nurtures surpass our own in excellence. What can be done about that? At this moment, Vice President Flanders was comfortably reclining in his spacious office, his feet propped up, with a steaming pot of tea adorning his desk. A knock sounded at the door. It's not locked. Come in, Flanders replied languidly. The generous material support provided by Snow Tierhan had rendered him rather indolent, even the sofa beneath him crafted from the finest soul beast leather. The door swung open, and Zhao Wuji strode in. Observing Flanders' demeanor, he remarked with mild irritation, "Boss, I must say, you're becoming increasingly degenerate." Flanders lifted his gaze. "I am contemplating how to secure a few more exceptionally talented students from Snow. That lad is as miserly with his gifts as Xiao Gang." "Oh, come on. Last time, when the master took over the training of the Snow combat team, weren't you grinning from ear to ear?" Zhao Wuji unabashedly countered. "Boys, come in and see what a pitiful sight your vice president has become," he called towards the door. The door opened once more, and Snow Tierhan entered first, clasping his fists and smiling respectfully at Vice President Flanders. Following him were Dai Mubai, Zhu Qing, Tang San, Ma Hongjun, and Ning Rongrong. Flanders rose excitedly, his gaze sweeping over the group with a mixture of nostalgia and emotion. These children are his pride. Ma Hongjun stepped forward and embraced Flanders tightly. "Teacher, I've truly missed you. 5 years have passed. It's only natural to gather," Snow Tierhan responded with a gentle smile. When Flanders' eyes landed on Tang San, he couldn't help but exclaim, "You are." Tang San offered a wry smile. "Vice President Flanders, I am actually Xiao San." "You're Xiao San. Good heavens. No wonder the master mentioned that your appearance changed significantly after your martial soul's second awakening. It seems to be true. I find myself envious of you. Your innate talent has always been remarkable, and now your appearance has transformed as well. Truly astonishing. Yet, I harbor no jealousy, for he is my student." The master and Lu Erlong entered from outside, having just received the news, neglecting their training to rush over. Teacher, Shui Leihan and Tang Sen clasped their fists and bowed. The master extended his hands to steady them, preventing them from prostrating themselves, his expression softening. "It is good to be back. It seems, Xiao San, your strength has indeed improved, yet still not as swiftly as Leihan," he remarked. Tang Sen smiled and replied, "Each individual possesses a unique pace of cultivation. One should not belittle oneself." The master patted Tang San's shoulder before turning to Shui Leihan. "How fares your swordsmanship, Sword Douluo?" In response, Leihan stated, "I have mastered most of it. Only through life and death battles will I fully comprehend the remaining aspects." "Very well. Reaching this level is sufficient. There will be ample opportunities for combat in the future." The master nodded in satisfaction. "Thank you for your praise, teacher," Shui Leihan responded with a smile. "By the way, you've been married, yet Haven Tea brought your wife to visit us," Flander huffed. Shui Leihan rubbed his nose, recalling how on that fateful night of toasting, they had poured the most drinks for him. "Zhu Qing is now the crown princess of the Xinglua Empire," Dai Mubai remarked. "Did I marry you?" Zhu Qing shot him an incredulous glance. "Ah, so you two have yet to wed. I had assumed you were already married, considering you share a room." Shui Leihan recalled events from a year prior. "The Xinglua Empire is rather open-minded in this regard," Dai Mubai chuckled. "How unfortunate. Everyone here has someone special. While I remain all alone," the fatty sighed. Shui Leihan offered consolation. "As long as you seek earnestly, you are sure to encounter someone to share your life with." "Have faith." "I hope so," Ma Hongjun sighed. "Xiao San, do share your experiences with us. Our last encounter was brief, and I am eager to know," the master said. Taking a seat between Tang San and Shui Leihan, Shui Leihan had learned of all the events leading up to the City of Slaughter from Tang San, who had confided in him. Thus, Shui Leihan was aware of the details regarding the Hautian sect. Upon hearing about that part, understanding dawned upon him. It turned out that after graduating from Weixin 6 months prior, Tang San had returned to the Hautian sect. "I see. It appears the Hautian sect has yet to fully accept Xiao San back into their fold," Shui Leihan mused. Those 3 conditions, reaching level 80 by 30, defeating a titled Douluo from the Spirit Hall, and acquiring a 10,000-year soul ring, were all laid out to pave the way for the Hautian sect's resurgence. Perhaps they yearn to re-enter the fray. "Xiao San, while I may not be well-versed in the affairs of the Hautian sect, I urge you to ensure you are not exploited." Tang San revealed a smile of understanding. "It is of no concern, Leihan, after all. That is the sect my father once belonged to. Moreover, I wish to return to the sect myself, and these conditions are, for me, entirely beneficial. It is my responsibility," he stated earnestly. Admiration flickered in Shui Leihan's eyes as he smiled. "By the way, what levels are your soul powers now? What about that rascal Xiao Ao? Why hasn't he shown up?" Flinder inquired, taking a sip of tea. Ning Rongrong's emotions stabilized considerably as she reiterated the matter concerning Oscar, although her eyes still bore a hint of redness. "Brother Leihan, If he returns, you wouldn't oppose him being with me, would you? Ning Rongrong asked softly, gazing at Shui Leihan's calm profile. Everyone turned their attention towards Shui Leihan. I don't know. I must consider my adoptive father's stance. Shui Leihan pondered for a moment before responding. Tang San, he began, but upon meeting Leihan's resolute gaze, he hesitated. Unlike Oscar, who was merely a food-type soul master, Cielo possessed a unique soul skill that could compel opponents to take their own lives due to overwhelming sorrow. Let us see what kind of surprise you can bring. Xiaoao, Chapter 164. Exhibition match. By the way, what is each of your soul power levels now? Dean Flander inquired. I believe everyone is aware of my soul power level. I have surpassed level 70 and am preparing to hunt for soul rings in the near future. Shui Leihan replied, shrugging his shoulders. Truly monstrous, the others retorted. Ma Hongjun sighed. I was making significant progress, but in comparison to their extraordinary levels, my achievements seem trivial. Teacher, I am currently at level 58, which is quite satisfactory, Ma Hongjun added. Flander paused, a glimmer of surprise flashing in his eyes. It was noteworthy that Ma Hongjun was only 20 years old and had already reached level 58 at such a young age, especially with his exceptional martial soul. The Fire Phoenix, along with the Flame right arm soul bone he had acquired. Among the younger generation, he undoubtedly deserved the title of an outstanding individual. And what about the rest of you? Flander inquired, examining the others. Daimobai stated, I am on the verge of advancing to level 66. Ju Qing had just surpassed level 60 and obtained her 6th soul ring. I noticed that Rong's cultivation seems to be on par with hers. As for Xiao San, he appears to be nearing level 60 as well. Tang San nodded. I am currently at the pinnacle of level 59. I should be able to advance soon. Flander, Master. Lu Erlong and Zhao Wuji exchanged glances, their expressions reflecting a shared sentiment. Monstrous, indeed, they simultaneously uttered similar words. What about Xiao Wu? Haven't you seen her? Shui Leihan asked, evidently recalling the events between Xiao Wu and Tang San. No. I have decided to visit the Star Doe Forest after some time to find her and accompany her in her training there. Once she breaks through level 60, I will bring her back to meet all of you, Tang San replied. Lu Erlong's gaze softened. Take good care of her. Although she is the embodiment of 100,000-year soul beast, as you mentioned, once she completes her transformation, she will be no different from a human. Do not harbor any discriminatory thoughts, otherwise I shall not spare you. Shui Leihan recalled the selfless sacrifices of the Ice Phoenix and Frost, realizing that, to some extent, soul beasts could be more trustworthy than humans. He sighed faintly, feeling the soul power within him. He found it increasingly difficult to repay the devotion of the Ice Phoenix and the others. Thus, the only way to honor their efforts was to achieve his goal and become the Ice God. Leihan, since our classmates have returned, as the honorary dean. You should treat us to something, Flander chuckled mischievously. Please, Dean Flander, do share, Shui Leihan thought to himself. Mentally bracing for the inevitable generosity he would be compelled to bestow. I hope you can showcase your prowess before all the Academy's students, demonstrating the heights one can reach at a similar age. Dean Flander, if I heard correctly, you just mentioned the students from the entire Academy? Is it truly so challenging for you to utilize the arena? Flander raised an eyebrow, speaking with a tone laced with menace. A chuckle escaped Ning Rongrong's lips. It is indeed possible, Shui Leihan nodded in agreement. But will just a few of us take the stage? Considering your capabilities, it clearly includes all of you. Master smiled and nodded. Who will be our opponents? Zhao Wujia and myself. Shui Leihan observed the exuberant Flander, pondering how he could be so confident, given that he ought to be aware of her twin martial souls. May I employ my twin martial souls? Shui Leihan inquired, raising her hand. Flander stroked his chin, for he had never witnessed Shui Leihan's second martial soul. Should she falter, it would be quite the spectacle. There is no need for it now. Wait until you battle privately, and I shall witness it then. The master gently patted Shui Leihan's shoulder, his smile eliciting a faint smile from her in return. Very well. I shall notify everyone immediately. The broader the announcement, the better. We must elevate our Academy's reputation, Flander said with a sly grin. Shrek Academy is already the second most formidable institution within the Heaven Do United Academy. Does Dean Flander not find that sufficient? Shui Leihan remarked with exasperation. Not nearly enough. I desire students to seek out the Academy themselves, thus fostering a greater abundance of talent. How will the other academies survive? Ahaha. Flander laughed heartily. Shui Leihan shook her head in resignation, clasped her hands together, and exited the office. Since it has been a long-awaited exhibition match, Let us make it splendid. Shui Leian thought as she gazed at the gradually descending sun. A day later, Shui Leian surveyed the bustling arena, acknowledging that the promotion had indeed been effective. The last time such a commotion occurred was during her bout against Yu Tianheng, and before that, it was the Heaven Do 10 elites facing the 7 strongest teachers of the Heaven Do United Academy. 10 against 7, and the outcome was, of course, a brutal defeat, prompting Xie Lu and others to remark that experience prevails with age. Now, Shui Leihan stood here once more, under the assault, enduring for the time of 3 incense sticks. Even if we emerge victorious, what is your perspective, Leihan? Daimubai, donning a golden mask, spoke as his voice resonated from beneath it. Due to the master's request, they decided to maintain an air of mystery by wearing masks. Shui Leihan also opted for one. I believe they are likely aiming for a draw. As if they were to go all out, it would surely result in injuries for everyone, considering both Dean Flander and teacher Zhao Wujie are Seoul Douluo-level powerhouses. Is a draw achievable? It is indeed possible. Shui Leihan nodded gently, confident that as long as they maintained composure, the task would not prove overly challenging. He gazed at the azure rose sword positioned before him, exhaling softly. While it was certain to be water-resistant, he still hoped that they would approach this contest with the utmost seriousness. Xiao-san, I entrust the command to you as before. Is that agreeable? He inquired. Absolutely. No problem at all, Tang-san replied with a nod. The prospect of battling together once more felt as though they were transported back to the past. Shui Leian donned the white mask, concealing a fleeting smile. I am truly delighted. You have many brothers. The seemingly mocking words of the noodle shop owner belied a profound envy. In the perilous world of Douluo Continent, who could claim the loyalty of comrades willing to support them unconditionally? At the very least, Shui Leihan could. The Tianshou 10 could place their trust in Shrek, just as Dugu Yin had once stated. Since they would find it difficult to find adversaries in this lifetime, let them become brothers and sisters instead. What I possess, they too share. Shui Leihan sheathed the azure rose sword, resting it upon his back. He gradually rose to his feet, his ice blue eyes radiating a serene smile. Let us take the stage, my brothers. Chapter 165, 6 against 2. Shui Leihan donned a silver-white mask, beneath which his ice blue eyes shimmered with intensity. I had anticipated the presence of more instructors. To my surprise, there were only 2. The memory of that cataclysmic bloodbath, which had obliterated the entire arena, flooded his mind, rendering all previous encounters trivial in comparison. I hope this competition will deepen my understanding of the sword, Shui Leihan murmured softly. Teachers in charge of each class, please manage your students appropriately. They may cheer, but any occurrence of soul ring manifestations is strictly prohibited, as is entry into the arena. Failure to comply will result in consequences stemming from soul skills. Dream Machine's calm voice resonated throughout the combat arena, quelling the tumultuous noise. Beside him stood the master. After so much time spent in companionship and instruction, Dream Machine held a straightforward respect for the master, independent of age. For he understood well the principle that a true master is worthy of reverence. Standing alongside the master was teacher Lu Erlong, whose stern and rigorous demeanor instilled a sense of trepidation in both Dream Machine and the other instructors. Let the contest begin. Shui Leihan listened to the eruption of cheers akin to a raging torrent, a faint smile creeping upon his lips beneath the mask. Dream Machine relinquished control of the proceedings to Flander, taking a seat in the classroom, observing the 6 masked youths below. As Shui Leihan listened to Dean Flander's boastful commentary, his soul power surged with fervor. Among the 6, he held the highest rank, which naturally positioned him at the forefront of the confrontation. Opposite him, Zhao Wujie unleashed his soul rings, 2 yellow, 3 purple, and 3 black, 8 rings in total, signifying the strength of a soul Douluo. Both Zhao Wujie and Flander, boasting 8 rings, firmly held the top tier within the teaching staff of the Tiando United Academy. Teacher Zhao Wujie is indeed a soul Douluo. Shui Leihan observed the fierce figure of Zhao Wujie, transformed by his martial spirit, and mused to himself about the endurance required for 3 incense sticks duration. Should he unleash his full power, the formation would likely shatter instantaneously. Behind Flander, a pair of enormous eagle wings unfurled, with vertical pupils and claw-like hands, accompanied by the same 8 soul rings swirling above Zhao Wujie's head. Shui Leihan slowly drew his sword, a desolate aura enveloping him entirely. Daimubai gazed in awe at Shui Leihan's imposing figure, realizing he had grown even stronger. Daimubai and I will take the lead, Xiao-san in the middle, with Fatty and Shuqing flanking us, and Rong providing support, Shui Leihan stated calmly, nodding at Tang-san behind him. Xiao-san, I leave the command to you. Understood, no problem, came the reply. A teacher on the stage ignited the first incense stick and bellowed, begin. In an instant, Shuai Han moved, surprisingly seizing the initiative, as Zhao Wujie charged forward. Shuai Han had already unsheathed his sword, causing Zhao Wujie to gasp in astonishment at the sight of Shuai Han's 6 black soul rings. Feeling the momentary enhancement bestowed by the 9 treasures glazed tile, a subtle smile graced the lips concealed beneath the Snow Tear's cold mask, cutting through the mundane. Snow Tear's cold uttered a soft command, as the swordsmanship of the dust heart enveloped him in an air of nonchalance. Boom. Zhao Wujie firmly grasped that chilling radiance with both palms. In that fleeting instant, he felt as though he had fallen into a disadvantageous position. How could the swordplay of Sword Douluo Dust Heart be so easily countered? The blue rose sword once again radiated a chilling brilliance, striking directly towards Zhao Wujie's chest. For a soul master of the Soul Douluo level, one must indeed exert their utmost effort. At that moment, Dai Mubai's fist arrived, enveloping Zhao Wujie in the White Tiger's fierce light wave as he was forced into a disadvantage by the swordsmanship. Roar! With a furious shout, Zhao Wujie unleashed a massive fist that sent Snow Tears cold, along with his sword, staggering back several steps. At that moment, he activated his martial soul's true form. Snow Tears cold sensed a soft barrier behind him, diffusing the impact. Without needing to look, he knew it was Tang San's blue-silver grass. Taking a slight breath, he charged forward once more with his sword. A surge of icy energy instantly enveloped the arena, and with a furious roar, Zhao Wujie realized that Snow Tears cold had employed his soul skill, making the situation even more precarious for him. Ethereal White Tiger, Snow Tears cold proclaimed, as he transformed into a blade, piercing into the fray and rescuing Dai Mubai from his predicament. Tang San's blue-silver prison skillfully ensnared Zhao Wujie within, prompting Snow Tears cold to strike immediately. A deadly intent emerged amidst the icy terrain. The blade penetrated the confines of the blue-silver prison. Nearby, the portly figure continuously spewed fire into the sky, enveloped in flames, with a pair of fiery red wings unfurling behind him.